One day, an unspeakable calamity emerged, plunging Earth and humanity into a disaster worse than anything imaginable, and humanity descended into chaos as they faced the overwhelming beings from other dimensions known as the Hidden Civilization. Humanity tried its best to stop it, but things only got worse. This was the calamity humanity had to bear. Even humanity's most advanced weapon, nuclear weapons, could not stop the tide of disaster. To those monsters, the weapons were nothing more than a back-scratcher, as they ravaged the human world like they were joyfully dancing in a bar. But it was in that darkest night of despair that the light of new hope had a chance to ignite and shine. As people resigned themselves to fate, the heavens bestowed a ray of life, the 13th zodiac. Initially, there were only 12. Blessed by the gods, they were known as Wains. Therefore, their power comes from the gods, but in every story there's always a unique character. Legion, the 13th zodiac, awakened without divine blessing. To quell humanity's fears, they had to eliminate the source of the calamity, the Crimsonide. So, the 13 of them gathered at the Demon Tower, where the demon resided. After some time, it seemed the red-eyed calamity had been dealt with, but only 12 of the Zodiac Knights returned, causing a heated uproar. The people wanted to know why the hero lion hadn't returned, and in front of reporters, a representative of the remaining 12 tearfully explained that Lion had chosen death to ensure humanity's safety. Of course, this was all a complete fabrication. Lion did gamble his life, but that didn't mean he sacrificed himself. The truth is, the team was on the verge of defeating the Scarlet Human, but in the final moments, Lion was abandoned to fight alone. Even though he was severely wounded, one of the remaining 12 turned back and stabbed him in the back with a dagger, pushing him into the abyss. John was now trapped in the worst possible place with no way out, and his former comrades had kindly left him a terrifying monster for company, lest he get lonely. His left arm severed, his right arm paralyzed, a dagger wound in his side, and a monster looming before him. Gion's chances of survival were next to none. The line between life and death was thinner than a hair. It seemed the main character would die here, ending the story before it even began. But of course, with his unwavering spirit and tenacious determination, Gion bravely rose, sword in hand, to continue the fight. These injuries were nothing more than mosquito bites to him. A main character can't just wither away like that. As long as the villains exist, the hero must live. Just as long as those treacherous dogs aren't dead, John will never fall. Back to the day before entering the tower, a worried man trying to appear strong said, "The prophet has foreseen that you will die tomorrow." The atmosphere was heavy, like I'd been sentenced to death by the king himself. Lion, unnerved, searched his eyes for the truth, while El Gion spoke with a hint of mockery. "So, you're the one in charge of my funeral?" The other man was furious, while Lion grinned mockingly. He thought to himself, of course. I chuckled at his words, but his nonsense had truly gone too far. Because this mission means I don't care about my death prophecy, just because of some charlatan's prophecy. Legion's voice is resolute and cold. Because I have never been defeated in battle. He raised his greatsword to his neck, advancing with murderous intent. All right, let's move out. We'll destroy that red-eyed fiend. A grand staircase leads to a massive door with dark, solemn architecture, both imposing and mysterious. Lion awaits their decision, asking, "Will you join me?" He thought to himself, "Today will be like any other day. I will always win in return." I must have thought that. But the scene shifts to a crowded room. A press conference about the events inside the Demon Tower, where reporters fire off a barrage of questions. Why did only 12 people return? 13 people entered the Demon Tower, yet only 12 returned. The atmosphere was tense, filled with curiosity and anxiety about what transpired within. 13 entered, but only 12 returned, leading the press to question if the last one sacrificed himself to save the others. A man anxiously asks, "Did he sacrifice himself to save the others? Please, explain." Sir Grivik spoke with a pained and grave voice, confirming that he sacrificed himself to save everyone after the great battle with the Red Eye. Save us. Everyone was in shock and disbelief. With the strongest of the Zodiac gone, humanity was losing hope. The crowd hung their heads, eyes vacant, and whispered, "He's really gone? What do we do now? Is humanity doomed? We have to run as fast as we can." Sir Grivik tried to calm everyone's spirits, saying, "Don't worry, this isn't the time to fall. We still have strong people." His voice filled with rage and emotion, he declared, "The will of the strongest shall be inherited by all." He added resolutely, "Together, we will destroy the remaining monsters." At those powerful words, the chaotic crowd fell silent. He emphasized, "With the remaining 12, with all the strength we have." Sir Grivik, with explosive energy, declared, "We will win." The crowd, invigorated by the speech, was ready for action, as Sir Grivik and the entire hall raised their fists beneath a red banner and a four-leaf clover insignia. Right here, the sacrifice of the heroes everyone praised was precise. In the fight against Red Eye, a monster of immense ferocity. Suddenly a sword flashes, severing its head, and the thought continues. We, the celebrated heroes, have won. I certainly died, but there's one thing, the most important thing, that no one knows. I wasn't killed by a monster. Lion stood tall, as if nothing had happened, his sword stained crimson with fresh blood after the massacre. Suddenly, Lion collapses forward, betrayed by his own comrades, pushed into the abyss. There were only 12 people in the Red Eye dungeon. Lion turned back, trying to identify the culprit, but all he saw was a blurry shadow. He only knew that one of them had kicked him down below, as Legion desperately reached out for something to grab onto. He recalls thinking he was dead, his body floating in a void, falling and fading away. But 20 years later, in a dark and gloomy tower surrounded by cracks of light and hazy smoke, a place commonly known as the Devil's Tower, the ground is still cracked, and a blinding orange light spreads from the fissures with intense tremors. The ground continues to crack. Beams of light shoot from the fissures, and rubble flies everywhere. A massive explosion has occurred. A brilliant white light erupts amidst the flying debris, as a powerful vortex of energy gathers, surrounded by streaks of orange and gold. On one fateful day, Legion was reborn, standing amidst the energy explosion, unleashing his full inner power. His rage spiraled out of control, creating a devastating whirlwind. Legion bit his lip. Traitors. His eyes were filled with stern vigilance. I don't know who you are, Lion gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with anger. By any means necessary, I swear I will kill you. I have returned. Massive rocks are shattered and split, smoke and embers fill the air, and amidst the wreckage, steel bars and other hard objects are twisted and broken. Hiding under the rubble, Jimin and Hyung were bewildered, and Hyung asked in shock, "What is that?" Jimin stammered, "What is that?" It turns out someone over there is powerfully punching a monster in the jaw, then kicking it for good measure. Hyung was utterly shocked and bewildered, unable to believe what he was seeing. Even high-level awakeners feared those calamity-class monsters. Looking back, the other man stood atop a mountain of monster corpses, enthusiastically crushing the remaining beasts like flies. Even Hyung had to admit, Lion was on another level. Lion noticed Hyung's group and glanced at them indifferently. From Hyung and Jimin's perspective, they only saw an intense white light descending from the sky, the energy emanating from Lion's leg. He lunges forward, ready to strike with a kick, but they narrowly dodge the attack, terrified. All that remained was rubble and dust, as Jimin and Hyung screamed in terror. "Wait, why are you attacking us?" Lion, a little surprised, calls out, "So it's a human." Lion sighs in relief. "So it's all over now, right?" Both of them breathed a sigh of relief. "Whew, we're alive." Jimin and Hyung argue intensely, and Jimin says fearfully, "Brother, I think he's from the tower. Isn't this a scary crusher?" Hung retorted, "Jimin, what kind of place do you think the tower is that an ordinary person could survive it? He must have just stumbled into this area when the tower collapsed." They both looked down at a large hole in the ground with surprised expressions. Jimin and Hung instinctively backed away from the wolf-headed monster with glowing red eyes and a gaping maw full of sharp fangs, growling menacingly. Jimin and Hung are terrified and panicked. It can't be. The wolf boss has appeared. The two others cried out, urging him to run, but Cornian stood confidently before the wolf boss. Its eyes revealed a terrifying bloodlust. A collision of intense red light erupted, revealing a wolf-like creature facing off against the intensely glowing protagonist. The wolf boss spews fire, engulfing the city as Jimin and Hyung clutch their heads in agony. The wolf spews forth a mighty pillar of fire, swirling across the ground and obliterating everything in its path. The firestorm spreads, engulfing everything. The city is consumed by flames, reduced to ruins as smoke billows in shades of crimson. Terrified, Jimin and Hyung covered their heads, sweat pouring down their faces. Hyung's voice trembled. "Are we even alive?" Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment as he looked up. Legion, barebacked and muscular, stood firm. The surroundings are still burning red, but where he stands remains untouched. Jimin and Hyung are stunned and surprised. What did he tell us? But now Lion seems angry. He growls, "This mutt," then leaps into the air, ready to strike. Lion taunts, "Underestimating your opponent? If you're just a dumb mongrel, then sit." He descends from above with immense force. Arm raised, ready to strike the target below. A massive wolf is slammed into the ground, its face contorted from the impact. Jimin and Hyung's eyes and mouths widened as they screamed in shock, while he landed with a cool pose after that blow. Lion stands before the corpse of a giant monster, two figures kneeling before him. He glances down, asking, "This is really over, right?" With a serious tone, Lion says, "Now, let's see." Jimin and Hyung panic. "Yes." Lion's voice was fearsome and commanding. "Oh, go on, then," they both said, dumbfounded. "Where are we going?" Lion asked in a cheerful and relaxed voice. "Go buy me some food." Jimin and Hyung were stunned, unsure how to react. Leon even ordered more clothes. At a fast food restaurant with a clear sign, a satisfied sigh echoed. A satisfied customer slams an empty bowl on the table as Jimin and Hyung stare in disbelief at the massive bill. Jimin exclaimed in disbelief. He ate $10,000 worth of food at a fast food restaurant. He devoured 120 servings by himself. Lion calmly replied that he held back since they said they were broke. Jimin grew angrier as he spoke. "What do you mean, earn it back?" Lion, still calm, teased softly. "Did I say something wrong? You promised to buy me everything to thank me for saving your lives, even an extra serving of ramen." Hearing this, Hyung couldn't help but yell, causing Jimin to ask in confusion and curiosity. "But who are you, a disciple or a holy captain of the core army? What were you doing around the tower?" Lion casually replies. "I'm here because I came out of the tower," Jimin said in surprise. "Huh? You came out of the tower?" Lion replies, "Forget about that. I have something I want to ask." He eyed the boy across from him, probing slowly. "Who was he? You don't seem like an ordinary person. Why do I sense magical power within you?" Hung couldn't help but interject, answering reasonably, "Of course, it's because he's a disciple. Aren't you also a disciple awakened by the blessing of a god?" Jimin puffed up with pride at this, but Lion Jian looked disdainful. "Those gods are just a bunch of bastards. Why should I worship them?" Lion looked into the spoon and saw a strange face reflected back, his eyes widening in surprise. Sweat pouring down his face, Lion was so shocked that his eyes popped and he jumped up in alarm. "Is the mirror here?" The employee said. "It's over there." Lion quickly takes off his shirt, exclaiming, "What is this? I can't believe it." Lion stares into the mirror, his voice laced with disbelief, his body completely healed. He remembers being covered in blood and pinches his face in disbelief. Those wounds should have been difficult to recover from, and damaged his strength. Lion thoughtfully examines himself, then looks at his left arm. Confused by the mark there, he asks, "What is this symbol?" A glowing green serpent begins to materialize, becoming clearer with each moment. Lion felt a sudden pain and cried out, clutching his left hand with his right. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed. "Having tasted death, you have achieved the impossible. Your existing skills will be transferred to your new body. All achievements from the tower will become your experience. You have reborn as a zodiac skill. All skills and unique traits you once possessed will be transferred and evolved. Transferred and evolved. You can now wield the power of the Serpentarius constellation." A massive serpent head, glowing with neon blue energy, appears behind him, fangs bared. Lion's eyes narrowed with suspicion, but he closed them, finally, and began to feel the energy. When Lion Juan opens his eyes, he finds himself in another dimension, face to face with a colossal serpent. It flicked its tongue, its malevolent gaze fixed on him. Lion hesitated, cautiously reaching out. His hand reached out towards the snake. Lijin placed his hand on the giant serpent's head, a powerful light emanating from his palm, a surge of energy connecting him to the creature before him. Lijin jolts awake, startled and confused. He scratches himself blankly, cold sweat beading on his face. Jimin leaned in, concerned. "Are you okay?" Lion waved his hand, bewildered. "Did you see a snake around here?" Jimin was bewildered. "I didn't see any snake. I just saw you take off your clothes and run to the mirror, then grab your wrist and scream." Lion suspiciously looks at his palm. Can't others see it? Suddenly, he feels a familiar surge of energy. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. "You have become the Serpent Bearer." He was now standing within the system's space, and it continued. "Lion, the 13th god, master of the Serpentarius constellation, you have crushed all works. Forced super regeneration. Any wound on your body will be restored, and your body has been recreated. There's a small penalty. A 50% decrease in physical ability for the next 1032 hours. Lion, puzzled, crosses his arms, wondering if his changed appearance is due to the super regeneration skill. I've never heard the other saints mention anything like this. He glanced back, wary, thinking, more importantly, I can't sense the presence of any gods. He told himself that no matter what happened, his body had been restored, so it wasn't all bad. Lion thought of the past and secretly resolved that what he needed to do now was kill the saints who had fled and stabbed him in the back. Lion gritted his teeth, flexing his muscles and intimidating those around him, thinking that the mere thought of torturing them excited him. Cut to an area crisscrossed with warning tape. The stout officer wondered aloud, So it's true. The solid commission has fallen. The lean officer exclaimed, "The whole world will go mad because of this." The stout officer muttered, speculating, "The Demon Tower is this place's landmark, but could it be the work of Legion's followers? Or perhaps it was the work of disciples who hated him?" The skinny officer replied indifferently, "Disciples? I don't know. Let's go look at those murals." Looking at the monster lying before him, he couldn't help but sigh. Even high-ranking awakened would be terrified of them. What kind of monster could take them all down and topple the other ghosts? The chubby officer wondered aloud. "So, is Lion really alive? Has he returned?" The skinny cop clicked his tongue, replying, "I don't know, but we'll have to wait and see." In a modern high-rise with square architecture, a camera was rolling, flashes popped, and someone shouted, "Mr. Weil!" Reporter Chen Truk made the spacious room feel cramped. Countless questions are thrown his way. "Please, tell us your thoughts on the collapse of the tower. Do you believe Leon is still alive?" Yangang Dubiel, dressed formally and wearing sunglasses, stood speaking in front of two microphones, flanked by two bodyguards. He remained silent for a moment before calmly replying, "I have no comment on that matter." With that, Young WL calmly departs, as reporters swarm him, asking, "Wait, Mr. Young WL, what do you mean by no comment?" Outside, a luxury car speeds along as Yang WL slams his fist on the table, shattering his glasses. "Damn it!" He clenched his fist, grinding his teeth. Legion, 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 Legion. How many times today? Thinking of that man's fierce face and the tower full of monsters, he wondered incredulously, "Are you saying Lion Jian is still alive? He survived 20 years in that tower?" Zhang Wei denies through gritted teeth. "No, it's impossible. There are thousands of demons in there, and they're all dark level." Zhang Wei fiddled with his pipe, convincing himself that surviving with just the blood eye was a miracle. How could anyone truly survive inside? He frowned, reminding himself that the man's body was broken and corrupted by power, and he hadn't received the blessings of the gods like the 12 of them. Here, Zhang Wei paused, but if that man really survived, then he helplessly exhaled a puff of smoke. Zhang Wei gritted his teeth in anger. Everything would be over. Meanwhile, Lion, phone in hand, confidently threatens, "Shall I crush him now?" The modern airport bustles with activity as planes prepare for takeoff, a symphony of efficiency and professionalism. A large aircraft sits on the runway beneath a clear blue sky. A pair of feet descend as voices echo with respect. "Welcome, sir." The man descends to the greetings of a group, ready to meet with the 12 holy zodiacs. Quite an honor. Hugo casually walks out asking, "Where's the chief?" The guards respectfully reply, "He's waiting for you at your place." "Your car is ready, sir." Hugo slowly walked past, softly replying, "All right, let's go." As he walked away, the guards murmured, "He's incredible." Gazing at his handsome figure, they secretly acknowledged him as if he were truly chosen. The car speeds down the road as Hugo, in his suit, sits upright, gazing out the window. He remained silent, letting the phone vibrate incessantly beside him. Hugo thought to himself, annoyed, "Is it those reporters again? Those fools are always spouting nonsense about Leon still being alive." The phone screen displays an unknown number, ringing incessantly. Hugo angrily hung up. It had been 20 years, and finally the phone went silent. Hugo thought back to that time, pausing in reflection. He had said, You will die tomorrow." Lion casually handed him a chicken leg while eating and replied, "Oh, Teksu, why do you keep talking nonsense about death? During the Demon Tower raid, I was attacking a celestial demon outside the tower at Jian's request. I secretly prayed my prediction was wrong and Jian would return safely. But when he emerged, disheveled, I couldn't help but exclaim, 'What? What happened to Jian?' The other gods who went with him abandoned him and returned with the Blood Eye's head, and that achievement earned us the title of the 12 gods, including myself, the hero who helped us seize power and strength." Hugo gritted his teeth, uncomfortably accepting reality. Unable to believe John is dead, he demands a search, but Zhang Lui cruelly dismisses the idea. "We can't do that," Hugo reminded him grimly. "You should know how many disasters lie beyond the tower. The thought of Lion Jian being alive is absurd." Jean-Louis sinisterly suggests that if Hugo is so worried, he can go look for Lion Jian alone. But that would mean there are only 11 gods left. Hearing such insolence, Hugo could only grit his teeth in anger as the past and present began to align, causing him to loosen his collar in discomfort. Looking out the car window, he muttered to himself that no matter how strong Jian was, this was impossible. It was too late now. Hugo hesitated, silently calling out the name of an old friend. The image of him in Hugo's memory remained as vivid as ever when the driver suddenly announced, "Mr. Hugo," a call from the Prime Minister. As soon as the connection was established, the Prime Minister hurriedly asked, "Mr. Hugo, are you there?" Hugo replied sternly, "Yes, what is it, Prime Minister?" The Prime Minister solemnly stated, "You must have heard the news. The Demon Tower has collapsed." Hugo sighed, thinking, "Not this again?" He replied softly, "I'm sorry, Prime Minister, but I must refuse any further request to search for Jian." Hugo insisted, "Jian died that day at the Demon Tower. The tower's collapse was likely caused by Jian's disciples." He glared and added, "If you're planning to use this for your election campaign." But the Prime Minister cut him off. "No, I'm not talking about that." His voice grew more serious. "According to new intel from the Korean government, the line rang just minutes ago." Hugo asked in surprise, "Rang? Is something wrong?" "Well," the Prime Minister replied gravely, "Leon's private phone line." Hugo was shaken by this news. He pounded the front seat in agitation. "Is that true?" With that, Hugo, pale-faced, ordered the driver to stop the car, to which he replied, "Yes, sir." He slammed on the brakes, tires screeching against the road as Hugo struggled to regain his composure. "So, you're telling me you were serious about those missed calls and the one I just received?" Hugo paled as he looked at his phone, tapping the screen. Hugo held his phone, ready to answer, his expression grave. Then, a familiar voice echoed, "H." "Oh, Techu." The person on the other end of the line threatened like a demon returned. "I'm going to find you and kill you. Good luck." Hugo's face went white as a sheet, the chilling realization hitting him. Was that really his voice? John C. urgently ordered the car to turn around immediately, saying they were going back to the airport. The driver hesitated. "Mr. Hugo, what about your business in England?" Hugo retorted angrily. "Who cares? Turn back to the airport immediately." The driver reluctantly complies. "Yes, sir." The scene shifts to a shop. With a sinister look, L. John says into his phone, "Looks like you've grown up." John looks at the phone and says, "I even learned how to ignore your calls." Jimin asks him curiously, "Who have you been calling so much?" He vaguely replied, "You'll find out soon enough." John examined the phone intently, marveling at it. "So this is what people call a phone? How interesting. If I entered the tower in 2005, does that mean it's 2025 now? The world has certainly gotten better." Jimin, seeing his unfamiliarity with the phone, eagerly showed him around as it was his first time using one. John asked in surprise if he could use the internet to read the news. "So, can I read news about Leon?" Jimin asked as he showed him how. "Of course. The latest news about Leon is trending. If you do this, countless articles about you will appear." Both of them were caught off guard. Jimin glanced at the crude comments and hesitantly spoke. "But the comments are a bit..." Before he could finish, Jian suddenly crushed his phone. He snapped, "My phone!" as John, enraged, cursed those responsible. Who caught the crimson eye? Those idiots, they're the cowards who ran away in fear. But he quickly composed himself, telling himself to hold back his anger, that this was nothing. John then noticed a line of text. He was surprised by his own will. On the screen was news of his will, and he recalled agreeing to donate all his assets to orphans and scholarship organizations. As he scrolled through another news item, he said, "Hopefully he's doing well." Then he swiped to some tabloid articles about the 12 gods who returned from the Demon Tower, lamenting Lion's death. Lion bequeathed all of his assets, including his sacred relics, to 112 gods to save humanity. All gods except the Centaur Saint inherited the assets according to Lion's will. Jian, enraged by what he read, crushed his phone and roared, "I'll kill them all! I'll tear them to pieces!" Jimin, heartbroken, collapsed to the ground. He imagines the poor phone in heaven thanking him for buying it, but John is completely oblivious to Jimin. He rested his chin on his hand, wondering, what should I do? He muses that, even if he wanted to announce his return, he looks very different from 20 years ago. If he just went around telling people he was Leon, they'd all call him crazy. He quietly plots to take them down one by one, while Jimin sobs, clinging to her phone, "I still have the installation files here." Suddenly, an aura filled the room, and the system warned of surveillance. John felt it too. That aura. He abruptly stood up and left, leaving Jimin to ask, "Where are you going?" He hastily replied, "Just getting some air." John stepped outside, only to find himself surrounded by countless Ares gods. He looked at the leading god, recognizing him as one of Ares' subordinates, as the system warned that the gods were creating a barrier belonging to Ares. The power of the other saints has waned, and the familiars are demanding tribute. John grits his teeth in displeasure. Enraged, he emanates an unparalleled power, clenching his fist as he growls a threat. "Acting like thugs in my own house? Since when did you start licking the boots of those other saints? Let me be. Suddenly, a familiar curse word rings in his ears. Damn it, Ligion Lion. He stopped short, a look of confusion on his face, as a couple walked past. They saw him and immediately started mocking him. Everyone's talking about that name. The woman tells her boyfriend that this is exactly what she was talking about. He's all over the news now. The man puffed on his cigarette, joining his girlfriend's mockery. Why does everyone care about that loser? He's just a failure. The woman laughed. That's right, he's wearing a gold badge with the Gemini symbol. Jimin recognized it instantly. They were Gemini's apostles. Surprised by Jeon's lack of reaction, the man frowned, and Jimin frantically called out, "Just come inside, don't get into a fight with them." John remained frozen, staring at the two men as one of them barked, "What are you looking at?" "Get lost," Jimin despaired at the sight. "This is it." The man took a long drag of his cigarette and blew the smoke into Jian's face. John lowered his head, silent. Seeing no reaction, the man baited him further. "Are you angry?" He moves in close, continuing to provoke him. "If you're angry, then hit me." Seeing the situation escalate, the woman quickly tried to distract the man. "Let's go, honey. That guy's scared out of his wits." The couple left, not forgetting to humiliate Jian as they passed. "Idiot," the man sneered as he walked away. "Those guys are just like that Lee John." Her friend nodded in agreement. Seriously, Jay silently endures the criticism. Why would anyone like such a weakling? Maybe his saintly deeds were all a lie? Meanwhile, Jimin tried to calm him down, as he was doing a good job of keeping his cool. Those guys are a step above the Gemini group. Suddenly, Jian turns around, intentionally shouting at the couple from before. "Hey, you fried eggs over there?" Both of them turned around in surprise as the man repeated himself. Confused, the woman asked who he was talking to, and John excitedly replied, "I was talking to you two." "A bunch of stupid cockroaches." The man quickly stepped back to John. He gets right up in John's face, demanding he repeat himself, continuing his tirade about John being a commoner with such weak mana. Before he could finish, Jian flicked him on the forehead, sending him flying hundreds of meters with just a light touch. He went flying, smashing through a wall, and the woman was terrified. She screamed in terror as Jimin and Hyung looked on in stunned disbelief. Jian, having shown off his power, smirks with satisfaction as the woman stares at him in terror. He calls out to her, aware of her attempt to strike from behind. Unconcerned, he smiles, asking, "Did you think I didn't know what you were doing back there?" His question stuns her for a moment, and John immediately turns and snaps his fingers again. He sends the woman flying into the building across the street, then coolly assesses, "Your moves are pretty ineffective." Jimin wondered how he could use his powers so carelessly in the street. He turns back to correct him, saying, "What are you guys talking about? If I had used my powers, they'd all be dead." Jimin and Hyung were stunned. He defeated an A-rank disciple with his bare hands? Suddenly, Jian looks down at the man. He went over and examined the man, picking up his necklace for a closer look. He then ripped it from the man's neck, held it up, and realized he knew what it was. "Something felt strange when I fought him." "Isn't this a divine artifact?" John wondered, "But why do these bastards have holy relics?" "Only the saints are supposed to possess them," Jimin asked Hyung. "Hyung, you really don't know." He recounts that decades ago humanity was nearly wiped out by natural disasters. Humanity survived thanks to the gods and the powerful saints they chose. But since 12 people couldn't protect the entire world, the saints gathered disciples and created the divine authority. He explains the origins of the disciples, those awakened by the power of the saints ranked by their strength. SSS saints are the chosen ones, selected by the all-powerful gods to lead, followed by the SS 10 stars, considered candidates for the position of saint. S-rank god faction. Captains are the strongest disciples commanding the others, along with A, B, and C-rank disciples. Jimin continued, explaining the disciples' rights. The power of the divine authorities stemmed from the disciples' faith, so they held all kinds of competitions to recruit more people into their divine core. And the chosen disciples received divine power, bestowed with sacred treasures. John understands as he listens. "So, that's what happened in the 20 years I was gone." Jimin suddenly called out to him. His brother frantically pointed ahead, exclaiming to look over there. The Ares familiars still floated before Jian. The system says the sacred beasts of wealth and ambition under Ares are delighted by this. Those beasts are always fierce and hungry. They urge you to end the man and the woman. They want to see blood flow. They say they'll grant you a useful gift if you kill those two. Hyung froze, utterly terrified. Oh no, he's attracted the attention of the divine beasts. He cries out in fear, saying they're like the shadows of the gods, and to fight them is to fight the mighty gods themselves. Hyung urged, "Quick, do as they say." But John just smirked, unfazed. He angrily says, "I was wondering why Jiangwei's power was in a place like this. so they're trying to stuff him full like that fat bastard. His body radiates power once more as he raises his foot, declaring, "For the Holy Spirit," before slamming it down with furious force, adding that he hasn't changed at all. The divine power from his stomp sends the sacred beasts flying, their terror driving them to flee. The blinding light forces Jimin and Hyung to shield their eyes. With the sacred beasts gone, the barrier in the sky fades away, and Jian, standing tall, boasts, "How dare you try to stand against me?" Jimin looked up and announced that Eris's sacred beasts had fled, and the barrier had vanished. He thought to himself that this person was definitely not ordinary. Then John suddenly called out to Han Ji-min, who responded. "Yes," he asked curiously about this Dooku. "You said he was a disciple of Gemini?" Jimin replied. "Yes, they're the most influential figures in the country, with an elite force comprised of many influential people." John, intrigued, asked if they were rolling in money. He turned back to the man and asked if everything he was wearing was designer. Before Jimin could answer, he dove down, humming happily, "Finding stuff is the best." That evening, Jimin and Hung took Jian home, and as Jimin arrived at his building, he sighed. Finally, what a long day. He pointed to a room on the second floor, introducing it to him. "This is where I live. The apartment on the second floor, the one with no lights on." Hyung chimed in. "I'm the next-door neighbor." Jian, exhausted, gave a listless reply. "Okay." Jimin bowed politely, thanking him for saving their lives and bringing them home. He yawned and asked, "Aren't you coming in?" "I'm so sleepy." Jimin was stunned by his carefree attitude. Is he planning on mooching off me? After Jian entered the house, Jimin quickly took off his clothes to shower, cut his hair, and freshened up his appearance. Once he was done, he emerged with a sculpted six-pack and a face like a movie star. Jimin's eyes sparkled as he gave him a thumbs up and complimented him. "Amazing. Did you get a haircut?" He gushes over John's appearance, saying how handsome he looks. John, a little embarrassed, scratched his head and asked, "Really?" He remembered not even daring to cut his hair back then, because every strand was precious, lost to the side effects of his abilities. Who knew his hair would ever grow back? Before, every time he used his skills, his hair would fall out. A light breeze would send it flying. Every time that happened, he'd whine. He wasn't a dandelion. Suddenly, Jian heard a buzzing in his ear, and he wondered what it was. "What's that?" Seeing a bug fly through the house, he asks Jimin, "Why is there a celestial bug in your house?" With incredible speed, John snatched it out of the air, crushed it, and dropped it to the floor, leaving Jimin in awe. He killed it with his bare hands. Even professionals can't do that. John was annoyed that the stink bugs kept bothering him. He waves his hand, taking them all out. He grumbles, wondering if there's more than one. Why do they keep buzzing around me? Jimin wonders if it's because he's emitting a scent they like. John immediately refuted his thoughts, saying, "Bullshit. Usually it's because something in this room is attracting them." He glanced at the precious items displayed on the shelf. He thinks the reason the celestial painters flew here is because you possess all these demonic objects. Jimin was surprised to hear this and said, "Demonic objects. The twin saints personally gifted them to me. You know that, right?" He picked up a statue of a goddess and said, "Even though they're not mine, they're all blessed by the gods." Before he could finish, he sliced the statue in half in the blink of an eye. Jimin, heartbroken at the sight of his precious statue destroyed, cried out in anguish. Meanwhile, John, having finished his work, pinched his nose and looked at the hand that had touched the filth. He felt disgusted. He grabs a mask from the shelf and reveals that it's a sacred artifact used to control buyers. He went to a box in the corner and frantically rummaged through it, tossing items out and exposing their true nature. And this music box is a sacred object that steals personal information. And this watch attracts celestial demons. John was outraged by the thought of these cunning saints doing unjust things. Those wretched saints didn't just steal my money, they're selling demonic objects to innocent people and exploiting them. Just thinking about it makes me furious. He ordered Jimin to throw them away, but a boy at the door, hearing the commotion, wondered what was happening inside, only to hear Jaeon's roar. As Jimin begged him not to throw away her watch, the door opened and John glanced over. Sangdi enters, looking bewildered, and John rudely demands to know who he is. Meanwhile, Jimin happily called out to him, "Sangdae." But Sangdae just lowered his head and coldly asked, "As for me," he boldly asserts his ownership. "I am the owner of this house." After that statement, Hyun returns to normal. The three of them stared at each other. The next morning, at Jiangwei's mansion, a roar echoed under the Aries constellation. "What?" Budyu asks in disbelief. "All the divine objects in Korea have disappeared?" His subordinate kneels and reports, "Yes, that's why our Korean branch is in such chaos right now." W gritted his teeth in frustration. wondering who would dare do such a thing, finding it all so hard to believe. The divine objects are subordinates personally managed by the gods themselves. No awakened would dare chase them away. W then tasked his subordinate with contacting the other saints to see if they had any leads. He acknowledged the order, but his subordinate reiterated as usual that Saint Ma could still not be contacted. W then told him, "Hugo, don't worry about him. He's probably in England doing mercenary work." He recounted, "We spoke briefly about it, and he departed immediately after arriving in England." W, intrigued, asked, "Is that so? How far had he investigated?" He stood in the hall for a long time, hand on his chin, lost in thought. He thought of Saint Maume Hugo, Leon's close friend. W's eyes darted suspiciously. Could his reason for coming here be the rumor of Lion's survival? A flicker of unease crosses his mind as he wonders if John truly survived and returned. He curses, his hand tightening around a nearby lamp. Damn it! He angrily throws it down and shouts, "Impossible!" You ordered his men to investigate the locations of the remaining saints, adding that a Gemini saint disciple was found unconscious where the divine object disappeared. He spoke of the man Gian had beaten to a pulp yesterday, left for dead in nothing but his underwear. According to witnesses, he had an argument with a handsome man. W wondered, handsome, so not Lion then. His face is a mess. He clicked his tongue and pondered. Regardless, the current situation is far from ideal, and rumors of Lion's return are spreading. He was deeply concerned about the situation, as the relic in Korea had vanished without a trace. And to make matters worse, we failed to conquer the addiction queen. He immediately ordered, "Prepare the plane." His subordinate was stunned and asked, "Are you going there yourself?" He admitted, "Yes, I need to see what exactly is happening in Korea." W quickly threw on his coat, puffing on a cigar as he walked like a mob boss, needing to witness it firsthand. Meanwhile, in Korea, at the Gemini Palace Hospital, a portly man lies in critical condition, hooked up to numerous monitors and a ventilator. An irate old man appeared, grinding his teeth in anger as he cursed, "Who the hell?" He pointed at the man in the hospital bed and snapped, "Daring to do this to my grandson." He pointed to the white-clad man in the corner and said, "You." But the man calmly advised him not to worry about recent events, reassuring him, "That's why the Gemini saint sent me." "So you're saying you're a disciple of Gemini? An S-class eternal ice?" Chairman Minangun Sangdae asked, his face contorted in displeasure. "So you're saying you met him at the Demon Tower, and he took down the heavenly calamities single-handedly?" he asked in disbelief. Jimin, a little intimidated, nodded repeatedly. Yes. Sangdi is shocked. He defeated an A-rank disciple? He quickly replies, "Yes, that's right." Sangda, no longer questioning, bursts out, "You think I'd believe that? He destroyed all the sacred objects in my house." John, still examining the strange object, replied, "I told you they were all fake. This one, too." Slightly stunned, he asked, "What? Which god's army do you belong to?" John smiled, teasing him. "Does it have to be like this?" This goat is getting angry. Still trying to keep his cool, he asks, "Which god do you serve?" John finally answers seriously, but his reply is infuriating. "Myself, not you two." Sangdio grits his teeth and asks about John's awakening rank. John casually replies, "Yeah." "Production class." Jimin looked at his friend, who seemed ready to explode. Sangda, at the end of his rope, asks again, "So, what's your name?" Jay, of course, calmly replied, "That's me, Lijian." He was now silent in cold fury, as Jimin frantically looked from one to the other. "You dare say that name? See, calm down," while Jian looks on, bewildered. Blue flames began to densely surround him, and Sei smirked bitterly. "You trespass in our home, destroy our sacred artifacts, and then ask me my name?" Immediately, beneath the cold flames, a colossal warrior statue appears behind him. With a face of cold, solemn majesty, clad in armor and a spiked helmet, the enraged Seide summons him, roaring, "How dare you impersonate Lord Lion?" Jimin frantically shouts, "Seon Sang-jae, we're inside!" This madman. John stood calmly before the dense fire magic, and despite the system warning him of the Gemini disciples' exploding mana, he simply marveled. "Wow, tasty. At this rate, you'll burn the whole house down." Immediately, his eyes contracted, then widened, glowing brightly. System notification. Skill activated. Divine Eye. John uses his skill to intently observe the foolish kid, who's fuming with rage, his eyes blazing. Information appears. Seasoned Saint. Disciple of the Gemini level awakened. An awakened with light magic, fire witch skills, S-line seal, and the talent trait. Foresight and something else. Genius with 200% learning efficiency. John smiled with interest as he looked at this information. To use high-level summoning magic at such a young age, this prodigy title is well-deserved. The imposing iron statue suddenly emitted a terrifying sound, its eyes flashing brightly. Jimin shielded himself from the flames, anxiously shouting, "Run!" Sangdae is a Gemini A-rank disciple and a huge lion fan. The crazed Sangdae, eyes wild, stood amidst the intense blue flames, his face a mask of grim warning. "Jimin, are you even listening? Get out of here if you don't want to die." Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him, taunting with a smile. "Play with fire too much, and you'll get burned." He frantically turned around in shock. Before he could even react, Sangdae was sent flying into the wall with a powerful flick. Jian then casually approached the boy, sneering, "Crazy, the house is one thing, but you were going to burn down the whole building?" Worried, Jimin stammered, "Sangdae isn't dead, is he?" John responded with a sinister and terrifying smile. "Oh, he's perfectly fine." Hearing this, Jimin silently glanced at his friend, uneasy. Sangdae was convulsing, foaming at the mouth, his chest a charred, smoking mess. Jimin watched the scene, doubtful. Was he really okay? He frantically tries to help Sangdae up. Is he even alive? Meanwhile, Jian, completely unconcerned, yawned and said, "I'm going to bed. I'll wake up when it's time." Then he casually walked into the goat hunting room. The door creaks open, and he's immediately met with a room full of gleaming figures displayed on shelves all around. And of course, they're all figures of Jian, sculpted with messy hair and a cool, muscular physique. He stared at the collection, asking seriously what all this was, to which Jimin could only reply, "I told you, Sangjae is a huge Leon fan, and he's just woken up, trembling with despair. Don't go in there. That room contains my lion collection, which is worth more than my life." John couldn't watch anymore. He grabbed the biggest figure and snapped its head off, at least removing it. "They irritate me." Sangda, in despair, screamed, "My Lord Lion model!" Then he continued to search for more figures that displeased him, snapping their heads off one by one as Sangdae, in tears, could only scream helplessly at this demon. Unfazed, the madman continues to gleefully say, "I'm not crazy, I'm Lion." With each sickening crack, another idol's head fell, and he lost control, screaming in agony. The next morning, a serene blue sky hung over the Talai Cafe. The TV then broadcasted a breaking news story. Yesterday afternoon, 2 disciples of Gemini were humiliated by a suspect. According to witnesses, the suspect robbed the victims of all their belongings and clothes. Hugo, sitting there bored and helpless, realized it must be John. What is he doing? He comes to Korea, and this is the first thing he hears. Just then, a server approached him, asking, "What can I get for you?" But Hugo remained silent, lost in thought. Suddenly, he unleashed a furious aura, glaring and angrily demanding, "Drop the act and show yourself." The serving woman, exposed, grinned menacingly. "Oh my, you saw right through me. How boring." He kept up the creepy smile, but the dark red magic was enough for Hugo to imagine the man's gleeful expression. "Long time no see, Hugo. It's been a while." He approached, leaning on Hugo's shoulder as he questioned him, putting Hugo in an awkward position. "You must be thinking about the Legion since you've come to Korea. You better tell me what you know." Hugo gritted his teeth, annoyed, and snapped his fingers. "That's why I hate you. You perverted bastard possessing other people's bodies." That snapping sound pierced the server's consciousness, jolting her awake, and she stammered in confusion. "What did I just do?" Hugo clenched his fist in anger. "Actually, with Zhang Wei doing these petty tricks, I need to find John first. Where the hell is he?" Meanwhile, John was in Bion, at the Jeonni Province supermarket. Pushing his shopping cart, Jimin wondered, "Sangdae, do you think he's really Lion?" Meanwhile, Sangdae, annoyed while picking out items, retorted, "Are you kidding me? He looks completely different." But he retorted, "Besides, Lion Jian is a savior. Do you think he's a thug like that guy?" Jimin still wondered, "But I definitely saw him come out of the magic tower. He's super strong, so maybe he—" Before he could finish, Sangdae cut him off. "Don't," he said, glancing at his friend. "Dad told me, so I'm sure." Jin suddenly remembers, "Oh right, your dad and the centaur." However, Sangdae seems unwilling to continue the topic, cutting him off with, "Let's go pay." Suddenly, a scream echoed through the supermarket, stopping them in their tracks. In that instant, a hooded figure with a backpack sped between them like a whirlwind. Jimin, sitting on the floor, dazedly wondered, "Is that Speed a disciple of Capricorn?" Sangdae, still on the ground, realizes the thief is using energy to rob the place. Masked and lightning fast, he darts from aisle to aisle, leaving shoppers stunned, but no one can stop him. Sangda despairs, saying, "At this rate, all the goods and wallets in the store will be taken." The thief, arms full of loot, turns away, secretly pleased. Fools can't catch me, not even saints. Things were going so well, he grinned and decided, I've got enough. Time for the next spot. Suddenly, an obstacle appeared, delivering a swift punch to his gut as he laughed. Gotcha. The force of the punch, combined with his momentum, sent tremors through his very being, leaving the thief drooling, groaning, and utterly stunned. Impossible. Jimin is shocked to see Jian standing calmly over the thief, trembling at his feet. Huh. What are you doing here? John smiles and replies, Oh, I forgot to tell you to buy some chicken. Just then, a man with a buzz cut approached, praising him. Impressive. Scorpio's disciples are hard to catch because they're so fast. The high-collared man in black instructed. Judging by the energy radiating from you, you're just a regular disciple. Next time, you should call the police. John didn't answer, staring blankly at him, making him wonder what the hell was wrong with this guy. Suddenly, the entire supermarket began to shake violently, as if a massive earthquake had struck, drawing the attention of both men. Deafening sounds echoed, and dust and debris rained down from the ceiling, shocking all the customers. Under the cover of the chaos, the thief slithered away. What in the world is going on? An earthquake? How unlucky, I'll use the chaos to escape. Having crawled far enough, he picked up speed, hoping to escape. The thief smugly thought how lucky he was, caught by a strange man, but the earthquake gave him a chance to escape. Suddenly, the ground beneath him cracked open, and a monstrous centipede emerged. The thief looked up in horror, recognizing it, and wondered, a calamity? Why is there a divine painting here in the green zone? Annoyed, he retreated, deciding to run before getting caught up in it. The thief leapt over the centipede, accelerating with a confident smirk, believing even a calamity couldn't catch him, unaware of what he was truly challenging. Suddenly, a monstrous maw filled with rows of razor teeth and crazed eyes lunged, ready to devour him. And we all know what happened next. The sickening sound of bones breaking filled the air as the horrified shoppers looked on. The giant monster devoured humans, and atop its neck was a strange humanoid creature with armor-like skin, wing-like bones protruding from its back, and sharp spikes on its head like a crown. Her 5 mad, cold eyes cast a chilling gaze upon the humans below, like insects. What should we do in these dangerous situations? Run for your lives, don't just stand there. The crowd remained frozen in fear until the emergency siren blared. Warning, warning, this is not a drill. A disaster has occurred inside the supermarket. All civilians inside the supermarket, please evacuate immediately. The monster then began its assault, the spider's head roaring in fury as giant centipedes and massive insects swarmed forth, sending the crowd scattering like ants. The alarming warnings blare again, now identifying the threat as the Spider Queen, classifying the supermarket as a red zone. Amidst the chaos of screams and alarms, a young boy separated from his mother stands frozen in despair, weeping amidst the fleeing crowd. Right behind him, the giant centipede surged forward, its rows of sharp teeth bared as it lunged for the vulnerable, sobbing prey. Just then, Jian descended from above, unleashing a dark, lightning-infused punch to the centipede's head, shattering it and eliciting a pained roar. He looked at the stunned and trembling boy, casually warning, Hey, watch where you're going. Engulfed in dark mana, his eyes gleaming with a sharp, bright light, he wore a sinister smile as he asked, Are you okay? A sight that terrified the boy even more, sending him running and screaming in a frenzy. Seeing this, Jian was stunned, coughing a few times as he calmed down. Well, at least he's okay. He turned to the monsters, who were eyeing him warily, and frowned, wondering why there were more calamities than people in this supermarket. Immediately they charged, their bodies glowing with a mysterious magical power, and behind him, a massive serpent materialized. The giant red-eyed blue serpent coiled around him, its magic surging and crackling with ominous black lightning. John sighed wearily. Well, it's been a while. Time to warm up. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a sleek black supercar cruised down the road, and W, sitting inside, asked in surprise, What did you just say? The driver replied, A disaster has occurred in a market in Bukjan City. W's eyes narrowed. I'm not asking about that. What is the disaster? Driver? A calm voice replies, It's the Spider Queen. Upon hearing this news, W's face went pale, his expression turning grim. Damn it, he thought in a panic. The last operation failed. I can only seal her away. She's escaped. W clenched his fist, bitterly blaming himself. Oh, damn it, and I couldn't even handle a red-level disaster. Regarding the disaster levels, humanity has divided the great calamities into 7 levels according to their degree of danger. First, representing this magnificent, peaceful place, is Du, the realm of the gods. The human living area beneath the surface is Green, a safe zone. The abandoned areas filled with this oppressive atmosphere are yellow, a higher alert level, and areas with dangerous mid-level monsters are orange, requiring evacuation. Nearing the highest level, the red zone, territory of colossal, calamity-grade monsters, the domain of great disasters, and the ultimate source of terror. Brake wonders if the shrouded supermarket, with its Spider Queen, was actually a red zone. The driver tensed up, asking, "How are we supposed to deal with this?" W fell into an uncharacteristic silence, then spoke with chilling resolve, ordering them to cover it up. The driver thought he misheard him and asked, "Excuse me?" Wu clenches his fist, a silent storm of worry brewing within. This must remain a secret. If they knew the operation failed and caused this, things would only get worse. Wazer, with a trembling hand, gritted his teeth and decided, despite the lives of hundreds of innocent people trapped in the supermarket. The old man ordered a report that everyone had died and knights were to demolish the entire building. Though it was morning just moments ago, the sky above the supermarket is now filled with ominous, swirling red clouds. Inside, the terrifying growls of a dense horde of monsters erupt from every direction, and the spiky-haired man reveals himself to be a superhuman. Enraged, he crossed his arms, unleashing waves of frigid air, grinding his teeth as he said, "See you!" He immediately collapsed, placing his hand on the ground, and with a loud cry, unleashed rows of sharp ice. "Damn bugs, ice prison!" The sharp ice shot towards the monsters, freezing them instantly as its creator intended. He breathed a sigh of relief, a smug grin on his face. Don't underestimate an S-class. But then, the ice encasing the giant centipede shattered, and with an earth-shattering roar it broke free of his icy prison. He gaped in disbelief, his ice magic destroyed so easily. Just then, Jian appeared in front of Spiky, holding a pile of soda cans, his body radiating a bright green light as he grinned and said, "Step aside." Spiky stared blankly at the strange man, wondering, since when? He juggles a few cans, taunting the monsters with a provocative look. Are these bugs so hungry they want to eat people? Immediately after, he gripped a soda can, mustered his strength, and hurled it, yelling, "Eat this!" He hurled the soda cans at the monsters, momentarily stunning them, while the giant centipede roared, its sharp teeth and saliva looking utterly repulsive. And of course, because you're so ugly, Jian has the honor of choosing you first for a facial reconstruction surgery. The others are no exception, as he uses his sword to reshape their entire bodies, slicing them into pieces with the speed of a gust of wind, accompanied by a contemptuous remark. "Who do you think you're messing with?" John grinned maniacally, holding a crimson phase blade. The monsters behind them split apart and fell, defeated. He calmly concluded, "Insects will always be insects." The twin disciples could only gape in astonishment as a system notification appeared beside John. "You have eliminated a great calamity?" Then, tiny shards of brilliant light appeared in the air as the system announced, "Your divinity has gained experience. You have been rewarded with puzzle pieces." He gazed at the shimmering object, wondering, what are these puzzle pieces? The small, majestic shard now rested in Jian's hand. The system explains you can assemble the fragments to create skills or relics. He's surprised. Did skill crafting change? I'll try it later. Besides, he squeezed the newly acquired item, contemplating with satisfaction. My stats were penalized by 50%, so not bad. I can even use more power than before. Head Ding is still reeling in disbelief. No way. Even my S-rank skill couldn't stop the disaster. But he could. Just then, Sangdae and Jimin arrived, and he asked curiously, "Where did you get that?" John casually replied, "From your house." The spiky-haired man stared at this powerful, nonchalant madman, and a big question arose. Where did he come from? But then he realized something and angrily shouted, "Hey, secular means non-religious." John turned, confused. The spiky-haired punk, convinced, boldly accused, "I've suspected it all along. You're the one who attacked our knight, aren't you?" John's heart leaped at this, and he suddenly remembered the two disciples, regretting his decision. Immediately, he used the right-hand rule to throw a punch, causing the crew-cut kid to scream. "Grab him!" He could only cower, trembling at the feet of the smiling demon who was actually filled with anxiety. Damn it. How did he know? "You know too much." The punk turned and shouted, frustrated, "Only an idiot wouldn't know. Look at the uniform and insignia you're wearing." He points at Jian's outfit, questioning him. "You attacked our knights and stole their artifacts, didn't you? And that emblem on your chest," the spiky-haired man, recalling the dark-haired ice mage, angrily shouts. "That's the S-rank relic only Gemini knights possess." He raged, claiming his strength was due to the relic. Without a word, John pulls out the badge, his face full of judgment. "Huh. That's weird. How did I suddenly get this? He then casually crushes it with a look of disdain. How awful. The buzzcut, utterly shocked, curses in despair. You little prick. He's still frozen, unable to process the shock. That's blasphemy. John, unconcerned, brushes it off. It's just for show. Saints and relics, please. You've been deceived by that woman. After 20 years, the hairy guy and that witch are still as wicked as ever. The Spider Queen's roar cut through the conversation, snapping John back to attention, his eyes now cold and serious. Jimin points ahead, speechless with fear, as the Spider Queen charges forward, each step shattering the ground, sending the people into a panicked frenzy of screams and desperate flight. The buzzcut guy also became alert. That Spider Queen? Jian didn't hesitate, immediately shrouding himself in magical energy. Immediately, he amplified his green magic, creating a great wind. John shot forward, unleashing dark lightning, his eyes blazing with murderous intent as he roared like a whirlwind. Hey, you stupid spider! He fearlessly lunges toward the Spider Queen, whose neck is radiating dark energy. Dion unleashes a devastating punch, amplified with magical force, striking the Spider Queen's head as he roars, "Get lost!" The sheer power of the blow crushes the colossal beast, shattering the floor with arcs of dark lightning. The ordinary citizens, with nowhere to run, could only gape in stunned silence as Sang-jae, Jimin, and even the spiky-haired man watched the onslaught in disbelief, muttering under his breath. What the hell? He thought, unable to believe the strange man was unscathed, smiling strangely with surging magical power. He can fight the queen without a relic? Suddenly, a man wearing the Gemini badge spoke, his voice echoing eerily as if directly into their minds. Gemini Knights are present at the market. Listen up. Sangdae is surprised and speculates. Telepathy? The buzzcut man recognized the voice as Bishop Choi and replied in kind. Bishop, this is Sun Gun. This slick-haired, bespectacled man is Gemini Bishop Choi, who continues to speak. Is that Sang-jae and Sun? Get out of that building immediately. The Ares members are about to destroy the place. They overheard this and fell silent. Outside the supermarket, a terrifying, massive red barrier has appeared. Sang Hyuk continues gravely. Zhang Wei is personally headed there. We can't stop him, and even Zhang Wei can't face the Spider Queen. Around the supermarket, the Ares members are casting spells to maintain the barrier, and Sang Hee-wook explains, so they're eager to destroy this building. It would be troublesome if their mistake were exposed. Now he's giving instructions. Son, you have teleportation skills, right? Quickly leave with Sangdae, just the two of you. He bit his lip, conflicted by the request. Just the two of us? Sun Gun's heart pounded, his eyes wide with guilt and indecision. He looked around, and the images of casualties assaulted his eyes, weary citizens struggling to fight back. From the gaping hole in the ground, monsters spewed forth, as a powerful man fought bravely against the Spider Queen to protect this place. Witnessing all of this, Sun's body trembled, paralyzed by fear and guilt, unable to make a decision. Just then, the bishop's stern voice rang out, laced with anger. Is there a problem? After a fierce internal battle, Sun resigned himself to their fate, forcing a wretched smile as he replied, No, there's no problem at all. Sangdae, clearly not accepting this directive, angrily retorted, Even begging for help won't be enough. What are you saying? Can't you see the chaos around us? You're basically saying everyone here should just be buried alive. I know, he said, before turning away in a flustered manner. But think about it. If we said the queen had appeared on the street, what would people think? Sangda couldn't believe what he was hearing. Just one. He launches into a lengthy explanation, saying the people would surely blame the gods for abandoning them. Their faith will waver, and our divine power will weaken. Only unwavering devotion can earn the gods' protection. Sangdae, still confused, loudly protests, but unconcerned, he grabs his phone, relieved to find one teleportation device left for hire. It can transport two people at once. Sangdae, you can go alone. And because these are orders, I'll personally escort you out. Sangda retorted loudly, annoyed. What about my friend? How can I just leave him behind? Besides, there are still so many people who haven't found shelter. You idiot. You're still provoking me at a time like this? His arm tenses, growing icy shards as he sneers. You deserve to be buried alive for hesitating over these useless fools. But I can't just ignore the captain's orders, Sun said with a sinister grin as frost emanated from his body. I'll take care of these nuisances so you don't have to worry about them. Sangdi, hearing this, widened his eyes, unable to contain his anger. He unleashed his blue flame magic, screaming, You piece of trash! Ice and fire clash, both sending chills down the spine as Sun smirks and steps forward. Xiang, were you thinking of fighting me? He boasted. You and I are on completely different levels. You need to stop being so uselessly compassionate and make a smart decision. Suddenly, a large brown object hurtled through the air and slammed into Sun Gun. Before he could finish, the others were stunned in pain as a monstrous beetle with tough armor, recently pulverized, crashed down, cracking the ground and knocking Sun Gunyan down. From behind the monster, a teasing voice asked why they were still there. The two lackeys stared blankly as he casually approached, a knife strapped to his waist, his body unscathed, and a hint of annoyance in his voice. "It's too dangerous. Get out of here quickly," Jimin exclaimed with joy. Sangdae explained worriedly, "We can't leave. The exit is blocked by the heavenly demon followers." He glanced at the crew-cut man, crushed and motionless on the floor, the teleportation device fallen from his grasp, and said, "Either we use the teleporter." Song Xiangzu then looked at the Spider Queen. "Yeah, or we kill all the heavenly calamities." He surveys the surroundings, noting the suffering civilians and numerous injuries before despairingly explaining that the cultists have blocked all exits outside the supermarket. John, wearing a grave expression, laments the dire situation. Meanwhile, Sun groans as he struggles to rise from the rubble behind him. He stood, summoning his strength and using magic to blast away the rocks, angrily shouting, "You beggars, how dare you trample me like that?" Confused, John turns around and with a sigh asks, "What's going on? Didn't you abandon everyone and run away by yourself?" He cursed in annoyance. "Shut your mouth." With that, Sun Gun grabbed the machine and started it up immediately. "You idiots, try to survive on your own. I'm out of here, just me." But suddenly, a thick web shot out from behind him. The Queen fired a web of control, ensnaring Sun Gun and immobilizing him. Terrified, Sun slowly turned in a panic and then groaned. No. Immediately, the web retracts, pulling him straight toward the spider monster's gruesome maw. A horrifying crack echoed as he felt the spider's venom splatter around him. The teleporter fell uselessly to the ground. The three of them stood frozen, helpless witnesses to the scene. John frowned, his eyes filled with anger, but he broke the horrified silence, speaking out. The two calmly stood before the drooling spider, turning to guide the others. "I'll take care of this. Tend to the wounded, then we must leave at once." "What?" John's body then emanated an even denser magical power. His eyes full of conviction promised, "I'll finish it today." It's been quite a while, and the Ares members are still sealing off the supermarket with that wretched barrier. Jiang Wei arrives and quickly asks, "What's the situation?" A subordinate replied, "This place is completely blocked, and we've sealed the entire building." He glared at the barrier and remarked, "Aside from what happened before I got here, isn't this progress too slow?" The people maintaining the blockade are now panicking, wondering why the seal feels ineffective. The others agreed, as if something was blocking it. Then a brilliant light flickered on the building's roof, cracking the barrier with massive rays. The guards quickly surrounded the area, wincing at the blinding light. A massive, red-eyed blue serpent radiating immense magical power. It had burst from the supermarket, shattering the seal with overwhelming force, creating a shockwave and a colossal gust of wind. Hua gasps in disbelief. "What is that? A snake?" The seal is broken, and the civilians flee the supermarket in terror, only to be met by a wall of white-clothed guards. The people cried out in anguish, begging for help, saying there was a disaster inside. "I'm telling you, there are still people trapped inside. Someone, kill those spiders." Waiter witnesses the situation spiraling out of control, feeling helpless. Killing the spiders is impossible. Who could do it? Not even him. He couldn't stand idly by any longer, his body radiating red magic as he declared, "I'll check it out myself." His subordinates anxiously tried to stop him. "Jiang Wai Nim, there may still be danger inside." But he remained steadfast. "It's fine. You all can wait here." He immediately launches himself upward, so fast he's just a blur. He crashed through walls, gaining momentum to ascend like a fleeting lightning bolt, landing safely before the shattered glass doors of the third-floor elevator. He gazed up in stunned silence at the rubble and dust, marveling at the horrific scene before him. The Spider Queen, now just a lifeless corpse, slumped motionless amidst the ruins. His eyes narrowed in disbelief. How could they have killed it? "Who is it?" He looked around, taking in every broken pit and ruin, certain that traces of the battle remained. Something definitely happened here. Does that mean they really hunted the Spider Queen? This is getting bigger and bigger, and there are other things I need to keep an eye on. Suddenly, a jolt of realization hits him, and he rushes to the outer railing, although stars in disbelief at the ambulances and rescue teams below. No, what is that bastard doing here? That bastard's here. W stared in disbelief at the elegant, long-haired man, whispering his name. Hugo stands tense amidst the dust and smoke, thinking, "It can't be. Could Hugo the dog be behind all of this? Was your life much better when I wasn't around?" Suddenly, his face fell. his expression one of utter horror, as if he'd just encountered something terrible. Behind W, a dark face with gleaming eyes grins mischievously. "What's wrong? What's got your tail in a twist? It's none other than Jian." He grinned, enjoying the fear he saw. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" "Why the long face?" A stunned W recoils in terror, screaming. Lion, the ambulance siren blares loudly. Rescue workers urged the injured citizens to head this way, and to please clear the path. "This is dangerous," Sangde frowned in silence. He recalled the moment he reunited with Jian and the monster, and Sangde couldn't help but wonder. Is that really Lai Jian? His appearance has changed, but his movements are the same. Suddenly someone called out Sangde's name. It was Hugo. He asked worriedly, out of breath from running. "Sangde, why are you here?" Sangde saw his angry father, turned away, and mumbled with a pout. "Why did you come back to Korea?" Jimin reminded him, dumbfounded. The great Hugo Ma scolds him, annoyed. "What was that? Are you talking to your father like that?" Jimin laughed as Hugo scolded him, which only made Sangde more annoyed. Hugo cleared his throat. Feigning concern, Hugo said, "Forget it, you don't seem badly hurt, you'll be fine with treatment." Then, frowning in confusion, he added, "Sangde, what were you doing in that supermarket?" "I heard the Heavenly Painter was killed. Did you see who did it?" Sangde ignored Hugo, turning away to speak to Jimin. Hugo chuckled, realizing who the boy took after, as Jimin looked at Sangde and said, "But John will be okay, right?" Immediately after, Hugo was visibly shaken, grabbing Jimin's shoulders in surprise. Hugo exclaimed in shock, "You just said Jian? Where is he?" "Did you see him?" Jimin asked, noticing Hugo's strange reaction. Terrified, Jimin stammered, "I'm sorry." Then he asked Hugo, "Could you be talking about the saints, Saint Baek-young?" Before Hugo's bewildered face, Jimin confessed, "He's at the supermarket right now, and he's the one who defeated the Spider Queen. He said his name is John." Unable to believe what he was hearing, Hugo gripped Jimin's shoulders and shouted, "What? Explain yourself." Before the words were even out, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. Suddenly, the glass doors of the building behind them shatter. Hugo never expected this to happen. He gritted his teeth in anger, while elsewhere, a fierce battle raged, leaving ruin and devastation in its wake. Wei was trying his best, but fatigue was written all over his face. John stood at a distance, feigning pity, and said, "Looks like you're pushing yourself too hard." John chuckled. "Long time no see, 20 years, and you're still ambushing me?" To his bizarre question, Wei muttered under his breath, "Who the hell are you?" Then he suddenly went silent. Wei squinted, observing him from head to toe. He looked just like Lion, but shouldn't his face be covered in scars? His voice is different, too. Besides, there's no way he could be this young. W, enraged, suddenly roared, "You bastard! How dare you impersonate Lai Jian, trying to scare me?" John is stunned to be called a liar. "Impersonate?" You suddenly roared with anger. "You dare challenge me knowing your place. You ready for the next move?" John was stunned, speechless. Then he scowls and says, "What the hell, you brainless idiot?" John follows up with a powerful blow to the gut, sending him reeling. "Did you think I was bluffing?" His earth-shattering punch sends W soaring through the sky, and Jian instantly teleports behind him. He was like a ball slammed into the ground with a resounding thud, followed by John's effortless landing. W writhes in pain, groaning amidst the rising dust. John smirked. "Looks like you guys need a beating to listen to others, huh? After killing me in the tower, is your life any better, you son of a bitch?" John approached Wei, speaking coldly. "I heard you guys stole my sacred treasures and assets, and even forged my will." John's presence caused W to stutter in fear. That. John cracked his knuckles, a sinister smile spreading across his face. All right. I was planning to send you all to the heavens anyway." John's voice echoed slowly. "I'll start by teaching you a lesson. Then I'm coming for your house, your royal guard, your sacred objects, and all the other damn saints." W trembled at his words, and John uttered with deadly intent, "I will destroy everything." You turned pale instantly, gritting his teeth and vowing not to let it happen. Swallowing hard, W considered his options. His words and actions were no joke, and he couldn't even see his moves. W frowned, looking at him in confusion. Could it truly be him? Did he return after surviving the tower? Impossible, W thought decisively. Then he stood up abruptly, W calmly saying with a dark expression, "You, if you're really Lion." Wei suddenly flew before him, channeling his inner power to unleash sparks of electricity all around. "Then prove it." Wei finished, and electricity immediately crackled from him. A magic circle appears beneath Wei, drawing in a torrent of lightning, and in a flash, his form shifts, now crowned with a king's hat and cloak. The system announces that the owner of the Ares Palace, Jade Emperor, has appeared. The ancient, powerful, and dignified Jade Emperor emerges behind Wei. John felt no fear. Instead, a smirk crept across his face. Is that all there is to this so-called deity? Yu suddenly points his index finger, and a series of electric chains shoot straight toward him. It bound Jian, rendering him immobile, and W couldn't help but smile triumphantly at his inability to escape. Looks like we've been going easy on you, huh? With that, thousands of swords clanged together. W slowly says, I don't know how you returned from the tower, but, W chants, royal skill, weapon of the holy god. The Jade Emperor waves his hand, and the sharp swords aim straight at Jian. Like venomous snakes, they shot towards him, pinned to the ground, but John remained calm. He says with boredom, how impressive. This enrages W, who yells, Shut up! And unleashes another volley of swords, shouting, Die! In an instant, Jian was surrounded by a horde of sword-like snakes, like prey caught in a trap. Thousands upon thousands of blades plunged into the earth, causing the ground to tremble. John is completely buried in the mountain of swords. W watches the scene unfold, wondering, is he dead? He slowly approached the mountain of swords, taunting him. I was surprised you made it back from the demon tower, but you're still as foolish as ever. His voice dripping with disdain, he sneers, You dare face me? I've leveled up with experience points gathered from my disciples. How foolish. He chuckled with amusement. W raised an eyebrow, smirking. You think we've just been conning people for the last 20 years? Suddenly, a white light erupts from within the sword mountain, and W is horrified as the swords begin to shatter. From within the sword mountain, Jian's fist of fury slams into Wei's fleshy face, sending him flying hundreds of meters, crashing to the ground. I fell back in shock. How could he still be alive? Bruised and bloodied, W asked in disbelief. Are you really Li Jian? Jian kicks him, then laughs, finally recognizing who he is. John scowls, enraged, and shouts, That's right, I'm back. It's really him. John, caught off guard, pinched his nose and grimaced. What happened? Even your weapon smells like crap? Hua, with a bruised and bloody face, stared at him in stunned disbelief. Such recovery was impossible, even with Aquarius's healing abilities, when suddenly a system notification rang out. You have had a near-death experience. The conditions have been met. The 13th sense skill has been unlocked. John, hearing this, felt a surge of pleasure, saying, Thanks, I've gotten stronger because of you. So now what? John's voice suddenly changed. He grins menacingly. How about I try something a little different? Wei immediately begs. Wait. A notification about the Ares god appears. The god of Ares, terrified by Lion, whimpers, asking how he's still alive. Ares trembled, stammering that it was impossible. Ares had vanished, along with a host of curses. With that, W couldn't help but panic, saying, What? He screamed, What the hell is going on? Why would a god disappear? John laughs, explaining that perhaps he knew all along it was meaningless. Dion cracks his knuckles, flashing a charming smile. I'm merciful, so I'll only let you experience the pain I've been through. As he finished speaking, a terrifying sound echoed. Moments later, Hugo arrived with several bodyguards in black suits. A youth, stunned by the scene, exclaimed, What the hell happened here? Before them lay a pile of motionless, dead monsters. Suddenly, Hugo frowned, using his power to discover that the energy belonged to Jiang Wei. Hugo was shocked to sense Wei unconscious in a deep pit. He sighed in dismay. This had to be Leon's doing. Even if he wants to cause chaos, the bodyguards over there are whispering to each other. Something's not right. I can't sense Jiang Wei's energy beyond this point, one of the guards wondered. Could his energy be too weak to tell if he's even alive? The other guard frowned. What happened here? He wondered, dumbfounded. Hugo suddenly unleashed his power, shouting, Can you all back off a little? The bodyguard scrambled away as he slammed into the ground and jumped into the hole. He landed gracefully, not forgetting to adjust his vest, prompting a helpless shake of Hugo's head. Ligen, is that really you, you bastard? W was foaming at the mouth after you beat him, and you even stuck a note on him calling him a son of a bitch. Weary, Hugo wondered what chaos he would unleash next. The following day, John arrived at one of Wei's mansions. He smirked and muttered, So the Wei divine artifact I'm looking for is here? John stepped inside to observe, noticing the ram's head hung right by the door. The ram's staff is on display, and he even had a statue of W cast in gold. John scoffs, amused and disgusted. The guy's so obsessed with appearing rich that he has to flaunt it like this. John glanced deeper into the mansion, able to sense his divine object emanating from within, and was intrigued by the artifacts behind the glass. But what's with all this fake stuff? The clothes look like things he took from my house, but the weapons are all fake. Suddenly he stopped, his eyes landing on the toothpick once used by Lion Jayan. He smiled, finally finding it. My precious treasure. After a moment, chaos erupts throughout the mansion, and alarms blare. The guards immediately rush in, shouting about a thief and order all security to Sector B. Arriving on the scene, they found Jian holding a toothpick with a nonchalant expression, surrounded by guards. They shouted warnings, demanding he drop the item and surrender peacefully. John shook the toothpick as if in contemplation. Lightning crackles around him as John grins and refuses. With that, he waved the toothpick up and down, and the guards were pummeled by its immense power. John pouted at the toothpick, muttering, "I really do need to use what I'm used to. You all see that, right?" The guards were beaten to a pulp. With a crash, a small pink monster suddenly appeared in Jian's hand. He happily says, "Nice to see you again." Sizzle. As the system appeared, you discovered a divine object, Breath Soil, a divine object specializing in production, with the ability to shapeshift. Smile showered him with kisses as the system notifications continued to chime. You have met the unlocking conditions for the manufacturing plant. A 1.5 square meter manufacturing plant has been created. The default range of the crafting workshop has been unlocked, including crafting, repair, and disassembly workshops. And with the creativity of the copy skill, the characteristics of the instant soil may be granted as well. John cheerfully tells Smile, "Let's head out." She happily agrees. As he walked, Jian stopped before a door bearing the image of a birch tree. The system chimed, sensing the distinct energy of the birch tree divine object. John smirked, thinking it would be disappointing to leave empty-handed. Then he slowly opened the door, ready for a pleasant harvest. Meanwhile, Hugo gasped in shock. Am I too late? Wei's mansion was ablaze, black smoke billowing, and people were screaming and running in every direction. Hugo, helpless and enraged, cried out, "Jian, please!" Suddenly, Jian dragged a huge sack out of the mansion, rubbing his stomach as he muttered, "I'm starting to get a little hungry." The moment he saw him, Hugo cried out, "Jian, look towards the voice." "Boo-hoo!" Hugo cried, running towards him. "Lion, you bastard." John chuckled. "You really are my friend after all." But Hugo ran right past him, rushing to the young man behind him, crying, "If you were alive, why didn't you come find me? What were you doing when you first got back? Is your leg okay? You don't look so good." "Where do you think you're going, you idiot?" John stares blankly at his friend, then his face turns dark with rage. He turns and kicks Hugo square in the face. "You can't even recognize your own friend's face. This idiot?" The mistaken young man gaped, a perfect kick to the groin. Jay watches Hugo slump to the ground. He coldly says, "You really like getting hit, don't you? You should be worrying about other things." Hugo held his face for a moment, then looked up to see Smile staring blankly. Hugo was now staring intently at Smile. Is John Sim's sacred object actually John, who smiles but doesn't feel it? Did that head injury make you want to kick in the butt too? Without a word, Hugo immediately embraces Jian. He cried out in elation, tears streaming down his face as he called out Jian's name. "So you're alive. You really are Jian, aren't you?" But before long, Jian shoved him away in disgust, scolding through gritted teeth. "Why are you hugging me all of a sudden?" Hugo clutched his stomach in pain, but still smiled. "You really are, Jian." Suddenly the system blares, announcing the centaur has appeared. John frowned, confused, as a blindingly beautiful god suddenly appeared. Apollo slowly raised his head, then opened his eyes with a gentle smile as Hugo stepped protectively in front of Jian. They both stared at Apollo, wondering why he had suddenly appeared. Apollo frowned, staring intently at Hugo and Jian, who returned his gaze unflinchingly. Apollo, the sacred god of Sagittarius, doubts Lion's existence and turns to Hugo. Apollo, the sacred god of Sagittarius, requests confirmation that Lion is real, causing Hugo to frown. "What's this?" Suddenly, Apollo draws his bow, aiming directly at Jian. The system appears, showing Apollo. The sacred god of Sagittarius speaks, "What would happen if I fired a missile at him and aimed it at Lai?" Jian stared at Apollo and said gruffly, "This sacred god." John, teeth clenched, wanted to strike Apollo. Why would that bastard target someone the moment he appears? Hugo quickly stopped him, urging, it's okay, as long as you're all right." John frowned. "What do you mean it's okay? From now on, I have to repay you." Hugo was stunned. John mimics him, "I'll kill you, good luck," terrifying Hugo. With the demon behind him, Jian growls, "When I left the tower, my house was sold, my will was altered, and all my relics were lost." Trembling, Hugo explained, "No, wait, Jian." He raised his fist, laughing, "Let me punch you once first." As he finished speaking, Hugo screamed at the top of his lungs. Crying and laughing, Hugo looked at him and said, "It really is Jian, thank goodness." But in his mind, he thought, that bastard didn't hold back at all. Guards poured out of the W mansion like ants, and as soon as they saw Jian and Hugo, they shouted, "We found them!" "Stop him. He's the one who stole the sacred relic." Jian and Hugo narrowed their eyes at them. John innocently replies, "That's right." Then it hits him. He's being hunted. Hugo frowned. "What exactly did you steal?" John pointed to the white bundle, grinning. "Just a few things." Hugo was stunned. "Don't tell me you robbed Yang Wei's vault." John simply nodded. "Yeah, that's right. Aren't I great?" Tears welling in his eyes, Hugo curses, "Good for nothing," while the others shamelessly laugh. Meanwhile, the guard stepped forward and asked the leader, "Captain, shall we apprehend him immediately?" The leader stops him, saying he's not in their league, then observes Jian and says, "We've called someone who can match his ferocity. He's got nowhere to run." The guard frowned in doubt. It wasn't just the ground shaking. The earth cracked and scattered everywhere. Hugo screamed in terror. What is that?" A monster leaps from the mansion's roof. The silent leader speaks. It has arrived. A foot slams into the ground as he says, "The Aries zodiac god, the ferocious beast of Pishu, a lion with razor-sharp teeth, appears with a growl." The system alerts him that Bishu, the guardian of Aries, has appeared, warning that all his possessions and relics are in danger of being stolen. It postures before him and Hugo. John watches silently, while Hugo seems a bit frightened. "Oh no, the Aries familiars have arrived. Just throw away everything you stole from Jiang Wei and run." He shook his head, commanding, "Tick, stay put." John stood tall, assuming a battle stance. "I always have a plan," he said smugly. He called out to the smile sword, and upon hearing the command, its eyes widened as the image of a weapon suddenly appeared within them. Smile emitted a dazzling light, then spat out a sword hilt. John snatched it with lightning speed, a cold smirk forming on his lips. Jian swung the blade in his hand powerfully, then quietly assessed that using it against a god would be difficult. But Jian tightened his grip on the dagger, his entire body enveloped in power as he uttered, "Show me your hidden truth." Hugo, overwhelmed by Jian's aura, frowned and wondered, "What is that power?" With a crash, the small knife transformed into a massive sword, slamming into the ground. Jian smirked, sword in hand, "Finally, some use." A system notification appeared. The relic had awakened through the power of its constellation's master. Due to the Serpent Bearer's unique trait, the sword has been granted a crucial triggering element. Its edge has been further honed. The sword's destructive power has increased, the 13th sense skill is awakened, and the opponent's weaknesses are now visible, but not their death. John, hearing this, cries out, "That's right, I've gained a new skill." He suddenly roared, his 13th sense awakening, and Jian's eyes flashed. He could see Pisu's weaknesses clearly. John suddenly roared with power. "All right, let's do this." As he finished, he lunged forward, striking Pishu with his sword. Hugo watched from afar, muttering, "That's right, John. Your strategy is always to strike first. You always manage to overcome every challenge, even if it looks reckless." Hugo smirked, proud. Defeat him? But before John could finish, the Pishu's foot slammed into him. Hugo's eyes widened in shock as he yelled, "Jian!" John, pinned under Pischu's foot, was annoyed by the scream and snapped, "What are you yelling about?" "Too noisy." Jian propped up Pischu's foot with one hand, his voice icy. "That fat bastard almost killed me with his stinky foot." Jian paused, then gritted his teeth and said, "Now it's my turn." With that, Pischu was paralyzed with fear by his aura, and John instantly sliced its foot in two. The Pischu monster screamed in agony as John noticed the system alert, warning that the miserly Pischu was using its abilities. The Pischu roared relentlessly as the system warned that it was absorbing all the surrounding wealth. Despite Pischu's terrifying pressure, Jian silently watched it absorb all the wealth. Annoyed, Ion clicked his tongue and scolded, "You wouldn't get beaten to a pulp if you just stayed still." John raises his sword, and the system displays the activated traits of the Serpent Bearer. John smiles at Pischu, feigning politeness as he asks, "May I give you a little tap?" The system announced the activation of his traits as John unleashed a serpent's grasp strike towards Pischu. The blade sliced through the earth, striking the Pischu, which wailed in despair as it couldn't evade the blow. The sword's power split the ground like lightning. The scene before them was terrifying, leaving the guards speechless, and Hugo stared in disbelief. With insane power, Jian smirks triumphantly, the potent magic cleaving the W mansion in two. It left a deep, sprawling crater in the earth, and Hugo was stunned by the sheer power. Gazing at Jian's fleeting figure through the smoke, Hugo realized with horror. Just like he was in his prime, As Pishu fainted, a system notification appeared. You have defeated a lesser god, and your divine experience has increased. It asked Jian, do you wish to keep Pishu, the treasure guardian, as your lesser god? He frowned. What? Then he asked the system, I have the ability to control gods that only the 12 gods should have? John reached out to touch Pishu, and a surge of blue light erupted from his hand as he accepted it. Next, Pishu's wings suddenly spread wide, and the system chimed with an alert. Pishu, the guardian monster, has become the family deity of the serpent bearer, bringing the current number of deities to 1. A charming Pishu sticking its tongue out at its new master. Pishu, the treasure-hoarding monster, has shrunk in size so its master can hold it, and John happily picks it up. Bisu wagged its tail, clearly pleased. John had an idea and excitedly exclaimed, That's right, since it's a treasure guardian, I can use it to guard my treasures. Hugo, standing behind him, felt helpless. Where did he learn that phrase? Hugo frowned, sizing him up. He turned a familiar into his own possession, one that belonged to other gods. What happened before it fought him and he gained this ability? As Hugo approached John, he heard the system ask, Would you like to name Pooh, who has become your familiar? John, who had been smiling gleefully, suddenly stopped, dumbfounded. John fell silent, then broke into a sinister grin, squealing like a piggy bank. John's accusatory voice echoed through the grand house as Hugo, enraged, roared, Traitor! Betrayal? Do you have any idea how worried I was about you? John, playing with a wooden horse, retorts with a pout, Am I wrong? You went off, got married, started a family, and enjoyed your life while your friend was trapped in the tower. John sulks, blaming Hugo, saying one is trapped and struggling to escape. Meanwhile, someone who suddenly claims to be your friend is living happily. I wonder if they even think about looking for their friend. I wonder if that's what a friend should do, he said with a pitiful tone. That person didn't even recognize his friend after 20 years. I think I've been watching closely, but I don't know if that's how a saint should act. That man should be ashamed and remorseful. Hugo, annoyed by his nonsense, wanted to punch him. Suddenly, John stood up and told Hugo, I don't think I can ask you to stay in this house. Hugo shook his head. It's okay, you can stay here. I live alone anyway. John, lost in thought, patted his friend's shoulder in consolation, realizing he'd spoken out of turn. Cheer up, my friend, Hugo immediately roared in protest. It's not that I'm divorced, it's that my wife... He trailed off. Hugo sighed in frustration. Never mind, let's not talk about it. Tell me about you. What happened in the tower? He thought to himself, don't tell Sang or Wit about Layan, they're both crazy about him. And so, Hugo slowly recounted the events to Jian. At the time, I was fighting the sky demons outside, so I didn't know what was happening inside the tower. Why didn't you bring the Red Eye's head instead of someone else's? He chuckled. It's a sad story, really. Jian chuckled grimly, explaining, I was stabbed in the back and thrown into a trap filled with countless fallen. He recalled those hideous monsters and continued. Besides the fallen, the dead Red Eyes were resurrected as well, Hugo exclaimed in surprise. The Red Eyes revived? John nodded slowly. That's right, and the Red Eyes we saw weren't their true forms. John recalled its immense size and terrifying power, saying, The true Red Eyes are deep within the tower, and I finally managed to defeat that troublesome one. Images of the clown with piercing red eyes flashed through his mind as Jian slowly said, But the real problem isn't the Red Eyes, it's the tower manager. He has the ability to revive dead disasters. Somehow, I managed to escape, but I really thought I was close to death. That perverted bastard tortured me brutally. John recalls the scene after he killed the monster. In my final moments, fighting for my life, I killed the manager and collapsed, utterly spent. John remembers truly losing consciousness then. Turning to Hugo, John spoke in a low, raspy voice. If I remember correctly, I'm sure I died there. John conjures a spell for Hugo to see, explaining that when he awoke, the monsters were gone, somehow granting him his current abilities. One thing's for sure, that bastard knew the tower's layout and stabbed him in the back. John clenched his fist in anger as he spoke, his voice filled with resentment. That bastard successfully trapped me in a cave full of sky demons, as if he knew the place. The more John remembered, the angrier he became. He cracked his knuckles and said, I'll deal with the thieves and those who speak ill of me, but I have a special gift planned for the one who stabbed me in the back. I need to start preparing for that, right? Hugo blinked at him, offering a sheepish smile. I suppose so. Immediately, Jian cast a spell on the wooden horse, causing it to fly, and declared, I need to create equipment to use to destroy them. Immediately, the system chimed. Level 1 crafting workshop, summoning a workshop capable of creating anything. The system notifications chimed incessantly, searching for usable crafting materials. Do you want to use the materials to create a divine artifact? John frowned as he looked at it. Materials. A black eye-like gem suddenly appears in his hand. The system displays its capabilities: usable materials, the concentrated essence of the Spider Queen, accumulated magic that can be absorbed, and fragments of the heavenly painting. You can increase the success rate and power of the artifact. In addition to those two, countless artifacts from the Ares Palace were also found. John smirks. Or should we just gather them all? The artifact crafting is beginning. As Jian brandished the wooden horse, the system announced that his formidable power lit up the entire mansion. And the wooden horse instantly transformed into a fiery red warhorse. The makeshift holy relic crafting system is complete. An ego has been created, a B-grade imitation horse. If you write a name on the relic, the owner of that name can absorb the magic power of anyone they touch. You can absorb 10% of another's magic power per hour. The sacred relic is absolutely loyal to its master. John quickly grabbed the warhorse and laughed. Excellent. A sacred relic with an ego can develop on its own. Hugo watched, clapping in admiration, then approached the warhorse, scrutinizing it before pouting. But for such a high-level item with an ego, it doesn't look very cool, does it? Are you serious? Do you know how many materials it takes? Hugo covered his ears, then looked up at him and said, I was wondering if I should use the remaining materials to create equipment for you, but never mind. I should forget about it. Hugo immediately changed his tune. He grabbed the man's shoulders, flattering him. What a wonderful design. Jian, you're a genius at crafting holy objects. Lord of creation. What was I even saying just now? I'm not cool at all. I should treat holy relics with the utmost respect. John was speechless. He put the warhorse into a white cloth bag, then raised his eyebrows at Hugo, who was a mess of tears and snot. Now let's see how well you do. We need to start dealing with those damn saints. Hugo frowned at this and asked, What are we going to do? It won't be easy to lure those saints out of their territory. John laughed, then unexpectedly placed the golden fleece on the table. Isn't this enough to lure them out? Hugo exclaimed in shock. The royal treasure of the Ares Palace, the golden fleece's golden ram. That's when a message appeared. The SS rank golden fleece can store anything, and even create new items inside if you pay the right price. Hugo frowned at the golden fleece and asked sternly, That's one of the royal family's top relics. Why bring it out if you can't use it? John bluntly replies, I heard Oteksu is a penniless saint, so I brought it along to raise funds. Hugo immediately retorted, I'm not poor. Then Jian revealed his thoughts. The higher the level of the relic, the more materials it needs, right? We'll use it to duplicate items and create relics that can kill them. Hugo frowned, wondering what they were planning to do. No one here can activate it. John looked at him with weary eyes. You can't even use this thing, Hugo shouted at the top of his lungs. Hey, am I supposed to be Aries? I'm Sagittarius. Hearing that, Jian blankly looked up and exclaimed, That's right. With a glance at Hugo, he pondered, staring at Golden Aries. But I thought you could use it. Hugo shook his head in dismay. No, I'm sorry, but we have to find another way. John clicked his tongue in annoyance. Damn it, I accidentally sent a declaration of war to the broadcast station. Hugo paled and with a trembling voice asked, What did you send, and to whom? John sighed heavily. I guess we have no choice but to find another way. Hugo roared in disbelief. Wait, what did you send to the broadcasting station? Hugo couldn't believe his ears, his face paling as he exclaimed, You lunatic! In South Korea, a lavish mansion emerges, known as the Blue House. During an emergency meeting, everyone is silent until a scornful voice erupts. Fools! You can't even kill a spider and now you're self-destructing? That man is none other than Oliver, the leader of the Lion Knights. He sat perched on the chair, sneering. Shouldn't you all have continued selling Lucky Charms to those divine beings? Why even bother fighting against the heavenly disaster? The man with glasses immediately reminded him. Lion Corps Captain, watch your tongue. Oliver cuts him off. I heard some nobody killed the Spider Queen. Did Lion get resurrected or something? With a snap, the white chess piece shattered and the man's deep, raspy voice echoed. Don't overstep your bounds, said Chong Hee-wook, captain of the Gemini Knights. He feigned a smile, saying, Lion Saint, it seems you're obsessed with Lion's heroic tales. Oliver didn't shy away from the confrontation. He stated bluntly, What's the problem? If it were Legion, he could definitely kill the Spider Queen with ease. Didn't you see that famous Russian name subdued in the battle video? Shang Hyuk sneered. It was because Aviana received muscle from other saints. Besides, your weapon was also a gift from someone else. With that much support, we could do even better. No sooner had Chung Hee-wook spoken than Oliver burst into laughter, amused that Chung Hee-wook couldn't kill the Spider Queen without support. Humph. Chung Hee-wook couldn't hold back any longer. pointing directly at Oliver as he spoke. Let me be clear. We're from Gemini Palace, and we're the ones who killed the Spider Queen thanks to the sacrifice of an S-class disciple. Oliver, seeing his arrogance, couldn't help but feign admiration. Gemini, you have someone that strong? I'd love to meet him. I guess I'll have to find him in the Spider Queen's stomach. With that, Oliver and Chong Si-yu glared at each other, ready to fight at any moment. The president gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. Damn it, when did the Blue House become a haven for thugs? Suddenly, someone burst through the door, shouting, Mr. President, something terrible has happened. You, please watch the news. Then the TV screen flickered to life. The news anchor gravely announced, Breaking news. Our station has received an anonymous package. On screen, a letter appeared with the words, I'm back, scrawled in red, along with a series of photos showing Wei badly beaten. The somber voice of the news anchor echoed, revealing photos allegedly of Jiang Wei, along with handwriting analysis confirming a 99% match to the deceased Jian. Meanwhile, back at home, Hugo was screaming in frustration, angrily questioning John. What were you thinking, sending that? He asked nonchalantly while tapping on his phone. A declaration of war. I'm telling them to prepare to have their heads chopped off. Seeing he wasn't listening, Hugo immediately yelled, Hey, attention seeker! Faced with the current situation, Hugo was less annoyed and more frustrated. You killing Jiang Wei was already a headache. Why didn't you tell me about that other thing? Upon hearing this, John looked up and chuckled. Jiang Wei is not dead. Hugo suddenly paused. What? John sat up, slowly explaining. Well, to be more precise, he's still alive, but not really alive. Hugo couldn't believe his ears, as Jian suddenly turned around, holding a stuffed bear with bulging, ugly eyes. He beams and cries out, It's Jiang Wei. The Jiang Wei bear roars silently, calling Lion a son of a bitch. Hugo eyed the stuffed bear with suspicion and disgust. Could it really be Jiang Wei? Wei was helpless in his grasp, and he roared in anger in his mind, Release me now! Get your filthy hands off me. John grinned, answering Hugo's question. I'm much stronger than before, and now I can contain Jiang Wei's soul. He stretched Jiang Wei's bare face until it tore, then whispered, What are you waiting for? Introduce yourself. Hugo muttered in disbelief. How could something so absurd happen? John shrugged, glancing at him. Believe it or not, take a look at this. Hugo then took what he was offered. What is this? John gestured to his stomach, frowning as he said, This is the knife that stabbed me in the back, the one that pushed me into the trap. Hugo pursed his lips, staring intently at the sharp knife in his hand, the knife that cornered Jian to his death. This carving, this is no ordinary knife, and if he were stabbed, it certainly wouldn't be by Jiang Wei. Ignoring him, John continued to rip the head off the wave bear, grinning wickedly as he suggested a refreshing dip in the Han River. Later, he turned and smirked at Hugo, saying, I'm just going to stop by the relic shop. Hugo frowned, asking, What for? John held up the bear, glanced at it, and said, Fuzzyhead here claims he's seen this carving in that shop before. Then he asked softly, Oh, can I borrow some clothes? Hugo generously agreed, telling him to take whatever he needed from the closet. A moment later, at the front door, Diane teased Hugo as he walked. Here's your number 2 slave. Order him around the house. Hugo was confused by what he said. Number 2? Is there a number 1 as well? John immediately waved. Goodbye, number 1. Hugo could only scream in frustration, watching him leave without being able to do anything. At the Wei mansion, now demolished by John, a squad of female bodyguards suddenly appears on patrol. The squad leader speaks into her headset. My lady, Ares isn't here, and I can't sense any divine power. The woman on the other end, playing in the water, slowly replied, Is that so? The alluring figure in the bubbles is none other than Saint Aquarius, Soapy Marie, who relaxes in the tub, then frowns and mutters, Just where could he be? The captain glanced around, wondering if he'd run off with all the ship's assets, prompting a disheartened response from Mary. This is bad. If he's been colluding with another saint behind my back, we're in trouble. As Mary sits in the tub, she wonders where that pig has run off to, when the captain suddenly speaks, My lady, could Lion, who just returned, have kidnapped Legion? Mary burst into laughter, unable to contain herself. Oh, I just can't stop laughing, she exclaimed. Suddenly, Mary uses her magic to strangle a guard standing behind her, sneering, That's not funny. The captain, sensing her master's displeasure, immediately apologized. My apologies, holy maiden. I was mistaken. Mary said with satisfaction, Good, let's proceed to the relic shop as planned. I'll sell the wind shop to raise money for the Dr. Drake auction. Just as she finished speaking, a female guard burst into Mary's bathroom, frantically announcing, Your Holiness, something terrible has happened. She cried out gravely, All the saints have suddenly registered for the auction. Mary whips around, shocked, and cries out, "What?" In the Lion's gym, everyone was training hard when suddenly chaos erupted. A young man approached Stephen, who was lifting weights. The young man whispered to Stephen, "I heard Lion's sacred object will appear at the Drake auction." Stephen paused in surprise. A loud crash echoes as Stephen drops the 100-kilo weight to the floor. He chuckled. "So it's finally appeared?" The man known as Stephen, the sinister Lion Saint, said, "That relic is ours." A teleportation gate suddenly appears, and a foot slowly emerges from within. John exclaims, "Instant teleportation is so convenient, isn't it?" Sangdi said into his phone, "It's expensive, but Gemini gets it for free." The two then walked towards the relic shop. John turns to Sangdae and grins. "Thanks for introducing me to the SS rank appraiser." Sangjae thought of Chung-hee's threat. Did he know who had eliminated the Spider Queen? "Recruit him now, whatever it takes." He chuckled and replied, "It's nothing." Sangjay nervously glances at his phone a few times as John looks on, puzzled. "Were you bothered by your boss after the accident?" He shook his head and replied, "Oh no." John held out the Blade of Unity to Sangjay. "Here, it's yours. I used it to fight those bugs, and it was super effective." The stats of the halberd appear. Janus A's Desire summons the two-faced warrior, the red warrior S, and the hazy blue warrior, activating random skills. Sangdae quickly takes it, muttering, "Wasn't it broken back then?" John explains, "I'm repairing it, so the effects have changed a bit." "Don't be surprised." Sangda quietly says to Jian, "Thank you." Oblivious, he looks into the distance and exclaims, "Wow, where is this?" A building with an ancient structure appears before them. John asks curiously, "You're appraising SS class items in a place like this?" After a long pause, a man blurts out on the crowded street, "Oh my." Then others blushed as they looked in one direction, and someone stammered, "To see someone so stunning in a place like this." The Holy Maiden Mary, beautiful and noble, arrived, leading a group of cold-faced guards. As she arrived, an employee immediately greeted the Saintess, Soapy Marid. Mary coldly ordered, "I want to submit some holy relics for appraisal before the auction begins." The staff member apologetically refused, "Forgive me, Your Holiness, but he is currently occupied." Mary, enraged, wanted to shout, "He dares to help others while I am here." But outwardly she remained calm, replying, "Very well, I'll wait." Outside the ancient building, Mary frowned, wondering, "Who's in there?" Inside, John examines the artifacts, wondering, "Does he run this place?" The prices are all SS class. Suddenly, someone picked up a golden statue and asked Sangdae, "Who made this?" Before Sangdae could answer, Jian chimed in, waving his hand and saying, "I did. What about it?" The man with the goatee, known as Jin Myung, an SS rank appraiser from the Aquarius faction, stared at the statue with suspicion. "Did you really make this? What's your connection to Lion?" Sangja immediately pointed at him and pretended to speak. "He's an imposter of Lion." Myung silently observed him, then proposed, "Sangjay, we need to talk for a moment." Then Myung directly questioned Jian. "What is your relationship with El Jian?" He countered with a frown. "Why do you ask?" Meanwhile, Sangja discreetly leaves the conversation, and Miyu explains sternly, "Because he's so good at fighting, few people know this. He's also a legendary craftsman." He looks at the statue and says, "I've seen countless imitations of this creation, but this is truly Lion's masterpiece." As he finished, Jian approached him, grinning. "You know a lot about Lion, don't you?" Mai immediately nodded. "Of course." Mai then shyly bowed his head, confessing, "Because I was his favorite disciple." John was creeped out, retorting, "Why are you blushing?" John crossed his arms, wondering when he'd ever taken on a disciple, as Mi examined the statue and remarked, "Given your age, you couldn't have been a direct disciple, but your skills are certainly impressive. I've been scammed." This made him grit his teeth in anger, wondering if he should punch the old man in the face. Then he presents a notebook. "I see this is the item I received after Lion acknowledged me as a disciple." Looking at the old notebook, he seems to recall something. "Huh? Isn't this the notebook I lost? Wait a minute. Could this old man be the kid who chased me all over China? That kid was exhausting. I thought he was just being a nuisance." But John remembers the old man from before. 20 years can really age a person. Tears well in Mi's eyes as he realizes the man had a keen eye for treasures and even provided him with valuable information. But one day, he suddenly left, leaving this behind. He glanced over helplessly, thinking he'd lost it, but it turns out this old man took it. Mi flipped open the notebook and explained, "His handwriting is so bad I can't read a thing. But this must be his idea notebook if it leads to such valuable items." He secretly thought it was his hit list. Seeing how he treasured the notebook, Jian thought that after awakening he received information whenever he punched something. But if this guy is an SS class appraiser, maybe there's some good info to be had? Myung offered him the notebook, saying, "This should be used by someone talented like you. Please take it." He quickly accepted, thinking, "Great, I had some things written in there, so I was a little sad when I lost it." The system then announced that the dormant notebook was reacting to its master's power and would evolve into a sacred object, the essence of the serpent-bearer's strength. Seeing the notebook transform, he excitedly shouts, "Oh my God, it's a memory storage artifact. It seems you have skills I've never seen before." Just then, an employee runs in to report, "Sir, something has happened to Jin Myong." Startled, he turned to see a panicked employee, asking, "What is it?" The man hurriedly said, "The Saintess is outside." He clicked his tongue. "Tch, why all the fuss about the Saintess?" John questions the Saintess while outside. The proud Saintess Mary stands with her arms crossed, surrounded by guards protecting her from adoring fans. She thought with annoyance, "Why do these weaklings keep staring at me? It's always like this when I go out." Meanwhile, Sang Jae, observing from the crowd, wondered, "Sophie Mary? Is that the Saintess who only appears in the main setting? I've heard leaving the church is a serious matter." Impatiently, she orders, "Waiting is a waste of time. I'll go find him myself." She thought to herself, "That appraiser will have to pay a high price for our holy relic to cover the auction costs. But how long does he intend to keep us waiting?" Unable to wait any longer, Mary decided to push the door open. A guard quickly tried to stop her. "Your Holiness, we have a guest. Please, you can't go in there. Who is this guest that dares to keep me waiting? I must see for myself." As she entered, all eyes turned to her, and the Saintess froze, her face flushed as she stared intently at John. In her eyes, he was a dazzlingly handsome man, and blushing, she exclaimed, "What a beautiful man, I must get closer." But before she could approach, she saw a massive snake baring its fangs and flicking its tongue at her. Marty was terrified. Her face changed, and her eyes widened at the sight of the snake. Terrified, she collapses to the ground as the worried guards rush to her side, asking, "Your Holiness, are you all right?" Still in shock, sweat pouring down her face, she trembled, thinking, "What was that?" The terrifying sensations flooding her mind. "There are thousands of snakes surrounding me." Thinking this, Mary quickly got up and ran away. "I have to get out of here immediately." The worried guards called out to the Saintess. Witnessing this, Mi asked, puzzled, "Why did she suddenly leave as soon as she got here?" John casually replied, "Probably just a sudden illness." At that moment, the system announced that a fearless individual connected to the Zodiacs dared to approach the Serpent Bearer, and that his holy power had been enhanced by the Serpent Bearer's holy magic. Current divine power, 35%. He reads the notification, confused. What's the difference between divine power and magic? The system explains, divine power is bestowed by gods and requires faith to wield. He can take holy power from gods or others, but if his holy power reaches 0, he will lose his strength. If that continues, she'll weaken. John clenched his fist, saying, "It just keeps getting worse." Pointing to where she had just entered, he asked, "Is that woman a saintess?" Mi replied in surprise, "What? You don't know her, even though she's on every newspaper?" He explained, "She's the Aquarius saint." "Soapy Mary, you really don't know her?" John repeated in disbelief. "Soapy Marie." Hearing this, he burst into laughter, tears streaming down his face. "I kept asking about the saintess, but she's the saintess?" Recalling her earlier appearance, he thought to himself that she had truly transformed. "No wonder I didn't recognize her. Her original appearance wasn't hideous, and she's become more beautiful since. But no amount of surgery can change that hideous soul." John even imagined her head on a worm's body, thinking that if he had to categorize the types of people he hated, she would definitely be an insect. "I can't respect someone who values skincare over human life." Myung added, "I can't believe people see her as a goddess of compassion and sacrifice, when in reality she's just a selfish, evil woman," John quickly retorted. "Oh, so you know about her too," he explained, "because she's actually Lord Lion's doctor." Using that excuse, she planned to embezzle all of his funds, but other saints demanded their share, so the government stepped in to manage it. Hearing this, he gritted his teeth, thinking, how dare they touch her in his name? He then asked, "And the way you call her name, are you acquainted with this saintess?" He smirked, "Of course she knows me. We're old friends." In the back alleys, Mary ran for her life, panting heavily. The guard followed, worried, asking, "Are you all right, saintess?" A terrifying phrase from the past echoed. "Do you have a death wish?" She cursed inwardly, terrified. Damn it, why did that lion bastard have to come back now? but such overwhelming power makes me stand out just like him. She tells the bodyguard beside her, "Have you ever thought that dying might be more comfortable than fainting?" The bodyguard was confused, but Marty ordered him to return and investigate the man. "That one obeys, I understand. What about the appraiser?" She paused, considering, then replied, "No." Suddenly she's happy. "I've changed my mind. Kill them all." The guard reminded her, "But the Holy Maiden seems to value that appraiser. We still need him to sell items." The Holy Maiden calmly replied, affecting my mood by making me wait and even frightening me. "They've simply acted impudently towards me," Marty says excitedly. "I'll lend you my holy relic and my power." The guard hesitates. "But to use your power in a neutral district." She smiles sweetly, but her words are forceful. "Are you disobeying me?" Terrified, the guard says, "I would never disobey. The Saintess's will is the will of the gods." He kneels, offering his hands to receive the Saintess's power. He cradles the power necklace in his hand, saying, "The Saintess's will is the will of the heavenly faction. I would never disobey the commands of the Saintess who rules this world." Meanwhile, Jian wondered, where did this puddle come from? At the Divine Artifact Complex in Central District, Sangdae was strolling down the street. Sipping his drink, he scanned the area when something caught his eye, making him wonder. He stared at the puddle, wondering, it hasn't rained, so where did this water come from? Sangdae bent down, taking a closer look. The water's murky, but I sense mana within. Suddenly, his reflection shifts, startling him. Then, a hand reaches out from the puddle and he stumbles back. The glass in his hand fell straight into those strange puddles, and a figure identical to Sangdae crawled out, heading right for him. Sangdae can't believe his eyes as screams erupt behind him. In the square, each puddle transforms into a different passerby, amidst shouts, cries of surprise, and questions about what's happening. "What is this?" Marty, watching from above, wept softly. She waved her hand, gathering waves of water around her, and called out, "Mirror image." The Saintess calmly said, "Those just created are only A-rank disciples, but if they attack in large numbers, we can take down an elephant." Sangdae urgently shouts, "Hey, sacred guardians!" The guard is shocked. "You're angry. Why is a combat skill being used in a neutral zone?" "Take it back now," he said with some hesitation. "This is all according to the Saintess's orders, so don't complain." "Why are you so surprised? This is all according to the divine will." With that, he held up the cup and chanted, activating the divine artifact, but Sangdae rushed to stop him, shouting, "No!" But it was too late. A pillar of light shot into the sky, illuminating the entire city as countless citizens were trapped in water bubbles, and the water curse spread. The guard stood with his arms crossed behind his back, an entire legion of water people behind him. He says, "All right, I'll go deal with the guy in the relic appraisal shop. In the meantime, you guys go capture the relic appraisers." The water people behind him obey, splitting up in different directions. When did Sangdae get trapped in a water bubble? He cursed inwardly, realizing he was holding his breath, desperately trying to break free. His vision blurred, but he fought to stay conscious, thinking fast before losing consciousness. Sangdae lost consciousness before he could break free of the water bubble. Meanwhile, John observed the strange pool of water on the ceiling. He silently analyzes the situation as Mi asks, "What's happening outside?" There's a suspicious amount of mana lingering around here. Suddenly, the puddle attacks him, trying to trap him in a water bubble. At the same time, a knife was quickly held to Jian's throat, but he didn't seem afraid. It was the guard, and he said, "Don't move." He tightened his grip on the knife, explaining, "I have nothing against you, but the Saintess is displeased." Then he added, "Don't do anything stupid if you don't want to bleed for nothing." Both were subdued, Mai by the crushing water and him by the blade at his throat. The guard declared, "The Saintess ordered me to kill you both, but if you apologize for disrespecting her and buy our divine artifacts at a high price, I'll put in a good word for you." Mai frowned, torn between choices, but calmly asked, "Is it normal to brandish knives in public these days?" Hearing this, the man was shocked as Jian casually broke the knife with his bare hands, saying, "In my time, no one would even think of using weapons outside." The guard was also startled by this power. He calmly says, "Jinmyung, make them pay for the damages." The guard, enraged, shouted, "I told you not to move!" Water surged from Myung towards Jion, but he simply smiled, casually shattering the torrent with a punch, shocking everyone. Tightening his fist, he looked at the guard with amusement and said, "Do you have anything else like that? That was a great punch." Sweat pours down his face as he frantically searches his pockets, unable to believe that his A-rank replica was destroyed with a single blow, just as the Saintess predicted. This man is dangerous. He must be eliminated here and now to protect the Saintess. The guard retrieves a necklace, shouting, wondering if Jian can withstand this. Water erupts, forming pools as the man shouts that it's made from the Saintess's pure mana. Then he called upon his orange-level summon, water wolves, as each puddle transformed into a ferocious beast. Jian smirked with delight. It's been a while since she's given trash like this such a grand feast, huh? He drew his knife and said, Hey, Jin-mi, I'm waiting for you to continue. With a knife in each hand, Jian said, You said I could have anything I want, right? I'll take these. No sooner said than done, he teleported away, charging towards the monsters before John could even speak. The blade sliced cleanly through the monsters as he exclaimed, These knives are pretty good. The system announces that he has obtained the data for the water-severing incantation, and John becomes more and more excited as he attacks. As expected of that maggot's dog, A-grade materials and higher, and he's already earned so many points just by identifying a few things. He hacked away at each monster, and the system notified him that he had acquired data. Mirror shard simulation. Notifications keep popping up, data acquired, no need to sleep after working through the night. You have acquired data. Food obsession. Your mental sign has leveled up. You've acquired data. Fierce strength increased by 5%. Zodiac experience points increased. John was surprised and impressed. So many points. The guard was stunned, hardly believing that the Saintess's summon was killed so easily. John called out to him, and he trembled, seeing the murderous intent in John's eyes. Surely that's not all you've got. The guard trembled, feeling like he was facing a deadly serpent, knowing he was no match. Certain death awaited him. He fearfully fled towards the door, leaving behind the words, Damn it, I won't forgive you. John scoffed, saying those who spew such nonsense are never a threat. Myung silently agreed, finding him just as she'd imagined, as a panicked man rushed in, asking, Uncle, is everyone all right? It's goat fuel. He panicked. The Aquarius disciples suddenly started attacking indiscriminately. I barely escaped. But before him was a scene of chaos, with aquatic monsters lying everywhere. John calmly asks, Are they here? We just finished. The boy stammers, What the hell happened here? He asked, Aren't those the summons that Saint made? He replied, Looks like it, but aiming production-oriented things at me is just asking me to take them as materials. Sang urges haste, insisting they leave before more arrive, when Myung suddenly interrupts. Wait, he thought to himself. 20 years ago, I followed Lord Lion to witness his crafting methods. I remember clearly how he fought monsters and extracted materials. He asks in a panic, that demonic display, that frenzied battle, could you be Lai Gao? Before he could finish, the man silenced him, a smirk confirming his suspicions. Myung smiled happily with tears in his eyes as he left, saying, I'll be back for those materials later, so please keep them for me. I'll have some questions for you later. He bows respectfully. Thank you very much, sir. Please come again. John nods slightly, hands in his pockets, and heads outside. Sangda calls out, but John waits in silence. You ask why the Saintess is targeting me? I'm wondering the same thing. Or perhaps he provoked her in the wrong way. Sangde asked anxiously. Do you mean you've made her an enemy or something? But he calmly replied, Just take me there. John smiled dangerously. I'll show you something interesting soon. The quiet evening at Cafe E sees a table laden with sweets brought out by the staff, and Ju takes a spoonful of ice cream. He exclaimed in surprise, Hey, Sangdae! The gelato here is amazing. Eat as much as you want. Sangdae replied shyly. Okay, but is this really okay? This place is pretty expensive. He recalled the guard running away, saying, It's not over yet. He dropped something. He held it up and shook it, saying, It's okay. After looking at this, it will be of great help. John holds up the item. A badge. It can be used as a card and store the skills of other gods. Sangjae exclaims, Looks like an Aquarius badge. He thinks to himself that it also has the advanced function of an ID card, so it could even bite back at us. But Jian didn't seem to care, saying they could figure it out after eating, leaving Sangjae to wonder, Is it even edible? Just then, a man in glasses approached and said, Hey Sangjae, you like the gelato here too? He thought, his face darkening. Huh. The voice caused both of them to turn, and Zhang Jie stammered, Team leader Choi Sang-hyuk. He's coming over. May I sit here? As John ate his ice cream and watched, he thought to himself, Isn't that the boss who's been making Sang-jae's life difficult? And Sang-jae was still stuttering. Hello, Sa-hyuk said, sitting down to greet him. Nice to meet you. I'm the leader of the Gemini squad. Choi Sa-hyuk, forgive me, but are you the Capricorn that Sang-jae mentioned? Jae responds quickly. That's right. He glanced over and continued. I heard he knows someone extraordinary. Someone who defeated the Spider Queen that Jiang Wei couldn't. John coldly asks what that has to do with him, and Sang-hyuk replies that recruiting outstanding talent is also the job of the Thunder Squad captain. Hearing this, he ate his ice cream and asked, "Recruiting, huh? What are you planning to bribe me with?" He crossed his arms, surprising Jian. One of Liu Jian's 8 sacred relics will soon be auctioned, so there's no rush. How about we discuss this while keeping an eye on the auction? He put his spoon down on the table, Jian's brow furrowed slightly, a smudge of ice cream on his lips. They're auctioning off my belongings? Now that's how you get someone on your side. He said I have nothing to lose, so I should go with him. Is the auction house nearby? Sang-dae was speechless, reminding him to take care of the gelato on his lips first. Sahyuk reached out his hand, saying, "No, I'm afraid it's not close, as this is one of the famous Legion's relics, so it will be auctioned at a suitable location." He smiled, amused. The world's greatest auction house, 16,000 feet above the ground. He continued, the prosperous fortress city of Drama. At the great Drama auction, Marty looked anxious, clutching her chest. She sat trembling in her chair, face pale, as a man with a glass of wine spoke. His face was scarred and fierce, and he said if she was going to sit in the corner and tremble, she should get out, ruining the taste of the wine. Annoyed, she glared and cursed under her breath. What a brute with no manners, but knew she had to play nice for now. She eyed the man, realizing there was no safer place than beside the one who surpassed even Lion. Saint Climber, Stephen Marer. Stephen suddenly gets up and leaves. And Leon's weapon that's up for auction is mine. Don't even think about selling it, Marty asked Han. I'm leaving, he replied coldly. Not your concern. Just sit there and wait. Mary obediently sat still, looking outside to reassure herself. She needed to stay calm, reminding herself that this was Drama. No matter who that is, they couldn't possibly be here. Suddenly, she sees someone. Huh? That's a blonde man. She wondered about Hugo Otts as Marty smiled with amusement. A valuable customer arrives just in time, while Ott scratches his head, searching. He sighs, looking around, wondering where Jian is since he heard he'd be here for the valuable relics. When did Marty appear behind him? She touched him lightly, greeting him. Long time no see, Mary asked with a sinister smile. Are you well? Hugo called out warily. You're a hard man to pin down, Sophie Marie said, arms crossed. Noticing his slight frown, she continued. Looks like time hasn't been kind to you either. You were once the face of the Saints, but you've changed quite a bit. Bringing herself closer, she asks, or perhaps it's because you have too few followers, unlike us? Toss waves his hand dismissively. Get lost. I don't want to talk to you. Marty provokes him. Oh my, are you just going to ignore me and do whatever you want? Well, if he did that, she says, striking at his weakness, he might lose his child like he lost his wife. Ters froze. He didn't turn around at her provocation, and she happily continued. Oh my, she's not dead yet, is she? But Mary went too far, suggesting that she might as well be dead. What good is an incompetent head of the family who destroys it? Right? He couldn't contain his anger any longer. Flames erupt around him, and a massive explosion destroys part of the building. Oz caused the explosion, flying into a rage, eyes ablaze, and roaring, I told you to leave. The Saintess covered her mouth and chuckled, casually catching his fiery fist with one hand. Whoa, please restrain yourself. After all, you must. I thought you'd forgotten about our 10-year truce. She narrowed her eyes slightly, paused, and continued. Shouldn't you be more aware of your position as a saint? Just then, a voice called out, Hey, insect! Hearing the voice, she turned around in a panic. With a mere gesture, John completely nullified her power, sending her reeling backward. Startled, he turned around and yelled, Jian! Jian was also surprised and asked with a sigh, What are you doing here? He immediately replied, I'm worried about you because you might cause trouble again. He then asked, confused, Worried about me? John suddenly became wary. Do you like me? He immediately retorted, Don't joke like that, Jian. Then, with a disgusted frown, he asks, Forget it. But why? He looks down at the unconscious Mary on the ground. Why do I keep running into her? He wondered to himself, Does she like me? Lion, the 13th saint, considered the strongest of them all. Sop's face paled as memories of him flooded back, and she trembled, thinking to herself, I've always hated Lion. No, I fear him. His scarred, hideous face, his violent personality that shows no mercy to anyone who displeases him, and his cold eyes that always look down on me. Sophie remembers a night from 20 years ago, late and stormy, with ominous thunder and lightning, as screams echoed through the palace as guards desperately tried to stop him. Lord Lijian, stop him. Bandaged and broken, he charged forward, ignoring the warnings behind him. A servant quickly blocked Jion's path, pleading, "This is the Aquarius Sanctuary. Please leave at once." An eerie silence fell over the palace before Jion finally spoke, his words like a slap in the face. His face, covered in bandages and scars, only added to his ferocity. The servants, witnessing the terrifying scene, scattered in fear as a voice echoed through the hall. "What is the meaning of this?" The voice belonged to none other than Sophie. Wearing her pajamas, she crossed her arms and yelled at John, "How dare you intrude here?" Before she could finish, John lost his temper and punched the wall behind her, creating a gaping hole. Her panicked scream echoed through the palace as John glared down at Sophie, his tone threatening. "Do you have a death wish?" Despite her fear, Sophie crossed her arms and retorted, "Why did you do that?" John angrily retorted, "You dare ask me that? I sent you to the rear to heal those injured by the plague. So why are you just standing around? Their arms and legs look like they've been cut off. They were all injured protecting you." He scolded her, grabbing her wrist, causing her to wince in pain. Regardless of Sophie's reaction, Kuyan firmly held her wrist and dragged her to the patients. "You said you'd heal them, so hurry up and save them." But Sophie, of course, refuses. She resisted, shouting, "Who cares if people like them die? They should be grateful I saved them. Are you underestimating the saints whom humanity looks down upon?" Sophie continued to criticize, unyielding. "We've had enough of people calling us useless lately, and I have no intention of cleaning up that mess." Hearing that, Jion stopped, turned to her, and coldly asked, "What?" Sophie frowned, rubbed the bridge of her nose, annoyed by Jion's scent, and irritably said, "You get it, so leave. I have to put on makeup for the upcoming interview." "Let go of me," she said, yanking her hand away from John's, her face contorted in disdain. "Heavens, how tightly did you grab me?" She rubbed her wrist, disgusted by his touch. All of that successfully awakened the beast within John, who angrily slapped Sophie across the face. Jion's curses echoed through the palace. "I suppose I expected too much from a bug that understands human speech. A bug needs to be taught a lesson." Sophie, equally enraged, screamed, "You son of a bitch!" But resistance was futile. I was dragged away to treat the injured until I collapsed. Lion, that rude and unreasonable man. I really hate Lion. Lost in unpleasant memories, Sopo is awakened by the voice of the very person she was just cursing. "Sleep well." Sophie was tied to a wooden chair, still drowsy, and she looked at Leon in confusion. He was also sitting in a chair facing her, and the closer she looked, the paler his face became, as if he were constipated. Her eyes widened, not understanding why she was here with John and Hugo. What could be worse than running into your mortal enemy? Sophie immediately panicked and screamed throughout the tower. So raises her voice, demanding, "What are you doing? Let me go now. How dare you do this to a saintess?" John sighed wearily after hearing that. 20 years, and she hasn't changed a bit. Why is she still like this? Hugo, standing beside him, sighed in agreement, while Sophie gritted her teeth, cursing inwardly. "Did you really think I'd put up with that? Don't think you can melt the restraints with acid like you did 20 years ago." She smugly believes her plan will work. These restraints are useless if she can escape and reach Stephen Marer. But her thoughts were cut short by a flick to the forehead from John, extinguishing her hopes of escape as he casually remarked on how obvious her tricks were, leaving Sophie both hurt and humiliated. John then frowned, looking at his smoking middle finger. "Huh? What's this?" At the same time, Sophie looked up and sneered, "Fool. I have an acid defense skill that activates whenever someone hits me. Now the acid spell will melt your entire body, starting with your hand." She imagined Jion begging for forgiveness in agony, boasting that this was Aquarius's strongest defense. Before she could relish the moment, John showed Shai his finger rapidly healing, saying smugly, "Oh, is that so? Then this is my strongest middle finger." Seeing this, Sophie was utterly dumbfounded and cried out, "What is that?" She couldn't believe the corroded part healed instantly. That wasn't recovery, that was game-breaking. John looked down at her pathetic state and chuckled. "Now then, you insect, let's reminisce about old times. I heard you were spreading rumors that you're my doctor?" 1 flick, you're the one who brought those guys to the appraisal shop, right? 5 flicks, and what exactly did you say to Techu? 50 flicks. As he listed her crimes and punished each with a painful flick, Sopo's eyes welled up with fear, and her voice began to stammer. "That's enough, please wait." John, ready and waiting, smiles back at her. Then a silent void. He's done waiting. But as if he'd been waiting for this moment, he used his divine fingers to flick her chubby cheeks again and again, ignoring her pleas for mercy, while Hugo pretended to be blind and deaf as he enjoyed his tea. He glanced at the battlefield next to him, thinking that Jion hits both men and women, though they all provoke him to do so. Then something strange cut across his thoughts. Am I imagining things, or is his divinity increasing with each flick? System notifications appear around Jian, who is absorbing divinity. Current divinity 40%. You delivered a powerful flick to the Aquarius Saint. You've obtained saint-level special data, but which god is he increasing divinity for? Amidst his zealous flicking, Jian suddenly paused, gazing down at the victim of his divine finger-flicking torment. Sophie had fainted from the pain, 3 perfectly round bumps adorning her forehead like gourds. It was then that he noticed the system display in front of him. Divinity unlocked. Current divinity 50% requires charging, John asks, confused. A godhood? What is that? Explain it again? It quickly responds, a godhood is divine power used to manifest and maintain a god's strength. You can steal divinity from the disciples of other gods. When divinity reaches 0%, the corresponding zodiac will lose its power and may die if it remains at 0%. He read and pondered, so he could also obtain divinity by attacking people. He didn't receive it when he attacked Jiang Wei because it wasn't unlocked then. All of this makes Jian hesitate and scratch his head, but then he smirks, realizing he can get stronger. Meanwhile, Hugo spoke up from behind him. John, shouldn't you ask her about the knife? John calmly turned back to him, explaining, she wouldn't dare stab me, and besides, I found someone who can investigate the knife. It's all good. Hugo mumbled in response, secretly concluding, so you just wanted to torment her. John then reached into his pocket, pulled out his phone, and checked the time. He smiled and said, oh, is it that late already? Hugo, surprised by what he was holding, asked, since when did you have a phone? John replied cheerfully, I borrowed it from an acquaintance, but don't tell him it's Sangday's. Then John winked at him, smiling, and said, Texu, I have to go to the auction house. The rest is up to you. You can throw her in a dumpster somewhere. He then entered the elevator, waving goodbye to Hugo, ignoring his calls from behind. I'll be in touch after the auction. Hugo looked at Sophie, still unconscious from the blow to the head, unsure of what to do with her. Suddenly, the elevator in front of him opened. At first, Hugo thought John had returned for something he forgot, but before he could ask, he stopped short, realizing the person before him was not John at all. Hugo frowned, annoyed. Of all people, why him? Why him? The person he was referring to was none other than Stephen Marer. He looked down at the blinded Sophie, then back at Hugo, who silently anticipated trouble. Stephen's eyes flashed with rage, blinding light erupting around him as he demanded, Hugo, what are you doing here? The two stare in disbelief at the newcomer, Stephen Marer, who smiles and greets them. Centaur, long time no see, eh? A fierce golden light flashes in his eyes. Stephen says, but I suppose our current situation doesn't allow for friendly greetings. Hugo warily asks, Leo, why are you here? Stephen adjusted his glasses and replied, Aquarius has called for the allies. He glanced at the unconscious Sophie across from him and continued. I just happened to be in Drymon business and dropped by, he said, pressing for information. All right, now it's your turn to answer. Why are you here? Hugo frowned, replying, I'm here on business with the auction house. It's none of your concern. Hugo feigns surprise, asking, John's relic is in this auction? Stephen replies, you really didn't know. Well, I doubt you could afford it even in your dreams, so knowing won't do you any good. Hugo smirked. Lion, are you still collecting artifacts made by Jian? You've never acknowledged his strength, always looking down on him, yet you keep collecting the artifacts he made. You don't think that'll make you as strong as him, do you? Stephen's rage erupts, his power detonating the earth around them. Hugo is forced to use his abilities to block the attack. He figured as much. Stephen always loses control when Jian's name is mentioned. In a fit of rage, Stephen throws a thunderous punch. He grabbed Hugo's wrist and Stephen issued a threat. Hey Hugo, don't act tough. You're just an idiot. And stop mentioning Jian's name in front of me. He breaks the boy's arm, a ferocious aura of a lion seemingly behind him. He said, I'm stronger than him now. Suddenly, a frantic voice interrupted, Captain, we have a problem. The man reported that those Gemini bastards were buying up all of Lion's goods. Stephen turned back in alarm, asking, What did you say? Stephen finally releases Hugo, saying, Looks like I don't have time to play with you anymore. Stephen turns and says, Do whatever you want with Aquarius. Hugo calls out in confusion, Didn't you come to take her away? He quickly replies, The auction is more important, I'm leaving. Either way, we're rivals in seeing who has more followers, so I don't need to worry about her that much. Stephen suddenly turns around. And Centaur, a word of advice from a former comrade. If you want to live, suppress that nature of yours and live humbly. Hugo taunts. Oh, I'm so grateful I could cry. Hugo watched Stephen leave, lost in thought. Sophie, blinded by the light, had already fainted in terror. Hugo looked down, contemplating his charred hand. Damn it. Hugo berated himself, realizing why he was just a useless nobody. In the Dragma auction house, each room is equipped with high-quality glass doors. In one VIP room, an announcement echoes. The Gemini host happily announced that the divine artifact was now in Gemini's possession, marking the end of the auction's first session. We'll begin the second session after a short break. That's right, he happily boasts. It's mine now. Hyuk spreads his hands, smiling, and says, "Congratulations on getting what you wanted." Higo sheepishly rubbed the back of his head, saying thanks. "Not only did you invite me to the VIP room, but you also let me buy everything I wanted." Hyuk replied respectfully and nonchalantly, "It's nothing. We want to recruit talent like you." Sang-jae, confused, grabbed his bag strap and asked, "Captain Shingon, is that really okay? That relic seemed to be worth billions." Hyuk smiles and replies, "It's okay, Sang-jae is more important. I'm sorry, but could you pay for the drinks? I don't have my company card here." Sang-jae worried about how much he had borrowed, but he's older than me, so I can't say anything. He just replies, "Okay." Higo says cheerfully, "Don't worry, I already paid." Hyuk looks down at his bag, immediately realizing, "That's my card." Ho waves Hyuk's card tauntingly. "Looks like you're a little drunk, so I paid for you. I can't let my subordinate pay, even if it's unintentional, right?" Hyuk forces a smile. "I was just about to give him my card. Thanks for using it for me." He thought, he looks so young, yet he's already trying to climb over me. But this is the super rookie who killed the Spider Queen. If I can use him, these expenses are nothing. Suddenly, purple smoke emanates from Yu's body. He said, "All right, enough with the pleasantries, let's get down to business. I think very highly of you. I'm sure you have the potential to be an S-class, and even more so if you receive the blessing of our Saint Ares." Hyuki continued his persuasion with the mist, saying, "As the saint's successor, you could become one of the 10 saints, and not only that, you'll gain wealth and honor, and you'll possess the great power of a great magician, Saint Ares, for free." Suddenly, he held out his hand and said, "Here, take my hand, and you will become one of the disciples of the great white Ares." John burst out laughing, to the bewilderment of Hyuk and Sang-jae. "You're laughing to yourself. You must be having fun today. I think that's the gist of it." Suddenly, his face changed completely, and he questioned with disdain, "Are you asking me to become a lackey of a low-level god?" Hyuk's smile froze, and he wondered. He was so friendly before. So why the sudden anger? He thought, time to change the subject, and said, "I think you've misunderstood something." Just then, the server outside announced, "Excuse me, I've brought the auction items." Hyuk felt relieved, thinking, "Perfect timing. Come in." The server smiled and entered, replying, "Yes, excuse me. Congratulations. Here's the auction certificate and the authenticity certificate, proving this is indeed Lion's relic." John repeats, "The certificate of authenticity. He thinks they're full of it." Hawk exclaimed in a panic, "Oh, you bought the Lion's divine artifact?" John picked up the golden ring and said, "You told me I could buy anything, right?" "I wasn't specifically aiming for this, but it's quite a useful divine artifact." He tries to reason with John. "I'm sorry, but someone else already owns this, so we'd like to return it." Just then, a massive explosion erupted at the door, shattering it and sending the waitress into a terrified scream. All eyes turned to the source of the commotion. Enraged, Stephen storms in, demanding, "Who is it? Who dares lay a hand on my artifact?" John calmly turns and asks, "Stephen, is this the one who said he's targeting my sacred artifact?" Approaching Mac with a friendly demeanor, Hyuk says, "I apologize, Stephen. The newcomer didn't think and made a mistake. I'll return it to you right away." Mary crossed her arms, composed, and replied, "Is that so? Good, as long as you admit your mistake and return it." Huck looked up and said, "Thank you, you can pay me back slowly." Mary smirks, "Good thing I didn't have to spend a dime." Hyuk freezes, questioning, "Huh?" Suddenly, he exudes a dangerous aura. Looking around, Maki grabs Hyuk by the hair, saying, "You didn't think you could touch what's mine and get away with it, did you?" Huck froze, realizing Stephen was trying to save billions by using his mistake as an excuse. John interrupted from behind, telling them to stop the nonsense. Arrogantly pointing at himself, Huck declares, "I want it fair and square, so it's mine. If you want it, I'll sell it back to you for 200 billion. Stephen, surprised for a moment, burst into laughter, saying, "Looks like Geminis aren't all cowards. There's a brave one after all." In his heart, Huck screamed, terrified. Is this guy trying to commit suicide? Does he even know who Stephen is? "I like you," Stephen said, pushing Huck aside. "A man should at least be this brave." Since we're destined to meet, let's introduce ourselves. Whenever I meet someone I like, I introduce myself in a grand way, like this. Despite Stephen's thunderous threats, John remained calm, asking, "What the hell are you talking about?" He scoffed, thinking, "That bastard Stephen, his skills may have improved a bit." As expected of a Leo specializing in combat, his fighting spirit is incomparable to that of Aries and Aquarius. Once he bares his fangs, he won't be satisfied until he tears someone apart. How irritable. Stephen reached for John, but John simply sighed, unleashing a powerful surge of lightning. Sang-jae calls out in worry, while Hyung-wook curses under his breath, realizing that he's really done it this time. Stephen smirked. "That was fun. You can spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair." John only smirked as Mac placed a large hand on his shoulder, saying, "What are you doing? Dusting off my shoulder?" Stephen was taken aback, wondering what was going on. That attack definitely landed. He waves his hand and asks, "Did you redirect my attack with teleportation?" John retorts, "Can't you see? Looks like you're still all brawn and no brains." "The stone-piercing strike? You think a skill I created would work on me? You begged me to teach it to you, saying you'd only use it to save people, but it seems you're just showing off your power." Stephen, intimidated by John's aura, hesitantly asks, "What are you? Who are you?" Just then, the auctioneer's voice cut through their conversation. "Thank you all for waiting. We'll begin the highlight of the auction shortly." Stephen turns and exclaims, "Oh no, is it time already?" John crosses his arms and sighs, wondering what's up. "Another relic of mine, huh?" Seven said, pointing down at John. "I have a lot of questions for you, but this auction is very important to me. Hold on to that pendant. I'll be back after the auction." As Stephen turned away, Sang-jae anxiously grabbed John's shoulder and asked, "Are you okay?" Hyuk breathes a sigh of relief, feeling as though a weight has been lifted. He wonders how he dodged that attack, since even he can't deflect a divine-level blow. Just what kind of monster is this guy? The auctioneer excitedly announces that the moment has arrived to reveal the highlight of tonight's auction. The sacred artifact you've all been waiting for. Do you remember the Berlin Wolf incident 24 years ago? It was an incident involving a natural disaster that appeared on an island in Germany, a hell that melted all weapons and armor. Even the 12 Saints couldn't conquer it then. All attempts to subdue the calamity were futile. That's when the Hero Legion appeared to defeat the celestial disaster. Now, we reveal the Relic Legion used to vanquish it. Stephen smirks menacingly, finally holding it in his grasp. The legendary weapon I've seen even in my dreams. About 20 years ago, in the dark, barren land, helicopters took flight. The news anchor looks down at the microphone and says, "Hello, we're above the island where the cataclysm occurred. It's been 4 days since the 13th awakened lion entered, but we can't confirm what's happening inside. Countless saints have tried to enter, but the island's potent poison prevents them. We'll update you as soon as we have more information." A teammate sitting across from Stephen said, "This is as far as we can go." Stephen clasped his hands together, wondering, how did Legion get in here? How could he fight that bastard when we can't even get inside? Why do I feel this way just because of some nobody who almost died for lacking divine blessing? What's the difference between him and me? Is it power? Minions? Skills? What am I lacking? His teammates looked around in awe. The Saint Legion emerges as Stephen stares in disbelief, along with the live host and cameraman. The MC stammers, "Ladies and gentlemen, it's Legion. Legion has returned alive. Legion has successfully defeated the unkillable disaster, appearing with a massive bone in hand. The hero has returned, and his teammate says with arms crossed, 'Damn it, looks like Leon's stealing all the credit again.' Stephen smiles, stands up and says, 'I understand.' His teammate watched him go, asking, 'The Saint?' Stephen says, 'Prepare to retreat.' The other asks, 'Aren't you taking your weapon?' Stephen replied, 'I don't need it anymore. You can have it. I've found something even better. It has to be it. Compared to Legion, what I lack is a weapon.' Back at the auction, the host continues. And now, one of the 8 great relics of Lion, we reveal the most powerful relic used in Wolfbin. Sang-jae and Hugh watched on, while John looked down with a glass of water in confusion. Seven excitedly thinks, so it was that after all. Finally I get to see it again. The Lion's relic, the thing that will make me the strongest. The grand white auction house stood tall in the night as a demon emerged under the moonlight, declaring, "I can sense it. The Lion's relic, I can feel it." One of the 8 great lion relics, the cloth is being pulled down. The most powerful relic used in the Balin Wolf fights. Sang-jae and Hugh were astonished. John froze as well, as Stephen smirked. "We will announce it now. The strongest bone in the world, the Dagot. The cloth is immediately thrown into the air. Beneath the pulled cloth, a bone was preserved within a glass case, as a voice echoed. To think I'd see the supreme relic with my own eyes. I've only ever read about it in history books. The woman began her introduction, calling it the most magnificent relic. Whether in historical significance or power, who will claim it tonight? From across the room, Sangda shouts in disbelief that Lord Lion's relic has fallen into the hands of such trash, while Hai Uk angrily adds, "Damn it, can we do nothing but watch that lion steal it away?" John calmly tries to remember what it is, certain he's used it before. But before he can tell Sangdae, the man explodes in anger. "I'm busy right now, let's talk later." He begins to break down, begging his captain to do something. H. Uk, standing next to him, was no different. He would immediately contact the God Squad headquarters. They couldn't let it be sold. The two of them were driving Jian crazy. The host announces that the auction for the item will now begin, with a starting bid of 1 million. Bidders threw out numbers: 5 million, 10 million, 30 million, 50 million. System notifications flooded Jian's vision. "Your reputation is soaring. A sacred artifact bearing your name has been revealed. Zodiac experience points are increasing, and the serpent bearer status is rising." He wondered why everyone was throwing money at it, but before Jian could finish, Sangdae, in a fit of rage, shouted, "Obviously, because it's a legendary weapon crafted by your own hands, Lai Jian. You have to understand." Hearing this, Jian was also angered as Sangdae continued, "You probably don't know, but there's a reason people are throwing themselves at it." Images of dazzling, precious artifacts flashed through his mind: jewelry, charms, weapons, even fragments. If it's a relic made by him, it's guaranteed to be the best of the best. Anyone interested in relics will do anything to possess them. Through the room's glass barrier, he looked down, focusing on the Lion Saint, Stephen Marer, just as he imagined. Seeing the muscular man sitting solemnly, Sang Dian said, "He's come to plunder the Lion Saint's relics." Few dared to cross him for Lion's relics, given his overwhelming power. Sang Zhou's hands began to tremble. It's a shame to see his relic become just another collectible. I can only find solace in knowing the profits will go to a government-managed account. Dion thought to himself, "The profits will all be mine? I don't care who buys it. What a steal, go ahead and buy it." Thanthoy watched them bid against each other for 80 million, 90 million, $100 million. Suddenly a voice boomed out, $1 billion. Jian, Sangjae, Huck, and the rest of the auction audience froze, turning towards the sound. The voice belonged to Stephen, who strutted down the stairs, ignoring everyone. Stephen, as if possessed, shouts that he'll buy it for $1 billion, or even 10 billion if that's not enough. The host was stunned, stammering as she spoke. $1 billion, ladies and gentlemen, a truly staggering sum. $1 billion. The entire room fell silent. Does anyone want to bid higher? Sangdae was worried to tears. He turns to Sang Hyuk, urging him to do something. Once again, the host asked if anyone wanted to bid higher, but Jian was still frozen, spraying his hair. A bang echoes as it's sold. The great bone is sold for an unbelievable $1 billion. Out in the hallway, two janitors discussed the auction inside. "Did you hear about it? Sold for $1 billion? Seriously? That's not the kind of money you just throw away. People like us can't even dream of that. I wish someone would just hand it to me." As soon as he said that, something caught their attention. Outside the tower, a hazy mist of bone smoke swirled. One of the two men said, "I take back what I said." Inside the auction hall, Stephen lifts the large glass case containing the skeleton high above his head. "Congratulations, Lionheart. Stephen Marer is now the owner of the Great Bone." The audience erupted in cheers. Stephen, he declared, announcing that the Lionheart had taken another step forward, and the crowd roared his name. But suddenly, an explosion erupts within the hall, startling Stephen. "What? What's going on?" From the thick smoke, a black flame appears, and panic immediately erupts. It's a disaster. A voice echoes from the black flames. "I've found it." Suddenly, a monster emerges from the Legion's holy relic smoke, letting out a howl as it attacks Stephen. Unafraid, he prepares to unleash his power, as Stephen fires a mighty blast, forcing the monster to retreat. His attack destroys the outer pillars, and Stephen says, "Perfect timing, you're helping me test the power of this relic." He confidently slams the bone into the ground, wondering if it's worth what he paid. The crowd erupts, chanting his name once more. Stephen didn't expect to cleave the opposite pillar in two, and Sangdae was horrified by the sight. This is bad. The magic tower in the transfer area is collapsing, and the tower is gradually falling, terrifying the people. "No," a woman's voice called out. "If that thing collapses, this island will fall," an old man added. "All disciples, focus your power to stop it," everyone there cried out in unison. "We'll help too." Everyone there worked together as one. The woman cried out, "Disciples, release the magic seal." Thanks to their combined efforts, a sphere of power was created. Together, they fired a beam of energy into the sky. Someone cried out like, "It's too big! We can't destroy it like this!" People screamed, "Run!" Apollo's fury unleashes another massive fire blast, but it quickly subsides. Someone says they can't believe it. They turned to dust in an instant. The girl beside him said that this must be St. Hugo, a young man with platinum hair who appeared amidst the flames. He thought to himself, that old lion only knows how to develop his power, not control it. Below, the people cheered and praised him, thanking Hugo for saving them. But suddenly, an explosion erupted beside Hugo, and as the smoke cleared, a monster appeared. It looked like a hybrid of different beasts. As the monster advanced, Hugo gritted his teeth, thinking, "I'm done for. Another one?" A dark red liquid oozes from the monster's mouth, and the people scream in terror, "What is that?" They were gradually engulfed by the liquid, thought to be the monster's entrails, desperately crying out for help. Hugo unleashes his power, declaring, "How dare you, monsters!" He lashes the monster with his fiery whip, but it seems unfazed and lunges toward Hugo. The monster opened its razor-sharp jaws, ready to bite off his head, but just as Hugo was about to lose it, Jian flew in like a god and kicked the monster away. Hugo witnesses this and cries out, while Jay is eager for battle. He yells, "Hey, focus on the fight!" Jian's kick sends the monster sprawling. Hugo happily tells him, "Thanks." John replies, "You're a combat-type hero. Are you getting angrier and weaker than a production type like me? Fight and babysit you. Who has time for that?" Hugo, stung by those harsh words, retorted, "I'm doing my best here." John retorted that he was only so pathetic because that's all the strength he had, and the two continued to bicker back and forth. Suddenly, a piercing scream grabbed their attention. It was Stephen. He charged forward, cursing, "Damn it!" Stephen angrily shouts, "I'm still testing out my new gear. Who dares interfere?" Immediately, the monster awoke, letting out a howl, but John remained calm. "Oh, I forgot about that." But suddenly, a current ran through him. Stephen looked down from above, declaring this his stage, his and the Great Bones. John grimaces, suddenly going mad. Hugo shouts beside him, "That's Stephen, arrogantly ordering us not to get in his way. Get out of the way," as he unleashes his ultimate move. Stephen, wielding the bone he just bit on, descends, creating a whirlwind of wind. A stage for victory. He walks with the bone, just you wait and see. Now everyone is caught up in the whirlwind, while Stephen stands outside, watching the storm of thunder and lightning within. Stephen smirks, a performance is about to begin, and magic is the only way to retaliate. The monster slowly emerges from the blinding storm as Stephen stands aside. But now I will unleash the full power of the Great Bone. The people see him and hope is ignited. They called out the name Stephen Marker, the godlike figure stronger than even the Legion. They shout, "We're saved! Send it to the heavens!" Stephen stands before the grotesque monster. Stephen says, "Have you caused enough destruction? It's time to pay the price." He raised the bone like he was about to strike the monster, and Stephen yelled, "Get ready!" He struck it in the forehead with the bone, but as their eyes met, nothing seemed to happen. The people below froze in place as the monster stared at Stephen, who returned its gaze. It suddenly jerks its head to the right, then the monster turns to the left and stares directly at Stephen. Stephen roared, striking the monster's forehead once more. It instantly flew into a rage, the monster's roar sending Stephen flying. He pondered, finding it strange. Those should have been direct hits, so why weren't Legian's weapons working? Meanwhile, Jian was talking with Hugo. "Do you really think you can escape? We're trapped here. After all, it's still an ultimate skill, so even I can't easily nullify it." John is furious. He growled, "When I get out of here, I won't let him off easy." Hugo, standing next to him, was equally furious. That lion idiot, who would have thought he'd use his ultimate skill like that? John turned sharply, realizing they were surrounded by zombies. A consequence of the misfortune, perhaps? John explains, "No, they're people who've fallen prey to the misfortune ability. Judging by how he's keeping them in front of him, I think he's planning to use them as hostages, so we can't just attack him." Hugo grits his teeth in frustration as the zombies slowly advance. John stares at Hugo and says, "I think we have no choice but to proceed as usual." "Do you doubt me?" "What? What's your solution?" John walks along, yawning, but Hugo shouts after him, "Hey, wait up! John's right in front of you." Before Jian, a zombified human lunges toward him, but Jian swiftly grabs his head, stopping him in his tracks. Now, Jian's face is even more terrifying than the zombies as he grips the black ring around its neck. He ripped it off without hesitation, leaving Hugo speechless. Even the horde of zombies stared in awe at Jian. as the transformed man reverted to his human form. See, easy. John said so himself. Hugo asks worriedly, is he okay? John replied, he's fine. He just fainted. Hugo wondered. How did you do that? Jay asks with a confident smile. Unlike you, Hugo felt inferior once again. So this is something I can't do, unlike some people. I'm not exactly blessed with brains over brawn, John retorts. What do you mean? I have to learn from scratch too. I have no expectations for a good-for-nothing like you. Hugo asked him, do you not know how to use euphemisms? He sighed. Never mind. Hugo's getting fired up, radiating power. You're planning to jump in, aren't you? All right, I'll cover you. John is radiating power just like you. Good, so Titshu, you're not a lost cause after all. You two just keep looking cool. All right, it's time we teamed up after all this time. Hugo stood behind Jian, bow and arrow ready. Jian declares, no need to prolong this. Let's end it in one fell swoop. The zombies remain frozen, afraid to advance. Instantly, Jian unleashed twin lightning bolts, soaring into the sky as a massive force descended upon the zombies, reverting them to human form by severing the black cords around their necks. The monster, now growling, spews out the threads. It unleashes more to attack, but he fearlessly charges forward. He attacked and cursed, but the monster's mystical threads passed right through him. John wondered if they were targeting the civilians behind him. Those who had returned to normal were about to be targeted by the mystical threads when suddenly a glowing orb appeared from the center. The mystical threads and the glowing orb collide, creating an explosion. Likely a remote defense conjured by Hugo to protect everyone. He utters a cool line. Did your dad die or something? Even Jian had to give him credit. Well done. Suddenly John swiftly moved towards the monster. Hey Skull, don't waste your energy here. Before he could finish, the skull monster noticed Jian charging toward him at lightning speed, ready to deliver a devastating blow that would send the beast flying like a stubborn stain washed away by Omo detergent. The monster, having received the blow that would have stolen his opponent's life, screamed in agony as Jian smirked, looking incredibly cool. Hugo rushed over to him. One hit is all it took, huh? John smugly replies, I told you. Those manipulated by that skull will recover soon. Hugo simply nods when suddenly a light appears on John's hand. Curious, he looked at his hand and saw a mark on his palm. What's this? A series of system notifications appeared before Jian, announcing that he had defeated the calamity with his bare hands. Holy power is increasing, recovering. Current holy power, 81%. The holy power recovery rate has exceeded 70%. Do you want to use it to activate the combat instinct ultimate move? Yes or no? John said, after reading all the notifications. Battle instinct, huh? This skill requires a certain amount of divine power to use, he thought. Now might be a good time to try. John immediately chose yes. Meanwhile, Stephen held the bone, thinking, damn it. Standing before the grotesque monster, Stephen pondered how he'd come to this. He continues to wonder, why isn't the great bone working? Am I not strong enough to harness its true power? Or is he just weaker than this monster? Standing before it, Stephen can only scream, as do the others present. No way, Stephen is being overwhelmed. Wait, look, a green power, you can tell it's Lion's. Seeing this immense power, Stephen was also impressed. How can this be? My ultimate skill has been shattered? The grotesque green monster stammered. This is bad. Before I can get the artifact, I must... It roared, demanding his death. Seeing him stand still, the monster lunged, ready to devour Jayun. Suddenly, John's face contorted with rage, and he commanded the monster to shut its mouth. With just those two words, the monster was overwhelmed and slammed into the ground, creating a sizable explosion that affected the surrounding civilians. The monster, now defeated and writhing on the ground, stammered, How can a human possess such power? Could it be that you're not... John stared intently at the monster. It barely manages to utter the word human. John angrily retorts, What nonsense are you spouting? Instantly, the monster exploded into smoke. From afar, Stephen's eyes widened, thinking it couldn't be. It was impossible. He winced, but only one person had ever possessed such power. Seeing John's terrifying demeanor, Stephen thought John was smiling in a truly frightening way. It's great to see you again, he said. You damn lion. Looks like you're pretty pleased with yourself for tarnishing my reputation, huh? Stephen stammered. No way. He hit him, and Jian. You can't be Jian. Suddenly, he went silent as John took Stephen's bone. Holding the bone with a smirk, he said, You seem to like this thing. Stephen could only whimper as Lai Jian crushed the bone to dust. He says, But sorry, I went ahead and broke it for you. It was just a bone anyway. Seeing his bone shattered, Stephen gaped in horror as John prepared to deliver a devastating blow, all his tricks proving useless. "So, it's only fair if I punch you back, right?" Stephen said fearfully. "Wait." He lands a fatal blow. Seeing Stephen like that, he must be a mess. John's punch was so strong, it sent him flying off the island's core. He screamed, "Damn it!" Suspended in midair, Stephen could only shout for his life. So meanwhile, elsewhere, Sophie suddenly awoke. She wondered, "Huh? What's going on? Why am I sleeping here?" She's tied to a chair that has fallen over, and she groans, "Ugh, my head hurts." Around her neck, a collar emanates a strange power. After John's counterattack, Stephen lost his gravity and plummeted from above like a falling comet, piercing the earth and disappearing below. At that moment, horror filled his face, and a desperate scream echoed across the vast sky. With Stephen dealt with, John and Hugo approached the smoking crater, where John, hands on his hips, threw his head back and laughed triumphantly. "See you later, lion bastard, if you're not pushing up daisies." Even after witnessing John's incredible counterattack, Hugo still couldn't believe it. "What the hell? You threw him down from that height?" John retorted, "Who cares? All he has is a strong body anyway. He'll survive one way or another." Then he asks, "Are all the people who were trapped out?" Hugo gestured towards the cheering group, chuckling, "Of course, look how happy they are." At that, Jian snapped his fingers, conjuring a winged beast. "All right, Piggy Bang, go get everything we can use." Watching the beast eagerly collect items, Hugo couldn't help but glare at his friend with disdain. What a cheapskate. Suddenly remembering something, John turned and said, "Oh, right, I brought someone with me. Let's take him with us when we go back." Hugo couldn't imagine who it could be. "Who? The guy who lent you his phone before? I was just asking randomly." "And it was him after all?" John nods in response. "Yeah, I think his name was Sang-dae." Upon hearing that name, Hugo froze in shock, trembling and breaking out in a cold sweat. He stammered, asking, "What constellation?" Unaware of Hugo's strange reaction, John calmly took out his phone. It seems Sang-jae is trolling Sang-dae. He also commented that Sang-dae seems to have a close relationship with Gemini, and you can tell just by looking at his magic power that he must be a commander-level god. Despite his youth, he's incredibly talented and worth keeping around. Hugo grew more confused with each word. He scratched his head, screaming inwardly, "Sang-dae, are you really involved with this troublesome guy?" Despite Jian's, "What the hell is your problem?" Look, Hugo couldn't stop thinking. He'd been so careful to keep him away from his kids. Both of them are huge fans of Jian. If they found out he was still alive, and Jian captured his children and melted them into one, Hugo feared his family would be thrown into chaos. Ignoring his perplexing teammate, John continues, "There's also a Zodiac Gemini commander who knows how to use teleportation magic." Before he could finish, Hugo interrupted, Wait, let's just keep going." John wondered why, and Hugo replied that he must have had a headache because of those Gemini guys. "Then why get involved with them further? You're not wrong." John muttered that if he brought it up, he'd also recall some unpleasant memories with the Gemini gang. They really drove him crazy. Seeing that it seemed to work, Hugo chimed in, "See, I told you, they don't like you," he thought, silently apologizing to Sang-jae. John's face darkened. He'd intended to let it go, but now he realized those Gemini guys weren't worth it. Hugo chuckled and patted his shoulder in agreement. "John, those kids aren't worth your time." Just as he finished speaking, a loud bang echoed. That familiar voice was easy for Hugo to recognize, and he turned stiffly to face it. Sang-jae clutched the phone in his hand, its screen brightly lit, his tone a mix of suspicion and heavy breathing. Could it be Jian? He stood up straight, his face filled with disbelief. Did his father mean Lord Lion? Hugo truly hadn't foreseen this turn of events, and he frantically wondered, "Sang-jae, why are you here?" Did she already pick up? Just as he predicted, Sang-jae has become enraged, demanding the truth. "What do you mean by kids like that? Are you talking about me?" Hugo struggled to explain himself. Sung, you see. As Aeth watched the father and son argue, Jian suddenly heard someone calling him Lion, a dark shadow calling the name over and over in a hellish tone before lunging toward him. John stood frozen, but before the dark energy could touch him, a strange object appeared out of nowhere and blocked the blow. Not giving the dark shadow a chance to escape, the peach-shaped slim opened its mouth wide and swiftly snatched its opponent, holding it in its hand. John hears the sacred relic system announce that poison resistance has been acquired, expanding the capabilities of the 100 Poisons body skill. Thanks to the ingenuity of a sacred relic, poison resistance is added as a base effect. But seeing Slim devour the black substance with such relish makes Jian queasy. He couldn't help but shake it violently, yelling angrily, "You little bastard! Were you so starved that you ate some random piece of garbage you found on the ground? Spit it out now. Meanwhile, Hugo scanned the area, searching for the source of the dark energy. Could it be the remains of that celestial fiend? It must be dangerous. A desiccated monster skeleton still smoking. Hugo watched intently while Sangja focused on Slim. That Slim, I'm sure I saw it in a book. It's Jion's sacred object. He reaches out to Slim, marveling at its incredible abilities and raw magical power, his admiration for Jion skyrocketing, sending Sangja into a frenzy. Could that lonely, friendless paladin actually be the legendary El Jion, being so friendly with that slime he's holding? Hugo and Sangji's drawn-out ahs couldn't be more different. Hugo looked like he was about to faint, while Sanj was beyond excited as John focused on molding, and Slim, with a headache, glared and bared its fangs at them. Then a blood-curdling scream echoed across the desolate land. Sometime later, in the United States, at the Holy Lion's Divine Staff headquarters, inside the senior management's conference room, the atmosphere was thick with tension. As captain of the Divine Lion Fangs, Oliver spoke first. We still haven't located the missing governors. Gemini's known for their tracking skills, so pay them whatever they want to find them. Hearing that, the brown-haired man asked directly, Do you really think they'll work with us after the mess you made back in Chapter 12? That's gotta sting. Oliver spat out 3 angry words. Damn it all! Actually, he's just trying to look tough because it's his first time in the ring. And what about our esteemed captain? We heard that the culprit who beat up the Ha family was a guy named Leon. Oliver frowned, retorting, Does that sound reasonable to you? Even if that's true, he was already taken down by the houses once. The truth is, even for the saints, the houses are powerful. The serious meeting is interrupted by someone's ringtone. Lion bad, very bad. Saints bad, very bad. Hearing the lyrics Elian, I love Jion, Kivitito, Kivition Toyon, some people immediately recognized the culprit and glanced in that direction. As the ringtone fades, silence returns. Yuha. The owner of that unique ringtone finally spoke up. Ah, my apologies. She held up her phone and waved it back and forth, explaining she forgot to mute it. Who knew one of the 10 stars, the Lion Vice President, was a fan of John? The blonde, displeased, calls out Yuha's other name, Vice Castellan. Oliver voiced his frustration. Vice Castellan, the purpose of this meeting is to find the Guildmaster. Can you please be serious? But Yuha coldly retorted, Why bother looking? Leaving the men in the room speechless. Scrolling through her phone, Yuha replied, Oh, sorry. They all have amazing constitutions and stuff. They'll survive somehow. The men were speechless at her flippant remark. Despite Oliver's furious ranting, as vice president and one of the 10 stars, you should be doing something. Are you even listening to me? Yuha stared at the 2 messages Sangdae had just sent. We've got a new geezer, sis. He's super cool. Come home quick, sis, and witness a living legend. Yuha wondered to herself, an uncle? Driven by curiosity and her brother's urging, Yuha decides to leave first. I have to return. Please, take care of the rest. Without a word of explanation, she turned and left, leaving the men dumbfounded, and Oliver seething with rage at Yuha's blatant disregard. Then he clutched his head and screamed maniacally. The next morning, at the Aquarius Temple, Sophie Mary's belongings, along with citizens and reporters, were gathered in front of the main gate. Questions echoed relentlessly. Your Holiness, please. Just one answer. Is it true the incident at Drema is related to the Legion? Who kidnapped the Saintess in Drema? What is the meaning of the truth from 20 years ago? As a result, some guards were dispatched to stop them. It seems unlikely they'll back down today. The Saintess needs her rest. And they were also trying to use words instead of violence, saying, We will soon release an announcement answering your questions. Please step back. At the top of the tower, Sophie stood by the window, looking down at the noisy crowd with a worried expression. Frustrated, she plopped onto the bed, thrashing her arms and legs in anger, while Lion bit his nails furiously. Gritting her teeth, she resentfully thought, How much more trouble are you going to cause? Recalling her return to the temple, Sophie had to enlist the help of every guard she had, just to get inside smoothly. Please make way for the Saintess. At the same time, she could hear the whispers of the citizens. What's going on? It seems the Saintess was kidnapped, but she escaped. Who would dare? Suddenly, the ring around Sophie's neck emitted an intense blue light. Following the light, many people cried out in alarm. What is that? Terrorists? The bodyguards were more composed. No, it's a message, and the message is, who said this Jion is dead? Confess the truth of what happened 20 years ago. With the flashback over, Sho loses it, pulling at his hair. What am I supposed to do? If I confess, the other saints will never let me live it down. But if I don't, I'll be done for with Lion. I can't believe he orchestrated all this while I was unconscious. He didn't even take off her necklace. Her anxiety grew with each thought. Tears streamed down Sophie's face as she clutched her head and screamed in despair. That damned lion is to blame for all of this, but sadly, Sophie's screams are in vain. Because it couldn't reach John's ears and would only make him feel itchy. But right now, John is picking his ear, wondering if he should make noodles. Meanwhile, in a mysterious room, a news report plays on a television screen. Sanus Soapy Mary has yet to make an official statement. Instead, she has remained hidden within her mansion. Hearing this, the mysterious man sitting in the chair called out to her, anticipating a prolonged aftermath following the Drake Ma incident this year. He smirked, saying, "This isn't good at all." In Sagittarius's secret chamber, Hugo's home, as the arrow struck the bullseye, the score of 10 was announced. The master archer calmly retrieves his bow, basking in the cheers of the crowd. John smirks, asking, "How do you like the new arrows?" "Like them?" Hugo nodded in praise. "They're top-notch, far better than Ares' arrows." Annoyed, Gian clicked his tongue and replied, "Of course, how could you compare them?" Then he raised his bow, aimed at the center of the target, and fired. His accuracy is so great he can split Hugo's arrow in two, leaving John to laugh triumphantly at his stunned face. "Bullseye," Hugo calls out. "Hey, Gian." His lips trembling, he asked if he really had to shoot like that. John, as if wondering where his arrow flew, casually replies that he just shoots arrows for fun. But of course, Hugo didn't believe him, thinking he was doing it on purpose. "Why'd you have to shoot at my target?" John quipped, pulling down his blindfold with a click of his tongue. "So, I'm just a joke to you, huh? Oh, Texu?" Suddenly, a glass of ice-cold water appeared before him, brought by the thoughtful Sangd, along with a soft towel to wipe away his sweat. "Here's your water and towel, Uncle," John happily replies. "Oh, thank you." And so the two bonded, chatting and laughing at Hugo's expense. Not wanting to constantly lose to John, Hugo asks his precious son for a favor. "Sang, get your dad a glass of water." But he coldly refused, telling his father to help himself to the fridge. Ignoring Hugo's octopus-like flailing and whining on the lawn, Gian leisurely took a refreshing sip of cool water. "My abilities have increased since the Dragma battle. So, I'll take a look around now. The system asks if I want to confirm my current abilities, right?" John immediately tapped the yes icon, and notifications quickly appeared. The Serpent Bearer's Sanctuary, a private residence, has been established, but due to the sanctuary's low level, space is limited. A sanctuary is both the territory where the Constellation Master resides and a special place for them to train and maintain their power. As the magnificent sanctuary appeared before him, Gian listened intently. From now on, you can manage the low-level home territory, and the piggy bank can be moved to the territory. After recruiting human homesteaders, you can increase the power of the sanctuary. Looks like that's all for now. John stroked his chin, lost in thought. Human homesteads, huh? Since only John could see those notifications and images, Sangday just assumed he was resting. So he held up his ringing phone and said, "Uncle, didn't you say you were leaving early?" "I have to go too." "Then why don't we go together?" Pulled from his thoughts, Gian indifferently says, "Oh," then asks, "Is it time already?" Sensing a shift in his demeanor, Hugo stopped struggling and looked up, asking, "You have plans?" Gian paused, then, sucking on his straw with a smile, replied, "I have a lot of people to meet today." Soon after, Gian went alone to the shopping district, or rather, the Picoma chicken restaurant there. There, he met Chung Hee-wook, who greeted him with a huge tray of fried chicken and a sincere invitation. "You'll join Gemini, right?" Under the employee's admiring gaze, John nonchalantly chewed on his chicken and said, "You said you were busy, right?" With a skillful reply, Chung Hee-wook continued, "No matter how busy I am, recruiting talent always comes first." He clasped his hands together, eyes narrowing behind his glasses, and inquired, "Surely you don't intend to use Gemini's money to buy millions worth of items at the auction and then just run off?" John didn't answer, but calmly continued eating, his nonchalant wiping of his mouth leaving Hee-wook stunned. Setting his napkin down, Gian thought, it's a bit of a hassle, but this is a good opportunity. So far, he's compiled a list of achievements. The furry, the troublesome wench, and the lion guy are done, and his next target is that wretched witch. With his next target in sight, Gian finally agreed to Chung Hee-wook's proposal. "All right, I'll join the Gemini squad." Hearing this, Chung Hee-wook happily replied, "Great, let's set a date for the baptism." But before he could finish, Gian interrupted, saying, "But on one condition," as he pointed a chicken leg towards Chung Hee-wook's badge and continued, "Give me the badge you're wearing." Before Zhong Haiyuch could speak, his bodyguards bristled with anger. How dare he? That badge was personally bestowed upon their leader by the Holy Maiden herself. Annoyed by the interruption, Jian retorts, "Run along, kids. The adults are talking." Signaling his guards to back down, Zhong Haiyuch calmly asks, "You want this badge to inherit the benefits of the Holy Team, correct?" John shrugged. "No matter what you promise, I need the real thing." He added a sly smile to further pressure him, asking, "You wouldn't skimp on talent, would you?" As expected, Sung Hyuk was starting to feel the pressure. "Give me some time to consider." Seeing his master not refuse outright but ask for more time, the two bodyguards cried out in alarm, while John simply smirked. "Hurry up and tell Sangdae to wait a moment." He finally looked up and added, "I have another appointment?" Meanwhile, Sangdae was sitting in a rather spacious cafe, and upon receiving Jian's message, he hurriedly replied, "No worries, take your time. My sister won't be here for a while, just wait for John to say, okay." Sangdae felt a little relieved, thinking, "The desserts here are famous. I hope he likes them." He also imagined his sister's cold face turning to surprise. Lion being our uncle? My sister's going to be so surprised. I can finally see that shocked look on her face. Secretly pulling out the carefully wrapped knife, Sangdae grew even more excited at the thought of asking Lion to sign it when he arrived. Suddenly, the knife is snatched away. "Hey Sangdae, what are you doing playing with a knife here?" He sneered, saying this is too dangerous, so he's confiscating it. Seeing the three vile figures before him, Sangda burst to his feet in fury, shouting, "What the hell are you doing?" The name Jun Siu escaped his lips in anger, only fueling the smug grin of Gemini disciple Siu, who ignored the demand. "Give it back to me, Sangdae." Siu held onto the knife, retorting, "Hey, show some respect. We're regulars here." Sangdae balled his fist, barely containing his rage, thinking that if he could, he'd crush Siu's head, but he couldn't touch him, not the son of the Libra god. But years of pent-up resentment pushed Sangdae over the edge. "Give it back now. Don't you know what that is?" Before he could react, Siu's lackeys slammed him onto the table, and the commotion began to unnerve the other patrons. "Huh? Are they about to fight?" "Someone stop them," Sangdae struggled, yelling at Siu. "You're really going to leave?" Siu said with a smirk. "Still running your mouth while pinned down, huh?" He waved the knife in front of Sangdae as if to provoke him. "What is this thing that makes you so agitated? Hey, could this be something that your precious lion made? If not," he continued cruelly, "could it be a memento from your long-gone mother?" Hearing that hateful man speak of his mother with such vile words, Sangdae's tolerance was truly breached. He snapped, calling him a dog, and a strange blue light shot from him, striking the knife in his hand. At the same time, a system notification rings out, announcing that the genus Relic of Desire has activated due to its owner being in danger. A random skill has been activated, and the light is so blinding that Siu has to shield his eyes. What? Even more shocking and terrifying, a head with black hair emerged from the light. Then that rock-hard head slammed straight into Siu's poor nose. The bizarre scene left Siu's underlings wide-eyed and the other patrons in utter shock. Could anyone remain calm witnessing a person emerging from a medium-sized knife? Siu clutched his bleeding nose and fell backward. Recognizing the newcomer, Sangdae's eyes lit up with tears, and Jion, rubbing his aching head, turned around in surprise at the familiar voice. "Huh? Sage?" Sangda beams, asking how he knew to find her here. Scratching his messy hair, John answered awkwardly, "Well, I was at a fried chicken restaurant, but it seems the summoning skill I left in the dagger has been activated." Actually, seeing the dagger lying alone on the floor, emitting a blue smoke, confirmed it. Looking at Siu trembling on the floor and his two men holding Sangdae on the table, John coldly asked, "Are they threatening you?" "Isn't that right, Sangdae?" He then unleashed his murderous aura. "How dare you lay a hand on my nephew?" Hearing this, the two men released Sangdae and trembled, whispering to each other, "Hey, did Sangdae say his uncle is a gangster?" "I don't know, but he looks scary." As if to prove Sangdae's words, Jian cracked his knuckles and toes, tilting his head with a devilish grin. "I'll carve it into your bones what happens when you touch my things." Hearing this threat, Siu's henchmen turned pale, their legs trembling as they slowly backed away. Rewinding time, at the fried chicken restaurant, just before Leon was summoned, Sung Hee-uch had made a decision. "All right, I'll give you the badge in exchange. Join us right here." John nodded in satisfaction, saying it was great, and despite the loss, Sung Hee-uch remained optimistic. It's a small price to pay to reel in a catch like him, especially after spending millions at the auction. Furthermore, once he joins the team, I can reclaim it as a special condition. With that thought, he hands over the precious badge to Jion without hesitation. "Here you are, please use it carefully." John took it and replied with a smile, I'll do my best. And so, all that was left was to sign the contract. Excitedly, Chung Hee-wook said, "Now let's quickly sign our names," and signaled to the bodyguard to bring out the contract. The bodyguard simply retrieved the contract as planned. But as Heo-yu took it and turned to John, suddenly John was enveloped in a blue light and vanished before he could sign the agreement. Chung-hoo and his bodyguards were stunned, their faces blank as they wondered, he just vanished after dinner? And to top it off, the waitress chose this exact moment to bring the bill. "Sir, the total for the chicken dish is $790, which petrifies Zung-hoo once again." "What?" In a stylish downtown cafe, a place for relaxation and focused work, the sounds of fighting erupt. The result of Jeon's struggle with Seo's henchmen? Two unconscious bodies on the slick floor, and shattered furniture and flower pots everywhere. As usual, after dealing with the two underlings, it's time for the boss. Despite Jeon's punches, Seo stubbornly shouts, "Do you know who I am?" Not letting him finish. "I'm a Gemini, rank A, son of the chairman." John cut him off with a knee to the gut. With each word Seo spoke, another blow landed. "I am the son of the Saiyan Libra." Ugh. Seo trembled uncontrollably. Dune gave him no chance to speak, leaving him only to plead with his eyes and in his heart. "Well, can you hear me?" Unfortunately, Jeon continued to beat Seo like a punching bag, only stopping temporarily when his head became a pig's head. Cracking his knuckles, he coldly says, "Get up, you dog, I'm just getting started. What are you whining about?" Seo lay prone on the floor, seething, thinking, "Damn it, he just broke my self-defense magic, what the hell?" His hands trembled. "Don't get cocky," and clenched into fists. Fueled by his refusal to lose, Seo's mana blazed like a wildfire as he disregarded the rules and unleashed the Tos Polaris stance. Sensing the danger, the tavern's patrons scrambled to escape. He was using magic to attack in public. "Run, or you'll get caught in the blast," Seo grins, revealing his missing teeth. "This is what you get for being so arrogant. How unfortunate." Jeon was never one to back down from a fight. Annoyed, he retorted, "You talk too much." He conjures a magic orb in his palm. "I thought you were hiding some amazing skill." As he finished his sarcastic remark about not even being able to light a match with that fire, the system notification rang out. "You have nullified the opponent's magic. You have acquired S-rank Polaris cow data." Sensing his power waning, Seo is stunned. How could this be? "Are you a mage?" he exclaimed in disbelief. John chuckled. "No, I'm a blacksmith." At the same time, system notifications continued to flood in. He could utilize the skill data he had acquired. "The skill data you've collected is being temporarily stored, but saving the data will be affected upon use. If you want to use the skill forever, you must collect data and use it to craft an artifact." When asked, "Will you use this data as a skill?" John has chosen to agree, so let me show you how to truly use fire. With that, he used Seo's own Boss Polaris power, but in a vastly upgraded version, the fiery pecs of a Boss Polaris man. That terrifying power was fired straight at Seo, drowning out his screams. After an explosion that blasted through the cafe's ceiling, all that remained in the smoke and debris was Seo, writhing with his butt in the air, his outer pants burned away to reveal polka-dot underwear. Finally satisfied, John dusts off his hands and threatens, "Touch Sang-dae again, and I'll roast you alive." Then winking at Dae, he says, "If you run into thugs like them, just call me. Your uncle's got your back." Feeling supported, Sang-dae is overjoyed. Yes. Just then, Yuha rushed into Sang-dae's shop from outside, and Sang-dae waved happily, calling out to her sister as she took in the chaotic, battle-scarred scene. Yuha couldn't hide her worry as she asked, "What happened here? It's a mess. Are you okay?" Sang-jo didn't answer, but rushed to his sister. "Sister, that's not important." Pointing to Jeon, he exclaimed, "Look, he's here!" Sang-jae's admiration was clear as he showered Jeon with praise, calling him the hero who had slain countless celestial demons and repeatedly saved humanity, as if Yuha couldn't possibly grasp his greatness. He even adds that he's the main character from that movie we watched over and over again, a movie the two of them watched together as kids, and yes, he was the male lead in that film. In terms of appearance, he looked just like Leon, the same stern profile and cold eyes. Jeon slowly turned his head to look at Yuha. When Sang-dae loudly introduced him as Uncle Lai Jeon, Yuha couldn't believe her eyes, rubbing them repeatedly as Sang-dae watched with glee. Hearing Yuha's astonished words, "That's Leon?" Impossible. And her comment about how he could be so handsome. John didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing his confusion, Yuha turned to Sang-dae and said, flustered, 20 years ago, he was covered in scars. And he was in the Demon Tower for 20 years, so I thought he'd be in worse shape. But of course, He's still cool. Yuha, without her brother's prompting, immediately dismissed her own doubts, deciding appearance didn't matter. She smiled, saying, "I'm so glad you're okay. Uncle Lion?" Sangdae, knowing his sister all too well, teases her relentlessly, pointing out that she's voicing her thoughts aloud, leaving Yuha speechless and Jian in fits of laughter. Knowing that not only his nephew Sangdae but also Yuha admired him, Kwon cheerfully waved hello. "You're Yuha? It's a pleasure to meet you." Yuha's face flushed red as she awkwardly bowed in return. "Hello, sir. I'm Yuha. Thank you so much for helping Sang." John smiles. "No need to be so polite. You're Hugo's children, my own nephews and nieces." Yuha was so happy she could cry, while Sangdae was fascinated by her expression. Having met her idol, Yuha wouldn't miss this chance for anything. "Uncle, I'm so sorry to ask this so soon after meeting you, but could you help me with something?" John nodded, grinning. "Let's hear it." He wondered if she wanted a photo together, as Yuha hesitantly continued, "If it's okay with you?" Unfortunately, before she could finish, the ground began to shake violently and a massive monster suddenly emerged, stunning Jian. "Is that your request?" But Yuha couldn't answer, because she's already turned around, pulling a sharp spear from who knows where, clearly intending to face the monster head-on. Sensing the immense power emanating from the spear, Jian, who was protecting Sangdae, called out. But for Yuha, dealing with the monster was the top priority. "Just wait for me, just a second." After promising to make a proper offer once she slays the celestial bane, she grips her spear and charges towards the monstrous beast. Sangdae seems unfazed, perhaps accustomed to this sight. He dejectedly says, "She's acting crazy in front of you." John, meanwhile, is utterly confused. "Hey, Sangdae, what did your sister say?" he asked, feigning deafness. The sudden appearance of the celestial demon threw the peaceful city into chaos, as sirens wailed and loudspeakers blared throughout the streets. Skyflowers, skyflowers, this is not a drill." Before things could escalate, the announcer urged everyone to evacuate to the shelters immediately. But that's all that could be said, as a sky demon destroyed the loudspeaker. The city now looked like a horror movie. The sky is swarming with winged monsters, while on the ground they're bursting forth, tearing down buildings. The sounds of collapsing structures, car alarms, and shattering debris mix with desperate screams. As the monster opened its massive fanged maw, Yuha stood before it, spear in hand, a defiant lure ready for battle. Throughout the swift extermination of the winged monsters, Yuha repeated to herself, "Faster, faster, even faster." Having dealt with those on the ground, she looked up at the ones in the sky, her eyes filled with determination. "I want to hurry up, finish this, and propose to him." This thought fueled her strength. Enraged, Yuha roared, "Get out of my way, you bastard!" As she spun her spear in a circle, she fumed, determined to wipe them all out with a single blow. With each spin of her spear, Yuha advanced, shattering the ground beneath her feet as she coldly warned, "Heavenly delight, don't stand in my way." Her crimson eyes flashed with light. "Tau!" After those 2 words of proposal were uttered, she flung her spear straight at the heavenly Han. A chorus of growls erupted as the spearhead hurtled forward. By combining her technique with the Aurora Lotus, Yuha delivered a fatal blow to the heavenly maidens, as Jian watched the entertaining battle unfold nearby. Before him stood a slender girl amidst the smoke and fire, her thin clothes fluttering, looking incredibly cool. He crossed his arms, smiling, thinking he'd come to see what was happening, but it seems he needn't have bothered. More importantly, her combat sense seems sharper than Hugo's. Yuha's instincts told her someone was behind her, watching, so she turned around. Seeing it was John, she lowered her guard and waved, calling out to him with a smile, unaware of the approaching monster. With quick reflexes, Jian grabbed Sangdae and dove forward, pulling Yuha away and saving her from becoming Monster Chow. Yuha's face flushed as she felt the calluses on his hand gripping her arm. After finding a safe place, Jian released the Sangdae sisters, only to hear an eerie voice. "Heh, you dodged that one?" The 3 of them looked up to see a short, blonde-haired woman from a strange race. "You're quite the human." She tightened the rope, saying with amusement, "I like you. I'll take you home as a pet." And the celestial painting she rode was the same one that tried to devour Yuha earlier. John, far from being afraid, actively closed the distance. "Why is everyone playing with fire today? I'm going to wet myself in my sleep." "Well, this is a good opportunity. I'll need a steam-powered forge if I want to make more holy objects." Then he confidently declares, "All right, I'll turn you into the #1 gas burner." Meanwhile, the enemy found this amusing and grew even more excited. "Training you will be fun. Humans." Yuha witnesses this scene, thinking to himself that they belonged to a mystical race. Her serious expression came from her mysterious race. Lion, beside her, looked at her questioningly, wondering why she seemed so tense. Are you going to handle this yourself again? You should leave it to me. Focus on ensuring the safety of the people. With those words, Lion turned away, leaving behind an encouraging smile. I'm entrusting this to you two because I believe in your strength, so you'll trust me and hand that child over, right? Yuha smiled softly. She and Sangjo were strong and eager. Yes, Lion speaks. So all three of you are now in position, burning with passion. With Lion in the lead, shall we have some fun? The bloodthirsty spider demon charges forward again and again. She rushes madly towards Lion, again and again and again. The red-robed demon grins wickedly, its face terrifying. Struggle more. Lion was beaten and bound by red threads, leaving him covered in wounds. The spider demon laughed, promising to make his training much more entertaining. Then she ensnared Lion with her threads and flung him into the air, his torment fueling the demon's gleeful laughter. Legion is slammed into the ground, his body battered and clothes torn. He slowly rises, breaks free from his restraints, and taunts, "All you're good for is explosions, no substance at all." Is that all you've got? The spider demon's face twisted with rage as she ground her teeth. I'll create a massive fire vortex towards Lion. Of course not. After that attack, a massive explosion ripped through the city center, while Sangdae's blue warrior spirit aided the citizens. He blocks a falling beam, urging people to evacuate to the center. The grateful citizens thank him. Sangdae proudly puts his hand on his chest. Top notch. I've cleared this area completely. Then Sangdae turns to Yuha and happily reports, Sis, I've evacuated all the people. She smiled contentedly as Yuha, staff in hand, turned her gaze towards Lion Jion's battle with the monster. Her eyes drooped, her face pensive. Lion is strong, but his opponent is from the mystic race, one of the most terrifying species in the world. That spider is at least a red grade, so even Lion will have a hard time. Yuha worried, remembering Lion's previous condition. What if he's still injured from the demon tower? With that thought, she decided she had to help him. Ignoring Sangdae's protest, Yuha immediately grabs her staff and rushes off, but Lion told them to stay away. Yuha reassured him, I'll be right back. Just stay hidden. Meanwhile, the spider demon Lion Jian was gloating. Did I overdo it? I didn't mean to burn you to ashes. As the smoke clears from the massive firestorm, a figure emerges, and a voice rings out, startling the spider demon into spraying its web. Looks like things are about to get interesting. Lion Jian stood proudly amidst the flames, his eyes glowing with a blue light. That's right, this is what real fire feels like. That twin's fire was just a warm hug. Lion's dark eyes narrowed, his pupils glowing green as a sinister smile crept across his face. His fist clenched, erupting in flames, his gaze burning with intensity. Lion shouts, worried about burning gas, I choose you as my crafting flame. System notification. You have acquired a flame usable in the workshop. The spider demon doesn't seem too pleased. I can't believe my eyes. No way. He actually survived that hellfire. Then Lion summons his crafting hammer, raises it high, and shouts, now that I have fire, there's no need to hesitate. Chapter 26, 5. The system notifies him that a usable flame has been detected for the workshop. The Level 1 workshop repairs and upgrades can enhance attributes, but luck is also a factor. The system prompts him to select the target for the upgrade as Lion wields his hammer in one hand and fire in the other. My upgrade target is the magic circle beneath him. This thing. The spider demon gritted its teeth, clueless, but its eyes blazed as it roared, You'll never get away with it. Suddenly, Yuha appears behind the spider monster, using an active skill to attack it directly. But then, his eyes widen in shock. So, the spider demon managed to block that attack. How dare you? She seethed. Then, with a wave of her hand, she roared, Get out of here! And sent Yuha crashing into a building. Yuha cries out in pain from the blow, and the spider demon tells her giant lizard, That's just an appetizer. Then she orders it to eat. The giant lizard roared and lunged toward Yuha, but something suddenly yanked it back. Yuha is surprised to see Lion grabbing the lizard's tail, pulling it back as he challenges the monster. Where do you think you're going? You'll have to play with me first. Immediately, Lion Jian threw the giant lizard to the ground, causing it to roar in pain. The spider demon's eyes widened as Lion coldly warned him, planning to take down the hellhound barehanded. If you dare lay a hand on Utah, I'll kill you. A massive red eye opened before the spider demon. I'm intimidated by his pressure. What is this? It's absorbing me. The spider demon clutches its head in disbelief. Wait, am I being swallowed? Me? A member of the mystic race being devoured by an inferior human. The spider demon notices the purple light engulfing her. Now I get it. I'm out. The The power radiating from the purple light makes Yuha wary. What is this strange magic? Lion is bewildered. Meanwhile, the spider demon continues to transform. I don't like this form since it can't be trained, but it seems I have to acknowledge you. As an enemy, she transforms into a purple monster with large wings. Variant information. Danger level, red calamity, mystical race, calamity hell wings. She prepares to attack, vowing to burn him, and everything around him to ashes with her calamity skill. Her whole body engulfed in purple flames, she rushes toward Lion. A fierce attack shatters the ground, but Lion blocks the demon's wing. Yuha cries out in shock. Uncle! A blinding light engulfs the city as a terrifying surge of magical power freezes the rampaging monster in its tracks, blocked by Lion's glowing green glove. This is more useful than I thought. Product information. Rubber gloves for touching fire, enhanced by the flames of hell wings. Random fire resistance, plus a fire resistance buff when you eat spicy food, low durability, single use. Lion mutters about the rubber gloves, while the blocked demon fumes with rage. Damn it, he blocked my hellhound with a rubber glove. Lion smiles menacingly, veins bulging on his forehead as he activates super regeneration. You'll pay for burning my city with your forge fire for the rest of your life. The demon is unwilling. How laughable. Lion grins, asking what he finds so funny. You underestimate this rubber glove? You have no idea how convenient it is for eating fire chicken. Lion is eager. Is this purification? Purification fist. The demon tries to stop him. Wait. Ignoring the taunts, Lijian continues, unleashing purification after purification. The spider demon, beaten to the ground, reverts to its original form as Lijian watches on, still taunting. Why are you so hard to purify? The monster lies foaming at the mouth. The system reports the target is dead. Dead targets cannot be purified. Lion is speechless. You couldn't even withstand that? He then turned back to the lizard, terrifying it. It seemed there was no other choice. Since the gas stove is broken, I guess I'll just use you. System, register, Hell Lizard. The disaster level monster has surrendered. The Hell Lizard has become Lion's captive. Even the Hell Lizard surrendered to Lion. He casually asked, what name do you want? Gas burner, coal briquette, bread, lizard, lizard, lizard. The system indicates the Hell Lizard has chosen torch. Yuha and Sangde rush over, concerned. Yuha asks, Uncle, are you all right? Lion, though his clothes were tattered, still asked, Yuha, Sangde, are you too hurt? Yuha replies, yes, we're fine. Besides, there's something I need to tell you. Lion recalls her earlier words, I'm going to propose. How kind of you to worry after I kill all those disasters. I see, Lion replied, regaining his composure. Yuha, the thing is, Uncle, she asked, you didn't sacrifice yourself in the demon tower, did you? Lion was slightly taken aback, and Yuha avoided eye contact. I've always wondered. She recalls his large memorial portrait. The other gods said you sacrificed yourself to save humanity. But strangely, the only one who died fighting the Red Eyes, the one who nearly wiped out humanity, was you, the strongest of the gods. Yuha clenches her fist, saying that without evidence or investigation, she could only suspect. But seeing Lion's power today confirms it. Yuha stares into Lion's eyes. You didn't sacrifice yourself, but instead you were prey caught in someone's wicked scheme. Lion sighed, lost in thought. As expected of Teksu's daughter, you're very perceptive. Lion faces Yuha and Sangde with honesty. That's right. He recounts how he was betrayed inside the demon tower 20 years ago. Lion looks down at himself and continues, by one of the 12 gods who followed him to destroy the Red Eye. Yuha was shocked. How could this be? Sangde couldn't believe his ears either. No way. Weren't the gods supposed to save the world with you? Sangde cries out. Uncle? No, Lord Lion. You're the world's hope. How could they do something like that to the greatest hero? That must be the reason, Sangde realizes. Lion explains that it's because he's better than them, as he recalls his past. Because you can defeat the Red Eyes alone, that's probably why they're trying to kill me. Then, Leon remembers his comrades, and the master of the tragic demise. They could rule the world as they pleased, and the greatest obstacle standing in the way of that ambition, the teammates they hated, was me, Lijian asserted. But he admits that he isn't entirely sure. And this is just a hypothesis. Yuha and Sangde tremble, horrified by the revelation. Sangde bowed his head, realizing he was trapped in the tower alone, and the other gods stole his credit. Sangde and Yuha were moved to tears, as Shinji continued his story, when in truth, he was the one who saved humanity. Lion smiled gently. He pats their shoulders in comfort, thanking them, but Sangde is sad, not crying. I will make them pay 1,000,000 times over. Yuha also contemplates something seriously. Lion pulls out his phone and opens something. Now, let's see. The phone displays a breaking news article. Goddess Shi Sophie makes a surprise visit to Korea. There's a press conference at 7 tonight. Lion continues. This is the last thing on your schedule for today. As the city sky darkens, a packed auditorium buzzes with reporters gathering information. A female reporter turned to her colleague and asked, "The truth from 20 years ago? What could the goddess want to say that requires a press conference in New Korea?" The male reporter replied, "It must be related to that mysterious message from Drake." He eagerly continued, "Or perhaps it's related to the recent rumors about Ligon being alive. One thing is certain. The goddess will reveal shocking news today as Sophie sits silently on the glittering platform. She smiles, but it's forced. I'm done for. Sopu thought, I'll just say, screw it at the press conference and run. Then again, I'm wearing that relic around my neck right now. Who knows what that bastard's relic will do to me? It could be a bomb. Sophie is terrified. If he wants to live, he must do as he's told. At this point, Sophie was nothing more than a puppet on strings. I am a liar. A filthy liar. I don't know about the other saints, but that Ligon wasn't kidding about erasing me. Sophie remained on the platform, still looking stressed. Suddenly, she spoke up. The reason I'm here today is because all of you are suspicious, and you want me to reveal the truth about what happened 20 years ago. Does everyone here remember the Ghost Tower incident from back then? Wasn't that the Blood Eye raid? A male colleague added, wasn't it destroyed by the 12 saints? That's why they're still regarded as heroes to this day. So bows his head. The truth is that on that day, the real hero defeated Blood Eye. She closes her eyes tightly as Sophie reveals it was Ligan. The people around him didn't seem surprised at all. He thought there would be some new revelation. The male reporter sits and takes notes. Got it, let's go. As if realizing something, the entire room froze, and everyone said in unison, "What the hell?" You shout out, is what you're saying true? Ligan killed Blood Eye? Wasn't it Stephen Marer? Please, elaborate. Oh God, have the saints been lying for the past 20 years? A voice echoed from the audience. If the saints have been lying all along, does that mean Ligan is still alive? No, that can't be true. Sophie turned around in a panic. A man with brown hair and a terrifying smile, Sophie exclaimed. Jean-Louis Morin. It's the holy great cancer, Jean-Louis Morin. Sophie trembled as he spoke. Oh dear, our saintess looks so pale, doesn't she? He grinned, his red eyes gleaming. I don't think you're in any condition to continue this press conference. Isn't that right? Sophie trembled. Louis Morin, what the hell is going on? At the same time, he's hitting the mute button. He leaned close to Sophie's ear, a sinister smile on his face. Din shouted, "Shut up! What the hell are you trying to say with the mic still on?" Every word he spoke filled Sophie with dread. Did she not realize her position? Just enjoy the treatment you've always received as a saintess. Why aren't you happy? What situation are you trying to create? Zin warned. Stay silent if you don't want the world to see your mouth torn apart, right here. Then, pressing the mic button and forcing a smile, he said, I apologize, esteemed journalists, but after investigating, we've discovered the saintess made those inaccurate statements due to anonymous threats. Din reassured, but his face was menacing. Rest assured, we will escort the saintess to safety. He then issued another apology. I apologize to everyone who came here today, but we must end the press conference now. A male reporter interrupted. Wait, if we end here, what about the information surrounding Lion Gone? After that question, a dark aura engulfed the male reporter, and Zin warned from atop the table that Lion had died in the Demon Tower 20 years ago. What more do you want? He narrowed his eyes and continued, if Lion were suddenly alive, shouldn't he reveal himself? But why would he still be hiding now? The male reporter shot back. Then who threatened the saintess? Another reporter chimed in. And why did the culprit mention Lion? A female reporter pressed. If you saints end the press conference here, you'll only be met with more suspicion. Is there anything else you'd like to tell us? Cornered, Dian cursed under his breath. Bloodthirsty insects. He raised his hand to strike a civilian, utterly clueless. Suddenly, a voice echoed. Judging by that expression, you were planning to tear these reporters apart, weren't you? A voice startled Dian, and Lion appeared, ready to kick him in the face. With a kick, he sends Din flying towards the platform. Sophie gasps, he's here. Regaining his senses, Din gritted his teeth. What? Legion, clothes tattered, charged forward with the massive tail. Long time no see, you damn crab. Your face is still as crumpled as toilet paper. He slams his massive tail into Din, declaring it's payback time. Sophie's eyes widen as she recognizes the tail from the giant lizard that was just sulking. Now a prisoner of the Serpent Bearer's disarmament camp, it's displayed in the streets with a Do Not Feed sign. After beating Din, Legion yells, Hey, you stinky crab, you're the one who ended the press conference, right? Are you crazy? Din spoke, revealing the tail of a hell lizard of the Mirage species. He appears triumphantly behind Lion. I heard he was defeated right before you showed up. Are you the one who captured it? Lion asked, displeased. Damn it, you're making clones again? With his usual listless expression, he could recognize the clone skill with just one glance. Who are you, really? Lion repeated. With a confident smile, Tawan introduces himself. Who else? It's Ligon. The reporters below were stunned into silence, but the male reporter couldn't help but laugh, and soon everyone around him joined in the mockery. He says he's Ligon. There's no way Ligon would be so young and handsome. What a joke. Oh boy. Din covered his mouth, laughing derisively. You do have some skill, but you seem to lack self-awareness. If you're going to impersonate someone, at least choose someone who resembles you more. As soon as he finished speaking, the lizard's tail struck Jin in the face, sending him flying as Lion swung the tail high. Lion declares they only realize it after being defeated, his eyes turning menacing. What are you bastards staring at? Then he charged forward, yelling, Come at me, all of you. People scattered, shouting that a crazy bastard was chasing them. Even Sophie was blown away. She screams, Oh God, help me. Sophie thinks to herself that she needs to escape. The next day, an opportunity arose, and a foot landed next to her. Sophie knew she was done for. Lion John's eyes flashed with fury. Where are you hiding, P? Does she have to reveal all the truth? Lion roared furiously. The truth is, you all ran the moment you saw the red eyes. Red Eye. 20 years ago, you used my name and made a fortune, becoming rich. You've received tons of medical help, but your personalities still haven't improved. Tell them everything. Lion frantically presses his finger to Sophie's forehead as she contemplates. This madman is just spewing nonsense from his wretched mouth. Suddenly, a tremor caught their attention. The system warned that the star's darkest energy was closing in. A massive explosion engulfs the entire stadium in dark magic, crushing one person under the rubble, their head dissolving into black smoke. The man's body vanished into black smoke, leaving only his clothes behind as those nearby cowered in fear. Sophie is stunned. Lord, how did I... Lion is bewildered. How did I... Sophie angrily snaps at Lion. No, not you. I mean this mess here. An immense dark magic emanates from behind Din. Sophie realizes, I can sense holy power from it. Din's smile stretches from ear to ear. Oh my, I didn't think it would actually be him. He stood before Sophie and Lion. Whatever, I'm not sure you'll make it out of the Demon Tower alive. The power emanating from Din is terrifying. But should I throw a little party to welcome you back? At the Saint's stable, which is also Hugo's home, Hugo finished cooking a pot of ramen, lamenting that Sangjuha and Jian were gone, so he'd just have to eat some ramen to get by. He set down the pot of noodles, plopped onto the sofa, and curiously grabbed the remote. What's on TV? As he ate his noodles, he watched the news. I'm here at St. Sophie Mary's press conference. Everything here has descended into chaos, with live updates from our field reporter. Amidst the chaos of the press conference, a man claiming to be Legion has barged in, and as you can see, he's now fighting the Cancer Saint. It's actually quite interesting watching them fight. Legion just punched the ground, the force of the blow shattering the earth. Hugo watches in stunned disbelief, dropping his noodles as Cancer unleashes his power. The hunters, faces pale with terror, scattered and fled, but Lion Jian, unfazed by the magical destruction, simply dodged the attack with a leap and spoke with disdain. Those weak attacks won't work, I've got you now. With a flick of his wrist, the strange power he had placed on the ground spread towards Lion, rising up to impale him. But Jean-Louis was surprised to see the tables turn, as the knife directly countered the attack. It was Lion, wielding a cool knife, who blocked the attack, and the reporters who witnessed it firsthand burst into applause. Lion gleefully flips away from the black thorns, soaring powerfully through the air like a god. Lion's confidence shines through his bright smile as he lands with a flourish, surprising Fang Louis. Without wasting any time, he was engulfed in blue sparks, activating his super speed. Of course, all of this affection is reserved for Fang Louis, who is no pushover himself, as he continues to gather a magic orb in his hand, gritting his teeth in contempt. Have you been doing aerobics for the last 20 years? As his arms lowered, black power immediately enveloped the area, attacking Lion, who was wielding his sword and power. This time, he doesn't hold back, slicing through Rang Louis' magic like vegetables on a cutting board, sneering, Is that all you've got? With lightning speed, Lion sliced Rang Louis in two, but something felt wrong. How the hell did the guy in front of me turn into strange black smoke? Lion was furious. So, all you've been doing for the past 20 years is practicing cloning? The sly voice of the old fox, Rang Louis, came from behind Lion as he gathered black smoke. I'll take that as a compliment. Suddenly, a black whirlwind appears, blowing everything away, and threatening to Baldshow, who was hiding under an old wooden table. It gradually amassed into a terrifying black tornado, sucking the life force from the reporters, who clutched their throats and screamed in agony. Unable to ignore the scene, El Jian confronts the monster, Jean-Louis. You think you can hide this mess? Jean-Louis lands gracefully, replying, I'm just taking care of business. He laughed menacingly, reveling in the new weapon he'd obtained from the lives of so many, saying it was worth exploiting those fools to deal with Lion. Was it you? You're the one who stabbed me in the back in the tower, aren't you? Jean-Louis scoffs. Oh dear, why are you so obsessed with finding the culprit? Lion feigns surprise, saying that a world-saving hero shouldn't hold such petty grudges, lest he be seen as a common thug instead of a saint. Mocking me, are you so bold because you're hiding behind those clones? Jean-Louis denies it with a smile, then threatens. They're not ordinary clones. I created them by focusing the life force of the reporters here. If you carelessly harm any of the clones, the reporters' life force will dissipate, and there's no guarantee they'll survive. Such a dirty, underhanded tactic suits your dog-like face. You scattered dogs grinning like madmen. These will be your final words. He declared triumphantly, and the gang combined their powers to pummel Jian, yelling for him to die. But something felt wrong with each punch. He's utterly bewildered to see the strange object shielding Lion. Is that Startail? From that cocoon, Lion breaks free, dodging the group attack and announces his new skill acquired in the drama match. Then unleashes a blow on the bewildered enemy before him, triggering an attack that lands where the Ranks Guild took the hit. At the same time, a notification appears. You can summon a target you want to use as a shield for the giant star constellation. You can only summon objects you've recently touched. You can arrange 1 to 3 targets. That's right, they'll be replaced in the order they were last touched. Lion doesn't hide anything, laying it all bare. You're part of Jean-Louis Morin, a high-ranking fragment? If I can drown you, the other copies will be wiped out. He stutters in disbelief. How do you know Lion activated his ability? The 13th sense allows you to grasp your opponent's weaknesses. I won't keep him waiting. He sneers. I told you your methods were dirty and low. Your rotten core is shaking. Only a fool wouldn't notice. Lion holds up the strange object, gloating as he forces his opponent to retreat with a scream. They've hit the jackpot. Lion, about to beat him down, finds him still defiant. Even the Gemini constellation couldn't find the core with their senses. Lion's hand emanates a green aura, merging with the strange stone's light, signaling victory in the battle. The system reports a fragment of Cancer's core, containing 33% of the Saint's soul and revealing a major weakness in the constellation's power. The Cancer Saint is in disarray, the dark star magic surrounding him has vanished, and he is now besieged by dark zodiac magic. Sophie, hiding under the table, sensed the silence and realized the battle was over. Kang and Fong were gone, and everything was severely damaged, like a ruined wasteland. The reporters, waking up from their drunken stupor, were all bewildered. What happened? I thought I was going to die. What happened? Lion stared at the dying apostle of Jean-Louis, struggling to ask, what happened to you in the tower? I can feel the power of a god emanating from you, Lion chuckled. Even in defeat, he's still got things to say? And he's implying that I should make good use of this core. Jean-Louis remained cheerful. I'll retreat for now, but I still have a few cards left to play. Before fading away completely, he left a message. I may cause you some trouble. Hearing Jean-Louis' words, Lion predicts that he still has cards to play, and knowing his personality, he won't quietly back down. Then, the sound of Dungloy's phone draws Lion's attention. So, someone's calling. What's going on? It's Texas. Lion answers the phone and asks, what's wrong? The phone was already ringing with angry shouts. What the hell do you think you've been doing? There's no time to explain. Get out of there as fast as you can. Hugo frantically replied that he was watching the news about a high-profile Jean-Louis Morin impersonation. A barrage of missiles is headed your way. Lion, hearing Hugo's warning, cries out in surprise. What? A deafening sound echoes in the sky as clouds scatter. From outer space, the missile hurtles towards Earth, and Bayan wonders about it as the warhead separates from the body. It streaks towards Earth, leaving trails of orange-red light as he begins to explain what he knows about the missile. It's called the M-OM missile, a special weapon used against the great disasters created by Capricorn and Gemini after Legion's disappearance. A missile that once eradicated a previous calamity. In the event of an unmanageable disaster, the missile was designed to activate and obliterate everything, their ultimate trump card, destroying all within the disaster's range in a single shot. Remembering the missile's past achievements, Lion frowned and said, I can't believe they created something like that. It's overkill. Hearing this, Hugo is agitated, yelling that Jean-Louis set the missiles to auto-launch upon biometric loss. Hearing Hugo's words, Lion understood because he was the one who took Jean-Louis' biometrics. He calmly speculated, I guess that high-level copy is equivalent to his real self. Seeing his calm demeanor, Hugo angrily shouted, "This isn't the time for your deductions. Get out of there." Lion, hearing him tell him to run, retorted, "Running away isn't the issue here. His one shot could wipe out that entire city." Hearing this, Hugo reluctantly asks, "Is there really no other way?" Hearing Hugo's question, he smiled and turned to Sophie, who was kneeling on the ground. "You want a way out?" Lion smirks. "It's not like we can't do anything about it, right?" Sophie, seeing his expression, wonders what's going on. The missile hurtles towards the populated area as the city's loudspeakers blare. "Missile moat is headed straight for us. Seek shelter in the nearest bunker immediately. This is not a drill." Hearing this, the citizens were shocked and began to panic, wondering why a doomsday weapon was headed for downtown soon. Anyone renting out teleportation magic? It's all gone. They're sold out. People scrambled to escape, some crying out, "I don't want to die." "Evacuate. Yuha and Sangdae are also in the city." Hearing the commotion, she wondered, "What's going on?" They said that suddenly a light flashed in the sky and plummeted to the ground. As the people recognized the figure, they exclaimed, "Isn't that Jian?" Up in the sky, Lion Jian was holding Sophie, flying down with a delighted expression. Terrified, with tears streaming down her face, Sophie screamed, "What are you planning to do?" Leon ignored her question, continuing to fly, baring his teeth as he bit down on something, releasing 2 white beams of light as the system announced that the authority of a twin-stem god, flight and teleportation, had been activated. He teleports right in front of the behemoth, then continues to ascend amidst terrifying lightning. He creates a protective layer around the sun. Lion continues to fly upwards, laughing with glee. "Annoying girl, I know you can melt anything you want." "Melt this missile? How can I? You're asking me to crash right into it." He ignores Zoe being thrown from his person, laughing as he says, "There's no other way. If you don't do it, you, and everyone down there will die. You've been lazy for 20 years. It's time you were useful." Sui, hearing this, widened her eyes in fear and screamed, "Don't throw me, you crazy son of a bitch." Lion ignored her and hurled her toward the sun, laughing, "Go on, Saintess." The rocket launch. Soy, furious at being thrown, cursed, "Lion, you son of a bitch." The system chimes in, announcing the Holy Bottle's goddess has descended, utterly shocked by the situation. Seeing this, Sophie closed her eyes tightly and prayed for help. "Goddess, please do something." The system continues as the Aquarius goddess curses Lion, calling him insane. Hearing this, Sophie angrily retorted, "Enough with the cursing, hurry up." At that moment, the system displayed a series of messages, with the Aquarius goddess bestowing various buffs upon her saintess to keep her from dying. Magical power corn, blood corn, cost corn, defense corn, and luck corn. Seeing this, So screamed in fear, and suddenly tears streamed down her face. The ultimate skill, Sovereign Street. Tear of the goddess. From that tear, a protective shield known as the Goddess Tear manifested. Upon encountering this shield, the missile failed to penetrate and reach the city. It instantly shattered into fragments, scattering all around. Seeing this, So trembled with joy and exclaimed, "I did it, I really did it." Enraged, she cursed Lion Wenot King me, but upon seeing the destroyed missile, Leon smiled and praised her. "Well done, so goodbye for now. You have BF, so you'll be fine." He braced his hands, not looking up at the goddess's tear shield, and said, "That troublesome woman actually did better than expected. Still, she's clumsy. If all these fragments fall to the ground, it'll be a mess." Below, the citizens rejoiced as the missile broke apart, no longer a threat. "What do I do now?" Lion Jian suddenly spoke. "Wait, is this the twins' work?" He grins, saying, "I think I should give that damn witch a generous return gift." The scene shifts to Hugo, who hears someone calling his name. "Can you hear me, Tishchu?" Hugo asked, surprised to hear his voice. "It's Gun's voice. Did you take care of the missile?" Hearing the question, Lion cursed in anger, realizing it was an emergency. "I don't have time to explain. Just give me your absolute control skill." A system notification chimes. Absolute aim skill granted. The designated object will be transported to a pre-selected location, working well with weapons that require aiming. Hearing this, Hugo's expression turned serious as he thought, "Things must be bad if Gun is rushing him like this." He immediately agreed to Lion's request. "Okay, I'll transfer everything I have." Relieved to get what he wanted, Lion chuckled. "Thanks a lot, #1 servant." A notification popped up on his phone. Centaur has transferred absolute control, 238 uses. He happily said, "Okay, that seems like a lot." Then he began to absorb the new power, and after he was done, he said seriously, "Now it's time to send a gift to the witch." The people below saw the matrix appear in the sky and were surprised and excited. Look, everyone began to buzz. The missiles and debris are all gone. That's right, we're saved. Sangtai happily turned to his sister and said. Yuha, his sister, smiles in response. Yes, he did it again. Seeing that everything had succeeded, Chung Hee-wook asked in surprise, Oh my God, how is that possible? He can even make missiles disappear. Suddenly, a voice echoes. This is the twins' sacred yin-yang palace. Bishop Choi Sang-huk. Come in. Upon hearing the voice, Chung Hee-wook is taken by surprise. That voice, Sung-hyuk contacted Ken to ask. This is Bishop Sung-hyuk. Bishop Ken, what's wrong? Bishop Ken, hearing this, angrily cursed him. You ignorant fool, what have you done with your bishop's authority? From his vantage point in the building, he saw missile debris falling from the sky and frowned, gritting his teeth. At the Palace of Yin and Yang, debris from the Mammoth was falling. At the Blue House, a voice echoes through the halls of government. You're saying Lee Gun has appeared? What do you mean? In a panic, he asks, is it true this man disrupted the Saintess's briefing, defeated Cancer Saint, and stopped the Manhwa missile aimed at Korea? Is any of this even possible? Suddenly, everyone felt a tremor from the rooftop as John crashed through the wall, clutching two heads, their screams echoing. A representative stared blankly and asked, What the hell? John, with no reservations, retorted, Why are you all squeaking like mice? What crimes have you committed? His emerald eyes gleam. Let the entire Congress know, since I'm already here, I'll take care of this matter as well. I've returned to reclaim what's mine. John forced them to kneel, annoyed as he asked, I heard you're holding bank accounts from selling my things. On my way home, I tried to access the account through Teksu's proxy, but couldn't. But they ignored him, whispering amongst themselves, Is that really Lee Gun? I saw him at the Saintess's press conference yesterday, but be quiet. Jian's aura flared, his voice heavy. I'm sure I entrusted Tet-Shu as the trustee. Isn't this all too strange? What do you think? One man persisted. Well, the Korean government had a hard time trusting Hugo, so he frowned and asked again. What? The man mustered his courage to explain. Hugo was a foreigner, and after his disappearance, we couldn't place our trust in another foreign saint. We also don't have a saint on our side, and due to many events, the Centaur constellations has weakened. So, we ultimately requested someone more trustworthy than Hugo to take his place. So, in a fit of rage, he punched the man who had been explaining, yelling, Out of everyone, you chose that witch. I've looked into this. Is that your excuse? I've been patient, but this is what you give me. I should beat you to a pulp. John stood like a giant monument before the enraged members of Parliament. Who dares look down on Shu? I am Teksu's master, so only I have the right to look down on him. But you lackeys have no right. Tish-Shu stood beside him, speaking in his defense. Thanks for looking out for me, but I'm fine. So let's end this here. But immediately after, Hugo was left speechless. What's with him? John defends Hugo, inadvertently shooting his own teammates in the foot. He may not be the sharpest tool, just a pretty face, but he's not someone you can look down on. Not even if he were a penniless beggar. Those were some fatal words, leaving Hugo speechless. Stop it. Shut your mouth, you crazy bastard. The people below replied, We never said such a thing. We were just being quiet. Finally, John concludes, Don't treat him like that. These sons of bitches turned Teksu into dust in the wind. A pile of dust in the soul. And then, even the dust disappeared. John turned to Hugo, agitated. Seriously, just thinking about it makes my blood boil. You've become a naturalized citizen, for crying out loud. Why do you let them treat you like that? Hugo was in no mood to argue. Yeah, my bad, it's all my fault. After the beating, Jian feigned sympathy. Cheer up, buddy. Hugo, on the verge of tears, retorted, You're the worst of the bunch. He turns back to the group, Jian cracking his knuckles in preparation. Either way, before I tear this place apart, you better cough up all my money. Backed into a corner, they could only meekly reply. That is, suddenly, a new power descends from above, and a voice booms, Shut your mouth. Chung Ha-wook seems to recognize the voice. Could it be? A girl in high heels arrives, her immense power cracking the ground beneath her. John sighs, so she's finally here. The twin saints arrive in a rage, declaring, We've already seized that account, so get lost. Her eyes narrowed as she accused him, I'll have to use your money to rebuild my yin-yang palace. That was you, wasn't it? The one who threw those fragments into my palace. Hundreds of pieces rained down on Hai's palace like artillery, turning its magnificent architecture into a battlefield. Haji relentlessly berates him, saying his actions have devastated her palace. And does he even realize the extent of the damage? She points at him, threatening, You better prepare to face the consequences of your actions. John tilted his head, rubbing his chin, and asked, "Who are you?" A question so cutting that Haji bit his lip in anger. Enraged, she sets up a magic circle, declaring, "Silence! I'll deal with you here and now." At this moment, Gemini's magical energy fluctuated, startling the ordinary people in the room. "Hey, you're going to get us all involved, but the system is showing a notification. You've connected with an extremely powerful spirit." Zhonghai UK is overjoyed. Gemini's ultimate move is to summon a spirit from another world. The system updates again, revealing another goddess summoned from the magic circle. And the spirit queen, Len, has responded. The summoned spirit treads lightly on the still water, the El Queen's tempestuous power commanding the attention of everyone in the room. Haji triumphantly declares, "This is the spirit, Queen Liliquin, a soul nearly on par with a deity. I wonder if you can withstand her." Without waiting, Zion suddenly lunged towards Haji. He grabbed Haji by the waist, lifting her off her feet before she could react, and declared that she was going up. He hurls her through a gaping hole in the building's roof, sending her soaring into the sky above the radiant National Assembly like a shooting star. Before Zhonghai-uk could celebrate, despair set in as he called for the governor, and Larry Queen gazed at the sky, now devoid of two figures. Here, the system announces that the Gemini magic has vanished. Next, the Spirit Queen. Larry Queen wants to go home, but it won't be that easy. John silently watches her, and just as she's about to disappear, he grabs Larry Queen's head. Sweating with tension, they both remained silent until he grabbed her head, lifting her up as he asked, "Where do you think you're going?" Larry Queen cried out in pain, "Let me go." But the system updated, announcing the successful capture of the Elf Queen, Lai Quinn. John, with his hands on his hips, asked her, "Do you think I'm stupid? How dare you run away?" Larry Queen begged and pleaded for mercy, but something falling from the sky caught his attention. With a dizzying thud, Zhonghai-uk anxiously asks, "Governor, are you all right?" The system has updated the news that Dung has fainted, so the magic control failed and the transformation was reversed. The spell borrowed from Aquarius has been undone. "Hadi is transformed into someone else," a voice exclaimed in disbelief. "Isn't that the Gemini saint?" John says, still holding Larry Queen by the hair. "See? I told you I'd never seen her before. Does she really think she can win just because she has the Elf Queen?" Larry Queen cried out as his hair was pulled. He continued, "See? That purple witch isn't going to save you." The congressmen were dumbfounded, muttering, "Norway? No way. How can this be?" Gian, empowered, demands, "You will return my money, won't you?" John and Hugo casually strolled out of the Blue House, Gian holding the files as he happily said, "All right, I got my money back, let's grab a bite." Why are there so many documents? Hugo, on the other hand, wasn't nearly as happy. "Don't you find this strange?" John asked. "Huh? What do you mean?" Hugo asks. "Why didn't she come?" "She's the type to use me right in the middle of the city when she's angry." John simply chuckled. "I was wondering what you were thinking." He looked away and said, "She didn't show up even when I destroyed her obscure Yang Palace. There's only one reason." He explained, "There's no way that hot-tempered woman would suppress her anger. I figured out where she is, so I'm just paying her a visit." In a building downtown, the home of Sungdae, the four sat together on the floor as Jian spoke. "Let's eat something, shall we?" He handed Sangdae a hamburger, saying gently, "Here's your hamburger." Sangdae took the hamburger, but his heart was heavy. He waves his hand, declining. "Yes." "No, thank you. I can eat something else." John, with the burger still in his mouth, replied, "Is that so? So what do Yuha and Jimin want to eat?" Yuha shyly scratches her lip and speaks up. "You want to eat some?" John quickly spits out his food. She smiled brightly, adding, "Whatever Uncle wants." Jimin smirked beside her. "My dear niece is very scary," John thought, wiping his mouth. "I'm going crazy. Teksu's going to faint when he finds out." Elsewhere, Hugo is in the thick of battle when a voice asks, "Isn't Uncle Tit's shoe coming?" John simply replied, "He's running an errand for me, so he'll be a little late." He stared at the empty box before him, bracing himself. So we see Larry Queen cowering in the glass cage as Gian continues, "Shall we begin the interrogation?" The system introduces the sacred object of Ares, the super hard display case, an incredibly sturdy exhibition box. John calmly ordered, "From now on, you will answer everything I ask truthfully." Larry Queen had no choice but to comply. "Yes, yes." He glances at the sinister book, saying, "At least in that box you can still look out, unlike being trapped in my book, right? So you better know your place and answer well." The book in Jian's hand contains everything about S, a sacred object that turns its target into text and stores it in a camouflaged book. Currently the cookbook, Larry Queen in the glass case nods profusely. "Of course." He began to speak, unconcerned. That cantankerous old witch still hasn't shown her face. Can't you see that? More accurately, it's not that she hasn't appeared, but that she can't, right? Larry Queen agreed. That's right, he says, tapping on the floor. That means she's being held somewhere, and that place is here. At Sungdae's house, Larry Queen hastily replies, yes, you're absolutely right. John frowned, serious. I'll give you one chance. Where is she exactly? She looked up at him, stammering. You're like a devil in disguise, threatening Larry Queen. Do you want to tell him yourself, or should I? Leaving her trembling in the glass box, hesitant to speak. Larry Queen lowered his head, tearfully pointing to the statue on top of the cabinet. It's there, Jimin is surprised. Wait, that's the statue that was destroyed last time? John happily picks it up. I knew there was something suspicious about this. You said she kissed this thing, right? Perhaps this is the lying bitch's location magic. Jimin suddenly remembered saying, although this isn't mine, it's an object the zodiac star kissed to bless it. He exclaimed, An is activated. The 13th sense is triggered. The 13th sense can interfere with the soul world. Suddenly, the statue changed and angrily roared, Hey, Larry Queen! How dare you eavesdrop like that? Startling those nearby, Yuha is shocked as she recognizes the Gemini zodiac star. Ha's figure emerges from the statue, frustrated to the point of tears. This is Gemini zodiac star 2, a soul state. She screamed internally, Damn it, why did I have to be exposed in front of that bastard? Why did things turn out like this? Heidi thought, annoyed. If that day the demon tower collapsed, the tower's door was decorated with many giant skulls full of deadly energy. Haji thought to himself, before everything went haywire, a massive explosion erupted with devastating force, and a teacup fell and shattered. Hai stands before the ruined banquet, panicked. What was that presence just now? This chilling aura. Could it be Lion's? He's still alive? Seeing Lion, Haji secretly thought he was surprised that Leon had returned. And he's gone to the house of his friend's son, Tron Sung Lei. Haji ponders, looking at the magic circle. But it's all for the best, since he already has eyes there. What on earth is he up to? I need to confirm this myself. Soul possession complete. Using instantaneous movement, I'll teleport to the designated location, moving only my soul with the special ability of the Gemini Zodiac. Using Soul Enter, he safely transfers his soul into the designated target, the angel statue in Jong-il's house. The statue twitches slightly, then falls still, like an ordinary inanimate object. She praised herself, thinking that possessing this statue was a great idea. But then Haiji cried and screamed, and Jimin did the same. The system issued an urgent warning. Please note, you will be unable to escape if the host is destroyed during soul possession. Soul possession. Hai frantically wrung her hands, realizing the statue was broken, and the soul possession skill was failing. If that's the case, she'd be trapped here. Was there really no way out? Jimin entered the room, defeated. Well, it's still a sacred object. I can't just throw it away. Haji's eyes lit up, and she silently guided Jimin. Now's the time to use a cheap restoration skill, as long as you can restore the statue to its original form. A hand quietly grabs a bottle of glue. Jimin squeezes half the bottle onto the statue, chuckling, I'll make sure it sticks. Hai's spirit froze beside him, her sobs now louder than before, a mix of anger and panic. A system notification appeared. The possessed object has been destroyed. You cannot escape. John stares at the statue with a dangerous smile, wondering what rumors to spread about bullying Hai. Hai angrily retorts, Hey, Larry Queen, do something. You can escape that display case. Larry Queen looked hopelessly at the glass box, refusing with every word. I don't want to. I can't. I won't. Even if I escaped, Lord Lion would just catch me again. Please, don't make me do useless things, John acknowledges with a smile. Oh, so you're aware of that, are you? I trembled with rage. I will tear your clothes off, and I mean it. But then she suddenly realizes something. Haji says something Sangdae doesn't understand. My loyal disciple Sungdi, disciple of the Twin Star, I command you as your holy master to attack Lion at once. Sangdi is bewildered. Me? Why would I do that? Beside him is a room full of Jian's muscular statues, and Sangdi says she doesn't want to fight Uncle Jian. Heidi is stunned. What nonsense are you spouting? Lion is our holy order's mortal enemy, her voice echoed through the room. If you're a saint of Gemini Star, then fighting Lion is a given, the pervert said, scratching his head. Haji's spirit pounces. Then I'll just leave the Gemini Star, Sungdui simply stated. Haji was momentarily speechless, but then she asked, What did you just say? He rummaged in his pocket and said, I am indeed a saint of Gemini, but Jun is my hero. Holding a golden emblem, Sungdui continued, If the Twin Star is the reason I'm enemies with Uncle Jian, he coldly dropped the emblem. Then I'll leave the Twin Star. The emblem fell as Haji watched in shock. The emblem hits the ground, bounces once, then falls again as the building begins to shake violently, throwing everyone off balance. Haji tries to stop him. No, this is the guardian god's punishment. A system message appears, indicating that the faith of the Twin Star Saint is shifting toward the Serpent-Bearer Star, enraging the Twin Star Guardian and triggering punishment. The magic of the Gemini Star Guardian descends upon Sungray, and suddenly blood gushes from his eyes, nose, and mouth. He's stunned as Jimin and Yuha cry out in alarm. Sungdae lost his balance and collapsed. In a panic, they urged Sungdae to quickly beg the gods for forgiveness, saying that as a candidate to succeed him, he would be pardoned. And you must attack Lion immediately. He's violent and ruthless, and you can't trust him blindly. Despite his fading strength, Sungjai roars, "How annoying." Then he says that if they cared so much, they wouldn't have abandoned the others, as Chung Hee-wook retorts, asking what the problem is. Sungun scoffed, "I never imagined I'd die here because of those stupid commoners." Or when Zhang Wei trembled, saying, "Everyone inside is dead. Send them to the burial sanctum." Sungdae's voice cries out, "Meanwhile, Mr. Jian." Jian single-handedly fights the monsters, pulling Yu Ha and Sungdae down with him. Sungdae's voice is full of emotion, always saving those in danger, unlike those who preach about saving the world but only care about their own safety. Sungdae and his sister huddled on a chair as children, watching a war movie on TV. Within Sungdae, a voice echoes, "My hero." Jian says happily, "Sungdae, if you ever meet those bastards again, don't hold back. Just punch them. I've got your back." Sungdu, his face covered in blood, still shouted, "Don't you dare look at people through your own twisted eyes. You mutts." Suddenly, the system issued a notification. The Twin Star God is showing his might as a colossal deity appears before Chungjae. The punishment for the Tronzung the Apostle has been raised to the highest level for his recent statement, and he is gathering magic to make the Tronzung the Apostle and his hero disappear. John's lips moved, his voice cold. With a wave of his hand, a power surged forth, surprising even the god Priya. John was truly enraged. The magic in his hand swirled like a storm, engulfing the astonished Priya, cleaving through the abyss, and with a crimson flash, shattered the great barrier before him. Smoke and fire filled the air as people ran and fell, shouting to one another. "Hey, clean up this mess." Barrio, using magic to hold his ground, turned back and said urgently, "The fire's contained. Get all the water magic users over here now." Small streams of water flowed from someone's hand, and he was dumbfounded. "What is this? Why can't I focus my magic?" A group of people rushed over, shouting, "Captain Divine Spear Ken, something's happened." She frantically says, "I can't focus my magic." "No, I can't feel any magic at all." Pirio asks in shock, "Have you contacted the disciples in other areas?" As Hayuk stares at the flickering system panel, an announcement rings out. "We can't use telepathy or teleportation. All the warp gates have vanished." The monsters pounced, sending the group scattering in terror. What will happen to the disciples facing this disaster? We tried to contact them, but telepathy and other communication methods failed within the disaster area. The statue vanished in a puff of smoke, and someone stammered that the twins' magic had disappeared. Meanwhile, everyone was stunned as Yu Ha spoke up. The magic of the Gemini god had vanished. John smiles reassuringly, telling him that he'll be okay now, that Sungdae was almost put in danger by evil. Kneeling before Sungdae, he gently says, "Thank you, Sungdae, for trusting me until the very end." Sungdae is stunned, tears welling in his eyes. He smiled brightly, ignoring the dried blood on his face, when a voice suddenly shouted, "Legion!" Hai asked, annoyed, "What have you done to me?" She panicked, the saintess's power vanishing from her. In another dimension, Hajiji and the goddess's souls were severed by a dark magic. The connection between the Gemini Saint Hai and the Gemini Saintess Freya has been severed. In the universe, gods possess immense magical power, so much so that it could overwhelm them if they tried to intrude upon this world. That's why the gods grant their authority and power to the saints, who then distribute it to their disciples, much like a leader with many followers. In other words, the gods are the source of power, and the saints are the towers that receive and convert it, like plugs waiting to receive power from an outlet. And the disciples are the wires and the source of power. She realizes that this power has vanished in an instant. This means John stomped his foot down, causing the statue to bounce, startling Haji. He leaned down and said, "Why does it feel like it has no power anymore?" "What's Haji panicking about?" John continued. "That crab bastard must be up to something." He uses Abyss Severance to cut off that connection. The system displays Abyss Severance. With the Cancer Zodiac's SS rank skill, you can tear apart anything you desire. he says. The results should be interesting after I modify it with my skill. Hai tensed at his words, and he threatened, I could even tear apart your contract with the gods. This is an act forbidden by the gods, severing ties. You can divide everything, including memories, relationships, and even loyalty. A new possibility will arise when you become proficient, an act forbidden by the gods. Hai stubbornly refused to believe Jian. What? There's no way the goddess would allow this. You will face her wrath, John calmly replies. Oh, it's fine. In fact, I'm looking forward to it. He excitedly asks Hai Jie if that would mean that damn goddess would finally reveal herself, leaving her speechless. Suddenly, a powerful surge of magic erupts, the sky crackles with lightning, and bolts strike down upon the human world. The people stare blankly at the dark vortex forming in the sky as a massive tornado, crackling with lightning, sweeps through the city. This is a sign that the twin gods have lost their saints and disciples, and in their rage, they will unleash dangers and directly exert their influence. Tu's eyes widen in shock as a light blurs the image of Tu and Ju. The massive tornado even destroys their house, and the spirit goddess appears before them. John stands tall, saying, This must be the exit. The twin god Freja angrily confronts Jian. The system blares a warning. The goddess's natural power fluctuates wildly, gathering like a storm. John frowns, but there's no fear in his eyes. You have retrieved an item from the vault, and the goddess's hand points down, unleashing a torrent of magical power that threatens to obliterate the area. But suddenly his eyes widened in disbelief as John effortlessly deflected the god's power with one hand, causing it to dissipate into nothing. This is a cancer core fragment, absorbing divine power, a greedy stone devouring the magic that just descended. The Gemini god is overwhelmed by the fragment of another god's power, and John smirks, Too bad I don't have holy punishment. He recalls his heavenly attribute weapon, thinking, If I had my heavenly attribute here, I could blow them all away. God or not, it doesn't matter. The system appears, Invention Workshop summoned, item list available. Composed of a crab core fragment, thunder, and the twin god's whirlwind, John couldn't help but become savage. He raised his fist and asked, If you have no teeth, you chew with your gums, right? A beam of light grazed a scythe in his hand. This is the Abyssal Storm Scythe, forged from the core fragments of a giant crab and the twin god's lightning. But your crafting skill is too low, so its durability is poor. Usable, he smirked, his long hair writhing like a serpent. You have used the accumulated divine power and activated the instinct of a war god. Stomping so hard the floor shattered, he charged to fight the goddess. This had a huge impact on the twin gods. The goddess screamed. The twin gods were suffering pain and humiliation. Everyone was shocked as Ha exclaimed, He injured a god? Impossible! The weapon in his hand shattered, the Abyss Storm Scythe destroyed. Jian clicked his tongue. Tuh, is that all the mutated artifact can do? The goddess strains until her veins bulge. The twin god Freya has lost all reason, and dozens of magic vortexes appear in the sky. The twin goddess Freya is gathering all her power to descend upon this world, and a vast army, along with several dragons, hovers in the air, ready for battle. From within the vortex, many ferocious monsters appear, each one projecting images of the situation across the land. The system updates that the twin gods Freya have gathered all their power and abilities, and a flame erupts from the sky with an order to stop immediately. A great fire erupted on the ground before Jian, and Apollo emerged from the flames. Sung and Yuha were shocked, mouths agape as they exclaimed, He's seriously ordering them to stop the invasion. Freya frowned in bewilderment as Apollo angrily warned that going any further would break the rules. Apollo suddenly appears, sternly ordering, Halt the invasion. Freya, the goddess, frowns in bewilderment. Apollo angrily warned that any further action would violate the rules. He sternly asked, Turn back, Freya. Have you forgotten that deities cannot interfere with this world using their true bodies? No sooner were the words out of his mouth than things changed. As the Gemini saintess claimed, the pathetic Sagittarius saint couldn't stop her. She scoffs, wondering what a god and a fallen constellation can do, as Freya grows even more aggressive. Hugo closed his eyes, still calmly saying, Of course, with the current power of the Sagittarius saint, I can't stop you. He opened his eyes, his voice turning icy. But do you think we're the only ones unhappy with your interference? Suddenly, strange magic circles appeared in the sky. Thousands of entities observing the world, preventing the god of Gemini's attack. They expressed their displeasure, stating that direct intervention was a serious violation of the rules, and are pulling the god of Gemini's forces back to mark their territory. Magical circles representing the 12 zodiac signs descend. unleashing powerful chains that ensnare Frieza like a net as the gods enact a sanction for his violation. To interfere further with Earth, you'll pay a heavy price in faith, experience, and stats. Continue interfering, and you may reach maximum hostility with the other gods. Dust fills the air as everyone gazes at the unfolding scene. Hugo murmurs, "How unfortunate." Dozens of massive chains restrain Freya as he notes that the other gods aren't just standing by. He angrily asks, "Do you want to keep courting danger?" Freya glared, defiant, but the chains held her fast, and her scream of agony shattered every pane of glass in the nearby buildings. Yuha, Sungjai, and Jimin covered their ears in pain as a maddened Freya mustered all her strength to point at Hugo. The Gemini Saint gritted her teeth, vowing never to forget this day as John cheerfully flipped her off. "I bet you're furious, huh? Bring your lover next time." Frieza glared, veins bulging, then faded away with her chains as John contentedly eyed his system screen. "You have completely crushed the pride of the Twin Holy Maiden. You have gained fame among countless entities observing the world. You have gained a great deal of experience in ascending to godhood. You have leveled up to a minor saint. At level 9, you'll receive a special challenge when you reach level 10 of the Holy Throne." And Apollo's figure fades away. Deployment experience has accumulated, triggering a special challenge based on your deployment expertise. Futures Suha, Sungjae, and Jimin sit on the ground, catching their breath as John praises Hugo's timely arrival. Hugo looks at his hand and says, thinking about what Freya did to Sangjay, he grits his teeth. "I'm still useful." Clenching his fist, he says that shooting an arrow through her head still wouldn't be enough. When John suddenly interjects, "Leave it to me." Pointing to himself, he tells Hugo, "I'll grind her to dust." Hugo smiles inwardly, thinking, "Thank you." Hugo rummages in his pocket. "Oh, right, I brought what you asked me to get from the Yin-Yang Castle a while ago." John snaps his fingers excitedly. "Fantastic. This is a soul contract, a document certifying a contract with a twin embodiment." Two suddenly interjects, "How did you get that?" "I was guarding it so carefully," Hugo said with a simple smile. "Infiltration and stealth are essential skills for an archer. Not to mention the badge gun gave me," Hugo thought to himself. Two of them were fuming, cursing, "You son of a bitch, gun-tit shoe, watch your mouth." John checks the system, which announces that soul binding is unlocked and searching for incarnations. The legendary one-eyed strategist Tun, the legendary giant king, the light knight of the Ilhan Baeksung, and the Gemini incarnations have all surrendered to the Serpent Bearer. "You can recruit surrendered avatars as prisoners," John exclaims in surprise as new information appears. The general-grade avatar, sealed deep beneath the sea in the sunken castle, has also surrendered. John is lost in thought. A commander-class incarnation, definitely a mythological being. He asks why he should trust those who surrender. "Show me something more practical." A surge of magic emanates from the paper, gradually forming a vortex above Jaeon's head. Two figures emerge from the vortex, and Jaeon stares in stunned disbelief. Hugo and Haji's spirit were also surprised, as everyone stared at her in the vortex and called out in bewilderment. "Ha!" Haji's soul is blown away by the shock. Thankfully, the system quickly explained, "The Gemini incarnations offer Hai's body to you." Hai landed in a daze. John grins. "Unbelievable. Okay, I accept." The system updates, confirming that he is accepted, and the Gemini representatives have surrendered. The Gemini representatives will be transferred to Ophiuchus as Jian holds the paper, still grinning. "You have the right to name your new representatives." John says wearily, "I'm too lazy to name them, so let's just go in order. Number 1, Number 2, Number 3, the system approves. You have named your representatives." Haji's soul cried out in a panic. "No way!" This must be a nightmare. Suddenly, Jian grabs Hai's soul by the neck, causing her to short-circuit. She gasped, barely able to breathe. Jian scolds in annoyance. "Hey, you bitch, you've been completely abandoned by your own saintess." He growls, "So you better answer my questions truthfully. Who stabbed me inside the demon tower?" Ha quickly replied, "I don't know anything." "Stab him? What do you mean?" John released her as a surge of power grazed her forehead, then glowed like a lightning strike. Haijo cried out in pain as fragments scattered across the ground and Jian spoke. "These are the shards of the abyss scythe I just used, and they can scorch your very soul." "Sounds fun, doesn't it?" he roared in anger. "Don't pretend you don't know. Talk." Ha stubbornly repeated, "I really don't know." Seeing her reluctance, Jian threatened, "Do you really want to die being tortured as a spirit?" Yuha Sungjae and Jimin stood there dumbfounded, while Larry Queen sat in the glass cage, covering his ears and crying. Hugo remained silent, shielding his face from Jian's power, while the two Gs hastily responded. "A maiden? It's definitely a maiden." Jian squeezed her until she screamed in agony. Because the maiden bore the sky's judgment, Jian's eyes burned with rage, and only when the stone exploded did Jian release her. He smirked, replying, "I see. Why didn't you just say so? Fine. Since you gave me information, I'll return you to your body." Haji frantically touched her forehead, still in shock. She was alive. But suddenly her body stood up, surprising Haji's spirit. Larry Queen had taken over. "Ha ha," happily says. "Thank you. I'm grateful even if this is all the freedom I get." John laughs. "Oops, my bad." John taunts her spirit, saying he accidentally gave her body to L. Queen. Larry Queen, in Hai's body, rushes to hug him, gushing, "Thank you, Lion, thank you so much." Sungjae and Jimin had to hold Yua back before she could attack Larry Queen. A new day begins, with the gentle sunlight embracing the mansion. The stuffed rabbit lamented, "Oh, I don't know. Searching for something to fix won't do any good." Larry Queen was annoyed. She snapped, "Useless pig? How about all these disadvantageous clauses and legal loopholes?" These papers stacked on the ground are the Sole Contracts S, drafted by the contract experts of the Legion's Maiden Squad, which have completely removed Zhang W's monopolistic clauses. Larry Queen excitedly says, "Lion Jian, please allow me to review the signed souls as well. I will review everything and upgrade them to SS level." John waves his hand in agreement. "All right, Ren, go ahead." Larry Queen happily replied, "Yes." Suddenly, long cries echoed as the goddess statue, surrounded by dozens of Jian statues in glass cases, emitted a joyful sound. Heidi's soul pressed against the glass, pleading, "Let me out. Let me out of here." John stared intently at the system board, lost in thought as someone spoke excitedly. "Ah, we're finally in the same house as Lion. The system then informs you that the newest member is praising you." John remained indifferent as the other person celebrated. "I can't believe we're joining Lion's team. It's truly an honor to have 3 family gods living in your house like zealous fans." Lion even turned to look at us. Just witnessing his presence is a gift. Seeing them go crazy for Jian, Hugo remarked, "I thought the familiars were proud. This is a first." Jian chuckled. "Me too." They all pointed at Hugo, warning, "Don't interfere with Lord Lion's errand boy." A statement that struck Hugo's heart. The words echoed in his mind, draining the color from his face. Errand boy, errand boy. But Jian simply says, "I think you're misunderstanding something." If the words of those gods only hurt him, John's words are enough to bring Hugo down. He's not a lackey. A slave is more like it. The 3 gods pointed and mocked him. "Oh, ho, ho, so he's a slave? How dare a slave stand before Lord Lijon?" Pointing down, Lion says, "Forget about that for now. Tell me, why did you abandon the twin gods and come here?" They cautiously reply, "Ah, well, we couldn't take her abuse anymore." Lion questioned, "Really?" And so the 3 familiars began to explain. "To be honest, we witnessed you overwhelm the twin goddess." And Lijian calmly said, "I like your honesty." They continued, "It's not just us. The other family gods and our commander also wish to serve you. Unfortunately, they're trapped deep beneath the ocean in the sanctuary, unable to reach us." To this day, the unidentified civilization continues to wreak havoc. Humanity has lost half the world, and half the globe is shrouded in darkness. At first glance, it seems the saints and the calamities are in balance, with the factions of gods, magical spirits, and monsters locked in fierce opposition. But in reality, we can't reclaim the lands that civilization has taken. They're in a situation where they're surrounded by monsters with no way out. John suddenly thought, if it's the ocean floor near the Yin-Yang Palace, it must be the Pacific Ocean. His reasoning was sharp. It's likely next to that unidentified civilization, so he'll have to check the current situation. Suddenly, the retainers spoke up. "Though we only kneel before Lord Lion," they said sincerely, bowing their heads, "we pledge our lives to your service." John smiled. "Good. I hope we'll work well together." The 3 brothers, Chung-ye spoke up from the side. "So, Jian really is our uncle. He's even gained high-ranking retainers." "Yuha's right," she added, bowing her head with a sly grin. She innocently suggests that proposing to him would be a great idea, instantly killing the mood as Jun and Hugo are left speechless. Hugo looked up at Jian, his voice like a haunting whisper. "Hey, what was that? What did she just say?" Hugo leaned in close, his voice echoing in Jian's ear. "Propose, propose." With no one else speaking, the bunny broke the silence. Does this mean Hugo will become Leon's father-in-law? What the hell? No sooner were the words out than the bunny was engulfed in flames. Hugo fires arrows at it. The flaming arrows hit the stuffed rabbit, causing it to cry out in alarm, and John quickly intervenes. "Tch, just put the bow down already." Hugo was shaking with rage. My anger is burning, and I didn't even get to hear my daughter say, "I love you" on Father's Day. This is exactly what a sulking Sagittarius looks like. Hugo, consumed by rage, unleashed a barrage of arrows in every direction as John desperately dodged, screaming. Hugo coldly states, "John, I apologize, but you will die here." And with that, the Centaur Saint cloaked himself in invisibility. He hurtles through the flames with his bow and arrow, leaving Jian bewildered. Well, there's no choice but for Jian to fight back. Is he really serious? Jian immediately uses the skills from the system update. Using the eyes of a god, he senses the magic of the centaur Hugo Otos, and Jian feels the arrows and fire flying in every direction behind him. Quickly, Jian snatched an incoming arrow and snapped it in two. Like stars in the cosmos, sparks flew as Hugo unleashed a flurry of arrows. Annoyed, Jian watches thousands of arrows fly towards him, each one flashing and disappearing. Crushing them bare-handed, he angrily asks, "What the hell is this? Is that it? Are you planning to annoy me to death?" The system updates. You are mocking the centaur, accumulating points, and have gained a large amount of zodiac experience. Suddenly, a voice screams out, and Zion turns to see. "Damn it, Otex, the house has become a smoky battlefield." Jay asks, annoyed, does he even know what restraint is? But then, the system sends a message to John. The centaur guardian Apollo asks if this is okay. Destroying your own house? He mentions the bulk of Sangdae's home loan. The house is destroyed, the mortgage unpaid. Hugo, consumed by rage, screams, turning his home into a blazing inferno. Dewey thought to himself, unamused, that the way he burned his own house reminded him of someone. And since he's poor, he should comfort him. Yuha frantically tried to stop him, saying he couldn't do that. But Hugo wouldn't listen. Couldn't what? She quickly said, "No, I mean you can't do that to Uncle John." Yuha's words completely crushed Hugo, leaving him beyond rage, needing no further restraint. Taking the opportunity, John pounced on him from behind, landing a massive punch that raised a lump on Hugo's head. John coldly stared down at him. "Are you awake?" John raises an eyebrow, saying, "Why do you always lose your temper in front of your kids like that? Do you think I'm the kind of guy who would hit on his friend's daughter? You were so out of it, you almost burned down your own house." He adds that the kids have some trouble expressing their feelings, but they do care about him in their own way. "Didn't you know they bought you a gift too?" As the door opened, the excited Yuha spoke up. "Dad's awake?" Sungdae happily announces. "Well, we bought Jiga coffee and your favorite bread." Hugo was so touched by his children's gifts that he burst into tears. He lunged to embrace his son, choked with fatherly emotion, but Sungdae gracefully dodged him, like a gentle breeze, instead approaching Jian and obediently saying, "Uncle, we sent the video of your battle with the reporter, as you asked." John affectionately pats Sungdae on the head, saying, "Good job, that's my Sungdae." Sungdae happily exclaims, "He patted my head, I'll never wash my hair again." Then he says, "Oh, and come eat cake too." Dion indulges him, saying, "Wow, why are there so many whiskers on the cake? Leave the loneliness to Google." Looking at the cake on the plate, Yuhab noticed the strawberry that should have been there was gone. He asked, "Yuha, why doesn't my cake have a strawberry?" With a bright smile, she confidently replies, "Sorry, Dad, I gave it to Uncle." Hugo roars and rushes toward Jian. He lunged, but Jian quickly dodged, determined to eat the cake, and Hugo's cries echoed throughout the mansion. Even the stuffed rabbit seems to agree that the children have finally grown up, as Yuha happily watches Hugo and Jiun bicker. "These are the whiskers. I already ate them. What do you want?" "I already ate it. What more do you want?" Sungda had to advise him not to steal his uncle's strawberries. Suddenly, a strange notification appeared on Yuha's phone, and her eyes widened in shock. The notification warns of a red alert calamity, ordering all disciples of the Holy See to respond immediately as the skies darken and lightning flashes near Manila, Philippines. For a few seconds, lightning struck the sea like threads connecting the sky and the ocean. Soldiers on the beach whispered that this was a red calamity. How terrifying. "Hey, everything will be all right, right? We have a lot of people here after all." "So everything will be all right, right?" Oliver declared, hoping to rally the troops. "Don't be afraid. Though dangerous, this is our chance." A figure plummets from the inky sky. "Even though our heavenly king isn't here, we can handle this red-level disaster. Soldiers, the man above has ignited the Legion's passion. How else will our Leo constellation flourish? We'll show the world that humanity can achieve a new leap forward." The soldiers below roared in unison, shouting as if to encourage and reassure each other. Yuha covered her ears, unable to bear the noise, and thought to herself, "I want to go home. I want to see Uncle." Meanwhile, a large tent has been erected. The decontamination unit. Sir Grivik sat in his tent, studying something in his hand, muttering that the others were just putting on a show with their excessive noise. Are they trying to hide their fear with force? I don't care anyway. What's more important is... He smirked, wondering if his gifts had arrived yet. At Gion's dilapidated house, a figure arrives with a suitcase, and Hugo greets them with delight. There she is, Hugo's secretary, Yaren. She arrived, full of energy, dragging her belongings behind her. It's been a while. Is the Heavenly King doing well? A moment later, she looked around awkwardly and asked, "What happened to the house?" "What happened?" "The roof did." Hugo dejectedly replied, "Don't ask, it's just a necessary measure." Yaren looked at the news on TV and asked, "You're following the Myriad Warriors raid too?" Hugo replied, walking ahead. Yuha was also dispatched there, and he curiously pointed to the cardboard box in her hands. "But what's in the box?" Yin explained. "It was in front of my house, so I brought it in." "Is it not a delivery package?" Suddenly, the box shakes violently and shouts, "Where is Legion?" The two are startled to see a sword broken in half. The low-grade crafting tool damaged the materials. John was frustrated. Another failure. How many times has that happened now? The system then offered a solution. To craft items of the desired grade, a higher-level crafting tool was needed. John cursed inwardly. "Damn it, I've already reached the limit of this hammer." He frowned, thinking seriously. What a pity he lost the achievement-granting hammer. Where could it have gone in the last 20 years? He recalled how difficult it was to use that LE name to craft anything higher than a mid-grade divine artifact, and he needed to stock up on divine power before fighting that priestess. The system reports that a member who made a pact with another constellation has secretly infiltrated the sacred ground where the esteemed Serpent-Bearer constellation and its members reside, a notification that catches Gion's attention. Inside a box, a goat head statue speaks. "The one over there is the Centaurus constellation, Hugo." "Oh, it seems to be a Capricorn statue," it says cheerfully. "Long time no see, Hugo. I am Sergevich." Hugo is shocked. "You really are that weirdo." "That goat, Jiang Wei, must be behind this." The cotton rabbit chimes in, hearing its name. "What's wrong?" John asks as he steps forward. "I heard someone dared to trespass on this sacred ground," he sneered, axe on his shoulder. "But who knew it was just an old goat?" The statue's eyes glowed with anger. "Long time no see." "Lion, it's good to see you're well." Yaren covered her mouth in surprise. "Lion John?" The goat-headed statue introduced himself. "I am Sergevich Vladimir Ivan of Capricorn. Do you remember me?" John simply grunts in response, as the goat statue, Sebastian, loses his composure, repeating, "I said I'm Sergevich Vladimir Ivan. He's the Capricorn saint, and like Lion, he specializes in production." After Lion disappeared, all the world's weapons passed through his hands. The ram statue continued. "Anyway, it's reassuring to see you're in good health." "Lion, the reason I've come to find you like this is," he continued, but Jian grabbed the statue's head. He nonchalantly juggles as the Capricorn statue is determined to finish his sentence, to forge a new friendship and harmony. But John unexpectedly smashes Sir Grivish with a hammer. Hugo appears behind him asking, "Is it okay if we don't listen to him?" Jian replies with relaxed confidence, "It's all nonsense." He finally responds to Sir Grivik, "How can someone who was furious about giving me the ingredients talk about harmony? I'd rather go watch the Thousand Hands battle." Meanwhile, Sir Grivis calmly remarks, "He's still so hot-headed. What a nuisance." Just then, a soldier in a gas mask arrives with a message. "God, it's your turn." Sir Grivik turned slightly and replied, "Oh, is it time already?" He pulls back the tent flap as Sir Grivik coldly says, "Let's see what the Thousand Hands look like." "He is the Capricorn saint, Vladimir Ivan," a reporter announced to the camera. "Hello everyone, this is Manila, Philippines. I'm here to report on the red-level disaster sweep that's about to occur here." John faces a colossal sea monster, a disaster of immense proportions, one that lay uneradicated 20 years ago. 1,000 hands. Another of the same species has appeared off the coast of Manila, Philippines, and Yuha. Oliver and their forces are deployed. The narrator's voice echoes, "A red-level calamity, 1,000 hands, is immensely powerful." But there were also many holy knights present. Vice Deacon John Yuha and Holy Officer Captain Oliver, the wild lion in charge of this battle, were monsters. There are also shapeshifters and naval experts, with Pisces and Iron Walls taking on defensive positions, and Taurus. In addition, the goddesses of battle, capable of deflecting nuclear bombs with divine power, Aquarius and Capricorn, are in charge of producing and reinforcing various weapons on the battlefield. A diverse array of holy officers have deployed here in a united front. What's more, the saint has appeared directly. John glances over, frowning. What the hell is that old man doing here? Sir Grivik raises his hand to the sky as the reporter speaks. It seems the Capricorn Saint is up to something. A hammer appears in his palm, and Svik smiles sinisterly as he holds it. The reporter excitedly announces the Capricorn holy relic as he summons the Hammer of Creation. Both were surprised by Vladimir Ivan's actions. Hugo asked him, "Hey, didn't you used to use that?" Sir Grivik stands before a weapon, the Capricorn Saint, specializing in the creation of God. Before the battle begins, he will reinforce the holy relics controlled by the forces with his hammer. The Capricorn Saint's reinforcement ability is world-renowned. Enraged, John yells from home, "Enough nonsense, that's mine." Pointing at the TV screen, he says, "Sir Grivik is showing off my stuff like a big shot. I was already mad he stole it, and now he's flaunting it? Disgusting. I have to beat him before I get to the Saintess." Without hesitation, Gion rushed off, leaving a message. "I'm going, and I will punish him." But the reporter's next words caught his attention. "Everyone, it's here. It's finally here." On the broadcast TV screen, the sea churns violently as a colossal being rises from the deep. Something emerges from the water. The reporter excitedly shouts, "It's Thousand Hands! It's Thousand Hands!" All the squad leaders stared in tense disbelief as Thousand Hands suddenly raised its tentacle. Its tentacles thrashed wildly and violently. Thousand Hands, a red-level threat. A soldier gives the order to prepare for battle, but another shouts, "Wait, look!" They've noticed something hanging from Thousand Hands' tentacles. A gasp of surprise echoes. "Huh," Stephen roared as the bewildered soldiers pointed at him. "Is that—" the soldiers exclaimed in disbelief, uttering the name Stephen Marer. Grasping the tentacle and snaring him, he angrily shouts, "Release my big bone!" Viewers can only exclaim, "Oh my God, he's fighting a disaster-class monster for a big bone." Losing $1 billion would drive anyone crazy. Oliver paled, realizing he was still obsessed with that bone. Meanwhile, everyone around him was urging, "Heavenly Lord, please come down, please come down." Sir Grivik approached from afar. "What are you doing?" Captain Oliver of the Divine Might Squad wore a provocative smile. "Lionheart and Thousand Hands are both there. Are you just going to wait here? I may be a saint, but you must command with the strength of a lion. If it's too much for you, I'll take over." Oliver, displeased by the man's sour expression, found him incredibly irritating. The old fox was just itching to give orders. "Is he trying to steal my glory?" Still, I spoke with perfect composure. "I was just about to give the order. You will issue it immediately." All the Leos used Capricorn's potion to strengthen themselves, and the soldiers drank it all in one gulp without hesitation. Oliver then turned to the Pisces, who used their bodies to upgrade the navy as 3 or 4 mages chanted in unison. Ocean's breath communicates with the waves, as he turns his gaze to the Aquarius warriors, focusing on their combat prowess and survival skills. The mages cast spells to reinforce the warriors, enhancing their stamina, agility, and defense, while the Sagittarius squad, under Oliver's command, prepared for battle. Taurus take a defensive position in the rear, ready to stop that cataclysmic monster from reaching land. Oliver leapt from the high wall, landing in a cloud of dust. From the soldiers to Oliver, all burned with resolve, ready to take down that monster. "Is everyone ready? Let's move out, you beasts." Oliver's eyes crackle with lightning as he and the others, now transformed, charge towards the octopus. Lightning gathers around Oliver, activating Lionheart Bow, and he's enveloped in golden light. Then, Oliver fully transformed, and the system announced that beastification had been activated. You now possess the power of a wild beast. Oliver transforms into a black panther, doubling his speed as the warriors behind him activate their beast forms. Seeing Oliver's attack, Yuha seized the opportunity to charge forward as the Lion Archer squad activated their beast form. The mages advanced as one, their spiritual power transforming into countless stars. Yuha commanded, "Disciples, unleash your magic. Alliance of the God's skill. Gather, light lords." In the sky, a white lion appears, roaring as it joins the fray. The beastly night parade. The white lion's roar was a tempest, blowing away everything nearby as it charged headfirst into the octopus. The monster falters and falls, and Oliver seizes the opportunity. The beastly night parade is working. It's time. At that moment, the navy surged from the water toward the monster. Oliver's beastly horde charged forward, tearing into the monsters, as countless warriors latched onto the octopus, each taking a frenzied bite. Stephen, enraged by the meddling, shouts, "Fools, don't advance until I extract the giant pillar of gas. Just stay put." Oliver, rebuffed after trying to help, fumes, "Heavenly Lord, stop talking nonsense and just stay there, please." Seven stubbornly refused to listen. "My friend, I'm almost there." Oliver is infuriated by Stephen's obsession with the bone. Just drop the useless thing. Of course, Stephen wouldn't listen. He was just about to pull it out. And the mage on the shore was beside himself with worry as he watched them bicker. What in the world are they doing? This is insane. If you two keep this up, we're all going to ascend. Yuha sighed, watching the two young masters bicker like children. That idiot. The mage is buzzed with curiosity. Vice Heavenly Lord Chan Yuha, you're still here? Yuha drew her spear in response. In the end, I didn't need to do anything to save Stephen. Look at their pathetic state. I guess I'll have to step in. Her hand touches the sand as the mage tries to stop her advance. Wait, shouldn't you receive the power-up first? Yuha casually replies, gathering her energy. I don't need muscles. Yuha's eyes gleam, and she shoots into the sea like an arrow. With incredible speed, her target is Stephen, still struggling with the octopus. Stephen clutches the bone in fear as a flash of red severs the octopus's tentacle. Yuha, the girl who can handle anything, lands gracefully, successfully rescuing Stephen, though both he and the bone are kicked straight into the sea. Lucky for him, he wasn't a landlubber, so he quickly righted himself. But before Stephen could understand what was happening, a foot slammed into his face. The mages and soldiers are stunned by Yuha's combat prowess. How is this possible? They marvel at how she crossed the distance in a single leap, piercing the monster's thick tentacle, while Stephen, still being trampled, screams, "Hey, aren't you getting off?" Seeing the monster nearly defeated, the soldiers' morale soared. Don't just stand there. The Holy Lion has been saved. Now, let's deal with that Calamity-class monster. Everyone roared in unison, their footsteps echoing the soldiers' cries. Hurry! Don't let the Lion City's sacrifice be in vain. Every sword and axe blow lands on the octopus. Cut off those troublesome tentacles, aim for its weak spot, attack the core. The mages joined the fray, bolstering the others as they fought. Its movement slowed, so they pressed the attack. But the octopus's eyes flashed, and the sea around it surged, catching everyone off guard. The towering wave surges towards the land as the tourist team activates their shield, and excitement fills the air. A tsunami. What is happening? Hold on, the system announces. Tourist disciples use the iron wall formation, a barrier like a giant bull, stopping the wave from crashing down. Soldiers, so eager just moments ago, are now in disarray. What is that? Is a volcano erupting? Someone shouts to look up, and the entire company stares at the monster before them, its tentacles not only regenerating, but multiplying. Everyone is speechless. Oliver was speechless, surrounded by chaos. What is that thing? Good heavens, one arm was bad enough. The weakened sea monster has gone berserk, leveling up to a super catastrophic, multi-armed monstrosity. Red alert. As the situation turned again, panic spread. Where did this monster even come from? Sir Grivik, not participating in the fight, grinned as he watched the others lose hope. Playing with the lighter in his hand, he knew there was nothing they could do against such a monster, until a voice spoke from behind him. What's that in your hand? Sir Grivik casually replies, just a fuse. I've already placed some chain rats in the waters near it. Then he noticed something was off. Sir Grivik immediately turned around. Who are you? Before he could understand what was happening, a dagger pierced his hand, sending the lighter flying. Sir Grivik screamed in agony, unable to comprehend. At that moment, a gaping maw approached him, and Smile had a quick appetizer. Sir Grivik struggled helplessly from within the portal, as that voice echoed out once more. Smile, you truly are a masterpiece, aren't you? John strides forth, wielding his great sword. While those at sea struggle against the octopi, you're blowing them away with bombs along with the disaster-class monster. Don't you think that's going too far? You should reflect on your actions. With his sword planted firmly in the ground, he smirked. It's time for your first lesson in 20 years. I'll teach you how to make octopus sashimi. Each step leaves its mark on the sea, yet she's as swift as the wind, leaving no afterimage. Yua surfed across the water like a wave, closing in on the sea monster. She gritted her teeth, knowing everyone was exhausted from fighting the thousand-legged calamity. Yuha calculated how to quickly defeat the smaller monsters so she could deal with the strongest one last. Without hesitation, she activated her acceleration, rushing towards the mother monster, thinking to herself, I've watched the videos of Gion's 1,000-foot calamity attack over and over. In the past, he defeated so many calamities, while those jealous apostles could only stand by like statues, praying. This is the 1,000-legged calamity attack. Yuha remembers Gion's imposing figure, a one-man army who personally took down the great monster. Yuha recalled its smaller tentacles piercing prey, then used that memory to evade each tentacle strike. A remarkable feat, she nearly replicated the scene from that day, down to the slightest evasive maneuvers. Mimicking his every strike, Yuha leaps, aiming to slice through the tentacles like fruit, severing them all in a single blow, her strikes as clean as Jion's blade once was. Tentacles fell like rain, and Yuha successfully approached the main branch, thinking that if she could reach its body, she would leap and plunge the iron shard into its forehead. Yuha raised her spear, eyes blazing with arrogant killing intent, the tip gleaming, signaling its arrival and the monster's doom. With a mighty roar, she brought the spear down upon the sea monster. The spear flew like a shooting star, the impact shook the sea, and a red light illuminated the night. Yuha was stunned as the tentacle effortlessly caught her spear. She couldn't believe it. It blocked her attack so easily. The octopus's red eyes seemed to mock her for thinking she could defeat it with a single blow. Suddenly, a tentacle strikes at Yuha, but at the same moment, another arm wraps around her and Steven rushes to shield her. He takes the full brunt of the tentacle's attack. Steven grits his teeth in pain but holds Yuha tight. With a flick of its tendril, the two are sent flying, and Yuha begins to lose consciousness. Why is it that when their leader is in danger, the soldiers fall into disarray? With the Star-Lord and Vice Star-Lord gone, Yuha is lost, unsure of what to do. But the warriors, though worried, must continue to fight. Damn it, keep fighting, don't run. But their strength was nearly spent in the first battle, and with the chaos of losing their leader, many perished. Screams echoed across the sea. "Help me!" Yuha was distraught. What would Jion have done? If it were Uncle Jion, he would surely grab his greatsword and fly up. At that moment, a familiar figure rushed forward. Yuha, on the verge of fainting, is jolted awake, hardly believing her eyes. Uncle Jion, Steven was shocked to hear that name. Leon cuts through the smaller beasts, his target, the leader. With a swing of his greatsword, Jion effortlessly sliced the monster, leaving a scar on the octopus's face. Then, with a twist of his wrist and a grin, he unleashed his ultimate skill, piercing the beast with a mountain-shattering strike. The monster is sent flying, its 1,000 eyes wide with shock, as the mages gape at the single blow that ended the 1,000-legged calamity. The warriors gape at the monster with a gaping hole in it, utterly horrified. They turn to see the crater in the ground. Did his attack really reach all the way to the coast? Are you kidding me? The greatsword stuck in the ground still crackles with blue lightning. With a single step, Jion soared toward the group. Oops, did I throw it too hard? The squad was startled. Lily John, what are you doing here? Jion, feeling ostracized, is annoyed. What's with the surprise? It's just an octopus, and you're all making such a fuss. So I came to show you how it's done. The others didn't hesitate to show their disgust. What was that? They were just about to finish him off when you suddenly appeared and landed the decisive blow. We could have handled this 1,000-legged menace ourselves. But just seconds later, Jion was swept away by the tentacles, leaving everyone stunned, and the man who had just been berating him was left speechless. What was that? John turned his head to see the sea monster, its mouth a black hole ready to devour him, glance at what it held in its hand. But before he could think, the monster swallowed him whole. Yu Hao and the others went from hope to despair once more. What are we supposed to do now? You can catch the monster it grabbed, but countless sea monsters are waiting for them on the sea. The monster barely tasted that shrimp snack when a light flickered on its skin. Then a sword pierced through its hide. A blue light ignited the darkness, and a dark figure emerged, unleashing a devastating combo. The soldier's emotions swung wildly from despair to astonishment in an instant, the Vice Star-Lord's ultimate skill. Could that spear, once in the octopus's grasp, now be tearing the monster apart? The lightning radiating from Jion pierces the heavens. It only lacks a hammer to complete the Thor cosplay. The monster, shocked by the electricity, cried out in pain, triggering a chain reaction. Nearby creatures also received a jolt of the mage's electricity. John twirls the spear like Sun Wukong, lowers its tip, and activates his skill. Everyone who witnessed it was left speechless as John jumped off the crumbling monster after finishing them off. He laughs with satisfaction, saying it's been a long time since he's had such a good fight. His face is full of pride, saying that whether it has 1,000 legs or 10,000, it's still just an octopus. The monster, beaten to a husk, slowly collapses into the ocean, sending spray everywhere. Jion's face is next. I'll tear you to shreds and the rest will retreat. The octopus monster floated on the sea, leaving the warriors in awe. He took down that monster all by himself. Lion's reputation is well deserved. Words are written, and those who don't know your name are in awe. Everyone is talking about you. They say people began to revere you, awestruck by your power. Time seemed to stop as everyone tried to process what had happened. The reporter's hands trembled as she spoke into the microphone. Viewers, are you seeing this? She eagerly seized this breaking news. This is the man who's been the talk of the town for so long, The camera pans to the monster, now utterly destroyed. Hero Lion Jian has returned, immediately vanquishing the myriad-legged disaster, and the people rejoice at this magnificent victory. Everyone watching the battle on screen cheered in celebration, their voices echoing throughout the city. At that moment, countless words appeared on the book, stories passed down through the ages. Impressive journeys, achievements worthy of respect. The scripture of the serpent bearer has been born. The scripture, recording all the deeds of the serpent bearer and spreading throughout the world, has the other zodiac saints in a panic. And John is a little surprised by the added content. The scripture chronicles tales brimming with power. So my power will increase if my followers read this? On the shore, Yuha called out to him, and Jian snapped out of his thoughts. Is that Yuha? She's waving to him from the shore. Jay kicks off the ground, appearing before her. Are you hurt? Yuha nods. Yes, I'm all right. Jay is taken aback, staring at the massive thing on her back. Yuha, what's that on your back? Are you carrying it around? Yuha flusteredly tries to hide it. Yes. What is he saying? John feels like he's learned something new about this kid. So Yuha likes bones too? You like lion bones? Yuha blushed, saying she planned to use it as a base for goo. John hesitated, then offered what was in his hand, the remaining wooden color. I accidentally broke your spear, so let me make you a new weapon as a gift. Yuha was ecstatic to hear that. She brandishes the weapon Jian made for her. Is this real? I love it. Suddenly, Stephen's beaming face barges into the conversation. Fantastic. The three of them froze as if someone hit pause, and John shot a look of disdain. You dog, are you crazy? What the hell are you yelling about? Stephen grins. Of course I'm happy. He then pointed at Yuha, saying, Troll Yuha is my close subordinate, and you just said you'd be her weapon, right? Stephen then pointed back at himself, implying that John would also be crafting a weapon for him. How could I not be happy to get a new weapon? Besides, 20 years ago, you were the artificer who made holy objects for us Zodiacs. John was speechless at this ridiculous logic, but Stephen continued to ramble on. You shattered my giant bone, so of course you'll make me a weapon. Seven was convinced he was right and laughed gleefully. Tron Yuha, I will generously forgive you for daring to step on my face and steal my bones. After the bang, a cloud of smoke shaped like a head appeared, as Stephen, enraged by the sight, was dumbfounded. No way! You now have the power to create another explosion just by shouting? Are you even human? John, hearing this nonsense, retorted, Did I do that? This fool. The smoke rises and spreads, engulfing everyone in a sea of haze, their screams lost in the illusion. Help. The smoke is too thick to see. Damn it, the entire frontline force has been swept away. One man turns, desperately searching for someone. What are we supposed to do now? He suddenly stared in disbelief. A teammate suddenly stares at him with predatory eyes, leaving him stunned. Hey, what's wrong with you? The man lunged, tearing a chunk from his neck, and he gritted his teeth. What's going on? He watched as his teammates went mad one by one, thinking, they've all gone crazy. Yuha is shocked. Is the Leo team attacking the Taurus team? And what was that explosion? Suddenly a deep, hoarse voice echoed, What else is coming? That was the brilliant light of a groundhog bomb set up by yours truly. Too bad it was small, so the explosion wasn't that big. A steel foot crashes onto the sand, and Stephen is horrified. Who are you? Someone stares at the person in the robot, then at the thing in its hand. Sebastian Gian, seeing the unconscious Slim, clenched his fist at Grivik. You bastard, what have you done to my Slim? Stephen, confused, asked Grivik, Did you say Chut Lang bomb? You dare place it where my men are fighting? Sir Grivik sneers from above. Calm yourselves. The fun has only just begun. That explosion was just a firecracker. John turns, pointing at the smoke. No wonder the Lion Zealots are all insane. That was your doing, wasn't it? Stephen couldn't believe his eyes. What? Grivik chuckled. Indeed, you lions are sharp. In that case, allow me to show you something far more amusing. With that, he put the horn to his lips, and though small, a bloody sound echoed across the sky, like a bell summoning them. The beast warriors attacking their comrades all stopped, leaving those being beaten confused. The beast warriors all rush back towards the horn's sound, while the soldiers on the shore frantically form a defensive line. They're here, damn it! Hold them back! Stephen panicked. Hey, wake up! Someone's pinning Yua down. She's trapped by their claws. Her uncle turned to look, only to be swarmed by others, doubling his panic. Uncle? Sergic laughs with excitement. You spent so much effort fighting the disasters, you must be running on fumes, right? He said, gloating over Jian B, pinned to the ground. Checkmate, Lion Sir Grivik muses with a smile. I must admit, it's incredibly refreshing to see you all cornered like this. Stephen shouts angrily, You madman! What have you done to my followers? Why won't they listen to me? Sir Grivik's lips curled. Is it because you drank my elixir? I was hoping it would have a more unique reaction. Your followers are simply excited by the reaction between the elixir and the atomic radiation from the exploded lab rat. In that state, they'll only obey my flute's commands. Seven was furious to hear his group had been poisoned. You bastard, turn them back to normal now. Sergit calmly replied, Don't be angry. If you want your apostles to return to normal, you must listen to everything I have to say. With that, he threw John's sword in front of Stephen, who looked at him confused. This sword is Lion's weapon. He chuckled. Yes, the weapon he forged himself. He pointed to the man before him. Surely you can't refuse. Stephen Marker, use that sword. Sir Grivik then looked at the person chained to the ground and said, Kill Lion. Stephen was stunned. Of course he wouldn't agree to kill Lion for no reason, would he? Why should I listen to you? Sir Grivik raised his robotic foot in front of Stephen. Of course you'll listen to me. Don't you want your followers back to normal? Sir Grivik confidently replies, It's all right, because you and I understand each other very well. He recalled Zion's detestable gaze and lamented, Don't we have something in common? Layon's existence made us insecure. Stephen, hearing a key word, froze. Don't talk nonsense, he shouted. Sir Grivik sneers, Then why are you so interested in Lion's weapons? Isn't that the clearest evidence that you're doing this to overcome your inferiority? To you, Lion's power is an insurmountable wall, and his crafting ability is the biggest obstacle to me. Exactly. No matter how hard Sir Grivik tries, he can't surpass Gion. Gion's talent is simply beyond his reach. Sir Grivik bitterly expresses that the more he tries to overcome, the more he feels like he's facing an insurmountable wall, uttering words of great conviction. This is our God-given opportunity. Stephen can't compete with us head-on. Sir Grivik said, I won't make empty promises, and I'm not as pathetic as Leon. I'll forge you the ultimate weapon, one of a kind in this world. Sir Grivik continued to sweet-talk Stephen Coy, saying that if they joined forces, they could surpass Lion, and his ascension to the Supreme Zodiac Star would only be a matter of time. After all the sweet talk, Sir Grivik urged, Now, take that sword and deal with Lion. The sword's tip was raised. Yuha frantically looks at Stephen. Master, no, those are just lies. You know Sergevich can't be trusted, she cried. Master, are you even listening to me? But Stephen only glanced at Gion. Yuha desperately tried to change Stephen's mind, warning that if he dared to touch Gion, she wouldn't let him get away with it. Stephen stood before Gion, raising his sword to strike, the ultimate weapon. Sir Grivik laughs maniacally. Die. A sickening thud echoes, but unexpectedly, the sword is aimed at Sir Grivik, leaving Yuha stunned. Sir Grivik grits his teeth in pain. Fool, why did you pass up such a golden opportunity? But Stephen cuts him off, saying, You think I'd listen to the guy who turned my men into this? His voice dripped with disdain as he claimed he'd trained to surpass Lion, regretting the time he'd wasted on pointless self-doubt. Stephen flips him off, and I don't have as strong an intention as you do to kill Lion and take his place. Even John, pinned to the ground, had to give props, but his praise was cut short by Stephen's boastful bragging. Because I've already surpassed Lion, all I need now is a weapon. John could only lie there and laugh helplessly as Stephen puffed out his chest, saying, Don't compare me to something as low as you. He then pointed at Sir Grivik, asking, And what flag? You said you'd be my weapon, but you couldn't even beat the Legion. You think I'd prefer your weapons over Lion's? That lunatic. Sir Grivik is furious after being betrayed. How dare you? I'll open fire with the cannon on this robot and make you regret it. Stephen lands a powerful blow on the robot, staggering Sir Grivik, even in his armor. Stephen seizes the opportunity to land another blow, as Sir Grivik, on the verge of defeat, stubbornly tells him not to show off. With that, he unleashed a barrage of the robot's weapons, all aimed at Stephen, its feet digging deep into the sand. A storm of bullets and missiles erupts, tearing through the sand with thunderous explosions. Sir Grivik laughs gleefully, believing the world-renowned Leo Zodiac Star will fall before his attack. But before he could celebrate, Stephen, in his beast form, charged through the barrage, devouring the bullets in his path. It's true that 20 years ago, I was as insecure, as you say. But even after countless failures, I stood up and challenged my own limits. I've strived to surpass Leon. Stephen roars, claws poised, ready to unleash his skill. Then, several lightning claw strikes shattered Sir Grivik's armor, no matter how durable, and claws like needles surrounded him like a cage. Stephen rushed forward, landing a few more blows. Sir Grivik is slammed into the rocks, and Stephen stomps on his armor. He glared at the troublemaker. Old goat, you have some thick armor. Sir Grivik grunts as he stomped on. Stephen tears apart the armor, throwing the layers off his opponent. As he threw the armor aside, he cursed, saying even Constellation-level fighters didn't use protection. "Don't hide in that armor, you damn goat. Come out here!" Sir Grivix gritted his teeth and roared, while Steve and John just stared at the two of them, unimpressed. "How long are you two planning to fight?" The scene then froze for 2 seconds. Stephen's eyes widened, while Leon and Sir Grivix found it even harder to believe. "How did you escape?" Jin retorts. "I was going to let them capture me to see what you were up to, but you guys were taking too long, so I just got up." Those guys were pathetically weak. Yuha and the bonehead behind her sat dumbfounded as Stephen and Sir Grivix watched a horde of beasts get wiped out. John lightly kicks Stephen like a ball, saying he's lucky to have dodged that. Then he smiles wickedly at Sir Grivix, saying he has many questions for him and wants to talk. Sir Grivix recalls that just minutes ago Yu Jian patiently listened to their squabble. But he's tired of comparing himself to a low-grade goat, and he's bored of listening to them argue. "You dare compare your weapon to mine, you imposter," followed by Sir Grivix's agonizing screams. Jian, tired of their endless bickering, loses patience and decides he's had enough. The beasts were shocked to see Jian get up and walk away. "What an idiot I've been," Jian grumbled, wondering why he bothered waiting for this ridiculous fight to end when he could just step in. But a monster tried to stop him, only to be instantly slammed into a wall. Then Jian extends a friendly greeting to the two brawlers. "How long are you two planning to fight?" The two of them stare at him, frozen in place, as a scene from the past unfolds. 20 years ago, there was a war to attack the Demon Tower. Kevin smirks with delight. Lion will die in the Demon Tower, leaving Sir Grivix stunned. "Isn't that the prophecy Hugo Ott received from the guardian deity?" Kevin replies. "That's just a prophecy about the future." He laughs. "I mean, the plan will come to fruition." Sir Grivix grins with excitement. "I used myself, I don't care what he meant by it." His mind is filled with demonic thoughts, screaming for Lion's death. If so, this is the perfect opportunity to examine Lion's corpse, transforming all of his power into his own, when suddenly a hand tears through the recollection. Jian frantically tears up the pages of the past, begging him to stop reminiscing, saying he only wants to know who killed him. "I'm not interested in your past." Sir Grivix nods and smiles. "All right, I'll talk. In exchange, you have to guarantee my safety." But before he could even finish his chuckle, Jian broke his jaw and smiled amiably at him. "It seems you haven't grasped the situation. I'm not here to negotiate with you. Waste my time with more nonsense and I'll rip out your tongue." "Who is he?" He's completely out of patience, and Sir Grivix trembles in fear. "Maiden Star?" John frowned. "Another virgin?" It's an eerie echo of the succubus's words. He recalled the demon woman's last words. "The Maiden Star is the Maiden Star." His heart grew colder. Was it really the Maiden Star? John knew he had to see Jin Myung and ask about the results of the sword examination. He looked down at the man again. "All right, never mind that. It's time for you to give it back to me. That achievement-granting hammer is mine." Sir Grivix glared, as if facing debt collectors. "What, you went that far?" John didn't hesitate to raise his voice. "I don't want to." "Ah, so it's Sir Grivix," nodding incessantly. "Just give it back, right?" A notification appears. Capricorn Zodiac Star Sebastian has returned the holy relic, the Hammer of Accomplishment. John, seeing the item returned to its owner, is pleased. That's it. Sir Grivix sat on the ground, disheveled. The system announced that his body trembled with rage and anger at the loss of the hammer. John smirked at him. "What's with that face? Are you upset about something?" With a snap of his fingers, he opened a portal. "Come forth, three brothers." The three brothers emerged from within, saying, "You summoned us, Lord?" Lai Jian ordered them to drag him to their domain. "If he resists, feel free to break a leg or two," the three brothers replied in unison. "Understood," Sir Grivix stammered. Lion, you can even summon a guardian spirit," he shouted before being dragged away. "Could it be that you're not a new zodiac star but something else entirely?" John thought to himself. "Reflect on your actions, though I have no intention of forgiving you." At that moment, the beast army regained its senses. What's going on? Those who were rampaging moments ago are now bewildered. What? My head hurts. What were we doing? Yuha is relieved. Everyone has returned to their senses. Stephen breathed a sigh of relief, while others who were frightened were stunned. They won't notice now, will they? It seems they're okay. Meanwhile, the masked group panicked at Sir Grivix's disappearance. Their master had been captured. What were they to do? Shu Shutao stammered, at a loss for words. What else could they do? With that, he activated a watch-like device on his wrist, deciding to go all the way. A layer of blue enveloped the warriors' armor, shocking them. Their armor and then their bodies were engulfed in a blue light. Accompanied by an earth-shattering boom and the warriors' screams, Baldy sneered. Did you forget you tampered with my Star-Lord's weapons before deploying? I'll blow you all to Kingdom Come while the masked men try to dissuade him. Master, please don't try so hard to get attention. He loudly commanded. Now, shoot the guinea pig. One of the masked men then raised a cannon. Yes, sir. The cannon fires, the projectile aimed directly at Jian, who stands like a scarecrow, commenting all the while. Are these even toys? Why do you always have to call everything a guinea pig? Well, then I'll use my toys to face you. And with that, a screen appears. Using the sacred hammer to grant achievements, a target struck can be enhanced and transformed. Please select a target, John smirks. The target is the guinea pig bullet, and John's hammer strikes. The two forces collided in a big bang-like explosion, lighting up the sky and the screen displayed. Target transformation. Complete. The guinea pig bullet transformed into a guinea pig firework, and the masked group's smugness quickly turned to shock. A guinea pig turned into fireworks? He really is crazy. A beastly foot stomps the ground. You're the crazy ones. The group is beaten to a pulp as they look at the masked figures with resentment. You deliberately plotted to stab us in the back. The group cried out like victims. What? Have you all lost your minds? Stephen's face was contorted with bulging veins. We beastmen are stronger and tougher than you think. I'm not so sure about those rat missiles, but those bullets can't hurt me. But before he could even finish his threat, they scattered. Run away, run fast, run now. Stephen frowned, wishing they'd listened before running. He was furious that the enemy retreated before he could get his revenge. I can't let them get away. Lion, do you have anything fun to play with? Big, sturdy, fits in your hand, easy to swing. John shot him a dirty look. Why do you always come to me for weapons? But then John realizes that the thing he described was already right in front of him. Stephen described something perfectly. Large, sturdy, easy to wield. John smirked. I know just the thing. Stephen looks at him, terrified, but asks what's wrong with his eyes. Curiosity outweighing his fear. If you have it, hurry and get it out for me, he said, his voice rising an octave. Stephen is grabbed by the ankle and swung into the air by John, who hurls him towards the fleeing enemies. Stephen came in like a wrecking ball, scattering the fleeing enemies. John's throw was a strike, accompanied by the enemy's cries of pain. He exhales in satisfaction, wondering if he should go bowling next time. After the battle, John grabbed Stephen's ankle and asked, "How'd it go?" But seeing the foot, filthy and foul, John immediately lost interest. He looked at the foot, then let it go, complaining that it didn't feel right and shouldn't be used again. The scene opens to the European branch of the Human Alliance, the Western Defense Zone on the outskirts of the Red Zone. On the ground, countless roots writhed and crawled. They were everywhere, accompanied by a dense reddish mist that filled the city. A foot steps into a puddle on the ground as the Virgo Constellation search team captain covers his nose in discomfort. The stench here is overwhelming, but not surprising. If a disaster suddenly appears, we can't let our guard down. The subordinates chatted as they walked. Hey, did you hear? Lion defeated the disaster-level octopus in the Philippines. Everyone nodded in agreement. Oh, I saw the video. He's extraordinary. Those who officially participated in the subjugation ultimately didn't accomplish much. Someone even added some juicy gossip, saying the lion and Capricorn fought and both looked like losers. Another laughed. All the better for us. Fewer competitors, right? Jian coldly retorted. Silence. Are you planning to gossip the whole mission? The subordinates, caught in the leader's gaze, could only apologize. Jian turns and scolds them. We're not here to play around. Don't forget, we're here to search for the missing people from the outskirts of the temporary settlement. The subordinates, now alert, echoed the orders, surveying the desolate landscape, reminding each other that the crimson fog made the search far more difficult, and to maintain focus. The subordinates, not daring to delay, obeyed. Suddenly, a desperate voice cried out, "Someone help me! Please help!" Jian turned back in a flash as the voice echoed through the desolate landscape. "Someone, please, save me!" Jian shouted, the sound coming from over there, and then he charged ahead. "I'll lead the way. Everyone follow me." The group quickly followed, on patrol. They searched every nook and cranny, but the voice seemed to be everywhere. "Help me, please. Is anyone there? Please, someone help me." The cries echoed endlessly. "Someone, please help me. Is anyone there?" John gritted his teeth. All the screams seemed to be coming from the center of the city. Am I hearing things? But the sound echoes in my ears, urging Jian to continue the search. John heard the sound echoing everywhere. "Help me. Is anyone there?" He couldn't shake the feeling that it was a recording on repeat. "Help, is anyone there?" He stopped in his tracks. "Everyone stop." Jian broke out in a cold sweat. Something's not right. He spun around, shouting, "Hey, where is everyone? Someone, answer me." Suddenly, he felt something covering his head, whispering in his ear, begging for someone to save him. Save him. Please, save someone. It tightened its grip, a savage laugh echoing, "Help me." Please, please, the sanctuary is completely locked down. He could only watch as those roots eyed him like a hungry tiger stalking its prey. Until, amidst the desolation, a pained cry faded into the darkness. The scene shifts to Hugo's home, the Centaur Constellation Sanctuary, where news reports detail Leon's victory over the 10 Hands and 1,000 Hands from days ago. The man put his feet up on the table and muttered, "Execution number 0 returns. Execution number 1, eliminate the sea monster." The commandments inscribed in the sacred verses seem to have influenced the believers. These recorded commands may blossom into power. The news reports that a massive salvage crane is being deployed to move the monster's corpse out of the Philippines. John, lost in thought, turns to face the news screen. Wasn't Lion really amazing? He took down the calamitous octopus that embarrassed the entire Multi-Star Alliance force. John was tired of hearing about it. The news was all about him. What was so special about killing the octopus? Youngdung swung his legs. With so much going on, John recalled the live broadcast, the return of the hero, Leon defeating the 10 Hands, and muttered, "The basic effect of the Holy Scripture is to make me do things that will become hot topics, including the octopus incident that's still being dealt with out there." John closed the book, deciding he'd had enough of the Saint verse and needed to deal with his backlog of work. Suddenly, a new notification popped up on the screen. "Want to see Trial 6, Skill Enhancement 1? John smirked. "How twisted." He clicks on Trial 6 to take a look. The information screen opens, revealing the Out SSS Awakening. This trial will begin when you reach Constellation Level 10. You must pass 3 tests. Outus's unique Guardian buff, greatly increased physical abilities, a unique awakened skill, and Outus's Holy Artifact. Note that you have 240 hours to complete the trial, and you will not receive any experience points. Failure to pass all trials will result in penalties. John thought to himself that the trials were quests that appeared after his fight with the Gemini god. The screen flashed again. Strength Trial. Eliminate the God-eating demon. Warning: you cannot use your Battle God instinct. John clicked his tongue, lamenting that he couldn't use his ultimate skill, God of War instinct. But as long as he didn't face a god or a true disaster head-on, he'd be fine. After all, he was a disaster-solving expert. Then, a few more notifications popped up. The Wisdom Trial requiring him to recruit a secretary to record Futurus's orders. Zirkaur 1 Reputation Test. Acquire a human servant as a disciple. Zirkaur 1 Jian contemplates. These two are the real problem. A secretary and a disciple. Where am I even supposed to find them? What was I thinking? This is going to be tough. He then clicks on notification number 2. Next, he taps the skill enhancement option, and his eyes light up like headlights. The system announces that the gaze of the gods has leveled up and its effects have been enhanced. John then screams, startling Yeren, who is standing nearby. The rabbit-like W, now grabbed by the ears, is panicking. "Let me go. Break it off cleanly." John rushes to stop them. "Hey, can someone look at me for a second?" The system announces that you have used the skill God's Gaze. Confirm faith. You can confirm the faith of a target by looking at them with this skill. Yeren Centaur, 85%. Great Serpent, 81%. Jungwei Aries, 90%. God's Proxy Aquarius, 81%. Capricorn, 50%. Gemini, 30%. Leo, 9%. Tap to view details. System extended information. Note that when you accept a servant, if the servant's faith is not 100%, the constellation's authority will be reduced. He muses that he needs to be careful when choosing disciples, then wonders about 100% faith as he considers a few candidates. Hugo's been crammed into a question mark, and me? John clenches his fist. No problem. Whether it's Hugo, Sangjae, or Yuha, any of them could become my disciples. And I'm already here. Never mind that. Where are Hugo, Sangjae, and Yuha? Yeren replied that they had left early in the morning. John sighed. So that's how it is? I'll check later then. Yeren didn't understand. Check. And then Conway Q, grabbed by the ear, struggles in vain. John's phone vibrates and his bored expression shifts into a sly grin as he sees the name on the screen. Finally. The scene is dark and indistinct, filled with screams. "Run! Save me! I don't want to die! Please help me! I'm trapped in the rubble! Someone, help me!" The woman in front of him anxiously instructed, "Sangjae, listen to me. You have to hide in the car until your father arrives, understand?" Screams echoed all around as Sangjae shook his head, crying. His mother reassured him, telling him to think of it as a game of hide and seek. You have to hide well so the monster can't find you. When your father comes, he'll take care of it in one blow. She forced a smile, telling her precious Sangdae to be brave and wait for his father, Pinky promising him, But there was no afterward, only his desperate screams. "Mom!" Sangdae jolts awake from the nightmare, feeling like he's being suffocated. His hand trembled on the seat until another hand rested on top of it. Yuha smiled gently at him. Hugo looks at his reflection in the rearview mirror. "Sangdae, are you all right? You look like you've had a nightmare. I don't think he's rested enough, especially since we're going to visit your mother. He hasn't been able to sleep." Yuha looked at his face, worried. "It could also be the after-effects of the divine punishment. Don't push yourself too hard." "Sangda?" Sangda respond. "I'm fine, just a little tired." With that, he fell silent once more, and Yuha seemed to remember something. She rummages through her bag. "Oh, right, I almost forgot, I have something for you." Then she showed off the headband. Ta-da, a birthday present. The headband emits a sparkling purple light. Yuha smiles. "I bought what you asked for." Sangi's eyes sparkle. "This is Yuha's explanation. You said you needed a sacred relic containing Gemini's magic, right? I bought it with Grandma, but is it really that good?" Sangdi cradles it in her hand. "Yes, I can get points without doing anything with this." "I'm glad you like it," she said, a hint of relief in her smile. "Even though you're always down on your birthday, happy birthday anyway, Sangdae." Sangdae smiles brightly, thanking her for putting her heart into the gift. Yuha teases him, saying his mother would be sad if he was always so gloomy on his birthday. "Visit her with a smile, okay?" Meanwhile, Hugo silently observes the scene from behind. His hands tightened on the steering wheel as the three finally arrived at the hospital. Inside room 80, lively chatter fills the air as Yuha talks nonstop. Jian even flicked the forehead of the god Freyja. He's cooler than ever. The heart monitor displays a steady rhythm as Yuha speaks with affection in her eyes. "Mom would be so happy if she could see Jian and us. We'll have so much to tell you when you wake up." The woman in the hospital bed, hooked up to a respirator, remained in a deep sleep as Yuha softly called out to her mother. The two sisters held tightly to that thin hand in silence as Hugo remained outside, watching quietly. He lowered his head, his face expressionless, when suddenly his phone rang. Hugo stared at the name on the screen. He stepped out of the hospital to take the call. It was then that Hugo answered the phone. "Today's an important day, so I don't want to talk about work. I never thought you'd call me directly like this. I can't believe the European Union is looking for me." He was curious, but such a simple disaster extermination request? Wasn't the maiden nearby the Eastern settlement? The voice on the other end replied, "Sagittarius Saint, I wouldn't call you directly if it were just a normal disaster. The maiden has already declared that she's giving up on eliminating it." Hugo was taken aback. What did he just say? Kevin Hazard spoke those words. The voice on the other end added, "Also, you've seen this disaster before. The one that appeared in Korea 10 years ago and destroyed the entire airport." Hugo's eyes sharpened. The other party didn't hesitate to mention the blood mist. "That bastard has appeared again." A rainy afternoon in the European Union, the domain of the Valkyrie. Amidst the downpour, Jian grumbled over coffee in a cafe. What terrible timing. Of all the beautiful days, why rain on the day of our meeting? As he unlocks his phone, Jian texts Sangdae, "Do you want to become my disciple?" He texted Sangdae, "Do you want to be my disciple?" Sangdae replied, "I'm sorry, uncle, I really appreciate the offer, but I don't think I can." John clicks his tongue, thinking he was sure the boy would agree. He takes a sip of water, realizing there's still so much he doesn't know about Sangdae. He recalls their earlier conversation and is stunned. Today is Sangdae's birthday. John rebukes her. "You should have told me sooner." Yin gives an awkward smile. Sangdi doesn't really care about his birthday, John thinks to himself. That kid didn't even tell me it was today. He frowned. Aaron seemed to be hiding something too. What's going on the kid's birthday? Suddenly someone approaches, noting John's pensive mood. "What troubles you?" John looks up. He's here. The SS rank appraiser Saintess Jin Mi greets him with a bow. "Long time no see, Lion." He takes a seat. "I should have come to you. I apologize for making you come all this way." John replied, "It's fine. I have some business with the Oracle Maiden, and it wasn't difficult to come here." John glanced outside. "By the way, I know this country is under the Muse's influence, but why is everything here related to that guy?" "Europe has always been heavily influenced by religion," he replied, watching people pass in the rain. After the supreme gods and their faithful forces appeared, and gazing upon the golden statue, the symbol of the city, Europe became a vast theocratic nation. Mug took a sip of coffee and looked up at the guiding light atop the highest tower. They've always seen the massive dome protecting them every minute of every hour, so it's no wonder their faith grows stronger. John smirks knowingly. Is that so? While he used flowery words to speak of the supreme gods, a glint flickered in his eyes. Your faith has weakened considerably, hasn't it? The screen displays the maiden's information. VGO, SS rank awakened, heavenly eye, personal trait, one who can identify the origin of all things, memory, permeation, capable of drawing out the memories of all things, faith privilege, unyielding spirit, immune to all attacks of hypnosis, brainwashing, mind control, and so on. Tap to see details. Myung's image reflects in his pupils. System reports, Saint S's faith drops from 92% to 87%. Subject's faith weakens due to feeling betrayed by the Great Forgiver at 99.1%. John mused that even Jin Myung, a fanatic, was losing faith due to betrayal. Something serious must have happened. The system reports, divine sight confirms faith. You can determine a subject's faith index by looking at them with the eyes of a god. John smiled at me. I assume what we're about to discuss concerns your god. Mai was astonished. I'm impressed. I can't hide anything from you. He then created a barrier around them both. The system announces that you have used Pisces' borrowing skill. The soundproof barrier, thanks to the power of water, has completely isolated all sound from the outside. Mai opened his briefcase. Let's get straight to the point about the dagger you asked me to examine. He placed it on the table, the dagger that stabbed him 20 years ago. Information appears on the screen. The dagger is filled with death energy. Because it contained the power of demons, the knife's information was destroyed. I read a fragment of the memories left within the dagger, he said, his expression one of utter shock. And the investigation revealed that the one who stabbed you inside the demon tower was the saint of the priestess I serve, Kevin Hazard. Before Jian left for the Sagittarius Sanctuary in Korea, Hugo's home, he asked Larry to investigate Sangjae. He refused to become my disciple, but he's still a Gemini member. He recalled the boy's bewildered expression, and despite what happened before, he remembered that broken look and was sure there was a reason. So, this is the request. Larry John wants me to find out why Sangjae joined Gemini and what happened to him in the past. Oh, and also, find out about the duties of an assistant serving a deity, Larry added clearly. An order. She lay on the gaming chair, contemplating. I'll ask about the assistant later. Let's start by investigating Sangjae. Just then, Sangjae approaches. Larry was inwardly pleased, thinking how lucky he was that the boy had come at just the right moment. But outwardly, he remained as calm as possible. All right, what is it? Sangjae replies, please help me open a path through the Gemini Magic Library that leads to the secret library. Larry was a little surprised. The Gemini Magic Library was known to house information on the world's most powerful magic, including Gemini's own treasures, especially the highest level, the secret library, where only high-ranking disciples were allowed, safeguarding many forbidden spells. In essence, it was the world's largest sea of knowledge. Sangju explained hesitantly. I can't enter the library because I discarded my disciple badge, and I don't have access to the secret library because I'm a low-level disciple. He bowed earnestly. There's something I need to find inside. Please help me. With a snap of her fingers, Larry opened a portal, the sounds of a library echoing from the other side. Welcome to the Twins Magic Library, a repository of endless knowledge. Access requires authority, and letting you in isn't difficult for me, Larry said, looking at Sangjae. She continued, seeing his tense expression. But the secret library holds countless lost, mystical, and even forbidden spells. I need to know what you're looking for in there and why. With that, Larry stared intently at him. Sangda Trantru didn't speak, finally clenching his fist. What I'm looking for in the library is the soul-summoning skill that allows me to summon life from the other world. In Belgium, Jian sat blankly at the train station, recalling the conversation. Myung had said, I checked the records from a few years ago. He cited examples of similar daggers being displayed and auctioned, adding that the appraisal was done by my predecessor. Then, Myung remarked that he seemed to sense the dark energy on the dagger and tried to trace its origin. But Jian suddenly interjected. That dagger belongs to the maiden, Myung affirmed. That's right. Myung held up a photo on his phone. This is inside the armory of the maidens, filled with weapons possessing the same energy as this dagger. The exhibition and auction are just a slow and discreet way to dispose of them, don't you think? John looked at the weapons in the photo. He must have heard something from his predecessor. Myung shook his head. No, I can't do that because he was suddenly killed while investigating the knife's origin. He was stabbed by the very dagger he was investigating. He tapped the blade, noting the signs of tampering. Someone tried to erase the dark energy source, as well as the one appraising it, and there's a powerful curse unlike anything I've ever encountered. Although faint, the curse seems to have been fully spent, he said. The thunderclap formation was effective in neutralizing your power immediately. It's definitely related to a powerful and sinister being. John recalled that it was powerful enough to harm not only the Holy Star, but also the supreme gods. He remembered certain events. Curses were Jin Louis Morin's specialty, but his curses had no effect on the supreme gods. John recalled the knife. Its dark energy was not divine, and the power of cancer was nothing compared to the energy within that blade. John frowned, realizing the one who stabbed him must be connected to the nameless civilization's disaster. He rubbed the bridge of his nose. First he needed to pass the strength test, which had a time limit. Then he would deal with the priestess. John quickly organized his plans. The announcement echoes through the station as Jion's spirits lift with the arrival of the train. As the figure stepped off the train, their feet hit the platform, causing a stir among the other passengers. Each of them had a somewhat grim expression, which made the people a little scared, even though there were some handsome guys among them. The group parted to make way for the last person, who slowly approached Jion. Jion's eyes gleamed with excitement. They had finally arrived. The Centaurs, Hugo Odos's elite force. In the West Defense Zone, countless blackbirds fill the sky, some roasted before they can even gasp, falling onto the ground. Members divide the work. We have to take care of all the celestial flowers in this area today. Move quickly. Some members complained, "What's with all these tree roots?" "I don't know. They're making it hard for us to move." John eyed the Centaur group with curiosity. "What a coincidence. I didn't expect you guys to be involved with the Virgo case, too." "Why are you here?" The barber replied, "It's because of the Centaur's recent commission." He explained, "The Centaurs accepted a mission with some powerful individuals to eliminate a natural disaster. We're basically mercenaries." He recalled the man who'd met Hugo, saying their saint was meeting with the EU Commission to learn more about the mission. John was speechless. "You accepted a mission without knowing what it was?" The barber said their saint had accepted it. John questioned this, then explained that the disaster was tied to a special incident, his expression suddenly turning grave. He'd heard of the monster that craved Lion's divine power, the Blood Ogre. That day at the EU Disaster Measurement Agency, it was a gloomy day for a meeting. As the government representative on the podium knows, Blood Omen, as the name implies, emits a blood-colored mist, devouring the souls and life force of living creatures nearby. According to reports, the Blood Ogre has been in the EU for about 10 days. Hugo wonders why the usual procedure of contacting the gods to handle it wasn't followed. Why would you handle it in such a dangerous way? As you know, the public views blood calamity as a subdued disaster, something that should never appear again. Hugo interrupts, "Even after it's devoured nearly 5,000 people?" The other man smirks. "Hugo, the divine envoys stopped counting that number decades ago." Hugo pressed further. "What about the saintess? Why isn't their saint, Kevin Hazard, doing anything?" The government official replied, "The Valkyries have already taken action." He recounted how they had deployed high-ranking divine officers and countless troops, but they were all slaughtered due to the Bloodsong's aura causing severe symptoms on the human body. This is especially disadvantageous for the maidens, who excel in close combat, he argued, citing specific examples. Furthermore, their holy maiden is already fighting a calamity-class monster in the Northern Sea. From his current location, it would be difficult for him to rush back to his holy land. That's why we broke protocol and sought help from other divine legions. After some research, we chose Sagittarius because their mercenary squad is quite mobile, and they weren't afraid to bring in Lion. So, the Centaur Saint is on Leon's side. We were very impressed with Leon's work in the Philippines. Please, lower the blood oath to protect us." Hugo remained silent, staring at the seemingly benevolent face. He thought to himself that they were lying. Hugo cursed inwardly. That arrogant, self-satisfied Kevin Hazard would rather die than let outsiders set foot in his territory for such trivial reasons. He wondered if those prudes were trying to use Bloodsinger to eliminate Lion in them. Countless scenarios ran through Hugo's mind. They must have done something here. But Hugo's hand clenched on the chair. The government official might look calm, but he was definitely nervous inside. He recalled a conversation, wondering if it was okay to involve Sagittarius and Lion, considering what they knew about the Saintess. The man smirked. "No matter. Just tell them the blood calamity has appeared." Hugo Ott wouldn't be able to refuse once he heard that name. The scene cuts to the defense sector as the slick-haired man says, "Because the Lord's wife was lost to the Blood Ogre." John pondered, "The Heavenly Lord only had one wife you refer to as such." The other man nodded. "That's right." He recalls Chunju, Hugo Ter's wife and the mother of Yuha and Sangjae. They met after Leon's disappearance in the Demon Tower, so he never met her. Suddenly, a girl steps forward, trying to protect Sangji from the pool of blood. She and the first disciple, captain of the Divine Squad, have fallen. John rolls his eyes. "The first disciple?" She nods. Yes, do you know him? John replied, Of course, he used to be our errand boy 20 years ago, always following Hugo and me around. Who would have thought he'd become the captain of a divine team? John nodded, knowing the truth. So that's why Hugo avoids talking about his family? It's unbelievable what he's been through. John muses, What kind of disaster is Blood Omen? Frankly, Hugo isn't the same anymore, just going around in circles, making him weaker and weaker. He recalled the early days of training this young sprout, knowing his potential because he was the one who taught him how to fight. He remembered fighting side by side, trusting him with his life even when he was a rookie. You expect me to believe someone like that was defeated by a disaster I've never even heard of? John thought to himself. The Hugo I knew was one of the strongest of the 12 Saints, John began. Tell me exactly what happened to him. The barber was silent, then sighed. All right, this isn't easy to talk about, but since it's you, I'll tell you what happened. He clasped his hands, closed his eyes, and recalled. That horrific accident occurred 10 years ago on Sangda's 7th birthday. That day, a sleepy little Sangdae sat next to his mother as she called Hugo. Yes, darling? I've just arrived back in Korea. It's been 2 years since we were last here, hasn't it? She walked and talked to her husband. I think I can create a prototype against disaster soon. It's all thanks to Leon's notes and the weapons you gave me. Thank you so much. And so, the honorary Sagittarius member and disaster weapon developer, Chunu, or Sangdae's mother, patted him on the head. Sangjo even came to encourage me in the middle of the night. I almost cried. I was so touched. You ask how Sangjae made it to the airport? Thanks to Jwoo, he took care of it that very night. The Centaur Squad leader's first disciple, Lai John of the Centaur Squad, smiled shyly. I'm fine. Young Master Sangjae wanted to see you as soon as possible. Little Sangjae rubs his tummy and yawns. He's hungry, and so is his mom. Rue glanced over at the nearby McDoria. Is that so? Then let's have hamburgers. John volunteers. You stay here, young master. I'll go buy it for you, Rue replied with a smile. Oh my, thank you. In the distance, an argument breaks out. Damn it, you idiot. Do you have any idea what you've done? I'm sorry. Boss, the curious kid peeks from behind the seats. The instigator scolds the chubby one, saying he told him to keep it. Who told you to let it loose here? I didn't know it would do this. With that, the two quickly departed, urging In to run for their lives. Sangjae curiously watched the two figures leave as Du gave him instructions. Sangjae, wait here. Zhuo said he's going to buy something for us. Just then, the waiting room lights went out and a worried Rue stood up as the bright sky turned a reddish hue. The people in the airport were also confused, wondering why it suddenly went dark. Damn it, why is the airport dark in the middle of the night? Sangdae is terrified. Mom, why are all the lights off? Du just silently observes. Leaving the bar, Du was also confused. What was going on? Why the sudden blackout? His face suddenly went pale. Du hugged Sangjae tightly, forcing a laugh. This is really bad, isn't it? The items in his hand scattered as the blood ogre crashed through the glass. Du instinctively protects Sangjae, and Yao rushes over. Yao shoves them away from the blood ogre, sacrificing himself to become its meal and give them a chance to escape. Sangjae cries out, but Ju responds with a reassuring smile, comforting the boy until the very end. Sangjo watches Ju get devoured before his eyes, and his emotions shatter as Rue covers his eyes. Sangdae, don't look. The blood fiend chews its first prey of the day. The people in the airport are stunned. This is a disaster, isn't it? It just swallowed someone whole. Security, move out. Contact the Holy See immediately. Understood. The roots of the talisman spread throughout the airport, and cries and screams filled the air. Hold on tight, Diu, no matter what. Don't let go of Mom. She carried him away like the wind, as countless people were dragged into the blood swamp to become food amidst the smoke and fire. The screams were hoarse and desperate. Run, somebody! Many were injured beneath the rubble. Help! I don't want to die. Please, someone save me. I'm being crushed by debris. Someone, please save Rue, he pleaded. Sangja, you have to hide in the car until your father arrives, understand? All around him were screams. Sade cried and shook his head, but his mother reassured him, telling him to think of it as a game of hide and seek. You have to hide so the monsters don't find you. When your father gets here, he'll take care of them with one blow. She forced a smile, looking at him, her precious Sangdae. Pinky extended as if making a promise. Promise me you'll be brave, and wait until your father arrives. Then she slammed the door shut, ignoring his cries. Mommy, Sangdae is sobbing. I just wanted to see you as soon as possible, Mom. I just wanted to share so much good news. Because it's been so long since our whole family was together. His voice was full of emotion. It's all my fault, all of it. Aunt Jaewo, I'm sorry. The roots are crawling toward the car. Just then, a light flashed across the dark sky like a meteor descending to sever the roots. Hugo rushed to the car asking, "Sang-jae, are you okay?" "Dad," Sang-jae cried out. Hugo turned and tenderly asked Han if he was hurt, while Sang-jae desperately pounded on the car door. "Dad, your words strike Hugo like a bolt of lightning. Mom and Uncle John—" His hands trembled, but he gritted his teeth and calmly replied, "Is that so? I understand now." Hugo placed his hand on the car window as if caressing his son's head. Flames engulfed him as the roots lunged again, but before they could touch him, they were incinerated. Hugo's eyes burned with hatred. "How dare you!" He glared at the source of all this tragedy, and Hugo leaped towards the tree-like sack, reminiscent of the blood fiend's item pouch. Those it kills are imprisoned within the giant tree on its back, and he's overjoyed to see his wife. Hugo knew he had to stay calm. Perhaps there was still a way to save her. Maybe forcibly pulling her out would work. Thinking quickly, he grabbed his Dalao and forcefully snapped the branches, pulling her out. "Just wait, I'm going to save you." Hugo even tries to burn the branches, but all the fire is absorbed by the blood pod and turned into a fireball, and the branches rush toward Hugo like madmen. "However many come, you cut them down. Just don't get in my way." Suddenly, the faces of his wife and student, JW, appear on the branches. "Please, someone save me." They close in on him. "Someone. Please, help." Hugo is a human, unable to raise a hand against them. At that moment, a branch pierces Hugo, saying, "Looks delicious." The blood ogre cackles, "You've received the power of a god. That power looks delicious. I'll devour you." It laughed, extending countless branches to drain Hugo's energy, causing him to cry out in pain. Sang-dae is heartbroken as he witnesses all the gods slowly dying. "Father." At that moment, a flash of light and lightning struck the blood demon, causing it to roar, and the branches draining Hugo were incinerated. Countless bubbles encased the people captured by the blood womb, as a figure descended. "Centaur, what is that pathetic state?" Haji unleashed his magic again. "I will use magic to rescue the people trapped in that tree." She flew to join the others, ready to attack the calamity, as Hugo trembled, clutching his aching body. "Why are you all here?" A slender foot landed beside him. "It's the celestial beauty, Holly," looking down at Hugo. "Are you all right?" "Hugo Otis." Hugo was stunned. "Hallie, you too?" She helps him to his feet, explaining that she gathered everyone she could when she heard about the powerful calamity. They decided to help, as no one wanted such a calamity appearing in their territory. The other three were locked and loaded, ready to take down that thing. No need to waste time, just finish it in one shot. The three unleashed their ultimate moves, a symphony of destruction aimed at the monster. 3 streams of energy converge on the blood ogre. The blood ogre opened its maw like a black hole, devouring all the energy hurled at it. Hugo's eyes widened as the blood ogre crunched the energy down. Even the 3 saints were dumbfounded. What the hell? Did it just swallow our attack hole? And look at those wounds on the blood ogre's skin. Damn it, it's healing its wounds. The blood toad is energized after consuming that power. Steven shouts, "Hi, cast the barrier." Hai retorts, "I was just about to do that." The shield activates, blocking the magical barrier's branches as the blood tadpole unleashes wave after wave, the branches thrashing and destroying buildings. Hai was reaching his limit, and the barrier wouldn't hold for much longer. But then, a hand descended and a scale fell, followed by countless chains that tightened around the blood pod, vines of golden principle. The man looked up at the 3 saints who were about to be drained of their energy. "What do you think you're doing?" The Libra Saintess, Jel Lawrence, chided them. "As saints, don't let this calamity fluster you so easily." Her arrival stunned them all. Libra Hugo asked Holly, "Did you call all the Libras?" Holly shook her head. "I only called those 3 for help." Jello frowned at the blood ogre, which was struggling to break free from its chains. Jai looked at Haji and said, "Gemini, use teleportation to banish that disaster." Haji can't believe what? Jel analyzes. "You saw how it devoured that attack. We can't win against it right now. It could steal our power like it did with the centaur. She increases the chain's power on the blood toad. To prevent that, teleport it far away, deep underground or into molten lava. Too object, but even if they do that, it will eventually reappear." Jay emotionlessly looks at her. "So what?" "At least it won't be here for now," Hugo shouts. "No, that thing has devoured their souls. Those people are just empty shells. We have to defeat it and return their souls. I'll help too, so let's take it down together." Even in his battered state, Hugo stubbornly insists, "I can still fight." Jay silently watched him, understanding what Hugo was truly clinging to, as the blood ogre sensed its master's wavering emotions and struggled. Haji frantically tries to restrain it, as Jay warns that she's reaching her limit. Jay makes the call, telling Ha there's no time, and to use her teleportation skill now. The blood fiend breaks free from its chains, and despite her reluctance, Iha grits her teeth and activates the magic circle. The system announces that Saint Haji is using instant teleportation. Hugo screamed in despair, unyielding. But the magic circle had already been activated, and there was no turning back. System message: teleportation successful. On that day, everyone criticized my father. It was a dark day, and only the saints who banished the calamity to some unknown place were celebrated. The MC reports that the blood mist incident has claimed 10 lives. Next, we'll have a report on the blood mist incident. This morning, the blood haze that destroyed the airport was stopped by the saints. However, several people were injured before the saints arrived. Giselle gives an interview saying, "We only did what we had to do, but it's regrettable that we couldn't reduce the number of victims." The MC continues, reporting that the centaurs, the protectors of Korea, have faced fierce public criticism, not only for failing to prevent the disaster, but for causing additional casualties due to their inadequate response. A male student being interviewed said he couldn't protect his family, and was even injured himself. Isn't he completely useless? That's why people can't put their faith in him. The cameraman focuses on the man on the podium. After St. Hugo apologized to the nation today, he visited the memorial for the victims. The screen replayed the ceremony from that day, but throughout the memorial, public opinion continued to harshly criticize him. Countless people swarmed him with insults. "Hey, we trusted you to protect us. What were you doing before the other saints arrived? My family members died because of you." Curses echoed in the background. "How dare you show your face?" But Hugo paid them no mind. "The room is filled with noise. Bring them back. Give me back my family." Stephen is beyond furious. "Turn off the TV. I can't watch anymore." Hugh interjects. "What's wrong, Lion?" "I thought it was fine." "Why did you turn it off?" Stephen frowned. Did they really have to push the centaurs like that? Swai agreed. "Yeah, this is going too far, but W doesn't seem to care. Yes, it's regrettable, but someone has to take responsibility for the victims. Let's be positive. If Sagittarius's influence spreads, other holy societies will easily infiltrate Korea, a fact Stephen can't bear." The man on the upper level descends with a glass of wine, waving to the crowd as if he's all that. Stephen Marer must be feeling a twinge of conscience by now, don't you think? The Taurus Saint Ivan Cruiser said with a sardonic smile. "Foolish Sagittarius. He's being made a fool of by the Lei family because he's an idiot who doesn't even have a royal artifact." With that, he cast a look of disdain, saying that if he wasn't capable, he should have asked for their help. Zhang Lue joins the conversation, saying, "Oh, Ivan, you're wrong." He feigns correcting Ivan, saying he's the useless one, having had half his power stolen by the blood mist. Jan laughs. "Well, I suppose I was wrong." Stephen and Sophie were sick to their stomachs listening to this. Unable to bear it any longer, the two leave. What a madhouse. Sophie muttered, "I wonder if Hugo is okay?" Stephen pondered, then sighed. "It'll take some time to observe him." He stared into space, adding, "More importantly, aren't you jealous of Chunju? To be honest, I'm quite surprised by your reaction, Sophie, considering how much you seem to hate her." "Of course I hate Chunju. Do I hate her?" But a look of sorrow crossed her face. "I never wanted this to happen to her." Both men sighed in unison. Stephen lamented, "I feel bad for Hugo, but it's the children who will be hit the hardest." Elsewhere, Hugo walked slowly in the rain, surrounded by reporters, each clamoring for a statement. "Please, share your thoughts with us. Public opinion is turning against him. Does he feel any guilt standing before the people?" Some even hurled insults, asking how long he planned to delay the funerals for the families. The reporters interrogated him as if he were on trial, with rumors swirling that the victims were sent to a Scorpio hospital to cover up the incident. "Please provide an explanation for this issue." The vice president stands at the hospital entrance. At today's press conference, he will explain everything. He is currently on his way to visit the patients, so we will no longer be taking questions. Hugo finally spoke. "Where's Jun?" Yaren reported that even though they found his body late, they still brought him to the hospital, explaining that before the calamity met him, it vomited out the victims it couldn't swallow. With difficulty, she explained that they found the holy team captain late, likely because he was the last one regurgitated, Simiyu. Emotionlessly, Hugo asked when John would arrive. "Please move him and the others to intensive care." "I'm glad H was kind enough to let us use this hospital," Yaren frowned. But in the end, she couldn't hold back any longer. "Holy Master, you don't have to take all the blame. You lost your family too, and you fought against that calamity. Don't stay silent. Tell the world what happened, that those people could have been saved, that if we capture the blood mist, we can bring the souls back." Hugo was silent, then replied, "Yes, there is a way to save them," he explains. "But the victims' families aren't dead, just robbed of their souls. We simply need to capture the blood mist and return their spirits. To say such things is to torture them with hope, without any promise. Every word you speak is like a self-deception. Who, when, How and by what means? Hugo recalls the moment his energy was drained. He lost almost all of his power, and even the other saints couldn't find a way to deal with the scourge. Remembering the moment Haji opened the gate, there was no choice but to send the calamity to an unknown place. Hugo then turned and continued on his way. Among the saints, who would risk their power and lives to retrieve the souls of the victims? No, even if they found the calamity, who could subdue it? Still, Yeren felt indignant on his behalf. They hated him now, even though he'd done nothing wrong. She sobbed, trembling. Why? Hugo breathed. No, they're right to blame me. Iron's heart aches hearing this. Hugo clenched his fist, realizing he was too weak to protect them. I couldn't keep my promise to Jian to protect Korea, and I can't say anything, no matter how much the people criticize or hate me. Hugo looks up and smiles faintly. This is all so frustrating. But I have to endure it. Thank you for your concern. Yeren, I must go to Ju now. I'm just worried because it's only Sangjae and Yuha there. Yeren had so much to say, but didn't know where to begin. Suddenly, the Holy Master placed a hand on her shoulder, and Yeren looked blankly at the vice leader. But he just shook his head, saying the reason the Holy Master brought the victims to the hospital instead of holding funerals was because he believed they could wake up at any moment. But right now, there was no way to save them. He won't give up on them because the moment he does, he's giving up on his wife and the Holy Order captain. Hugo arrived at Ju's room, but even after standing in front of room 80 for a long time, the doorknob felt too heavy to turn. Suddenly, he heard a whimper from inside the room. Mommy! And his hand froze. The sobbing tore at Hugo's heart. I'm sorry. Sangda sat huddled in a corner, feeling whiny for having cried out that he was hungry. If we had left the airport immediately, things wouldn't be like this. Mom and Uncle Juo wouldn't have been hurt. Sangdi felt it was all his fault. His father could have overcome the disaster, and everyone would have been safe. The 7-year-old boy felt like a sinner. I'm sorry, it's all my fault, I'm sorry. Hearing those self-reproaches, Hugo's arm trembled. He heard his son wailing, the tears he'd been holding back now overflowing. Hugo sighed, recalling the memory. I should have told Sang-jae, who was blaming himself, that it wasn't his fault, but I couldn't show him my broken self. John hesitated. Did I bring up something I shouldn't have? Hugo chuckled and shook his head. No, I was going to tell you eventually anyway. He sighed. Though I'm a little annoyed that you're making me recount the past as soon as I get home from work. John turned to blame the vice captain. Hey, don't cry while I'm talking. It's annoying. The vice president felt wronged, but was speechless. What could he do when the tears just flowed? Hugo declared with satisfaction. Now that the blood mist had reappeared, it was time to settle old scores. His eyes burned with determination. This time, I'll destroy it once and for all. That's for sure. In the defense zone, the blood ogre stomps on the roots and grass. The remaining power of the sun god is coming to me, it thinks, its eyes darting around. The power of the serpent god is also coming here. I will devour it all. The blood spawn unleashed a torrent of red bones, its eyes filled with hatred for the city and its inhabitants. As the city cleans up the disaster, Hugo commands his legion, gathering and incinerating the calamity birds. If left unchecked, they could cause big problems. Suddenly, someone approaches him. Saint, he respectfully offers a drink, asking him to have this before continuing his work. Hugo replies, Huh? Thanks. As he drinks, someone else calls out to the Holy Star. She offers a box of chocolates amidst the battlefield, asking him to eat. Hugo found it strange, but accepted anyway. Oh, thank you. Then 3 more people ran out, saying in unison, Please take this, Saint. Holy Star. Hugo is troubled. Thank you. It seems everyone sympathizes with you after hearing your story last night. They keep giving gifts in the middle of battle, and don't forget this, sir. Hugo responds, Yeah, thank you. And now, on to the next person. My lord, Hugo is buried beneath a mountain of gifts. What's wrong with you guys? Is it because of the story I told before? They vaguely replied that they just wanted to give him gifts, and then they ran off. We'll expand our scouting range and continue the investigation. Hugo is touched. Meanwhile, Leon casually devours the fruit, saying it's their kindness, so come and eat quickly. Suddenly, Larry telepathically contacted Jaeon, surprising him. This is Larry Quinn. I'm reporting that I just spoke with Sangdae. Do you have time to hear my report on what I found in his perception? John inquired. Oh, what did you find, and what is he planning? Sangja seems very tense elsewhere. He thought to himself, he'd finally made it. A notification appeared. You have entered the secret area of the Gemini Magic Library. Sangjae clenches his fist. What I want to find inside the magic library is necromancy, a skill that can summon life from another world. He continues. I said I would leave, but I can still use that skill, because I'm still part of Gemini. Necromancy is a skill that summons life from other worlds, so it should definitely be able to summon human souls. He thinks of his loved ones, their souls stolen by the blood fiends. Whatever it takes, I want to do everything I can. My mother and Uncle W lost consciousness protecting me because they had no souls. He's determined, and for all those who sacrificed themselves that day, he wants to heal them all. Larry is silent for a moment, then manipulates the system. After a moment, authority is confirmed, and thanks to Larry Queen's authority as the Spirit King, you may enter the Magic Library's secret area. Sang-dae is overjoyed. Thank you, Larry Queen. She smiles softly. I'm sure that's not an easy story to share. Thank you for sharing your story. Sang-woo entered the library, thinking that this opportunity was too precious to waste. As he grabbed a book, a series of notifications popped up. Borrow the Forbidden Book of the Primordial Tree SS. Cost: $187,000 contribution points. Sang-dae's current contribution points are 157,484. Not enough to view this book. You can earn more contribution points by pledging sacred relics, as Sang-jae then retrieves one. I'll donate this bracelet to the cult, Sang-jae secretly thought. Thanks for what? Oh, the system's finished processing. You have gained 30,000 points for donating the magic bracelet. John Sang-jae's current contribution points, 187,483. You have borrowed the Forbidden Book of the Primordial Tree SS. John Sang-jae's current contribution points, 483. Suddenly the book bursts open and glows, announcing that its knowledge is overflowing. In an instant, a torrent of characters poured from the book, stunning Sang-jae. Calming himself, he sought page 1467. Death, Summoning, Dialogue. From the shadows, someone is secretly watching him, and the book suddenly teleports into their hands. Wow, you were about to read something difficult. Sang-jae, annoying Sang-jae. Damn it, it's you again, Junju. He smirks slyly. What are you doing here after slinking away when the sect was in trouble? I'm angry and I don't have time to argue with you. Hand it over now. CU says slyly, why so angry? Fine, I'll give it back. But why did he make 5 more copies? But which one is your book? Sang is so angry he's about to pounce on Seo. How annoying, he still has that cocky tone. Oh my, how frightening. The reason you dare act so high and mighty before me is because of that bastard lion or whatever, isn't it? He rummages in his pocket, and Seo pulls out a relic in the shape of scales. But look, your father and uncle are about to be torn apart. Back on the battlefield, Hugo prepares to fire an arrow into the sky, the signal to retreat. Perhaps it's best to stop here for today. I don't want to run into trouble this late at night. The captain orders all scout teams to retreat. Execute immediately, and I'll begin the roll call. Each team respond quickly. First, Group A reports in, no issues to report. What about Group B? They reported that Group B had no report, moving on to Group C, who were under attack by the flesh vines. The captain continued to call out to Team C, and a faint voice finally responded, Help me. Suddenly, the ground shakes violently, and Lion immediately braces himself. He turns to see Hugo clenching his teeth in anger, his hand gripping his bow tightly. John spoke, telling Hugo to calm down, saying he was too impulsive. Hugo was unleashing all his power in anger. John calmly advises him to stay level-headed and not let anger control him. Hugo withdraws his power. I know, but you know it's not easy either. But I'll try. All right, John replied. Okay, he's ready to avenge a decade-long grudge. Nearby, an old man suddenly notices something strange. He noticed the red-tinged leaves, thinking the vines of disaster had spread there, constantly rising from the ground. Hugo spotted them behind him and was caught off guard. What is that? It emerged from within the base as vines ambushed Hugo and Lion from behind, rising up as a blood monster hurtled towards them. Lion immediately rushes over, asking, Is that you? He gathered his strength, preparing to deliver a devastating kick. The toad was instantly stopped in its tracks. John coldly thought, You beast, you made my friend and nephew live in misery. John focused his power into his leg, flicking the toad away, sending it flying dozens of meters. Suddenly, blood splatters onto Jion's face. He looks at the toad. Damn it, the toad is sneering at him. As he crushed the bloody flesh, a vine shattered Jion's leg, yet he remained calm, realizing his opponent was no ordinary foe. Back with Sang-jae and Seo, he maintained his mocking tone. Oh, how scary. The reason you dared to act so high and mighty in front of me is because of that bastard lion or whatever, right? He rummages in his pocket, and then Seo pulls out a relic shaped like a scale. But look, your father and uncle are about to be torn apart. The relic glows, blinding Sang-jae for a moment, then he freezes. What? The relic opens a projection at Jion's location, horrifying Sang-jae. Seo smirks. You've seen this disaster before, haven't you? Sang-jae is distraught as the blood toad continues. Didn't I tell you? The lion and centaur will die soon enough. Is that blood ooze obsessed with absorbing the constellation's power? Legion is now being restrained by the toad. I guess you're not just some minor disaster, huh? It finally speaks. Your power is mine. Hugo's arrow incinerates the vines. John's still confident he can take my power? What a big dream. Does he think he can just devour anything in his path? Lion lifted his crushed and charred leg. How greedy. He stomps the ground and a light flashes. Notice, super regeneration has been activated. Your wounds are healing. Gion's leg is instantly healed, Legion said, summoning the cudgel. Hey, Toad. Looks like you were planning on devouring all the humans in the city? With the holy artifact, the sacred executioner's sword summoned, he continues. But you know what? We're here to ruin your meal. Before the mass of flesh, everyone remained calm and ready to fight. John points directly at the toad's face. Looks like you've eaten a lot of things you shouldn't have. Today, I'm tearing you open. John immediately rockets into the sky. He raised his weapon and shouted, unleashing an amplified spear. Instantly, the beak expanded to be larger than Gion himself, slamming into the toad's head and burying it in the road. It didn't take long for the toad to regain consciousness, and it immediately rose up. But before it could rest, an arrow was already before its bloodshot eyes. A rain of arrows fell upon the toad. Hugo spoke. Good, it's working. He ordered a second volley of arrows to be prepared as the system announced the ram's borrowed skill had been activated, and the weapon bay was now in use, revealing the arrows. Meanwhile, Hugo noticed it absorbing the constellation's power, instructing everyone to use holy artifact arrows and absolutely no skill-generated arrows. Aim at them all, draw the bowstring fully, 3 arrows at a time. Hugo commands them to fire back, and another rain of arrows falls upon the toad, which begins to grow irritated by the assault. The toad planted vines into the ground, and roots erupted beneath the archers, but they managed to jump away in time. Seeing this, John put away his mace. These damn things are annoying. Is he using the power of the Zodiac? John leaps again, as the earthly relic is summoned. He commanded the pruning shears, and immediately, Mile appeared on them. It spits out a pair of pruning shears as big as Gion himself. He swings them through the air, his face excited, almost cruel. Time for some gardening. The enraged toad launches a wave of roots at him. The gardener, Gion, unleashed a flurry of cuts with his transformed pruning shears, now twin blades, severing the toad's vines of flesh and blood. John grabbed his blades and flew towards it, dragging Smile along, who was terrified. He gained momentum and spun around, Lion unleashing thousands of cuts on the toad like a meat grinder. After the strike, Smile collapses to the ground, foaming at the mouth as the frog is cleaved in two. Other strikes begin to tear it apart. The toad was then torn to shreds before Lion, falling like minced meat. The crowd cheers in unison. Yeah, we beat it. Some people were skeptical, muttering, why did that seem easier than I thought? Or is it because Lion is too strong? Hugo wondered silently. Something's not right. There's no way it could end like this. Hugo thought to himself, seeing the lingering ease, the anomaly that appears when disaster strikes hasn't disappeared. It's not over yet. On the other side, Sangda celebrates, we won. Uncle and father defeated Bloodwave. He points directly at Xiu, saying it's too bad for him. Runxiu put so much effort into planning, but his uncle and father are stronger than he thought, while Xiu remains nonchalant. Not bad, Cuckoo. I guess an eagle is better than a crow chick after all. I admit I underestimated them, but the real battle hasn't even begun. Xiu smirks. Do you know why the blood toad is such a glutton? Because it can convert anything it eats into power. You saw how dangerous it was, right? Sangdi is stunned as Xiu uses the relic. So, shall we continue to enjoy the show? Its power flows into the mass of flesh, causing it to glow. Impossible. It's regenerating. The flesh golem is regenerating, and everyone is shocked. Centaur, look. Hugo froze, stunned by the sight of the barrier being devoured by the blood mass. Unlike the others, Gion remained calm, raising his sword. He slashed at the ground, and the sight below surprised him. Seeing the vines below, Ion realizes how it bypassed the barrier. It was this. He envisions the bloodflesh's attack, using underground roots to indirectly enter the barrier. The toad roars after recovering, the soldiers regain their spirits, everyone raises their bows, and the bloodflesh stomps, shattering the earth. It descends into a frenzy, thinking, so hungry, must eat more. Xiu observes everything, bursting into laughter. Even the blood toad needs time to devour an entire city. But now that the barrier no longer protects humanity, it has become the blood tadpole's domain. Sangji is stunned by the sight, while Lysiu is going crazy with excitement, noting that there seem to be a lot of people at the airport. So, we can look forward to a spectacular show. Now, on to Chapter 2. Flesh stands tall, declaring, I'm still hungry, I must eat more. Xiu laughs maniacally. The blood mist needs time to devour this city. His sinister plot revealed. Now this basement is no longer humanity's shelter, but a food storage for the blood mist. Keep hoping, because there's more for you to eat here than at the airport. Zhangde's face darkens. Runu, you spoke as if you witnessed the events at the airport firsthand. Could it be you? He recalls seeing the two arguing bitterly as a child. Do you even realize what you've done? The other replies, Brother, I'm sorry. The older brother scolded, I told you to keep it locked up, but you released it here. The other replied, I didn't think it would turn out like this. Sangda recalls his younger brother's image and furiously realizes that he was the one who did it. Siu couldn't help but laugh, cackling as he spoke. Should I praise your intelligence for finally figuring it out or call you an idiot for taking so long? I've been dying to reveal this for 10 years now. He sneered. Congratulations, you idiot, you guessed right. I'm the one who caused the incident at the airport. What are you going to do about it? Sangdi is furious, his anger plain on his face. Are you going to call the cops and tell the world? Do what you want. Siu keeps running his mouth, saying his father probably knows who the culprit is. How could the son of Libra be the culprit? Isn't Libra the greatest constellation? He's confident. What can you do to the son of the Libra saint? Sangda shouts, So many have died, do you feel no guilt? Siu was indifferent, even cruel. How much were their lives worth? Did he want him to pay for their misfortune? Unable to bear it any longer, Sangde retrieves the relic. Siu is startled to see Sangde holding the relic. Getting scared now, Siu remembered the relic summoning lion and cowered. No way, are you trying to summon it now? What about the blood mist? The relic's glow sends him into a panic, and suddenly a head comes flying at him. He mistakes it for Jian with that familiar angle. That person used an iron headbutt to break Siu's nose. In reality, it was Sangde taking advantage of the relic's light to fly over. Siu realizes this as he begins to lose consciousness. It wasn't him. He was foaming at the mouth and passed out, while a huge bump formed on Sangde's head. You act so high and mighty with your ordinary light magic, you coward. The fake books fell right onto Siu's unconscious head as Sangde moved quickly. Before he wakes up, I need to gather all the magic books. He's watching closely. Sangde spots the holy relic shaped like a balance scale and snatches it from Siu, deducing that Junsiu used it to summon the blood mist, and he can surely use it to erase the calamity. If that's the case, I have to go to Europe where the blood mist is, and I have neither the relic nor the skill right now. After a moment of contemplation, Sangde decides that worrying is a waste of time. He grabs the book and channels his mana, realizing he can use its power for instant teleportation. He flipped through the book, ancient words pouring forth, activating the skill. Instantaneous movement. Back on the battlefield, the fight had spilled beyond the barrier. The flesh golem's movements shake the city as Hugo's army continues to rain down arrows. A tsunami of arrows flies forth, forcing the flesh to shield itself with roots against the barrage as Jian combines his blades and activates his skill. With a single strike, he cleaves the landscape in two, bisecting the flesh and the surrounding buildings. It crashes down, leaving the urban area a desolate ruin. Lion marvels at the beauty of the cut. Unbeknownst to him, vines emerged from the ground, aiming for Jian's left arm, the one wielding the scissors. A system notification appears. Your left arm has been injured. Jian seems unfazed. A series of notifications appear before Jian. Super regeneration activated. The calamity blood mist weakens you. Super regeneration is halved, and more roots surge toward him. Just before he was impaled, a blazing light descended from the sky. Hugo dove down, and Jian retreated. Protected by Hugo, his left hand regenerates, fully restored. John channels power into his new arm, blasting away the approaching roots. John clicked his tongue, and Hugo looked concerned. Jian, that terrifying power. Leon understood as well. It was the same power from the Demon Tower, the same power as the Blood Dragon army. He recalls 20 years ago when the Demon Tower appeared alongside a massive invasion by the Blood Dragon army. Many called it a vessel of calamity or a base for a mysterious civilization. But one thing's for sure, John remembers that demon army. The calamity in the tower was different from any other. He recalls the high-level monsters. Red and black ranks were nothing compared to them. Just like the toad before them, these terrifying calamities are difficult to eradicate. John activates his 13th sense. Searching for the enemy's weakness, he's shocked by what he sees. Inside this unusual monster, there are 3 cores? The strongest core imprisons the souls and lives of those it devours, and it's constantly drawing in more from somewhere to its roots. Where is it drawing them from? John realizes the city is at the center of the dungeon. If that's the case, he's making a decision right now. Damn it. It infiltrated the dungeon and used it as a food storage. We have to destroy the dungeon. That place is now just a prison for everyone. Hugo is stunned. What? He orders the Archer Centaur squad to focus their fire on the Toad's lair. They unanimously obeyed the order as the toad realized their plan. I won't let you do that. It uses its roots to bind them. Hugo uses his flames to burn the roots, freeing the souls trapped by the toad. They cried out, begging for salvation. I don't want to die. Please save me. Don't shoot! Mom, let me go! The centaur squad was also frightened by the sound, which appeared before one of them. Please. A vengeful spirit lunges at him. Please! The other team members are similarly attacked and scream. Hugo seethed. That monster is impersonating the dead. John glared at the toad. Damn it. He was furious seeing the creature's sullen expression. You know just how to piss us off. It grinned, seeing their reaction. John raged. I'll tear you apart! Suddenly, a surge of magic appeared in the sky, and a portal opened, sending Sangdi plummeting. He fell into a nearby tree, crying out in pain. Dazed and lying on the ground, Sangda wondered where he was. He thought to himself, damn it, that Libra guy changed my teleportation direction? The relic glowed, making Sangde wonder. What now? Is there something there? He looked up at the tree, wondering what it was. Sangde took a closer look and was shocked. The red-leafed tree, formed from roots of blood and flesh, stunned him. A tree. Was it really just a tree? Sangdi stood before a tree as tall as a building. He was pretty sure he was in the right place. He curiously eyed the tree. Its leaves dyed a vivid red. An ancient tree radiating a crimson mist. Is this a branch of the blood calamity? The ring lights up, Libra Rosari blocking the blood calamity's effects. He looked at the unconscious people around him, betting that tree was behind what happened here. Sangda glared angrily at the toad in the distance, clutching the book as magic power poured out. A giant figure appears, wielding the magic of the grimoire, and he's furious because of this idiotic thing. A drone approaches the dome to report that the UN European Western Dome of the outer wall has become chaotic due to the sudden appearance of a disaster. Back in the office, someone is furious, calling Seo an idiot who doesn't understand subtlety. He's furious, wondering what the man thinks he's doing, publicly creating such a huge problem. And now they'll know about this too. The news continues to spread across the world to other constellations. The heavenly calamity is suspected to be the blood orb, which has caused many casualties in the past and is also a suspect in the disappearance at the Maiden Sanctuary. A powerful-looking blonde woman is also listening. As you can see, the dome is covered in a toxic gas emitted by the blood calamity. She narrowed her eyes in displeasure, while Zin smirked upon hearing the news. The rescue team couldn't deploy due to the potential dangers within the toxic fumes, leaving Larry in a state of confusion. We are currently unable to determine the number of casualties within the smoke. A news drone is recording the events outside the dome. Suddenly, someone was running barefoot through the sky. The reporter recognized him. Was that Lai Jian? Instantly, the flesh roots destroyed the drone, and Jian began to feel uneasy. This persistent nuisance was becoming a real problem. Hugo called out to Jian from below as the toad prepared to crush him. A voice from behind warns him to watch out. Hugo barely manages to block the attack, but his bow is destroyed. The S-rank relic was destroyed, and Hugo, now without his bow, was brutally stomped into the ground by the toad, causing him to cough up blood. Seeing this, Jian shouts out, telling Taish to look behind the damn roots. The bloody flesh summoned the vengeful spirits of the dead, catching Jian off guard, and Roots seized him instantly. John thought to himself, damn it, I understand how disgusting this thing is. He was thrown from the top of the building to the ground, and everyone panicked. Lion croaked, eyeing it smugly. You're as weak as I thought. Now I'll swallow you all whole. Suddenly, a surge of energy is transmitted to it, and in an instant, the flesh turns to face it, enraged. Some bastard's messing with my sacred tree. With that, it writhes in agony. On the other side, Sangjae is attacking the red tree from before, furiously smashing it to pieces because of all this. Because of things like this, Sangjae remembers the victims of the blood and flesh. His mother recalls when Hugo lost his powers, and his father, when their relative John was devoured. Sangjae remembers the countless souls lost and the innocent people who suffered. Enraged, he pours all his strength into one final blow, all because of this senseless tragedy. Sangjae unleashes a full-powered blow, shattering the ancient tree, causing the toad on the other side to roar in agony, shaking the very earth. Fueled by rage, the flesh leaps over the others, heading straight for the tree. They were confused. Why was he suddenly heading towards the dome? What was he planning? Hugo trampled on the ground, struggled to rise. Damn it, I won't let you get away. Get up, Goth. Lend me your bow and arrow. We'll use what we've prepared. He replied, Yes, Elder Shang. At that moment, as the flesh reached the dome, something hurtled down towards it, a massive arrow piercing the toad from above. It momentarily loses consciousness, and the blood golem roars in agony. Having fired the arrow, Hugo says, "I couldn't use this sooner because I was afraid of getting in Jion's way. How does it feel to be stabbed by an arrow the size of a pillar?" A system notification appears. 10 sacred relics retrieved from the armory. Hugo summons another colossal arrow, his body ablaze with energy, aimed at the flesh. "I didn't think one little arrow would do, so I prepared something special just for you." As he drew back his bow, a series of massive arrows materialized. "Today, I'll pin your fat carcass to the ground." The arrows fly, piercing straight into the flesh. First the right leg, then the left. He's impaled by the trident arrows, pinning him to the ground. A barrage of missiles flies toward the toad, unleashing a flurry of anchors. Anchors connected by cables pinned the toad down, enraging it, and it roared in fury. Everyone is straining with all their might. "We've got it. Now hold on tight." They struggle to restrain the flesh golem. "Don't overdo it, just try to keep it from moving. Damn it. How is it so big and strong? Just how powerful is it?" "Use every enhancement skill you have," one of them complained. "Damn it. Are you sure this is a good idea?" The other replied that if he had the strength to complain, he should use it to pull harder, as this bastard just kept regenerating. "If killing it is futile, then our only option is to imprison it." The flesh curses, calling them wretched maggots. It senses the tree is in danger. The client is not there. Sangda pours everything into this final strike, while a notification warns that Libra and Gemini's magic is canceling each other out. Ignoring that, Capricorn pours all his magic into a devastating blow against the ancient tree. Faced with that attack, the tree is finally destroyed, and the massive magical power shatters the barrier from within, enraging the flesh pinned to the ground. "No, the power I've gathered, my city," it cries out in anguish. "The power I had to sacrifice." Rays of light pierce through the once impenetrable barrier. Even with a spear through his head, Bloodfiend trembles and cries out, "No, all the power I've amassed for my city, all the souls I've sacrificed to it." The barrier is slowly fading. Even the soul water on his face begins to dissipate, as those present survey the surrounding scene. The souls colliding with the branches are disappearing. I think it's because the dome is collapsing. "Who did this?" Sangda lay amidst the ruins. He slowly opens his eyes. "Did I faint?" Sangdi whipped around, startled. "That's right, the tree. Where is it?" Seeing the tree gone, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, it's destroyed." But Sangde frowned slightly, wondering if his hand was in such bad shape because of his efforts to defeat the tree. The holy cross remained in his hand, and the maiden's relic was in tatters. Even so, Sangjae's face relaxed. At least the dome was gone, and he could finally see the sky. The sky above was now clear. He wiped his face. He had done it. A sudden loud noise startled Sangdae, and as he sat up, he saw an explosion in the distance. It grew larger and larger, destroying the surrounding buildings, as a system alert warned that the sun god's power was overflowing. The relic's skill, the desire of Nidhogg, and the scale shield have been activated, protecting the relic's user from danger. The inferno rages on, sweeping faster and faster. Sangdae continues to resist as the system announces that a dangerous heat surge has been successfully blocked. The serpent scale shield's effect is depleted and fading. As the shield vanishes, he wonders, what are these flames? They resemble my father's flames, but the feeling is completely different. As his vision cleared, Zhangdae's face was filled with shock. Impossible. Was the city completely melted? The scene before them was utterly devastated, the raging flames threatening even the sturdiest buildings, leaving the soldiers dumbfounded on the ground. What just happened? A massive fire just swept through us. At that moment, Hugo appeared, and the others behind him called out to the Heavenly Lord. He frowned, scorch marks visible on both arms. That blood-soaked bastard was using the centaur's power he stole as if it were his own. Behind him, flames raged, his wounds seemingly healed. Hugo called out, "Are you all right?" A figure emerged from the smoke, replying with difficulty, "Yes, Guildmaster. I somehow survived, but I think it will be difficult for us to continue fighting. Please forgive me for not being able to protect everyone. 2 people ran out from behind him. It was because of us." "Vice Lord, are you all right?" Blood Ghoul's eyes lit up, and Sangjae startled as a vortex of fire appeared around the black eye. His mouth agape, he recognized foresight, a centaur skill his father used, but the energy felt different from the norm. And it was approaching Sangdae. "It was you, wasn't it? The one who destroyed all my branches?" Hugo looked down from above. "Damn it, isn't that Sangdae? What's he doing here?" He wondered if it had destroyed the dome, but before Hugo could act, the blood ogre roared and unleashed a torrent of flames. "Insects, I'll devour you whole." It strikes with immense force, shattering the ground. The blood fiend seems to be charging toward Sangjae, who just barely withstood the previous fire attack and is only now turning around. Sang-jae realizes the blood toad is baring its fangs, ready to attack, and instead of fighting back, he covers his face and screams. Just then, Hugo appeared and held its massive mouth shut as Sang-jae called out. Well, the blood toad, even angrier, opened its mouth. "You half-baked archer, you're in my way again." Hugo was clearly struggling to hold on, and he yelled, "In that case, I'll eliminate you first." At that moment, a system warning blared. A sinister energy was gathering from an unknown source. Though coughing up blood, Hugo desperately protected Sang-jae, activating his fire shield. He was surrounded by a hovering shield of fire as the blood ogre swallowed Hugo whole and vanished. Sang-jae could only watch in anguish as Hugo fell into the creature's belly. Chapter 1-5. The blood ogre doesn't stop there and continues its assault on Sang-jae. The blood toad's passage sends rocks flying, and Sang-jae can hardly believe what he's seeing. No, he can't believe Hugo has been devoured, as Father Blood Toad is overjoyed. "I've finally devoured all the power of the sun god." It suddenly jumps up, attacked from below. A blade flashes past Bloodfiend's impossible eyes, slicing down its body. A faint blue light emanates from the blade, and soon, the blood demon's entire body is engulfed. It screamed in fury, "Though you may struggle now, the remaining power of the sun god is already mine. And soon, I will devour you as well, Serpentarius." Dewey, wielding two swords, charged towards it, yelling, "It's not over yet. Get ready, you fool." John calls out to Hugo as shadows gather around a red orb. Meanwhile, Hugo floated within the blood ogre's belly. Was he inside the stomach of a celestial monster? "I can't feel anything. In the end, I couldn't do it. I couldn't save Rue and John. He's entangled by black threads all around him. He can't even avenge the blood demon. All I've done is expose my pathetic self to Sang-jae and Yuha. Is this how it all ends?" Hugo dazedly opens his eyes, gazing at the light emanating from a fragment of his stolen power. Power he desperately wants back, yet can't reach. Hugo struggles to reach for it, knowing that if he can reclaim it, he can fight the blood demon once more. His eyes begin to lose focus. No, my consciousness, my memories are fading. The remnants in Hugo's mind, images of his family, are also dissolving. Is this how it all ends? I fought so hard, but what was I even fighting for? Once, someone held that photo in their hands, his wife, gazing at it with their two children. "It's been a while since we took a family photo, don't you think?" Her face was full of happiness. "Darling, we all look great, don't we?" Hugo snapped awake at the thought. The image of his family steeled his resolve, and he reached for the red orb. "You think I'd fall like this? If I let it end here, I could never face my family or Jian again." Hugo's hand trembled relentlessly. He couldn't let his family and Jian see him in such a pathetic state. "I have to reach it. Just a little further." He grits his teeth, bearing the pain. Just a little further. Hugo steeled himself and pressed on. As the system announced, he had touched the Centaur Saint's fragment. "Oh, Master of Great Light, the fragment of the sun is trying to return to your power." A vortex appears around the orb, and the system warns again. The fragment of the sun has been in contact with a mysterious, cruel energy for too long. Be wary of conflicting influences. You have absorbed the fragment of the sun. The orb moved closer to Hugo, who gritted his teeth and struggled to resist. "Damn it, my body can't take much more." Before Hugo, a crack appeared and finally exploded into a large hole. Outside, Jian's voice echoed, screaming Hugo's name. He dove through the fissure, and John reached out, shouting, "And what about all the things you still need to do? How long are you planning to lie down there? Take my hand." Hugo didn't respond, but just smiled and reached out. Their hands clasped tightly, and Jian pulled him from the blood ogre's belly. 30 years in the past, Hugo struggles to escape the monster's assault. He hadn't been careful and tripped. Hugo struggled to cough up the sand from his mouth. A noise from behind startled him, and the monster's hand flung him into the air. It swallowed Hugo into the mouth on its arm, where he struggled inside. "Damn it, am I really going to die like this? Eaten by a monster? I never even imagined it." Hugo laughed ruefully, gone before he even got married. What a pauper's life. But he was startled as another person somehow tore off the monster's arm. John looked at Hugo. "What's this? A human? You're not dead yet, so why the defeated look? And all you can do is lie there in silence?" John reaches out as if to pull Hugo out. "What's this? Don't want to leave this damn place? And now you tell yourself that as you remember Jian reaching out to you again?" John was always like that, always standing tall before him with a lofty expression, reaching out his hand. All around Hugo, urgent voices called out. "Father, wake up, father." Sang-jae frantically tells Jian that his father has lost consciousness and urges him to take a look. Jian's eyes light up as the system announces the awakening of his 13th sense, informing him that he has absorbed a fragment of the sun tainted by a mysterious energy. You may experience rejection during the process of fully absorbing your regained power and purifying the tainted energy. Hugo remains unconscious. In his hand, he holds a tiny red orb. Could this blockhead have regained the power that was stolen from him in the blood swamp? John exhales, stands up and says, "Don't worry about him, he'll be fine after a nap. He's just eating what fell." Sangre is confused. What does he mean by things that fell? A blade appears in his hand. Surely not enough to knock him out, right? Just keep a close eye on my son. Sang also gets up and quickly says, "What about you, sir?" John is in attack position. He glared at Bloodfang. "I have to take care of that bastard." Understood. With that, Jian shot off, and he leaped straight toward the monster's head, landing amidst a burst of blue light. He plunges both swords into its head. "Bloodfiend, because of you, the whole world is laughing at my friend. My grandson hasn't even had a proper birthday. Is that worth punishing?" He sneers. "So, is it worth the punishment?" Bloodfiend roars. "You bastard!" He jumps up taunting. "Out of tricks, are you? Looks like things are about to get interesting." The weapon in his hand begins to transform, and the system announces the holy relic, the achievement hammer. John raises the hammer high. "Now all that's left is your true core, so this will only take one hit." He aims for its head again, and strikes powerfully, blood gushing from the blood slug's mouth. How can this be? I'm defeated without gaining anything? It still stubbornly growls. "Very well, Serpent Bearer, I have lost." Blood Ogre warns and threatens. "However, my roots are everywhere, and as long as they remain, even in death, I'll take you all with me." Roots erupt from the ground. The Serpent Bearer might survive, but the archers won't, and half of them will be crushed by the collapsing city. Buildings and streets alike are devastated. Sangdi and Hugo watch on as even the sturdiest skyscrapers crumble. John is still standing on the Blood Toad's head. "Blood Toad, it seems you've made a mistake." He smirked fearlessly. "Sure, Ox is a bit docile, but did you think he'd be that easy? Don't forget my only friend down there." That light amplified, blowing away the rubble, and the interviewers in the distance couldn't help but turn around. "What? What's going on?" Over there, a pillar of fire rises to the heavens, topped by a massive vortex that inspires terror. Another fire? A man at his computer grits his teeth, listening to the sounds coming from the device. What is happening in those ruins? Another person watches the broadcast as intense pillars of fire erupt from the ruins. A family watches the news together, the light intense, their faces grave. Jay observes carefully. On-site reporters continue to broadcast, saying that although it's midnight, it's as bright as day. And finally, like the sun rising, the vortex seems to grow larger, illuminating the vast sky. Someone rushes off. Yuha bursts through a door, phone in hand. "Holly, who is currently in Europe, and your father, and Uncle Guy." The words are suddenly cut off. "I know." Yuha Lee sat cross-legged in her chair, gazing into the mirror. "I'm watching too. You've gone to great lengths, but it seems you've regained your lost power." Back at the scene, a figure hovered in the air as Hugo Otangde looked up, hearing his name called. His father sighed in relief, thanking the heavens that he had awakened. The Blood Ogre, not yet defeated, was furious. "That power belongs to me, my power." It opens its mouth wide and roars, "Give it back to me!" Roots erupt from the ground, thrashing and toppling buildings. Hugo raises his hand and beams of light begin to gather. These roots are annoying. That light is piercing through, destroying them. They gradually vanished under its power. The roots struggled relentlessly, but the light was like the sun tearing through the night sky, illuminating the intertwined branches. John slashes at the blood demon's head using Hugo's Sky Splitter, a skill that incinerates all that is impure. He smirks. "Looks like things aren't going so well. You said you'd devour everything, Blood Toad, but you won't take anything from us." John is resolute. "So I guess I'll have to send you off. It's all or nothing, huh?" The system activates proxy attack, swapping your position with the closest person. In this case, Hugo. A loud cry echoed through the sky. "Oh, Teksu." John suggests finishing it off with glee, but Hugo simply smiles, offering no reply. He gripped Jian's blade tightly, unleashing an attack that splattered blood everywhere. Hugo's expression remained calm and resolute, a stark contrast to the trembling voice he once heard when opening that door in the past. "Mom, I was wrong." Even so, Hugo just hung his head in silence. Sangde blamed himself, burying his head in his arms. If only he hadn't complained about being hungry, his mother wouldn't have had to rush out of the airport. "She left to buy you food the moment she saw you crying. Mom and Ju will be okay, right?" They were both hospitalized afterward, and Sangde's body trembled uncontrollably. "Only then can I suppress the disaster. Everyone will be safe, right?" His face was red from crying, snot and tears streaming down his face. "I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I was wrong." Hugo raised his bow with a gentle expression. No, you're not at fault at all, Sang. The bow flashed brilliantly, and as he released his grip, it hurtled towards the blood orb at close range. A massive pillar of light engulfs the blood spring, pinning it to the ground. In the middle of the city, a huge crater remains after the battle. Hugo was resting on the ground when Jian approached. That blood-ooze bastard really stirred things up. He looks ahead, surprised at the extent of the destruction. And Hugo only calls for Jian. So, is it really over now? John seems resigned. All the cores have been destroyed, and his body has turned to dust. There's nothing more I can do. You seem bothered. If he were to come back after all this, why would he collect souls in a place like this? In the end, he was just another miserable wretch. Hugo couldn't deny it. That's right. He breathed a sigh of relief. Even so, you've taken care of him quite a bit this time. Hugo seemed relieved. Thanks, John. He jokingly raises his fist. How long have you known me? All I get is a verbal thank you? The least they could do is compliment each other. The two then bump fists. Good work, and you too, Avni. John starts rummaging through his pockets. Wait, there's something I found while fighting the blood ogre. Hugo is curious. What is that? In his hand, a blue orb materialized from nowhere. Take a look at this. I found it when I separated his true core. You might ask, how did you get that huge thing out of your bag? John stared intently. That blood brat seems to have collected quite a bit. Hugo found it interesting and stood up. What are you talking about? What is that thing? But he wouldn't give a straight answer, saying, just wait, I'll show you. Jean's eyes turn black, and the system activates his 13th sense and inner god. The soul-sealing jade is a sphere that imprisons the souls of those absorbed by the disaster. A serpent appears, channeling the power of the holy serpent-bearer into the soul-sealing jade. It likely won't last long. Cracks begin to form on the ice sphere and the soul-sealing orb, unable to contain the souls any longer, freeing thousands of strands of light. Hugo looked up in astonishment, while John seemed calmer as he explained. I have freed the souls that the Blood Clan devoured. Those he attacked will awaken in turn. A voice spoke up from behind. Is that true? Sangda, still catching his breath from running, asks if those people can really wake up. John gazed at the tiny soul hovering in his palm. Of course. When these souls return to their bodies, they will all awaken. Oh, your mother and everyone else. Sangde's face was filled with unspeakable joy as John continued his work, the last of the souls now freed. How long has it been since you've had a proper birthday? It's a little late, but happy birthday. A strange smile crept across his face as the sun began to rise in the distance. A man raises his hammer high, sending rocks flying. Stephen Marr of Tayanya will never stand by while you threaten humanity and this bone. The monster roars ferociously, leaving the soldiers who witness it speechless. Around him there seemed to be endless water. Stephen held a bone high in the air. Finally, it's back. My bone is the best. He happily put it in a cradle, feeding it like a baby, and sometimes Stephen would take it for walks like a dog. Walking is great, isn't it, Bone? He felt annoyed by Hugo and Jian constantly nagging in his ear. Stephen Marker initiates a decisive battle, throwing a punch. They both surrendered. They lost. You truly are number one, Stephen. As a massive explosion erupts, Stephen and Bone run for their lives. Let's get out of here. Bone, he agreed. Yeah, don't get caught in the blast. Stephen Marr and the two shared a laugh. They share a perfect high five. You truly are my best partner. Night falls, and Stephen drifts to sleep, using the bone as a pillow, only to awaken to its disappearance. Stephen watches Yuha celebrate, yelling, John Yuha, give me back my bone. He screamed out in protest. Since when was John standing behind him? Suddenly, Stephen is pulled away by John, who grabs his leg and throws him to the ground. Stephen wakes up with a start. Bone? The bandaged man suddenly sat up, startling everyone around him. They cheered with joy. The Holy One has awakened. Our Holy Master has opened his eyes. We're going to live. Sivan is bewildered. What's going on? Someone asks, don't you remember anything? During the sky hunt, you were ambushed by lion and went down, but you remained calm. How long has it been? They didn't answer right away, but huddled together to discuss. What to say now? Sivan decides to move on. All right, that's not important, he said to everyone with a serious expression. Right now, immediately. They immediately tensed up. Was this about to be a hit on Lion or revenge on the Capricorn gang? But he ordered them to bring the bone from True's room. They were dumbfounded, screaming inwardly. For God's sake, they exclaimed, just sleep it off and give us all a break. You might be poisoned. What time is it to be looking for a bone? 7 is resisting in the sick room. Let go. Outside, someone who noticed the commotion in the room felt a sense of relief. Looks like the Saintess has finally woken up. Should we inform Vice Governor Jian Ha? Oliver sighed. Whatever. Who cares? Didn't you see her bolt the moment we got a mission involving Legion's 8th relic? Ah, so he admits it too. She doesn't even care how dangerous the Scorpio Shrine is. She hasn't changed at all. Oliver fell silent when suddenly someone came running up in a panic. "Governor, they're awake." He turned back and replied, "I know, leave it to the high priest." But he was interrupted. "No, not the saint. Those who had been in comas for 10 years since the Blood Omen event have awakened." Oliver, deep in thought, also takes notice. All those people around the world have regained consciousness. Surrounding the patients are their loved ones, all speechless with emotion. The hospital was instantly abuzz, and the news began to spread on television. "Do you remember the blood wave incident from 10 years ago and its victims? We've just received word that 1,000 people who fell into comas due to the blood wave around the world have just awakened." A live reporter chimes in excitedly, "I'm here on the outskirts of the Western European defense line. After a prolonged battle, the heroes Lion and Sagema defeated the blood calamity. An unprecedented event, wouldn't you agree?" An expert agreed, saying the victims of that disaster were miraculously recovering before the scene cut back to the host. "Yes, I'm at a loss for words. It's a true miracle. Let's hope those who haven't awakened recover soon." A viewer watching TV spoke up, leaning on the armrest. "Unbelievable. I sent you to capture Loon and Hugo. But not only did you lose to Blood Toad," he glanced back at CO, adding that he also lost the Libra beads his mother gave him, and even allowed the Blood family to run rampant and create a mess. His face contorted in anger, and worst of all, you laid hands on the twin demon scripture, the most important thing of all, and lost it. This is S-rank Libra disciple, Teague. Tigu continues his tirade, saying he could understand if Choi Seung-hee-uk had stolen it. But Sang-dae, a troll he used to bully? Siu hangs his head, silent. "How could you be so stupid and useless? Don't tell me Sang-dae actually did this." "He didn't dodge at all. Yes, that's right." Grabbing a bottle from the table, Tu smashes it over Sio's head, proud that this idiot made him scream. Tu approaches, noting that he hasn't changed a bit, never doing anything useful. "I realized it after the airport incident. I'm always disappointing, Mom." Meanwhile, Sio lay on the ground, clutching his head in pain. Tu stomps on his head, asking how he plans to clean up this mess, because if those guys wake up and talk, they're done for. Siu struggles to cover his face. "That's why I'm here to ask for your help. You'll be affected by this too, so you have to help me cover it up." Tu reluctantly sighs in annoyance. "First, Tail Lion, monitor him, and erase all traces of us." Siu is now up and wondering, what will you do? He looks in one direction. "I'll go to Thien Yet Hospital." The scene shifts to the hospital, suggesting they can at least cover up the airport incident if they take care of the casualties in Korea. On the outskirts of the European Western Defense Line, Hugo is on the phone, answering incessantly. "Okay, thanks." After he hung up, Jian inquired, "What did the hospital say? Tell me, everyone is waking up, but not all of them." "Xuan and Ju are still unconscious." John isn't surprised and reassures him, saying the longer their souls were trapped, the longer it will take for them to return to their original bodies. "But I imbued them with some of my power, so they'll return safely." He turned to Sang-dae and said, "You should go back now. Sang-dae, you must go see your mother and JW." He said, slightly bewildered. "What about you and father?" Sang-dae's face flushed slightly. Hugo's eyes widened at that, trembling as if he couldn't believe his ears. "Sang-dae cares about me?" John watched on, helpless. "Are you crying?" Hugo asked, clearing his throat. A torrent of thoughts floods his mind. "I don't want to hurt Sang-dae's feelings, but I'm not just his father, I'm also a high priest. I must act with the dignity befitting one. If I show how overjoyed I am, he'll think less of me. But I'm so happy. I'm overjoyed that Sang-dae is thinking of me, but I must hide my elation so he respects me as a great father." Hugo crossed his arms and replied sternly, "John and father haven't returned yet. We still have some matters to resolve." He was cut off mid-sentence, as Sang-dae spoke without hesitation. "Okay." John burst out laughing at the sight, while Hugo felt like he'd turned to stone. He's happy and making progress, though. The boy is creating distance because of his guilt. He's just embarrassed. Knowing this, he had no choice but to accept it. At the hospital, Sang-dae used the book from earlier to teleport here, and as he closed it, the light around him faded away. Sang-dae seems restless. He's about to see his mother and Jago. His steps falter. He hesitated, thinking, wait, it wouldn't be right to visit empty-handed, would it? Sang-dae turns and runs in the opposite direction. That's right, he needs to find some flowers. The path became deserted, devoid of people. But then, a figure approached. This hospital is pretty good compared to the Scorpio gang. This person is wearing a mask and hat, looking at the hospital. Of course, it's nothing compared to our Libra hospital, but it's not bad. How pathetic. They should really have better care for their patients. Who lets poor people stay in the hospital for 10 years? Now, where could that scumbag be? Sangdi's relatives are still unconscious in the hospital. His face is full of hope, unaware of the evil plan brewing. Oh, right. Why not cause some trouble for his family? It will appear soon enough. The Western Protective Dome area where natural disasters occur in the European Union countries. At the disaster site, a reporter's voice echoes amidst the collapse, discussing countermeasures and the search for bodies while one man freezes during an interview. I can sense the disaster. I'm really buried. Meanwhile, someone points towards the partially collapsed hospital, saying, "Help them and bring the injured here." Inside the crowded hospital, voices echoed around John. I thought we were done for. What a mess. He manipulates the system screen, filled with mission details, summarizing that he's completed the strength challenge, leaving only the intelligence challenge and the achievements of finding the Templar Knight and the Sage. John frowned slightly, but that wasn't important right now. He looked at a piece of stone on the table, surprised that it had appeared. The faint purple glow. A shard, like a dagger from an alien civilization, found with the seal in the corpse's heart. It appeared in the body of the one who stabbed himself in the Tower of Demise, and the one who summoned the corpse shares the same voice. He recalled Bloodtoad's words. Souls would be offered to them. John skillfully flicked the coin between his fingers, lost in thought. So far, all the evidence points to the Virgo constellation as the culprit. It all fits too well. He calmly flips the coin. Never mind. John snatched it, smiling confidently. All he had to do was interrogate them for answers. 2 beers sit on the table as voices exchange words. Is the scene cleaned up? And I came all the way here to help. John decides that all he has to do now is catch Virgo. Hugo advised, "Rest, not everyone is as strong as you." He began to grumble, saying it was because they were getting weaker. Back in my day, there wasn't even time to breathe. Disasters kept raining down. Is that all you can think? John suddenly changed the subject. Why don't you come with me? Hugo seemed a bit surprised by the question. He chuckled, trying to brush it off. Ju and Joe W. too. I don't have the confidence or the right to face them. I need to prepare myself, right? Ah, your face has turned serious. There's still much to be done. Hugo looks at the stone on the table, including the matter of the Virgo constellation. He looked down at his palm and the Libra constellation again, at the broken cross. Hugo recalled Jel choosing to leave the throne. She suggested choosing one of the two, and he clenched his fist, determined that the blood mist wasn't the end. We must find the cause of this. As Sangda said, there's someone behind this, and I will bring the one who destroyed my family to light. John glanced at Hugo, then raised his beer for a toast with the skull-piercing man. Hearing that, Jay nearly fell out of his chair laughing, saying it had been a long time since he'd seen John so fired up. He told the soldiers tending to their wounds, "You can all return to Korea now." They turned to look, confused, but we still have work to do. John explained to them, "I fought alongside you because you were connected to the blood mist, but you'll only get in our way as we hunt down the maiden." Hearing this, they fell into a gloomy silence as John yelled, singling out one person, "Everyone leave except for Slick Hair over there." The man seems delighted, wondering if his strength has finally been recognized. The surrounding crowd cheered in admiration. As expected of an SS-class god, so different. John clasps his hands together. "We need a lackey." Hugo looks at him, wondering if he's right. Meanwhile, the others were still reveling in their joy. Tai leans back on the table, reminding them, didn't Sangjay go back to Korea alone? Those who brought Sangjay back alone must be feeling the heat. Wasn't it too dangerous for Sangjay to return to Korea alone? Hugo jumps up, startled. The situation was so complex I hadn't noticed. John reassured him, saying it was all right now. I've arranged for protection. Look at the coin that's appeared in his hand. The coin bore the image of a snake's head, one that John had given to Sangday before. Sangday accepts it, curiously opening his hands. "What is it, uncle?" His eyes light up. "Another gift from me." At the same time, the system's voice rang out, activating the Eye of God. Jay was once an A-rank priestess with a devotion of 300% to the Serpentarius, and now Sangday's devotion has skyrocketed. With the power of evangelism, you can turn someone into an Ophiuchus, create a coin of evangelism and give it to another. This special evangelism requires the receiver of the coin to complete a challenge, and if successful, they'll receive a great reward. Sangdi must be surprised by its use. John will definitely need this someday. He asked Hugo at the hospital what was said, but he didn't know anything either, only replying that nothing had been said yet. A person holds the snakehead coin in their hand. Sangda walks down the hospital hallway, clutching a bouquet of vibrant red flowers, remembering his uncle saying there would be a time to use this. He couldn't help but wonder, but how would he use it? Did he create this? Cheerful shouts erupt from the hospital room next door. "Mom and Dad are awake." The mother went to her husband. "I'm awake." The person next to him was so moved they could cry. "Dad!" Sangdi smiles softly, happy to see the man beside him is awakened. Mom and Uncle John will wake up soon. Other echoes resound in his ears. He's awake, and so is the doctor over here. But Sangde suddenly turned his head when he heard the doctor's panicked voice from behind, saying he couldn't do that here. That bastard has his foot on an innocent man's neck, crackling with electricity as he approaches. "Sangde, so you were here. I've been looking all over for you." He couldn't help but grit his teeth. "Run, Teague, you bastard. What are you doing here? Does Sue need you?" He ignored the question, instead offering a warning smile. "You haven't changed a bit, have you? Don't talk to your elders like that. You're starting to annoy me." Tu immediately attacks Sangde, but he's blocked. Is that contempt or praise? An A-rank can block that? Not bad. He still tries to remind him. What the hell are you doing? "This is a hospital," he roared. "Of course, I know this is a hospital. I also know it's a haven for those dying from the blood mist. It's better if they just stay down and don't cause any trouble." Everyone at the scene was stunned. Sangdi desperately tries to block the decisive blow with his shield. The hospital feels the impact. At the European Union government's Disaster Prevention Planning headquarters, a man reports on the situation. "I deeply regret missing such a valuable opportunity. If everything had gone according to plan, we could have eliminated Loon and the Centaurs and had a chance to capture the Seer. What's done is done. Let's look at the bright side. This has given us an opportunity to tarnish the Saintess's reputation. He commands that they will return stronger than ever, so prepare yourselves." The door bursts open. What happened? A white-haired man in armor demands, "Why is Lion handling the calamity under the Maiden's authority?" So this is Kevin Hazan, an image of Kevin as a commander standing on a blade of ice, with tens of thousands of soldiers below, humanity's greatest swordsman. The crescent moon symbol, the Silverbone Knight, the commander of the Ice Legion, all that fame belongs to the Maiden. He had a majestic presence. Kevin Hazard. Under his command, the Maiden Guild achieved many glorious feats, rivaling even the Libra Guild in potential and prestige. Kevin was blessed with talent, power, and looks, but even he had things that infuriated him. Kevin roared in fury. "How dare that bastard Lion run rampant in my territory?" He questioned how Lion dared to do this, but the manager hesitated, unsure how to respond. "Guildmaster, Kevin keeps complaining about this. It can't be. At least give me a reason." Why does it always have to be him? His eyes roll back in his head as he wishes he had died in the Demon Tower like the hero. Praised as a hero, that bastard returned and stole all my glory. He couldn't help but scream. The two female soldiers behind them, unfazed by the scene, discuss how angry the Guildmaster seems to be. It's no wonder Legion stole all his glory. Again, Kevin cries out, and the short-haired Lion facepalms in exasperation. It's true the Guildmaster had too much conflict with Legion. At first, things weren't this bad. But over time, everything seemed to spiral out of control. It's all because of Lion's resounding victories that someone else is taking credit for. That's right, the glory of conquering disasters. Like when Kevin was about to strike down a monster and Gion swooped in to behead it. He's the main character in every interview. While Gion's on TV, Kevin's drinking coffee and watching, thinking about his karaoke score. John received a perfect score, while he was stuck choosing a song. The short-haired girl seemed to be enduring his wrath. That guy has stolen all the chairman's glory. Kevin's voice echoed again. He must not be forgiven. Those nearby are wary, sensing the Star-Lord is about to lose it, while the manager tries to calm him down. The Inquisition has already sent people after Lion. Let's wait for their signal before we act. But he wouldn't stop. And this time, he's gone too far. "I'm going after that bastard myself." Kevin's hand clenched. "You're good. I couldn't do anything 20 years ago. But then, a fierce wind suddenly whips around the market. I will take you down myself. Just you wait, you bastard." Hugh Ook couldn't help but worry. Things have spiraled out of control. Kevin leads his group away. The manager decided to stall for time, continuing the call he'd been on. "Sir, we have a list of his destinations here. He's carrying a pair of contact lenses." A voice came from the other end, saying that acting quickly might allow them to meet Lion before Kevin. The person on the other end of the phone is unknown, so Kevin is already gone. Ending the call, he gave his orders. His conflict with Lion must be huge. No wonder he's moving so fast I can't predict him. A girl stepped forward, asking, "Sir, what are our orders?" He turns away from the disaster, preparing to leave. Everything must be ready. The two soldiers quickly lift the curtain. "This is the Inquisition. Everyone stay where you are. You inside must be freezing." Inside, Hugo's face was flushed as he held the mic. "Do you believe in me?" The crowd shouts, "We believe. We believe in you. We all believe in you." You seem to be drunk out of your mind. So, what do you all believe in? The crowd below continues to respond enthusiastically. We believe in your power and the victories you've achieved. We believe in our two saints. The maidens are just weaklings, Hugo sings. The crowd cheers wildly as he points to the sky, where a small vortex of fire appears. The solar nebula shines brightly as the group's excitement only intensifies. Lion Centaurus, amazing, so amazing. A red-haired youth gritted his teeth as he led the charge. They're completely insane. Doing this in the priestess's territory is practically a provocation. This is unacceptable. He grips the hilt of his sword, ready to attack. Inquisition members, listen up. Purge these heretics who spread such vile propaganda. You wretches will pay. Suddenly, a fist came out of nowhere, smashing into his face. Ugh, what the hell? That punch sent him flying dozens of meters into a wall. Everyone was shocked. Legion, with a bottle in hand, angrily berates these fools as the system announces the crowd's faith in the centaur has reached its peak. This unwavering faith is absolute. You better leave. John cracks his knuckles, standing before the red-haired youth, issuing a warning. Are they trying to ruin my fun? Don't make me get involved. Though afraid, he struggles to his feet, saying, No matter who you are, how dare you act like this in the priestess territory? As a member of the Heresy Interrogation Committee, I can't... He didn't even finish his sentence before taking another punch to the other cheek. What the hell? But this time it wasn't Gian, but a hooded figure. Fool, we're not here to cause trouble. We were in the wrong. The man removes his hood, saying, Please forgive my subordinate's unsightly behavior, Mr. Lion. He introduced himself as the head of the Heresy Inquisition of the Maiden Association. I am Perio. Greetings, sir. Time is short. Shall we get straight to the point? Perio suggested politely. We want to partner with you. To take down Kevin Hazard, we must escape his control. More hurried footsteps approach as the figure rushes toward a building and Kevin angrily bursts through the doors. Lion, you bastard! Are you in here? Everyone inside drinking turned to look at him. Kevin continued his frantic search elsewhere. Could he be here? Still nothing, and Kevin's frustration mounts. Where could he be? Why can't I find him? He scratches his head, knowing all the places he'd be, so why is he nowhere to be found? Then Kevin suddenly realized something. Why was this so confusing? The reason is the manager appeared from behind, advising him, President, we can't find him anywhere. Perhaps we should turn our heads slightly. That person... Kevin orders him to take off the glasses, but the man doesn't seem to understand. But a ray of light flashed, slicing through the contact lens, instantly destroying it. He screams, and at that moment, the system announces that the delusional eye skill has been disabled. The two girls following behind in shock recognized the skill that had made their master wander aimlessly. He wore glasses to hide his actions. Kevin calmly approached the manager. It was you. You're doing this to stall for time, aren't you? You want the Inquisition to find Lion before I do? He draws his sword menacingly. Where are they now? Speak now or die. Kevin's cold demeanor is terrifying. One false word, and you're dead. The palace maids and guards were terrified. Half of them had already been taken down. How could he have broken in? John doesn't seem to matter at all. Good. This place must hold what I seek, and I intend to put it to good use, the system announces. You are invading and fighting in the Maiden's territory. Your experience and reputation are increasing. You have acquired several high-grade items, as the Perio squad watches the battle with growing concern. Is he planning to destroy the palace? That's fine. After all, he's on par with Guildmaster Kevin. Legion can handle this. He recalls the Maid Guild is in chaos, rife with internal divisions and disagreements, mainly due to Kevin's dictatorial style, which has alienated many. Perio then suggested to the Heresy Inquisitors that this division could not continue, saying, We need your strength to help us. Claw also intently watches the fight, realizing the Maiden's situation must be dire if they're asking outsiders for help and even bringing out the Skyfall. He recalls Gian and the ultimate weapon of humanity, the judgment of the heavens. 20 years ago, Leon sacrificed himself in the battle at Demon Tower. The intel was correct. All the adult Gemini members are here at the Maiden Palace. Then someone shouted, The heavens aid our Maiden. Finally, the system notification rings out, announcing that all subordinates in the Maiden Palace have been defeated, and the sacred treasure is before them. The group behind them marvels, wondering if the Skyfall is beyond that door. Kevin, who appeared out of nowhere, shouts, Stop! They all turned to look at Kevin Hahn, who was panting from the long run. Luckily, I made it back in time, you wretched bastard. Jaion's battle instincts ignite. Let's settle our grudges today, they declared in unison. Kevin strode into the temple. It's been over 20 years, hasn't it? I didn't expect seeing you would bring me so much joy. He looked at Lai Wen mockingly. Aren't those beside you centaurs? Long time no see, Hugo Otts. What happened to your face? And then, he turned to Perio mockingly. And there's even the one who betrayed me. You think you can eliminate me with Lion's help? Kevin asked coldly, with confidence. Fine, I won't have to hunt you down one by one. I'll just eliminate you all at once. Looking over, Xiang Ying saw shattered helmets and torn blue cloaks scattered on the floor as Kevin angrily roared, "Who did this?" Lion's group remained still, ignoring Hazard's outburst. "Who has desecrated my temple like this?" The others silently pointed at Lion. "You insulted Shen, you traitors." Kevin is provoked, and as he reaches for his sword, he says, "You've given me another reason to defeat you." Lion's slash flashed through space, and with each strike, Kevin froze the ground into a massive sheet of ice. That attack also trapped Legion and the others in a giant block of ice, but perhaps Kevin underestimated them. A flame from their side melted the ice, Hugo's flame. Behind Hugo, 4 others stood, shouting. Kevin A. continued, "That's right, you abandoned us." Before the roaring flames, Hugo issued a challenge. "Face me before you face Lion." One of them worried, "Oh, shoo, he's still drunk." Kevin scoffs, saying he's heard Hugo regained his power, but he won't stop him. Hugo then summons a large arrow from thin air, followed by many more. How could he know these arrows came from the armory of the sacred artifact? The hell arrow is drawn. Hugo commands the arrows towards Kevin, the massive arrow hurtling towards his chest. He raises his sword high, ready to strike, and shouts, "You intend to face me like this?" The arrow hurtled towards Kevin, a large projectile aimed squarely at his forehead. Those in the back thought it was over, celebrating the takedown, but Hugo remained unconvinced. "Is it over?" the slick-haired knight suggested to Hugo. "We should prepare a resurrection spell." Meanwhile, Legion is getting a call from someone. "Oh, it's me," he answers the phone with a smile. "The explanation is long, but I'm standing before the Maiden's relic vault. Come quickly." The thick smoke begins to dissipate. Kevin stood firm, unfazed. He challenged them to begin the grand battle now. With that, Kevin channeled his magic, his eyes glowing blue as Lion Jian spoke up, a massive pair of scissors slung over his shoulder. "Everyone, stand back. If you're so eager, I accept," Kevin says with a grin. "Very well, so you've shown your face, Legion?" The knights behind Kevin respond in unison, "Holy Lord, we will assist you." But wanting to deal with Lion himself, he commanded, "This is a battle. Step aside." With that, Kevin pointed his sword at Lion, saying, "I've waited 20 years for this day to defeat you." Lion scoffs, "Dream on." Kevin prepares to fight, and Lion shifts his stance as 2 great powers collide. They both yell, "Come on!" Lion's strike is blocked by Kevin's sword, surprising him. "What? He blocked it?" The system reports that the power enhancement is in progress, but only 76% complete. Due to side effects, the power cannot be used after this notification, much to his disappointment. Seeing this, Kevin taunted him. "What's wrong, Lion? Come on, put some power into it, or let me show you how." Kevin's sword emanates ice, and the frigid air seeps into Lion's skin as they continue their fierce battle. Suddenly, an announcement. The S-Class relic, the scissor blade that cuts the earth, has been destroyed, unable to withstand the cold. Legion's weapon has shattered. Kevin thrusts his sword at Lion, a flash of light grazing his face, but Lion dodges the blow. At the same moment, Lion's foot slammed into Kevin's wrist, causing him to curse, "You bastard!" Lion then somersaulted across the ground. Caught off guard, Kevin blocked the sword with his heel, and Lion somersaulted away to safety. Lion prepares to charge towards Hazard, who screams out as Legion's powerful magic engulfs his body. Kevin, now enraged, charged forward, only for a massive, bright object to fall from the sky before him. A massive hammer had just landed. Kevin stared at the broken sword in his hand, lost in thought. Lion's relic-bestowing hammer. While Kevin wondered when he'd acquired it, a foot hurtled toward his face. Lion delivers a kick and a taunt as Kevin is sent flying. Lion scoffs. "Is that all you've got, Silverhair? I told you to put more strength into it. Is that all you've been waiting 20 years for?" Suddenly, Kevin laughs. "I've come to my senses." Kevin's face is bruised, but he's still smiling. Of course, it's Lion, just getting warmed up. He then throws down the broken sword in his hand. Then, Kevin summoned a glowing staff, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "From now on, I'm going all out." With the staff firmly in hand, he looked confident of victory, while the slick-haired knight watched in astonishment. Could it be? Hugo gritted his teeth as he finally woke up. Lion sits calmly on his hammer as if nothing is wrong. "It's been a while since we've seen that ice pillar, hasn't it?" "So you were hiding it?" Kevin confidently retorted. "Of course, this isn't something you can just pull out whenever you want. It's a royal treasure, and wielding a sword is much more satisfying." Kevin confidently issues a challenge, ready for round 2. The hammer at Lion Jian's feet is freezing over, and Kevin's inquiry is far from innocent. "Can you even move?" My ice sword froze not only your surroundings, but your sacred relic as well. Kevin smirks. Lion, you've become far too arrogant. Has 20 years of imprisonment made you so foolish? The sword hurtles towards the trapped lion. The floor reflects the image of a figure pierced by the sword, blood dripping. Hugo shouts, "Gun!" Even Long Hair is shocked, and Mr. Lai. But unnoticed by all, Ligon stood bewildered behind them. Why had Lion suddenly leaped from behind? Kevin, sword in hand, is stunned, realizing the figure before him isn't Lion. The system announces the activation of a damage substitution skill. Kevin is stunned. What's going on with Barrio? While they were both stunned, Lion appeared beside them, hammer in hand. I kept wondering. Lion gathers his strength. A man who spoke of restoring order to the sanctuary is nothing but a false believer. Perio stared blankly, sweating as he looked at Jian. With one strike, he sends them both flying. Jian smiles through the dust. Before them, a massive blue crystal, bound in chains, appeared, a punishment from the heavens. Within the crystal, a massive axe was sealed away, as a powerful wind forced Kevin and Perio to their knees. Kevin angrily retorted, "You bastard, how dare you?" Hugo approached them, saying seriously, "How ironic, Kevin. A traitor to Jian at the Demon Tower, now betrayed by his own subordinate." He looked up at him, confused. "Huh? What are you talking about? I betrayed Li Jian." "Yes." Hugo immediately pointed at Kevin, accusing him. "Don't play dumb. You framed Jian and stabbed him in the Demon Tower." He rose up in anger, objecting, "That's absurd. Don't try to frame me. You've been deceiving the world for 20 years, so you've started to believe it yourself, haven't you?" The more he heard, the angrier he became. Kevin's eyes changed, and blue lightning-like flashes appeared around him. He prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Hugo. "Silence. I will not forgive anyone who dares insult her." But suddenly, something stops Kevin in his tracks. Perio has made the first move. He used the chains to bind Kevin's sword and arm. "Damn it, this is why we should have ended things back at the Blood Pond." Kevin stared back in disbelief, wondering if this was Libra's skill, the golden rule. Perio grinned triumphantly, holding a cross-shaped knife radiating a dazzling light. The system activates using Libra's ultimate skill, Equivalent Exchange, to choose what you wish to trade with Asia, the god of balance and justice. Instantly, Kevin is pulled into a circle, suspended by chains like a scale. This only makes him more wary as Perio grins, booming, "I offer you the Holy Maiden." Perio shouts Kevin's name, but Kevin won't let him succeed so easily. He musters all his strength to unleash his ultimate move. In the frozen winter, he wields his sword, unleashing a lightning strike to sever his own arm and escape the chains. A resounding crash and blood splatters before a stunned Perio. A wave of shock washes over him as Kevin breaks free and collapses. He severed his own arm? Those watching from behind were stunned into silence, and his two subordinates cried out in alarm. Overcoming his surprise, Perio continued to brazenly mock Kevin, while two soldiers rushed to his aid. Perio, shielding his eyes, sneered, "The look on your face as you severed your own hand was a masterpiece. It seems you've narrowly avoided becoming a sacrifice to the gods." Kevin, struggling on the ground, clutched his wound and cursed inwardly. "Damn it!" But then, the system reappears, activating an equivalent exchange. Kevin Ao's right arm for the saintess who was meant to be the sacrifice. Perio, enigmatic as ever, stands between the scales, drawing the essence of the sacrifice into a mesmerizing circle. The prize is claimed. The system continues, activating a mystical space as a reward for your offering. Hearing this, Perio laughs excitedly, saying, "A bit of a waste, but a saint's arm is more than enough as an offering." Realizing the situation, the others began to attack, with one warrior wielding a massive hammer leaping forward with incredible speed. He slammed the hammer into the ground, unleashing a fearsome wave of lightning. It quickly spread to where Perio was standing, who frowned at the brutal scene. But perhaps it was nothing to him. With a sharp gaze, he slowly said, "Too late. Welcome to the mystical space." As he spoke, thousands of trees shaped like grotesque hands sprouted around a tower. Deadly thorns covered the tower, and the land resembled a fetid swamp. This was the wondrous space that had been opened. Suddenly transported, the others panicked, asking, "How is this possible? Where are we?" John stood in a corner, lost in thought. He'd experienced this unsettling atmosphere before. Could it be the same time? But Perio's appearance on the tower cut off his thoughts. He spread his arms and laughed. "Well, how do you like the scenery of hell? This space will soon become your grave." Enraged, the two soldiers charged forward, swords in hand, and shouted at Perio, "Shut your mouth." You dared to sever the Holy Master's right arm as tribute. Is that not enough? I'll make you pay. Then, with blades crossed, they cried, Maiden's art! Fueled by the northeast wind, their swords glow with a sharp blue light. But life is not a dream, and they fall silently to the ground, unable to touch even a hair on Perio's head. Realizing their attacks had no effect, they were immediately confused. What's going on? Kevin, struggling to his feet, dejectedly admits, I can't use it. He explains, looking at his trembling hands, my power is gone. The connection to the holy god is severed. Upon hearing this, the redhead looked at Hugo in surprise. Lord, it seems we also, he said anxiously. That's right. I can't use the power of the holy god either. How can an ordinary believer use power to this extent? Suddenly, the massive hands beside them shattered into pieces, collapsing and sending them flying into the air with panicked screams. Perio, laughing confidently, declared, This is an isolated space created by Libra's power, so you can't use your precious divine powers here. Gods, here, you're just ordinary people, useless and small. As he gloated, a horde of bizarre figures appeared. They seized everyone, trampling the soldiers and throwing the area into chaos, but John and his men charged straight toward Perio, who looked up in astonishment. But Perio quickly regained his composure, drawing his weapon and declaring he wouldn't lose. Immediately, a series of giant hands reached out and grabbed them, and John struggled against them, cursing under his breath. These damned hands, they're no ordinary calamity. Perio watched him held aloft, sneering, Legion, why don't you greet your old enemies? I wonder why you don't understand. He smugly replied, Don't tell me you've forgotten. You were friends with them for 20 years. They're the ones who pushed you to the brink of death in the Demon Tower. John glared, listening to the taunts, his mind reeling. He realized where these gruesome hands came from. These aren't the power-hungry calamities like the Blood Toad. These are true invading calamities, like those from the Demon Tower, hideous hands emerging from a rift, each one a grotesque predator. Meanwhile, at the Korea Scorpio Disaster Trauma Center, the situation was just as grim. Sangjay, battered and bruised, stared ahead, lost in thought. He blocked all of my attacks, while the cultivator across from me remained unscathed. He smugly said, I told you, it's useless. See the difference between an S-class and an A-class? Too effortlessly chained Sangjay with his ultimate move, rendering him completely immobile no matter how hard he tried. At that moment, he suddenly prepared a decisive blow with his divine fist. You can play around with Junxiu, but not with me. With that, he decisively shattered his technique with a punch, sending Sangjay flying. He was sent crashing into the wall, the force of the blow shattering it behind him, and he looked up in stunned realization at where he'd landed. That was his mother's hospital room. And before he could recover, two approached. Holding a book, he asked Sangjay, Is this your mother's hospital room? When he turned back, he realized the demonic scripture was in Thu's hands. He was shocked and blamed himself for always falling into this situation. But Tu gave Sangjay no time to rest, immediately kicking him in the stomach. The kick sends Sangda reeling, coughing up blood once more. As Laliette clutches his stomach in pain, Tu smirks. Do you even know what a grimoire is? It's just a scroll about how to use magic. Well, with that dumb brain of yours, no wonder you're just a nobody. He then raised his hand, gathering his spiritual energy into a mass, acknowledging May's efforts. Now, give up and hold your mother's hand tight on your way to the afterlife. With that, the chief hurled the energy mass at the mother and son, sending them flying out of the hospital in an instant. Sangja panicked, screaming, unsure of what to do as he floated in the air, about to meet his maker. He screamed in despair, knowing he couldn't save himself or his mother. Still unconscious, Ju fell with Sangja from a dizzying height, the force of the explosion having sent them and her hospital bed flying. Everything happened too fast, and he couldn't react, only succumbing to despair. Sangjay and Ju were truly hanging by a thread. Overcome with fear, Sangjay's mind raced with images of his loved ones as he plummeted. Uncle, sister, father. Is there no one who can help me? He plummets downward with so many questions. What to do? I don't have the strength to hold the spirit sword my uncle gave me anymore. There's no one to beg for help. Is there no way out? Calm down. I'm about to fall. There's no other way. Why am I so useless? Why is this happening? Calm down. That idiot Trangdo. In the Demon Tower, he said that even in his dying moments, he looked over at you. He acted purely on instinct, embracing her completely, she thought to herself. Even amidst the bloody mist, Dad never gave up, and they both fell amongst the rocks. At that moment, Sangdo had only one decision. He couldn't give up. He absolutely had to do it. He would protect his mother. Just then, the system window appeared. The constellation Ophiuchus welcomes you, one with an indomitable spirit. You are now qualified to participate in the Ophiuchus constellation's trial. Now that you have power, will you fight your enemies? Sangda can answer yes or no. He stared blankly at the information panel, wondering what it was. Ophiuchus constellation? Sangda, unconcerned with the test at such a dangerous moment, shouts out, "Damn it, whatever, I'll do anything once." He screams, wanting to seize this last chance. Just give me one chance to protect her. Tu, standing above, was utterly astonished, glancing at the scene unfolding before him in stunned silence. What? He still has magic power? Sajer, now radiating a green aura, safely lands with Ju in his arms, speaking in astonishment. Still alive, a wild laugh echoes, claiming even a saint is nothing special. One by one, the people below are blocked by the multi-armed monster, groaning and cursing incessantly. Damn it. Perio laughed triumphantly, marveling at how easily he could end it all. I nearly exhausted myself preparing for this. Aren't you all supposed to be saints? He sneers. Kevin could only endure Perio's taunts, like insects squirming underfoot. Try flailing around a bit. He glanced at Lion Jian, who was fighting the monster, and smirked. Watching these powerless fools struggle only dirties my eyes. What about you? Endure or give up? Perio feigned kindness, saying, "Sometimes giving up is the best option." Before he could finish, a scornful voice cut him off. Too much talking. His face darkened, a strange smile creeping across it. You tell me to give up? A chill ran down his spine, and he recoiled. Jian's face, half hidden by his hair, seemed even more sinister. Even without the backing of the gods, even fighting the red snow alone, even wandering the demon tower for 20 years, I never considered giving up. You dare tell me to quit? In this state, he suddenly arched his back and roared, You think you can win with these useless trinkets? How naive. Jian's eyes gleamed as he grinned. Don't get ahead of yourself, fool. You think that's enough to threaten me? Despite wielding a powerful artifact, Perio panics and flails. You dare lecture me? His panic fading, he aimed his weapon and roared, If you seek death, I shall grant it. Those massive hands lunged forward as Perio's determined cry echoed out. As you wish. Meanwhile, one person remains in this precarious situation. Tu looks on with unease as Sangda puts everything into his punch, letting out a battle cry. Run, you fool. With one mighty punch, he knocks out his opponent in an instant. His face was swollen like a pig's head, blood gushing from his mouth. Sangda stood firm, his body radiating a green aura, his face grim, and his voice resolute. You want me to give up? I absolutely will not. I'm tired of being powerless. Before the fight, he made sure Ju was safe. Just then, Sangda spoke up. Now, remembering her brother in the ICU, he called out, John. Sangda clenched his fist, determined to shout, Everyone, I will protect them with my own hands. Immediately, the system window appeared, declaring the challenge complete. The first disciple of the Serpent Bearer had emerged. At that moment, Jian's eyes lit up as a token appeared, declaring that the first disciple had opened a new chapter in the Lion Gospel. You can use your power to record the scripture. Instantly, a light erupts from within him. Perio, disoriented by the light, cried out in alarm, What's happening? The others were also affected, screaming. John, is this the power of the lion? Tiny beams of light pierced through the monster's massive hand, shattering the red barrier with blinding brilliance. Then, a barefoot ascended the steps. So, this is how it is. With each step, the ground crumbled beneath his feet as a man emerged from the white smoke. His clothes, unable to withstand his power, burned away. John emerged, declaring his ability to wield the scripture's power. The crowd gasped as he emerged. Lion, Gospel Legion, page 1, verse 1. Lion, victorious, page 1, verse 1, Revelation. The valiant figure stepped out of the tower he had shattered, the tower where he had once confined himself. John strides forward, coldly declaring, I wanted to deal with you first, but I have other matters to attend to. Perio, seeing the tables turn, is visibly shaken. What? He immediately glanced back, thinking of the sky's decree. The ice became transparent, revealing what was inside, and Perio wondered in fear and doubt, had the secret space been broken, revealing the vault of sacred objects? Without a second thought, he shoved Perio aside. Out of the way. John reached out and touched the ice, freeing the sky scourge with ease. Perio gritted his teeth, thinking he just needed to use his strength. John slings the weapon over his shoulder, a smirk playing on his lips. After 20 years, the feeling is still familiar. Then, he lightly shook the weapon in his hand, as if reuniting with an old friend, saying, Sky, long time no see. The system window appeared, showing Sky's Judgment SS, one of the 8 great sacred relics and the ultimate weapon of the Legion. Just then, a monster's hand lunged down while he was still conversing with his weapon. It's been 20 years. You must be itching for some disaster blood. This monster won't shed a tear until it sees its coffin, and it's coming for Jian. But it wasn't so easy. Simply raising the weapon caused the massive hand to tremble, and Jian coldly glanced back, speaking. What? Is it over already? He raises his other hand in annoyance, saying that whatever he does, it has to be like this. With a single decisive strike towards Perio, he cleaves a line several meters long. It's truly the power of a divine artifact. The shockwave throws the other man back as Kenvin opens his eyes to a truly unbelievable sight. The once smooth ground is now cleaved in two, and John can't help but sneer at Perio's helplessness. What are you doing? Perio could only tremble and crawl backward, fearfully listening as he said, Aren't you the Libra Zodiac? Even insects squirm when they're crushed. Let's see you struggle. As the sharp relic descends, John's playful voice echoes, I'm different from those who like people who never give up. And what about you? John asked softly, lifting his holy relic. Give up? His eyes suddenly lit up, a smirk playing on his lips as he slowly said, Let's just see about that. A blinding, eerie green light appears in the desolate Rocky Mountains as the powerfully built lion smiles wickedly and asks, What are you doing? He continued to stare at the trembling man before him. Isn't that the famous Libra constellation? Even a worm will writhe when stepped on, try to struggle. In the dazzling light, that voice echoed relentlessly. I prefer those who never give up. How about you? With mesmerizing eyes, Lion pointed his blade downwards. Are you going to give up? His face filled with murderous intent, a smile crept across his face as he grit his teeth. Try a little harder. Immediately, the opponent raised the golden scale and shouted, Stop him! Everyone stop him! As he spoke, countless massive dark hands flew towards him, only to be cleaved apart by Lion John's sharp blade, instantly torn to shreds and falling away. Then, Lion Jian hovered in the air with his massive blade, the clash of their powers creating a shockwave that shook the earth. Suddenly, a sharp slash came down from above, as Lion raised his weapon to the heavens in defiance. That's right, charge! He revealed sinister eyes and shouted with a wicked smile. My sky hasn't tasted disaster in a long time. How refreshing. Elsewhere, someone calls upon the azure energy of the septenary star. A brilliant golden aura is summoned, merging with the other through the believer's combined skill. Northern glory. Apollo appears instantly, and space is destroyed. Now, all can connect with the sacred gods. The others are summoned soon after. The Star Maiden, the Centaur Star, resurrected. Lion, seemingly impatient, growls that their revival is too slow and theatrical, prompting an angry outburst. Shut your mouth! Meanwhile, the man with the few strands of hair falling across his forehead wondered in a panic, how could he be so strong? He'd even severed his connection to the divine. No, I have to get away. But he was immediately stopped in his tracks by someone's stern voice. Barry, followed by a pair of feet leaping high into the air. Kevin descends from above, sword in his left hand. My right arm. As he finished speaking, a gleaming slash was unleashed, filling his eyes with countless streaks of blood and a look of utter panic. However, a stream of dark, evil energy suddenly erupted from his neck, fiercely resisting Kevin's fatal blow. Kevin quickly retreated, using his sword to block as he spoke. That's skill! Meanwhile, the newly appeared shadow added, I didn't want to meet you like this. Hearing this, Kevin immediately assessed the situation. It is you. Looking forward, he added, Jing Louis Morin, while the other party calmly replied, Long time no see, Kevin. I have urgent business with this one. With that, he immediately lowered his head, his eyes bloodshot. Barrio, are you planning to run away? We wanted to eliminate them all. After he said that, all right, I'll give you one more chance. But he was already being controlled and began vomiting blood uncontrollably. At the same time, countless streams of dark energy spread across the sky. Ring narrowed his eyes coldly. I will offer you as a tribute to the gods, become a calamity, and fulfill your mission like Perio. Hearing this, he could only stare in silence. Jing Louis Marine, the Cancer Saint, uses the Libra's equivalent exchange skill, and Brio becomes the offering. Lion, with his blade on his shoulder, casually asks, Hey, silver hair, his old name was Perry, right? Kevin seems a little interested too. So what? Here we go again? Are you going to give him a nickname? As soon as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly rang out. Keen insight, but what about the great Barrio? Growing impatient, Kevin replies, I'm tired of your thoughts. Whatever. I don't know how the centaur accepted him, but Lion Jian has a sinister look on his face. If he doesn't accept him, what will he do? Hearing that, Kevin chimed in, Indeed. Meanwhile, Pirio was gradually being consumed, a disturbing sight that drew a mocking remark from Lion. Is he covered in filth? How disgusting. He wondered how Pirio possessed such power. Was it a body enhancement? At that moment, the system displays a message. Enhancement exceeding 80%. Side effects of the process will now disappear. You can test your enhanced strength. A thought then crosses his mind. Even a light swing carries such power. Let's try a real strike this time. Lion grips the hilt with both hands, raises the blade overhead, and brings it down with a mighty blow. His brow furrows in surprise. What was that? A voice echoes through the heavens, and suddenly Lord Lion calls to me. What could this be about? Myung sighs, touching his hat as he asks, could this be what he mentioned at the shrine? He's not fighting the Holy Master, is he? Suddenly, an immense light shone down upon him, followed by a powerful gust of wind. Mai tries to stay calm, but the Maiden Palace is completely destroyed. Then, a girl's voice rings out beside him. The thing that just exploded was the Maiden Palace's shrine, right? Myung was a little surprised. Before him, a man lay motionless amidst the shattered brick and stone as a bare foot stomped down with a mocking sound. How can he enhance his body like that? He can't even control his power. Lion stares at his palm, wondering what 100% will be like now that he's reached 85%. It looks like it'll take some time to get used to this. Meanwhile, Kevin is covered in dirt and trembling as he calls out. Then, a blood-curdling scream echoes out, and another mark is added to the madman's record. The Star Maiden no longer has a temple. After someone speaks, has Barry been defeated? Catastrophic attacks, discord among the gods, internal betrayal. The entire plan has failed. Don't you find this all a bit funny? But Din just hung his head in sorrow. I'm ashamed of this. I didn't expect Lion Jian to bring those people with him. But the other party continued. You even revealed yourself to them. Tell me, what were you thinking? But Din smirked slightly. Didn't you order me to capture Lion Jian? I was just doing my best. As soon as he finished speaking, the hand snapped its fingers, his tone icy. Are you toying with me? Across from him, countless golden chains suddenly appeared, binding Rin tightly. He knelt on one knee, face down. No, I wouldn't dare do that in your presence. Hearing that, Jay calmly propped his chin up and said, I hope that sarcastic tone comes from confidence that you'll succeed later on. Then her fingers twitched slightly. What are they planning? Jin replied without hesitation. Sweating profusely, Kevin Hazard insists on his innocence, meaning their next move lies elsewhere. Hugo, arms crossed, looks puzzled upon hearing the words, Scorpio Constellation. Was the one who harmed Lion from the Scorpio Constellation? Kevin affirmed, tilting his head. Yes, it was the Scorpio Constellation. And just like that, Hugo shakes him so hard his neck almost snaps. I don't know who it is, but Hallie wouldn't do that. Are you planning to go head-to-head with someone so difficult? We've seen all the records of the unknown civilization's sword. As soon as he said that, Kevin angrily slapped the man in front of him. Don't be so quick to judge after receiving help fighting the blood fog. Speaking of the Sword Saint, why would I sneak in here if I couldn't defeat Lion? I need to prove it, and I'll do it by defeating him where everyone can witness it. He added sternly, since things have come to this, I'll show you the evidence that the Scorpius constellation is responsible. You opened a path to the sacred treasure vault. Hearing this, the other two immediately responded. Kevin suddenly turned around, saying, The sword you presented as evidence against me is not unfamiliar. Looking at the wooden door of the basement in front of me, I secretly investigated the temples. Kevin took the lead, his hand on the cold door, seeking the enemy hidden among the gods, then slowly opened it to reveal a vault of sharp blades and weapons. That familiar voice echoes once more. These are the things I found while investigating the Scorpion Star. It's all connected to an unknown civilization. Kevin stares intently, confirming the Scorpio constellation is dangerous. They are the ones who will threaten human civilization. Meanwhile, footsteps echo down the stairs. That's not quite right. This statement draws the attention of all three, who look up. Seeing the girl approach, they exclaimed with joy, Yuha! Yuha stopped on the steps as Kevin continued. You're the centaur's daughter? Annoyed, he propped himself up and looked at Yuha, asking, What exactly are you implying? She quickly replied seriously, Just as you said, the Scorpio Palace is very dangerous. Before coming here, I went to Scorpion City. Mr. Hai helped me. He's a good person. It seems you've made a hasty judgment. Everyone below was shocked to hear this, and Kevin was the first to speak, looking utterly dismayed. You went to Scorpion City? You know where it is? He was still anxiously questioning Yuha when a familiar voice echoed from behind. Turns out, Jian's stomach was signaling, cutting through the tension. Hugo, seeing this, spoke up to explain. Let's eat first, Jian says, leaving Kevin speechless. A while later, they finally arrived at a restaurant to rescue Jaeon's hungry stomach. But inside, everyone from the customers to the staff were gaping as if they'd witnessed something supernatural. Some couldn't help but record the scene as Jeon, across from them, crushed a glass in his hand while lamenting. "This is insane. Why can't I control my strength? There's a pile of broken glass under the table. Jeon must be the culprit. No wonder everyone is so shocked." Kevin, observing his pointless actions, snapped and shouted, "Lagan, you got a problem? Even if I were a saint, I couldn't make up for what you've done." In contrast to Kevin's uproar, Yoo-ha leaned on her hand, gazing at Jeon adoringly, and said with a smirk, "You're so cool." Hearing her words only fueled his anger. "Sagittarius, is this how you raise your daughter?" Poor Hugo gets caught in the crossfire, while Kevin, noticing Jeon staring at him, asks, "What?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jeon grabbed his head, landing a second blow on Kevin, and then mercilessly yanked his head up and down as the cultist tried to stop him, calling for the leader. Suddenly, a system notification appears, announcing the completion of body enhancement, shedding the weak human form, replaced with the first divine body. Jeon, receiving this information, continues to torture Kevin's head, lost in thought. Even in battle, his body is far stronger. Amidst the chaos, Hugo smugly thinks he's dodged a bullet. "Why don't you just sit still?" John, not even done mocking Kevin, immediately places his other hand on Hugo's head. It seems the tables have turned, as Kevin rejoices at the sight of Hugo also being grabbed by the head. "Why couldn't you just sit still? Now you've been grabbed too." Yoo-ha silently watched the chaotic scene unfold, so amused that she covered her mouth, filming the moment with her other hand, and exclaimed, "How utterly foolish." Kevin, seeing her as a freak, continued to yell, "You're insane! Is that centaur really your child?" Immediately after, Yoo-ha suddenly spoke up. "Oh right, Mr. Hai asked me to give you a message." Hearing her call, Jeon quickly threw the two guys to the ground and turned to answer. "What is it?" Yoo-ha pulls out a lidless box containing a shimmering golden pen. As soon as she sets it down, the system provides information. A truth-writing wooden pen, the remnant of a scribe. Recognizing the item, the zealot in the back immediately chimed in, "Ligon, one of the 8 great relics, and it's here." Jeon's face remained calm, but then he picked up the box, carefully examining it as he pondered. The scribe, the final goal of the trial of wisdom. The final challenge of the wisdom test is to find the recorder who tracks the serpent bearer. John continued to ponder. "Scorpio is the one who runs away whenever he sees me, so why does he have this? Doesn't he hate me?" John turned to his follower and asked, "Have you checked everything in the underground storage?" He replied seriously, "That's right, there are many things related to the unknown civilization. It might be related to the constellation Scorpio." Kevin, who had fallen and was being held down by Sumi, hurriedly spoke up. "See? Didn't I tell you? The Scorpion is definitely connected to the unknown civilization. I'm sure I mentioned the unknown civilization before." He spoke more and more excitedly, making everything seem serious. "I even saw him messing with you. 20 years ago, he was always poisoning your food." Then, Kevin glared and declared that the one who harmed Lun was definitely Scorpio. But after he spoke, everyone saw Kevin acting exactly as he described, frantically putting something in Jaeon's food, thinking no one noticed, as they helplessly watched the scene unfold. John asks, "Then what is this?" As Kevin frantically pours, he retorts, "It's medicine." Ligon wasn't born a god. He must constantly change bodies and fight disasters. Having done his duty, he rises, a confident smirk on his face. "You can't unleash your full power when you fight me, so I always put supplements in your food. You don't need to thank me." Hugo, who had woken up behind him, looked at him with disgust and nitpicked. "So yours is a tonic, but the Scorpion's is poison?" The zealot happily added fuel to the fire. "Then let me check if it's a tonic or poison." Kevin quickly struggled to intervene. "Don't touch it. This belongs to Ligon. Do you doubt your own lord? Are you even one of my followers?" After being scolded, he could only shut his mouth, thinking to himself, "How outrageous." The system chimed in. "The believer's faith is decreasing." Meanwhile, the two continued to bicker over the bottle. Hugo challenges him to drink it, but Kevin refuses to be outdone, shouting that the medicine doesn't suit him. Ignoring their childish bickering, the believer turns to Zion and speaks. "Ligon, I am ashamed that the leader of the Inquisition is involved with another Zodiac." He responded seriously. He was strange from the start. The cathedral riot was a life-threatening risk, yet as vice chairman and one of the 10 stars, he didn't try to mediate or suppress it. He not only seized control of the star stream, but also separated our armies. "You thought I would trust him. From the start, the riot was his ploy to make us fight each other." John agreed, recalling those moments. That's right, all the information I investigated was created by him to make me suspect the priestess. He frowned, lamenting what a sly fox Jan was. The more Gian thought about it, the more clues he uncovered, and he suddenly exclaimed, "Huh?" Then Gian recalled Jan struggling to utter the words, "Maiden." All information and evidence pointed directly to the maiden. At that moment, he had shouted that the oracle was holding the sky's judgment. Remembering this, Gian continued his deduction. It's so obvious it makes me doubt the answer. Since I only have a few memories of the sword, I can't be sure if the one who stabbed me had silver hair or not. If that's the case, we should suspect others, like the priestess or Libra. A follower spoke up slowly upon hearing this. So, Kevin, you remember when he got angry and scolded you, and how he got help from the blood mist. Don't be so quick to judge. Speaking of the Azure Blade, if I wanted to trick Lagun, why would I secretly enter the Demon Tower? No evidence, right? Instead, I want to defeat him before the eyes of the world. Hearing the disciple mention Kevin, Gian sat down, crossed his arms, and chuckled. Though he wasn't sure if the silver-haired man was the one, acting like a fool would only hurt himself. He seemed to understand and let out a sound of realization, but Yuha quickly cut in. "Uncle, what do we do?" John replied cheerfully. "Let's just go find the Scorpio constellation." Then turning serious again, he pondered, saying that he must be involved in this. "I also suspect that he gave me this pen through Yuha. I've also been trying to convert Sangdae, but it seems it'll take a while to meet him." Even now, those two continue to bully each other, with Hugo forcing the entire bottle of medicine down Kevin's throat. But when Sangdae appears, Hugo trembles and turns to Ligan, asking, "What are you talking about?" John cheerfully replies, "Chan Sang is my follower, and your son is my follower, my first follower." Hugo, with goosebumps rising, cries out, "Don't mention it. He's under your command." But at that moment, Yuha appeared behind Jian like a ghost, whispering in his ear, making him shudder in fear. "Uncle, why Sangjae and not me?" And 1,000 whys echoed in his ears. Yet, with a face that could devour Jian whole, she answered herself, I'm sorry for putting you in a difficult position, Uncle, aren't I? You can just ask John Sangjae." John sensed the murderous aura and could only call out to Yuha. He tried to stop her, but it was too late. Yuha had already pulled out her phone and was typing furiously. "Sangjae, please don't do this to me. You took my uncle, I'm so sad. Can you handle this?" Her fingers danced across the phone, texting and calling him. "Sangdi, stop joking around and pick up the phone. Why isn't my Sangdi answering my texts or calls?" Yuha seems to be venting all her anger on her phone, typing so fast you can hear the clicks. Seeing this, John quickly tried to stop her. Yuha. Meanwhile, Sangdae, seemingly unconcerned, lay on the ground, his phone ringing with Yuha's call, the cracked screen displaying her name. But Sangdae paid it no mind, gasping for air with dirt smeared across his face. Gasping for air, Sangdae managed to say, "I won. Was this guy, Runtigu, messing with me?" But from behind the wall, Chu was leaning on, a figure emerged, saying, "Sangjaya, impressive. Defeating a Libra S-class devotee." Surprised, he glanced at the voice, seeing a nurse holding Sangjae's book, who smiled and said, "Thanks to you, I could easily suppress Runtig." Still confused, he asked, "Who is that?" As soon as he finished speaking, a purple aura enveloped him, causing Sangjae to recoil in alarm. My transformation was perfect, wasn't it? Releasing the transformation skill borrowed from Pisces, the figure reverts to their original form, revealing a man. He confidently laughed and introduced himself. "I am Choi Sang-hyuk, the Gemini Zodiac leader." But Sang-jae, on the other side, wasn't surprised at all, and frowned, asking, "Is cross-dressing your hobby?" Sang-hyuk snapped back, "No!" He clenched his fist in anger, lamenting, "I can't believe I had to cross-dress to find the forbidden book. Do you even know what that forbidden book you took is? No one but me can contain it." Upon hearing this, Sangja casually scratched his head and replied, Yes, my mistake. You want it back? Go ahead. I have no need for it anymore." Such behavior leaves Sang-hyuk dumbfounded. Quickly regaining his composure, he chuckled and opened the book in his hand, causing a mysterious purple flame to erupt. "Sorry, but I can't just leave like that. I have many questions, starting with what happened to Lord Hai." But suddenly, violet vortexes appeared all around, and Sang-hyuk shouted, "From you, traitor of Gemini Palace," as countless feet emerged from the vortexes. "Sang-jae, come with us." As he finished speaking, dozens of people appeared, surrounding him. "What do you think?" he continued, seeing Sang-jae's bewildered expression. "Surprising, isn't it? Right next to all that chaos is a patient's room. On the hospital bed, a weary man lies in wait as Sung Hai-wook's words echo through the room. "Come with us," he said, causing the patient to frown and slowly open his eyes. Seeing Sung Hai-wook use magic to summon more people to corner him, Sang-dia coldly says, "So that's the kind of person the team leader is." "You're remembering what he said, sorry, but please pay for my drinks." "I forgot my card. I'll pay you back next time, Sang de Minong Hun." "Only two of you can escape," Sangja retorts sarcastically, saying he only thinks of himself. But it seems that Wong Hee-wook is still very proud of who he is, because he doesn't want to think otherwise. Sang-jae frowns, points directly at him, and says sternly, "Don't talk nonsense." Dong Hee-wook just smirks and replies, "Well, Sang-jae, that's a pity." With that, he used Gemini's soul super skill and ordered his men, subdue Sang-jae and offer his life. The subordinates shouted in unison, "Yes, sir," and raised their hands high. But instead of worry, this only excites Sang-dae even more. "Let's see how far you can go, because I'm not who I used to be." Suddenly, a strange phenomenon occurred. The magical energy surrounding him was being drawn forward. He realized the magic circle of Jung Hai-huk's group was the cause. Sangja's eyes widened in shock. What was happening? They were draining his mana. Even more unusual, Sung Hyuk and his group don't understand what's happening either. What? Why is John Sangjae's mana being drained into that? Something's definitely strange about the squad leader. Too far away to hear, Sang-jae angrily shouts, "Aren't you robbing me?" The draining of Sang-jae's mana lasted only a few short minutes, because that was more than enough to summon an uninvited guest. The mysterious figure reached out, reveling in the immense power, and began to emerge from the magic circle. Long white hair and a concealing outfit emerged from the blinding purple light, and realizing it wasn't the spirit they intended to summon, Chung Hee-wook and his men cried out in unison. "Huh? What is that? If it's not the spirit we summoned, then what is it?" A memory of Haji-ji's failure flashes through Chung Hee-wook's mind. No, if he remembers correctly, this is what Hai couldn't summon. He's certain this mysterious spirit is none other than the first and most powerful Elf King. Elazan's questions plague Chung Hee-wook's group. Could our combined magic have summoned the Elf King? Could it be? Is it perhaps Jinsu's power? After surveying the unfamiliar faces and piecing together the situation, Elazan spoke. "The one who sent the summoning signal is a Gemini temple follower." He then glanced over and continued, "But what truly called me here is his power." Hearing Elazan express admiration for his power, Sang-dae couldn't help but wonder, whose power are you talking about? Commendable though I belong to the Gemini Palace, I desire that power. He couldn't accept it and asked loudly, "The first-generation Fairy King? How is that possible? Aren't you part of Gemini Palace?" Elazan coldly replies, "Why? The bond with the Gemini Temple is severed. I know not where your saint has gone." Not only that, he mocked that Sang-dae had left a huge gap to maintain this relationship, infuriating Rong-si-yu to the point of trembling. Even so, he restrained himself and told himself that they had not yet made a contract, and he absolutely had to keep the first-generation garden elf in the sanctuary. Without hesitation, Dong Hyuk ordered an all-out attack on Sang-dae. His subordinates roared their compliance, quickly forming a circle to surround him. Seeing this, Sangja burst out laughing, taunting them to come at him. But unfortunately, after having his magic drained, his strength was depleted. Needless to say, Sang was shocked, looking down at his hands and then up at Elazan. "Huh, what's going on all of a sudden?" "What's going on?" Elazan suddenly felt guilty. "Did I absorb all of your mana just now?" "It was likely the fairy's doing," Sangja said in alarm. "Then you should go stop them." But Elazan seemed embarrassed, covering her mouth and blushing as she spoke. "We haven't made a pact yet. Our relationship isn't that far along," Sang-jae whined miserably. "This is crazy." Seeing his distressed state, Chong-yu couldn't help but feel extremely satisfied. "Weren't you so smug a moment ago?" "Tron Sang-dae, it's not too late. Break your contract with the first Demon King and come with us." Before he could finish his sentence, cracks appeared on the wall next to him, and a young man burst through as it shattered. Without a word, the young man brushed past Yu-uk like the wind, delivering a devastating kick that sent him sprawling backward as a familiar voice asked, "Who is it?" Sangjae's expression mirrored his surprise as the mysterious figure slowly rose from the dust, asking who dared threaten him, followed by a cold warning, "Stay away from him." The moment he looked up, Sang-dae's eyes widened as he shouted, "Uncle Joe!" GW's sudden appearance caused quite a stir, as some people knew of his background. "Impossible. You're the Sagittarius squad leader who was defeated by the Blood Mist, a man who's been bedridden for 10 years. And you can move? I recognize that familiar power. The system says your soul has been blessed by the Sagittarius Fu, applying Successa Pretensis. His body is temporarily at its peak, and his super regeneration is temporarily enabled. Sangdae is overjoyed to recognize it as Uncle John's power. Seeing their team leader, Chung Hee-wook, get his glasses broken and fall unconscious, his subordinates, though terrified, tried to stay optimistic and encouraged each other. "Damn it, we have nothing to lose. Everyone charge." "That's right, there's only 2 of them anyway. We have the numbers advantage." Considering the current numbers, they weren't wrong, and Sangdae was honestly a little doubtful. But then another voice suddenly rang out from behind. "Only 2 people." After that contemptuous question, many people appeared beside Sangdae. It was like finding light in a dark tunnel. Sangdae couldn't contain his joy as archers raised their flaming arrows in unison. Then came a warning from Sangdae's side. "Gemini bow, surrender unless you want a hole in your head. Just look at the black robes and flaming arrows. It's Chung Hee-wook's group. There's no mistaking whether the opponent is a fake. The centaurs were done for." Just as we were wondering what to do, their magic gate suddenly opened behind us, and Perio's tense face appeared. He quickly issued an order. The beast summoning operation had failed. Everyone retreat. Before the Gemini could react, they automatically teleported themselves and the vanguard away. And so, only Sangjae's centaur group remained in the ruined battlefield, along with his regret at letting the enemy escape. Breathing a sigh of regret, Sangjae asked, "So, is it all over?" But instead of answering, Joe W. starts a conversation. "Sangjae, it's been a while." As they stood face to face, memories flooded back. Just like the old days when Joey W. was a towering knight and Sangdae was just a mischievous boy. Now, comparing himself to the grown Sangdae, he excitedly remarks on how much he's grown. "You used to only reach my hip, now you're up to my eyes." Tears welled in Sangjo's eyes. "I don't know where to begin, but I'm so happy you're awake." John simply gave him 2 thumbs up, at a loss for words. This reunion was filled with joy and warmth. Elazon hated to break the moment, but the object on the floor forced him to speak. They'd left the book behind. Hearing this, everyone looked in the direction Elazon was pointing. The Gemini did accidentally drop a book. This must be the means that Chung Hee-wook used to summon souls. Just as Sangjae was about to turn to talk to Ju-won, a very familiar voice called out. "Sangdae!" Sangdae repeated in shock. As expected, the voice belongs to none other than Yuha, his sister, and like a conditioned reflex, Sangjae stares wide-eyed and shouts, "Sis!" Everyone around them calls out her name in astonishment. Yuha calmly crosses her arms. Though clearly annoyed, Yuha forces a smile. "Why are you so surprised? Are you hiding something from me?" Sangdae shook her head vehemently. "Nothing, I'm just happy. You dare keep lying to me?" Yuha couldn't hold back any longer, yelling, "You're lying! I know you've become a follower of Master Jian." At this moment, only 2 words echoed in Sangjae's mind. "It's over." Seeing his struggle to explain, Joe quickly stepped in to defuse the situation. "My lady, I have awakened." It was only then that Yuha noticed the others were there, but John's presence was the most striking. Seeing him again, she was so moved she covered her mouth and called out in a trembling voice, "Uncle John." It seems the little girl has forgotten about settling accounts with Sangjae. "You're awake, that's great." Joe could only force a smile and reply, "You've grown taller, my lady. You're the only one who can hear Sangjae's whispers. We owe our lives to you, Uncle John." Elazon commented, "You're more tense than when you were surrounded by the Gemini Palace." But taking this opportunity, Elazon proposed a contract with Sangjae. "You want to run away? Then make a pact with me. I'll move to your palace and you can escape. Isn't that win-win?" In this desperate situation, Sangjae agreed without hesitation. It seemed there was no other way. With this agreement, the system officially announced that John Sangjae had made a pact with Elazon, the first fairy king. Elazon has been transferred to the Serpentarius constellation through Sangjae. That's that. Sangjae asks what they should do now, and Elazon replies, "What did you ask of me?" "Run away." And with that, Sangdae took off. Yuha then remembered her troublesome younger brother. "Sangjae, what do you think you're doing?" She didn't expect that Lo had already lost the mark. Seeing his sister chasing closely behind, Sangja stopped and laughed, saying, "You can get ahead of me, but I won't let you become Jaeyeon's first follower." He lands gracefully. "You think I'm stupid? Why would I stop?" But as he looks up, the woman before him leaves him speechless. Sangjae suddenly stopped, and Yuha, confused, asked, "I didn't think you'd listen to me. Did you get hurt when you fell?" But all she received in response was Sangre calling out, "Mother," causing Yuha to look in the same direction, shocked. Indeed, standing before the 2 sisters were 2 women, and one of them was their mother, who smiled gently and said she was happy to see her daughters thriving. Then came a deeply affectionate question, the kind only a mother who's been away too long would ask. Yuha, Sange, are you both well? At the Virgo constellation transfer station, Jian asks if there are any transfer stations left. Kevin nods. One of the few that remain. He added that it wasn't as effective as the Gemini formation, not that there weren't any transfer formations, but they began to explode after the Gemini formation wreaked havoc. But John's attention was drawn to Hugo's phone call. Mom's awake, and John too? Kevin frowned and asked, Hey, are you even listening to me? He just waved his hand, telling him to go away, while Yu-Ha sobbed with relief on the other end of the line. She doesn't know if her mother has fully recovered, but she's asleep again. The doctor said her health is fine, and Hugo is in tears. Thankfully, Yu-Ha then told him everything. Sangjay and the Sagittarius Stellaris drove the Gemini Stellaris away, and Yontagu has disappeared as well. Learning that those despicable figures had slipped through his fingers, Hugo's demeanor shifted to rage. He gritted his teeth and asked, both Gemini and Juntigu escaped? Listening in, John wondered who Juntigu was, and Goth revealed that he was the son of the Libra Saint, and why Hugo hated him so much. Hugo discovered the culprits behind the blood mist incident from 10 years ago, Juntigu and Junisiu, the children of Libra, whom he confronted. Back then, Hugo, in a fit of rage, confronted Jilin, also known as Libra, slamming his hand on the table and demanding, You were the mastermind behind the Blood Mist project, weren't you? It seems I underestimated this connection. I've reviewed all the investigation documents you concealed. He also mentioned something he'd stumbled upon, a special cargo being transported by Libra, and even a conversation between her two sons, Jun Tagu and Jun Xiu. I didn't know it would turn out like this. I never told you to release him here, did I? With that information and the documents he brought, Hugo could confidently confront Gel directly. We've also investigated the surviving witnesses. Libra, answer me, he demanded. So, the disaster was caused by your son? Faced with this accusatory question, Jay remained eerily calm. Sagittarius, so you finally know, she asked with a smile. So what? What are you going to do about it? Her copper eyes glinted in the darkness. What can you do, you who possess such shameful power for a so-called saint? I deeply regret the actions of my sons, and I will be sure to keep a closer eye on them from now on. Clearly, this woman feels no remorse or regret. Hugo trembled with rage. How dare you say such things? Not only that, Gel shamelessly blames Hugo, stating that he failed to stop the eagle's hand. Would Legion's intervention have prevented such a disaster? You failed to protect Korea, a task entrusted to you by Lion. With that, she placed a scale on the table. A symbol of Libra, wake up and I'll give you a chance. As always, she gives Hugo a choice. Pick one. Seeing Hugo's silence, she increased the pressure. If you're confident in bearing the responsibility, then reveal the truth or wage war against us as you please. Otherwise, clean everything up neatly with your incompetence. Jay exhales, a sympathetic smirk on his face. Or just let it go. Kids make mistakes, right? You have kids. You know how it is. From here, she began to exploit this weakness. That's right, I remember their names. Hearing the names of his children, Sangjay and Yuha, from her mouth, Hugo's face instantly darkened, and his hand clenched the papers on his desk until it trembled. A master of psychological manipulation, Gel now switches to seduction. Hugo, you're busy, aren't you? Make your choice quickly. What will you do? Goth continued, ending the flashback. When the Libra Saint mentioned Sangjay and Yuha, he had no choice. Without his power and the sanctuary, there's no telling what Libra will do. Watching Hugo's back, Goth sighed with a pang of heartache. The chairman would do anything for Sangjay and Yuha's safety. He suffered so much. Only now does Jian understand. That's why Hugo sent Sangjay and Yuha to another constellation. Frowning, he ordered, Goth, find those siblings at all costs. While M guessed his intentions, and Goth excitedly announced the orders. Having tasked Goth, Jian felt relieved, thinking the Sagittarius star was weakening and unable to protect the two children, and that Sangda leaving Gemini to become his follower was also reassuring. Then he remembered that since Capricorn had become a follower, the next quest would be available, and he opened the screen to take a look. Sure enough, a notification appeared on the screen. A new mission to create the Ophiuchus Zodiac insignia and appoint an Ophiuchus Saint, at least SS rank. Jian already felt a headache coming on. He can focus on the badge later, but who can he find to become a constellation saint? And they have to be below SS rank too. Lost in thought, Jian was interrupted by Hugo who, with gratitude, explained that following Jian's advice to send the children away had averted disaster and stabilized the situation in Korea. Suddenly, Hugo glares at him, causing him to step back. What's wrong? You gonna grab my hair or something? Jay shook his head slightly and replied, Hey, Otex, would you like to come to my temple as a follower? I'll make you a saint, invite you as a believer, and even call you by your Korean name. Hugo was stunned. Suddenly, the sun god Apollo appears, and hearing the system's warning, the god of Sagittarius becomes wary. He warned not to covet those who had made a pact with him, but John simply said, Don't be so difficult. Hugo and Go, the two most diplomatic people, bid Apollo farewell, wishing him a safe journey, while Kevin inexplicably began shouting. Sangjay, stop joking around and answer me. Sangjay, did you make Jian turn to you and ask? Hearing my invitation, do you also want to join my pantheon? Kevin threw his head back and laughed, then shouted, No! Clearly, he's just trying to provoke him, as the station's loudspeaker blares an announcement. Passenger 64, your transfer platform is ready. Please prepare to board. Though Goth could sense John's divinity increasing with each kick he landed on Kevin, he had to intervene since it was their turn. Stop, we're about to depart. Hugo suddenly turned around with a listless expression and sighed. Too noisy, Goth can't even understand what's wrong with him. What's with that attitude? Hugo, breathless, asked, Don't you know why I'm like this? And then he triggered a memory for Goth. Yuha was frantic, unable to reach her brother. Sang, this isn't funny, answer me. Sang's fingers tapped harder and faster on her phone screen. Why wasn't her brother answering her texts or calls? Worried she might break her phone, everyone tried to calm Yuha down. Calming Yuha is one thing, but as a sister, how can she stay calm at the thought of her brother going missing? I'm sorry, I have to go to Korea right now. That spoiled brat dares to... Goth coughed a few times to get her attention, and it worked. Yuha, calm down. I know a way to get you to Korea quickly. He placed a hand on his chest, his face and voice full of tenderness. How about we go to the transfer station together? That's the fastest way. Before Yuha could answer, Myung interjected. It's fate that we met like this. Please accept this teleportation book as a gift. Yuha excitedly accepts the gift, realizing its rarity. Thank you. Seeing them laughing and talking so intimately ignited Goth's Virgo constellation's animosity. Yuha seems to have forgotten Goth's offer, going straight to Jian. Uncle Jian, are you going to the Scorpio constellation? John nodded. That's right. To impress me, Yuha used her newfound knowledge to analyze that the Scorpio constellation is isolated and unreachable. Furthermore, both sea and air routes are blocked by an unknown civilization. So we usually take the American route where the Leo constellation is, but Jian thinks that's a bit of a waste of time. Yuha was about to say more, but time was up, so she teleported, saying, After I take care of things in Korea, I'll head straight to the Leo constellation. I'll see you there, she said sweetly. Oh, Uncle Father. John and Hugo turned their heads at the same time. Yuha smiled brightly and added, I watched your fight in the blood mist. You two must have been exhausted. Once she disappeared, Jian smiled and remarked, You've raised a well-behaved child. Hugo proudly replied, Of course. Hugo turned and smiled, but despite his fatigue, he paused when he saw Goth's gloomy and disappointed expression. With a father's intuition, Hugo immediately understood the problem, and turning back, he glared at Goth, asking, You look strange. Are you planning something with Yuha? Perhaps struck by the truth, sweat beaded on Goth's tense face, and Hugo, knowing his suspicions were correct, wrapped an arm around his neck and growled, Why don't you answer me? And so, Jian beats Kevin and Hugo beats Goth. In this peculiar situation, the station staff desperately call out for passenger number 64. Passengers, please hurry. Even standing in the teleportation platform, the four of them continued to make a ruckus. What? I have to go with this Kevin guy? Do I need to prove my innocence? Kevin chimes in, pointing excitedly. And if someone defeats Lion before I do, that'll be a problem. I'll eliminate anyone who interferes with Lion. He then confidently declared that only he could defeat Lion, despite the contemptuous looks from the other three. Forget it. Just then, a train station employee asked, We're ready for departure. What are your destination coordinates, sir? John replied, Destination coordinates, Washington, D.C., USA, the Lion Palace. Sometime later, at a Lion Clan meeting, the leader shared newly acquired intel. Attention everyone, I've just received word that Leon has arrived in Washington, D.C. Hearing this, those around him were noticeably more excited. They began to excitedly discuss preparing a grand welcome, the greatest performance possible. After all, who could welcome the strong better than the Lion throne? That Lion, I'll make sure he never wakes up. On the day of the match, the host will shout, Welcome to the battle arena. The crowd roared with excitement, chanting in unison, the feast had begun. On a crisp morning at the Lion Constellation Arena in America, the atmosphere was electric, with a huge number of participants and a packed stadium proving the immense appeal of the match. When the signal to begin was given, the host of the match announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Leo Constellation Arena, where today Stephen Marker will face Lion, who has been thrust into battle against the formidable Jian." Stephen was truly bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Who am I? Where am I? Hearing footsteps approach, he startled and looked up, finally accepting the truth that his opponent was indeed John. In stark contrast to John's relaxed demeanor, Stephen was screaming internally, wondering how things had come to this. Save me. Hours earlier in D.C., John's group of four, Hugo, Kevin, and Goth, stood before a colossal statue, a human-beast hybrid clutching a globe inscribed with Washington, D.C., their destination for today. What is that? Did that bastard erect a statue of himself? John clicked his tongue, remarking, "Conceited is one thing, but this is over the top." Hugo, standing beside him, sighed in exasperation and said, "Looks like he's doing just fine." Neither of them noticed Kevin trembling with awe at the colossal structure, unable to contain himself any longer. Overcome with emotion, Kevin exclaimed, "I want one too," earning a scolding from John and Hugo. "Damn it, why did they bring that childish guy? He's just learning useless things out there." Suddenly, someone shouted that Leon was over there. Gion's group turned to see a group of strapping young men holding flags and signs with the lion symbol and a welcome message. "Lord Lion, it's an honor to meet you. Saint Lion, Stephen Marrer wishes to see you. Please follow us." Hearing this, both Jian and Kevin exclaimed in surprise. John asked, "Why me?" While Kevin retorted, "Why him?" Kevin's constant need to compete with John has inadvertently drawn unwanted attention from his teammates, though Hugo quickly tries to silence him. Adding to John's glare, it was too late. Stephen's underlings recognized Kevin A as the Saintess, something they never expected. On the left is Kevin A, and on the right is Hugo Otz. Leon is indeed no ordinary man. Unable to fight the Holy Master alone, he brought reinforcements. But as soon as he finished speaking, Jian kicked him square in the face. Annoyed, he retracts his foot and dismisses them. "You're after my weapon, I know it. Stop the nonsense and get lost." Seeing him provoked, the foul-mouthed one's companion frantically pleads. "No, please, hear us out." He gently helped his friend up while handing Jian a letter. "We've come to invite you to the Lion's Constellation Arena." John frowned as he took the letter. From what he knew, the Leo Constellation Arena held no holds-barred fights across America, differing from other arenas by accepting any gender, nationality, race, age, or military branch, a battle to choose the strongest. To persuade John, the man even knelt on one knee, especially since the Holy War was always a guaranteed box office draw. The last Holy War took place 30 years ago, a single battle, between Holy Lion and Holy Stephen Marrer. The Holy Duel will happen again. Jian is surprised to hear the name of his opponent. Meanwhile, at the Lion Palace headquarters in America, Sai had just received news of the match. "What? Fight Lion? He chugs an energy drink, then glares and asks who acted on their own. Despite Stephen's displeasure at his subordinate's initiative, "Why would you decide that on your own?" But the blonde man insisted his subordinate would prepare everything, saying the Holy One only needed to be present. As if to energize Stephen, he praised him further, saying everyone knows he humiliated Leon with a surprise attack at the Skygate battle. He confidently assumed Leon hadn't forgotten his defeat and would seek revenge for the match 30 years ago. But Stephen just wanted to scream, "That's not true," because only he knew the truth of that day, that he was the one who had been utterly defeated by Jian. Perhaps his voice was too soft for the blonde man to hear, so he pointed to the photo of Stephen's overwhelming victory over Jian and continued, "Don't you think there will be a fight to the death with him? I heard Lion agreed to the match, which was shocking enough, but then he excitedly revealed that it was difficult to invite distinguished guests from the media. The world's leading politics and economy? He's come to America, you're sure to win the title belt." Even after the kill, Stephen couldn't help but scream in despair. Back in the Lions arena, Stephen sat in his private room, covered his head with a towel, and muttered, "I'm done for." The fight's host announced that the stadium was packed, with spectators from all over the world coming to America to witness the match between Lion and Stephen Marrer as the blonde man nodded in approval. It was a legendary match, breaking viewership records. Turning to Stephen, he was oblivious to the man's unease and patted his chest with excitement. The thought of High Saint Leon before the whole world made his subordinate's muscles surge. At that moment, Stephen truly suspected that this bastard wasn't trying to get revenge on him. Seeing him suddenly stand up and head for the door, the blonde man quickly called out, "Where are you going?" Stephen turned his sweaty face and replied through gritted teeth, "I'm going to the bathroom." Hearing that, the blonde waved goodbye, relieved. "Have a good one. I thought you were going to run away again." Stephen slammed the door shut, and once alone, the blonde's lips slowly curled into a sinister smile, a stark contrast to his friendly facade. It seems Stephen's earlier suspicions were correct. A few minutes later, in the men's restroom, Stephen is washing his hands under the faucet. By sheer coincidence, he caught a glimpse in the mirror and his body trembled uncontrollably. Damn it, why Lun here? Unlike Stephen, who wore his emotions on his sleeve, John coldly approached the sink next to him and called out, "Hey, Cat," startling Stephen. Ignoring his deer-in-the-headlights look, John nonchalantly asked, "What are you plotting? Can you bear the weight of this battle?" Hearing him ask this, Stephen finally regained his composure. He smirked, repeating, "Bear?" Then, seemingly at random, he brought up the past. "Your death 20 years ago was a heavy blow, so much so that John questioned everything." Stephen smirked. "Back then, you were a symbol, a pillar of hope that humanity could win. Your death in the Demon Tower was a major shock to humanity." Stephen admits for the first time that he didn't believe it, but he was still devastated. Yeah, heartbroken enough to shed tears, apparently. Jian, of course, wasn't buying it. "You're full of it. You crying and begging for lost land?" Seven chuckled, explaining, "I just had to put on an act. Saints like us can't show others our broken selves." Looking in the mirror, Stephen continued, "Saints, no, I am an unavoidable disaster. I don't need to pretend to be noble." He clenched his fist as if to steel his resolve. "I will do things my way, so humanity will not fall. I fear humanity falling into despair more than being scolded as useless." Stephen bowed his head to hide his distant gaze and gave a wry smile. One day you'll face the wrath of those who learn the truth." Then he turned to Jen with a bright, radiant smile. "I'll bear any burden, as long as the calamity is completely gone." John silently pursed his lips, glancing to see if he was lying. He scoffed and asked, "Why are you suddenly so talkative? What's your point? All that talking just for that question?" Seven was beyond frustrated. He thought he understood. Even so, he asked, "Listen, you see this fight as entertainment, don't you?" He quickly turned away, hoping to avoid John's wrath, and stammered, "This match is to select fighters against the calamity. We can't turn such a meaningful arena into a place of entertainment." Before Stephen could finish, Jian cut him off, saying, "I'm furious." Stephen slowly turned to look and was met with John's fiery rage. Fear instantly gripped him, plunging Stephen into a psychological crisis. Tears streamed down his face as he pleaded, "A draw? No, it can't be." Back in the present, John and Stephen have officially entered the arena as the host's captivating voice echoes. Finally, Stephen Marker and Leon face off. Who will emerge victorious? Meanwhile, Stephen was trying to calm himself, thinking, "It's okay, just stay calm." Turning to the packed stands, Stephen resolved to put his faith in his opponent. Legion has promised to cooperate. Hearing the announcement, the audience realizes the situation has changed. Lion has proposed to fight all the gladiators in the arena at once. Is this a moment of arrogance, or is it his true nature? Stephen glanced back at the gladiators behind him. Lion has agreed to our terms. Let's rewind a bit. John readily agreed to his proposal, but with a condition. Stephen was a bit surprised. A condition? John nodded, pointed at him, and said with a smile, "You said it yourself, didn't you? Choose those who will fight against disaster. Bring to the arena those who are worthy of it." Remembering his words, Stephen realized Legion was indeed cunning, gathering all the gladiators to mask their numbers. And the goal, of course, is to turn the 1 or 11 match into an all-star event, focusing on the spectacle rather than the outcome. A win-win for both sides, making Stephen even more eager and excited. Let's make this a good match, Legion, but unfortunately, the one thing he didn't want to happen is about to be revealed. Before the match, let's heat things up with a look back at the legendary battle between Lion and Stephen Marker 30 years ago. Stephen was utterly shocked, while John calmly watched the screen, where Stephen's punch to John's face was replayed in vivid detail. His voice boomed at full volume. "Lion, you think you can defeat me with that power?" Stephen was bewildered, but his greatest fear was John's misunderstanding, so he glanced between the screen and John. "Why is that footage playing? Wait, hold on, I didn't ask them to do this, I don't know anything about it." And as Stephen feared, John transformed into a demon from hell. He's had enough. From a mighty lion, Stephen was reduced to a kitten, losing all will and spirit. "I'm done for. I'm really done for. What am I going to do?" 30 years ago, Stephen defeated Ligon, a fact he'd rather the world forget. John, enraged, pointed at Stephen and accused, "You're still playing games after taking the money?" he retorted defiantly. "If you give me 50 billion, I might reconsider." After he said that, the surrounding people began to buzz. Huh? What did he say? 50 billion. It was only then that the old man realized his mistake. He's been exposed. He snapped, "What are you doing?" He tells them, "What are you waiting for? Get in there." Hearing this, the crowd roared and rushed towards Jian, hacking and slashing, but he quickly jumped back. A man asked in disbelief, $50 billion? What did he say? Hugo, sitting next to him, replied, "You heard him. He's probably going to donate it all." Those words reached the ears of the man beside him, and he roared in anger, unable to hold back. He summoned his sword and yelled at Jian, "Why do you enjoy fighting them so much?" "But what about me, Li Gan? I'll give you the money. What about a sword fight between us?" "Don't you know how to fight?" He leaps into the arena, shouting as he runs, "I'm here!" Hugo frantically called him back. "Hey, you!" he called out to the man beside him. "Damn it." Chasing after him, he said with annoyance, "Can you keep him away next time?" As Kevin runs out, the surrounding audience hurls insults. Is he trying to weasel out of it? Is he calling everyone in because he's about to lose? Stop him, I knew it. They throw trash into the arena and complain. "Hey, we've lost a lot of money. You dare ruin the fight? Stop them. Block anyone who wants to join the battle." An unprecedented situation unfolds as the audience storms the arena. The soldiers shout in unison, and the attack continues. Suddenly, a foot slams into the man's face as Kevin flies in and kicks him. People remark on the scene, saying, "This is chaos, more chaotic than a marketplace." Online, viewers commented on his kick, saying, "If I knew there was a fight like this, I would have come. Why aren't the guards stopping them?" A terrifying battle. How could security possibly stop them? Are they ruining the fight because they're scared? At the same time, in the VIP area, two men spoke in a panic. What the hell? Are they putting on a show? There's no stopping it now. The man turned curiously to Oliver. He asked, "Team leader Oliver, what are you planning?" "When did you leave your seat?" The man asked in shock. "Where is he? Why has he disappeared in this chaos?" Oliver rushed from the room, muttering, "I'm going insane. How did things get so complicated?" He reluctantly decided to proceed when Yua's voice echoed from the shadows. "What's the next step?" Oliver, startled by her presence, raised his voice and asked, "Vice City Lord, where have you been? Now, this event is crucial, you know. Shouldn't you be the one who knows where I've been and what I've been doing?" Yuha asked coldly, arms crossed. She approached Oliver and continued, "Don't you remember what you asked me to do?" He stammered, "I don't recall." "What is it?" Yuha asked, as if she already knew the truth. She asked him a fatal question. "Team leader Oliver, since when have you been so polite with me?" She stared at the figure before her and questioned, "Who are you?" Back in the chaotic battle, everyone was scrambling and fighting each other. Stephen was stunned by the sight, silently blaming Oliver. "Oliver, you poor thing." He gaped, unable to believe the mess before him. What is he doing? The battle has become a complete mess. What on earth is he doing? Suddenly, an explosion erupts before his eyes as John attacks the soldiers in the arena. The system announces data collection complete. General's triumph. He knees the man in the gut, and the system announces the collection of beastly will data. John swiftly decimated Stephen's forces. Once finished, he remarked on the satisfaction of facing them all at once, a treasure trove of data to collect. Standing before Stephen, he said, "Thanks for helping me collect data." Then taunting him, "If you hadn't opened that video, none of this would have happened. Now pray." Seven finally understands, stammering, "Don't tell me the reason you're fighting them." Before he can finish, John throws the last man aside, mocking him. "Now you realize?" Still slow as ever. Stephen, now enraged, emanated lightning and growled, "Damn it! So it's come to this." He lunged, threatening to fight with everything he had, but his aggression was cut short by a punch to the face from John. He lands a punch that sends Stephen flying hundreds of meters, tearing up the ground. Stephen crashed into the wall, crying out in pain, as John immediately flew in, raising a thunderous fist towards his face. Kevin was stunned for a moment, muttering about the incredible speed. John unleashed a devastating blow to Stephen's head, who struggled to defend himself, gritting his teeth in defiance. He thought to himself, "I'm insane. I can't believe I've been pushed this far. God, I need divine intervention." His face fell into despair, but he wouldn't give me the chance to use it. Kevin charged forward, shouting, "Ligon, let me fight!" But suddenly Yuha kicks Oliver, sending him crashing through the wall, and both are sent flying into the sky as Hazard looks on in horror. He and Jayon Stephen asked in bewilderment, "Huh?" He recognized them, calling out John, Yuha, and Oliver as Yuha slammed Oliver into the ground, causing an explosion that sent Jayon flying. She stomps on his chest and commands, "Revert to your true form before I tear you apart with my lightning." Oliver quickly transforms. The system reports that Pisces' transformation skill has been dispelled, and she says to Selvia, "Long time no see, Selvia, your acting is terrible." Enraged, she snapped, "Shut up, you only have power. She's SS class Pisces, one of the 10 saints, Selvia." The soldiers watched in stunned disbelief. How could this be? The squad leader Oliver is a man? Yuha explains to them that Sivia has transformed into Oliver. She thrashes and babbles incoherently. "You little wretch, get your foot off me." Yuha warns that they'll either eat dirt or be struck by lightning as Kevin grumbles in the distance. "Damn it, every time I fight Ligan, I get interrupted." Frustrated, he plunges his sword into the ground to pull himself up, declaring this time will be different. But a strange sound caught his attention. What was that? It turns out his sword had impaled a soldier, and the moment was broadcast for all to see. Everyone witnessed it. In one family, the father frantically covered his son's eyes to shield him from the bloodshed. Even a young man in an internet cafe was shocked by the scene, as comments flooded the screen, accusing him of murder. What awaits Kevin? A bystander accuses him, "He's a murderer." Kevin frantically denies it. "Wait, hold on, that's not right." Suddenly, an eerie voice echoes, "How bizarre. How could you be so perceptive?" The voice came from the corpse of the man he had just stabbed. "You're quite perceptive." Kevin is resurrected. A blinding light erupts across the arena, and the crowd wonders, what in the world is that? Another person identifies it as Libra energy as the man stands and emits a Libra aura. People exclaimed in shock, "There's no way there's a Libra spy within the House of Leo, is there?" John stared at the man, recalling the voice from before. Suspecting who it was, he asked with an arrogant tone, "Another one of you?" Libra came to mind as the man staggered closer, greeting him. "Ligan, long time no see." He laughed, excitedly saying, "To think you could discern me hiding in this body amidst the chaos, as expected of the master of the sacred altar, my rival." Kevin Ha looked at him uneasily, his eyes darting left and right. He gives a thumbs up, feigning danger. "You were too obvious," but inwardly he's ecstatic. He survived. He overcame, didn't he? Kevin then expressed his surprise to Jian. "Ligan, how are you still alive?" "I didn't expect you to crawl out of the demon tower," John said calmly. "What a mouthful. Even as a priestess, your methods are always lacking, aren't they?" He expresses that he hoped he wouldn't have to see your face again. "You're still alive? I suppose I must acknowledge your misfortune." He then mocks Kevin. "What's wrong, Kevin? I thought you were going to stab him in the heart." He felt his pride wounded and angrily roared, "Shut up! Who did you conspire with to set me up? I won't let this insult go." He gleefully questions Kevin. "Don't even try to deny it. Didn't you boast about eliminating the lichens?" He grins. "It's no secret who I am. Everyone knows." Ha screamed to shut up as the man unleashed his power, creating a massive pillar of fire. He turned back to call out to Hugo, but the centaur stopped him, saying, "No time for talk. You know what Libra is like." The man mocked his disappointment and then asked Hugo, "Didn't you regain your power? If you want to burn this body, you can't use flames like that." Of course, Ha immediately grabbed his sword and rushed towards him, but he calmly asked, "The sword has to be really sharp too, right, Kevin?" Without a word, he plunged his sword into the man's body, only to realize something was wrong. His blade couldn't harm him. A man who stabbed Ligan in the back 20 years ago is now his companion? How shameless. Kevin Hasgiat thinks in a panic, "Damn it, I can't pierce through him. He's just a saint's puppet. How could he have this power?" He looks at the seal on his back. It must be because of that. The divine seat mark. It's said to be a special holy mark bestowed by the gods upon those they cherish. A believer granted the divine throne mark gains the power to connect with and wield the saint, which means Lauren's image controlling the man appears. Now that puppet is on par with Gel Lauren, Jian suddenly whispered from behind Kevin. "Get out of the way." He swung his massive weapon and leaped toward the man. He put all his strength into the strike, but the man simply said, "Ligan is useless." He looked at him smugly, as the divine throne seal was no different than being directly protected by the gods. "You unholy ones dare to break the sacred seal." Yet Jian's terrifying power has severed the chains that protect it. Excited, he asks the man, "Scared? Why the strange look?" Then he decisively cuts him in two. At that moment, Gel sensed the connection to the God Seat seal was lost and wondered, "The God Seat seal is broken?" She stroked her head and muttered, "Honestly, he's always doing the unexpected." "That's what makes it interesting." Oliver unexpectedly approaches Gel, saying, Luring Ligon into the Holy Lion's expulsion trap seems to have been too much for you. She arrogantly retorts, if it weren't for that Kevin A, I would have succeeded. The plan was too rushed, so it couldn't be helped. What about over there? Did the surgery go well? She looked at the muscular Oliver before her, the head of the guard, no, the Holy Lion. He glared as Jell returned to the Lion Constellation arena. The system announces the acquisition of a special fragment, a piece of the Libra Zodiac Seal, unlocking the Divine Zodiac Seal skill. John complains to Selvia and Kevin. I am extremely disappointed in the two of you. She lowered her head in shame and said, I'm sorry. As the man's corpse turned to dust, he remarked, forget the fish. The so-called saints couldn't even catch that puppet. Not to mention Yuha, none of them did their part. Kevin asked him curiously, Ligon, are you a saint? You destroyed another saint's divine throne seal? He asked, surprised. What are you talking about? I'm no saint, Kevin exclaimed in disbelief. That's impossible. Hugo also analyzed that the divine throne imprints are bestowed directly by the divine gods, and even they cannot destroy them. Without divine god-level power, Jian not only didn't care but also picked his ear while refusing to answer them. Forget it, it's none of my business. Meanwhile, Stephen dazedly asks, I won this match, right? John is warned that if he tries to claim the match is invalid due to Libra's appearance and the audience's uproar, they'll make him regret it. They quickly backpedal, saying they meant nothing by it. They turned away to discuss amongst themselves what to do. A decision had to be made. Who will make the call? You have to consider the consequences. They figured that with team leader Oliver gone and the city lord defeated, that left. Yua asked, bewildered, you want me to decide the outcome? They replied, that's right. Even the vice city lord calls her Yuha? He looked at her gently and said, it's your decision. Hearing this, she smiled and lowered her head slightly. She grabs Jion's arm, raises it high, and declares, Ligon wins! Jion's supporters cheered. We won! We won! Betting on Ligon was the right choice. We hit the jackpot. They hoist him into the air, chanting his name, Hail Ligon! Hail Champion! Behind him, Kevin calls out to Hugo the Centaur, wondering if Ligon was the same 20 years ago without any divine power. He confirms it. That's right. Kevin expresses his doubts, finding it strange that Ligon could destroy the god authority with his own power. Even without a god's blessing, he possesses power greater than any god. Confused, Hugo asks, what do you mean? He speculates, could it be Ligon? He calls him the new constellation god. The two watched Jian with suspicion as a voice boomed across the Lion Constellation arena. Hey, you lions over there, hurry up! One person pointed and said, move it, you slow lions! Meanwhile, the system displayed a savings pot, devouring treasures, and that voice spoke again. The gladiator I chose quickly wrote the reason in the contract, stating that he would transfer to the Sagittarius Palace. The system then issued a notification. Recruit more followers, increase the number of followers, and increase tax revenue. Devotees, forced into temporary faith, lack true commitment. Suddenly, a loud laugh echoes as Lion gloats, recruit followers, seize all treasures. I'll slowly take everything from you. Idiot, the blue-haired woman said, exasperated. If he's a god, then Earth's future looks bleak, Hugo retorted. Hey, you, why do you keep calling Jian a god? Is there any proof? He suddenly emphasizes. Or are you just making things up? Hugo, enraged, grabs Selvia by the collar, scolding, you've been spouting nonsense lately. She immediately flares up, screaming. Hey, listen, Lion, he easily manipulates those who don't listen to the gods. There are 12 cathedrals, but not legions. As they bickered and shoved, she huffed, insisting that her words were undoubtedly true, no matter how you looked at it. But the blonde still wouldn't let her go. He scoffs, claiming it's all a coincidence. How could a human become a saint? Meanwhile, Lion is lost in thought. Libra knew exactly where I was stabbed. It's as if he was there the day it happened. He then deduced that Libra was definitely involved in the trap in the Demon Tower. Lion crossed his arms and continued to ponder, realizing that Libra was closely related to the Holy See. If the Sacred Clan was involved the day I was stabbed, then why is the system suddenly appearing? Huh? What's this? A notification about the Apostle Baptism quest. Baptize the believers, grant them holy names, and awaken the skills of those who bear them. Restrict the abilities of believers without holy names. He wondered after reading. Baptize my followers? Lion thought decisively. Time to meet the ram. He thought, then said, Texu, pack your things. Those words stunned the two bickering men. Hugo wondered, huh? We're leaving already? He spoke. You haven't seen Ju and JW's faces after they woke up. Why not go meet them while you're at it? As he spoke, he flipped a tiger coin between his fingers at the Scorpion Temple headquarters in Canada, and a glorious scene appeared in the Scorpion mirror as a voice declared, Truha, the Lion Palace's vice leader, declares Lion the victor, the champion of this battle. And so came the praise. Lion had written a new chapter in the Lion Palace arena. A refined woman sips her tea, declaring that the Lion Palace was no match for Lion. Her name is Holly, the Scorpion Starmaster. Suddenly, Holly froze, then excitedly rushed to the Scorpion mirror before her, gently reaching out her hand, when a guard burst through the door, startling her and causing her to drop her teacup. He reported, Your Holiness, a great matter has occurred. The Scorpion Temple's hospital in Korea is under constant attack. Just as he finished, he noticed Hallie collapsing to the ground. He hesitated. Huh? Are you all right? I'm fine, she replied, trying to sound calm. I'm fine, calm down. Seeing the teacup still on her head, the guard asked again, Are you really all right? She then took the teacup down, asking, How is the hospital? The guard replied, Libra and Gemini are present, but the Saint Sagittarius's son helped. Hearing this, she sighed in relief and asked, Thankfully, anything else? He continued, saying the astronomical observatory showed that the 13th constellation was indeed real, and that Tronzung Day was its first follower. Hearing this, Hari recalled some information. The pantheon is based on the 12 zodiac signs, and she reflects on the human forms that correspond to each one. The observatory, a special observation post created by the 12 constellations, is tasked with watching the stars in the sky to detect changes in the constellations. After a moment, she pondered again. The emergence of a new saint. This news bodes ill for the others. If the first believer has appeared, the other saints will do everything to stop it. Thinking this, Hallie asks, What's the situation at the hospital? The guard replies truthfully, Not good. The hospital is under constant attack by those who want to eliminate the first believer. Folding her arms, she declares they'll target the troll for sure, ordering guards to the hospital. But the guard hesitantly replies that Yu-jin is already there. She then exclaimed, What? Elsewhere, Yu-jin raced forward, hearing the explosions nearby, and said, It's there. This is bad. At a nearby park near the Korean Scorpion Hospital, bombs explode, threatening the lives of those nearby as the voices of angry gods echo. You damn intruders, how dare you? Tronzungdae is our prey, and you dare steal it from us. On the other side, 3 people, drenched in sweat, shout, Hang in there. We have to eliminate Tronzungdae. One person retorts, What do you mean, try? This is against the rules. Another woman chimed in, We're going to die first. Suddenly, a lion-like god appeared, saying, Enough talk. Hiding against the cliff, Shungdae watches the scene unfold, a look of horror on his face. Suddenly, a deity appears, saying to John Sungdae, You're quite clever, using divine power to deal with the intruders. I thought we were done for, with our powers depleted. After hearing that, he nonchalantly replies, I'm just a bit clever. Then, Sungdae smugly says, It feels so good to see the gods, who wanted to capture me but couldn't, finally scared. The god replies that it's because they can't escape those saints. The chaotic battle rages on, accompanied by fierce voices. A mere human dares to contract with a god? Kill him now. Don't think that just because the monarch favors you, we will too. Prove your worth. Discovered, Sungda frantically flees, crying out, Save me! Then he speaks his last words to the god watching over his mother in Sagittarius Palace. I can rest easy if I leave this place. Yuin was focused on what was ahead when he heard a sound. He asked, Are you the charging sheep troll? The charging sheep was shocked and exclaimed, What? How long have you been behind me? At the same moment, something falls to the ground, and he says, My coin. Suddenly, a voice came from the coin, as if from here. Let's go. Then another voice chimed in, Hey, where are you taking me? Suddenly, a man emerged from the coin, descending from midair as Tronzungdae held onto the man he called father. Then he curiously asked, Isn't Uncle Jian with you? The man replied, Jian has gone elsewhere. Then he continued, Sometimes I think you treat your father too harshly. Looking at the pile of ashes before him, he asked, How did this happen? Chengda replies, It's a long story. Yujin then says, A saint. Immediately, Chengde accused, Father, he's an assassin. Because I'm John's first follower, they want to capture me, but your father spoke up. What? Without hesitation, the scoundrel attacks, but Yujin retorts, Boring, what? I didn't do anything. Hiding behind the man, Chengde lied. You were going to attack me from behind? Enraged, the man roared. My son has spoken, he roared. You and your son are too noisy. Suddenly, an orange light shone down, and they were all astonished. The system announces that Apollo, god of the Sagittarius constellation, has descended and will incinerate anyone deemed a threat. Yujin stands frozen, uttering, Sagittarius. Xiongde was confused, wondering how the centaur god could suddenly appear. Yuin angrily exclaimed, Damn it! Why are the gods interfering? Don't blame me, you asked for it. The system then displayed, commencing the Centaurus scripture, followed by a voice reciting, The light of dawn shines upon the earth. Humanity is blessed. Worship with reverence. Suddenly the archer, writing in midair, declared, This passage is too long. I'll rewrite it as I see fit. Then the Bible was replaced with a completely different version. A voice echoes, What a pity. It's getting dark. But at the same time, the scripture continues to resonate, and the light fades as night falls, leaving humanity unblessed. The man, known as Sungdae's father, voiced his displeasure. What is this? Then the light vanished along with the god Apollo. Sungdae wondered, the god is gone. Eugene smirked, Night should be dark, of course. How could the sun rise at night? Sungdae's father angrily asks, What have you done? Eugene replies, I just eliminated a troublesome god. The Sagittarius palace can no longer interfere. Eugene's eyes glowed a terrifying red as he chuckled, What do you want me to change into? Suddenly, the system chimed in. The Sagittarius Bible has been unlocked? Eugene immediately exclaimed, That's the one. With a wave of his hand, Eugene unleashed a surge of power, chanting an incantation. The foolish sun worshippers knelt before the darkness, met with scorn and derision. Hugo was jolted as an oppressive force slammed him to the ground, and in the distance, Sangja cried out in alarm, Dad! Despite the crushing power, Hugo grit his teeth and resisted, frowning at the haunting chant. He thought of the god Apollo with the book in his hand. Hugo speculated, could it be a passage from the Centaur Zodiac Bible that the saint occasionally read? Only the saint could open the Bible, so how could his chant keep ringing in Hugo's ears? The ignorant sun worshippers kneel before the darkness, scorned and mocked. He grits his teeth, forcing himself to remember, this isn't right. But the sound persisted as the ignorant, mysterious monsters knelt in the sunlight. They were supported and revered, he reminded himself. The content different from the original he knew. Hugo was shocked to realize he might be able to rewrite the Bible. A book appears with ancient biblical texts recording the achievements and actions of each constellation, from the terrible explosions to the monsters that appeared on Earth, recorded in the Bible becoming legends and myths. Moreover, it became the power of constellations, goddesses, emperors, and even saints, special beings who could view and alter the scripture. A book appears in Eugene's hand, the scripture. The scripture, filled with symbols of gods, monsters, and humans, is met with his clouded, triumphant eyes. But scribes no longer exist in this world. In the past, the gods purged all those who held the power of the clergy and their dependent deities. Hugo glared at Eugene, thinking that the proud gods would not overlook such blasphemous acts by humans, and so he had intervened directly. Yuin, looking at the figure collapsed before him, laughed maniacally and taunted, So it's like this again. That arrogant attitude before me has turned into a face drenched in sweat? Well then, Eugene said smugly. I've taken care of the flies at the hospital too, haven't I? Meanwhile, high above, the lightning-fast figure of Jian suddenly appeared above Yuin, announcing his arrival with a kick to the head that sent him crashing to the ground. Hugo bit his lip, trying not to laugh, while Sangdae couldn't hide his joy, and John muttered, You went to check on the patients at the hospital and you're already here. He sat up straight on Eugene's back and sighed. I need to hurry up and finish this. What do you want me to hesitate for? Recalling millennia past when humanity fought monstrous beasts, a unified ideology arose. Destroy the clerics, purge all who undermine the god's authority, an ideology that led to rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. Little Jian hid in terror among the corpses, clamping his mouth shut to stifle any sound, as a myriad of voices screamed for help. Despair filled Jian's small eyes, then suddenly he opened them. He jolted awake, screaming in terror when a woman's voice suddenly spoke. He's awake! The woman with the eye patch, Hallie, worriedly asks Jian how he's feeling. John eyed her warily. Who are you? Where is this? Hallie reassured him softly. Rest easy. She closed her book and smiled at Jian. This is my territory. Nothing will happen here. Meanwhile, at a construction site near the Scorpio Palace Hospital, a pained groan echoes as a bound Eugene dazedly mumbles, Mr. Hyen and two young men are approaching. She pushed up her glasses, looked at him and asked, Awake now? As soon as Yujin saw her, he yelled, "Damn it, where am I?" He was annoyed that he didn't know why he was tied up, while Yujin just kept screaming, "Release me at once." The red-haired youth turned to Hugo. "Holy One, he's awake," Hugo shouted, rushing over, tears streaming down his face. The moment Ju saw him, she cried out in joy, "Honey!" The two embraced, overflowing with happiness, while the red-haired youth shook his head, helpless as he witnessed their affection. Not that the teacher is awake. Over there, Hugo is sobbing as he cuddles with his wife. "You're awake, thank goodness." Du wipes away his tears, asking why he's crying on such a happy day. Everyone was so moved they wanted to cry. Yeren covered her mouth watching the two of them, exclaiming, "Thank goodness." The blue-haired youth, tears and snot running down his face, muttered enviously. Suddenly, Jian rushed towards Yujin, a curious smirk on his face. "You have a very interesting ability, don't you?" Yuan didn't answer until he was asked. "You're a tutor." He looked at him in astonishment. As soon as he finished, Yujin retorted, "I don't know what you're talking about." John's patience wears thin as he uses the eyes of God, threatening, "Stop dodging. I know everything." Knowing he's been exposed, Yujin struggles, clicking his tongue. Damn it, the tutor is so easy to expose. He immediately uses the Scorpion Palace's passing skill, breaking free from the restraints and fleeing, shocking everyone present. Not stopping there, Yujin targeted Ju, thinking, "I'll use you as a hostage and escape." But before he could, Jian was faster. He swiftly embraces Ju, causing Yujin to lose his balance and slam his hand into the wall while John smirks triumphantly. Yujin is furious that he's been outmaneuvered. He gritted his teeth, cursing, "Where did he come from?" And with that, Yujin charged, relentlessly attacking him. He screamed for John to take the hit, but John nonchalantly dodged his punch while holding Ju. After chasing him around, Yujin finally couldn't take it anymore, bursting into tears like a child. Just one hit. John stuck his tongue out at him, and Ju burst out laughing. Meanwhile, Sangdae anxiously and confusedly asked John, "My mom seems really happy." He chuckled, replying, "Because Madam is a huge fan of Lord Loon. Are you surprised? Is that so?" Hugo's face immediately darkened upon hearing that. He yells jealously, "Gun, let Ju go now!" Helpless, Hugo turned to Yujin and snapped, "Whatever you are, just run!" "Why are you stalling for time?" Yujin snapped, wondering if he really needed to punch him. "Sa." Ju, blushing with excitement, yelled at Hugo, "Honey, just wait a little longer. When else will we get a chance to be embraced by Gun?" Instantly, Hugo coughed up blood. Sangdi bowed before his father, crying out, "Father, are you in shock because Mom is such a huge fan of Gun?" John couldn't help but scold, annoyed that he was jealous in this situation. Yujin, seeing him unfocused, gritted his teeth in anger. "How dare he underestimate me? Do I have to open the scripture of the constellation he belongs to?" The system suddenly flashed red, unable to open. The system blares, announcing a new constellation not found in its records, one that cannot be verified in the star charts. Yuan can't believe his eyes. "What? A new constellation?" Suddenly, a massive hand descends upon him, leaving John and Sangjae utterly stunned. The Lion God and the Ironclad God appear, and the Iron God's hand pins Yuan to the ground as John sneers at the weakling. He approached, his voice low. "Were you trying to open my scripture?" Yuan struggled to rise, cursing loudly. Damn it. Suddenly, his system rings, a test of wits. Scribe records for the Serpent-Bearer constellation, Yujin Christ, have been found. The scribe of the Scorpion constellation is the final trial and must be watched as they pose a threat to the throne. Hearing this, Jian frowned and proposed to Yujin, "Let me be blunt, become the incarnation of my constellation." Beaten and bruised, Yujin smirked, "What the hell are you talking about?" Suddenly, Yin flipped him off, and Yujin glared, "Get lost." John shrugged, "Then so be it." He snapped his fingers and commanded, "Tear him apart." As he finishes speaking, a sharp sword falls from the sky, aiming straight for Yujin's head. A thunderous voice echoes through the heavens, and the armored god's eyes widen in shock at the sight before him. What? A scorpion's tail like a vine blocked his descending blade to protect him. The Iron God roared in confusion. What is this? This familiar red energy? The venom of the Scorpion constellation beast? Yujin cries out in elation. The Zodiac Scorpion is here? Could it be? A drop of venom dripped from the Scorpion's tail, seeping into the armored god's hand, and a figure shot out of the water. Yujin immediately shouts, "High Priestess!" A beautiful woman appears, wearing a patch over one eye, none other than Holly. She frowned at him. That was almost dangerous. Hallie crossed her arms, scolding Yujin in anger. Why did you act without my orders? I told you not to be reckless. Knowing she was angry, Ewan trembled as he said, Sorry, Scorpion, long time no see. A sudden voice startled Hallie. John swiftly appeared before her, frowning as he said, Answer me, unless you wish to be stabbed to death. A tense silence followed as they locked eyes. Hallie's soldiers were angered by his disrespect. You Ligon, how dare you be so insolent? As for Hallie, she was speechless, her mouth agape, before suddenly turning her head away, face flushed. She screamed while Jian remained clueless. Ju, tending to the unconscious Hugo, and Sang Jae stared in astonishment as Hallie spun her head a full 360 degrees. Even Yu Jin stared wide-eyed. John's mythical beast looked on with curiosity as Hallie knelt on the ground, clutching a pillow, and everyone was stunned into silence. Huh? The high soldiers worried about her. Sect leader, are you all right? Yu Jin shouted as well. Holy One? Hallie shook her head, trembling, and replied, I'm fine. Calm down. I just suddenly want to walk on all fours. Blushing, she wondered what to do. Why is Loon here? He was clearly in Lion City. Hallie glanced at him, trying to remain calm, taking a deep breath and turning back. In Hallie's eyes, Jian was transformed, his handsome face now cool and domineering as he asked her, Are you sick? Hallie excitedly covers her face and screams, That aura! Sangda blinked, confused. So many people were acting strange today. John chuckled. Like Mr. Hugo? Meanwhile, Jian frowned, trying to remain calm as he said, I know you're avoiding me because you're embarrassed. Then he suddenly grabbed Hallie's shoulders and yelled furiously, But I have so much I want to ask you. Please, and just calm down. Hallie, jolted by his touch, was ecstatic. Lai Gun touched her. Noticing her strange behavior, the armored soldiers awkwardly reminded him, Please calm down, Lord. Then he turned and snapped, Ligon, take your hands off her. The chaotic scene made Sangjae frown in confusion. Why has the Holy Scorpion become like this? Dia laughs, You're so slow to catch on. Hallie's soldiers, out of options, try to stop him. Ligon, stop it now. The situation was extremely upsetting for the palace master. John grits his teeth, muttering, So agitated. Do you hate me that much? But Hallie had already fainted from embarrassment. He looked at her and cursed, What a fool. Then he unexpectedly called for Sangjae. He immediately replied, Yes. John tossed Hallie to her soldiers and said to him, We can't talk to her, so let's start with you. Sangjae grins widely. Yes, sir. Then what do I have to do? Before he could finish, John grabbed his head and said coldly, Be baptized. He was stunned. Baptism meant an audience with the Holy Master and official recognition as a believer. John nodded. That's right. Sangdae's eyes widened as he cried out, Wait! How can we rush into this ritual? John dismisses it, saying those rituals are pointless. Sangdae frantically shook his head, explaining that wasn't what he meant, and that he wasn't ready. But John simply chuckled, giving him no chance to refuse. He immediately conjured a stream of blue light into him, and Sang just screamed and went silent. Then Sangdae appeared in another dimension, slowly opening his eyes to take a look. Sangdi found himself floating in some kind of space, and frowned in confusion. It's so dark, where am I? The deity hadn't appeared yet, when suddenly a voice seemed to echo from above. It asked, Do you wish to become the first disciple of the Serpentarius constellation? Sangdae replied directly, Yes, I'm Troll Sungdae. I believe in the Serpentarius constellation, and I'm ready. The voice continued, Look behind you. And with that, a strange, glittering light shone directly on his back. Sangdae slowly turned around, and before him was a star with an intensely bright light. Then a man emerged from the constellation. The light was blinding, and Sangdae had to shield his eyes, shocked to see the constellation spirit incarnate. As the figure slowly emerged, he frowned in observation. Why does he look so familiar? That's right, it's Sudden Strike. The figure transforms into a giant serpent, bearing its fangs at him. Sangda recoils in horror as the snake fires 2 arrows straight at him. With a sickening thud, the arrows tore through the air and pierced Sangdae's chest, causing him to roar in agony while Jian channeled magic into his head. The light from his palm subsided, and John released Sangdae's head, smirking as he asked, How was it? The system immediately announces, Baptism received, you have learned a new skill. Sangdae opens his eyes, excitedly cheering. Excellent. The system's notifications continued to appear. The troll devotee, Sang Jae, has awakened as a star-scattering troll devotee. You have acquired a new skill. Sang Jae couldn't help but stare at him in amazement. Uncle Gun is a star-stream troll god. John was silent, suddenly recalling how Kevin and Hugo had mocked him, asking if he was really a god. No way. he thought, cursing under his breath. That kid's sharper than those two fools. He really is Sungdae. Meanwhile, Zhangdae is ecstatically shouting, unable to believe it, saying he has to tell his sister. Suddenly, Chili woke up behind him, rubbing her forehead as she spoke. Is that your first follower? Finally, he has his first follower. Congratulations. The system notification rings out once more. You have acquired the skill to awaken followers. The believer's level has increased and the 13th sense has been enhanced. John acts friendly towards Hai, smiling as he says, You're awake. Despite the words, he secretly cast a spell on her, and with her 13th sense activated, a powerful surge of electricity struck Holly. He decisively raised his hand to strangle her, and sensing its master's danger, the scorpion tail immediately detached from the armored god. Hai's soldiers immediately blocked the lion deity, and the commotion unfolded in a flash. John immediately grabs Hallie by the neck as the two divine beasts behind them clash, shocking everyone present. What? John frowned, looking at her inquisitively, clearly surprised. Why didn't you dodge? Hallie calmly replied, Because I know you won't hurt me. She frowned and said frankly, Didn't you have something you wanted to ask me? John was caught off guard. He sighed. Ah, yes. John immediately cast a spell on his eyes and said in a deep voice, This is my first question. Explain it to me. John stared into Hullie's red eyes and asked, Why do I sense the aura of a lost civilization within your power? The sacred scorpion is a calamity? John smirked, amused that the world was still being deceived, even the gods. The giant scorpion beast, a crimson minion of Holly, roared in anger. You damned scourge! How dare you lay a hand on the princess? If not for her orders, you'd be dead. He looked at him mockingly. Were these subordinates also disasters pretending to be divine beasts? How could any divine beast be so obedient to a saint? He was also a little surprised. Princess? The divine beast gritted its teeth, barely able to speak, as H finally admitted something that shocked him. Yes, I come from a mysterious civilization, but I consider myself human. With a serious expression, Hallie declared, And I'm on your side. John, unfazed, simply smirked and said, Is that so? Then prove it. Just then, a pink slim suddenly appeared beside him, holding a piece of paper in its mouth. John watched with amusement. Perfect timing. He scoffed, using magic to make the pen float on the board with 2 questions. Question 1. What do you think of Leon? Question 2. What kind of relationship do you want with Leon in the future? He demanded she answer the questions above, and after a moment, Hallie calmly picked up a pen and began to write. Nothing special, while he and Slim exchanged sinister, satisfied smiles. She finishes and hands it to him. John, as if he'd planned this all along, grins with sinister delight. Very good. He scans over her answers. For question 1, she wrote teammate. For question 2, she wants a strategic partnership. How interesting. Short and sweet. Holly, her expression unchanged, said, What I wrote might seem funny, but you know my sincerity. He stared intently at the paper. Just 1 sentence. Suddenly, Jian pulls out a dazzling, glowing pen and smirks triumphantly, revealing the sacred, truth-telling, millennia-old wooden pen. Holly was stunned, never expecting that item to appear here. He held out the pen and said, With this, whatever you write will be the truth. Starting with question 1. What do you think of Leon? Holly was aghast, panicking and sweating bullets, his face as red as a tomato as he screamed one word in his mind. Huh? Even the divine beasts high above were stunned, listening intently to the answer. The actual answer was incredibly clever and captivating, which is why he betrayed the mysterious civilization to come here. Hallie, upon hearing this, jumped up and screamed in strange languages. As she trembled, unable to speak from embarrassment, John and Slim stared at the answer on the paper, confused. What? Something's off. What kind of relationship do I want with Leon in the future? She couldn't take it anymore, screaming and crying in despair to drown out her wretched feelings. Lover. Amidst the dark atmosphere surrounding the construction site, Jian sighed, feigning ignorance, or perhaps truly understanding. How strange. This pen must be broken. I'll rewrite it later. But Sangja and Yu, who weren't deaf, were left dumbfounded by the unexpected answer. They were clearly blushing just moments ago. Soon after, Sangjae went pale and shouted, Emergency! Emergency! He ran off yelling, Sis, Uncle's reputation is in danger. Holly collapses, burying her face in her hands, wishing she could disappear, while the scorpion beast god boasts trying to defend himself. Do you understand? Our princess has turned her back on her origins and chosen humanity for herself. He was heartbroken, but still yelled resolutely for his master, who was there for Lai Jian. Wake up immediately! Hallie shouted in a panic, cutting him off. You dare say another word? I've lost all face because of you, Eugene shouted, annoyed. Let's just go back. John then chimed in, Where to? We're not finished talking? Where do you think you're going? Meanwhile, the princess collapses in despair and embarrassment, asking what else he wants to know. John pictured a sword radiating a mystical purple aura and asked gravely, You know about the weapon of the ancient civilization? The sword that stabbed me when I was trapped in the demon tower was a weapon of the ancient civilization, Hallie said, still avoiding his gaze. That weapon contains the power of a monarch. John wondered in surprise. A monarch. In other words, the highest rank in the civilization of secrets. These weapons of a lost civilization, imbued with the power of monarchs, radiate a terrifying energy, threatening even the gods themselves. She steadies her sacred beast, struggling to rise, as he asks worriedly, Han, are you all right? She continued. That's why even Lion couldn't fight back against that weapon. Because it's so dangerous, I retrieved it and sealed it away as you saw. John thoughtfully recalls the weapons Kevin mentioned, discovered during the Scorpion Guild investigation 5 years prior. He realized with a sigh, so that's why the Scorpion constellation got involved. The long-haired brunette retorts in confusion, Wait, the mysterious civilization has lords too. Didn't we take care of Red-Eye 20 years ago? Hallie calmly replies. Unfortunately, Red-Eye wasn't the top boss. There are at least 3 others like him. Sangjay and Ju were stunned by this shocking information. Hugo jumped up, grinding his teeth in horror, while Ju's pupils dilated in shock as they all pictured the terrifying demon and asked the same question. Red Eyes wasn't the boss of the hidden civilization? They couldn't believe such a fearsome being existed. And there were 3 more of them? John fell silent, making Slim anxious as he opened his eyes, furrowed his brow, and began to contemplate. He recalls the demon's words from before. They've captured one of my most beloved pets. Are you really human? John recalls the words of the Demon Tower manager. Hugo turns to him excitedly, shouting, John, did you hear that? There are 3 red eyes, John grumbles, returning to his normal demeanor. So what if I do? He said with a ghastly grin, which Slim mimicked. He smugly tells Hugo, Don't be afraid. Anything that stands in our way will disappear. Hugo was speechless, thinking it was easier said than done. Despite his flippant attitude, Jian is completely in control and calculating. Though nothing has come easy so far. I need to become stronger to do that. And with that, he turned his gaze. Jian pointed behind Hallie, cheerfully ordering, Hey you, come with me. I believe the scorpion belongs to me. The person he pointed to was none other than Yuan, who had been lying blankly under the mottled soil. He retorted with a frustrated, sarcastic laugh. How ridiculous. Song Yu-jin, utterly infuriated, cursed. You idiot. You think Mr. Hallie would let me go with you? Now feeling guilty and unable to face the boy, she actually agrees with Jian. Okay. Eugene face contorted into a twisted smile as he watched them laugh together, completely ignoring him, and John chuckled. This is a good deal. Meanwhile, H adds, Is that all? Is there anything else you need? Now feeling discarded and heartbroken, Eugene plummets into the depths of despair. The next morning, a bright, clear day at 2 Hospital. Jian held his coffee, gazing out the window, savoring the moment. It had been a while since he'd had such a romantic morning. He and Slim took a leisurely sip of coffee, because even in a busy life, you have to make time for a little freedom. Amidst this tranquility, Jian smirked, relishing the venomous screams. Damn it, Lion, you think you're safe now? He maliciously added, Too bad, someone can't enjoy freedom. Behind him, Yujin screamed in fury, while Yuin, a teacher of both the Scorpio and Avyuka's palaces, knelt on the floor, weeping helplessly, yet frantically scribbling away at his task, lamenting his fate. Why do I have to face this situation? He sneered triumphantly. Since the Scorpion Saint sold you to me for nothing, you better work hard. He cried even louder as he shouted, unconsciously speeding up his writing. Du watched from behind, impressed, while Yujin gritted his teeth, trembling and cursing under his breath. Just you wait, El Zion. You think I'll work for you forever? Suddenly, a spark of magic flashed in his eyes, a serious glint of intent. He would regret entrusting the Serpent-Bearer scripture to him. Just you wait. The system is now synchronizing the Serpent-Bearer scripture, 99% complete. A moment later, the Ophiuchus scripture synchronization is complete. While John is distracted, he expertly casts a spell, unleashing a torrent of dark energy to reveal its contents. Year event. The theologian who refused the holy seat has now become a slave of the Serpent-Bearer. Eugene smugly thinks, so they're recording my story as an event. It seems this Bible isn't worth writing about. He immediately raises his pen with a sinister smile. I'll change it. Soon after, dark ink enveloped the page, altering its contents. The saint who rejected the holy Siet became the master of the palace of extrication, and Yujin, having succeeded in changing it, laughed like a madman. Lijian, kneel. Immediately, a powerful fist of discipline came crashing down on his head. Jian frowned, grumbling, "Are you insane?" As he clutched his head, weeping and unable to understand why the scripture had been changed, John irritably reached out and grabbed Yuan's thick skull. He gently lifted his head, forcing him to look at the answer before him, and said mockingly, "What makes you think life will go your way?" The scene before him made his eyes widen in disbelief. The Bible's contents had been altered. The event of the 5 clerics refusing the Holy Sia has been changed to them becoming slaves of the serpent's palace. And a gentle voice calmly speaks. I changed it because the wording was a bit strange. The one holding the pen smiled with amusement next to the book, none other than a bewildered Juin. She changed the words I wrote, and now she's awkwardly scratching her head with a confused smile. What did I do wrong? A radiant scale, a throne of immense power, and below, hundreds and thousands of solemn followers. The Libra constellation is the head shrine, boasting over 2 billion followers. Libra is not an easy opponent. The problem lies with the golden-haired Kim Dokja sitting on that shining throne. Moreover, the city lord of Libra J is not an avatar of the divine. To face that imposing figure and gaze is to face the impossible. To face Jel in reality is to face a god. In this world, there are countless powerful kings, gods, and mystical generals. But to face a god like her, or the kings of a hidden civilization, people like this girl, Ju, require the existence of a sage to truly enhance their karma and power. Back in the present, Yuan cries out in disbelief, "No way, how is this possible?" She corrected what I, a sage, had written. Could it be? John smirks, explaining that Miss Ju also possesses the abilities of a scribe. He froze, speechless, while Hallie secretly laughed in disbelief. "Really? It seems the goddess of fortune is your guardian." "Le Géant," he said casually, with a hint of triumph. "Perhaps." John found it hard to believe the 2 people before him. I didn't expect there to be 2 instructors. At that moment, the system announced that the test of intellect was complete. You have passed all the tests and all restrictions have been lifted, allowing you to reuse divine might. Your entrusted faith has been resolved. At that moment, the clear sky reflected artistic ripples of clouds. At the Libra Palace's Holy See headquarters, Jay leisurely soaks in a luxurious bath and asks his servant. "Scorpio is going to see Lion," a kneeling servant respectfully replies. "Indeed. Sagittarius, Libra, Scorpio, and the instructor. Will everything be all right?" She understood their complicated relationships and emotions, lamenting that Scorpio, a mere human, had harbored such love for 20 years. Ju wore a contemptuous and sympathetic expression, one eye turning black and cloudy as she smiled humorously. Such pure feelings, like a foolish little girl. But she calmly said, "It doesn't matter how many are around Leon, they're just obsessed with him. But the tutor is different." Then Jay leisurely took a sip of wine and continued, "We have to be sure." She swirled her drink, frowning, and said gravely, "Or else immediately." Jay crushed the glass in her hand, the crimson liquid spilling like blood onto her beautiful hand. Ju let the wine run over her hand like a bloody waterfall, her eyes a terrifying mix of madness and determination as she decreed, "Eliminate them." She stared into the luxurious bath, filled with pink cherry blossoms stained with a mocking dark red liquid. Fools. Anyone can see that nothing can overshadow the city lord's power. The servant behind him agreed, adding that he couldn't understand those who held fanciful hopes for Lion. Jay glanced over and explained, those who oppose Lion fall into 2 categories. On the left, people like H, Hugo, or Kevin, who act on his orders with malicious intent. On the right, people like Ivan, Moleng, or Kruer, who hate him. Jay rises from the tub, revealing a tattoo of scales and complex symbols on her pale back, and asks, "Who among our people is closest to Lion?" The servant respectfully replies that it is Jun Xiu, who is following Lion under Jun Tu's orders. Jay rolls her eyes, dismissive of the useless pawns, and clicks her tongue, recalling the girl with the black and gold hair and cold demeanor. Annoyed, she thinks, "Callie, if that girl had just listened, this would all be so much easier." Now, with a serious look, she orders, "There's no choice. Order Xiu to move. Target the scholar, corner him, or eliminate him." Now back to the construction site near the Korean Scorpion's residence, Hugo asks Jian, "Ju will be joining your team?" he asked. "That's right," he replied. With a grin, he reveals that the gods can't stand the sight of the oracle. If they hide in her sanctuary like scorpions to train, they'll surely be safe. Hugo was confused. Why her sanctuary? John snaps his fingers, feigning helplessness. After all, Ju said she didn't get along with the other 12 saints, so all that's left is his sanctuary. Hugo at a loss could only groan in frustration, while Hallie smiled, joining in to support him. Yuin and Ju would be better off under Leon's command, since he's the one who clashed with Libra. Hugo could only scream in frustration, while Hallie and Jian seized the opportunity, acting like zealous recruiters. Very well, since she's your wife, I'll give her special treatment. She won't officially join, but will only be a regular Ophiuchus follower. Besides, I'll send her to the Sagittarius Temple. Well, what do you say? Hurry up and stamp it. He helplessly looked at his imposing friend and said, all right, please stop. Holly sighed, bringing up the topic that Yuha had visited her palace last time to check on her arms. That's how I heard about you from Yuha. John, meanwhile, had no idea what they were talking about. With a serious expression, she recalled the warning about her eroding arms. Yuha's arms were in bad shape, and though she'd been suppressing it, she was reaching her limit and it might become harder to contain. Hugo, panicked, frowned at Jian's blank expression, finally realizing the situation and turning to Yuha's arm to ask, "What's going on?" Explain further. A while later, the sky turned more golden under the Scorpion factory. Du breathed a sigh of relief, holding the stack of papers. It's finally over. She excitedly calls out to Yin. Yin, I finished this part. Can I rearrange the next one? Now, Tio Tui is like an exploited worker, moving the pen nonstop, helplessly replying, do whatever you want. He bitterly grits his teeth, recalling how he was just stabbed in the forehead with the pen, and silently curses in anger. That bastard Legion, daring to stab a hole in my forehead since there's no slave labor contract? He grumbled, glancing at his tired shoulders with a sigh. And to make matters worse, this cursed pen, the Millennial Truth Pen, bearing Legion's mark, stained with the blood of a teacher and now choosing him as its master, won't stop moving. Imbued with the blood of a teacher and Legion's alchemy, the pen gained sentience, and Eugen grew even more irritated by its antics. He flung it away in anger, cursing, damn it. But having lost it, he'll find it himself. The pen flies around, kissing the walls and ceiling before stabbing him right in the head, and then repeatedly attacking his exhausted body as the system states the obvious. The pen vents its anger on the master who abandoned it, while Ju frantically calls out to Eugen. She's enthusiastically cheering Eugen on, telling him not to give up on his life. Just then, he awakened and screamed in pain, as a figure gritted their teeth, lurking angrily by the back door. Damn it, I came here on my mother's orders. He is the son of Libra. Su Run, carefully hiding, grumbles to himself, wondering what he can do when Antu is useless. But then he tenses up, serious. No, think positive. After the failure of the Blood Mist, I have no future anyway. I must complete this mission to make up for what Mother never saw in me. He glanced through the crack in the door, thinking, capture the tutor? All Sio saw was Eugen lying there, helpless and crying, but he didn't let his guard down. That guy is clearly a strong one from the Scorpion Palace, and although I'm not in the best shape, I need to figure out how to deal with him later. He then looked at Eugen's weak and panicked expression, convinced of his plan. If you want to catch someone, that woman would be easier, and I could scare her too. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from afar. He headed straight for the bright door ahead, near where the two instructors were, while Sio, still oblivious behind the door, grinned wickedly, gathering his magic to end things quickly. Suddenly, the door behind him is kicked open, slamming into Sio and causing him to cry out in pain, as Kevin, enraged, burst in, yelling for Lion. He stomped his foot, visibly annoyed, and began shouting like a madman, his voice echoing through the area. You dare abandon me, you lion cub? I won't let you get away with this. Rue turns around in astonishment. The Holy Maiden? Kevin. Eugen was also dumbfounded. Why is he here? Kevin finally notices. Lion's not here? Jian approached from another direction with two others, frowning. Why are you always so loud whenever you show up? He bursts out, saying he's looking for you, then looks at Hallie in surprise. Scorpion, what are you doing here? Hallie sighed wearily, dreading having to face this man here. John and Hugo silently nodded in agreement, but Hugo suddenly noticed the broken door and stared in bewilderment. Beneath the broken door, a figure with golden hair. Who could it be? He exclaimed in surprise. What's with the trembling? Hugo asked, surprised. Why are you here? Kevin, did you bring him here? Kevin helplessly replied. I don't know, Jian wondered, confused. Who is he? Then he remembers the kid with the swollen face he beat to a pulp before. Hugo frowned, clearly annoyed. What's a Libra's son doing here? John, suddenly confused, repeats, Junxiu, son of Libra. Finally, he remembers and understands everything. Hugo has discovered the true culprits behind the Blood Mist incident 10 years ago. Juntiu and Junxiu, the two sons of the Libra temple. The blonde finally awakens, groaning in pain. What happened? Instantly, a merciless foot slams into his face, pinning him to the ground as he cries out in pain. John glares at the trash struggling beneath his foot, his voice filled with crazed hatred. Long time no see, so you're the one who made my granddaughter and her friends shed tears of blood? John emanates a terrifying bloodlust, his eyes flashing with electricity, his brow furrowed in anger before he smirks maliciously. Now he's done for, and even Hugo behind him is uneasy and questioning. Run, Sue, what are you doing here? Centaurs are usually playful, but when angered, they're not to be trifled with. His body ablaze with fury, eyes burning with madness, he asks, "Do you dare threaten my family?" She must have known Lion was in contact with the tutor. Hallie was silently furious, radiating a palpable bloodlust and questioning with cold eyes. Did Libra order you to eliminate the instructor? The atmosphere suddenly turns chilling and ominous. So he's Libra's son? Kevin, unable to contain his rage, stood amidst the swirling ice, a sharp blade of ice forming in his hand. He's the one who ordered that frog to destroy my city. Kevin gripped his gleaming sword, absorbing immense magical power, his eyes as cold and wild as the ice he commanded. Runsu, is it? Let's see how much you've grown. John pressed down harder on the trembling blonde head, sneering. I like everyone's attitude, but what do you think? Now was the time to show that expression and threaten him. You're done for now, you bastard. While the others were ready to strike, Jian wondered how to deal with him to spread the rumors, while Co cried out, Wait, I don't care if you just grind your heel into his face and mock him or just stomp him until he explodes. Sue, now in pain and despair, thinks, Damn it, what kind of mission is this? I can't even save my own life. Realizing his life was in danger, he desperately cried out, Sacred beast, transport me to the secret base. Immediately, a blinding golden light erupted around him. A flurry of golden threads burst forth, the expanding light creating intense pressure that forced Jian back. Sue's body faded behind the protective barrier of interwoven strands, and he laughed triumphantly in disbelief. He succeeded. He could escape. But before he could fully get away, he saw Jian's final expression. A quiet, strange smile that gave Sue a bad feeling. What? Lion, he's smiling? Sue is now completely changed by the golden light emanating from those wires, and everyone but Hallie has vanished in shock. Hugo urgently ordered his capture, but he simply smiled and replied, No need to rush. I let him go on purpose. John turns back with a scheming smirk, capture him and deal with him swiftly. Wouldn't that be a little boring? Meanwhile, in Honolulu, Hawaii, a bustling city bordering tranquil turquoise beaches, a figure relaxing in a private pool at a luxurious resort near the Libra Constellation Estate angrily grumbled, Damn it, how could I be so humiliated? That man is none other than Juntawan, an S-class Libra disciple surrounded by the beautiful Aquarius constellation beasts. The 5 daughters of the god of medicine Ascopus, he cursed. Just you wait, Tronzang Day. I'll tear you limb from limb and make you crawl. Suddenly, a blinding light shot from the sky with a scream. The bewildered beasts looked up as two, consumed by hatred, continued. Yes, I'll make you scream like that. Before Tigon could react, his damned brother fell from the light, landing right on his head, yelling for him to get out of the way. The impact sent a massive spray of water into the air, along with Tigon's terrified screams. Soon after, Tigon learned everything and flew into a rage, lashing out and berating Sio. You're telling me Lion found out you didn't eliminate the teacher? You incompetent, useless fool. Unable to argue, Sio could only tremble and apologize, forced to endure the harsh words. I was found out, so they're coming here. Fool. Sai Yu, bloodied and bruised, could only grit his teeth and endure his brother's insults. How am I supposed to face Mom when we get back? Why do I always have to clean up your messes, you useless piece of garbage? The cold light flickered in the dark room, and Tu was too furious to speak. What a pain to curse. It only hurts my throat. He then approached a large cabinet, each compartment filled with large, brilliantly colored stones, and ordered them to stop Lion Jian. Siu stares blankly at the pile. What are these jewels? Holding a grotesque purple gemstone, he grins wickedly. I'll use these for equivalent exchange. These stones are all inviolable cores. Each stone on the shelf radiated a mysterious dark magic. He continued. When Kion attacked the demon tower, he used his own hands to capture and create them. Siu wondered if they could even handle them, and Tu, holding the glowing scales, frowned and replied, We have the Libra chain, so what's the worry? First, let's capture the Legion. Immediately, Silence fell as the system announced the use of the Libra's equivalent exchange skill, using the inviolable core as an offering, summoning a disaster that no one could bear in exchange for those offerings. Instantly, a massive pillar of light erupted from the room, piercing the sky with a deafening roar as magic surged and winds howled. Looks like a disaster is about to befall that lion. Suddenly, the Libra scale stopped glowing, and a strange blue light enveloped them, leaving him stunned. The golden pillar of light then transformed into a massive, dazzling blue light, creating a terrifying halo that panicked those on the beach, leaving two to exclaim in confusion. What's going on? Why a pillar of light? Then, from above, the light pulsed as if something terrible was descending. Before them, a radiant, incomplete form materialized, and Sio screamed in terror. "What did you summon, bro?" He was just as stunned and confused. "Strange. It can't be." Before the surge of azure wind, Sio froze, suddenly realizing something, this familiar feeling. He immediately dodged aside, confusing his brother, and the creature's head slammed straight into Chu, who was caught off guard. Tu took the hit, a direct blow to the nose, while his bastard of a brother knew it was coming and didn't even warn him. As Tu's nose gushes blood, Siu rolls on the ground, laughing, trying to use that old trick. Not this time. At that moment, the summoned being took form, revealing Jian, who was irritably squeezing the yellow parrot in his hand and grumbling. "So, this is where you were hiding," Sio exclaims in shock. Lion is horrified, seeing his beloved parrot motionless. John nonchalantly says, "Oh, I picked it up on the way here. It's the divine beast you left behind when you ran away." He angrily squeezes the parrot's neck. "It suddenly dragged me here, so I followed to see who it was." The divine bird now cries out in alarm, "Calamity summon successful, successful, successful." John tossed the bird aside, his face hardening as he calmly stepped forward. "Now, why don't you have a little chat with me?" Siu stumbles back, cursing under his breath. "Damn divine beast, no one can handle that calamity." And it dragged Lion here too. He took a step and they took a step back, desperately trying to reason. "Hey, wait, we were wrong. We confess to what we did. If you want, we'll go to the Sagittarius Palace and apologize." Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared in the sky, and Lion chuckled. "Damn, haven't you figured it out yet?" Immediately, the light became a massive object that crashed down between them, blasting Sio away. That object was none other than Lion's divine artifact, radiating a terrifying magical power that mirrored his eyes. "You forgot one crucial thing." The earlier smile vanished, replaced by a face of furious horror and eyes filled with hatred, demanding retribution. Siu trembled, his teeth chattering at Lion's terrifying demeanor. An unspeakable fear, the most horrifying fear a person could experience, now present within him as he faced this man. "Death, death, death," he trembled, backing away from the torrent of dark energy. What to do? Like a drowning man grasping for a lifeline, his eyes strained as he looked beneath the surface. Beneath Siu's feet, a radiant scale of power. "Thu's Libra beads." The older brother finally realizes and bitterly complains. "Damn it, this summoning is already causing a ruckus." He frantically turns and shouts, "That's right, Libra's beads. Sio, did you see the Libra beads?" Before he could finish, he saw the activated Libra beads glowing on his insolent brother's hand, and he turned to stare intently at Sio's desperate, nonchalant expression. "Brother Thu, I'm sorry. I think you were right. I am useless." At the same time, notifications of skill activation kept popping up. Using the Libra's equivalent exchange skill, using Hunte, son of Libra, as an offering. Siu smiles now, a forced, fearful smile, saying, "Well, unlike me, you're very useful." In his hand, the scales light up and activate, and with a smile and terrified eyes, Tu instinctively calls out to Sio, his mind no longer clear. A cruel notification appears, triggering Tu's transformation, and golden threads immediately bind him. His body involuntarily changes, swelling into a grotesque and bizarre form. With his last bit of strength, Tu screamed in agony. Now a grotesque giant, perched on the scale, muscles bulging, gray skin, horns and wings sprouting in chaotic mutation before Jian. He let out a mocking laugh, pleased. "Interesting, little brother turning big brother into a portal. And the Holy See, I didn't expect it to be so dilapidated." John was completely calm, glancing around while enveloping magic around one leg, marveling, "This sanctuary is different from the ones I know." He immediately stomped the ground, shattering the stone as the system announced the deployment of the fortress, and a dark, ominous green light enveloped the room. Siu froze in disbelief as the calamity he'd sacrificed his humanity to create crumbled instantly, severing his connection to Libra. He chuckled derisively. By the way, while my fortress was growing, I deployed a barrier. Here, you won't be able to use the power of Libra. The strength of Libra is severed and destroyed." Before that helpless, despairing face, Jian remarked that it was a masterpiece to sacrifice his brother and turn him to ashes. He smiled inhumanly. Perhaps this was the real disaster. He then asked humorously, "What do you think? Doesn't it all seem like a joke?" John smiles calmly. "Now then, it's my turn." The system displays progress, using records from the Ophiuchus Zodiac Bible, selecting Event 2. Centaurs admire the master of Ophiuchus. By completing Event 2, the power of Sagittarius can be used. Instantly, a flickering barrier of fire appeared around his eyes, the system noted, activating the Sagittarius's insight skill. John casually stepped forward, saying, "Any last words?" Siu watched in horror as he hefted the massive double-bladed axe, offering a final chance. "Before you die, maybe you want to confess something?" Behind the mask of fire, he was like a judge from hell, his gaze piercing, his smile terrifying. "If you have any last words, think carefully and speak them. You bastard!" He could only grit his teeth in helpless fear, Siu trembling, his face filled with resentment as he cursed. "Damn it, you bastard!" He grabbed his hair and screamed like a madman. Damn it. Jian couldn't understand. Siu had probably never reflected on himself before, and now he was still furious, his face red as he cursed. "Who are you? Just who are you? Who are you to keep bullying me?" He recalls questioning him, confused by his mistakes. "Was it because of what I summoned in the blood mist?" "Because it was young. Didn't you ever make mistakes when you were young?" Siu lists his crimes, still trying to justify himself. Controlling the blood mist in Europe, attacking the Scorpion Palace Hospital, all under orders. He shouts, arguing that everything's been resolved. After all, you're going to catch the blood mist anyway. Siu strains himself, desperately trying to justify his actions, pointing out that those who were supposed to die were saved by him. "So what's the big deal? Isn't everything resolved?" He clawed at his throat, invoking his power once more. "What do you want from me after everything is already over?" "Do you know who I am?" He threatened him, feigning power with all his might. "Jun Siu, son of Jel Loren, Libra. You think my mother will let you get away with this?" He challenges. Suddenly he froze. Siu trembled, unable to believe what he was seeing. You bastard," he stammered, pointing at the rude, cross-eyed man who had been ignoring him. "I'm talking to you, and you dare doze off?" John says, wearily waking up. "Are you done?" "It was hard enough just to open my eyes." He even yawns, lamenting, it seems he has many regrets in life. "Why are you talking so much? What the hell are you even saying?" Siu trembled with frustration. "Haven't you been listening to a word I've said?" Instantly, he turned serious, a terrifying smile in his eyes. What was happening? "I hear you loud and clear." That all-seeing gaze pierces through the panic. Siu Jian said, "It's not just me. Everyone heard you." From the start, his every word and action was broadcast live across the city, fueling the people's rage. He frantically shouts, "What? What are you saying?" The public's faces were a mix of shock and disdain as John explained, "Everything you've said has been broadcast worldwide. Indeed, even in the freezing blizzards of night, on the turquoise waters of Seagull Harbor, they could all watch. The viewership must be astronomical. This is no small matter." Across the globe, bright spots of light flared. He calmly said, "Roughly 8 billion viewers. This is the power of Sagittarius, the piercing eyes of the Sagittarius constellation, a skill akin to clairvoyance." Yang Jin remained still amidst the rubble as Junsiu's direct address was broadcast across the world, using this very skill. Meanwhile, within Libra Temple, Libra's retainers watched in dismay, worried about Lion Jian and Junsiu's whereabouts. Their subordinate urgently replied, "We haven't found them yet, my lord." Chaos erupted within. Damn it! Just how much trouble does Lion Jian want to cause? Find him now, by any means necessary. "We have to save Junsiu," a Libra apostle cried out in fear. "Look, the people are coming in." His superior was stunned. "What? Hundreds and thousands of people are rioting right here in the Libra Palace territory." "The Libra Palace, show yourselves." A man choked back bitter tears as he cried out, for the sake of Junsiu, the blood mist had appeared. The crowd roared, accusing Libra of unleashing disaster, their eyes filled with rage. But was everything truly resolved? "Mistakes? You dare speak of mistakes? If it weren't for Lion, thousands would be dead, you bastard." These Libra deserve the same fate. Punish Junsiu Lion. Eliminate him. On a nearby rooftop, a figure silently observes the chaos. It's Callie, still calmly mocking herself. This situation isn't good. But Callie just gives a strange, self-deprecating smile, thinking there's nowhere left to hide. Looking at the live broadcast, she suddenly says, "No." Staring at Sio's panicked and distressed state, she teasingly calls out, "Brother." He's now frozen in disbelief on the live stream. Impossible. He watched as hundreds of people hurled insults, demanding Runsue be handed over and thrown to the calamity, demanding Libra explain. Lion eliminates Runsue, who cries out in agony as Jian smiles with satisfaction, raising the sharp blade right before his head. "Congratulations, how does it feel to be the most hated man in the world?" Sue, terrified, falls before the blade. He continued, "Do you know why I asked you to say your last words?" John pinned his head in the weapon's curve, coldly stating, "Because you should have apologized instead of making excuses." With a stern glare, he threatened, "Make it clear, you've thrown away the last chance you had to beg everyone in this world." Sue's eyes bulged, widening as tears streamed down his face, listening in silent despair. "Now not even I or they can forgive you." The Libra servants are now panicking. "No, he's going to die," they cried out, watching in despair. "He's shaking." With these update notifications, the people's faith in the Libra constellation is dwindling. The people's faith is dwindling, and their hatred for Libra grows. The Church's position is weakening. The people are gradually developing a liking for the Serpentarius constellation, and the panicked followers look to their master. "High Priestess, something terrible has happened. The temple's position." "High Priestess, the believer's faith is waning. We can't let that lion run rampant. We will send in the elite forces." Despite the frantic pleas of his subordinates, Ju remained silent and still. Suddenly, her eyes flashed with a blinding light, just as Jian raised his weapon to finish off the brat. "Then let's revel in their enthusiastic support." Immediately, a brilliant pillar of light shone down behind him. The dark silhouette of the divine bird appeared, followed by the afterimage of an angry goddess of balance, who said, "Ligen, stop. I can't stand by any longer." He smirked. "Deciding to show yourself now? A little slow on the uptake, aren't we, you little piece of trash?" See you, as if saved, happily calls out, "Mom!" The divine bird then speaks for her. "So you've made up your mind." "Li Ji-hoon, I didn't expect you to cause such madness," John retorts. "Do you think unleashing disaster and destroying the city is a small matter? Enough nonsense." Ju scoffs. "I'll be blunt, I'm taking my son. I know you're trying to provoke me, but isn't this a little pathetic?" He scoffed sarcastically. "Pathetic, you say? It's pathetic when your sons harm innocent people." "Fine." Then he plunged the battle axe into the ground, shattering it right next to his neck. John calmly suggests that if she doesn't like his methods, she can try her own, leaning confidently on his axe as he challenges her to choose. Choose one or the other. Expose all the atrocities committed by Libra and pay for those sins, or wager everything to fight me and reveal who stabbed me in the Tower of Evil. Ju's true self was now bored and helpless. I have nothing more to say to you." Lion calmly waves her hand, revealing a changed dark eye, and indifferently answers, indirectly ending her son. "Why should I listen to you?" Sue whimpered in despair. "Mother," at that moment, Jian smiled wryly, then casually swung the axe handle in response, or so it seemed. With a sorrowful clang, his head, etched with utter despair and betrayal by his own mother, fell lifelessly as John mercilessly struck and swung his axe, gracefully turning to parry. At that moment, Jel's bird frantically berated Jian. "You dare do that in front of me? You think I'll let you get away with this?" After beheading Sio, John looked up and replied, "Already getting angry?" A massive power flares in his palm, and he's capable of even more. Jian's eyes burned like fire as he reached back, energy swirling in space, creating strange flashes of light. Seeing this, the bird's face filled with panicked surprise. "What?" John smirked as energy from A's hand enveloped Sio. "How could he be resurrected?" Jay, watching through the bird, gasped in disbelief. "That's right. Jian used his power to revive Sio, shocking and terrifying him. Then, the system announced that he had granted Junsu the skill of rebirth. The power of regeneration has increased due to the territory's effect." Returned from the brink, Sio clutches his neck in disbelief. "It's healed, but the pain remains." "What? I was definitely dead." Before he could even think, Jian rushed in and delivered another fatal blow to Sio. The blade drew closer, and Sio cried in terror. The blade came down, cleaving his body in two, but before he could meet his maker, Jian resurrected him once more. His eyes were as cold as if they could torture Sio 1,000 times over. His wounds quickly healed, shocking him. What in the world is happening? Then another fatal blow sends Sio flying into the bars. The bird panics. "Lion, what are you trying to do?" He turns back and smirks. "Are you blind? Can't you see?" It would be boring to let him die like that. With that, Lion revives Seo again. He laughs maniacally, saying that killing him only once would be a disservice to those he's hurt. Your son has done so much evil, so I will cut you down with the pain you've inflicted on others. John raised his weapon, then paused. Or you could do it yourself, and I'll count them. Then Seo's agonizing screams echoed as his eyes rolled back, so bloodshot, tears and snot streaming down his pathetic face. Another strike, followed by the system notification. You have granted Jun-Soo the skill of regeneration. Outside the city, everyone watched with bated breath through the live broadcast of Libra's match as his screams echoed. Save me. John is attacking like a mad beast. Save him. I am saving you. And so Soo was once again trapped in a loop of torment and resurrection as the system announced that Jun-Soo had been granted the skill of regeneration. I was wrong. His screams echoed, worrying those standing outside. Please, stop. His cries echoed again. Jel was enraged by the sight of Seo's battered body as the familiar rebirth notification appeared once more. Jel's soldiers watched in horror as Seo's body was torn apart, his screams echoing in despair. More notifications appear. You have granted Jun-Soo the skill of regeneration, but John seems unconcerned, continuing to hack away at him. Seeing this, Jis flew into a rage, his eyes blazing as he roared, Lion, are you testing my patience? Then, the system activated Larry Queen's instant movement skill and Sagittarius's absolute coordinate skill. At that moment, an enormous, unidentified object fell from the gate created by Larry Queen and Sagittarius. Seeing this, Jel was horrified as the massive object shook Jel's tower like a violent earthquake. Suddenly, blood splattered across her face. As the dust settled, she thought it was another calamitous being. Jay watches silently, and as she looks at the severed head before her, with its distinct blonde hair, she realizes it's her son's corpse, Shu. But his body was no longer what it once was. It's swollen from the relentless attacks. A large horn protrudes from his forehead. His skin has turned completely purple. His ears are pointed like an elf's, and he wears a chilling scream. Unable to contain her rage, Jay's eyes rolled back. Blood trickled from her mouth, and her face darkened. While on the scales tower, Jion's satisfied image spoke. What's with that face, you bitch? You don't look too happy. What's with the sour expression? Your precious eldest son has returned. Why don't you wear a smile and shower him with affection? Jay then turned, his face as calm as could be. You will pay for provoking me. As soon as he finished speaking, Jion violently grabbed the bird's neck. Provocation, you say? What provocation? Bitch, I'm just responding to your choice. Anyone who stands in my way will meet the same end. Be they chosen by the altar, a calamity from a lost civilization, or even a god. He glances at Jizzle, whose rage has reached its peak. With that, Jion hurled the bird into the sky before it could react, saying, Next time we meet you, bitch, prepare your neck and wait. Jello Lauren screams, unleashing his power as Jello grits his teeth and looks up to the sky. At that moment, Jion's attack stopped the reflection, and the soldiers fearfully looked up at the Holy Master's tower. At that moment, a beam of energy struck Jel, followed by a blood-curdling scream. Giselle has completely lost it, screaming as she looks up. Lagan, the people cry out, what is happening? An earthquake? As Jay felt Zion's attack, her emotions seemed to reach a boiling point. You dare insult me, I will kill you. Her dark eyes spoke of utter rage. Lion, you and that garbage. Just then, the very center of the scales began to glow strangely. The entire city of Dongtran is empowered by her rage as Jiz shouts, Legion! Suddenly, Seo opens his eyes, startled to find himself in the same place. So it was all just a dream. Are you awake now? Startled by his words, he looked up, only to see John smirking triumphantly. I thought you were dead, and I was so disappointed. Now let's continue where we left off. Suddenly he blankly asks, What number was I on? Hearing that, Seo trembled in fear, like a leaf in the wind. After a moment of thought, John decided to start counting again from the beginning. Hearing this, he panicked and shouted, Stop it, you bastard! But he seemed to ignore the words and continued counting under his breath. The number of people harmed is 5,000, plus those at the Scorpion Hospital. Calculating the pain the Osu family will suffer through installments, Seo screamed, begging, Please, listen to me. After a moment, Lion raised his blade, saying softly, Okay, all done counting. Now, die another 10,000 times. John raised his weapon and brought it down, splitting his skull in two. Shu uses his last chance to scream, You bastard, followed by Jion's counting. A system notification chimes, announcing the granting of the Rebirth Realm skill to Jun-Soo. Meanwhile, in the Lion Arena, a muscular fighter is defeated, and the referee declares Tron Yuha, the Vice Holy Master, as the victor, though she appears indifferent. The crowd roars with excitement as Vice Holy Master Tron Yuha dominates her opponent in an instant. Outside the arena, the disciples began to whisper, noticing something strange about the Vice Holy Master. Someone's curious? They discuss it further, noting that normally he'd be cold after a win, but lately he's been out of it. Another person chimed in, agreeing. Yeah, I think so too. They finished talking, utterly puzzled. Ever since witnessing Lion and Libra's performance, he's been like this. Back in the past, on the day the entire city held its breath to watch Libra's son wreak havoc, Yua stood outside and witnessed Seo getting utterly destroyed. Her eyes widened in surprise, as if seeing it for the first time, mouth agape, eyes sparkling with admiration for Jion's spirit and strength. Yes, a truly stunned expression. The crowd murmurs below, speculating that her current daze mirrors that day, clearly shaken. One man speculates it's the first time she's seen someone so brutally beaten. Another laughs. I'm glad to see those arrogant Libra brought down a peg. Uha stood blankly in the arena, the MC's booming voice grating on her ears. Congratulations to Vice Master Jo Yuha on her victory. A truly remarkable winning streak. I wonder how you feel about continuing your winning streak. She seems dazed by this. My mind is made up, the MC stammers. Yes, she solemnly declared, I will leave the Lion Shrine. At the same time, Yuha added, I will join Uncle Jion's sanctuary, causing a stir of surprise. I can't hold back any longer. At this moment, her announcement was broadcast throughout the city. Even the Lion Palace's Holy Master and his two close apostles in the hospital were watching the live broadcast of Holy Master Stephen in his hospital bed, unable to believe what they were hearing. His two subordinates panicked, shouting to quickly change the channel. Seeing there was no hope, the man said it was no longer needed, as the shock had already caused the Holy Master to faint. They cried out in a panic, Master, wake up, Master! Hearing this, Oliver gritted his teeth in anger. Both the Holy Master and Vice Holy Master, those who have disgraced the Holy Order. The hospital room was now louder than a marketplace. Holy Master, wake up. You can't leave us like this. He's just fainted. Don't overreact. He soothed the wailing man, as another cried out, Steve, how could he live after being scorned by both Lion and John Yua? Enraged, the man yelled, You pretend to care for the Holy Master, waiting for him to faint so you can act up? Just then, the TV switched to a high-level human meeting. A young man exclaims, Libra has deceived the world, concealing the truth of the blood mist with Sagittarius's mistake. An older commissioner replies, Aren't we jumping to conclusions? Nothing has been clarified yet. We still don't know Libra's position, and nothing has been verified. Or perhaps Lion is setting a trap for Libra, a dirty tactic typical of the Zodiacs. Hearing this, the boy angrily retorted, The son of Libra is dead, yet you still speak like this? He questioned why Libra remained silent and hadn't taken a stand on such a serious matter. Don't you find it strange? If you'd encountered this before without suspicion, would you have stayed silent until now? Another person retorts, How would I know? Maybe they're just trying to come up with an excuse for the delay. After seeing the news, H had to admit Kevin was good. Is this media manipulation? So, besides poisoning food, you can do this too? He smirks confidently. For me, using my influence to manipulate public opinion is child's play, he chuckled. How would someone who lives in the Canadian wilderness know about these things? Hallie bristled at his words. Kevin adds, Besides, what I put in wasn't poison, but a tonic. Get it straight. Scorpions? It's the antidote to the poison you slipped into Lion's food. He returns to his serious demeanor as Hallie crosses her arms, retorting, Please, my poison is the antidote to your cheap medicine. Because I had to counteract the poison you used, I went through so much trouble. Then you two sat there arguing back and forth, then I neutralized it, and then I neutralized it again. Really? I cured it too. An antidote to an antidote is still an antidote, right? Hugo, sidelined, wonders if their behavior stems from a shared concern for Legion. Anyone could see they were both obsessed with Legion. Lost in thought, Kevin turned to Hugo, startling him. Where's the founder of this organization, anyway? I haven't seen him. Is he busy? Indeed, John is extremely busy with his construction project. At the former Hawaii base of Libra, construction vehicles demolish the site as Jion sits and eats fast food while listening to music. Excellent. He swayed gently to the music. The system announced the destruction of the Libra Palace's Hawaii branch as John munched on a hamburger and scrolled through the system. Well, I guess that's all destroyed. Now I can figure out what to build. The added points are pretty good too. Did Libra have this as well? It's the heart of the demon system. Again. The crystal was created by condensing the calamities Lion defeated in the Demon Tower. He thought to himself, so they plan to summon disaster with the jewel I created? A stealing disaster? Calamity level. That parrot summoned me in a similar way. Time's up, back to work. After polishing off the food, he gets up and starts working. Lion happily wonders, a new home is coming soon. Has the gift I sent that woman arrived yet? Meanwhile, the gift Jian mentioned is the head of Giselle's beloved son, Siu, hanging on the floral arch in the middle of the Libra sanctuary. Jae's rage shook the entire sanctuary, and her soldiers knelt behind her in fear. Jel's face contorted with hatred. He wants to enrage me to death. Is he trying to humiliate me with this? She glared, her eyes like lightning bolts, questioning her useless subordinates. Does he intend to further humiliate us on the live broadcast? Whether there's a broadcast or not, you have no strategy for this. Terrified, they cried, we deserve to die. The Temple Maiden's moves were too swift, we couldn't stop them. Giselle seethed, picturing the Temple Maiden's glee and Kevin's mocking laughter, thinking, damn it, you're just a servant of the goddess and Lion's followers are gathering. Giselle then turned and ordered her subordinates to gather their forces. Those who had been begging for mercy, now drenched in sweat, looked up, finally spurred into action. They couldn't sit still after this humiliation. A full-scale attack was imminent, her eyes gleaming with utter hatred. Giselle ordered them to contact all allied holy grounds and branches worldwide, and to eliminate Lion by any means necessary. The soldiers responded in unison, vowing to avenge their young masters with a full-scale attack. The soldiers rushed out shouting, while the ground where Giselle's subordinates had knelt was now sunken from her wrath. Just then, she summoned forth a massive demon from the void, kneeling behind her. He reports, Your Holiness, I have summoned the army of the hidden civilization. They await your command. Joe praised, Excellent! From her hand, an immense power emerged, growing ever stronger, illuminating the sky. A miniature Earth has been summoned, surrounded by streaks of defilement, indicating the presence of powerful disaster squads, and Jis reaches out towards it. Her face darkened, her eyes gleaming with resentment, and her hand stopped over the largest, darkest stain. This is the Pacific Ocean, the dark domain of a mysterious civilization. The waves crash violently, lightning strikes the sea relentlessly, and the surrounding sky is terrifyingly gloomy. From the sea, countless calamities of all shapes and sizes suddenly emerge, screaming and wailing with horrifying cries. Lightning flashed as they ascended, and the horse-riding calamity announced his arrival. The monstrous army of calamities has fully emerged, filling the sky with an eerie presence as a colossal hand appears in the heavens. It's Jel's hand, plunged into the filth on that miniature globe, glowing eerily and illuminating the dark sky. Around them, lightning continues to strike as the calamity army below, mounted on horseback, awaits orders in neat formation. Then her hand plunged straight into the sea, and the dark, tainted streaks began to swirl chaotically in the air. She crushed it, pulling out a strange, glowing red orb that dripped with unholy corruption. I will wipe out everything, including those insects. In her hand, the sphere vanishes, revealing a ghastly, glowing red eye, and her rage reaches its peak. Her eyes turned black and glowed eerily, her hair standing on end with rage. I will make you feel utter despair. As Jay spoke, she squeezed the grotesque object in her hand, causing more of the viscous substance to ooze out. The eye within suddenly flared open, followed by an announcement. The Black Territory will attack humanity in 65 hours, targeting Hawaii, one of the world's most beautiful islands, and home to the Libra Workshop and the sacred grounds of the Aquarius Palace. Right in front of headquarters, a magic gate opens, and Hugo's group, Ju, H, Kevin, and Sang Ye, emerge. No sooner had they touched down than Kevin began to complain. What the heck is Legion doing here? Why did he suddenly call us to Hawaii so early in the morning? Hugo replied, I only know what he's doing here. Aside from Hallie's excitement to see Jian and Lion, the others were more focused on the base before them. Seeing the thick black smoke billowing out, Hugo exclaimed in astonishment, Whoa, when did they build all this? Lao, sent by Jian to greet the guests, approached them as soon as he saw the group. Oh, hello, you must be the guest Mr. Lion mentioned. Where did you find a woman? Hugo stammered, Who are you? Though a prisoner of Ophiuchus, Laxo didn't hide her identity, introducing herself with a smile. I am Laxo, former house god of both Aquarius and Libra. I am currently called a cleansing agent. I was kidnapped from Libra and thrown here, brought in by Lord Lion as a prisoner. Those last words were left unsaid, leaving Hugo suspicious. What do you mean Li Jian brought you here? Hugo was more interested in the blue egg in her hand. What are you holding? Lao Su replied. Ah, this is the familiar's proof that Lord Lion entrusted to me. He said that because I'm the god of health and nursing, I can nurture it well. For those who don't know, the Ophiuchus family god egg is one of the rewards for passing the test of strength, intelligence, and reputation. Kevin shook his head in disbelief, wondering if Lion was trying to start a family. Hallie, of course, took this as a red alert. She immediately summoned my divine familiar, and it appeared. Yes, my lord. H trembled as if trying to suppress her emotions. She ordered her retainer to bring everything they could from their divine team to Lion, but the retainer thought she was joking. My lord, she was so agitated that she snapped at him. Even if you have to carry the pillars here, hurry up. If we have nothing to fight back with, we'll lose. The terrified retainer tearfully cried out, Princess, before rushing to obey. Unaware that Hai saw him as a rival for her affections, Lasso gestured towards the large door and said, Please, go through this door. As she finished speaking, the door swung open, and a suffocating wave of heat and thick smoke rushed towards Hugo's group, as if finding a new escape. Stepping inside, the scene before them was even more horrifying. A monster with its jaws wide open, forcefully blowing red-hot flames into some kind of device. Such a massive construction. Hugo realized, what is this? A furnace, he asked, his lips twitching. Is he trying to build a steel mill or something? Kevin was skeptical, wondering if the lava in the tub came from those damn lizards. Connecting the dots, Hugo realized this was what he wanted to build after destroying the Libra headquarters. Ju agreed, but the heat was making her too dizzy to speak, though H seemed to be growing even more infatuated with Jian. Indeed, Lijian, this insane leadership is so cool. Suddenly, a hearty voice rang out. Oh, isn't that Lord Centaur Slave? Hugo's group looked towards the voice and saw it was from Jian's retainers. He's waiting for you. Impressed with our smithy? Perhaps fearing Jun would have to wait, they rushed us on with an irritated attitude. Hurry inside, he's waiting in the forge. Facing 3 retainers who looked ready to throw down, Hugo's group of 5 weren't foolish enough to linger. The 3 of them quickly made their exit. These guys seemed to really enjoy working at the forge. Stepping inside the forge, Hugo chuckled. It wouldn't be Lion's workshop without a forge. Holly nodded. I've been hearing the hammer for a while now. Indeed, the deeper they went, the louder the hammering became. Seeing the familiar tall figure in the distance, Hugo waved. Lijian, we're here. The sweaty man knew Hugo's group had arrived, so he stopped hammering and smiled. Turning around, he slicked back his hair and chuckled. Oh, you're here? Revealed in the flickering firelight was a chiseled physique, a six-pack glistening with sweat, and a handsome, masculine face, a combination that would make Holly's nose bleed. Hugo glanced dismissively at Ju, then back at Holly, who had collapsed to the ground, unable to take it anymore. Because she fainted on the spot, Lasso could only fetch a towel and water to take care of her, while Kevin left because it was too hot. John popped open the can Hugo brought and chugged it down like a man dying of thirst. Behind him, Hugo glanced around, asking, Didn't you just destroy someone's house yesterday? How did you rebuild this so quickly? Wiping his mouth, Jian grinned. I have a pretty useful new skill. It's called SSS rank gluttony, which allows me to target and devour anything, then recreate it if my divine power is at least 70%. If the target is a creature stronger than the user, the skill may fail and you may suffer side effects. But he wouldn't reveal that to Hugo. Essentially, he'd combined the Serpent-Bearer Temple and his workshop into one. Setting the hammer on a nearby table, he added that it had been a while since he'd returned to his original profession. Quite the motivation. Remembering, Hugo chuckled. Right, your original profession was production. As Hugo turned to look at Jian drinking water, he suddenly noticed a stream of magical smoke passing before his eyes. And then it became even more obvious as Jian sat on the edge of the table, propped himself up and smirked. This is my sanctuary, my lifeblood. And besides, the forge of the workshop is a place to create countless sacred objects. He confidently asserts that, as long as he's motivated, he can make a mountain of things. Since I declared war, even that trash can't sit still. Hugo, of course, readily agreed. Curiously, he asked, What are you working on now? John winked playfully. Oh, a weapon for Yuha, and as promised, I'll make one for Sanjay and Ju as well. Hearing this, Sanjay and Ju were overjoyed and full of anticipation, while Otos, feeling left out, couldn't bring himself to smile. Suddenly, Jian reached out to Hugo and the two exchanged confused words. What? Give me what? What else is there? Your royal treasure. John barely finished speaking when a loud noise suddenly echoed. Hugo stammered in shock. What was that? Looking around and not seeing he anywhere, Sangdi anxiously shouts, Hallie's gone! Sensing tremors from beyond the front gate, they tense up. Are we under attack? What in the world? As they rushed outside to investigate, they heard an urgent delivery notice from the Scorpion Squad headquarters, and the person they thought was missing was standing in front of the pile of goods. Hallie's face flushed red as she realized Jaehyun was right behind her. Trying to suppress her trembling, she spoke as smoothly as she could. The holy ground is basically just the house of God, so coming here is like visiting your parents' home, right? Let's just think of it as that. Turns out all this delivered stuff was what she had ordered her familiar to bring. Having said it all, H even felt proud of herself. Perfect, I said that so naturally. And then, without even turning around, she starts opening those boxes to see what's inside. This is food, this is money, and that's salvage and scraps. So she couldn't tell that John wasn't as excited as she thought. Hugo glanced at his frozen friend, sighed, and said, "Lucky you, she seems really serious about you. Soon you'll have a couple like me." Holly was eagerly opening boxes when she suddenly stopped. This one wasn't hers, filled with letters and documents. She grabbed a random letter, only to find it was addressed to Lion. Reluctant as she was, she handed it to Jeon. "Here's your Lion. Someone sent you a letter?" John frowned in disbelief. "What? Who would send me a letter?" Hugo teases, saying it might be from a fan, like, "I love you, Lion." Holly mentions that all the letters have names on them, making John, who's holding Hugo's beak, even more suspicious. If it's from the Lion, that's even more confusing. Elle vaguely figures something out, and Sangdae speaks up. "That's right. There's been a big problem since your sister dropped a bombshell saying she was leaving the Lion. Perhaps that's why they sent the letter to you." This hypothesis caused Hugo and Jeon to exclaim in unison, "What?" Back in America, at the Lion Palace headquarters, Stephen slams his fist on the table in anger. "Why would you say that?" Just as Sangjae had guessed, Stephen was yelling at Yuha for wanting to leave the guild. "Even if you leave, it won't end that easily, you know. Do you have any idea how many people will leave with you?" Never had the name Yuha been yelled with such intensity. Even so, Yuha calmly replied, "Yes, I know." Stephen's head throbbed. "If you knew, how could you say it so nonchalantly? You two are like cats and dogs, bickering back and forth. What's the problem? I gave you everything you wanted. Just let me leave and transfer to another team, you bastard." Stephen rubbed his face in frustration, saying wearily, "What about the contract terms, salary, or anything else? I'm so stressed I can practically feel my muscles twitching." Yuha bluntly responds, "I don't need any of that." She takes a deep breath, trying to regain her composure. Stephen closed his eyes and asked again, "You really want to leave this place? How has it been lately?" He opened his eyes, looking at her arm, and continued, "I mean, your arm." Time rewinds 10 years, to the days before the Blood Away disaster at the Scorpion Palace Hospital in Korea. At the time, Ju was still in a coma and on oxygen. Sungjae and Yuha had been taking care of their mother together from morning till late at night. Yuha, a lighter sleeper than her sister, awoke to a strange noise outside, and like any child, she simply assumed her father had returned. After carefully adjusting her brother's sleeping position, she groggily went to the door, peeked out, and called, "Dad, is that you?" But the hallway was empty except for the light from the elevator. There was no one there. Perhaps driven by curiosity, Yuha couldn't tear her eyes away from the strangely open elevator, and her little feet carried her closer. It felt as if someone was pulling her in, but before she could fully enter, the elevator announced that the doors were closing. Yuha rubbed her eyes as the elevator doors slowly closed, when suddenly a woman appeared right behind her. "Hello, you're Yuha, right?" Yuha turned around, startled, as Jel removed her hat and hood, saying with a smile, "Oh dear, did I scare you?" The moment she saw her face, Yuha immediately recognized her as the Libra Santes. Seeing that she had been recognized, Joe gently asked, "I want to talk to you for a bit. Shall we go somewhere else?" Yuha hesitated, but with the simple trust of a child, she believed a saint wouldn't lie or harm her. So she followed Jel to a room with seats. Jay sat down and said, "I was worried about you after the blood pool incident, so I came to see you." Pushing a soda towards Yuha, she continued with a sorrowful expression. "I'm so sorry about your mother." Yuha shook her head slightly and replied, "No, it's okay." Though saddened, she forces a bright smile, believing the saints did their best. "I believe this is the best possible outcome." Jay bowed her head, sighed, and smiled. "Thank you for saying that. After meeting you, I understand why Hugo always brags about his child." Looking up at Yuha, who was listening intently, she continued, "Even after all that, you're so resilient and mature. I'm always worried about my children who are nothing but trouble. I wish they were half as talented as you are, as you say." Yuha laughed awkwardly. "But when Jel spoke, they caused trouble again, so I threw them in the punishment room to correct their behavior." Yuha exclaimed in disbelief. "What was that?" "Ah, taps can." Jay smirked, hinting, Raising children is difficult. Wanting them to be smart, talented, and obedient is not easy at all, just like you. Yuha. Her expression suddenly shifts, her eyes and smile taking on a devilish quality. Ah, Yuha. If only you were my daughter. Yuha tensed up, not understanding what Jay was implying, and silence fell between them. A few seconds later, Jel exhaled and burst into laughter, as if she had just seen or heard something hilarious. I'm just kidding. I'm just teasing you. Look at your confused face. She tilted her head, laughing. You're still just a child, after all. It took Jel a few minutes to finally stop laughing. Sorry, Yuha. I was a little mean, wasn't I? She said, twirling her index finger to create faint streams of light. And with that, 2 dazzling gemstone earrings fell into her palm, which Jel then picked up and shook in front of Yuha. Here, take these. Knowing she'd ask why, Jel simply said it was to commemorate their meeting. But Yuha waved her hands, refusing. I can't accept this. We've only met once. Relenting, Jay insisted, Take it. I brought it here for you. Hearing footsteps approach, Jay urged Yuha, Take it. Or do you want me to stand here holding it forever? Hugo stopped just outside the door, recognizing the familiar voice. Libra, who is she talking to? Hugo entered to investigate, only to witness his daughter reaching out to receive something from Jel. Well then, thank you, I'll take it. Hugo never imagined Jel would seek out Yuha, and he was stunned in that moment. Hearing her father's voice, Yuha happily turned and greeted him with a smile. Taking the opportunity, Jel forcefully dropped the 2 earrings into Yuha's palm, and the moment they touched her skin, Odos's eyes widened, his mouth agape, as if he'd witnessed something unimaginable. And as he feared, the 2 earrings began to melt together, forming a solid black mass, which then radiated outwards, shocking Yuha. Hugo rushed over, desperately shouting, No! But it was too late. In an instant, the entire break room was blown to smithereens. Passers-by could only see thick clouds of dust billowing into the air and faint flickers of light like flames. They were all stunned and began to whisper amongst themselves. The hospital exploded. Was it a gas leak? And above all, a sense of fear. Someone, report this. Standing among the timid onlookers, a familiar face appeared. Stephen. Back inside the hospital, Hugo desperately tries to reach his daughter, Yuha, but the next scene makes his eyes widen in shock. Yuha was huddled, sobbing uncontrollably. And Hugo's heart burned with anguish. He hastily used his power to rush towards her, and as they were mere inches apart, he reached out and cried out her name. Just as Hugo reached for Yuha, Jel grinned wickedly and struck him with a palm strike. Focused on saving his daughter from her torment, Hugo failed to anticipate the attack and was sent flying. His entire back slammed against the thick wall, the pain making him feel like his bones had shattered, his limbs completely limp. He coughed a few times, struggling to his feet, having already exceeded his current strength. Seeing him in such a rare, pathetic state, Jay was overjoyed, throwing her head back and laughing triumphantly. Don't tell me you still see yourself as a saint. Though his body screamed in pain, as a father, Hugo had to press on. Libra, what have you done to Yuha? Jay coldly retorted that he was too late. Wasn't he a terrible father for leaving his child alone for so long? As she finished speaking, Yuha's screams grew louder and more desperate, and Hugo truly hated her to his core. Libra, return Yuha to normal at once. Jay simply shook her head. No, this is a warning, and it seems you've taken my words too lightly. Her words reminded Hugo of a previous encounter. Back then, you sought out Jel yourself and warned her that she was the commander of the battle against the Blood Ogre, didn't you? You underestimate my connections. I have all the research documents you were trying to hide. Jel always hated being looked down upon, so she sees revenge as only natural. But your daughter is even more amazing than I thought. It's no wonder she's being consumed by the evil god's energy, yet she's still holding on. She paused, savoring Yuha's screams, then gleefully added, but she'll be consumed by that energy soon anyway? Enjoying Hugo's helplessness, she kindly offered, It seems the only way to save your daughter is to bring her to my cult. But of course, Hugo would never agree to that. He angrily retorted, Don't act like you have no choice when you're the one who always makes things this way. Jay calmly put her index finger to her lips, shushing him, and said with a smile, Now, you have to be quiet in a hospital, especially with a centaur present. If you're so unwilling to give Yuha to me, then how about you become my subordinate? She proposed, leaving Hugo in stunned silence. Jay continued, Abandon your lingering attachment to that dead lion and come under my command. Not stopping there, she went on to persuade Hugo, I know your worth. I value you more than any other saint. If you follow me, I'll restore your lost power and help you reclaim your place as a saint. Jel then mentioned John again, adding, Doesn't sound so bad, does it? Forget that dead name. Only now does Hugo understand what she's been striving for. So it wasn't just revenge, he said through gritted teeth. From the start, she planned for this. As a saint of balance, Jell will give Hugo a choice, as always. Now, Hugo, you must choose again. Hand over your daughter or join me. Suddenly, a tiny hand reached out and grabbed Jell's ankle. Though in dire straits, Yuha musters her gaze and trembles as she speaks. Don't bully my father. Jay couldn't shake her off. Yuha's grip was too strong, empowered by the dark god. He scoffed. How adorable, using the dark god's power against me. Then with her palm open, she channeled magic into the holy cross and continued, Yuha, what did I tell you? I like children who are both talented and obedient. Without hesitation, she pointed the cross at Yuha. Looks like I'll have to teach you to obey before I take you with me. Seeing Jell's actions, Hugo charged forward like a moth to a flame. Stop, Libra. But in that instant, another voice cut through the air. What do you think you're doing? Then, a miracle beyond Hugo and Jell's comprehension occurred. Yua's small body was suddenly pulled back by something unseen. At the same time, a dazzling golden light descended upon the hospital, and Ter stammered in disbelief. This skill is... He couldn't help but exclaim, the Lion Saint's Victor's battlefield skill? Across from him, the evil god Jeln was gradually disappearing from Yuha. The skill being activated here means he's arrived. The sound of footsteps echoed, accompanied by a man's hoarse voice. Hey, the centaur and his daughter are recruitment candidates I had my eye on. Jello turned toward the voice. The man wielding that power was indeed Stephen Marer, also known as the Lion Master, who stared into Jell's astonished eyes and offered a devious smile as he continued. If you understand, then get in line, Libra. Stephen placed his hands on his hips, clicking his tongue as if assessing the situation. Then he looked up at Yuha, who was floating in midair, and sneered at Jell. A dark god? Libra, you must have been very violent with this child. He grinned, saying that such a powerful monster would become a high-ranking member of the family, perhaps even on par with a saint. With the immense power of a Grand Master, Stephen flaunted it before Jell, looking strong, but it was nothing to worry about. He then arrogantly added, the lion is a divine team that rules all beasts, so I'll just consider it a loss that I tried to recruit a high-ranking member. Jello couldn't believe what he was hearing. Growing angry, she warned Stephen Marer to stop his nonsense, but he only responded with an indifferent attitude. Let's be honest with each other. Isn't doing everything to strengthen my own team the basis of any team? Without missing a beat, he uses the present situation to put Jello in her place. Just as you used a dark god to take Yuha, know that I'm only stopping you. With Stephen's constant prodding, Jell is about to lose it. She gritted her teeth, cursing him as a rude, dirty bastard, daring to stand in her way, stomping her foot powerfully as Stephen raised an eyebrow, asking, What's wrong? Not happy? He then cockily challenged her to try and break his royal skill and take Yuha back, but Jell, never one to back down, fearlessly accepted. Meanwhile, outside the hospital, in the pouring rain, an ambulance arrived, sirens blaring, announcing, This is Hon 19, please clear the area. A building has collapsed, and the area is extremely dangerous, causing panic and chaos among the passers-by, especially Stephen's men. Where are you, Stephen? God Stephen, witnessing this scene through the large hole in the wall, couldn't help but feel a slight headache coming on. His hands in his pockets, he sighed. Oh dear, I seem to have attracted quite a crowd. But Stephen had no intention of stopping this fight. I was made to adapt to the arena, so it's fine if we go all out. Libra, what about you? Hearing Stephen ask if she wanted to escalate things, Jay was at a loss for words. Not wanting to prolong the conversation, she immediately launches the first attack, and despite the police and doctors cordoning off the area, more and more passers-by stopped to watch the explosion at the hospital. Careful now. Whether out of embarrassment or fear of attention, Jay decides to end the fight unilaterally. All right, I don't want things to escalate, so I'll back down this time. Her attitude did a complete 180. Leo, I owe you. I'll find a way to repay you someday. Seven chuckled. Can you really do that? Soon, I'll be the strongest, even stronger than Lion. Seeing his confidence, Jay simply bit her lip and clicked her tongue in disdain. She then angrily cursed him, calling him a stupid monster who doesn't know his place, before disappearing. Stephen scoffed, utterly bored. What a drag. Then he gives a thumbs up, saying, No need to thank me. Hugo Sagittarius scoffs, not even bothering to speak. With a sigh, he asks, What are you doing here? Stephen replied, I came to see your sorry state before work, also reminding him, You need to attend the preliminary hearing and apologize to the people. Your cup is as pathetic as a dog dragged through the streets all day, then smashed to pieces. Ter's lips trembled. Are you here to mock me? Stephen wouldn't dare, because he was planning to have Tears join his divine team before he fell even further. If Ters, a supporter of Leon, helped him, he might be able to overcome Legion. He really is competitive, and his obsession with Zion is immense. Hugo sighed, closing his eyes. Everyone says so. Thank you for your help, but I can't bring myself to think about this right now. Release Yuha. MOT's request was simple enough, but Stephen flatly refused, saying he couldn't do it. Hugo couldn't understand what he was doing, so Stephen gently explained. His daughter is being possessed by a dark god, and releasing her now could have dire consequences. He also honestly pointed out that his daughter would become a target of Libra, or die from being unable to control that power. Stephen asked seriously, honestly, can you protect her as she is now? Hugo couldn't honestly be sure, a constant source of guilt and regret for his family. Stephen was no stranger to Hugo's silence. When powerless, he couldn't decide anything. Looking up at Yuha, Stephen continued, the dark entity that has entered your daughter's body may be a monster. I believe I told you about the characteristics of the Divine Squad. Even if I can't eliminate or tame it, I can suppress it so it can't run rampant. He touched his hand to the barrier surrounding Yuha. So, I'll be taking her with me. With that, Stephen fires a blast of magic at Yuha. As Yuha fell, weightless, Stephen caught her, holding her gently. It's suppressed now, he said, sensing the dark power within her waning. Ters sighs in relief, then asks, Leo, why did you make yourself Libra's enemy? Stephen answers without hesitation. Because I can't recruit you. I'm simply recruiting your promising daughter. Speaking of which, he suddenly paused, an old memory surfacing, a battlefield filled with angry voices. You're all just trash. Even pinned to the ground, Hugo strained to shout his accusation. How could you abandon him in the tower and leave on your own? If you could get the blood eye, you could at least recover Lion's body. Some, seeing his agitation, told each other to calm the centaur and pull him away, but Hugo, having just lost a close friend and unable to find the body, was beyond reason. After all you've done, you dare tarnish Leon's honor? Are you even worthy of being called holy? Faced with these accusatory words, Stephen could only lower his head, clench his teeth, and remain silent. As the flashback ends, Stephen bitterly continues, his conscience pricked by the reminder of the past. Time shifts to the present, to the first time Stephen has opened up about his past to the adult Yuha. Yuha's heart lightened. I will always be grateful for what you've done for me. Hearing Stephen confirm that she couldn't grow stronger under Leo, Yuha clenched her fist, resolving to become stronger so she could help him. This thought truly pushed her to voice her desires. She needed a new and different kind of training to grow stronger. Stephen didn't have the strength to object anymore, saying, Okay, for the past 10 years, I thought I had done my best as your guardian. He wiped his face and said in a hoarse voice, By the way, I've kept quiet about your secret meeting with the Scorpion Saint. Yuha was shocked. Wow. Not only that, but Stephen was trembling as he blamed himself, saying that if she still wanted to leave, it was because he hadn't done enough, and it was unavoidable. Especially when he said, Even after you leave, I hope you'll be happy. With such anguish. Yuha was stunned. Why was he acting like this? Was he really crying? As she was about to reassure Stephen, the blonde man suddenly burst in, his glee a stark contrast to Stephen's reluctance to let her go. Yuha, I heard everything. Fine, go ahead, I'd love that. Ignoring Yuha's disgusted expression, he continued. I never liked you anyway. You always treated the team's activities like a joke. Get out and don't even think about coming back. Just when his plan was about to succeed, it was ruined. Stephen angrily shouted, You idiot. She was fooled by my acting skills. Why did you chase her away? At the same time, he inadvertently reveals the eye drops, instantly erasing all of Yuha's guilt and pity. This scoundrel, along with Stephen and the blonde, two people on different fronts, begin a heated debate, and the main character in it is none other than Yuha. Sir, do you really want to keep that arrogant brat? She openly said she'd quit and follow Lion. She's still vice god. We have to keep someone like her around. Soon, the two men were arguing about other things entirely. So, what if I choose to quit? Why would you do that? Answer me honestly. Fine, just leave me. Never imagining he'd be fired, the blonde was so shocked he stood unsteadily, scaring Seven into quickly backtracking. What are you so surprised about? I was just angry, that's why I said that. But the blonde seemed beyond reason. He bitterly says, Ah, I see. You don't care if an SS rank like me stays or goes, but you want to keep the S rank troll Yuha. Seven desperately explains, That's not what I meant, calm down. Instead of calming down, the blond man went mad, unleashing his power. Both the vice god and the god saw their team as nothing more than a game. Who knew that the god, the very embodiment of the team's values, would so readily abandon the principle that the strongest survive? And when his power was pushed to its limit, the blonde-haired man transformed. Stephen is shocked, exclaiming, "That's Libra's energy? Oliver, what have you done?" Oliver, the blonde, seemed pleased with his new appearance, arrogantly stating, "This feeling is amazing. It's been so long since I felt this strong. I'll teach you all a lesson, show you the true power of the lion's mane with this strength." Despite knowing it's futile, Stephen tries to stop him. "Oliver, stop. Do you know what you're doing?" Instead of answering, Oliver lets his actions speak. The moment he throws a punch, Stephen is forced into the fight, barely dodging the blow. Oliver's attack shatters a large section of the wall, and Stephen, now missing an arm, clutches his wound in agony and contemplation. "How can this be? My arm was severed in a single blow." Stephen roars in anger. "Oliver, have you betrayed us and joined Libra?" Oliver scoffed. "Betray you? Don't make me laugh." He widened his eyes and shouted maniacally. "If you, as the team leader, had done your job, none of this would have happened. I'm simply reclaiming what is rightfully ours." Oliver declares that only the strongest survive, the meaning of Stephen Marer, the lion. "You've forgotten that. That's why you chose to make an S rank like Yuha a scapegoat." He recalled standing in the shadows, among those cheering for Stephen, even with an SS rank right there. Oliver was not content. "My loyalty to the lion, my understanding of the heavenly host, and my demonstrated achievements and skills, I surpassed that troll Yuha in every way, so why wasn't I chosen?" Oliver's resentment toward Stephen reached its peak. Such a thing would never be the will of the Holy Lion, who always respected strength. Such a decision is yours alone. You, who always favored the troll, Yuha. He continued, infuriating Yuha and Stephen. "You're easily defeated by the Legion. The vice-governor will neglect the heavenly team just because she's crazy about the Legion, crazy about him? How could that be? Do you think you can lead the Skywing unit like that?" Oliver's next words shocked Yuha. "Do you know what I did to the previous vice-governor to become a candidate?" Stephen was equally shocked. Yuha shouts, "Oliver, what did you just say?" "Don't tell me my master died because of him," he laughs triumphantly. "That's right." Oliver then recounted, "You think he died because he was isolated and received no help?" Yuha was stunned as Oliver confessed, "I was the captain of the Divine Spear, with the authority to command troops at that time." Suddenly something happens and Stephen shouts, "Aren't you, Yuha?" She's gone mad, charging to strike Oliver in the face. "You." Her eyes burned with terrifying resentment and rage. Yuha squeezed Oliver's face, breaking through the stone wall, and her feet began to move. Yuha strikes Oliver with godlike speed, her fist landing squarely on his face. But even as she grips him, Oliver smiles wickedly. Terrifying. Oliver grabs Yuha's wrist. Is this the special skill Stephen Marer and Leon created together? He smugly twists Yuha's wrist. "Stone-piercing strike, was it? Seems that's all Stephen Marer taught you." Oliver tightens his grip on Yuha's wrist, "But this skill is far too weak for your revenge." With that, Oliver raised his fist high, saying, "If you want to hurt me..." He boomed, saying it should at least be this much, as Oliver punched the ground, creating a massive shockwave that shattered the earth. The office floor, followed by the training floor. Yuha is beaten to the ground, her clothes torn and blood flowing from her mouth. Those around her rushed to her side, asking, "Vice-Governor, are you all right?" Yuha trembled as she stood, then heard a loud laugh. Oliver leaps down from above, sneering at her pathetic state. "Yuha, get up and fight back." The immense power threatens to tear the tower in two as Oliver roars with insane challenge, claiming even her prized lightning chains are nothing before his newfound strength. "You're no longer worthy to be my opponent. If you don't want to die, unleash the monster sleeping in your hand." Yuha grits his teeth and falls, while Oliver continues to taunt him from above. "Otherwise, I'll focus my power into my hand and attack Yuha, and you'll keep getting hit like this. Run." Layers of walls crumble as a blue energy emanates from a staff on the Legion's side. Lion gazes at the staff, a triumphant smile on his face, marveling at the energy it holds, even though he only recently created it. Lion eagerly anticipates the moment he can give this weapon to Yuha. A grand house with intricately carved doors depicting two snakes, the Serpent Bearer's workshop. Lion cheerfully calls out to her, and she responds, "Yes." Lion commanded, "I'm giving you your first mission as my secretary." Ju and were both dumbfounded. Legion continues, "Yuha needs your help right now. You and Oliver fought your way down to the lowest level on Yuha's side." Oliver advances towards her. "Our positions are reversed, Troll Yuha. He manifests his power through the magic circle behind him, always looking down on others, acting so high and mighty. You and Stephen Marer enjoyed it, didn't you? Yuha wondered. Are you causing all this trouble just for the vice-governor position? Oliver stared at her silently as Yuha said seriously, You're just excited because you've gotten a little stronger. Oliver sneered. A little? Are you blind? I severed Stephen Marer's arm. The man who was always as hard as iron fell in a single blow. How arrogant. My power rivals the divine. I am the strongest. Yuha repeats, the strongest. Yuha steps forward, removing his coat, and asks what the self-proclaimed strongest has accomplished. Besides setting up your master and secretly cutting off Stephen Maker's arm, Yuha continues to provoke Oliver. You haven't done anything to me yet. You're just an S rank. What makes you think you're the strongest? Her furious gaze intensified as she tightened her grip on her hair. A fool who was once captain of the Divine Lion, unaware of his place. Yuha's eyes seemed to spark with fire. I will punish you, you traitor to the lion. Oliver's here. His massive body trembled with rage. How dare you? The system announces that the lion skill, Beast Transformation, has been activated, and Oliver's body begins to change, his fangs growing sharp. You don't even know how to use your beast form, the very source of the lion's power. Oliver, growling like a true lion, lunges at his prey, Yuha. He lunged for Yuha, but she dodged, landing a flying kick that sent Oliver flying. Oliver roars in anger as Yuha is enveloped in red lightning, preparing to continue the fight. Yuha's power radiates a fiery red aura, shaking the very ground as she rises, clenching her fist towards Oliver. A punch to the gut sends Oliver screaming in pain, and Yuha follows up with a lightning fist, sending him flying. His massive body slams into the floor, shattering the tiles, but Yuha continues her assault, driving a knee into Oliver's sharp fangs. He retaliates, grabbing Yuha's body, lifting her into the air and declaring her a nuisance. Then, Oliver slams Yuha down with all his might, his body tense, his eyes like those of a true beast. It's useless to resist. Yuha is thrown through layers of brick, her body slamming into the ground. Oliver roars, "This is for you." Chen Yuha? She struggled to her feet. Oliver boasts that the Libra Saint wants him to defeat her, but he doesn't need to bother with someone who can't even control the evil god in their hands. Yuha gasped, her eyes darkening with anger. Anger at herself for being unable to defeat someone like Oliver, and the image of Lion flashed in her mind. At this rate, she'll never catch up to him. And she even thinks of Colin. Yuha's eyes burned with determination. She had to catch up to Lion. Oliver steps in, continuing to provoke her. Hey, Tron Yuha, what are you thinking about in the middle of a fight? Oliver glares menacingly, warning Yuha that if she's not careful, his fist will send her flying into the train. Yuha rises, focusing her strength for battle, remembering her last defeat and vowing not to lose so miserably again. When Lawrence defeated her, he said he didn't think she'd last this long. An ordinary person would have been consumed by the evil god's energy by now. Yuha reflected on her painful cries and the battle with the spider demon, resolving not to lose again. But could the battles of the past really end so easily? The more Yuha thought, the more determined she became to win. To become strong enough to stand beside Lion, Yuha fought with all her might, pouring everything she had into each moment. A familiar voice suddenly echoes, I like that attitude. Hearing that voice, Yuha froze. It was Lion. A beam of blue light descended from above, its power creating a shockwave that distorted the space around them, and red sparks flew as it split the train in two, heading straight for Yuha. The sparks intensified as the blue light descended, shattering the rails. Yuha stood between the severed train cars, stunned, and called out Lion's name. Something is thrown before Yuha, emitting a blinding light, and upon closer inspection, it's a spear. The Serpent Bearer welcomes you. You have proven your undying fighting spirit. Rue holds the spear in her hand. The Serpent Bearer's weapon has chosen its master. It will find them, no matter where they are. Rue wields the spear, its power surging around her, destined to be with its master until their life ends. Lion smiles gently, knowing the weapon will remain until its task is complete. Ju's eyes are firm as she focuses her mind on the spear, but the serious atmosphere is broken by her smile. What do I do next? Lion smiles. Now throw the spear into the sky. Rue is taken aback. Throw it into the sky, L. Jian replies. That's right. Then Ju grabs the spear and hurls it into the sky. Yujin wonders if it's really okay to just throw it like that. Then, the spear unleashed its power and soared into the sky, its blue light piercing through the clouds, circling the high mountains. Yun is surprised. It worked. Ju wonders if her throw was good enough. Lion praises her, saying she did well and that the spear flew where it needed to go. Now that spear will know where it needs to go. And so, the spear's blue light flies straight to Yuha. Meanwhile, Stephen is also being treated for the wound on his arm, as the female soldier treating him advises. Even though I gave you first aid with my borrowed skills, you'll need to see Aquarius to be properly healed. Stephen was annoyed. Damn it, why must I suffer such humiliation? Suddenly, a powerful blue light catches their attention. The blue light pierced through the earth, the spear piercing through all levels to reach Yuha, its power creating friction. It sliced through the train, the spear's immense pressure bearing down on Yuha, who stared at it in shock. This light stops before Yuha, and a figure slowly emerges, a majestic spear. The system announces that the master of the Serpentarius constellation welcomes those with a tenacious fighting spirit as the sharp spear plunges into the ground. The system announces that to join the Serpentarius constellation, she must prove her worth. Yuha grasps the spear in her hand, and the system displays a mission. The qualification trial: annihilate all enemies before you with undying power. Gripping her spear, Yuha declares, "Understood." With a hopeful smile, she says, "I will." And with that, Yuha unleashes the spear's power. A large blue light envelops her as Oliver calls out Tron Yua's name. He remains smug. "You were lucky to break the carriage, but the result remains the same." Oliver shouts confidently at Yuha, for this is truly the end. Yuha wasted no time, preparing for battle as her feet began to move. A fiery red light emanated from her spear, striking at Thiam Kwang, but Oliver simply laughed. "Didn't I tell you your power is useless against me?" Yuha grits her teeth as she fights. The system announces the Serpent Bearer's power combined with red lightning as Yuha grips her spear, attacking with all her might, each word forced out. "Impale him!" Yuha shouts, launching the spear at Oliver. Calamity Lotus. A massive shockwave rocks the building. Those above look down, wondering what on earth is happening down there. His teammates are stunned as the spear unleashes a devastating force, splitting the earth and sending shockwaves that threaten to blow them away. Its power is immense, cleaving the very ground with a single throw. Those above watched in disbelief as the city split apart, and Stephen immediately jumped down. "Damn it, I have to see what's going on down there." The man above calls out in surprise as Governor Stephen lands with a powerful thud, his eyes wide with shock. The man collapsing before Stephen's eyes was Oliver, who trembled as he called out Stephen's name. Oliver, force-fed with the Han, lies defeated on the ground. "Do I look pathetic to you? I aimed for the governor position, yet I failed against Truha, not you. Stephen warns that your obsession with that position is why you were defeated." He continued, saying that Truha believed becoming stronger was about overcoming challenges, not an end in itself. That's why she surpassed you and became the vice-governor. Compared to being governor or vice-governor, I think you're better suited to be a lion tamer. Oliver, bruised and battered on the ground, reflects, then suddenly turns and curses. "You talk too much." "Oh." Stephen stands tall amidst the wind, victorious even with Yua's misstep. He looks down at the ruins of the recent battle, surprised by its intensity. Yuha suddenly jumps up from below, startling Stephen. Yuha the troll. She was caught off guard as well. "City Lord." Oliver was severely injured and trembling on the ground, but he still refused to yield. "John Yuha, you're just in time. You two, listen up." Before Oliver could speak, Stephen shouted. "True, what have you done?" Oliver despaired. Before I can explain, Stephen ignores him and continues to question Yuha. "Why are you emitting this energy instead of the Lion Star energy?" Yuha was bewildered. "Didn't I say I'd switch to your constellation?" Stephen continues to yell, "That's not allowed!" "What are you talking about? You didn't even ask for the Saint's permission?" Yuha responded coolly, "I don't need his permission." Stephen scolds him, saying he's lost his mind, but Oliver persists, begging him to listen. He pleaded in anger, "Please, listen to me." But Stephen's words once again cut Oliver off. You can't go. If you want to pass, you'll have to step over my dead body." Yuha is stunned. A system display appears before Yuha, qualification proof quest. St. Stephen marker, the Holy Lion is blocking your path. Defeat him and take what you desire. Yuha is stunned. "Really?" Stephen is bewildered. "What?" Oliver couldn't take it anymore. "Can't you hear what people are saying?" Stephen retorted. "Humans? Can ashes fluttering in the wind even speak?" Yuha chimed in. "Or should we call you Oliver the Betrayer? His body may be fading, but Oliver's will remains unbroken." "You think this ends here?" "This is only the beginning. Do you really not know Libra's true face?" Looking at the collapsed building, Oliver continues. "Our battle has destroyed the entire Zodiac headquarters. The building is severely damaged. Do you know what that means?" Oliver's body fades away, weakening the Lion Star Palace's protective barrier. Oliver explodes in a burst of light, his voice echoing, "This place will be destroyed." The aftermath of Oliver's death unleashed a surge of power, leaving Stephen to wonder if there was another scheme at play. The cataclysmic explosion unleashes a blinding golden light. Stephen grits his teeth. Has he summoned disaster itself? A massive clawed foot emerges, crushing stone into fragments as Stephen stares in disbelief, his eyes bloodshot. The massive foot crushed the earth with each step, and everyone around watched in horror. Their eyes widened with shock and fear as they beheld such a terrifying monster for the first time, now standing before Yuha. They faced the monster, both wary of its immense power, as Stephen stared in shock at the hulking, ferocious demon drawing closer. That crimson eye, Stephen is shocked. A red eye? He was supposed to be dead in the demon tower. The surrounding people panicked at the sight. It's a disaster. Run. Stephen gritted his teeth, glancing back with worry. People were still there. The giant monster with a single eye in the middle of its forehead radiated terrifying power, and before anyone could evacuate, it unleashed a massive torrent of flames. Seeing this, the people panicked and scattered, and before Yuha and Stephen could react, Stephen cursed, "Damn it!" To protect Yuha, Stephen pushes her out of harm's way and steps forward to fight. While at the Serpentis Hawaii Star Fortress, Lion sits quietly, lost in thought. He sits silently by the window, gazing wistfully as the clear sky and peaceful waves crash gently outside. Lion Jian gripped his bow, muttering, "Why do I have such a bad feeling about this?" Meanwhile, breaking news reported disasters spreading across the globe. The reporter, with a worried expression, announced that so far the affected areas are the United States, the European Union, and South Korea, followed by images of the massive monster and reports of its appearance in Washington, D.C. Breaking news. The disaster bears a striking resemblance to the Red-Eye Dominator from the Tower of Demons. Here's footage from the Constellation Leaders' emergency meeting. The reporter continues to provide information, stating that the constellations have acknowledged the severity of the situation, and the Libra constellation has vowed to stop the disaster. The Libra constellation's leader announced they would work with allied constellations to save the people from disaster, as Legion's group watched the news. During the speech, one person pointed out that the Libra constellation made no mention of the City Lord's son being harmed. Hallie added, "A good excuse to deal with us under the guise of handling the disaster. I think those calamities are on Libra's side too." Hallie then poses another question to Lion. "But they can summon the Red Eyes?" Hugo wonders. "The Red Eye has appeared? What exactly is going on?" Hallie recalls the previous battle. Didn't Jian capture it in the Demon Tower? Other saints even said they'd dealt with the Red Eye's head. Lion Jian turned, curious. What happened to him after that? Hallie responds. A dispute arose between constellations over ownership. Hallie recounts what she knows. After attacking the Demon Tower, Sagittarius lost contact with the other saints and doesn't know what happened inside. A ship transports the Red Eye's head across the sea. After the dispute ended, the head was sealed and buried under the sea, a suggestion made by Libra. Hugo questions, could Libra have summoned it? Lion sighs. Just another load of garbage. Understood. Lion gazed into the mirror, resolving, I'll go deal with that head, and see if it's the one I caught, or someone else, as Scorpio said. Hearing Scorpio, Hallie blushed and scratched her head shyly. Scorpio? Suddenly, Lion leaned in close to Hallie, making her blush even harder. Since enemies may invade, let's build a defense system around our city. Isn't your talent setting up formations and traps? Lion asked Hallie, his eyes full of playful intent. I can only rely on you. This action makes Hallie blush with embarrassment. How can I handle this closeness? Lion's smile fills the air with the rosy hue of love. Will you help me? Hallie's eyes betrayed her infatuation with Lion's handsome features. A blissful smile spreads across Hallie's face as she immediately gets to work with unusual vigor. Just leave it to me. Even if I had to uproot pillars, I would. Hallie frantically searches for anything to help, prompting a nearby soldier to intervene. Princess, please calm down or the platform will collapse. Hallie frantically searches, exclaiming, Legion asked for my help. Lion said, no one but me can help. And Hallie's mind began to wander. Hallie realizes Legion needs Scorpio's relics to reinforce the sanctuary's defenses. Doesn't that mean the Scorpion Star relics will be brought to the Serpent Bearer's sanctuary? Wouldn't that mean living together? Thinking this, H blushes, wondering if this is a proposal. The soldier beside him denied it. No, you're thinking too far ahead. Hallie angrily shouts that they're being too loud. Don't stand in my way. Meanwhile, Lion Zion turns to Hugo and asks, and Teach Shu, what about you? I'll go with you to catch that red-eyed guy. Lion immediately denied it and ordered, no, you must return to Korea at once. Hugo is stunned. What? Yuha is there. I can't return. Lion smiled, conjuring a wisp of blue energy in Yuha's form. Don't worry. I can sense Yuha's presence, and I'll take good care of her. Don't fret. With that, Lion's expression turned serious once more. If Libra is up to something in Korea, can your sanctuary forces handle it? Meanwhile, beneath the city's skyscrapers, the destruction sends smoke and dust billowing into the air. In South Korea, hordes of monsters are breathing fire, attacking civilians and the city, leaving archers below to wonder where they came from. Damn it, where did they all come from? Another soldier cried out. We absolutely cannot let the front lines fall. The blue monster roars, creating a deafening sound. A soldier cries out, while others nearby are battered and bruised, fighting for their lives. Someone cursed as countless monsters swarmed Seoul City, attacking everyone. The soldiers worried that at this rate, the fighting would never end, as the monsters continued their rampage through Seoul. Suddenly, a tremor caught their attention, a brilliant force obliterating countless monsters. The force was so immense it tore through buildings and obliterated countless monsters in the city, leaving the soldiers who witnessed it in stunned silence. The monster's body is pierced, its head severed. Then a voice echoes out. I can't believe how badly you're handling this. Ivan scoffed, turning away. I can't even watch anymore. He turned around to flex his muscles, saying, After all, half of you are archers. This is the Taurus Saint, Ivan Cruiser. Ivan struck some ridiculous poses before turning back to the soldiers, asking, Hey, archers, where's Hugo? One of them spoke up. Thank you for your assistance, Ivan. Saint Hugo Hyun is not here. If you'd like to leave a message, please tell me. Ivan patted June on the shoulder. That's not what I meant. I'll wait for him here. And you know what? Ivan's eyes were terrifying as he squeezed June's shoulder tightly. I hate anyone who stands in my way. Then Ivan throws the young soldier away. The soldier beside him, seeing this, shouted, What are you doing? Ivan arrogantly replied, I've already adjusted my strength. If he's lucky, he might survive. Don't worry. Ivan's expression remained menacing as the soldier beside him spoke. You're here to deal with us, not the Harpies? One now standing turned back to question him. I didn't think someone with such a bad relationship with our city lord would come here. The system announces Lewin has received the blessing of the hidden serpent bearer in his soul. Seeing him safe and sound, Yan speaks up. Not bad. A shame to be a pawn for him. Juan retorts that he has been insulting their city lord and politely asks him to correct his words, despite his displeasure. Ivan waves his hand, wondering how he manages his subordinates, daring to defy a saint, a completely unruly bunch. A red-haired soldier steps forward, and Jan adds, After all, Libra said it's best to eliminate them all. Jan stomps the ground with immense force, shattering it, his eyes glowing bright gold, overflowing with power. Ivan smirks. Go on, then. Meanwhile, the top of the Hawaii Zodiac building is ablaze. Before leaving, Hugo instructed, Ju, if anything happens, you must contact me. Ju reassured him with a smile. Don't worry. With Lion here, nothing will happen. Hugo forced a smile in return. I'm angry, but you're right. The system announced that the saint's authority had returned to the holy ground, and then Hugo burst into flames and flew away in farewell. When they meet again, Ju waves goodbye. Please give Sangja and everyone my regards. Lion added, Handle things in Korea for me. I'll be there as soon as you catch the red eyes. Lion added, I've completed your request, and I'll send the message. Then Hugo flew away like a gust of wind, leaving only an echo of agreement. As Hugo departed, Lam smiled and said, We should start preparing as well. Ju is surprised. Are we leaving already? Lion gazes at the sky, a hidden meaning in his eyes. No, before hunting the red eyes, I'll catch the rats in my city. 2 knights are watching Hugo on his way. The sun god's men have left. Should we deal with him? Another knight replies, No need. Our target is Lion, and that one has agreed. Then, one of them mounts his iron horse, ready to depart, raising a hand to beckon those behind. Knights. A legion of armored knights on iron steeds advances, preparing to attack. Dangerous, spirit-level knights, according to intel. Brake is unbeatable. She just buried something and is packing down the soil. Her work complete, she looked up, satisfied. Excellent. Then she gazed at a stone statue of a scorpion above. Holly is satisfied. I've set everything up in this area. The system provides information on the Scorpio constellation's sacred relic, a sculpted scorpion statue that protects the constellation's barrier. Holly stands up, hands on her hips, laughing as she looks around to see if anything is missing. Eugen looked around exasperated. What more could be missing? Holly had already placed so many statues. She stood admiring her handiwork as Eugen questioned her actions. If you say it's missing something, what would satisfy you? Then, Hallie proudly exclaims, Oh, look, the entire island is filled with sacred objects. I'm relieved. The soldier and Eugen are disheartened, fearing their constellation will truly be destroyed, while Hallie's eyes and smile are filled with happiness at being asked for help. What does it matter if it's destroyed? Lion asked me to help. The two realize they're in trouble. He's completely mesmerized. Yujin speaks up. This is bad. Even Scorpion City doesn't have this many holy relics. The red soldier blocked their path. Just do as you're told. His decision is final. Yujin sighed in frustration, looking away. This is insane. Suddenly, a tremor from behind draws Yujin's attention, as if a force is surging from behind the scorpion statue. Yujin's eyes widened in disbelief as the scorpion statue shattered. Then, another statue shattered, followed by an explosion as the next one crumbled. And then, one after another, all the statues around them shattered. Yujin was stunned. What's going on? Hallie warned, on guard. An enemy so powerful that the statues couldn't withstand them is approaching. A chilling voice echoed, sending shivers down his spine. Is this the city of the Serpent Bearer? Yujin's face darkened as he was just as alarmed. An iron horse riding on water prepares to advance towards the tower, followed by a legion of spectral knights in iron armor. The lead knight spoke gruffly, approaching the three and demanding to know the whereabouts of the Serpent Bearer constellation's master. Yujin couldn't hold back any longer, yelling, "Who do you think you are barging in here?" Then, the knight's actions stunned Yujin. He swung his sword, unleashing a massive wave of power as a Skull Knight prepared to draw his own blade. You dare ask who we are? Hallie's red soldier clenched his fist, trembling with rage. He braced himself for battle, asking, "Are you all right, Princess?" Hallie replied, "I'm fine, thanks to you." The red soldier's arm trembled from the blow as he shielded the princess, warning, "Be careful, Princess. They're not to be underestimated." Hallie gritted her teeth, wondering, they can destroy the armor of the sacred beast to that extent? She muttered, "Could they be an army from an unknown civilization?" The skull-faced soldier conferred with the leader. "Though they don't show it, they possess power like ours." "What should we do, sir?" The leader responds, "Perhaps they are the traitors Libra spoke of." Then he orders, "Kill the traitorous criminals." The skull vanished, along with the patrol. The red soldier protecting Hallie shouted, "You think you can get away with this?" The skull warrior lunged, cutting down the red soldier. Disappeared. Yun watched in astonishment. To slay a divine beast with a single strike? Then the skull-faced warrior charged toward Hallie, the betrayer of his own kind. The skull screamed and vanished, his blade inches from Hallie's face, when a fiery red hand stopped it. It was Hallie who blocked it, she scoffed. A pathetic attack. Hallie then uses her whip to strike the skull-faced man, the weapon slamming into his face and sending him reeling. Hallie knocks him to the ground, now clad in formidable red armor. She spoke, "You dare set your filthy feet on this island?" Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed, "Well said, Scorpion." A surge of blue energy erupts behind Hallie, washing over her and striking down a horde of soul knights. Each attack tore through the ranks, shattering the myth of the invincible knights, and the arrow, imbued with terrifying power, hurtled toward their leader's face. But just as the arrow reached his face, he caught it. Lion had arrived. "Who are you rats to speak so boldly?" He finished speaking, then looked back at his older brother, mocking him. "Oh, you're pretty big. Or should I call you sewer rats?" Lijiom asked angrily, holding his bow. "Who are you?" Hallie asks excitedly, while Yujin says in surprise. Lion, the lead knight, crushes the arrow in his hand. "So, you're the Serpentarius Master Libra spoke of." Lion strides forward. "So, you're Libra's lackeys." The leader warns him to watch his tongue. "I heard Libra mention a snake who didn't know his place." But the knight continued, "For a god to be reduced to this... disappointing." Lion sneered, "Why should I live up to your expectations? Answer me, who are you?" "A subordinate of Libra?" The skull roared upon seeing this. Before he could finish his boast, Lion sent him an arrow straight to the heavens. The lead knight, reflecting on the fallen skull soldier, angrily rebukes, "Step aside, who are you to interrupt me?" "The serpent bearer's master. I thought he was just a kid. That's why Libra was wary of him." He glanced at the fallen skeletal soldiers. "Even with a surprise attack, he can take down my elite troops with a single arrow." "He's no ordinary man," the leader growls warily. "Who are you?" Lion knocks another arrow, ready to fire. He gave a short introduction. Lion. The lead knight, seemingly enraged, prepares to attack. "Very well, Lion, master of the Serpentarius constellation. It seems I overestimated you." Then he began to introduce himself. "I am the leader of the army of the great yet-to-be-known civilization, the Spirit Knights under the War Before South. A large army advances, declaring, 'We're here to destroy humanity, followers of the deceitful gods.' Then, he threatened, 'I will punish you for standing in our way.'" The lead knight ordered the others to attack. The other knights agreed, for their great lord, but Lion paid them no mind, their words grand but hollow. With a stern gaze, Ligai declared, "Punishment. Annihilation? Are you kidding me? Know your place." Then an army of thousands charged toward Lion as the door behind him opened and legions summoned the sky. Instantly, a massive blade shot out, tearing through the knights. Heads rolled with each pass and the leader snarled, "You!" A spear hurtles toward Lion, the spear of the lead knight who attacks Legion, screaming for death. The lead knight couldn't believe his eyes. What? Lion, the small man he scorned, now embraced his massive spear, eyes blazing, veins bulging. "Haven't you eaten?" Lion Jian's grip on the spear stunned the lead knight, and he added insult to injury. "Can't even hold a spear properly." Then, with immense strength, Lion brought the knight down. Seeing this, the other knights charged forward, all attacking at once. A barrage of spears flies toward Legion, but he dodges them all, moving with incredible speed as he prepares to counterattack. How slow. The knights were caught off guard by his speed, and before they could react, Lion Jian blocked all of their weapons with his bare hands. The others were stunned. What? The Soul Knights scramble for their weapons, but it's no use. Damn it, they're stuck. Lion, seeing their struggle, readies his hammer, creating a massive explosion. He leaps into the air, scattering the knights trying to retrieve their weapons. Are you just carrying those weapons for show? Lion's hammer grows even larger, and he becomes even more fierce. Enlarging his hammer, Lion declares that whether it hits or not, they're done for, as a single swing defeats many knights. Fools. The skull watched in shock as heads rolled. The lead knight shouts, "Impossible, my army." His elite knightly forces are being decimated by Lion. Ryu, leading a horde of giant salamanders, shouts, "Lord Ligon," she waves with a laugh, "I've brought everyone as you ordered." The serpent-bearer's spirit beasts have arrived. A diverse horde, all declaring that any who trespass in their master's domain will be punished. Lion smirks, turning back to his allies. "Perfect timing. Take care of them for me." Drawing his sword, Lion Jian smirks confidently. "Leave the captain to me." He grips his blade, taunting. "Don't just stand there, come on." Provoked, the lead knight gritted his teeth. "You dare insult my master?" He charged forward on his iron horse, wielding his great spear. "I'll cut you to pieces." His power is not to be underestimated. The lead knight roared as he charged, unleashing a dark blue power towards Lion, but it was far from enough to touch him. With a flick of his wrist, Lion deflected the attack, scoffing at its absurdity. Lion lowered his head, his eyes turning a dangerous black as he focused his power into the sword in his hand, blocking the attack. The lead knight is taken aback. He can withstand it? Lion laughs, saying, "Oh, that took quite a bit of effort." And then he kicks the lead knight squarely. Enraged, the knight looks down at him and curses, "You brat!" A massive power engulfs the lead knight as he descends from above. "You're not bad." Master of the Serpentarius Zodiac. Fueled by immense power, the leader lunges furiously at Lion. "Then eat this!" Lion stood firm against the attack, unfazed, preparing to retaliate. Then, with a burst of power, Lion thrust his blade toward the lead knight, each strike narrowly missing his face. The blade is deflected, and the lead knight roars, "Die!" It was sent flying into the sky amidst swirling magical energies, its scream echoing through the void. A blinding light then erupted, obliterating the remaining knights. "I'll destroy you and all your subordinates." Suddenly, the lead knight paused. "That direction?" "Damn it, I attacked the wrong way because of his weapon." Suddenly, a red string wrapped around his leg. The lead knight looks down. What now? Below, Hai's group is binding him, and the lead knight wonders, what are those bastards doing? Holly orders the others to pull, and the lead knight jumps, foolishly playing right into their hands, then raises his sword, ready to strike. "You'll only die sooner," Hallie sneers. "Gotcha." The lead knight is caught off guard. What? A sharp object pierced through the lead knight from behind. Lion had stabbed him with his blade. The captain screamed in agony, trembling. Lion taunts him, yelling, "Scream louder, you must have been suffering, holding it in this whole time." With that, Lion plunged his blade even deeper into the knight, skewering him and sending him crashing to the ground. Lion praises him, while the lead knight curses in frustration. "Damn it," Hallie says. "It's over, Captain." Holly announces that his men have been dealt with by their beasts, and the fallen knight is still unwilling to accept defeat. "My army would never surrender so easily." Lion smiled menacingly, sword in hand. "What are you talking about?" He recalls the earlier events and reminds the head knight. "Didn't you just sacrifice your own men? I'd wager you've captured about as many spirit beads as I have." Lion drives his blade deeper into the leader, suggesting a name change. "What does it matter if the army is killed?" The lead knight roared in pain. his eyes glowing as a blinding light appeared behind Lion. "What's going on?" a loud voice cries out. "Master," the lead knight rose and lunged at Lion. "Even if I die, I'll take you with me." Hallie gasped, and Lion, the beasts, and Ju were stunned. Lion, a massive magic orb, is about to explode, and the lead knight is embracing Lion, intent on mutual destruction, still calling him Master. The skullhead clung to John as they fell, screaming, "If we fall from here, you die too. Even if you live, prepare for suffering." John calmly detached himself and spoke. Leaving him bewildered, John asks, "I wonder what you prepared." Without giving the skull any time to think, he immediately reached out and squeezed its neck, using it as leverage and causing the skull to cry out in pain. He swiftly moved behind the skull, his voice low, "But I don't really like this position." John adjusted himself and decisively stomped on the skull's head. In a pose like he's surfing, he excitedly shouts, "That's the spirit!" The skull below him can't help but panic. "What in the world are you doing?" John grinned. "To be honest, I've always wanted to try aerial skateboarding, so let's just go for it." Hearing this, he angrily shouts, "My knightly honor." John then glances around, a thoughtful sneer on his face, as the two plummet like a fiery red meteor. John wondered, where is this place? Near the Lion Star headquarters in Washington, USA, where Red Eye stands unharmed amidst the ruins of the surrounding buildings. Yuha gasped in shock as the man beside her exclaimed, "I thought he was dead." The man continued, addressing the figure now standing before Yuha, having just attacked Red Eye. "Lord Seven seems to be having a hard time," he said, his voice trembling as he glanced back with a forced smile. "Are you okay?" Yuha anxiously rushed to Stephen's side, her voice filled with worry. "Are you all right?" Despite his precarious state, he calmly replies, "I'm fine." Stephen grimly eyed his burnt arm, joking that at least he stopped it. Too bad he wouldn't be able to eat with that hand tonight. Hearing that, Yuha breathed a sigh of relief. "If you can still joke around, I guess you're okay." Gazing at the red eyes, he gritted his teeth and commanded, "It's moving in a different direction. I have to stop it." As soon as he said that, the others rushed to Stephen, asking, "Lord, are you all right?" "We're here to help you." Overcome with emotion, tears welled up in his eyes as he saw how much everyone cared. "You guys!" Stephen hesitated, thinking that as a member of the Lionhearts, he should be burning with fighting spirit, even against the Red Eyes. The crowd continued to shout, "The City Lord captured it before. If we work together, he can capture it again." Seven froze in shock, his mouth agape in disbelief. Yuha calmly interjects, bringing everyone back to reality. "It's impossible. The Red Eyes are too strong." "I understand your intentions, but that will only increase the damage," she continued. "You all have another task, which is to evacuate the remaining people." Yuha patiently explains, "The strong have a responsibility to protect the weak, and I will assist the head of the house." The soldiers quickly understood and hurried off to their duties. "Understood. We'll save the people." One of them loudly ordered, "Evacuate quickly. Don't get in the City Lord and Vice City Lord's way." Stephen gratefully said to Yuha, "Thank you." Yuha sighs. "Actually, you're in my way." She says coldly, "The Sanus's transfer quest isn't over, and until I defeat you, you have to stay alive." Stephen's face darkens as a system notification appears. Trial quest. Stephen Marker, Lion Star Master, stands in your way. Defeat him, and take what you desire. Yuha looked at the Red Eye again, asking, "What should I do now? Can you show me the power of those Red Eyes?" Stephen scoffs, "You knew all along, didn't you? I'm not the one who caught the Red Eyes." Yuha is taken aback as he grins. It was Lie Gun. Remembering Gun's words, Yuha realizes that he was the one who captured the Red Eyes, and they want to kill her because of it. The two look up at the Red Eye's destruction as she speaks. "But Ligon isn't here." Stephen added, "Someone has to stop it." He said resolutely, "This time I will." Stephen's eyes burned like a lion on the hunt as he declared, "I will use divine summoning." Yuha anxiously asks, "If you summon a god, it'll take a lot of power. Are you sure you'll be okay?" Stephen calmly replied, "Indeed, the price for summoning a god is high," he said gravely. "The Lion Star has lost everything it has accumulated, but if I cannot protect the city and its people, all of humanity's efforts will be lost." Stepping forward, Stephen affirmed that this was his chance to make up for what happened 20 years ago. His one-armed body standing tall, looking up at the red eyes that were destroying everything. Then, Stephen unleashed a blinding surge of power, vowing to himself, "I won't run away like I did then." Meanwhile, Stephen recalled the chaotic scene of people fleeing, screaming, "Run!" Fueled by newfound power, Stephen roars like a ferocious lion, emitting a blinding light that draws Red Eye's attention. Using all his power and accumulated points to summon a god, Stephen commanded, "True, protect me while I summon the divine." Iuha quickly raised his weapon to defend him as the red eye shifted its focus to the two of them. It bared its fangs and let out a piercing roar, then lunged forward with its massive hand. Meanwhile, both Iuha and Stephen unleash a spirited cry in response to the red eyes, while the skull plummets, screaming in terror, and Jian seems to be enjoying himself. He shouted, finally landing back on the ground. John gripped the blade in his hand, plunging it into the skull's head as they fell towards the red-eyed beast. John and the skull crashed into the back of Red Eye's neck, creating a massive impact. Red Eye howled in pain, while John calmly maintained his surfing pose on the skull as they slid past it. He and the skull surfed across the sky above Yuha, leaving Stephen speechless with surprise. "What was that?" Yuha, standing nearby, was just as surprised. Stephen looked up, speechless, as John landed feet first, sending him flying back with a burst of blood. The landing created a massive explosion behind a bewildered Yuha, as John slowly rose and groaned. "Oh my, he's just landing now? Where are we?" Yuha finally snapped out of it, turning around and speaking hesitantly. "That's her!" she exclaimed in shock. Ligon nonchalantly stepped on Stephen and turned to reply. "Ha Yuha, why are you here?" Looking down at Stephen, still unconscious at his feet, he quietly sighed. You're here too?" Jian said, turning to Skull. "I wondered where you'd taken me. So it's Washington, D.C. Skull just smirked ominously. His laughter mingled with his mocking words. "It's over, Serpent Bearer. Defeating me was pointless." The Skull confidently laughs, declaring, "You can never defeat that red-eyed monster. Die in helplessness and despair." Confused, the red-eyed monster tilted its head, and Jian suddenly grinned with excitement. He calmly said, "Hey, do you still remember me? 20 years ago, the Red Eye, ruler of the Tower of Demons, appeared. This was the powerful calamity that Ligon defeated after a bloody battle. Its roar alone could terrify even saints with its dread and ferocity. Now, Red Eyes opens its massive maw to inhale, then unleashes a deafening roar and raises a foot to crush Jian below. What will be different this time?" Its massive foot crashes down, sending debris flying everywhere, but Jian narrowly avoids the blow. He ran, glancing back to taunt the monster. "Your greeting disappoints me. Long time no see and not a hint of sincerity." John quickly gained momentum and leaped onto a nearby building, scaling its wall as Red Eyes watched in astonishment. Red Eyes watched in disbelief as Jian leaped to the building's highest terrace, then roared ferociously, attacking him with a wave of his hand. Red Eyes unleashed a blast, destroying the building, but John leaped away just as it crumbled. Frowning, he sensed something was amiss. Leaping to another building, Jian couldn't help but wonder if this was truly the same fiend from all those years ago. As the red-eyed demon stared blankly at his empty palm, he wondered, how could such a cruel demon be so foolish? Then, a glint flashed in Jian's eyes. He said, "I need to confirm the 13th sense." Suddenly, Jian froze, gaping in astonishment. Looking into Red Eye's core, he thought, I wondered how a demon tower manager could be reborn without one. Turns out he's just a disposable tool. Except for the Red Eye's head, everything else is fake. At the same time, a system notification rings out, detecting a small amount of unknown civilization's aura and a large amount of Libra constellation's aura. Meanwhile, in the city of Libra, someone asks the city lord, "Will there be any problems with the Americans?" The other replies, "What do you mean?" A black-haired man knelt reverently. "I fear the Red Eye's rebirth is too hasty." The blonde woman on the platform replied calmly, "The destruction of the Lion Star is enough." Jay frowned, adding, "A patchwork puppet is no great loss, but if that Lun was like the Leo Zodiac, that would be something." Though she said that, she secretly admired him. He was right, this Red Eye isn't perfect. Recalling the monstrous beast, Ju muses that with enough blood mist, he could resurrect the Black Dragon and the Red Eye's host using his resources. The monster's maw snapped shut around the stone, then exploded. Thinking of it, she lamented, "I didn't expect that foolish goblin to use up all his accumulated resources only to die." Suddenly, a mysterious masked figure interrupts Jel's thoughts, announcing, "My lord, I have a new report." She coldly ordered him to speak. As she thought of Hugo and Ivan, the masked man reported, "I've confirmed that Hugo US has arrived in Korea, and it seems he's about to meet Ivan Kruger." He continued, "In the uncharted civilization, the ironclad baron has taken to the field." Her eyes narrowed as she demanded, "What of Callie?" The masked figure bowed low, replying, "Forgive me, my lady, but the young miss has yet to respond." Jay could only sigh. It seemed she wasn't listening. Turning from the platform, she resolved, "Then I won't wait any longer." With graceful steps, Jay orders, "I'm going to war. Command all the troops." Adorned in radiant gold, she declares, "The target is the Magic Tower in South Korea." Seon, South Korea. At his feet, soldiers lay scattered everywhere. A man with a cigarette dangles his legs from atop a tower of monster bones as Hugo looks up at him. Yan coldly scoffed, then slowly spoke. "Where did you come from, you bastard?" Hugo frowned, retorting, "Don't you know why I came all the way to Korea?" Taurus continued, "And you dare lay a hand on my men?" Hugo's subordinates cried out in distress. "Lord." Yi Vanjiang spread his arms wide, boasting, "The Red-Eye Demon Tower has appeared in the U.S. I wanted to investigate, but your subordinates blocked my path. Wouldn't that be laughable if the Saints found out?" "So I'm just disciplining them." Hugo retorted angrily. "How interesting that the Red-Eye appeared in the U.S. only to end up in your Korea. You should be disciplining Libra and the Red-Eyes, not my subordinates." He continued to press. "If you're here to investigate the Demon Tower, why are you hesitating?" Hugo taunts, "Now that you're here, why not come inside? Or are you afraid?" Just like 20 years ago, Kruer pauses for a moment, his face darkening, his eyes flashing a dangerous red. He scoffed, "You wretch, I heard you regained your power, but it seems you're still delusional." Looking down at Hugo, Ivan sneered, "Without your sacred relic, you're nothing but a brat." He asks, "Have you forgotten who shattered your relic?" Then he recalls the moment the demonic artifact was destroyed. A voice booms out, "You bastards!" Siu, pinned by Ivan and his cronies, thrashes and screams, "How could you leave the Demon Tower?" If he could defeat the Red-Eye, Lun wouldn't have ended the flashback. Yan, filled with rage, vows to crush him this time. He drops the broken cigarette, then dives down, shouting the skill chant, "Taurus habilidad, Kagaden Toro impregnable." Behind him, a swarm of glowing orbs appears. Hugo's pink-haired subordinate shouts a warning, "Lord, get out of the way!" Ivan lunges toward Hugo, roaring, "Scared now, are you?" Clutching the rope, Hugo prepares to strike back, aiming a punch at Jan's gut, forcing him to double over. Even Danju behind him was sent reeling, and the others looked on in shock at the attack. Jan gasped in pain as he fell backward, consumed by magical light. He must have been punched so hard he scraped through a row of buildings. Uven collapsed into the rubble, muttering, "Impossible." He trembled in shock, looking up. "Even the lion couldn't take my attack head-on." From afar, Hugo spoke slowly. "You thought wrong, Taurus." The firelight illuminated half of his face. "You thought I lost my sacred treasure," Otoy says, as a powerful light erupts before him. Hugo's face turned cold as the light coalesced, summoning the sacred treasure from the serpent-bearer territory. Seeing Jan's speechless surprise, he taunted, "How's that? Where's that cockiness from before?" Hugo sneers, "What do you think?" He sneers, "Cat got your tongue, you bastard." The light fades, revealing the demonic blade that was once shattered. "Is that all you've got?" A beam of light pierces the heavens as SS Jan stares at Hugo in shock. He taunted him, "What's wrong? Where's that arrogant attitude from before?" he smugly asks. "How do you like that?" Hugo smugly pressed his weapon against Ivan. "Scared speechless, aren't you, you bastard?" But suddenly his weapon falls apart, some pieces hitting him on the head, leaving Hugo scrambling, unsure of what to do. Jan is stunned to see him fumbling with the weapons. Can he revive holy objects? Could Ligan be behind this? Suddenly, Hugo turns to him and says, "Don't worry, Taurus. I've decided not to use weapons anymore." He uses a spell to recall his weapons, saying, "I'm angry that you dared to touch my subordinates. Even without that, you and I were bound to fight eventually." He calmly ties his hair back, stating it would be a waste to use weapons in this situation. So Hugo looks at Ivan and proposes, "Let's fight hand to hand. It'll be exhilarating." Hearing this, Ivan trembles, only able to curse, "You bastard." He suddenly roars, "So you're proud because of the relic's revival? How dare you underestimate me?" Hugo immediately flew in and punched him, accepting his challenge with a devastating blow that shook the heavens. After that thunderous blow, the two knelt, struggling against each other as Hugo taunted him, "Aren't you usually so confident in your own strength? Take this chance to show me what you've got," Yan roared in response. "Who do you think you are, daring to challenge me?" He strained, pressing Ivan down, his feet sinking into the earth. They trade blows, and Hugo retorts, "You've underestimated the power of an archer." Ivan suddenly explodes with power, forcing Hugo to cough up blood, but Hugo retaliates, raising his fist and saying, "That stings!" He flies into a rage and lands a punch. Yan's face was pulverized, spraying blood and saliva as he stammered, "You're—" He retaliated with a punch that snapped Hugo's head back, sending blood gushing from his nose. Hugo glares at Ivan, who returns the look with a fist ready to strike, but Hugo lands the first punch, splitting a nearby tree in half with the force of his blow. Ivan's face was now a bloody mess, and many of his teeth were gone. Hugo seized the opportunity to kick his knee. He stomps Ivan's leg into the ground, sending rubble flying, then taunts Jan, "Let me fix that for you." He cursed, "Damn it, my leg!" Hugo mocked him, "Let's see if your sandbag legs work well." Driven mad, Ivan roared, "You bastard!" And predictably, Hugo kneed him right in the face. Another earth-shattering blow echoed throughout the city. Hugo's disciples, hearing the massive sound, stared dumbfounded at the mountain where the battle raged. Yaren wondered what was happening up there. Hugo now pins Cruiser's shoulders to the ground. As City Lord Cruiser faces imminent death, he thinks in a panic, "Damn it." He urged himself, "If this continues, I'll be beaten to death. I must use my defensive weapon." Just as Hugo threw another punch, Ivan summoned a defensive weapon to block it, groaning as he held on, while Hugo was momentarily stunned by the move. Jan regained his composure, calmly saying, "Damn, I was careless." He countered, arrogantly suggesting, "Now, let's equip our weapons and continue to round 2. Jan stumbles back as Hugo draws his weapon and insults him. "You're despicable, Taurus. Now where is my weapon?" But Hugo Ott still hasn't realized just how much Ligan has done to the powerful relic. As he drew his weapon, Bang Huang realized it was broken. Why? Meanwhile, Stephen lies unconscious beneath the ocean, his mind regaining awareness but unable to awaken. He thinks to himself, "I can't wake up. What happened? I don't remember anything after the descent of the god." He wondered if the god's descent had stripped him of control over his own body. And just who was this Red Eye? Stephen suddenly heard a strange sound, then grimaced, grinding his teeth. It sounded like Red Eye. "Oh yes, the god is fighting using my body, which is why I couldn't wake up." He urged himself to wake up, saying, "I am a saint. I can't leave everything to the god and remain unconscious. Stephen, wake up. You must wake up and help the god drive away the red eyes." He faintly perceives a light and is about to fully awaken. What is that light? Was this the god's way of waking me? If so, Stephen suddenly roared, "God, I'm coming!" He opened his eyes to find himself soaring through the air. A colossal demon hand, the first thing he saw. The red-eyed demon roared, spewing forth a cloud of toxic smoke, when Stephen saw a young man with an axe fly in to strike it down. He realized it was Ligan, and Stephen panicked. Ligan is fighting the red-eyed demon? So what am I doing? Yuha, standing nearby, quickly retorted, "Sleeping, what else?" Meanwhile, John mustered all his strength and brought his weapon down on the demon's head, yelling, "Damn it!" He slashed at the demon, causing it to roar, and excitedly called out, "Hey, fake! No, that head's real. Do you remember anything from the Tower of Demons?" The demon reached to grab him from behind, but Jayon saw the attack coming. He immediately sliced off its arms, saying, "No matter how many times I kill you, that tower manager will just revive you." He landed gracefully. "That's how I know how to catch people." He glared at it and asked, "Aren't we old friends who share each other's joys and sorrows? I'll make this quick so you can rest in peace." The demon stared blankly, then roared. John quickly leaps into action as Stephen warns him not to jump recklessly, fearing the demon's poisonous breath. The demon looked up and unleashed a stream of toxic breath, but Jian, unfazed, summoned a divine hammer and slammed it into the demon's head. The hero furiously questions the demon. "Who do you think you're spitting on?" The massive hammer lodges itself in the demon's throat as Jian roars. "Shut your mouth." Its head explodes into 100 pieces. The battle concludes with an earth-shattering explosion in the heart of the city, and the hammer returns to John's hand. He caught the hammer and said, "Medium rare." He stood before the defeated monster, marveling at his victory. "Amazing." John crouches, then says, "The head seems real, but the breath still stinks. What to do?" He leaps forward, slicing the monster's head clean off. John says, "The one you face is still me." Everyone gapes in shock at the sight. The severed head hangs in the air as the wounded watch in stunned silence. Stephen can't believe his eyes. John landed heavily on the ground right in front of him, and he realized. That's right, Stephen was thrilled. "You can destroy the red eye." He knelt before that magnificent figure. Zun Zhongxun called out to Ligan, then looked down at everyone with a proud smile, saying, "Have you all learned how to defeat the red eye yet?" Everyone gathered around the massive wound on the monster's back as John called out, "Look at this! Look at this!" Stephen peered inside the monster and asked, "What is this?" He replied, "I knew it." Looking at the capsule-like form, he continued, "Another red eye?" Everyone around was shocked. "What?" John explains. "The red-eyed monster we know is a host for the black dragon, like a rice bowl for it to parasitize until it matures." Yu Ha asked in disbelief, No way. Red Eyes is just a vessel? Even Steven is shaken. How do you know that? He explained that while trapped in the Demon Falls, the tower manager constantly regenerated disasters, including Red Eye and Black Dragon. I fought them for 20 years straight. John calmly stated that he knew whether he wanted to or not. The two were speechless as he continued. I believe the giant combined the head with the disaster clone. The Black Dragon was found in the Demon Tower, and Libra is allied with a mysterious civilization, so I'm sure that's the case. Turning back, he confidently stated, if she can find your power, she can definitely revive you completely. John then said to the skeleton, what a pity, isn't it? The captain of the night screamed. The captain trembled with rage, growling, just kill me already. Jian frowned and sighed. Are you a parrot? Why do you keep repeating yourself? Yua thoughtfully asks, so what are you going to do now? We need to decide how to deal with this giant and the Black Dragon, John replied. Suddenly, a notification appeared before him. Notification. You have received a complaint from Oteksu, the Centaur Star Saint, regarding damage to a sacred object and a manufacturer's defect. Contact unconfirmed 146 times. He exclaims, huh? What the heck? The constellation's broken? How could this be? A memory flashes through his mind. Wait, could it be from then? The notifications continue from 146 to 168. John froze, hairsprayed in place. As the notifications reached 174, he dodged and tossed it aside. I'm busy, hold on a sec. Meanwhile, Hugo is going crazy. Hey, you bastard, answer the damn call. He ran for his life, as the man behind him laughed. Where's all that bravado now? He taunts him, saying he destroyed his sacred object. Hugo retorts that he's dreaming if he thinks he could. It's just a manufacturer's defect. He unexpectedly attacks him from behind. But Hugo dodges in time and taunts him, too slow. Yan curses, damn you. He smugly warns not to underestimate an archer's speed, but as his feet touch the ground, spikes erupt from below. Hugo was caught off guard, painfully realizing that the black sword was beneath him. Hugo sees Jing Louis Morin ambushing him from afar. Ivan seizes the opportunity and flies in. A job well done. But suddenly, a sword flew before his eyes, and he quickly used his power to block it. Yeah, he frowns, glad he wasn't pierced. He saw a platinum-haired man charging at him with a sword. Who was this intruder? A massive explosion rocked the city as half the mountain turned to ice. Hugo gasped for breath, narrowly escaping death. He looked over to see Ivan completely frozen and asked in shock, what the hell is this ice mountain? Kevin jumps in front of him, scoffing, you look pathetic. Hugo is surprised. Kevin, what are you doing here? He nonchalantly replies, I came to save you, immediately following with a sarcastic remark. Why do I always find you trembling like this? Weren't you fighting Taurus? Do something. No wonder Ligan doesn't trust you. He flushed red and snapped, shut your mouth! I did beat him earlier, right? Kevin suddenly asked. Hey, Sagittarius, shouldn't you be more concerned with defending the temple? He's startled, isn't he? He explains, didn't you see the flies swarming your city? It's ownerless, so Gemini, Aquarius, Aries, and Capricorn invaded. Teach Shu was shocked, but Kevin confidently said, don't worry, I took care of them all. Your friends are fine, but the houses are all destroyed. Hearing this, he could only weep. Sagittarius asked Apollo for money to repair the temple, and then Apollo added, it's not like I got lost on my way to your city while flying to America to meet Ligan. Hugo grimaces, thinking it must be because of his terrible sense of direction, as the ice in front of them cracks. Ivan roared, shattering the ice that bound him, and landed with a ground-shaking thud. He gritted his teeth, saying, I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's the parasitic brother? You think you can trap me in there? Kevin taunts. Frozen beef isn't tasty, but it seems cowhide is thick. Your face is still intact after being slashed like that. That remark ignited Jan. I'll cut your tongue out before I smash that face. Din interjects. Enough talk, we don't have time for this, let's hurry. He smirks ominously. We're not just here to chat, are we? His taunts enraged them. They're not a duo, just a weak centaur and priestess. Deal with them quickly. The centaur, furious, retorted, you dare underestimate us? And the priestess is fighting back? What do you take the world's second-ranked deity for? And you're pairing me with him instead of a lichen? The two enter battle stance. Hugo pumps his fist, saying, beef and crab! Kevin, do you want barbecue? Kevin replied, I like that. In that case, let me cut it up for you. Yan grits his teeth, adding, we'll see who cooks who. Din speaks, we're in a hurry so we won't hold back. Suddenly another voice cuts through, freezing all four in their tracks. Having a nice reunion, are we? A foot prepares to land radiant with light, creating a powerful presence as a woman of authority gently descends. She stood among the four of them, coldly saying, "It's a pleasure to see you all. It's been a while, hasn't it?" Meanwhile, Sangdae was panting heavily. "You're cleaning up the ruined buildings after the battle? Another house has collapsed." The golden rabbit beside him shouted, "Why live like this? If you'd just release me, none of this would have happened." He furiously spins the rabbit in the air, scolding, "Whose fault is this anyway?" "It's because of those who seek you out." Jim urged, "Sangdae, calm down and save your strength for cleaning." The purple-haired woman sighed, wishing they'd just stay put. Suddenly, Jimin noticed something in the sky. "He suspects that's it," Jimin exclaims as a massive burst of light erupts, followed by brilliant golden magical swirls across the sky. After she landed, Hugo was stunned and called out to Jay Lorne as Kevin wondered, "A direct approach?" Yan and Din, behind them, then said, "Libra, why have you come? We haven't lost yet." Jello silences them, creating a magic circle that forces all four to kneel. Hugo marvels at her terrifying power, and Kevin agrees, noting that while it's similar to the Saint, it's also distinctly different. Ivan and Jin also succumb to her power, as Din cries out, "What are you trying to do?" "Attacking us." Libra coldly glares at Din Louis Morin. "I allowed you to control a temple that lost its saint, yet you couldn't even take down a centaur's castle. If that's not failure, then what is?" She intensified her grip, inflicting more pain. Turning to Ivan Kruger, she accused, "I didn't expect such a crushing defeat from you. You couldn't even control the centaurs." Before he could explain, Jay interrupted, "Don't ask why I'm here, but thank me for seeing you one last time before you die." He gritted his teeth and accepted his fate as Libra coldly ignored their screams. She says, "I can no longer trust you. This is my punishment. Reflect on your actions." She walks over, stopping in front of Sagittarius and Virgo. Jiz said with amusement, "Now, what should I do with these toys?" She held out her hand, creating a magic circle. "Let's switch the heads and limbs. We'll turn you into the disasters that Ligon once created." Hugo and Kevin grit their teeth in pain. Kevin frowned, sensing something was wrong. Jay uses the Libra skill, equivalent exchange, summoning a giant eye in the sky. Even those in the city were stunned by the soldiers' exclamations. Was that Libra? The holy Libra arriving? What in the world is happening? Another series of loud noises cause everyone to turn around. Everyone froze at the sight before them, as John rode in on a massive dragon. The dragon's eyes burned with fury, its breath reeking of malice as John rode it with a sharp gaze, exuding confidence and ready for battle. Those on the ground cried out in terror, "A dragon!" Even those inside the building who saw the dragon through the glass windows fell back in shock, exclaiming, "A dragon!" The dragon flies straight toward Libra's giant eye as John loudly taunts the trash. He saw the Libra Saint along with the four others pinned helplessly to the ground. Jel also saw him. She growled Ligon's name, but the attack came straight for her face. John leapt from the dragon and struck Jel, the force of the blow echoing in her stunned surprise. Hugo and Kevin gape in astonishment as John throws a menacing punch. Libra falls before Ivan and Jin's astonished eyes, as the two are horrified by his incredible power. As Jian stood tall and Jay lay defeated, they wondered if Libra had fallen with a single blow. Because she's unconscious, the magic circle binding the maiden and the centaur is broken. Kevin says, "The golden branches are disappearing." Hugo thinks, "Is this the end? Was the Libra defeated?" John stared at the Libra lying on the ground, its head shattered. Everyone shared the same unbelievable thought when he suddenly glanced over and saw Hugo and Kevin climbing onto Libra's scales. He frowned. "Hey, why are you guys climbing up there again?" He wasn't paying attention for a second, and they were snatched. Criticized by him, the two went crazy. The maiden retorts, "You think we wanted to come up here?" Hugo, silent until now, points a finger in his face, yelling, "Let's break up. You've been holding back all this frustration." "You didn't contact me. Do you know how many times I called you?" But Jayan remained calm, asking what nonsense I was talking about. Then he remembers dismissing the contact notifications, and he feels a pang of guilt as Hugo continues to berate him at a volume that makes Kevin's ears bleed. "What have you done with my bow, and why do you have so many weapons from an unknown civilization?" John could only evade the scolding, saying it was just bad luck and he'd fix it later. His answer only infuriated him further. "Bad luck? Do you know I almost died?" And he nonchalantly replies, "It was a chance for you to cherish your life more." Yan and Jin, unnoticed, exchanged glances, then simultaneously attacked. Ivan cursed, "Damn it, he's trying to attack me from behind. I won't allow it." He yelled, "This is our only chance. End it." Then he called out his Taurus star skill, but before he could use it, he was punched in the gut. He was sent flying 1,000 meters by the punch as Ivan angrily asked, "Who said you could use your skills?" Taurus flies through the air, thinking, "Damn it, how did this happen?" Suddenly, Yan is stunned to see Din also sent flying. He was sent flying by the dragon's kick, cursing inwardly, "That black dragon." Yan braced for impact, but instead he was caught in the black dragon's gaping maw. He was horrified while the other three stood by, watching. John smirked with disdain. Fool. Knowing he couldn't escape, Taurus roared, "Damn it!" Then he was swallowed whole by the black dragon, and silence fell. Virgo's eyes sparkled with excitement as Hugo asked, "Where did the black dragon come from?" He explained, "That's the other red eye I was telling you about." He then looked at the dragon chomping away and asked, "What is that? Why is it following you? Was it inside the red eye in America?" He remembers hitting it on the head with his hammer, the red eye saying, "Die, you told me to kill you." And that guy's name was Heth. Stop right there. The system announces a creative summoning. He uses the giant's red-eyed head and the Spirit Night Squad, activating his 13th sense and ultra-regeneration. John laughs, saying he used his power to awaken them and was lucky enough to get useful materials. Hugo reminds him, "Don't you see how dangerous it is?" He said calmly. "I threw it a chew toy, so nothing will happen." He then recalls being scolded in the past, almost becoming a chew toy himself. "I tried my best," he argued, muttering with a tremor. "Chew toy?" John asks. "I can't keep it in your house?" Hugo raged. "Are you crazy? I'll get yelled at if I raise it in Hawaii." Meanwhile, Kevin, dumbfounded, asked why it hadn't disappeared. Suddenly, a divine light began to swirl, signaling a magical ritual, and the three watched in stunned silence. All the light converges where Jay fell, and a voice echoes, "Because I'm still alive." Libra ascends into the sky, astonishing everyone. John smirks, amused, while Henchi, finding it too easy, summons two pillars of immense power. Each of his hands wielded a very cool weapon as he taunted, I destroyed your face because I didn't want to see it." As Libra's shattered face reforms, John continues, "I didn't expect you to replace it with another piece of garbage." He gets into a fighting stance. "Let's see how many faces you can replace and how many I can destroy. Are you ready?" A punching bag. Strange lights surround Jel. She reaches out her hand. Does this foolish snake want to bite someone? "Then leave those 7 necks behind," John shouts, his eyes red. "Quick, get that head out of here." The dragon obeyed and flew away. He then told the two, "If you can't help here, go protect the people." He clasped his hands together, and a terrifying power was unleashed. A massive magic circle bearing the symbol of Libra appears in the sky, unleashing a beam of light that obliterates an entire mountain. As the explosion erupted, the dragon snatched Hugo and Kevin, flying them away. Hugo anxiously called out, unable to see him through the massive blast. As rubble flies into the air, Jian leaps onto a rock outcropping, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "You truly are trash." He faced Jel. She laughs. "You're just figuring that out? What's wrong? Disappointed, are you?" He analyzes that she can use power separate from other saints. Even with her head smashed, she's still causing trouble. Definitely not human. John declares, "You better bring this to an end. No more theatrics. Oh, Scale God. Oh, Scale God." She laughs, not denying it. "You're quick to catch on, Lion. In that case, I have nothing to worry about. Are you ready?" He prepares himself, declaring that he's the one who should be ready. He calls her trash and lunges forward. "I don't know how a deity ended up on Earth," John said. "If the other deities find out, there'll be hell to pay." She raised her fist as well, asking what any of this had to do with them. Unleashing the Taurus stellar skill, her fist surrounded by immense power. John raises his hand to defend as a chaotic scene unfolds with numerous African beetles, and Etabai Storing unleashes a meteoric super-speed attack, tearing through the earth and space in a breathtaking instant. Everyone cried out in alarm. The dragon had flown far, but they could still see the terrifying battle. Hugo called out urgently, "In!" Lawrence waves his hand, saying this heavy skill doesn't suit him. Kevin exclaimed in shock, "That's the Taurus Zodiac throne." Hugo added, "Why is it appearing above Duizeo's head?" She smirks, reveling in her power. "Oh, are you surprised already?" Libra continues, "I haven't shown you enough yet." Jay summons 6 fake zodiac signs at once, and even from a distance, the giant Libra scales are visible. Hugo curses, "What the hell is that? Not only Taurus." She laughs before her terrifying power. He frantically named the zodiacs Cancer, Gemini, Scorpio, Aquarius, Aries. John was still safe after that punch. He says, "Yeah," speechless. A murderous aura emanates from him. "So this is what you meant by the gods knowing is okay." He sighs, "Those damn gods." John stares at the massive scale before him, saying, "Looks like they've joined forces." Jiz calmly says, Of course, Ligon, the wrath of the gods who lost their saint has erupted. She spreads her arms. These constellations represent their rage. I am now the emissary of the 7 constellations, including Libra, and even you cannot defeat me. John gritted his teeth in anger, saying that even adding another disaster wouldn't be enough. Those so-called gods who conspired together deserved to be punished. She smirked. I don't understand you, Ligon. Why do you hate saints, gods, and the Holy See so much? Jay continued. If you want, you can rule this world, but you can't do it alone. John frowned, saying, Too much. What do you want? She smiled. I don't like you, but I have to acknowledge your abilities. She extends her hand. I have a proposition. Libra continues. Choose, Ligon. Join me and you'll rule this world, or become a star crushed in our hands. He scoffed, offering those ridiculous choices again. Ah, you raise your weapon. I refuse to choose, and I don't want to hear any more. John declares valiantly, because your choices are always absurd. His eyes filled with murderous intent. I don't care about the safety of others, Jizzle retorts. I knew you'd say that. Suddenly, the sky turns red, filled with strange lightning. She continued, The safety of others? I didn't think you'd have any sense of responsibility. She extended her hand again. Then I'll help you not worry about it anymore. I'll destroy this city first. Libra unleashes her power, turning the sky's lightning into swords. She cries out, Ares constellation skill, angelic arsenal, as a series of red swords fall from the heavens. Not stopping there, she continued, Aquarius star skill, water spout. Multiple water spouts, thousands of meters high, are created. Jay calmly replied, You caused all of this. Ligon smirked, using the Cancer constellation skill to create clones, and said, The wrath of the holy god and the destruction of a city of 10 million. Before you is a series of disaster-level attacks aimed at the people. She blames him, saying, It's all your fault, you harbinger of disaster. With that, a series of chains bind him. Without warning, Jian found himself within the magic circle, as Jel aimed her blade and commanded, Go! Countless red swords hurtled towards Jian at the speed of light, while he was still trapped within the magic circle. Enraged, he asks, Is weaving ropes all you can do? Jian flips over, and the threads snap. He breaks free of the binding threads just as the giant swords are about to strike, yelling, Don't think these flimsy threads can hold me. At that moment, giant swords fell upon the city, piercing the roads and destroying everything in their path as John struggled to block the crimson blade. Jiz laughs. This is a summoning skill using divine power. You think you can break it so easily? I haven't even shown you everything yet, so enjoy. With that, Giselle waved his hand, and more swords flew toward him as he gritted his teeth, blocking the giant blade. The ground around Jian erupts as he loses control of his power, and a barrage of swords descends, triggering a massive explosion. Jizzle hovered in the air, saying haughtily, I haven't even summoned all the swords yet, and you're already running? Crawl out and accept my sincerity. If you don't take all these swords, she sneered, they'll fall and destroy the city. Immediately, more swords turned towards the city, destroying buildings as panicked citizens scrambled for safety, some crying out for help. Even now, the MC is still filming the broadcast, saying, Greetings, viewers. We are currently experiencing an unprecedented disaster in Seoul. Chaos erupts as people scream, urging everyone to flee. At that moment, a giant sword was about to plunge straight down near the female MC, and everyone screamed and ran. The female MC and cameraman stood frozen in place as Kevin rushed to the rescue. He quickly froze the sword, but the red blade was only half frozen, altering its trajectory. Disappointed, he clicks his tongue. I could only freeze that much? Then Kevin calls out, Sagittarius, aim for the frozen spot. Instantly, Hugo, engulfed in flames, charged forward as the MC and cameraman snapped back to reality. Alive. Kevin, having just dealt with one sword, was annoyed. Damn, that barely tickled it? How did Ligon manage to break it? Hugo then said, Good thing we can combine our powers to destroy it. He turned back and warned, This place is too dangerous. Get out of here. The cameraman and the female MC spoke in turn. Yes, thank you. This power is greater than any holy skill I know. If we don't combine our strength, we can't destroy that sword. Sagittarius adds that this power isn't that of a saint, but of a god. He continues, Furthermore, she's receiving support from other gods. If this continues, we have no chance of winning, Kevin says. The battle must end, and the only way to help him is to save the people. Hugo asks, Help him? He gritted his teeth, recalling how Gunn had insisted they couldn't help him at the start of the battle. He said red eyes were more useful than us, Kevin hissed. This is an insult. Suddenly, a loud noise startled them both. A tsunami towers over the buildings as waterspouts tear them apart one by one. Hugo panics. The river! The people screamed at the sight, the water rising higher than the buildings. Some knelt and prayed. It's the end. Holy One, please save us. Hearing this, Kevin realized something. He thought of the holy throne and plunged his sword into the ground. Kevin pleaded, "Oh, Master of the Maiden Palace, I know you're watching. Please grant Ligon the power to overcome this disaster." Jian, standing amidst the swirling vortex, frowned. Does she intend to drown the city with the river's waters? He muses, this is getting complicated. You want me to use my fighting god instincts to end this now? A bolt of lightning was about to strike him, but Jian sharply turned his head, wary of the lightning. He smirked. Humph, these guys are pretty smart. The entire battlefield can see Jelp Island. With her arms crossed, she says, Ligon, you still haven't surrendered, or are you too scared to show your face? Libra creates another magic circle, this one blue. It doesn't matter if it's a waste. She coldly laughed. If this continues, the river will flood the city. How many people will die? Jay, command the tsunami to wipe them out. Amidst the waves, a light flashed, a powerful light that shattered Libra's wave, surprising her. John, empowered by the maiden, froze the tsunami, combining the maiden's archery skill with wind magic. Libra's clones are caught off guard. The river's freezing over. Could it be Ligon's doing? She orders them to eliminate him, confirming he's still alive. Obeying her orders, all of Libra's clones fly towards the source of the light. Suddenly, the earth and water erupt, and the clones cry out, "What?" Just then, the ferocious black dragon burst forth, surprising the Libra clones. John descended from the sky, saying, Hey, trash, say hello. Let me introduce you to my new friend. Red-Eye activates its substitution skill. John smirks. What are you doing? Red Eyes, he commanded. Give them a grand greeting. Red Eyes then opened its mouth wide, creating an energy orb, and unleashed a massive, devastating flame towards Jello. Gritting her teeth, she immediately retaliates, using Twin Bow skill to teleport a magic gate. She creates two portals, one to receive Red Eye's fireball, then redirects the attack toward the city where the people are fleeing. The terrified citizens looked up at the fireball hurtling towards them. It was coming. Black Dragon flew towards the fireball about to strike the people, and with a single slash, Red Eye cut it down. John shouted, You won't get away with this. He continued, You dared to harm the innocent, so I split your flames into nothing. John smirked triumphantly. He turned fire into ice, wielding his weapon as the flames froze and shattered in the air, facing Libra with unwavering confidence. Ju bit her lip in anger, hissing, That crazy bitch has lost her mind, that moon god whore. A white-winged, platinum-haired god stood by Jian, eyes sharply fixed on Libra. The system announces that the Holy Maiden has prayed for Opus, increasing his divine power. The Holy Maiden has blessed Opus with divine power, increasing your divine strength and merging her power with divine punishment. Heavenly retribution is frozen. John grips his weapon and says, Hey, you piece of trash. You say you represent their rage, is that right? Jay sneered, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Well, it seems you're not the only representative here. Above, a storm rages as the two powerhouses remain frozen, locked in a tense standoff. The magic circle spun faster, chilling the air as Jay retorted sarcastically. Representing wrath? That's unexpected. She tilted her chin, a mocking glint in her eyes, and asked, Is there anything greater or more terrifying than the wrath of the gods? Wrath over what and whose? John stood firm on the black dragon's back, raising his warhammer and laughing. You really don't know. His eyes flashed with anger, hidden behind a smile, expressing furious rage for the innocent people you and your cohorts have harmed. My family and friends. The desperate girl attacked by demons, the tender smile of his beloved brother, the tears of innocent children, the chaos and suffering of people clinging to life. The cold, empty hospital room where patients fought death day and night. He lamented, the innocent caught in your game and the resentment of hundreds who once scorned Libra. With a stern look, John asked, Do you understand that this is their rage? And that damned stab in the Tower of Demons. Jian glares, filled with rage, and declares, And the one who was betrayed and abandoned in the Demon Tower, my fury. He sternly questions her once more. Tell me now, who was it, you wretch, who stabbed me in the Demon Tower? Staring into Joe's crazed eyes, he boldly accuses, Was it you? Without flinching, Dion directly accuses the holy symbols surrounding the scales and the self-proclaimed gods hiding behind Daireo, who want to eliminate him. Daireo, who had been silent, suddenly looks down and smirks. She burst into laughter, full of scorn. I wondered what you wanted to ask, but it turns out you want to find out the truth of the matter. But her tone shifted, and she said gravely, Do you really want to know? Is it that important? With a smug look, she challenged him. Only the strong have the right to ask questions. I'm the one who asks the questions. Libra extends her hands, wielding magical power to create powerful purple lightning. Answer me. Lion, the holy Gemini she summoned, writhes within the chaotic, maddening vortex. She challenged, "What can you two do to us?" The vortex suddenly expanded. Tearing through space, a massive, burning energy appears. A furious sun bathing the city in an apocalyptic orange glow as John stares up at a light more intense than the sun itself. The moment he looked up, a meteor tore through the sky like a blazing sun falling to Earth, carrying heat that scorched the very soul. The twin star constellation's comet of extinction. Blinding light sweeps across everything, streaks of fire cutting through space like blades as John stands defiant against the wrath of the heavens. Standing defiantly against the divine power and the insane heat, he refuses to yield, laughing fiercely. Damn, is that all you got, two gods? John bravely leaps, a tiny spark daring to face a raging comet. Jay is stunned, unable to believe her eyes. The comet halts mid-air, drawn in by an impossibly small, terrifying force, sparking a chaotic vortex that makes her scream, "What?" Blazing light pierced the colossal comet, striking from within and causing it to shatter. That tiny spark had become a fiery black hole, expanding with impossible density, breaking the comet apart, activating Sagittarius Meteor, the sun god's ring. In the fiery expanse, that tiny spark of light, with its unparalleled power, violently devoured the approaching comet, as the flaming debris shattered and swirled around the epicenter, kneeling before divine might. Everything around swirls in a mysterious and majestic chaos, emitting an intense light that makes Ju grit her teeth and shield herself. The ring of the sun, God? Could it be? In the blinding explosion, Jian flew through the debris, closing in on her. He grinned manically, his eyes radiating a wild, fiery aura. Instantly, Jay was overwhelmed and sent flying from the top of the scale, plummeting like a meteor and shattering the ground below. John tightened his grip on her neck, slamming her face into the ground as he relentlessly pushed forward. Jay cried out in helpless rage. The centaur's imposing figure stands right behind Jian, supporting the madman with a menacing gaze, while Hugo earnestly prays, hoping to provide Jian with a rich source of magic. He and Kevin solemnly offer their energy and cry out, "People of the temple, this is the saint's command." The centaur followers completely submit, kneeling and praying, while the priestesses offer their magical power in unison. Hugo and Kevin's voices rang out sternly. All believers and citizens pray to the holy gods. The two of them knelt on the broken, shattered ground, united in their purpose to empower Lion. Before them, the terrifying shockwaves and the fierce battle raged on, but they would not be deterred. The system announces that the Holy Spirit and the Sagittarius Saint have stood up for the Serpentarius Zodiac Master. The Virgo and Sagittarius temples are praying for the Serpentarius Zodiac Master. John, now overflowing with power from the potent magic circles, laughs maniacally. "Didn't I tell you? Filth." He squeezed Ju's neck, slamming her repeatedly against the ground until she began to crack. He continued, "So many people hate you." In the distance, the exhausted citizens prayed in desperation. Knowing this, John unleashes his fury, condemning not only the holy temples but also the city's people ravaged by their gods. All now watching the terrifying, fantastical scene unfolding across the city with a shared hope. The system rings out, announcing that tens of thousands are praying for the serpent bearer. His divinity rapidly ascends, and the fiery mask around his eyes fades, revealing the rage hidden within his bright blue eyes. John clenched his fist, gathering a storm of dark blue magic, his face a mask of wild fury as he roared, "You only have the wrath of 7 gods, I have the will of 10,000. Instantly, he unhesitatingly throws a punch straight into her face, a furious, hellish lightning strike of a blow. Jiz's face was now severely damaged, cracking apart as she groaned in pain, but John relentlessly raised his fist again. It's not over yet. He throws a second punch, the ground cracks, and then another powerful blow comes crashing down, followed by a fourth and a fifth, each with increasing force. He challenged, wondering how many more hits Ju's face could take. As she regained her senses, she furiously swung her arm up before the next punch could land, summoning dark, sharp shards from the ground that sliced off Jian's attacking arm as she screamed, "Get your hands off me." He glanced sideways, stunned to see his arm flying away along with the notification. "Your right arm has been damaged. Regeneration activated." Suddenly, countless radiant arms, as mysterious as the heavens, surge forth to seize him. From that blinding light, the ethereal beings born of mana, filled with rage, attacked, roaring, "Lion!" Hundreds of grotesque hands grasped at Jian, shining brightly, but he didn't flinch. Instead, he smirked. Beside Jian, a figure of writhing red magic appears as he fearlessly charges into the mass of hands, and the figure lunges forward. It was Hallie's spirit, surrounded by a rigid, poisonous scorpion tail, and with a crazed look on her face, she screamed, "Who do you think you're touching?" Instantly, the scorpion chains lashed out at Libra's doppelgangers, a swift and brutal assault that tore them to shreds, leaving only their helpless screams. Ju stood amidst the glowing magic circles, horrified. All her clones had been destroyed. In the chaotic scene of tangled scorpion chains, an armored head lunged straight toward her. Before Jay could process what was happening, she coughed up a mouthful of dark blood, realizing she'd been struck by the scorpion's venomous and powerful attack. In the thick dust and smoke, a voice echoes from the source of the scorpion chains. "It seems I must destroy your myth to catch you." Now John's one eye turns red, surrounded by a scorpion's tail and a mysterious black seal. As he smirks, "I will tear you to pieces, starting with this marinated crab." The system announces that the Scorpion Temple has stood for the Serpentarius Master, granting Holly, the Scorpion Temple representative, the power of divine punishment. The poison sword chain. Jay trembled in terror, watching his body shatter from the very chains of the poison sword, and gasped in disbelief. "Impossible." She screamed in outrage and fury. "How did you find the scorpion's core?" Ignoring her question, John's eyes flashed with hellfire as he laughed maniacally. Time to reel in the big one. His eyes now a blazing red. He looks like a fiendish devil as he laughs and swings the scorpion chain, shouting, "Jackpot!" The attack, even more powerful than before, struck the Libra Saintess, causing Ju to scream in agony. Meanwhile, the holy stigmata of the zodiac behind the scales and the Cancer circle suddenly cracked and immediately exploded beyond repair. The system announces that the power of the dark zodiac is fading. The moment Cancer was destroyed, this hideous black creature, the embodiment of darkness, screams and vanishes. The system announces that Cancer's core has been destroyed, the zodiac's power is dissipating, and the Cancer zodiac throne can no longer be maintained. At the same time, the wound Jay just sustained gushed out a disgusting, thick, black liquid, causing her pain, followed by a notification that she could no longer use the power of the Cancer zodiac. Jay grits her teeth, her eyes filled with furious rage. She watches as he calmly swings his scorpion chains and approaches, then screams, "Lion!" Before his smug grin could fade, he stood amidst the chaos undeterred, ready to strike again as Ju unleashed the power of Taurus, a blinding emerald light erupting forth. She screamed a death oath, vowing to destroy him, as a mass of desperate hands erupted from the ground, seizing his legs. Her clones, smiling savagely even as they shattered, reappeared, leaving Jian stunned. He realized in horror that they were fragments of her destroyed form. At that moment, they suddenly glowed and expanded, and John could only watch helplessly as she detonated, destroying her clones. Immediately, an earth-shattering explosion rocks the city, and through the smoke, the sinister visage of a bull's head emerges. The dark, poisonous Taurus constellation skill, the destroyer of worlds. Not stopping there, Ju summons the Aries and Libra Saint marks, straining herself to the point of cracking the ground beneath her. Amidst the chaotic tremors, Ju swung her hand, forcing the two zodiac saints to merge, unleashing sparks of pure chaos as she screamed, "This star belongs to the gods!" Instantly, the dense clouds above parted to reveal a terrifying, gigantic blade, the combined skill of Libra and Aries. Amidst the apocalyptic flames, the sky was torn asunder by blinding light, and the colossal sword plunged from the heavens. With a frenzied roar, she summons the ultimate divine weapon, the Golden Rule. Her eyes burning with madness, she swings her hand down, screaming, "You brats think I'll let you take this star?" Instantly, the blade, etched with ancient patterns and seemingly forged from divine power, descended with solemn force, unleashing a thick golden haze as it struck. The heavens and earth seemed cleaved in two amidst the howling tempest. An earth-shattering explosion erupts, sending shockwaves across the city, yet the city remains unharmed as a massive blue light freezes the blade's tip. Ju was stunned as a blast of frigid air hit her. The cold air, the icy wind of Virgo? The blade was now as stiff as ice, and she realized in disbelief that the light from the sword was being frozen. At the tip of the descending blade, the source of that frigid light was a small figure emitting dark sparks, desperately resisting. It was none other than Jian, his eyes gleaming with madness, his damaged body revealing bone beneath scorched skin, his breath frosty and a grotesque, terrifying smile on his face. Instantly, shards of ice exploded towards Jel as a violent storm surged towards her. The Libra Saint could only grit her teeth, powerless against the approaching fist of dragonic fury. Amidst the glittering shards of ice, Jian strikes like lightning, his furious fist aimed squarely at the deity's face. The force of the blow unleashing a shockwave that sends her flying. Duirio's face crumbled, shards of black and gold scattering as she screamed, "You're too greedy! Which star is yours?" Jian instantly accelerates above her, winds up a kick with contempt in his eyes, and John grins. "Enough talk, I'll teach you a lesson." Then, with a contemptuous kick aimed at the face of the enraged goddess, a purple seal appeared behind her, and the system announced the use of Gemini's teleportation skill. A violent, earth-shattering kick. But before it landed, Jay's figure turned into a dazzling purple light and vanished amidst the chaotic magic as a resolute fist flew towards John's annoyed face. Now, Jay emerged from a swirling black hole, throwing a furious punch straight at the mocking Jian, yelling, "Where are you looking, Lai?" Before Jian could recover, Jay emerged from a spatial rift behind him, face contorted, fist clenched. "I'm behind you," she says, landing a powerful blow to his back with a triumphant cry. "I'll tear you to shreds." She teleported again, striking from above, her relentless counterattack beginning. Then came a fifth frenzied punch as she relentlessly unleashed a terrifying barrage of attacks. John now appeared unconscious. Just then, Ju burst from behind, yelling, "It's over!" Mystical hues of orange, blue, and purple shimmer around her as the combined skills of Taurus and Capricorn launch a pointed attack. The system announces the use of the Libra constellation's buff skill, and Jay now smiles maniacally with satisfaction. Suddenly, at this close range, Jian's cold eyes opened, and he glanced down, calmly uttering a single word. Space seemed to freeze on her astonished face as his terrifying voice echoed. "Where do you think you're looking?" Jian's body became an afterimage, easily throwing a punch that tore through the very fabric of time as he mockingly laughed. Fists collided in a furious exchange, creating a massive explosion and shockwaves that tore through space. Libra was stunned as her dark hand shattered under the force, flying backward in a frenzy. "No way, I even used the Aquarius and Taurus constellation skills? Why?" Suddenly she remembered being pierced by the Scorpion's poisonous chains. Could it have been then? The system spoke the truth. The Scorpion constellation's poison reduces all ability stats. Now enraged, Ju screams internally as H. John raises her hand, her entire body erupting in fierce flames, her frantic cries forming a terrifying, sacred fire. Her dark figure quickly flies into the air, dragging a huge, flickering flame like a volcanic eruption. Jay's form, mixed in the blazing darkness, screams obscenities. "Damn it!" She braced herself against the terrifying pressure, slashing her hand and unleashing a torrent of magical energy. The flames then vanished into her glowing, charred body as golden threads of light burst forth. She cried out, "You think this is the end?" In that moment, the universe seemed to freeze as she radiated a divine light, tearing through space. Dozens of golden energy beams shot out like shackles, merging into the sacred emblems that crushed the boundaries of reality and illusion. A magnificent burst of light, carrying elemental power, surged into a radiant, glowing center. The system announced that the power of the 7 sacred halls had reached its maximum, combining the strength of all the halls into one. Undaunted by the raging storm, John casually looks up at the terrifying scene, still able to joke. What is he up to? A last-ditch effort? He immediately launches himself upward, laughing. "How could I miss this?" John shouts, and immediately a massive winged creature of darkness appears behind Red Eyes. Chapter 9, Part 1.5. Legion leaps onto Red Eye's head, both he and the dragon ready for battle. A chaotic torrent of combined powers. The system warns that the holy sanctuaries are being forcibly merged, and the backlash will be immense. A radiant golden stream of light poured from the heavens, its tendrils reaching out as if to engulf all creation. Legion and Red Eyes stood transfixed by the sight. A golden surge of power obliterates everything in its path. Buildings crumble and the light expands like a destructive wave. Lion chuckled, encouraging his dragon. "Hang in there, Red Eyes." Then he commanded, "Let's charge." Man and dragon shot through the air at breakneck speed, a dark shadow streaking across the sky, leaving the safety zone and heading straight into the heart of the battle, shocking everyone. Reporters scrambled to capture the scene, as the host anxiously asked, "Is everyone seeing this?" The live feed from the battlefield was broadcast on screens across the nation, showing the combined power of the 7 sanctums surging into the sky above Seun. The worried citizens clasped their hands in prayer as Larry Quinn, Sangdae, and others watched the broadcast, all hoping for the safety of their comrades on the front lines of Soon. Hugo and Kevin bowed their heads in devotion to the Supreme Being, while Haji's group closed their eyes in fervent prayer. In this apocalyptic situation, who can we trust? At the camp, the atmosphere was tense, and urgent pleas echoed from a tent. "Vice Master, please stop. The Grand Master will be furious." A stern voice cuts through. "I'm concentrating. Don't disturb me." Ayuha humbled herself, hands clasped in prayer, telling her confidants coldly, "Uncle Gun is fighting alone. I must pray for him." Confused, they responded, but Stephen suddenly appeared, telling them to leave her be. The others, startled by this sudden act, cried out in alarm, "Saint Stephen!" But he solemnly declared that there was no one. Yuha, confused, asked softly, "What?" The man leaned in, his expression grave in the face of the situation. Stephen knelt beside Yuha, stating plainly that they could only rely on Lan. Then, Stephen called out, "All Leo Palace followers, I command the representative of the Leo Palace deity to pray for Lun in battle." At that moment, at the pillar of light in the sky above Seun, the power brokers began to stir the space. Stephen earnestly calls for power to be transferred to Lion, who faces 1,000 enemy attacks on the perilous battlefield. Golden rays flickered around Lion. He stood tall, unleashing hundreds of beams, shattering the enemy's power bridge, allowing Red Eyes to confidently advance. The heavens seemed to merge with that pillar of light, and amidst nature's fury, Lion's power surged, becoming a beacon of hope for all. He leapt high, great sword in one hand, hammer in the other, appearing as a god of death, startling even Jel. Enraged, she glared and asked through gritted teeth, "You've come?" Lun smirked and softly retorted, "Were you waiting for me?" His confidence stems from the Lion Zodiac Temple, standing up for the Serpent-Bearer's master, his divine status enhanced, and the Stephen Temple, representing the Lion Constellation Palace, bestowing power. Lion unleashes a vortex of power, his cold voice signaling the end. Jelly retaliates, unleashing thousands of power streams, forming a dense, inescapable web, screaming wildly in defiance. The two immense forces collide, their raw energy threatening to tear the heavens asunder. Jel's vision blurred, and she gritted her teeth in anger, secretly increasing her power as Lion charged towards her, ready to pierce through her defenses. Jissel conjures countless formations, screaming with mad pride, declaring that even he cannot break through the divine seat bestowed upon her by the gods. Faced with this, Lion Zion simply smirked, asking only, "Is that so?" At that moment, he received a notification. The temple and its people were praying for him. His divine rank increased, unlocking all granted godhoods, triggering divine instinct. He chuckled. "I have plenty of those, too." He immediately waved his hand, creating 4 thrones of various colors. Lion's blade hurtles down as Jizzle glares and grits her teeth. "Jizzlorin!" But Lion brutally interrupts her, and Asia slams his hammer down, delivering the final verdict, "Disappear." For this star, the hammer descends upon Jello's constellation as he presses down, using the heart-piercing skill. The cut drew closer, and despair filled Jello's eyes as the vibrant light of his constellation seagate began to crumble. Taurus's star throne is destroyed. Capricorn's star throne is destroyed. Aquarius's star throne is destroyed. Aries' star throne is destroyed. Cancer's star throne is destroyed. Gemini's star throne is destroyed. And Lion's blade pierces Jello. Lion's power violently shattered space, piercing straight through the light. The golden pillar dispersed, leaving only faint traces around Legion's green energy. His power surged, transcending the planet's atmosphere, blazing fiercely in the vast cosmos. The storm of power passed, leaving an eerie silence, with only the brave hero's sword piercing the ground. Lion approaches, retrieves his weapon from his defeated foe, a smirk playing on his lips, his eyes gleaming with strange power. Amidst the ravaged battlefield, Lion Zion sighed, then furrowed his brow, questioning, "Why would you do something so terrible?" How can he answer now that he's turned to dust? He clicked his tongue, looking at Jelen's body disintegrating into black dust. Lion was silent. "Didn't you say it yourself? Only the strong get to ask questions. I still have many questions for you, so I won't let you off easy. I'll use any means necessary to make you talk, even if it means using my divine eyes to regenerate my senses." A deep, raspy voice suddenly echoed, stunning Lion. It said, "Impressive. I didn't expect Libra to be defeated." Lion turned warily as a dark shadow approached, threatening to consume him. He stared into the darkness as a figure in iron armor emerged. The Iron Mask Baron growled, "You're Ligon, aren't you?" He furrowed his brow, his eyes blazing. As Gion battled the Iron Mask Baron, he gritted his teeth and demanded, Who are you? The Iron Mask Baron responded with disdain. Me? He said, slamming his massive skull axe into the ground, the weight of it shaking the earth. After flexing his power, Iron Mask Baron finally introduces himself with a haughty tone. I am a general of the mysterious civilization. He emphasizes that he is one of the 13 generals serving the monarch, Iron Mask Baron, and the system also provides information about his origins. The general of the mysterious civilization, Iron Helmet Baron, a being of unfathomable danger, darkness, and invincibility. The story rewinds 30 years to the day their armies first invaded Earth. Headlines screamed across the globe. The mysterious civilization demands human sacrifices to survive. The United Nations vehemently rejected the mysterious civilization's demands, which were broadcast everywhere, and angry citizens took to the streets, gathering en masse in front of the presidential palace to protest surrender or compromise with the enemy. Under immense public pressure, the U.S. president felt the weight of the world on his shoulders, and after much deliberation, the U.S. declared that the monsters sought to kill humans for food, and their demands would not be met. Then one day, a terrifying announcement was made to all living things on the planet. From this day forward, this world will be ruled by a mysterious civilization, and all resistance is futile. At that moment, Baron Iron Mask made a demand of humanity. If you wish to live, surrender all your freedom, rights, and resources to us. He solemnly introduced himself to the world. I am a general of the mysterious civilization, one of the 13 generals serving the monarch, Baron Iron Mask. Upon hearing the story, Jian simply smirked, saying, "Oh, I wondered who it was. Turns out it's the one who screwed up on the first day of the Earth's invasion." Just then, a legion of bizarre skull-faced soldiers appeared, announcing, "We are the Soul Legion of Iron Helm, Vanguard General of the Great Mysterious Civilization's army." Hearing this, John points at them and asks, "So, what's your reason for being here? Are you here to avenge your subordinate?" The Iron Hat Baron replied, "Libra was supposed to destroy you, and we were to rebuild the Tower of Evil with the power granted by the monarchs, but things didn't go according to plan." Hearing that, Jian was a little startled. "They want to rebuild the Tower of Evil? Legan, I didn't expect you to defeat not only the Soul Army but also Libra, who was supported by the Six Saints. Could it be that you're the one who destroyed the Tower of Evil?" Seeing Jian's unwavering stance, the Iron Helmet Baron sensed something different about him. "It seems you're no ordinary opponent. We'll have to change our plans." As he spoke, he tightened his grip on his massive hammer and began to rebuild the Tower of Evil. He then boldly declares, "I will destroy you with the power granted by the monarch." John, unafraid, confidently replies, "So, the ones behind Libra aren't just the saints, but you as well." Perfect timing. Lan activates all the godhood he's received and declares, "I was planning to wipe you all out, but it seems you've come to me instead." With that, he charged forward to attack the Iron Mask Baron, landing a powerful blow to his chest. But the result was shocking. He blocked it? As for Iron Mask, he sneered at Jian's weakness. "No matter how strong you are, you're just a deity of the constellations. Their power is the complete opposite of our mysterious civilization. Before the monarch's great power, your constellations are nothing more than food for us." At that moment, the light from the 4 constellations around him began to fade. He gritted his teeth, realizing his power was fading, his vision blurring. He'd felt this before. Jian suddenly remembered being stabbed. "That's right, it's the same power as the dagger that stabbed me in the demon realm." Jian finally remembers that this is the monarch's power, I mentioned. Every weapon from the enigmatic civilization contained the monarch's terrifying power, enough to threaten even the gods. 4 constellations were fading, and the system warned that the hidden space would isolate him from the present world. As the constellations gradually vanish, emergency alerts sound, warning that the connection to the celestial thrones will be severed. The power of the constellations is waning. John turns to observe the vanishing constellations, powerless to stop it. A streak of light flashes in the void, and moments later, Jian is lost in a state of limbo. Looking around, he saw only darkness. Was this the mysterious space that had imprisoned the maiden? Suddenly, he realizes his energy is being drained. The system warns him that this mysterious space is sapping his strength. All stats are rapidly declining, skills and super regeneration cannot be activated. In such a dangerous situation, suddenly he hears someone calling him Gun. The voice came from behind Jian, who turned around in surprise to see who it was. It turns out to be an old comrade of John's, who continues, "What are you doing here?" John remained silent, unmoving. The figure continued, their reproach gentle yet haunting. "Didn't we promise to go out together? Have you forgotten?" Sweat poured down Jian's forehead as he remained frozen, his eyes fixed on the strange figure, who continued to advance. "What's with that attitude? What are you holding in your hand?" In that instant, a terrifying memory surfaced from the depths of his mind. the scene of his past stabbing. How could you? Taking advantage of his distraction, the Iron Mask Baron seizes control, capturing him. His dark hand pierces Jion's body. Too fast for Jion to react, a searing pain ripped through his body as blood gushed from his mouth. The Iron-Masked Baron whispered in his ear, his voice hoarse, that once affected by this skill he would be rendered completely helpless. Jion was powerless to resist as the Iron Mask Baron gloated, emphasizing that it was his cataclysmic skill, urging him to relive his most painful memory. At that moment, the image of the strange girl appeared in his mind. Just as he was about to defeat Jion, the Iron Mask Baron suddenly turned his head to speak to Gio. Even the power of the gods is fading, so don't bother resisting. Is this enough for you? Libra, as he spoke, a massive explosion lit up the space. From within the light, Ju appears and says sincerely, "Thank you." Iron Helmet Baron, Jion was a little surprised by this scene. Libra then turned to Gel, stepping forward and declaring, "You're the one who brought me to this miserable state. I admit, you are formidable, but I have no intention of ending things here." She didn't hide her intentions either. "I will absorb your power and your body." Seeing her arrogance, Jion simply smiles, despite the blood trickling from his lips. "So, you plan to use my body as a vessel for your resurrection? And you warned Gel? You'll regret this." Jay barely acknowledges his warning, smirking instead, before coldly unleashing the attack she spoke of. "Are those your last words?" With that, she lands a fatal blow to Jion's face. John screams in agony as the energy pierces his brain. Seeing Jion fall so easily, Iron Mask sneers in contempt. "How annoying." He mocked him relentlessly. "I heard you were a wild beast, but I guess you give up easily." As for John, he could feel his power fading away. His memories flashed back to when the system announced he'd become the Star Master of Ophiuchus. John was shocked. Is this body change due to the super regeneration skill? I've never heard of other saints having this happen. The system initiates ultra regeneration, repairing the damaged body, but a minor penalty is applied to the newly restored form. The penalty is a 50% reduction in power, and the remaining time is 1,032 hours. John's face begins to darken. Meanwhile, the system repeatedly warned that due to the full body regeneration, a slight penalty would be incurred, a 50% reduction in strength for the next 1 minute and 57 seconds. Within Jion's subconscious, a voice calls out to him, "Jion, do you really like the 10 Saints that much?" Hearing this question, Jion excitedly laughs in response. "Is that even a question? Of course!" But the two strangers just smirked, their eyes filled with mockery. "You've hit a nerve? Why even ask?" John excitedly points to a giant poster of the 10 Saints, introducing them as humanity's protectors. He couldn't stop singing their praises, filled with such pride. They wanted to save all of humanity. A spirit worthy of admiration. I finished collecting donations and sent them all to them yesterday. Not only that, Jion encouraged them, saying that if everyone worked together under the guidance of the 12 stars, the monsters wouldn't stand a chance. The day we drive out those mysterious monsters is not far off. With that, Jion, overjoyed, raised his hands and laughed. Humanity will prevail against those foolish monsters. Hearing this, the protagonist's two friends were confused and muttered, "Donations?" With his excitement building, Jion made a suggestion. "I only donated 50,001. But anyway, to celebrate, how about we grab something good to eat at the mall? I'm paying this time, so order whatever you want." However, these happy moments were fleeting, and soon we see Jion crying and trembling once more, collapsing before a severed arm and a pool of blood. The desolate space was now empty save for a solitary Jion, as an announcement blared that a disaster had struck Seoul, attacking the mall, but the provincial counterattack team had swiftly intervened and successfully eliminated the threat. Hearing that, Jion was even more devastated, tears welling up in his eyes. The image of a terrifying monster attacking civilians, along with their screams. "No, don't appear," only deepens his despair. "Stop it. Jion can't take it anymore," collapsing to the ground, choking with resentment. "You guys can't do anything." So the hero team in his eyes are actually just a bunch of swindling con artists. They're all just for show. What a relief. We arrived too late. The calamity was already gone. But this kid is a pain. Let's just ignore him, put on a show, and collect our reward. The news continues to paint a rosy picture, covering for the fake hero, Zodiacs. Despite many injuries, thanks to the Zodiac countermeasures team, there were no fatalities, and humanity has once again proven it can thrive under the protection of the 12 Zodiacs. Hearing this, Zion felt even more pain. You didn't protect anything. Witnessing all those tragic memories, Jel finally understands. Ah, so that's why you hate both the Calamity and the Zodiacs? Jel saw through John's deepest thoughts, a judgmental smile on her face. Such a predictable story, a cheap tragedy. Is that why you hate both calamities and apostles? Gel continues to berate Jian, saying he let his anger destroy everything, turning it into this miserable state. From the start, being consumed by anger and hatred has clouded your eyes. Dune couldn't resist, and Gel continued, saying that no matter how great his anger, it could never surpass her divine status. Her eyes were now full of malice. This is the end result of your foolish choice. Now, lion, let me devour you. For my resurrection. The orb imprisoning Jian drew closer to her mouth. Suddenly, the orb is repelled as if by magnetic force, leaving Jello confused and unaware of what's happening. At this moment, the system issued a warning. The difference in divinity between Ophiuchus and Libra is too great to be absorbed. Ophiuchus is greater than Libra, and this drove Jello mad. No way. How could my divinity be lower? She looks up and shouts, enraged. What is going on? The magic clock was slowly approaching the 12 o'clock mark, and Jay couldn't take her eyes off it. Her gaze grew uneasy, a sense of unease creeping into her mind. She began to doubt her own perceptions. Could he truly possess a divine authority so immense it surpassed her understanding? Just then, a massive serpent appeared, coiling around the magic clock as Jay stared in disbelief. No way. How could he have such a massive divine persona? How could a mutant who just became a saint possibly have this? The system spoke again, announcing that the castration penalty would soon be lifted, with 25 seconds remaining. Hearing this, Jay is shocked by the penalty. Just then, the sphere imprisoning the main character suddenly explodes. John coldly questions her. How dare you pry into someone else's memories? John recovers and warns Lawrence, are you ready, you pathetic alpha? At the same time, the system officially announces the penalty, a 50% reduction in physical ability with 17 seconds remaining. Seeing the tables turn, Jay seemed desperate, repeatedly asking the main character, who are you, really? As time ticked away, the system continued to issue notifications. The penalty of a 50% reduction in physical abilities remains, with only 9 seconds left. The penalty of a 50% reduction in physical abilities remains with only 9 seconds left. At this point, Jay lost it, screaming in desperation. How did you get that power? John shattered the sphere that had imprisoned him for so long and coldly replied, what could she do? He had returned stronger than ever with his rippling muscles. He raised his hand, his eyes cold, his voice ringing out like a sentence. In my hands. I hold the power to crush you all. Jian had Gel in his grasp, and Gel could only brace for the inevitable. Jian crushed Gel's face without mercy, as beams of light emanated from his hands. Outside, the Iron Mask Baron found the light strange. An unexpected light. Giselle is thrown from the barrier, landing before him, and her feeble resistance is no match for Jian's overwhelming power. The Iron Helmet Baron could only watch, helpless, as Gel's face contorted under the hero's might. In moments, the barrier's protection shattered, and John glared at Gel with murderous intent. Just then, as if the system fully supported John, the penalty was lifted, the body's ability limit was released, and he could fully use all stats, beginning his journey to become a saint. Suddenly, a strange black area appeared in the sky. The people of the city were bewildered by the sight. What was happening? Wasn't the battle already over? That strange black spot is gradually engulfing the entire city, and everyone is buzzing with questions. What is that thing? The strange black mass has landed in the center of the city. Looking up at the sky, Kevin said to Hugo, Hey, Centaur, could that be? Centaur, understanding his teammate's meaning, replied, Yeah, I think so too. Just then, Pirio's image appeared in the sky above the entire city, and the arrogant one declared, It's too late. It was then that Sagittarius realized the mastermind was the bizarre space created by Pirio, and Kevin worried for the protagonist. Was Lion trapped inside? Suddenly, the strange black mass began to crack, emitting mysterious blue rays, leaving Kevin and Hugo in awe. It's breaking apart. And just then, the mysterious black mass explodes, unleashing a massive surge of energy. And with that, Jian appears, crushing Gel's face, showing no mercy as he uses all his strength. At this moment, the Iron Mask Baron's defenses are about to be breached by the main character. He shouts in anger, Enough! The Iron Mask Baron turned to look, helpless to intervene, while Gel's face reached its breaking point, and Jian showed no signs of stopping. He raised his fist, ready to deliver the final blow when the system displayed a message. Your penalty has been removed. The power-reducing penalty has been removed. All stats have returned to normal. His eyes blaze with determination and hatred, as the system seems to be encouraging John. You have truly taken the first step toward becoming a guardian spirit. John slams Gel so hard he plummets deep into the earth as the Iron Helmet Baron watches helplessly. He can't believe his eyes. Is it possible to destroy a nightmare realm created by a monarch's power? Meanwhile, John is still hard at work torturing Jel, and it hurts more than he thought. He begins to answer back to the words that once weighed on his mind. You remind me of those days of groveling. His words were like a lesson to them. Now I know just how powerful the monarch really is. I didn't expect you to be so arrogant just because you can see into people's past and give it a fancy name. Your vulgar hobby is as trashy as you are. Hearing this, Iron Mask was shocked. How dare you insult the monarch? John, no longer interested in Jel, tosses her aside and prepares to face the Iron Helmet Baron. With blinding speed, Iron Helmet Baron lunges, attacking the main character. The clash creates a massive explosion, illuminating the space. But what happens next surprises him. He blocked my attack with a single finger, John taunted. Lord, he scoffs. You admire him that much? With just those words, the Iron Helmet Baron felt his legs begin to tremble. Then allow me to give you a gift. With that, John stabs him directly, and he screams in agony. What are you? His screams echoed through the heavens as he struggled to comprehend the scene before him. A dagger imbued with the monarch's power. How could he possess such a thing? John then revealed the knife's origin. This is the dagger that stabbed me in the back in the Demon Tower, forged by your beloved monarch. He pressed the dagger deeper into the Iron Helmet Baron with each word. You should be grateful for this gift. The system's message blends with his desperate scream. You have imbued the dagger with the power of the executioner. Even Jel couldn't accept the truth. It couldn't be. A god has just awakened. How could he possibly resist the power of a monarch? At this point, Jian was completely different. His power had increased tenfold. The Iron Helmet Baron, in utter despair, weakly called out to the monarch, only to be shattered into 100 pieces. Seeing the Baron's powerful brown axe fall, Jel was helpless, gritting her teeth as she exclaimed, Even the armored Baron has fallen. Seeing John's figure, all she could do was curse. Damn it. Seeing the situation, Jel tries to escape, thinking, Damn, I can't die here. But Jian saw through her plan. Where do you think you're going? Jel glared at him with hatred, but John approached her without a word. Seeing the protagonist's reckless intent, Jel tried to reason with him. You've been brainwashed by that ridiculous justice. Are you going to stand against all the guardians and clan leaders just to play hero? John kicks her in the face and coldly replies, Why not? And you must be mistaken. Clones can only retaliate in weakness. The bastard says he's not doing this to feel like a hero, which enrages Jel. He even laughed, affirming that they were the ones who created him, all while torturing Jel. Now I'll return the favors you've all given me. Jian has become an extremely ambitious person. The dissatisfaction you gave me. A notification appears. You have used gluttony and absorbed the holy power of Libra. John unleashes his torturous side, declaring this as his ambition. The system informs him that due to the absorbed divine power, the holy body of the Libra Guardian will be destroyed. And John declares this will be the grave of their foolishness. Trash, Jel's scream echoed through space. Yet she was so bitter, I can't be destroyed like this. She refuses to die and vows to herself, I must make a pact with a monarch. With that, she screamed, summoning the Libra Palace, and a massive vortex of light appeared in the sky as a giant meteorite began to fall. Its target is Jian, and Giselle is pleased, thinking she'll be crushed by the million-ton palace. Seeing Jian's lack of reaction, Jel grew even more smug. You have no guardian spirit to help you, do you? You'll be crushed like an ant. But contrary to her expectations, Jian is confident, first with the celestial weapon and now with the Libra Palace. This confused Jel, who was smirking. John lowered his stance, ready to receive Jel's gift, easy as pie. He's extremely confident in his abilities. I'll destroy everything in the blink of an eye. The Libra Palace crashes to earth, shaking the city to its core, and in an instant it stands tall amidst the bustling city center, the Temple of Libra, the Libra Palace, while Hugo anxiously worries about the protagonist. Legion is there, crushed by the Libra Palace. Suddenly the whole sky lights up, stunning Hugo and Kevin. The light emanates from the tower's base, and the crowd erupts. It's Lion's energy. His power is reshaping the Libra Palace. The reporters were stunned by the sight as well. The Libra Palace was changing its structure. The truth is, Jian's energy is like a rebirth for the Libra Palace. Wherever the energy flows, the Libra Palace transforms. The tower's transformation is faster than assembling a model building. In moments, a magnificent skyscraper is created. Once again, the system congratulates our hero, who has successfully rebuilt the Libra Palace thanks to his gluttony skill. You have devoured and digested all of Libra's divine power. You have been reborn as a true saint and have acquired a skill. Holy imprint. John was a bit curious about this notification. A saint? He simply smiled to himself. Nothing at all. They act so high and mighty over this. With that, he gave a refreshing yet mysterious smile, when suddenly a bewildered voice echoed. In a dark and gloomy place, dim light reveals a jet-black throne in the middle of a frigid room. Above, a figure sat motionless, exuding power and pressure. John muttered, "What is this?" "Where am I?" he wondered, continuing to ask. "I was just on the newly constructed tower." Suddenly, a cold voice echoed, "You've arrived." Iron Mask slowly rose from his throne, his voice booming with power. "Everything is prepared on my end." Libra Gian finally understood, letting out a soft cry of realization as he cautiously looked around. Is this Libra's perspective? Iron Mask takes a step down from his throne and continues, "I know everything. This time you plan to eliminate the Serpentarius Saint, correct?" His voice trailed off, laced with a hint of mocking displeasure. "Can you even do it? I heard you failed at the Demon Tower 20 years ago." Memories flood back in a hazy scene. A trembling demon cries out in a panicked voice, "Is anyone there?" The Iron Mask Baron recalled, muttering that even before his reincarnation as a saint, he had defeated the administrator of the Demon Tower. Another memory surfaced. A massive demon king, eyes burning with murderous intent, slowly raised his foot. Below, the unfortunate soul trembled, prostrate on the ground. "I beg you, spare me." Baron Iron Mask continued, "In the worst case, if that serpent bearer has the power of a saint beyond that of a general." Not letting him finish, Libra scoffed, "How laughable. He claims to be stronger than a general?" Unable to contain her rage, her eyes flashed as she let out an insolent cry. In the wake of her scream, a colossal beam of light erupted behind Libra, a pillar of fire piercing the heavens. Seeing this, Iron Mask furrowed his brow and cleared his throat. Humph. The seal of the Seven Saints appeared, slowly rotating in midair, radiating brilliant and majestic light. Libra laughed maniacally. "With my power, Libra, and the other 6 saints, what can he possibly do?" Her right hand suddenly glowed, and the crimson eye appeared from her palm, her voice filled with confidence. "Besides, we've retrieved the crimson eye buried beneath the sea. Compared to our forces, he's nothing but a tiny snake. This time he won't survive. I'm not even sure if we need you, Nameless One, to intervene." "Don't be careless," he warned sternly. "Have you forgotten that 20 years ago you thought he died in the Demon Tower, but he came back to life?" He continued. "You saints are so easily blinded by your own arrogance." Libra raised a hand to shield her eyes and said mockingly, "But how are you any different, my king?" With a glint of disdain in her eyes, she mocked, "Remember?" The scene shifts to a dark, hazy space. A figure sits on a dilapidated throne, a seal beneath their feet, surrounded by sturdy chains. Libra recalls, "The time you were so arrogant that you were betrayed by your own monarch, and you locked him in the deepest level of the Demon Tower, right?" Iron Helmet laughs heartily, his voice echoing in the silent space, replying, "That's right. Well then, do a good job this time." Clearing his throat, he commanded, "I'll send the Shadow Knights to assist. Eliminate him, and we'll meet at the Demon Tower." With that, he dissolved into a plume of black smoke and vanished. Watching the smoke fade, Gion realizes, this must be Libra's memory. Gion recalls the moment he drained Libra's power, a note of doubt in his voice. "So, in the process of absorbing her power, I inadvertently took her memories as well?" Realizing something, Gion pauses, then continues. "This is before the invasion of the Black Zone? Since it's a memory, I can only watch." Suddenly, everything vanishes, and darkness descends. A screen flickers to life, revealing Callie, who tilts her head and asks cautiously, "Is this okay?" Then Callie looked up, waved, and smiled brightly, saying, "Hi, Mom, it's Callie. If I called, you'd only scold me, so I'll say hello via video." Tianping silently stared at the screen, gently swirling the golden wine in his glass. Callie crossed her arms, her expression falling slightly as she sighed. "I'm very sorry about Xiao and Thu's deaths, but what can you do? They had accumulated too much bad karma." Hearing this, Libra crushes the wine glass in her hand in anger. Callie bursts out laughing, her voice indifferent, and continues, "To be honest, if they weren't family, I would have said they deserved to die. I've been very impressed with Lion's achievements lately." Tianping clenched her fist, the remaining wine dripping down, dark red like blood, her anger rising. Suddenly, Callie frowned, her voice turning angry as she spoke of how that 9-tailed fox, Yuha, kept clinging to Lion. The thought of someone weaker than her cozying up to Lion first was unbearable. Callie turned her face, her eyes brighter as she said, "So, I've decided to go to Lion." Hearing this, Libra raised her hand, her slender fingers obscuring part of the screen, as if to erase her daughter's presence. She raised her hand and spoke haltingly. Callie's face darkened, and after a pause, she scratched her head and said with a smile, "Don't try to convince me to join Libra's star, Mother. This is my last farewell. You'll have to face him eventually, but I don't want that to happen. And I won't interfere this time." She ruffled her messy hair and sighed. "I guess this is the last time we'll talk, huh?" Callie smiles softly, though regret lingers in her eyes. "I'm sorry, Mother. I truly am." Regaining her composure, she smiled brightly as if nothing had happened, waving her hand and saying in a clear voice, "But I still believe we'll meet again someday. Goodbye, Mother." After witnessing everything, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. He muttered, "Kali, who is that? Another daughter of Libra?" Gion's surroundings suddenly shifted, and a powerful voice echoed, "So they've finally gathered." A saint chuckled in response. "Just like 20 years ago?" Looking at the assembled saints, he continued, "And everyone still intends to eliminate Lai Jian." Hearing this, Jian couldn't help but curse. Damn gods. The Grand Elder turned to Libra, his voice low. "Well, Libra." Chensine followed up, probing, "Are you certain you can do it this time?" Libra spread her arms, her voice firm. "Of course, it's guaranteed this time." She narrowed her eyes, a confident smile playing on her lips, and continued, "I guarantee Lion will die in this battle." The eunuch dismissed her, coldly replying, "We need certainty. You said the same thing 20 years ago when plotting to deal with Zion." John was stunned and couldn't help but exclaim, "What?" Libra smiles confidently, assuring them, "This time will be different. No more sneak attacks. We'll crush him in an all-out war." She continued, "As a precaution, I've allied with a general from a mysterious civilization. If he obtains the power of a monarch, Leon will be destroyed immediately." At that moment, images of brave, stern-faced soldiers appeared, and a shocked voice echoed, "Wow, a general already?" An exasperated saint couldn't help but exclaim, "Are you trying to drag the monarch's forces into this?" Taurus Saint interjected defensively, "Why not? We have to stop that damn saint from awakening into a holy god. With the Holy Grail on our side, Lion won't stand a chance against the king's power." Din continued, "I agree, we must eliminate Lion this time." His voice deepened, and he added angrily, "Send him to eternal hell." Chenthan nodded in agreement, adding, "Let's completely destroy that snake charmer." Seeing everyone's support, Libra smirked, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Watching this, Jian frowned, his eyes flashing with anger as he gritted his teeth and said, "So, that's how it is." Unable to contain his anger, his voice strained as he continued, "For the past 20 years, they've been plotting to destroy me." Thinking of those holy beings only made Jian more uneasy, his face darkening as he muttered, "Holy body, divine seal, possession, stopping at nothing to kill me." He felt as if he were standing right in front of them. A moment later, he regained his composure, his voice low, but I could still sense that this was just Libra's memory. John frowned, his eyes turning sharp, revealing a clear resentment. He continued coldly, the malice still evident, as John wondered how to crush these bastards. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and he heard desperate cries. "Jian! Jian!" When? The disheveled man slowly opened his eyes, his face still showing traces of fatigue. Seeing Jian awake, the crowd around him exclaimed, "He's awake!" Lingering echoes of the past cause him to wince, his eyes unfocused as Jian asks, "What happened?" "Why is everyone gathered here?" a voice quickly replies. "Don't you remember?" Hugo recounted worriedly. "You suddenly started yelling and then passed out." Hearing this, Jian scratched his head and sighed, explaining, "I must have overexerted myself, but I'm fine." He then added in a calmer tone that they didn't need to make such a fuss. Seeing this, everyone was relieved. Noticing their concern, Jian felt a bit awkward, bent over, and breathed heavily. Suddenly, Jian chuckled and exclaimed, "This is amazing!" Hugo and the others nearby exchanged bewildered glances, their faces full of doubt. Huh. At the Serpentarius Palace's second sanctuary, the Lion Tower, Hugo's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? Lion, are you kidding me?" Jian, arms crossed, face stern, calmly replied, "Do I look like I'm joking? After the Soon invasion, and based on Libra's memories, I can say one thing for sure." At that moment, images of demons with red eyes and sharp, terrifying teeth flashed through Jian's mind. His brow furrowed slightly as he continued. From now on, we'll have to fight the monarchs of mysterious civilizations and the hostile gods. Each figure, each face was filled with brutality and an indescribable oppressive aura, shocking Hugo. Unbelievable. Those kings and gods have been targeting you for 20 years? Miss asked, confused. But why? You could only harm them after being reborn as a god, right? Then there's even less reason for them to hate you back then? Huh. John narrowed his eyes, slowly replying. The reason they targeted me. Before he could finish, a board suddenly appeared before Gian, its eerie light spreading through the space. Accompanying this was a dispassionate voice. With the penalty removed, the two divine attributes of Ophiuchus, life and death, have been unlocked. Immediately after the announcement, from the faint light, the image of the god of life appeared with a dignified and cold appearance as the system's monotone voice continued. From now on, depending on the development of his divinity, Ophiuchus could become the god of life. At the same time, the image of the god of destruction silently appeared, his eyes sharp, his face covered with murderous intent that sent chills down the spine, and the system's echo seemed deeper, like a god of destruction. In the air, a doubtful thought emerges. Can one constellation possess two divinities? He recalled a scene from the past, his eyes thoughtful, as he wondered if this was the true meaning of mutation or the calamity god those saints had mentioned. Then he shook his head, dismissing the tangled thoughts, clenching his fist to calm himself. Even if it's a power that makes enemies tremble, he must obtain it at all costs. Then he suddenly bursts into a foolish laugh. Hugo glances over, immediately offering his assessment, while Lion stares back with a venomous gaze. Beside H, who was smiling shyly with admiration in her eyes, she quietly echoed, "So cool." John suddenly turned serious, his smile vanishing. He stands up and declares, "Listen closely, any carelessness will result in significant damage in the areas I'm not present, like what happened in Seun. That's why we must expand our forces and grow stronger together." John continued, his voice even and cold, stating that this was the only way to be sure of facing their enemies. John clasped his hands together, a smile spreading across his face, his eyes gleaming with mischievous challenge. There's so much to do. So much to do. Everyone, focus. In Lion's workshop, a pale blue light fills the space, accompanied by wisps of smoke slowly curling upwards. Gian heaves the great hammer onto his shoulder, sweat pouring down his brow. He pants with exhaustion, while Smile sits perched comfortably on his head. Looking at his work, Gian excitedly shouts, "Great, it's done!" A beautiful, polished bow appears, and he continues, "Weapon maintenance complete." Then he glanced up, his eyes sharp, his voice hardening. Next, a short break. Gian stared at the shattered corpse before him, his voice pensive. "How can I make use of this guy's remains? I'll make a prosthetic arm from one of his hands." He recalled the scene, the blinding light reflecting down, and an angry voice booming, "You're about to be crushed under the weight of this castle." Without hesitation, she roared and hurled the boulder at Gian, a streak of light cutting through the air like a furious lightning strike. The boulder hurtled towards him, but Gian remained unfazed. Then, with a powerful kick, he shattered the rock into fragments, the force sending Libra tumbling to the ground. Gritting her teeth, her eyes filled with resentment, her face betrayed her unwillingness. Suddenly, a flash of shock crossed Libra's eyes. A loud explosion shattered the silence. Smoke and dust billowed, and the area reeled. John stood silently before the large window, his eyes calmly following the scene outside, his tone angry. He never expected her to escape using the power of the monarch at the last minute. Her survival skills are like a cockroach. He narrowed his eyes, gazing out the window, his voice deepening. No matter, what's lost is lost. There's too little information. I'll just have to venture into the demon tower. John raises his hand and a glowing interface appears before him as he smirks. But before that, I need to prepare thoroughly. The system's cold notification rings out again. The novice troll Yuha is currently interfering with Lion Stephen Marker's pontiff mission, and the constellation Ophiuchus still has no pontiff. The saint will act as a bridge between the gods and believers on this star. Find and appoint a saint to support the god and influence this star. Hearing this, John wearily complains about more work, squinting as he mutters, "Yuha still hasn't finished the mission? I have to see this for myself." Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. The system continues to announce that the saint candidates will be temporarily granted the rights of the serpent-bearer saint as required of a saint candidate. Devotion to Ophiuchus must be 100% or higher, and the believer level must be 55 or higher. John pondered, "So, if I meet the requirements, I can be appointed as a temporary saint?" Hugo then smiled brightly, his face full of life, and cheerfully asked, "All right, everyone got all their luggage?" Everyone looked up, eyes shining as a voice echoed in the air. Head to the dressing room. A luxurious house appeared before them, as magnificent as a palace in the heart of the city. A stunned group asked in disbelief, "We're going to live here from now on. Is this for real?" Hugo smiles, his voice firm as Lion tells them to make themselves at home. He then looked down, recalling the devastation, and said with annoyance, "This time, our home was destroyed again by other star races, so we'll be staying here for a while." Ignoring Hugo's words, they all cheered with joy. "We get to stay at Uncle Lion's house," Sangde exclaimed excitedly. "The Centaur Sanctuary being destroyed is the best thing ever." Seeing his reaction, Otto was speechless. The group erupted in cheers, their laughter echoing. "Long live the Legion. May we stay here forever." Hugo frantically waves his hands, trying to explain. "That's not what I meant. We'll return once the Centaur Sanctuary is repaired." Hearing this, everyone was furious, shouting and screaming with disappointment in their eyes. Hugo's face darkened as he yelled, "What's with all the negativity?" He was at his wits' end, his face red with anger and helplessness as the crowd scattered, their shouts growing louder. No, we're sick of repairing destroyed sanctuaries. We want a grand sanctuary too." Hugo stood frozen, dumbfounded, and cried out in frustration as Apollo and the Centaur Saint mocked him, saying, "See? I told you to listen to my advice about housing." Everyone pushed the car aside and ran, shouting, "Let's go through the luggage." Apollo grins. "He's hinting that you absolutely have to rebuild the sanctuary this time, so make it grand." Unable to contain himself, he shouts, "You think I don't want to? Then maybe you should cut back on expenses." Apollo, the Sagittarius Saint, coldly states, "That is your problem." Just as everything descends into chaos, Dion suddenly enters, reminding him, "Tix, stop fooling around and get ready. The lion is waiting for us." Hugo stopped, stunned, and asked, "Huh? Out of the blue? Are you kidding me? What an idiot." John continued, saying Yuha wanted to join the Serpent-Bearer Palace, so he gave her a mission. "If all goes well, I'll even consider making Yuha the next saint." Hearing this, he nodded calmly and replied, "Is that so? Get ready, quickly." Tears stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, his eyes wide, his lips moving silently. Hugo's face pales as he repeats in disbelief that Yuha would also become his follower and possibly even the Holy Master. John laughs heartily. "Yep, exactly." Enraged, Hugo shook him, demanding, "Didn't you just give her some weapon?" John simply chuckled, dodging the question. "No way." Hugo looks up to the heavens, grabs his hair with both hands, and screams, "No, Sangjay and Ju are already yours. I can't let you have Yuha, too." Then, grimacing, he glared at Jian, thinking that rather than let that happen, he'd rush over, grab Jian's shoulders, and yell, "Neither the believers nor the gods respect me, so why don't you just make me the Holy Master?" Apollo, the Centaur Saint, chuckled and told him to say something more reasonable. John simply replies, holding his head, "Okay." He smiles as if nothing happened, then emits a blue light, winking as he says, "A promise is a promise." Everyone gapes in disbelief. Sangja followed, shouting out in dissatisfaction, while Hallie and the girl beside her looked on in surprise and disbelief. Buck and the witch jumped up, seeing such a sight for the first time, as John smirked at Hugo, saying, "Ta-da, welcome to the Serpent Shrine." A cold system notification echoes. Hugo has been appointed the temporary Serpent Palace Master. Hugo was still in shock, stammering, "Hey, I was just kidding." Apollo froze, dropping his glass and forgetting to swallow. The others cried out, "What's going on?" Below the building, a figure stood silently, gazing at the Dharma Hall. Callie smiles, hands on her hips, muttering, "Finally, I've arrived." She looks up, asking with a bright smile, "Is this Lord Lion's sanctuary?" Callie smirked, a defiant glint in her eyes, then raised her hand high, her voice ringing out, "Wait for me, Lord Lion. I'm coming to you." The Sagittarius god Apollo demands to know why Hugo switched sides, to which he blankly replies, "I didn't think he'd actually do it." The god shouts, "If something displeases you, speak up." Hugo grits his teeth, fearfully thinking, "Have I returned to the time when I was Ligon's disciple?" Disciple is too generous. Servant is more accurate. Apollo tries to recover, his voice softening. "But I never saw you as a servant. I'll treat you well, so please come back." Hugo remained stunned, oblivious to his surroundings. Feeling ignored, Apollo shouts, "Are you even listening to me?" John watches, frowning and muttering, "If only he was always this nice." "How annoying!" Suddenly a gust of wind, followed by a blood-curdling scream. "Where is the Serpentarius Master?" Gritting his teeth, he replied, "What is it now?" The man continued to shout, I know this is the territory of the Serpent Bearer. His voice echoed in the wind. Don't hide. Come out now. And with that, everyone went outside to see what was happening. Sangjay points up to gun, announcing that a group of people in black and gold armor are riding giant monsters in the sky, led by one who declares, "We are the army under Baron Iron Helmet. We've come to avenge the Baron." The leader in the sky declared that if they didn't want their home reduced to rubble, they should show themselves. John smirked derisively, a glint of surprise flashing in his eyes, as if he'd realized something unexpected. Suddenly, Jian grins wickedly, then glances down, calling for Sade. "Where is that kid?" Lounging on the sofa, Bup smugly says, "A stuffed animal's life isn't so bad. I'm more comfortable this way." Suddenly, Jian appears from behind, playfully tugging the stuffed animal's ear, his voice fierce. "Oh, having a good time?" Bup cried out in alarm, and with a glint of malice in his eyes, Jian leaned down, whispering coldly, "You're coming with me to do something." Bup trembled, asking, "What are you going to do?" He cornered him, and Bup cried out, "Damn you! Why are you doing this to me?" Ignoring him, he dove into the pile of components, frantically building. Bup warned, his voice laced with fear. "I don't know what you're planning, but stop it now." John chuckled, his laughter echoing with malice, but he didn't reply. Bup desperately called out, "Ligan, can you hear me?" A brilliant blue light flashed, and Bup's voice echoed in the void. "What do you intend to do with me?" The door remained shut, leaving only his desperate screams. "Please stop. Have mercy." In the sky, a series of dark rays spread like ink, covering everything. The leader gritted his teeth, eyes blazing with fury. "How boring! Why only his subordinates appear?" Everyone looked up, their eyes burning with fury. One of them spoke. "Looks like that snake is underestimating us." Miz shouts out, "Lion, why don't you come out here?" Sangduk frowns, wondering what he's up to. The enraged leader gritted his teeth. "If you won't come out, I'll make you. I'll kill every last one of your subordinates until you show yourself." He looked down, pointing directly at Hugo, a sinister smile forming on his lips. "First, the fool over there." The cold ring of steel echoed as he drew his sword, charging forward with a shout. "I'll cut down every last one of you." "Everyone, get out of the way!" Hallie shouted, dodging the attack. Hugo stood frozen in the battle, eyes wide and unblinking as a voice cried out, "Get out of the way!" A beam of light tore through the air, rushing towards them as Altermis screamed, "Google!" Immediately, a chaotic clamor erupted, desperate cries echoing from every direction. "Holy One, Father," Artis asks worriedly. "Centaur, are you all right?" The sword shattered upon touching Hugo's head, and an urgent voice echoed, "Answer me!" Suddenly, Otex's entire body was enveloped in a blue light, leaving everyone in stunned silence. He stared at the sword above him, his eyes wide with disbelief, as a system alert chimed, offering an explanation for everything. The temporary saint, Otexu, has been blessed by the constellation Ophiuchus, increasing his endurance compared to when he was the Sagittarius constellation. Hearing this, Apollo angrily cries out, but the system coldly continues. The temporary Saint Otex was fluctuating before the high stats received. Seeing Hugo more lucid, Miss asked again, "Centaur, are you all right?" He answered mechanically. "Yeah, seeing that, the soldiers were surprised. Is he okay?" They began to murmur, full of questions. One soldier noted that the commander's spear pierced him. "I heard the powerful Soul Army was defeated. Can we win?" Another gritted his teeth, eyes blazing, and angrily retorted, "You think we'll lose to those humans?" Perhaps the commander held back. Hearing his subordinate's words, the commander flinched, sweat beading on his forehead, thinking, "I actually threw with all my might. Is his subordinate that strong?" A sudden sound makes the spirits turn around, on high alert. What was that? A figure darts in like lightning, unleashing flashes of light like thunder, relentlessly obliterating them, sending them collapsing. Their screams echo as severed heads fly. Kali moved with liquid grace, each strike precise and powerful as a terrified voice cried out. "What?" Groans turn to silence as figures fall amidst the flashing sword. The leader grimaces, and Kali, without a word, charges into battle. The leader glares at her, asking angrily, "Who are you?" Kali's eyes gleamed with fierce determination as she coldly stated, "What if you do know? What can you do about it?" Hearing this, he angrily growled, "Damn it!" Kali rushes forward, weapon raised, and declares, "Die." Defeated, the leader staggers to his feet, eyes wide, and grits his teeth. How is this possible? Kali spun, her blade a blur of light, closing in on each enemy with ruthless precision. She landed gracefully, calm and collected, as a voice cried out in recognition. "Libra Kali." Colin Callie bows slightly, holding her swords, and greets them with a smile. Oh, long time no see. With a wink and a radiant smile, she says, Thanks for the introduction. It's been a while since our fight in the Lion Arena, hasn't it? Did you enjoy our little spar back then? Hearing that, the man hung his head in shame as Miss chimed in with a mocking tone. What's wrong, feeling pathetic? He nodded, crestfallen, and continued, saying Callie was so strong she felt different from the 10 of them. Not just me, but Yuha, Selvia, and many other fighters. That girl has never lost a battle. As he spoke, he recalled that terrifying scene. Callie, like a demon on a brutal battlefield, taking down everyone. Her smile was triumphant, her eyes gleaming with the thrill of a perfect performance, and his voice grew with admiration as he spoke. The Decasters stand just behind the saints of each temple, so excluding the saints, she may be the strongest among humanity. Miss turned and said, I've heard the rumors for a long time, but this is the first time I've actually met her. She might be even stronger than Jin Myung. The man frowned, muttering that he knew from the start that fighting her was a bad idea. Hallie seemed to remember something, thinking to herself, Colin, the Libra Star 10th. That girl. She looked up at Kaylee, a flicker of doubt in her eyes, realizing she was Jel's daughter. What was she doing here? The leader lowered his head, probing. Did you just say you belonged to the Libra Zodiac? His voice strained, he asked, Why did you attack us? I thought we had a truce. Hearing this, Callie looks up and waves her hand. You're mistaken, I have nothing to do with that. I left the Libra Zodiac. Her answer took everyone by surprise. What? Then Callie looked up, a glint of death in her eyes, and said coldly, Enough talk. Even if you're from a mysterious civilization, you won't escape my grasp. No matter what happens today, I must join the Serpent-Bearer Zodiac. A swarm of grotesque monsters screeches, flapping their wings wildly across the sky. The leader sternly regains his composure, warning, Don't get cocky just because you've taken down a few of our soldiers. Prepare for a full assault. Callie clashed her blades together, sparks flying, and scoffed, All talk, it seems. Come on, then. Her eyes flashed like lightning as she coldly declared, Today, I will join the Serpent-Bearer Star at any cost. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind Callie, deep but clear. Hey, you guys! John clenched his fists, trembling with rage as a blue light enveloped him. What are you doing on someone else's sacred ground? A blinding blue light suddenly shot forward, roaring fiercely as it slammed into the tower, forcing everyone to brace themselves against its immense power. Callie watched, stunned by the sheer power. The system issued a warning. The immense power of the holy god was flooding the area, and the aura of the foreign civilization was being eroded. The leader was startled, his eyes widening as he saw Jian standing there. Then he smiled and said, Finally, you've shown yourself, you wretch. Jian burst out laughing, his eyes gleaming as if he wanted to devour everything around him. Seeing Jian like that, Callie blushed, shyly thinking, I finally met him. One hand in his pocket, the other holding a box, he laughed powerfully, his eyes sparkling with confidence as if nothing could faze him. Callie watched, confirming it was Isla Jian. With a confident smirk, John's voice dripped with disdain. Going this far for the Hat Baron's revenge? Baron Hat must be lucky. Loyalty like that isn't easy to come by. A massive explosion erupts, its force shaking the air. Amidst the explosion, Jian's voice echoed, If you continue to cause trouble here, someone will be in big trouble. Is that okay? The leader paused, asking in confusion. What are you doing? John calmly walked over and opened the box, revealing the Earl's head, his mouth sealed shut with tape. The man cried out in alarm. Baron Nam! John chuckled, lifting the head and saying coldly, I'm in a good mood since I just established a new territory, so I'll let it slide this time. Take him and get lost. The soldiers' eyes widened in disbelief, their faces etched with surprise, while below the air hung heavy with silence, broken only by the wind whistling through stunned onlookers. Then, simultaneously, Miss said, What are you saying? You caught Namdu Cap and you're giving him back? Ignoring his comrade's shock, Jian calmly replies, I've got it all figured out, just be quiet. The soldiers begin to whisper, their faces still stunned. What's going on? This isn't how it was supposed to go. The soldier next to him replied, Don't waver. He's the one who did that to Baron Mute. He recalled the images flashing like slow-motion film. Otos was unfazed by the sword, and Jian wore a crazed smile, his face crackling with lightning as he continued. They didn't even flinch at the commander's teachings. If they unleash the power of the sacred, they'll crush us. One of them looked down, trying to persuade him. If we yield so easily to his words, what becomes of our honor? He paused, then continued. Don't you agree, Commander? Hearing this, the commander's expression wavered, and he shouted, "Fine, serpent bearer, we'll retreat today." He thought to himself, "Thank goodness, that was a close call." At Lion Tower, where wisps of smoke still linger, John stands before Callie, grinning. "Great, we've driven off Baron's remnants. Now, let's talk about you." After a pause, he continued, "You want to join the Serpentarius Star?" Jian's voice wasn't loud, but it was clear. Callie's eyes sparkled with anticipation, and he immediately responded, "Yes." A moment of silence fell before he sighed and answered directly. "No," Callie blurted out almost reflexively, startled. "What?" he slowly replied. "I've heard you're the strongest of the elites, and I don't doubt you've come to join me, but I need further proof." Callie blushed, averting her gaze as she twirled a strand of hair and quietly asked, "I suppose taking down Baron's remnants wasn't enough proof. Could it be because I'm from Libra?" A click of heels echoed as someone approached. At that moment, a graceful voice chimed in. "It could be." Holly, ever arrogant, stood before Kaylee, tilting her head and coldly stating, "More precisely, because you are Gel's daughter." Callie paused, thinking. Scorpio Saint. Gel used the power of Libra to merge his cells with influential people, creating children for us, with the intention of those children slowly influencing humanity from its roots. She paused, then continued. With that goal in mind, it's highly likely that Gel's daughter shares the same ideology. So we, who once opposed Gel, hearing this, understands. So she wanted a child, but not with Genti? Holly slowly turns to Kali, probing. "Tell the truth. Why did you abandon Libra to join Lion's Star?" Callie pouted, face flushed, and mumbled, "Actually, it's because I'm a daughter." Callie struggled to get the words out, trying to say, "his." Upon hearing this, Holly froze, as if struck by a sudden blow. Miss frowned, glancing at Hugo. "What did she say?" he replied nonchalantly, having heard nothing. Realizing her slip-up, Callie immediately covered her mouth, eyes wide and face flushed, before gathering her courage and slowly saying, "Actually, I'm a fan of yours, Lion." Then, with her head down, she shyly continued, "Libra has made too many enemies, so I didn't want to go anywhere else. And that's why I chose this place." After a moment of embarrassment, Callie's eyes suddenly lit up, shining with fierce determination. "I will do everything in my power to prove my loyalty, please believe me." John smiled and asked, "Oh, is that so?" Then he used his skill. The system voice reports the use of the Divine Eye skill, revealing Calicolin's organization and the elite Libra's traits at 55. Checking faith, 200% faith in the Serpent Bearer, 1% in Libra. Callie, full of determination, pursed her lips, thinking to herself, "Look at that faith. There's no way he's angry." The system issued a warning, noting a power similar to the Serpent Bearer could be sensed, prompting a voice of inquiry. "But what's with this warning?" John sneers, speaking with arrogance. "Very well, I'll give you a chance. Join our team and prove your loyalty and strength." Callie couldn't hide her joy, a bright smile spreading across her face as she replied, "Yes, I'll do my best." She raises her hand with determination. "It's no fun if it's too easy. There has to be a challenge." John chuckled. "So eager, aren't you?" Callie excitedly replied, "That's what everyone tells me." The artist tilted their head, looking a little wary. It was strange for someone from Libra to join Lion, but the two seemed to get along well. Holly bit her nails in anger, trembling with rage. No, she couldn't have said that. I can't believe it. What other absurd method might Jizzle use? Or will she enter the Demon Tower to get information on Leon? What should I do? Does she really have to accept this? Miss blurts out in fear. What the heck? Never mind, I don't want to know. Sorry about that. Then she turned to Jian and said, "Hey Lion, let's put the girl's matter aside for now. What do you intend to do?" Confused, he asks, "What do you mean?" Artist replies, "The Hat Baron, of course. You went through the trouble of taking him down, only to give him back to them." Hearing this, Jian smiled casually and replied lazily, "Oh, that, it's fine." Meanwhile, among the soldiers, one anxiously asks the Baron, "Are you all right, sir?" He smirked, continuing, "That's the pity." The soldiers, still oblivious, gently told him, "Baron Hat, please endure a little longer." The soldiers panicked at this, and Yang Wei, terrified, trembled and said, "Thank you!" The subordinates cursed again. "Lion, you cruel bastard, what did you do to make Baron Nam so miserable?" Pup's real body trembled, crying out in resentment, "Lion, why did you drag me into this mess?" Going back to when Jian told Pup to enter the lab, he tied him up and gave him instructions. "Listen carefully, Pup." John calmly approached the Iron Mask Baron's corpse, tapping it lightly as he smiled and said, "From now on, you will inhabit this stitched-together body of mine. Infiltrate the alien civilization and bring me information. Hearing this, Pup cried out in resentment. Are you crazy? How am I supposed to do that? Not giving him a chance to resist, John grabbed the doll's ear and threatened, If you succeed, I'll get your original body back for you. I heard the Aries are holding on to your stuff. The doll panicked, still trying to reason, But I can't do it. Be reasonable. Not giving him any more time to whine, John cuts him off. Quiet, even a loser like you is still a saint. He points at the doll's face and continues sternly, In the name of one of humanity's 13 representatives, prove your worth. In his true form, the doll scratches his head, thinking furiously, Damn it, it's already done for. I have to do everything I can to get back to my original body. Lion John may be awful, but he's not a liar. He glanced aside, thinking, The situation is even worse than I thought. He looked up at the soldiers before him, thinking, Why the Demon Tower again? Then he asked tentatively, May I ask something? The leader replied softly, with a respectful tone, Yes, Baron, what is it? Bup responds immediately, Why must we enter the Demon Tower? It's already collapsed. The leader responds that it contains a device to restore the Baron's body. He fell silent, pondering this information. He thought those devices had all been destroyed. How could one still exist? A gloomy castle emerges, shrouded in wisps of pale pink smoke, creating a cold and silent space. Inside, a figure is bound by magic circles and iron chains, unable to escape. His body is pierced by dozens of swords, each blade buried deep within his flesh, creating gaping wounds. His face is covered by a thick cloth, leaving only his nose exposed to breathe. Suddenly, a great light shines upon the figure in the chair as the massive doors slowly creak open, allowing the outside light to seep in. A voice echoes, We've arrived. From beyond, a flock of massive dragons descends, carrying a large chest. Inside the chest was the Iron Hat Baron, the chest bound by ropes, the dragons tethered to its legs to carry it away. Barely concealing its excitement, the voice explains that this place will help restore the Iron Mask Baron's body, causing the Baron to pause and contemplate. Restore me? He stared in astonishment at the massive object before him. Hey, what's that? The voice explained, even when disasters were destroyed or the Demon Tower was severely damaged, the Baron was still focused on the strange person before him. This device will help repair the internal damage. He's surrounded by massive chains, with roots sprouting from the floor, clinging tightly to the person in the center. The voice continued, explaining that the function had stopped, with only a trickle of energy remaining. Energy that could restore the Baron's hat. The Baron, sweating profusely, quickly tried to stop him. Huh? Wait, he shouts. I'm not mentally prepared for this, the figure shouted back, resolute. What is there to prepare for? Just trust us. Suddenly, the cloaked figure's expression changes as the bewildered Baron is forced down by his men. No, that's not it. Actually, I prefer this. I just want to stay in this cozy box. Hearing this, the others panicked and hurried each other along. Hurry, the Baron's losing it. That Lygion bastard, did he brainwash the Baron? Unnoticed, the cloaked figure grins wickedly, shattering the large nails and chains binding him with a single, powerful motion, leaving the others in shock. The Baron's men and he himself looked up at the massive figure before them as the cloaked man leaned forward, a hint of amusement in his voice. Not one of our kind, he questioned the group below. Why possess the body of Baron Hood? At that moment, a notification appeared. One of the slumbering monarchs had sensed the serpent-bearer's power and awakened. The crowd below was shocked and disbelieving. No way, he can move? The crowd quickly shifted their attention, noticing the cloaked figure's words. But what did he just say? Isn't Iron Mask Baron one of us? Baron Iron Mask cursed under his breath. Damn it, I've been found out. The cloaked figure frowned, angrily pointing at the crowd below. Fools, do you not know who you've brought here? Enough talk, he roared, unleashing a wave of power towards the crowd, silencing them. Caught off guard, the crowd is frozen by the blow, and Baron Hat is shocked as he's lifted into the air. What's going on? Suddenly being pulled away, he didn't know what to do but shout. His men exchanged bewildered glances as the Baron Hat was squeezed, his voice trembling. What's going on? The cloaked figure roared. Speak! His men were shocked, sweat pouring down their faces as he pointed a threatening finger at Baron Mu. Who are you? What is your true identity? The Hat Baron trembled, thinking, I'm done for. He smirked. Who are you? Baron Hat, trying to hide his trembling, replied, I am actually the Holy Master of the Aries constellation, Young Wei. He reached out and grabbed the ridiculous Baron Hat, squeezing the man before him. The power sustaining that body couldn't possibly be the power of the weak Aries. His voice dropped, laced with menace. I'll ask again. Who is behind you, controlling you and granting you this body? Baron Hat's eyes widened, his mind in turmoil. What am I going to do? He's filled with dread. Am I done for? Should I just spill everything? Suddenly appearing through the green smoke, Lion speaks, a glint in his eye. Has he been discovered? Lion frowned, looking up at the cloaked figure with a sarcastic tone. What a useless furball, a surprised voice echoed. Lion calmly says to the smirking figure before him, I was planning to greet the monarchs myself, but I suppose this is sooner than expected. It's a pleasure to meet you, great monarch. He turns to Baron Hat and says, By the way, Featherbrain, your acting is terrible. The Baron of Hats quickly retorted, It's your power that gave you away. The monarch burst out laughing. How unexpected, to awaken with such power. You must be a mutated saint. He smirked. Yeah, that's what everyone says. And you're the monarch locked in the tower's basement, right? He spoke with amusement. Oh, it seems you know a thing or two about me. The Baron in his grasp replies, Yes, I've heard a thing or two. He tightened his grip on the Baron's hat. Then you must know my situation too? Green smoke emanates from Baron's Hat's eyes as the sovereign excitedly says, I've been imprisoned here for far too long, and I'm starving. I'll devour your divine power. With that, he used his mouth and nose to inhale the green aura from the Baron's hat. A notification appeared. The serpent-bearer's power was being absorbed by the monarch. The power maintaining the Baron's hat was disappearing. The Baron's hat was collapsing, being drained dry, and the Baron's hat cried out, Lion, do something. I'll wither away at this rate. At this, Lion furrowed his brow and angrily shouted, Hey, Overlord, what nonsense are you spouting? At that moment, the Baron was moved to tears. Lion, you're angry for my sake? Lion glared at the monarch. How could I consider this weirdo my god? Hearing this, Baron Hat was stunned and lamented, That hurts. So that's why you were angry? No wonder you're so weak. You're nothing like the other deities. You really aren't fit to be a god. I heard that, Hat Baron. Ignoring that, Baron Hat quickly returns to the main issue. Hurry and save me. Lion reassured him. Calm down. You overgrown furball. I already have a plan. Baron Hat asked again, his tone laced with disbelief. Oh, really? You've thought of everything? Lion suddenly spoke softly. You've worked hard. You piece of fluff. Hearing this, Baron Mu cried out in alarm. Lion continued in the same tone. I'll never forget your noble sacrifice. He was now dumbfounded. What do you mean? Lion smirks, gesturing towards the monarch. I told you. I planned to greet the monarchs, which is why I brought you here. Only then did Baron realize he was bait all along. Lion's eyes narrowed. Don't worry, I'll send you and that monarch off in the most artistic way possible. A flash of blue light and the Baron vanished, screaming Lion's name, as a strange green aura emanated from him. Baron's figure was fleeting, quickly dissolving into dust in the air as the fortress was obliterated by the light, the explosion rivaling an atomic bomb. This is the Capricorn skill, the destroyer of worlds, X-Lion muses as he surveys the scene. Well, that was spectacular. Good thing I got the data on Capricorn when I fought that trash. Leon then said to Smile on his shoulder, Should we finish a few more things, then take our time farming, or should we visit Yuha first? He lowered his glasses to read the newly displayed notification, Lion frowning as he read. What? Meanwhile, back with Yuha, she stared in shock at what was before her. What is this? She stared in shock at the golden light emanating before her. It's come to this. The golden light emanating from the armless, fierce-looking man as he growled her name. Juha, how dare you leave my constellation to join another? You even follow the 13th apostle. A subordinate cried out, Lord, please calm down. Yuha advised, It's no use. That's not Lord Stephen. She glares at the man before her, a Lion Geon member, who frowns and says, Lion God, the notice board read, John Yuha's special broadcast mission. Eliminate all enemies in your path. Target, Lion Saint, Stephen Marer, Lion God, Narasimha. The man then lunged toward Yuha, the form of Narasimha appearing behind him. He was the Lion God. Narasimha's subordinate shouts, telling his master to calm down. Yuha curses under her breath, realizing it's not Stephen. Her eyes filled with tension as John, watching on the system screen, felt the same disgust for the Lion God. At the same time, the system issued a notification. John Yuha's special broadcast mission. Eliminate all obstacles. Target Lion Saint Stephen Marer. The Lion God Narasimha Hyon sees the roaring lion symbol, plus Stephen's doubled muscles, now the Lion God, and Narasimha shouts. Narasimha Stephen, now completely insane, lunges toward Yuha. I'm giving you a chance. Truha, explain yourself. What exactly is going on? It's like our ancestors are here to punish this child. How did my city fall into this state? And why was Stephen's hand cut off? Why did you leave the sanctuary? Yuha asked, looking lost. This is a little hard to explain, she replies. I don't know. Because Yuha couldn't remember no matter how hard he tried, he got annoyed, and said so. After rereading chapters 77 to 86, he understood, leaving the old man speechless. But in the end, he had to use his Liu Thousandjiang sleepless divination skill to figure it out himself. He skimmed through the events that led to the drama unfolding before him and sighed. I understand. His eyes grew even darker as he realized the extent of the damage he had caused the Holy Order for a star. He turned to look at the figure lying on the ground. The Holy Order leader had not only betrayed them, but brought disaster upon the Order. He then turned to Yuha, the Vice Master, who suddenly looked pale, gazing upon his ravaged body, a saint unable to resist, even losing an arm, and the trouble he'd face attaching a prosthetic arm with lightning. He even calls me out on it and says Lion is borrowing my power without permission. Yuha can't believe he's paying such close attention and knows about that too. So, Narashima is absolutely furious, and I need to tighten the screws on this holy fool once again. He roars, and lightning fills the sky. Yuha saw the sky filled with lightning and knew he was furious, her eyes fixed on the system screen. You want me to face a saint? The system displays a notification. A mission to prove my worth. The Saint Lion Stephen Marker and the Saint God Lion Narasimha stand in your way. Defeat him and take what you desire. Yuha cursed the damned system under her breath, knowing this was impossible. But if she wanted to join Lion Zion's holy order, she had to try. She gripped her spear and prepared to attack. In other words, no one better stop her from joining her idol's group. Seeing her rebellious intent, Narasimha's veins throbbed. Tron Yuha, what do you think you're doing? How dare you point your spear at me? He unleashes 1,000 foolish lightning bolts, and in an instant, a lightning sphere is formed. He'll use this chance to teach her a lesson. Narasimha unleashes his lion skill, a thunderous hammer blow descends, and the land is torn apart. His men worried, but Vice Sacred Master Yuha didn't fear the approaching lightning sphere. Danger! Get out of the way! Suddenly, a voice echoed in her mind. You little fool. Yuha is startled, recognizing the voice, which urges her to thrust her spear into the ground. She immediately obeys, plunging the spear into the earth, unleashing a wave of green energy. Following that, a sphere formed around Narasimha, who was also caught off guard, and the shield vanished after blocking the lightning sphere. The system announces the Serpentarius constellation's serpent-scale shield, temporarily protecting the troll Saint Yuha. Yuha grits his teeth and holds the spear firmly. Narasimha unleashes his ultimate move. Is this the power of the lion? He activates his lion skill with confidence, saying they can only last for so long. With that, he leaps forward, claws crackling with lightning, declaring he'll tear through the shield. In that instant, a foot emerged from the shield, targeting Elder Gu's meddling hand with a predatory gaze. And who's this? It's Jian, the big cat captain. He flashed his signature friendly smile. What are you doing to my disciple? Then, a foot came crashing down on Narashima's head, revealing where Yuha picked up the habit of stomping on people. Narashima cried out, Lie! But before he could finish the name, he kissed the ground. Yuha is overjoyed to see Jian, surprised by his arrival and impressed by his always cool appearance before Li Jian. Jian could only offer a helpless smile. You're too reckless. Even if it's a mission, you can't beat a saint. You can scold that spiky-haired guy, but not this big cat. Despite the reprimand, Wai Uha secretly cheered to himself. Yes, John turns to look at the person on the ground. This time, I have to act. Hey, big cat captain, why are you standing with me, a superior being? Why have you come down here? Didn't you leave everything to that cat so you could sleep? Narashima mustered his strength and lifted his head. John frowned. Trying to push my foot up? Narashima shouts. Get your foot off me. John flips through the air. He sneered. You're strong, but compared to Narashima, you're an insult. Shut up. You suddenly appear and step on people's heads? He was arrogant. Be smart and tell me why you suddenly descended. Suddenly? He roared as if wronged. I was asleep when Stephen called me. The two lords were petrified. Narashima explained, I was late because I was asleep, but when a saint calls, I appear quickly. John recalled that this was when the system announced the use of all the holy altar's power and experience to summon the Saint Stephen, betting on summoning the lion god Trua to protect him while he summoned the holy god to prostrate himself. He had called from then, but because he was asleep, he only appeared now and roared again. Anyway, he forgave him for reviving and borrowing his power, but why could he steal his followers? Like Son Goku unleashing his power, Narashima roared, First, I'll tear you to shreds. And with that, he brought down a bolt of lightning. Even with the earth-shattering attacks, Jian continues to summon. But if it's so unpleasant for you, don't shout like that. Narashima returns to his original form, deciding to settle things with brute force. Yuha reassures him that he won't be around for long, as he's descended using the sanctuary's experience points. But Jian couldn't care less. Really? Time to fight. He forms a seal and a sword is drawn from his hand. Jian smirked. Good, the restraints are off. Now I'll show you just how powerful I've become. Narashima, enraged by Jian's arrogance, decides to wipe that smirk off his face, crushing him like an orange. I will crush you. But Narashima suddenly froze, as Jian effortlessly blocked him with one hand. What? Such a big body, yet so useless? A smile laced with disdain. You think you can crush me with that? Jian retaliates with a punch, a flick of his wrist sending the cat's paw flying. This is the true power of Jian, he declared, as Narashima was sent crashing down. Jian leaped up, axe in hand, a clear mockery in his eyes. How long do you plan to lie there? You'd best return to the realm of the gods, Narashima roared. Don't be so arrogant. Above, thunder rumbles, lighting up the sky. John looks up as lightning strikes him directly, a fatal blow for anyone else. Yuha watches the clash in horror, while Jian savors Narashima's beating, declaring him still lacking. He summons another lightning strike, hoping to obliterate John. But even with a slightly charred face, John smirks, calling it a pipe dream. The system announces the activation of the Serpent Bearer's true power, Cataclysmic Lotus, specifically countless lightning strikes causing a massive explosion. Narashima is stunned. Impossible. When did you steal my technique? John grins. Stolen? More like sharing the good stuff. Suddenly, dark energy surges towards him. John is stunned as the system announces the Serpent Bearer's power is erupting. He's shocked as energy coils around his blade, and the notifications keep coming. The Punisher's power is overwhelming, and dark energy binds him. The force is so immense that everything within a close radius is destroyed. Narashima's system warns that the power of the two deities is exceeding the world's limits, leaving them both stunned. Jian's system warns him to retract or adjust his power before the world is destroyed, as Narashima casts a final glance, saying, Your day has come, Lion. Retract your power now. He waved his hand, creating more threatening lightning strikes. You don't want to see this planet destroyed, do you? Yuha creates a barrier around them, but the power is too much, and she begins to falter as Narashima taunts the unmoving Jian. If we just compare strength like this, you think you can force me back to the God realm? These two planets will be destroyed first. Jian suddenly smirked. Adjusting your power, huh? Easier than I thought. You swing your axe, so I'll do this. With that, his energy, like countless bolts of lightning, began to converge, and Narashima frowned. What is this? The power of a saint is being drained. His pupils contracted as he realized his divine power was being drained. Could it be? He said. That arrogant fool is unbelievable. The power was being drawn into the skull atop the rusty staff. Narashima roared, He's using a weapon from a mysterious civilization. John chuckled, I told you, sharing is caring. Their power is the opposite of the holy power, so it's perfect for suppressing you. His eyes blazing, he thought, Captain, your resources are finite, right? Let's see how much the Lion Starmaster has. Narashima looks down at the notification that popped up. The system flashes a warning, noting the sanctuary's resources are dwindling. Narashima is shocked. What? Seeing him stunned, John swung his axe. You've lost your focus. The axe slashes across his face, and one of his fangs is knocked out, leaving the deity himself speechless. John laughs. First, the fangs. Narashima was in agony from having his teeth forcibly removed, but Jian wasn't about to stop there. The axe strikes again and again. The system announces the acquisition of Narashima's hide, followed by the severing of half his mane. The system announces the collection of Narashima's mane as a material. Jian is completely tearing him apart. Narashima thinks to himself that Jian is not only strong, but also uses weapons from a mysterious civilization. Truly, a god of calamity. He curses under his breath. Damn it. Lightning strikes again, surrounding him this time, with enough force to obliterate John completely. Narashima unleashes his ultimate skill, and lightning chains bind Jian's limbs, a battlefield technique for the victor, locking down his opponent. Narashima laughs in his face. Coward, I've finally caught you. He gathers his strength for one final blow. With a single stomp, the god's towering form could topple buildings like dominoes, meaning Narashima would be nothing more than an ant in his grasp. But Jian, the one under attack, remained strangely calm, a smirk playing on his lips. How foolish. John looks at the god's bewildered face. When agitated, you become foolish, no different from my slave. Narashima's power suddenly dissipates, and he collapses forward as Jian smirks. If you keep using skills recklessly, how much will be left? Plus, the system is reporting that the lion's experience and prayers are depleted. The system announces, the deity will be forcibly returned to the divine realm, freezing Narashima's face in disbelief. Damn it, I was about to win. Why now? John flips off Narashima, saying, About to win what? Wasn't I about to beat you to a pulp? The deity shouted, disappearing but still defiant. Lion, I dare you to return to the divine realm, and I will teach you a lesson. John seemed less cocky. That's the difference between gods. Narashima vanished completely, returning the city to peace, but now mixed with devastation. Stephen's underlings were stunned. Legion had driven away their lion deity. How could this happen, and how can humans fight a divine being? John suddenly asked. Yuha glanced at him and said, Yes. John replied, It's over. The conditions have returned to normal, he says. He tilted his head, a knowing smile on his face. Continue what you were doing. It only took Yuha a few seconds to understand, as Stephen opened his eyes, dazed and sore all over. Did I lose consciousness again? He muttered, hearing his old bones creak. What is it this time? Yuha spoke from a nearby corner. Please, wake up. Stephen turns around, startled. He shouted in astonishment, Troll Yuha-ha! Yuha summarizes the story. The lion god has returned to the divine realm after descending, leaving Stephen in disbelief. A god? She simply replied, There's nothing to worry about anymore. Let's quickly take care of the rest. The spearhead slams into the ground, her eyes a chilling mix of coldness and indifference. Let's end this slowly, Stephen still struggling to catch up. What? She replied bluntly. My constellation induction quest? Stephen was reeling, and a notification popped up on the screen. Mission. Confirm qualifications. Saint Lion Star, Stephen Marker. Stop his advance. Defeat him and take what you desire. With a flash of red in her eyes, she vows to defeat the saint. Stephen stared at the spear pointed at his face in disbelief. Chol Yuha, what do you mean by this? You really would? The spear lowered again, and Yuha bent over 90 degrees, startling Stephen. He was stunned by the PL as well. Yuha shouted sincerely, High Priest, I'm sorry, and thank you for everything. Stephen, are you mute? Yuha said without pausing for breath. I want to become even stronger. I feel I've reached my limit in the Leo constellation, so now I want to join the Virgo constellation with Master Zion. She said, I know you'll be disappointed. I haven't forgotten what you've done for me. I trust you'll understand. Yuha pleaded sincerely. Please, help me. I beg you to let me leave. Stephen's eyes widened, and he finally closed them, making his final decision. I understand. Yuha was no less surprised. His underlings clamored to dissuade him. Wait, Sacred Master, do you really intend to let the Vice Sacred Master leave? Stephen straightened himself. Her decision was made, and further words were useless. He looked up, saying, Perhaps it was guilt that made me hold her back until now. I cannot let my past shackle your present. Stephen gazed at the vast, clear sky and said, Go. Then Stephen turned and left, encouraging Xiaosa to go and become as strong as he desired. Become strong at any cost. That is the spirit of the Leo Saint. Let the master of the Serpentarius Saint see it. The younger disciples were deeply moved, and Yuha called out to the Holy Master. But his steps never falter. Take care of yourself. Yuha smiles with relief, calling out, Master. Her eyes followed his retreating figure, a figure that, despite 1,000 wounds, still walked with proud, unyielding steps, like the brave and confident face of a lion. Yuha suddenly chases after St. Stephen, who inwardly sighs with dismay. You look cool, but I know you've been struggling to keep up. What a trap. Stephen secretly prides himself. Even he thinks he looks cool. Surely Yuha will be moved to hesitate, but outwardly she acts like she doesn't know anything. What's wrong? Anything you regret? Yuha coldly replies. I still have to do this. Then the spear strikes the old man right in the head. The system announces the mission's completion, confirming his ability. You have defeated Saint Stephen Mar of the Lion Star. Vice Saint John Yuha is now qualified to become an official believer. Yuha shouts with joy, the mission is complete, and now he can join his uncle's holy order. Just the thought of it filled Yuha with excitement. Let's go back to Korea, Uncle. John clapped from the sidelines, praising them. Everyone, let's return to the Legionzi Tower in Korea. Yuha's youthful face is as annoying as it is joyful, and Kali, sipping her coffee, can't help but grimace at the sight of her. The air crackles with tension, causing the vice leader of the Sagittarius group to tremble as he holds Sangdae. Yuha glared, asking what she was doing there, but Kali returned an equally sharp look, asking the same. Yuha coldly retorted, I asked first, so answer me. How childish, Kaylee scoffed, then answered smoothly. I will join your lion's sanctuary. Yuha scoffs. Someone from Libra like you? Dream on, Sangda whispered. Their relationship didn't seem too good. The vice leader cleared his throat and replied, Perhaps. Lion glanced at the woman sitting at a separate table nearby. Mr. Halley, can you please stop them? Halley sighed, annoyed at the interruption. Where did these spoiled brats come from to ruin everything? Damn it, this is infuriating. Yuha continues to press Kali for answers. Oh, what are you really planning? Kali waves her hand. It's nothing. Why are you making such a fuss? You heard me. I've decided to follow Lord Lion. Why all the fuss? Kali suddenly snaps her fingers, pointing at her. With her power, does she really fear losing her position as his right-hand woman? Seeing Kali run her mouth, the two boys were scared out of their wits, and Yuha clenched her fist. Yuha has completely lost it. Get out here. I'll show you things have changed. Kali happily added fuel to the fire. Oh, if you say so, then I can have high expectations for you, right? Hearing this, Sangde began to stretch his limbs. Great, it's time for me to show off my skills. Silence fills the room as Kali asks, Who are you? Don't interfere. Yuha sighed, at a loss for words. Sangdi, I'm talking here. Sangdi, sensing the disrespect, starts to cry. What are you talking about? I want to be Uncle Lion's right-hand man, too. Holly's quick to jump in when there's a fight. This is going to be interesting. I'll be the judge. The three children replied in unison, Thank you, sir. A vice captain shouldn't let the little members fight. Lord Halley, you have to stop them, Kevin exclaimed as he walked in. How noisy. One says, No need to stop them. Hugo sighed. If I were to stop them now, who's going to listen? With Halley in the mix, nothing bad will happen with the kids fighting. Besides, he said, turning to the person next to him, his face full of disgust for this uninvited guest. Why are you here? Stephen wondered, scratching his head. I don't know how I got here when I woke up. Why did Lion have to bring this guy along? They looked at Stephen like he was a useless, oversized burden and told him to move over because it was too cramped. Stephen sulks. That's too much. Stephen remarks that the world is changing rapidly. On the TV screen, global news reports that the Calamity's attack and the Gods' War have caused massive damage worldwide. Global public opinion is demanding accountability from the Holy See, including Libra, as Stephen observes the protesters. Realizing the system the 12 Holy See have protected for so long is beginning to falter. He wondered what changes the future held. Hugo and Kevin remained silent. Stephen blames it all on Lion, saying these changes are all his fault. The other two kick him again, telling him to stop acting so serious. Move, you're in the way. It's cramped. Stephen spoke again, saying that after becoming the Leo saint, he knew Leon was quite strong. He recalled John's wild demeanor from back then. He was always so unpredictable. Stephen recalls the godless awakened, once deemed a monster. Now he sees the ridiculed godless man of the past has become a god himself. Now he has become a god himself, standing against monarchs and other gods. Stephen chuckled, realizing how far he'd gone. Hugo asks, Do you still want to fight him? Stephen shakes his head. I no longer intend to, but I can't help but feel regret. Kevin nods. I understand that feeling. Like the finish line I thought I'd reach has vanished into the distance. He lowered his head in thought, left with no choice but to accept it. But now everything revolves around Leon, especially with my position as a saint. Kevin said, This isn't about pride, I just want to be as strong as him. Meanwhile, in the fabrication room, the sound of a hammer striking powerfully echoed. John wipes the sweat from his brow as, outside the living room, Kevin reflects on a world without Leon. John looked at the arms he had worked so hard to create, as Kevin looked at Stephen and Hugo. So what can we do? Stephen grins. So, like Hugo, he's completely devoted to Lion. I heard he's become a serpent saint. Hugo gritted his teeth. Everyone here has their reasons. Kevin sighed. Losing to El Lion is one thing. I really don't want to. The three just stared blankly at each other. Then all three sighed deeply as Kevin muttered, Damn it! Is he really going to make us fight saints and sovereigns later on? Seven worriedly added, We can't even beat our own saints. Hugo dejectedly replied, The future is bleak. Stephen clicked his tongue. There's always a way. Just do what we can. Hugo frowned, looking at him. What are you planning? Why are you so worried? On TV, the MC continues to deliver the news as Stephen silently organizes a press conference, leaving the other two stunned by the attack on the Demon Tower 20 years ago. Stephen's eyes sharpened. I will announce to the world that Leon was the one who captured the Red Eye. Laurie was stunned. They were all gone. John was looking for the lion, centaur, and maiden, but they were gone. Laurie explained that they said it was urgent and left ahead, also mentioning they borrowed the teleportation spell. John sighs in exasperation. Always slow, but why so fast now? Suddenly, a strong wind picks up. It turns out Yuha and Kali are fighting. John mutters, "What now?" "You're stronger than I thought," Kaylee said, praising her as they exchanged fiery blows. "I heard you've been through many desperate fan fights. Seems it helped." Yuha hated the mocking tone. "I hate that tone," as if she's looking down on me. Yuha then strikes Kali, the force of the blow igniting a section of the building's roof. Kali kicks off the wall, a thrilled smile still on her lips. "Isn't that right?" "They chased each other around, smashing through the building's walls," Kali replied smugly. "Because I'm still much stronger than you." John watched their fight inside. "So, they're fighting to be my right-hand man?" Hallie, the host of the battle, replied with a laugh. "Indeed, all three are full of passion." John nodded, sensing their drive. "Quite commendable." "But she said 3 people," he said, turning to the person nearby, whose face was completely black. John approached the scene where the young man had fallen on his rear. "So, this kid was utterly defeated from the start? Yeah, just look at his pathetic state." John sighs, looking at another victim of his daughter's battles. Indeed, compared to the other 2, Sungdae needs to grow stronger. Activating his mind's eye, he sees Kali's stats. An SS rank Libra, currently an apprentice of the Serpent Bearer, while John Yuha is approaching SS rank after the previous battle, also an apprentice awaiting baptism. Chu has grown from rank A to rank S due to recent events, and he secretly calculates that to make them stronger and more competitive, he must help Sang-jae a little. John turns to Holly and asks her to release the scorpion, asking if she can get those kids to sit still for him first. Holly, blinded by the skill, immediately agreed. Okay. H watches the 2 still fighting and tells them to stop. Confused, they turn to see Roy's whip coming down on them. Immediately after, the 2 girls were tied up like vegetables at a market. John smiled with satisfaction. "Wonderful. Even tied up, those 2 are still fighting. Almost done." "She thinks so? How laughable. I'm the one who decides." Jay, watching the 2 sisters struggle before their elder, cuts in. "Both of you, stop. Listen closely. I have a task for you." With a sinister smile, he assigns them their first task as Serpent Amulet City Lords. Sang-jae blinks, wondering where he is. John watches the boy come to after being unconscious for half a day. "So, you're awake?" Sang-jae was stunned as Jian said, "I heard everything." Sang-jae was defeated by Kali and Yuha as soon as the match began, and he's devastated that his idol saw him unconscious. "Yes." His voice was tinged with sadness. "I'm still no match for her. I thought I'd gotten stronger." John didn't reprimand him, but offered encouragement despite his shortcomings. "Don't be disappointed. Isn't this an opportunity to become even stronger?" His eyes held a hidden meaning. "Sangdae, don't you want to become stronger?" Of course, Sangdae is thrilled to receive this secret technique. "Yes," John asks. "Don't you want to become strong by any means necessary?" Sangdae makes a firm decision. Then go into seclusion and train. Jay was overjoyed to see this calf so eager. Good, good. That's the right mindset." Sangdae nods repeatedly. "I'm always prepared." Sangdae is so happy he's just realizing it now. "But where are we going?" Jay casually hops toward the demon tower. With that, he jumped off the dragon's back without hesitation, leaving Sangdae's mind completely blown. John asked if she didn't want to become stronger by any means necessary, followed by Sangdae's screams echoing across the sky. He hadn't even entered yet, and he'd already made her cry. John heads straight into the heart of the demon tower, as Emim continues to encourage Sangdae. Then go into seclusion and train. Back in Washington, D.C., the Lion Sanctum, the Lion Constellation Temple headquarters, was left with a gaping hole after the attack, so they covered it with a banner and a slogan that screams, "Capitalism." The building's damaged, but the meetings will go on. Inside the room, everyone was confused. Why hold a meeting now? It must be because the tower has been reduced to rubble recently. Someone whispered, "Are they going to declare bankruptcy?" But another retorted, "Didn't you see the business as usual sign?" The crowd speculated, but to no avail. They would just have to listen to what he had to say. The whispers subsided as we rewind to moments earlier, where Hugo frowned at Stephen. "Are they going to reveal everything? Can you handle that? If you're not careful, you'll be criticized for deceiving the world and bear the resentment of other saints." Stephen remained unfazed. "It's all right. I'll fix all my mistakes from now on. In fact, this is a necessary step." Kevin eyed him skeptically. "Hey, you troublemaker, what are you up to now?" Kevin couldn't dissuade him, so he decided to go along with it. There was no other way. "Then let's prepare as well." Hugo sighed and nodded. "Let's get ready quickly." Stephen was stunned. "What?" he growled. "What are you talking about?" Hugo retorted, "You think we want to go?" But Kevin directly mocked him, saying he was as helpless as a man without arms. "You dare hold a press conference alone?" Hugo was fed up with this muscle-bound simpleton. Without the Vice City Lord and the Temple Master, how could he fight off the Libra if they attacked? "Stop the nonsense and prepare what you need to say at the press conference. We'll save you a spot." Stephen was scolded, but his heart felt warm, and he shed tears. "So even if it's a scam, I'm in. But this is worth paying attention to." He uttered 3 short words, filled with sincerity. "Thank you." Stephen opens his eyes, ending the flashback, his voice full of conviction as he thanks everyone for attending this surprise press conference. Now let's get to the main point. Do you all remember the recent press conference held by Saint Aquarius Sophie Mareed? He recounted that Sophie Mareed had revealed the truth about the Red Eye attack that occurred in the Demon Tower 20 years ago. But due to the obstruction of the Cancer Saint and subsequent events, the story was forgotten. His eyes, serious and devoid of their usual levity, added weight to his words. "This time, I will bring that story to light once more." According to Sophie Mary's testimony, Lion was the one who captured the Red Eye at the Demon Tower. So it was true, settling the debate. But there's more, as Stephen drops an even bigger bombshell. Lion was also responsible for the Red Eye's appearance in America this time. The crowd erupted. "Wait, I have a question." The hall erupted in chaos, everyone wanting to ask questions. "Hey, let's hear him out." Hugo thought to himself that so far, there hadn't been any major problems, but his heart was still incredibly tense. If only everything could end this smoothly. I don't know what the situation is outside, but with Kevin, things should be fine. Elsewhere, Kevin raises his sword at the person before him, his eyes filled with disgust. "I didn't expect you to show up here, Meng. Even with a sword to his throat, the Cancer Saint Ming is all smiles." "Of course I had to come. Stephen is slandering our saints. How could I stand idly by?" Kevin's eyes showed utter contempt. "You've got some nerve. He's just stating the truth." Jean-Louis wasn't angry and simply drawled, "Oh, is that so?" He flicks the sword at his neck. "Then you'll tell me everything, including how you stabbed Li Jihoon in the back?" Kevin's pupils shrank. How could he accept such nonsense? "Nonsense," Ruitt shrugs. "Why the nonsense? Libra and I orchestrated the plan to eliminate Lion together. I'm the only one who knows what happened to Lion," he whispered in his ear. "I'll ask you one question. Do you remember exactly what happened in the Tower of Demons?" Kevin growled. "I don't know what you're talking about." Suddenly, Kevin felt a chill, as if countless chains were holding something back inside him. "Why can't I remember anything?" "Kevin, you're so pathetic. Let's talk, and I'll tell you the truth of what happened back then. Where should I begin?" "Ah, yes. Starting from when you worried about not being able to surpass Lion." Kevin's sword-wielding hand trembled. "Damn it, I can't move." But even so, his mouth is still firm. "I didn't do anything." Jang gathers his energy, amplifying the spell's power, and accuses Kevin Hazard of tampering with his memories. "It's your guilt over stabbing Li Jihoon in the Tower of Evil." Kevin wanted to shut down those lies. "Shut your mouth, you're talking nonsense." Contrary to his disheveled appearance, Zhang retreats with composure. "Not at all, I'm just stating the facts, and I'll help you remember." With that, he pulled something out of his pocket and held it up. He held up a key, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "The truth is, I've lost all my business partners and fallen on very hard times. Recruiting old teammates while he's at it wouldn't be bad either." The pain made it impossible for Kevin to open his eyes. He could only vaguely see something approaching his forehead. "What?" Zhang Lue places the key to Kevin's forehead, mimicking the unlocking of a lock. "I will break your seal and unleash the memories you buried deep within." The key unlocks, channeling power into him, breaking the seal and dissolving the chains. The scene from that year becomes vivid. Inside the hall, reporters eagerly peppered him with questions. "So, other than Lion, Mr. Marr, no other saints contributed to defeating the Red Eye?" Someone asks if Legion was betrayed by one of the saints who entered the demon realm and was imprisoned. Stephen chose the right answer. That's right. The crowd is consumed with curiosity. So, who assassinated Lion? Outside the hall, someone was rushing towards the assembly hall as Stephen said, "Unfortunately, there are people we suspect, but we have no proof." Outside, footsteps grew closer as the mastermind remained unknown to both Lion and myself. Just as Stephen finished speaking, the door burst open and Kevin stepped inside. Stephen and Hugo were stunned. Kevin smirked. "Am I interrupting? Sorry to cut into your discussion." His eyes glowed red with dark energy. "I'm here to say what needs to be said. The one who stabbed Leon in the Demon Tower?" Stephen and Hugo are stunned. "What?" Kevin slowly walks into the hall. I'm truly impressed by Leon's courage to face the Red Eyes without running. He walked, marveling at the fierce battle. Just watching was difficult, and his laughter echoed through the room. Lion had finally defeated the Red Eyes. A truly touching moment. Memories flood back to a time after Jian's fierce battle with the Red Eyes, a Pyrrhic victory that left him battered and bruised, his hoarse voice laced with curses. Did those bastards really leave me to run away? He gritted his teeth. Jian was too busy calling out the names of his comrades to notice someone approaching. And that's when Kevin saw his chance, stabbing him in the back. He grinned, as if he'd defeated the strongest foe. Kevin recounted the memory with twisted glee, like a battle raging within his soul. Leon was exhausted and defenseless, taken down like a fool caught by surprise. The reporters were stunned by this shocking revelation, while Kevin stood in the hall, laughing maniacally. You should have seen his stupid expression when he fell. Stephen and Hugo are stunned by this revelation. Kevin? What the hell are you talking about? Kevin chuckled. Do I have to spell it out for you to understand? Do I have to spell it out for you? Kevin's maiden power is also activated. He raised his devilish face and uttered the most vicious words. I stabbed Lee Ji-hoon. Hugo couldn't hold back any longer and unleashed his power, as Stephen reminded him of his humanity. Though enraged, Hugo barely maintained his composure, demanding Kevin elaborate on the matter. Kevin's eyes were mocking. I already told you. What more do you want to hear? Hugo glared at him. No, I want to know more. Kevin pulls out a black box, feigning a sigh. Too bad this isn't the time to keep playing around. If you want to hear more, let these guys do it. Kevin crushes the black box, unleashing countless dark entities, catching Hugo and Stephen completely off guard. The writhing black mass grew into viscous blobs, lunging at everyone in the room as the reporters panicked, screaming, Run! The creature roared, shaking the entire room, and Stephen quickly mobilized his men. Damn it, Lion Star believers. Hold them off until all the reporters are out of here. The soldiers immediately rush out. Understood. Stephen jumped towards Hugo. Damn, this situation took an unexpected turn. What to do now? Hugo cracks his knuckles, ready to eliminate the obstacles and capture him to get the full story. Stephen found his words arrogant, but also agreeable. You make it sound so easy. Kevin gives the order to charge, and the slimes rush forward like savage beasts, throwing the hall into complete chaos. A reporter is being chased down by a monster, and a soldier is stabbed. Just then, Hugo and Stephen rush in, each delivering a blow. Hugo immediately ordered the reporter with glasses to quickly evacuate to the emergency exit. The reporter, running, frantically said, Thank you. Stephen watched in disbelief as the writhing mass was pulverized, only to regenerate in moments, the insects rejoining and drawing life from a cursed energy core. Kevin watched the centaurs and lions struggle, reveling in their predicament. If they continued fighting here, the entire sanctuary would collapse. The writhing mass has now merged into an ancient tree, and it swings its grotesque hand toward its prey. The force of the blow shatters the floor. Despite the brutal punches, its hand remains unscathed, as if it's been reinforced. Stephen thought to himself that if they continued fighting here, the entire sanctuary would collapse, and he had to end this quickly. They both unleashed their full power, ready to tear this monster apart today. Seven unleashes a kick, aiming straight for its head, splitting the monster in two with a light tap, while the lion's power gives it a shocking jolt. Hugo, blinded by the light, marveled at his opponent's tenacity, only to realize the monster still had claws. He didn't expect this either. The monster seized the opportunity, crushing Stephen in its palm, leaving Hugo in shock. But no one answered him. The red light within the monster flickered. Stephen lies in the monster's palm, frowning. Damn it, is it regenerating? Seeing his colleague in such a state, Hugo was consumed by rage, punching a hole straight through the monster, and flames engulfed the beast. Hugo rushed over, asking, Are you still alive? Stephen struggles to free his legs from the pile of fingernails. Why isn't my skill dealing the damage I expected? Centaur, how can you stop their regeneration? But before he could hope, his friend was immediately mind-controlled by the priestess. Stephen, still trapped, screamed at the dumbfounded Hugo, who finally used his skill. If Apollo were here, he'd be weeping. A true disappointment to the gods. Stephen struggled, unable to escape, and screamed Hugo's name, who just stood there watching. In fact, instead of just standing there, do something. He's still alive. Just as he said that, the hand exploded. Mimicking the arm's movements, the monsters in the room explode, instantly annihilated, leaving Hugo and even Kevin utterly speechless. Stephen was still yelling, It's alive! But then he was stunned into silence. But what just flew in? From out of nowhere, an iron fist swung its arm. It drops a reassuring emblem, implying it's taken care of things, and vanishes, leaving Stephen utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? The arm was just flexing and showing off. Stephen stammered, seemingly identifying it as an arm. The arm, previously flexing, turned and lunged at Stephen, scaring him half to death. What the hell? The arm seems to merge with Stephen's stump in an instant. He could feel the lion's power and the iron arm's energy merging together. But what happened next? Stephen is stunned that he's gone from 2 arms to 1. Yuha rushes over, asking where it went. Stephen was confused to see her appear there. He was being trolled by Yuha. Yuha is shocked to see the arm has chosen its master, wondering how it could be so smart and already in place. "You're wearing it." Stephen frantically raises the iron hand in disbelief. "Explain yourself. What is this thing that attached itself to me?" Yuha responds, explaining that it's a custom-made prosthetic arm crafted by Uncle Lion, specifically for Stephen Marer. Stephen roared, his one-handed yell enough to make the entire stage explode, leaving Kevin in shock, wondering what the hell was going on. Stephen laughed so loudly it felt like the whole block could hear him, leaving Hugo embarrassed for his friend's overexcitement. Yuha is speechless. He's too excited, while Stephen is still basking in his moment of happiness. Finally, Lion recognized my worth and forged a weapon for me. It may be a little late, but Stephen's involvement feels like a step to the top of my life. The main character always appears when you've almost forgotten about them. Hugo arrives to interview him, finally fulfilling a wish. "How do you feel?" Stephen asked with a burst of laughter. "I'm the champion now." Hugo sighed, dumbfounded. Yuha approaches the two as well, deciding to follow Stephen's lead today. 7 is eager to test out this new arm. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Ong watches the horde, now fully charged with lightning. Stephen is ready to obliterate these monsters. Stephen Marer's historic moment begins. In the Demon Tower, Jian, with an expressionless face, tries to reassure Sangdae. It's not going to happen, so don't stress out. Sangdae's face pales, and Jian scoffs at the cowardly boy. He reassures him, there's no need to be tense. There won't be any more misfortune. Sangdae chuckled. You've said that to me before, haven't you? John surveyed the room. The explosion was quite large. I should have reduced the power a bit. Sandy is curious, why did you come here? Jian answers naturally. Why? Isn't it because of you? He gestured towards something nearby, and Sangdae looked at the massive statue before him. Jian replied, the monarch is trapped in the lowest level. Sangdae still doesn't quite understand. Isn't he already dead? John continued, pointing at the statue's face. Look closely. With that, he yelled at the statue. Stop playing dead and get up. I know you're not dead yet. Just as John finished speaking, the statue burst into laughter. So, you've discovered me? The red chains binding the statue snap. Welcome. The 13th saint, Sangdae practically screamed himself hoarse. Enough with the nonsense. But Jian remained calm, chatting with the statue. I mean, there's nothing small around here. What's an explosion to a monarch like you? The sovereign found the boy more and more intriguing. Indeed, as a monarch, how could I die from a mere explosion? After all, Lion, your first impression on me was truly impressive. Jian frowned upon hearing that. You know my name? He replied. Of course I know. And with that, he recounted every detail of Leon's past. I know not only the source of the tower's power, but also the keeper of its memories. I know that 20 years ago you attacked this demon tower only to be betrayed by your comrades. Isn't that right? You've been trapped in this tower for 20 years. He recounts that while trapped in this cursed space, he couldn't help but pay attention to everything happening in the tower. John nods. Okay, it seems you know a lot, so let's cut to the chase. Who is he? Who stabbed me in the back? I know, don't I? The monarch chuckled. Of course I know, but I can't say. John summons his weapon, perhaps you're mistaken. You're ready to smash the statue, and if he doesn't talk, I'm not negotiating. The sovereign, looking tense, said, Listen to me, you won't regret it. Let's help each other out. I'll show you all the memories within the tower, and you'll help me escape. John cast a suspicious glance, asking, What exactly are you plotting? The monarch calmly explained, Look at my situation. His voice was deep and hoarse. I was once a ruler, but now I'm imprisoned, forced to absorb power in this place. By any means, I'll beg anyone and pay any price for my freedom. He was very honest. A plot? Of course there is. I will leave this god-forsaken place and stab those who did this to me. You, of all people, understand how I feel, right? John recalled his own pathetic state back then, a smile of excitement spreading across his lips. John laughed. Damn, even though you stink a bit, your last words are exactly what I wanted to hear. The sword slams into the ground. Fine. John growls. I'll trust you this once. He glares at the monarch. But first, show me your memories. He can't stop laughing. Fine. Finally someone understands me. Sangdae stood beside Jian, stunned, as Jian approached the statue. Sangdae, I'm only skimming his memories for a moment. When we return, it'll be hellish training, so prepare yourself." He stopped a short distance away. John asked, "What must I do?" The monarch replied, "Just stand there." He pointed a finger into the air. "I will activate our memories." A surge of black energy floods his body as the sovereign declares, "Now, you can access any memory you desire." John watched the black smoke engulf him. "Any memory I want, huh?" John gazed at the countless memories parading before him, thinking that the archive was well-maintained. It felt strange to revisit this memory, but now wasn't the time for sentiment. "Show me the memories from right after I defeated the Red Eyes 20 years ago." With that thought, he fully focused. He commanded to see the memories from right after he defeated the Red Eyes 20 years ago, and a fragment of memory halted before him. It was when he risked his life fighting the Red Eyes, and his colleagues were nowhere to be found. Those bastards dared to abandon him, if he ever caught them. Then, he was stabbed in the back by that person. The last thing he saw before the memory ended was their smile. Jian's pupils turned crimson red. It's him. Import is none other than Cancer Saint, Jiang Lui. You should have accepted that offer then. You'd be standing somewhere else right now. Jiang Lui laughs gleefully as Kevin and Kali struggle to fight him. The press conference must be in chaos right now, right? The world will think you're responsible for everything. You're the one who stabbed Lijon and ruined the press conference. Congratulations, Kevin. Kevin listened to every word, grinding his teeth even harder as Rui laughed with glee. Now you'll go down in history as a traitor to humanity here in Washington, D.C. Just before Stephen's press conference, Callie and Yuha leapt across the skyscrapers. Callie excitedly thought, "My first mission in Ophiuxis. I'll make it perfect." John said the job was simple. Just deliver this prosthetic arm to those two. But he emphasized that even though it was a small task, it was important. This was their first mission together. Back in the present, Kaylee suddenly shouts, "Lion Jian, don't worry, I'll finish this mission quickly." Yuha watched her, thinking she was crazy. What's wrong with her? Suddenly, the thing on Callie's back pointed in one direction, and she happily exclaimed, "Oh, over there?" Callie's eyes lit up as she flew quickly toward her target, prompting Yuha to call out to her. "Hey, arm wings, full speed ahead, here I come." Meanwhile, Kevin has a sword pointed at his forehead. From above, Zin sinisterly proclaims, "I will unseal you, and the memories you buried." In Kevin's reddened eyes, a figure flickers. In his memory, the owner of that back whispers, "I've finally caught you." Suddenly, their body begins to tremble strangely. The figure was stabbed from behind, and the attacker's viciously grinning face is revealed. A stunned Kevin realizes, "I'm the one who killed Lion." Din laughs. "That's right, because you couldn't surpass Lion, you crossed the line. So you told Capricorn that Lion was dead, and after the deed, you took Sky as your prize. But guilt tormented you, so you begged me to seal your memories. Do you understand now? We've been in this together for 20 years. Hearing this, Kevin couldn't help but shudder, his face drenched in a cold sweat, his eyes reflecting an unusual, murderous aura. He asked through gritted teeth, "Kevin, do you still want to surpass Lion? I'm ready to help you at any time. To gain a power unlike anything you've known before." Suddenly, the stone wall behind him is smashed through. As Jin spoke, a foot slammed into his face, crushing his cheek and sending blood gushing from his nose. Callie had arrived, but something caught her eye, and she stared in surprise. She suddenly noticed Kevin, who was also looking at her, and Callie exclaimed, "Found him!" She lands with a thud, finding Din sent flying. His eyes wide, he asks Callie. Callie beams, giving herself a thumbs up. "I'm Callie." The hand behind her echoes the gesture. She offered Kevin her arm, much to his surprise. Callie, her eyes shining, said, "Lord Lion Jian ordered me to bring this to you, Kevin. Now you can wield a sword with your right hand." Kevin looked down with concern, bowing his head as he said, "I'm not worthy to receive this." Callie asked in surprise, "Huh? Why?" Confused, she offered the arm again. "No paperwork or anything, just take it." Suddenly, a thick red smoke shoots out. "Isn't that because you stabbed Li Jian?" Jin growled, unleashing a burst of power with his kick as Callie clutched her arm and screamed. Kevin, wincing, added, "You look like you almost got blown away." He reached out to the coughing Callie, calling, "Callie, Callie." But before she could stand, she asked, "What's going on?" Kevin surmises that cancer has pulled them to another location. As Callie looks up, transformed, and questions, Din said in the desert, "I brought you here for an easier conversation. Perhaps this will be our last." Surprised, you should have accepted that offer. The press conference must be in chaos right now. Callie and Kevin looked at him tensely as Din smugly said, "The world will only know that you caused all of this. You stabbed Lee Ji-hoon and turned the press conference into a mess. Congratulations, Kevin. Hearing this, he was sweating with tension as Din loudly accused him. You are now a traitor to humanity, forever etched in history. He endured the swirling sand, continuing to imagine the future. Soon, the world would know about his attack on Lee Ji-hoon. Now, your only path to survival is to share a boat with me. Will they even let you? Kevin lowered his head and quietly said, I don't care. He struggles to his feet. If I am the one who stabbed Lee Ji-hoon 20 years ago, Kevin's sword shines silver. He looks ahead, resolute. Then I will accept and pay for that sin accordingly. Don't even dream that I would cooperate with you. He looked down and judged contemptuously. Ah, foolish one, there's no other way. You'll die here. As he finished speaking, Kevin was impaled. Suddenly ambushed, Kaylee stabs him, but his sword also slashes her head. Kevin is stunned, thinking, Kaylee betrayed me? Impossible. Pisces' shape-shifting skill is cancelled, revealing Jin's face beneath the disguise, and Kevin wonders about Pisces' cloning and shape-shifting abilities. While Kevin was stunned, he was stabbed again, as Kaylee, in another dimension, sat collapsed, clutching her arm and talking to herself. I should have given this prosthetic arm to Kevin, but he's gone. Surrounded by a protective barrier of snakeskin, Callie worriedly asks, what do I do? I hope nothing bad has happened to Kevin. But at this point, Kevin had already been riddled with holes. Rin looks upon his pathetic state, expressing his disappointment. Seeing Kevin defenseless, he mocks the former master of the world's second divine creation, once on par with Libra, now fallen so low. With a sinister smirk, Rin thought that although persuasion failed, it wasn't bad, as he had severed one of Lion's right-hand men, and there was a message from Vice City Lord Pisces, Selvia. I am Selvia Callie, just leaving the press conference. Jin turns and replies, good, a little late, but proceed as planned. The voice on the other end replied, understood. Kevin coughed up blood, dark crimson drops falling before him. In his moment of peril, a voice echoes, my beloved child, I can't stand by any longer. It's time for me to appear. And pristine droplets began to flow. Din turns away smugly, saying, I must act too. Someone suddenly appeared. Under the crescent moon, Din whispers, are you sure you want to step into this world? The crescent moon's master has a magic circle forming above him, and a drop of blood falls to the earth, freezing and shattering. As silver winds gather around Kevin, Din watches and says, looks like you're in a hurry, descending directly like that. The ice is spreading further and further. He rushes forward, shouting, did you think I'd just stand by and watch? He unleashes an attack, the Cancer constellation's claw blade. Red energy surges forth, engulfing the frozen area. The attack from them strikes the ice around Kevin, causing it to crack. He suddenly says, April Bloom, unleashing a skill that creates a powerful shock, piercing through the surrounding claw swords. Jin is pushed back by sharp shards of ice as a massive iceberg rises, and a form made of silver wind appears, along with a voice, you dare touch my people? The figure slowly takes form, and a sharp voice echoes, I can't stand by and watch any longer. Dai looks up, stunned. The Virgo saintess Ms. appears under the moonlight, declaring that he must pay the price. Miss mutters that he is ruthless, looking down at Kevin, judging that he unexpectedly used the monarch's keepsake to patch things up. And if so, she doesn't need to be lenient. She reaches forward, her powerful hand descending with a solemn voice, and disappears. Jin is blown away, a powerful wave breaking through the misty rocks. Jin struggles to defend himself as the goddess unleashes a powerful attack, creating a barrier to withstand it. But he's losing ground. Cornered, Jin erupts with power, unleashing the Crab Supernova skill and the AB sword, declaring, I am still a demigod. Don't think you can defeat me so easily. A demigod? Miss scoffs. Is that all you are, and you dare stand against me? How arrogant. She waves her hand forward, unleashing a series of even more powerful skills as sharp shards of ice hurtle toward Jin. The sharp ice pierced the sword's core, the shockwave forcing him to leap away. The red defensive sphere gradually lost its light, buried in ice. Jin is hit and angrily shouts, damn it! Countless red lights appear as he uses all the resources of the Cancer constellation. A god has descended. Miss points defiantly. That's right, if you want to live, summon him now. She frowned in displeasure. You're as disgusting as ever, Kakinos. The grotesque Kakinos appears behind Din, the Cancer zodiac god, snarling, don't you dare interfere with my subordinates. Ms. dismissively retaliates, looking at Kevin and replying, you're the ones who started it. The power of the two gods clashes, Kakinos' crimson energy engulfing the space. The power of the two gods is reaching its limit, and Ami unleashes her skill, pointing her blade forward. Suddenly a scream rang out, causing Kakinos to turn and ask, "What was that?" Kali came hurtling forward with the arm, screaming in terror as it dragged her along. "Everyone, get out of the way!" Dai looked at her and said, "Kali," then cried out in alarm, "Wait!" He was struck in the face by the arm, the impact creating a powerful gust of wind. Arm's eyes widened, and Kakinos gaped in surprise, while Kali, being dragged away, cried out in fear. As Din vanished, he gnashed his teeth, cursing, "That idiot." I'm in the same situation again. The summoner of the holy god has been eliminated, and the holy god will be forced to return to the realm of the gods. Kakinos' body fades away, and Kali collapses to the ground, her eyes spinning with dizziness as she slumps and says, "Finally, it's over." The arm waves goodbye with two fingers as she sits up, rubbing her head. As Kali looks at the dissipating figure, she asks, "I felt like I hit something really strong. Are you okay?" The sacred arm of the Ice Sword Saint King has defeated cancer, and you have collected cancer's core. Kali wondered to herself, astonished. "Where did that come from?" Miss asked softly as Kali looked up, puzzled. "Who are you?" Miss says. "Can't you recognize me in this form?" She smiled, her face beginning to crack, her body fading away as she gently told Kali, "I'll return to a more familiar form." Kali looks up and says, "Ah, Mr. Kevin." The form of a girl gradually appears. Kali's face pales. "Ah, no." The figure's eyes glowed as they landed before Kali, who sat on the ground, clutching Vuchi's arm, and asked, "Are you Kevin?" The girl replied indifferently, "I once was him, but not anymore. I'm borrowing Kevin's body to descend, like the goddess Miss borrowing a saint's body." Stephen shouted, charging forward with lightning crackling from his hand. He struck the calamities, causing them to cry out in pain, and seeing this, Yuha and Hugo joined the fray. They gathered their strength, focusing their attacks on the calamities who were sent flying, much to Kevin's shock. It flies out of the building, sending debris scattering everywhere. Kevin collapses, stunned. It can't be. He turned back, breaking into a cold sweat. They were calamities born from the monarch's relics. Kevin recalls the calamities. Break-level calamities couldn't be so easily defeated, could they? Hugo looks toward Kevin. "Kevin, these calamities are too much for us." Hugo gestures wildly. "If you want to fight seriously, use your skills." Kevin frowned, grinding his teeth in anger as Hugo taunted, "What are you hesitating for?" "What's the matter?" Yuhua taunted. "Are you just going to stand there?" She gathers her strength, ready to strike. "If you won't come at me, I will." And with that, she leapt to attack Kevin. Yuha throws a punch, but Kevin dodges it just in time, and her attack hits a calamity, sending it hurtling toward him. The calamity slammed into the ground, crushing Kevin, and a cube fell out from under it. Sagittarius and Stephen smirked. "Where do you think you're going?" The cube rolls to Sagittarius's feet as a voice echoes from beneath the monster. "Damn it, Pisces' transformation skill has been undone." A tiny figure struggles to lift the monster's hand. Nothing is going according to plan. She's furious, saying the saint's power is supposed to be useless against disasters. Selvia, the SS1 Pisces saint. Selvia continues, "Yet they used a power I've never seen to attack them." Stephen retorts angrily, "My holy ground." Centaur quietly picks up the cube, grabbing the imposter Kevin. He chuckled that arrogant Kevin not only didn't use his powers but was only concerned with controlling the disaster. The centaur glanced at the object in his hand, wondering how he controlled this keepsake. The sight of the object instantly turned Selvia's gaze fierce. A memento of the monarch. Yuha steps in front of Selvia, blocking her view. "Didn't I tell you to stop last time? Your acting is terrible." Yuha is radiating murderous intent. "Your acting is terrible." Her eyes now burned with rage. "After causing such chaos, don't think you can just walk away." Hugo's face is calm, but his eyes betray his anger. Stephen looked as though he wanted to devour her whole, and Svea trembled in fear. She bit her lip and trembled. Why isn't Cancer answering? Cancer. The lurking Cancer. Meanwhile, his eyes suddenly turned cold. "Because I borrowed his body to descend," Holy Maiden Miss, in the borrowed body of the saint, her distorted face confused Kali. Kevin's remaining consciousness broke free, shouting, "Shut up! Get out of my body!" The Holy Maiden? Kevin. Kevin is furious. "Who allowed you to descend and change genders again? Get out of here." Miss seizes Kevin's consciousness. "I risked coming here to save people, and you're ungrateful. Save your anger for someone else and leave. Don't use the Holy Altar's resources without permission." "Oh, so we're getting serious. What's the point of hoarding resources as the second seat of God? Must it be used now? Why do you always act crazy when I come here?" The image of Kevin being impaled flashes. "Hey, you think my wounds are light? You've been hit by Cancer's entertainment star. Miss continues. If I undo the god, you'll die now. Kevin panics. So is this how it's going to be forever? Oh, relax. Of course you have to wait until your wounds heal. Kevin screamed in absurd anger. Intrigued by the scene, Callie raises her phone to take a picture, saying, How interesting. Let's take a picture. Kevin turned around. And what do you think you're doing? Callie casually replied, I'm taking pictures. Don't mind me. His anger only intensified. No pictures allowed. Miss waved her hand. What's the harm? One picture won't hurt. She struck a suggestive pose, knowing this was the perfect moment to capture. Kevin was fuming, yelling at her to stop, but Artis ignored him. Please, stop it. Artis continued to pose, ignoring Kevin's pleas. Stop it, Callie excitedly snaps photos. Kevin continues to scream in frustration. Stop it! Artemis, did you get all the shots? Callie asks, giving a thumbs up. Yes, she's taken aback when Artis starts patting her head. Thanks for your help. Artis stands up straight. Thanks to you, I was able to defeat Kakinos in time. Callie was stunned. Huh? Where are you going? Artis withdraws his hand, saying, Of course. Since they trespassed into Stephen's lion sanctum, why shouldn't I visit our holy ground? Kevin will attack while I'm away. Understanding dawning, Kaylee offers the prosthetic arm to Miss, saying, Then please take this arm with you. This is the signature mechanical arm Lion gave Kevin. Miss sighs, she can't bring herself to take it. Callie is confused, huh? Miss turns and walks away. Kevin is desperately refusing it. He says accepting the arm would truly sever our connection, and he even threatened me. Callie is curious, asking for an explanation. The light appears again, using the saint's special authority, and she returns to the sanctuary, looking back. First, I'll settle things with my holy land. Then I'll go directly to Lion and explain everything. She looked at Callie. Give him my regards and thank him for looking after my people. Callie reached out towards the light as it flew away. Wait, she's gone. How annoying, Callie trembled. These are the cases that Lion Jian entrusted to me. I've failed. The mission to join the Serpentarius Zodiac, Callie can no longer stand firm. What will happen to Lord Lion if I meet him? Lion stands with his arms crossed, eyes blazing, facing the dark force. He asked, Well? A sinister smile crept across his face. Have you seen all the memories you desired? John sighed. Still a little short. Perhaps the records here are limited to the memories of the Monster Tower. John leaned toward the dark force. I can't see the Monarch's memories. I want information about the Monarch, he replied. What are you talking about? His face stern, he continued. I fulfilled the contract. What you're asking for isn't part of it. John retorts. Don't play dumb with me. He used his power, so I'll synchronize our memories. John followed up. That's not what they say. Synchronizing our memories would expose the dark forces, meaning you could also see my memories. He chuckled. You're smarter than I thought. Jian's image flashed. I thought I could trick you, but you're more skilled than I imagined. So why did you pretend not to know? John tilted his head, eager to learn more. If I don't reveal some things about myself, how can we continue this conversation? He smirked. You want to leave here, don't you? Then bet on the card you're hiding. He laughs. Very well, if you want my memories as a monarch, I'll give them to you. He points at Jian. But on one condition, behind our fragmented images, synchronize our memories and we shall become one lion. John is shaken. What did you say? The dark force calmly replies, I will give you the chance to devour the world. His eyes gleamed. Awaken as a monarch. El Jian and Sangjay stood behind him, silently watching Jian. He stood there in silence, his focus entirely on Jian. You're taking too long. A wave of anxiety washes over Sangjay. Will everything be all right? Something approaches, putting him on alert. A massive foot stomps down. Why has the Demon Tower become such a ruin? So, this is why the monarch sent us here. The door behind the goat slowly opens. Someone's coming? Two monsters slowly enter. An intruder. Sangday turns around, only to see Sangday, startling the monster. Human, what are you doing? It moved closer to Sangday, asking how he dared intrude. Was he responsible for the tower's condition? He instinctively recoiled. The monster has noticed something. It seems the tower's system has been compromised. Realizing the monster is referring to Jian, he turns to see it charging. I won't let you get away with this. John remains enveloped in a dark aura as the monster attacks him from behind. To protect Jian, Sangday uses his power to attack the monster, catching it by surprise. Sangday questions the creature, asking how it dares lay a hand on his master, but the remaining monster refuses to back down. Look over here. It unleashes a powerful kick towards Sangday. He slams the ground, creating a massive crater, as the serpent-bearer's scales protect his follower, Tron Zhang Day. He was terrified. Without Lion's power, he'd be done for. Glancing at the two monsters, he knew they were no ordinary foes. Sang to sweats. Lion is currently reading the monarch's memories and can't defend him. He must stop them until Lion returns. The hulking monster commanded, "You wield an interesting power. I'll handle this, human. You go eliminate the system intruder." The protective circle fades away. "Damn it, you think I'll just let you go?" It throws a punch at Sangdae, which he immediately blocks. The monster taunts him, saying his stance is good, but that's all it is. It continued to taunt. "I thought toying with you would be fun. Is it over already?" Sangdae trembled with rage, cursing the maddening noise. "I want to do something too." He forces himself to troll Sangdae into thinking fast. Surely there's enough Yucca skill he can use right now. As if struck by a sudden realization, Sangdae recalls Stephen's building, Washington, D.C., headquarters of the Leo Zodiac. There, Selvia is bound, her face swollen from a beating. "Damn it," Hugo said sternly. "Now you're in the mood to answer my questions, right?" With a stoic expression, Hugo summarizes the situation. Kevin was indeed kidnapped by cancer, and you took advantage of that to impersonate him and make a false announcement, correct? Selvia, terrified, answers, "Yes." Hugo held the cube up to Selvia, asking where she got it. She quickly replied, "The cancer saint gave it to me." Stephen moved forward, but I don't know the details. First, we have to find Kevin and that cancer saint. Sagittarius pressed on. "Do you know where Kevin took cancer?" She laughed. "It's no use." Selvia's face is now unreadable. Even if I failed, the cancer saint has surely killed Kevin and begun his attack on the maiden sanctuary. The Sagittarius group was shocked. Selvia laughed maniacally, their goal having been achieved regardless. A figure kicked open the door behind her, making Selvia jump. "You think this is funny?" Everyone in the room turned their attention to the door as Coley stormed in, her face dark with rage. "I asked you, is it funny?" Yuha wondered, "Did you complete your mission?" Furious, Kali asks if they can't see, as Yuha notices something. "Wait, you're pointing... Wait, that arm, could it be that you failed?" Kali retorts, "I'm furious, don't remind me." Kali's eyes glare murderously at the girl pinned to the floor. "Evia," Selvia broke out in a cold sweat. "Huh? What?" Kali throws the prosthetic arm, hitting Selvia square in the face. "I asked you a question. Is it funny?" "Why don't you answer me?" Kali said, striking Svia's face repeatedly with her prosthetic arm. "If you want to say things you shouldn't to that fishmouth, go right ahead." Seeing this, the Centaur group intervened and stopped him. Yuha rushed to restrain her, but Kali was still furious. "I failed my first mission from Lord Lion because of you." Yuha held Kali back, saying, "Calm down." Kali whirls around, retorting, "You think I can stay calm?" "This has nothing to do with her." Yuha smirks. "Of course it doesn't concern me because I've already completed my mission." Yuha's words leave Kali frozen. Kali froze, hardly believing her ears, and wept in fury. "I'll take you all on," Stephen froze, realizing he couldn't stop her. The Centaur is helpless. Someone stop her. Suddenly, a control panel appears before the Centaur. The console displays a message. "My Take the Hit skill has designated a target for family protection." "You used the Ramhorn skill, so what's wrong, Black Centaur?" Stephen remarks with a hint of sarcasm, "Libra, you're so lucky." Beside him, Hugo had been sucked into the control panel, and Stephen turned to look with a puzzled expression. He frantically searches for the Centaur while Kali repeatedly slaps Svea. "I swear I'll make you eat slaps for meals," Yuha taunts from behind. "You couldn't even send equipment, yet you speak so loudly," Kali says angrily. "Soon, Tron Yuha, you'll be next. Just stand there. That day was worse than all the days I was scolded by the gods," from the memoirs of the Saint Lion Stephen Marer. Meanwhile, the Centaur was being drawn into a spatial rift, and elsewhere, the monster was closing in on Jion. Raising its leg, it said, "You dare intrude upon the tower's system, I'll kill you," and kicked fiercely at Jion. Hugo fell right into the monster's kick, surprising it. Its kick lands squarely in the Centaur's gut. What in the world? Hearing Hugo's voice, Sangjae turned back to him with a happy smile. "It worked. You protected the saint as an Ophiuchus follower. You've gained merit points." Hugo is still trying to figure out what's going on. What is happening? "Your pathetic face has protected the saint with the identity of the Serpent-Bearer's apostle. You blocked the disaster's attack with your strong inner strength." Kakinos points at Jion, saying, "Of course I have a condition." He growls, "More than just synchronizing memories, you and I will merge." John calmly asks, "What did you say?" Kakinos sinisterly replies, "I'll give you the chance to devour this world." Legan's eyes glowed crimson as he grinned, eagerly shouting, "Awaken as the monarch." John remained unmoved, sighing in boredom as if it were a pathetic joke, and coldly mocked him. "What? A monarch? What nonsense are you spouting?" Kakinos confidently explained, I'm not joking, Ligon. I've seen the potential you possess through your memories. He stated bluntly, you have the makings of a calamity god. Your destiny won't end as a mere saint. Accept me. There's no disadvantage to you at all if you join forces with me. As Kakinos relentlessly tries to persuade Jian, a rift appears, revealing the scene behind them, and realizing his friends may be in danger, he immediately turns serious. Kakinos is surprised. They're already here? Then Jian asks, who are you? He quickly replies, they are generals under the Time Monarch. But he doesn't understand who this Time Monarch is. And so he continued, the master of the Demon Tower is the one who imprisoned me here, the one who incited those who wanted to kill you, plotting to stab you in the back. Jian, upon hearing those words, was livid. What will you do? The generals themselves have arrived. There's no time to hesitate. Kakinos grinned. He then approached, attempting to entice Jian. What are you waiting for? Take your revenge. Kakinos roared. Crush the gods and monarchs who deceived us. If we unite and become monarchs, we can surely rule this world. But Jian remained calm, stating, my answer is clear. I refuse. Kakinos' smile fades as he struggles to understand John's rejection, who retorts, you can't enact your revenge without me, can you? Upon hearing that, Kakinos angrily retorted, what did you say? John calmly continued, isn't that the truth? You're trying to drag me into your pathetic scheme? John coldly exposes his true intentions. If I hadn't returned to the Tower of Demons, you'd still be rotting here. If you'd cooperated with me, you wouldn't have had to suffer like this. Why not just admit you want to devour my power? If you had begged me, I might have used you and spared you. Jian then grabs Kakinos, activating his skill to absorb the spirit energy, and says triumphantly, but I will grant your wish. The system reveals Jian is using the Serpent Bearer constellation's Devour skill, a look of delight on his face as he utters each word. When you're digested in my stomach, won't you become a part of me? Kakinos barely managed to plead, wait, no! Before screaming as his body was pulled toward Jian. Those below were astonished by the gruesome scene, and one of the generals exclaimed in disbelief, what in the world are those damned humans doing? Sangde, equally shocked, said, if we knew, we would have stopped them. Then the two generals suddenly dashed forward, telling the others to get out of their way, and Hugo cursed inwardly, anticipating their next move. With incredible speed, he intercepted the two generals, his decisive movements shattering the earth around them. Hugo, exerting all his strength, thought to himself that he couldn't let them near Ligon, no matter what was happening, but holding them back wouldn't be easy. The female general suddenly leaps into the air, angrily declaring, you think you can stop us, I'll crush you. As he looked up in alarm, he saw her hovering above him. Feeling crushed, Hugo roared, activating his skill. His eyes flashed a brilliant gold, his power roared, and a majestic aura erupted around him, successfully pushing both generals away. Hugo's power overwhelms them, and then a massive hand emerges from the chaotic space to seize the female general, Sangde's formidable skill. He controls a massive shadow that holds her in place, as the female general struggles to evade its grasp and shouts, you dare follow me? Her struggles finally staggered Sangde, allowing her to break free. As he nearly fell, a hand swiftly caught Sangde. Hugo, arriving with a mighty fist wreathed in sparks, an effect that gave the female general pause. Without hesitation, he unleashes his divine palm strike. The two generals have nowhere to run as the blow hurtles toward them. But Hugo's target wasn't them. His fist merely grazed the male general's shoulder. A massive blast of energy passes by them, striking the demon tower and shattering it to pieces. Turns out, his target was the tower itself. The two generals watched in disbelief, unable to comprehend what was happening. Before they could finish speaking, a powerful force slammed into the male general. Hugo, taking advantage of their daze, kicked him squarely in the gut. The male general was stunned and sent flying by the sneak attack, as the female general retreated, muttering to her ally, things are getting more complicated than we thought. The fallen general replied, we didn't underestimate them. These humans truly possess the power of the divine, and the one before us has the power of more than one. The female general wondered who they were, but the male general gritted his teeth and made a decision. There was no other way. He took out a round, clock-like object that radiated a mysterious dark green aura. Seeing the object, Hugo wondered, what is that? I have a bad feeling about this. The southern general rose decisively, a powerful object in his hand, and declared, in the name of the great temporal monarch I command. Reversing the demon tower's time. With that, the object in his hand split into pieces floating in the air, releasing a stronger black-green aura that gradually turned into root-like rays imprinted with incomprehensible words and symbols. It spread everywhere, and they stared blankly as the strange force swept before them. These roots seemed to be piecing together the fragments Hugo had destroyed. It was clearly restoring the demon tower, just as the general had said. Hugo watched in disbelief as the fallen tower began to rebuild itself, when suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed his leg. These aren't mere skeletons, but a colossal body with 3 terrifying skulls. Hugo, witnessing this, exclaims, "Calamity!" and recalls Jian's words. The red eyes aren't the true disaster of the demon tower, but rather its administrator, one who can revive fallen disasters. It was then that Hugo truly understood the resurrection of the vanished Calamity, while the system notified Jian that the monarch's power was controlling the tower, activating the previously blocked Devour skill. He frowned, looking down at his glowing blue hand, and said, "Oh, look at this. I don't know what you're up to, but you dare block my skill? Not bad." Meanwhile, Kakinos, facing Jian, is brutally bound by thousands of chains. Suddenly, something appeared before him, drawing Jian's attention. After recognizing it, he snapped, "Ha, damn it, a welcome?" Each word materialized on the blackboard. "You have a letter from the Chronos Sovereign." John ignored the notification, his voice a furious growl as he finished his meal. Suddenly, the system chimed, activating the swallow skill to defy the monarch's orders as Kakinos began to fade, still trying to tempt him. "Stop!" Kakinos gritted his teeth, screaming at John. "Consider my offer again," he smirked. "Just accept your fate and I'll avenge you," John coldly stated as he continued to use his power to seal Kakinos. A bright red stone flares in Kakinos' chest, catching Zion's attention. "Oh, is that the core?" John laughs triumphantly, saying, "The real deal." John draws the stone to him, opening his mouth as he says, "I'm going to enjoy this." Suddenly, an eerie voice echoed, "So difficult," and Jian froze. He immediately went into battle stance as he heard the system alert him to the Time Lord's power emerging from all directions. Kakinos, consumed by power, struggles to speak. "You dare come here, not knowing where you are?" The Time Monarch, Kakinos, roars at the mysterious figure in the dark cloak. He materialized from the thick smoke. The Time Monarch, cane in hand, slowly approached, politely adjusting his hood. John glares, wary of the figure before him. The Time Lord himself? In the blink of an eye, the Time Lord held the red stone, smiling gleefully. Jian's incredible power erupted, his entire body enveloped in a sky-high aura of killing intent. John coldly greets him, pleased to finally meet the Time Lord, the one who stabbed him in the back. John's face burns with rage as he confronts the Time Monarch, declaring that stealing his meal means he must be prepared for the consequences. Standing amidst the thick black smoke, the Time Monarch sneers, "You useless piece of trash. That's the source of the Demon Tower's power. I can't let it fall into anyone else's hands." "Shut your mouth." John roars and leaps into the air as White Fang bares its fangs and lunges at the Time Lord, its blinding light piercing through him. Jian gritted his teeth as the Time Monarch remained unscathed despite the direct hit. He scoffed, "Impressive, how you've gained such power in so little time." Kakinos, standing nearby, quickly interjected, "Stop, Lun. You're not strong enough to touch the Time Monarch. You'll be consumed." The Time Monarch scoffed, finding it laughable that a useless pawn would worry about anyone. "You should worry about yourself first." As he finished speaking, the cold concrete wall above Kakinos cracked, and countless grotesque hands emerged. Kakinos gritted his teeth as the Time Monarch said, "My subordinates have reversed the tower's time. Do you know what that means?" he asked Kakinos abruptly, as thousands of thorny arms rushed to tear him apart. Kakinos couldn't answer, as he was swallowed whole by the arm monster. Helpless and desperate, he screamed, "If you use that power, I'll disappear completely." The Time Lord coldly watched the hands devour Kakinos, but Kakinos stubbornly shouted, "To maintain the Demon Tower, I must exist." The Time Monarch shrugged. "You're mistaken," he said with a wicked smile. "I'm not trying to protect the Demon Tower," he says, his eyes darkening. "I'm going to eliminate you." Hearing this, Kakinos roared in anguish, "You ungrateful wretches." The Time Monarch turned and left, ignoring him completely. Kakinos, enraged by the betrayal, bellowed, "Stealing my power all this time, and then daring to humiliate me." But alas, Kakinos was no match for the Time Lord, his body exploding in a cataclysmic burst before Jian's eyes. The Time Lord smirked, shaking his head with a chuckle, his purpose finally fulfilled. Turning to Jian, he said, "Don't look at me like that. It seems even the monarchs have their share of complicated troubles." The Time Lord nodded in earnest. "Indeed, everyone has their hardships." Just like life, the hourglass suddenly appeared, and the Time Lord politely removed his hat, bowing to Jian. "The Grand Master's spiritual space is collapsing." I must bid you farewell. Now, the time of the contract with the devil will be reversed and reset, and the sands of time flow swiftly as the Time Lord's voice echoes. After the reset, the cards of the demonic contract are yours to play." He smiled slyly. "Consider this my apology for interrupting your meal." As soon as he finishes, Jian darts forward, roaring, "You think I'll let you leave so easily?" The Time Lord shakes his head, chuckling. "There's no need to rush. Now is not the time." He glanced at him, then slowly turned away, leaving only a promise. "We'll meet again. Farewell." John's eyes snap open, and he mutters in frustration, lamenting that his progress was thwarted and his goal remains distant as a panicked voice cries out, "Gun is awake." Jian immediately turns to look. "What?" Jian is surrounded by monsters, along with Hugo and Sangjae, and he's clearly confused. A long-necked monster spotted Jian and immediately roared, glaring at him accusingly. "What have you done to the Temporal Grand Master? What did you do to make Master so charred?" John ignored him, slowly putting his hands in his pockets, silently observing the dried corpse before him. "So this is the great space-time overlord." John sighed with regret as he looked at the corpse. "Completely burned to a crisp, huh? He's unusable." The long-necked monster, feeling insulted, roared, "Are you looking down on me?" "Answer my question," John said slowly, turning to the two beside him. Sangjae lowered his head, and as he finished speaking, a powerful ray of light flashed across Hugo and Sangda's heads, striking the demons and shattering the ground. Suddenly, a strange, enormous object appeared above the monsters, plummeting down like a giant bell, crushing them. The ground erupts as the long-necked monster is silenced, countless creatures sacrificed to his magic. The earth cracked under the immense pressure, while Sangjae and Hugo huddled in fear. John frowned calmly at the demons. "You servants of the Time Lord." Jian unleashes a blow to intimidate them, and the demons tremble in fear. Jian's voice dripped with annoyance. "I'm not happy with your master. You guys are also responsible for that burnt black overlord, got it?" The big-headed monster roared in anger, then charged at Jian, ready to take him down with him. "You wretched humans dare insult the monarch." With that, he transformed into his grotesque original form, baring his fangs at him. "We'll tear you to shreds," he roared. Meanwhile, Sangdae fell back in fear, witnessing the demons reveal their true forms before him, swallowing hard as he realized each disaster was at least a red-level threat. "I've faced calamities alone in this place for 20 years. Yes." In his panic, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. "Sang?" Standing beside him, John asked softly, "Do you remember what we said earlier about hell training here?" Sang responded, "Ah, yes." John stepped forward, tilting his head as he spoke in a detached tone. "Before we begin training, I'll give you a short demonstration. Watch closely." Sangja responds with fervor, "Yes," suddenly excited. "I've always wanted to know." Sangdae couldn't help but admire Jian's cool and solitary figure. "How could you fight and survive in the Tower of Demons for 20 years? How strong must one be to become like him?" Sangjo resolutely grits his teeth and watches. This is the perfect opportunity to learn. The monster roars, preparing to attack, but Jian remains unfazed, as if nothing is amiss. He sighed inwardly. "Sangjae, I'm sorry. The performance was just an excuse." John muttered, thinking only of destroying the newly rebuilt Demon Tower. The atmosphere around the Demon Tower was eerily dark, and in an instant a massive lightning bolt struck, causing a violent tremor. John had successfully destroyed the place. The lightning leaves a gaping hole in the Demon Tower, and everything is destroyed. John looks up at the wreckage and says, "It's all in ruins," before turning to provoke the two generals. "What's wrong? Want to keep going?" John calmly braves the cold amidst the destroyed Demon Tower, as if nothing happened. "Is this all there is?" They lay scattered on the ground, broken and defeated, witnessing the horrifying scene and muttering in despair, how could the difference in power be so vast? He looked down at them and asked, "Hey, are you guys really generals?" Hugo, still shocked, stared at Jian's back, thinking that he was already strong. But after awakening his divine power, he was on a whole other level. With a triumphant smirk, he scoffs, "You're weaker than I thought. No one on the level of Baron Hat?" The two were instantly offended. The general roared, "Silence! How dare you compare us to a defeated foe even with the monarch's power?" He listened with arms crossed as the general grumbled, "If we had the monarch's direct power, dealing with the likes of you would be child's play." Hearing that, Jian nodded to himself, understanding a little better. It seems these calamities have a lord and general relationship, like gods and saints in a single system. And these two haven't been granted power directly by their lord, like Baron Hat. After a moment's thought, he looked down at them and said, "So, the problem is that we need to be evenly matched, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, both generals exclaimed in unison, not quite understanding Jian's intention. Meanwhile, Sangde chimed in from behind, excitedly exclaiming, "That's John for you. One hit and those generals are down." But he pointed his thumb at him, delivering a two-birds-with-one-stone blow to Sangde. "And then how about fighting that guy?" John asked with a grin. Sangde and the two generals were stunned, question marks popping up in their heads. What? Hours later, at the Serpent Bearer's second sanctuary, the Lion Tower, Yuha and Kali entered, announcing, "We're back." But one looked happy and excited, while the other looked utterly exhausted. John turned around and said, "Oh, you're both back?" Smile on his shoulder also happily welcomes them. Only Hugo, sitting in the back with a face like death, barely manages a lifeless welcome. Jian then asked them both, "Good work. Did you finish all your tasks?" Yuha chimed in as she approached. "Of course we did." She strikes a confident pose, saying, "Is that even a question?" Seeing this, John grinned. Well done. Meanwhile, with a face as if she'd been robbed of her last meal, she replied, heartbroken. At that moment, the system appeared to explain, as the Bone Knight's right arm lamented its mission failure. It blamed itself for failing to extract usage fees from a rare, wealthy individual recently, causing Jian to chuckle wryly, knowing it all too well. He calmly continued, "Oh well, I'll just give it to the white-haired guy next time." Did that big cat say anything after receiving the prosthetic arm? Remembering the scene, Yuha excitedly replied, "He loved it. If he wasn't cleaning up the mess at the Lion Star, he would have come here demanding the left arm too." Hearing that, he lamented their greed, but it was then that she noticed Hugo. Yuha wondered about the man who had been silently sighing. "But what's wrong, Dad? It's like you just touched a nerve." Hugo quickly stood up, slinging an arm around Jian's shoulders as he loudly replied, "Yuha, listen here, you jerk." And so he recounted the story from a few hours earlier at the Demon Tower. Picking up where Jian nominated Sangjae to fight the two generals, John cheerfully encouraged the bewildered Sangjae. "Sangjae, consider this hell training. Try to defeat them completely." That statement made him panic and scream. "Uncle, what do you mean? This is way beyond me." But he calmly reassured him, "Don't worry, I've already softened them up." Sei was still trembling, wanting to stop him but not knowing what to say, when the male general behind them spoke up, annoyed. "Hey, what are you thinking? You want us to fight this little punk?" He turned his head slightly, replying seriously, "You said it yourselves. As long as you're granted power by the monarch, there's no problem." Then he smirked, taunting, "Isn't it all about balance in the end? If not for the monarch's power, you'd have to fight my saint to be balanced." He quickly retorted, "Does this brat really think so little of us?" John casually slipped his hands into his pockets, exuding a dangerous aura. "Is there a problem? That kid may look like nothing, but he's a candidate to be my right-hand man." He doesn't mention that Sangjae is fourth out of 4 candidates. John's flattery leaves him speechless, but then Sangjae realizes something, smiling to himself, proud to be personally recognized by Jian. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but get excited and fidget inwardly. Jian's right-hand man, John Sangjae. Hugo, who heard everything from behind, rushed forward to stop him in a panic. "Hey John, what nonsense are you spouting? And the opponent is a Calamity-class general. This is no child's play." "Better let me fight," Sangjae began, but before he could finish, Sangjae quickly cut him off. He suddenly turned dangerous, saying, "Father, don't interfere," leaving Hugo confused. Sangjae confidently points to himself, radiating coolness as he says, "This is a mission for Lion John's right-hand man, the #1 disciple and snake charmer. Leave it to Sangjae." Watching this, Hugo felt a chill and thought, "That kid's fallen into Lion's trap again." Yuha, having heard the story, calmly said, "So you left Sangjae in the Demon Tower and now you're worried sick?" Across from him, Jian shook his head, anxiously replying, "Exactly, I'm afraid Sangjae will have to endure hardships there." But at this moment, she opposed Hugo, as if to reassure him. "Dad, don't underestimate Sangjae like that." Hugo was taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise. Yuha continued, "He's also an Ophiuchus saint, and if he's determined to be Jian's right-hand man, he needs that much resolve. Frankly, it's not like Sangjae hasn't overcome crises before. Isn't that right?" Hearing this, Kali agreed, "I'll admit, you have to be determined." Seeing everyone siding with him, Xian quickly chimed in, "I agree too. If you're so worried, just stay here for now. If something happens to Sangjae, you can get to the Demon Tower right away." Hugo then turned to ask him, "What about you?" John turned serious, replying, "I'm heading to Virgo. I heard that damn crab finally made his move." He gritted his teeth, annoyed. "I'm ending this once and for all. I'm tired of this cat-and-mouse game." The man being spoken of here had a cigarette between his lips, calm amidst the chaos, when a voice suddenly commanded, "The Virgos have retreated from the defense line. Keep pressing them. We have much more to gain by attrition." The commander urgently shouted each word. "Taurus, form an encirclement and advance. Aquarius, quickly heal the wounded. Capricorn and Aries, continue to replenish the holy objects that have lost their durability." People and voices swirled around, but he stood to one side as if savoring every moment. A moment later, all the soldiers gathered. The Taurus squad, clad in sturdy armor and riding ferocious bulls, looked both fierce and terrifying. And at the center of the formation stood their leader, exuding a deadly aura that suppressed their enemies. Next up are the Aries, using magic to raise dozens of sharp blades, their faces full of confidence for the decisive battle. Followed by the Capricorn and Aquarius squads, ready to replenish holy objects and head into battle. Dintu Man takes a drag, a smile playing on his lips as he stands amidst his mighty army, victory seemingly assured. And so, war erupts between the two factions at the Maiden Saints Sanctuary in Europe. The commander's voice echoed through the sanctuary, urging them to press on. The conquest of the Saintess's domain was at hand. The handmaidens were cornered, outmatched by their opponent's overwhelming power. They launched cannon after cannon into the city walls, leaving the handmaidens defenseless and forcing them to retreat. A priestess urgently rallied everyone, saying if this place falls, retreat to the sacred shrine immediately. The priestess beside her shouted, "We absolutely cannot let them get in there." Then, in the direst of moments, a valiant voice rings out, ordering everyone to fall back, followed by a dauntless female general stepping forward, stunning the soldiers. The white-haired general declares, "I will lead the way," leaving those around her speechless, some even asking who she is. But the general didn't answer. She suddenly stomped her foot, shattering the ground. And in an instant, before the army's eyes, a colossal iceberg rose up, carrying her forward as if she were flying. That moment also shocked the opponents, who didn't understand what was happening. She stood firm on the ice staff, surrounded by dozens of gusts of wind, making the scene both stark white and fierce. Then, the female general conjured a sword, seemingly formed from ice, its appearance incredibly formidable. Her eyes, visible through the mask, glared intensely, and each breath she took formed a white mist. The general was ready to fight, and she gave a clear order. "Oh, holy disciples, your goddess is here. Fear not. Face the enemy." With those words, she charged forward, and all the disciples immediately gripped their blades and bravely advanced. Together they charged, crying out, "The divine is with us." Their fervor made the enemy falter. They retreated, trembling, saying, "Isn't that the holy maiden? A god. How can we win against a god? Wait a minute, was he actually a woman?" That question somehow reached her ears above. The saintess sighed wearily, then angrily roared at them, "No," making those below a little scared as they thought, "She has good hearing." The silent leader finally speaks, admitting they have no choice but to act. Ignoring their scheming, Saintess raises her sword and declares, "Maiden skill, July meteor shower." With that, Saint descends in a somersault, followed by dozens of giant meteors forming a massive icy blast aimed straight at Din below. Witnessing this, the soldiers scream and scatter, yet he remained still as the blow approached. Just as the blue energy was about to destroy the mansion, he unleashed his power, his eyes turning a fiery red. Instantly, crimson energy erupted, countering the Saint's meteor storm and creating a massive shock wave, leaving the holy warriors stunned as they gazed upon the spectacle. He blocked all of the holy maiden's attacks. Is it possible that he, too, is a holy god? The round mark, resembling a blood-soaked clock, grew enormous, nearly eclipsing her skill. D transforms, becoming crueler, summoning a massive bald figure behind him, a wide grin stretching from ear to ear as he taunts, "How nostalgic, isn't it? You know this won't end easily. Let's fight again." The Saintess on this side, equally fierce, affirmed, "Just what I wanted. I'll end this tiresome mess myself." With that, veins appeared around her, showing the Saint's unwavering will to fight, as massive explosions destroyed the sturdy skyscrapers. The people scatter in terror, leaving only the reporter and 2 cameramen at the scene. The pressure from the explosion is terrifying, but the reporter's dedication shines through as she shouts, "We're in the Maiden's territory." The Sanctuary Alliance, led by Cancer, is currently invading Virgo's sanctuary, and a fierce battle ensues when suddenly opposing forces of ice and fire descend from the heavens. Faced with such terrifying power, the announcer desperately tried to protect herself, then exclaimed, "The power is so immense, it's hard to even stand. At this level, only the saints could..." Suddenly she stops, then screams, "It can't be..." The tiny host can't believe what she's seeing as the two gods clash, and she cries out in disbelief. Gods, the gods are fighting. This isn't good. This battle is too intense. The goddesses and Cancer have descended. John watches the brawl in the mirror, clicking his tongue in annoyance. Look at them. John cracked his knuckles and muttered coldly, "So the gods are just dropping onto Earth now? Just you wait, I'm coming." Suddenly, Callie stopped him. "Lord Leegun, wait." John raised an eyebrow as she spoke with concern. She didn't know what was coming, but if he was going, he should take this with him. The battle raged on, and Miss immediately ordered his troops to attack. "Protect the sacred ground!" Kakinos' enemies roared back in unison. That's just the maiden's last desperate effort. Charge! In the blink of an eye, the two armies clashed, and the crab leader Arm Miss roared at his soldiers. From now on, this will be a true war of attrition. Make the maiden waste resources like Loon did with the lion. Observing the scene, armies silently pondered a strategy, realizing they would use the same attrition tactics Leon employed against Narashima. Thinking this, she baited them, saying, "It seems the crab's resources are endless. We're the second-ranked divine seed in the world. If we switch to a war of attrition, you'll be the ones at a disadvantage." The Cancer Army's leader, Kakanos, nodded gravely. "You're right, but this army is an alliance of holy grounds that have lost their saints." He flies up high, sneering, "They've poured all the resources of the holy grounds into Cancer. At least I won't lack the resources to maintain the holy god's descent." The Virgo army leader quietly eyed him. It seemed this was definitely not good news. She abruptly drew her holy sword. "Then I'll end this quickly." In the blink of an eye, a colossal mountain range of ice erupts from the ground, leaving both armies in stunned silence, whispering, "What is that? A royal technique?" All eyes turned skyward in awe. "Unbelievable, the sky is freezing over." As soon as she spoke, a terrifying power erupted from the mountaintop, shooting straight into the sky, and Kakinos laughed with excitement as he charged forward on horseback like a ravenous tiger. "That's the maiden's royal skill. Everyone get back." Kakinos grins wickedly. Is she up to something? From atop the mountain where the priestess leader stood, she froze the very sky. A royal art. The frigid sky. Kakinos lunges forward, praising her efforts with a clear taunt. Artism unleashes her power, her scream echoing across the sky. The sword's tip pierced deeper into the earth with Mrs. Strength, when suddenly dozens of blades shot out, targeting the crab army. Kakanos instantly conjured a dark net that sucked the sword blades into it, a sight that left Artism in utter disbelief. "What? Everything's being sucked into the darkness." Kakinos laughed triumphantly at her struggles, realizing the black hole star could be used in this way. True to its name, it's an abyss of darkness, swallowing everything in its path. Mrs. Army is being sucked into the black hole. The soldiers cried out in fear, "What is going on? I'm stuck." Ms. clicked her tongue in anger, but suddenly her eyes widened and darkened as a sharp pain shook her entire body. She clutches her chest, collapsing to her knees in agony as Kakinos watches with a sinister grin. Has it taken effect? It takes time to break through a god's mental defenses since a deity has descended. Ms. felt as though a hand was casting a spell inside her head, Kakinos' hellish voice echoing in her ears. "How do you like a taste of a monarch's mental intrusion?" Aftermiss grits her teeth in pain. Could the binding skill activated back then still be in effect? Kakinos' soldiers suddenly cried out in pain as well. "Crablord, we're being sucked in too." Kakinos feigns surprise. "Oh no, sorry, I can't tell friend from foe." The crab army leader, Kakinos, sighed, feigning helplessness, and said, "I'll end this quickly, so just try to endure until then." His words stunned the entire army. "What?" Kakinos said with false pity. "I have no choice but to listen to your pitiful moans as you're sucked into the black hole." Kakinos then looked at Miss, a low chuckle escaping his lips as he said, "Truthfully, I wanted to savor your suffering a little longer." With that, he immediately cast his spell. The carapace shrinks under Kakinos' power, and she's in agonizing pain, utterly helpless. Kevin suddenly appeared, reminding her, "Damn it. Quickly cancel the descent of the Holy Spirit and return to the divine realm." Kevin couldn't stand to watch this foolish scene unfold, and he bluntly rebuked her, "If my death is all it takes, something terrible will happen to you if you keep this up." Annoyed, Miss roars at him, "What nonsense are you spouting? How could I abandon you and run away?" A sudden light appears behind them, but Miss, oblivious, retorts, "Even deities have pride. They can't abandon a saint." Kevin is frantic. "How dare you say such things? Miss is defiant." "This can't be happening. At least let me die as I was born. A blinding blue light suddenly appears. That formidable power is aimed directly at Kakinos, who is utterly bewildered, gaping in astonishment. The succubus army watched in shock as Jian descended from the heavens, sword in hand. Artis's eyes widened as she recognized him. Lie, John. Unfazed by his surroundings, John leaps down, aiming straight for Kakinos' head, his axe slicing through him with ease. Kakinos was stunned, unable to believe Jian's appearance, and enraged, he roared, "Ligan, what do you want?" John simply shrugged, replying nonchalantly, "What does it look like? I'm just returning the favor like you did to me in the Tower of Evil." Kakinos glared at him as Jian's axe swung again. John caught it, a cold smirk on his face. "Hey, Jian," he said, glancing at Kakinos. "Answer me." John crossed his arms, contemplating the battle through the mirror before him, when a voice from behind spoke up. "What do you think? Have you seen all the memories you wanted to see?" he taunted. John calmly turns around. "So you've seen it?" As if realizing something, he looks back at the mirror, which reflects an image of someone being stabbed through the heart. The hooded figure chuckled, and John spoke, "So it was you all along." The man flinches, revealing himself as Din, but his face is covered in eerie markings as John draws his weapon, ready for battle against the damned crustacean. Jian's gaze was so sharp and cold, it radiated murderous intent. "Now, answer me." Jin wouldn't admit it. "What nonsense are you spouting?" John, you shouldn't suspect the innocent." John gently landed in the swamp. "You can feign innocence around him while shrouded in dark blue energy if you want." John's eyes flared with anger. "The more you act like that, the more I want to crush you." Din couldn't help but frown. "Burn the dark swamp?" The soldiers present hurriedly called out to each other. "Damn it, he's in danger. Protect Mr. Cancer. Stop lying." Suddenly, a red light flashed across their faces. The area was swept by something, engulfed in a fiery red as rocks were blasted into the air, leaving the soldiers dumbfounded, wondering what had just flown by as the ground split open. A dragon exhales the last of its fiery breath. Only now do they look up in stunned disbelief. A black dragon with red eyes. "Those are red eyes," John spoke, standing some distance away from the others. "Know your place," his tone laced with threat. "Interfere if you have a death wish." John glanced back at Jin, ending the conversation. He grits his teeth in fear. The madman has ignited the dark swamp. With things as they are, I have no chance of winning. John began to walk through the swamp. Two watched him tensely, weapons slung over his shoulder, realizing he was completely insane. A dark aura began to spread, enveloping his body. Seeing this, John gives chase, yelling, "Where do you think you're going?" when suddenly something attacks him from behind. Kakinos, enraged, shouts, "You dare use me as a stepping stone?" But Song Jian blocks the attack, his face contorted with fury. "I won't forgive you." John remained fearless, even mocking him. So angry over a little thing? "What's wrong? Did you intentionally bring up Kakinos' past? Don't you remember being trampled under someone's feet back then?" It only fueled his rage. Kakinos roars, the system chimes, and the god of the Cancer constellation, Kakinos, trembles before the humiliating memories of the past, unleashing his full, unrestrained power to withstand the mighty attack. 5 colored circles representing the zodiac emanate dark energy from the sky, converging. Jian's group is astonished as the circles continue to supply more power. Other deities are appearing as followers who made a pact with the deity Kakinos of the Cancer constellation and begin to send their power. At the same time, Kakinos roars loudly. The rising tide of darkness engulfs the soldiers, and their screams echo, "We're trapped." They cried out in unison, "Save us, we're trapped! Where is Lord Jing Lao? Why?" John, however, didn't care, watching as everyone was swept away, more concerned with the person on the cliff. From the system, a warning: the power of the dark star is consuming everything, and the environment can no longer sustain it. Kevin gritted his teeth, searching for a solution. Damn it, if it weren't for the monarch's binding skill. He looked up, thinking, who am I even making this choice for? Kevin eyed the zodiac circles. Isn't Kakinos devouring your resources and faith? The system announced that the gods allied with Cancer remained silent. He cursed inwardly. Were they really willing to feign ignorance just to eliminate him and Lai Jian? Jian stretched her shoulders. Seeing this, he looked up at the black dragon and called out to Slim, who happily jumped down. Slim landed right on Kevin's head and began to absorb the dark energy into its belly. He noticed the binding technique was weakening as John below spoke to Len about the new moon. With Slim by your side, the binding skill's influence will weaken for a time. Can you move now? Keep the other gods busy and stop them from doing anything stupid. If necessary, Red Eyes will lend a hand. Kevin, stunned, quickly asked, "What are you planning to do?" He pointed in one direction. "I'm going in there." Hearing this, Kevin is even more horrified as he warns John, "What?" Inside is a black hole, an abyss created by the Doinos. John knows this, of course. "So, I must go in." The system's voice echoed, fully borrowing the power of the Ophiuchus constellation. Remaining calm in the face of Cancer's power, John leaps into the swamp. He carefully surveys his surroundings, knowing that the most important things are often hidden in places like this. A black hole? Or a swamp? More like a sewer, actually. The system prompts him to use his 13th sense to scout the area. Sensing the aura of the Cancer Eye, John wasn't surprised by the answer. He'd found the Kakinos core. Before him was a reddish-pink mass. John stared at the light source, realizing the best place to hide a tree is in the forest. Suddenly, a system notification chimed, and John's attention was diverted by a massive surge of Cancer zodiac energy. What is this? How surprising! He sees several Kakinos cores beside him, but there are hundreds of thousands more that look exactly the same. He never imagined there would be so many. Kakinos' voice echoes from nowhere. "Look, are you afraid, Zion?" He smugly revealed, "I was waiting to commend your bravery for diving into the black hole to find my core. But it seems you didn't realize I had already split it. No matter how great your detection skills are, can you really find the real core?" But Jian smirks right back. Kakinos realizes something. "You bastard. How did you get the Cancer core?" Casually putting his hands in his pockets, he says, "My new follower is very efficient." His attitude is provocative, having brought it with him. "You said we had to choose a real core? How annoying." The screen displays a notification. Holy Maiden and Cancer have descended. Dion, watching the match, observes them. He cracks his knuckles, wondering if the gods are now openly descending to Earth. "Your turn is coming. Just you wait." Callie, blushing slightly, called out, "Sir Jian, please wait." Hesitantly, she suggests he take this with him, just in case. Jian smiles triumphantly. Kakinos asks, "How could this be? How is it that you possess a Cancer fragment?" A system notification rings out. The bone sword grinder crushes the crab's head, and the high-level separation body obtains the Cancer core fragment. He calmly replies, "A new follower of mine brought it." John, looking provocative, asks, "Did you want me to find your real core first? Then don't come crying to me later, you crab." In his hand, he holds Kakinos' core. Now, how to use this to cause an uproar? John suddenly turns to look at him while Kakinos roars from behind, refusing to yield. "Since it's a fragment of me, it's still subject to my power, even in your hands, and you brought it out of my endless abyss. You really are an idiot, Lion." Without hesitation, he took a bite of the stone, something Kakinos clearly hadn't anticipated. "What's wrong?" He seems a little annoyed. "What are you doing? Do you even know what that is?" John didn't reply, but instead examined the stone critically. "From now on, I'll just call you Stinky." "So it really is rotten?" "Dirt from the demon tower tastes better." Kakinos was even more annoyed to hear that. "Stop critiquing the flavor." But he just shrugged it off, saying it tasted awful. "What am I supposed to do?" The system's voice rang out. "Cancer's power is polluting the serpent-bearer's body, beginning to erode it." Ophiuchus intentionally refrains from activating any healing skills as John consumes the remaining fragment of the stone. "Good. Keep invading my body." He wiped his face. "The more you invade, the easier it will be for me to assimilate you." Black lines appear on Jian's face, and his eyes light up as the 13th sense awakens. A stone shines among thousands of identical cores. It was the Cancer's inner core, Kakinos' true nucleus, shimmering more sharply than the other stones. John swiftly lunges toward it. Found it. Kakinos, realizing his plan, cried out, "You bastard! You were after it from the start, weren't you? That's why you swallowed my core?" John admits, still focused on the stone. "Of course, I'm not crazy enough to eat that junk." He draws his weapon and strikes the inner core with force. "Come on." The system announces that the Cancer's core has negated the power of Skyrend. The Sky Splitter's destructive power weakens, and the Cancer's core absorbs the Iron Mask Baron's axe's power. The crab's core possesses an aura akin to calamity, and John frowned at the unscathed stone after the attack. "This is tougher than I thought. Not even the Sky-Severing Strike or the Iron Helmet Baron's axe could damage it?" Kakinos had managed to rush back to him. "Did you think I'd just hand over the divine core?" A frontal assault slams into his chest, but he remains unmoved. "Too loud. Be quiet. I need to think." Jian's eyes reflected the image of red-eyed Kakinos, and his own irises instantly turned crimson. Out of nowhere, the black dragon appeared, unleashing a torrent of fire. Kakinos, caught in the inferno, cried out in agony, lamenting how his location in the endless abyss could be discovered from the outside. At the same moment, the system announced that Sky Severance had shared its location with Red Eyes per its master's command. John ignored Kakinos' cries and focused on the ruby. How to deal with this thing? He closes his eyes, focusing intently. If he pours more power into the sky-severing blade, it won't hold like last time. But supporting Iron Mask Baron would only cancel each other out. Is there another way? John's eyes snapped open. That's right. Kakinos over there seems to be struggling to hold on. He finally gets up and shouts, "This is all you've got. You can't take me down." Lightning suddenly crackles around the lion before him, and Kakinos is caught completely off guard. What? He began to panic. Hey, don't tell me that's Narasima's fang. John carried something huge on his shoulder, but it looked very light. Oh, you recognize it? I'm going to swing it back and give it everything I've got this time. Even if it breaks down, I won't have to worry. John slams the fang down on the ruby, testing it with a light blow. The gem instantly shatters into pieces, and Kakinos cries out in pain as he's affected. John, hand on his knee, observes, "Pretty effective, huh? Looks like that oversized cat commander was useful after all." His face still tense, he glances back. John calls him a rotten crab, as Kakinos is not completely defeated. He curses, calling them bastards, as behind him lies a horde of bodies made of mud. Look at you, consuming everything in sight. Divine power, human souls, and even calamities. The people pleaded, "Save me! Let me out! I want to escape this place." The priest asked, "You look like those calamities. Are you their comrade?" Of course, Kakinos didn't respond, only laughed as he glared and roared, "What's wrong with that? I'm just filling an endless abyss, my cup of desire, in my own way." Kakinos lashed out, yelling in Jaeyeon's face, "That's how I swallowed my humiliation and got to where I am today. You're just as ruthless in achieving your goals, so how am I any different?" He didn't react as violently, but stood with his hands on his hips, saying, "I don't care. I don't care if you're greedy or what you eat." John looks up at Kakinos. "So you'll do anything to win? Do as you please, but stay away from those things." His expression sharp and menacing, he warns, "You shouldn't stab me in the back. Today, I will crush you and that brat of yours into pieces." Kakinos watches it float up in disbelief. "What? Did you intend to use the Narashim lightning as a rope to pull up my inner core?" Above, black dragon claws wrapped tightly around the lightning. It flapped its wings, struggling to move the core, and Kakinos rushed after it. Not if I can help it. His movements suddenly halt. An icy hand appears, seizing the lightning threads. Kakinos couldn't help but curse. Damn it. The Holy Maiden notification system has descended upon this land in its original form. The two of them struggled to hold onto the thick thread as John slightly raised his hand. "Attention, prisoners of Cancer's prison camp. This is Lyon speaking. From this moment on, I declare you all free. And with the crab's core dragged from the endless abyss, escape now, without fear of the undertow." But he doesn't care and snaps his fingers. The moment of liberation has arrived, and at that moment, the core is officially destroyed into tiny pieces. The system announces that the crab's core has been destroyed. The power sustaining the saint's body has vanished, and Kakinos' body is collapsing rapidly. The swamp souls are freed, and the raging torrent subsides. Kevin removed his helmet and looked up as Kakinos' body began to break apart, causing him to cry out in pain. The system announced that the power within Kakinos' body was leaking out, and blood gushed from his body. The survivors rejoice. The swamp dries up, and John approaches the fallen Kakinos, remarking that even a saint is nothing special. He casually slings his weapon over his shoulder, declaring that lords and gods who rely on rank deserve to be beaten until they wake up. Cheers erupt around him. "Legion! Legion!" The system announces that those swallowed by Cancer's core have been freed, and they all turn to the Serpent Bearer, offering their gratitude. Some of those freed have pledged allegiance to the Serpent Bearer. John asks Kakinos, "You must be weak enough to finish off now, right?" He trembled, struggling to his feet, defiant. "Damn it, is all the power I painstakingly gathered going to be lost so meaninglessly? Lion, I absolutely cannot let you live." The mud beside his feet cracks open, and something emerges. Jian appears to have been stabbed in the abdomen, impaled on a sharp point in midair. Kakinos glared at Jian. "I lost everything because of you." He continued to lament, "You won't get away with this. I'll tear you to pieces." But then, Jian suddenly plants a foot on the tip of the spike. Kakinos clearly didn't see that coming. Jian, radiating arrogance, crouches down, taunting, "Go on, do what you want." He lunges at him, cursing, "You bastard!" John descends with blinding speed, leaving afterimages in his wake. Kakinos meets him head-on, but Jian is too quick, landing several swift blows. The area around their battle was streaked with blinding light as the weapon in his hand transformed into a hammer. John swung it, delivering a crushing blow to Kakinos, who was sent flying amidst the shattered rocks. Were you hiding in there? John stared at the crab-like Kakinos, unable to believe what was happening. No, it can't be, the system announced. The god Kakinos is shaken as he reveals his true form. Dion mocks, looks like you went to great lengths to hide that pathetic appearance. But what now? Your shell has shattered. The system's voice echoed again, as Ophiuchus's killing intent toward the god Kakinos blazed fiercely, capable of wielding the power of death. With an excited grin, John lunges toward Kakinos, surrounded by a dark blue sphere of power that reaches out in all directions. Kakinos is shocked to see a massive serpent emerge behind Gion. Didn't I tell you, today you are destined to die? The system announces that Kakinos' divine power has weakened to its limit, and the power of death can now be used to crush him. Beams of light strike Kakinos, causing him to scream in agony. His body dissolving, Kakinos still managed to shout, "Legion, you think you can truly destroy me? You don't understand what it means to destroy a god. Why do gods, even enemies, avoid hunting each other to the end? Because you'll become the enemy of all gods." John paid him no mind. "Don't worry about me. I'm dragging your friends down to hell with you." The zodiac circles are being taken over by his power. System message. The power of death is also targeting the power sources provided by the gods. The gods simultaneously ceased providing power to Kakinos. They had decisively abandoned him. The Crab Palace's entire power source has been depleted. The Crab Palace's entire power source has been depleted. At that moment, the circles emitted a blinding light, finally ceasing their colorful power. This enrages Kakinos, and his body begins to break apart. "You pushed me to the front all this time, and now you're running away?" Using his power has turned Gion's hair completely silver. "Now that it's over, where do you think you're going? The moment you fell into my hands, it was over, you damn crustacean. All that remains is a fragment of Kakinos' face, still fading away. I don't think that killing me will end things. Someone will inherit my will and become the new cancer saint." He roared, "Sooner or later, you'll meet the same end as me." With those words, Kakinos' face exploded, leaving only rubble raining down on the chaotic battlefield below John. Even Kevin and Arm Miss were stunned by the sight. The soldiers looked up in disbelief. Could a god really be killed? John remained suspended in the air, looking utterly calm as the system's voice echoed, revealing the gods' fear and confusion. What they feared most has finally come to pass, and they are deeply concerned. He looked up at the colorful circles. "Just you wait. After that crab, it's your turn." The system's voice echoed as the gods silently retreated to their realm, leaving behind a chilling threat. Just wait and see. Then, the circles faded and disappeared. John suddenly looked down at the muddy swamp as Din gasped and crawled out. "This can't be happening," he cursed, crawling away. "Damn him! He dared to kill a saint!" A surprise blow strikes Din in the neck, and John seizes his severed head. "Take a look." Yet Din showed no anger. "I completely yield. Now even the holy gods are no match for you. You curse with a silver tongue. Rotten hell, you bastard." He wouldn't stop and even provoked me further. "Without the gods to protect me, how long could I last? Keep your friends close and your enemies closer," they say. You want to hear my last words? Now's a good time for a laugh? But before Din could finish, Jun casually tossed his head aside. Yet he still persisted. Backstabbing you at the Tower of Evil was incredibly satisfying, and without hesitation, he stomped on Din. "Die, you bastard!" Blood splatters everywhere, and the soldiers are frozen in shock. "Lord Livy is dead. It can't be." The crowd cried out in alarm. "He's the one who killed even the sacred gods. We can't face him. Run!" And they quickly turned and fled. The crowd watched them go. "The enemy is fleeing. We've won." Her expression softened as she listened to the cheers of the crowd. "Long live Lion. Long live the Oracle." Miss looked sincere. "Thank you, Lion. Thanks to you, I was able to protect my city. On behalf of the maiden, I thank you." Words cut short by John's voice. "Don't create such a warm, fuzzy ending. We still have much to do." The other soldiers followed suit, blades pointed at Termi. While skimming through memories from 20 years ago in the Demon Tower, I saw a very strange scene. New Moon, you had a long talk with Libra and Cancer, didn't you? Right before we climbed the tower to face the Red Eyes. Can you explain to me what exactly happened? Miss went silent, her face grave. 20 years ago, during the Red Man raid on the Demon Tower, a single slash bisected the monster. It was Jian who had attacked. He carefully scanned the surroundings. Damn it, these calamities are everywhere, like cockroaches infesting every floor. No matter how many he defeats, their numbers don't dwindle. Are there survivors? Are they regenerating? Or are they being replenished from somewhere in the tower? Hugo chimed in. "John, this area seems clear. Shouldn't we move on?" But Jian rejected the idea. No ticks. Go back down the tower and stop the remaining calamities. The rest of you gather yourselves and continue onward. He was taken aback. What? What do you mean? John crossed his arms and explained, I have a bad feeling about this. It's possible that some of the calamity survivors on the lower floors escaped the tower. He described the tower's layout. Yes, we have a few people stationed outside as a precaution, but we need to reinforce our forces. I wonder if they'll obey my orders? If you understand, then hurry. Teksu, I only assigned you because you're the only one I trust. That fool Hugo seems incredibly annoyed. That jerk Jian always pawns these tasks off on me. In the end, he decided to let it go. But since he said he trusted him, he'd let it slide this time. Unbeknownst to Hugo, someone was hiding near the cliff, watching him, a blade at their face suggesting they stop. Kevin sternly asks, What are you doing? Why is Pisces targeting the holy marksman? When she doesn't answer, he presses harder. Explain yourself. Don't tell me you still want to kill the holy archer because of factional conflicts, even in this situation. Pisces turns her head slightly. All right, the order has changed a bit, but shouldn't I have taken care of you first? Immediately, someone leaps out behind Kevin, who belatedly realizes it's the Dark faction. Just as Kevin is about to attack, he's surrounded by dazzling golden threads, the golden threads of judgment. His expression changes as he glances back. How does that damn fish have this? She smiles sinisterly, a whirlpool appearing in one hand and the scales in the other. Pisces uses the water barrier skill, while Libra activates the golden thread skill. Kevin was stunned. You have Libra's rosary? The dark figure then dove down, stabbing him violently. Kevin gritted his teeth in pain as the figure placed 2 fingers on his forehead and cast a spell. Kevin immediately loses consciousness, his arm falling limp. The figure breathes a sigh of relief, narrowly avoiding disaster. Pisces explains, because we're inside the demon tower, the mental barrier of the weakened god is easily broken by the monarch's skill. He then stands up, but is this really the time for such talk? This guy looks smug. Things almost fell apart. Luckily, the water barrier kept the holy archer from noticing, and Pisces turns away, avoiding eye contact. Meanwhile, Hugo continues onward, oblivious to everything. Pisces apologizes, admitting he's not used to ambushes like this. The disguise fades, revealing the Libra scion, Jellin. He looks down at Kevin, wondering what to do with the pitiful Virgo saint. Jew is wary. Besides Lion and the saint, he's the most dangerous target. Eliminate him, I'll handle the cover-up. He immediately draws a knife, following orders. He lunged at Kevin with the knife, but a barrier immediately appeared. It stood between Kevin's face and the blade, leaving the attacker stunned. What? A message appears stating that the Saintus Artis has created a protective barrier. He gritted his teeth, attempting to unleash a burst of power that would send him and the knife flying backward, as Jay stood amidst the wind, watching. Damn it, the idiotic star god who always coddles the holy maiden has appeared. Pleased to meet you. Armis appears, along with a notification. Armis appears as a spirit, and due to the demon tower's influence, Mrs. Power has been significantly weakened. She looks down at Jay and asks, Libra, what do you intend to do with my precious disciple? She didn't hesitate to reveal everything. What's more, I'm taking this opportunity to eliminate the nuisances following Legion. It's easy to fake the scene. She died fighting the disasters inside the demon tower. Armis roars a warning, don't push it too far. I can't stop your arbitrary actions due to my limitations, but I won't stand by and watch you trample on the rights of my faction. Jay taunts, then why don't you try and stop me right now? Oh, of course. It's because the demon tower has weakened a portion of your power. Miss is frustrated but helpless and can only grit her teeth. You, Jay says, pointing a finger at her as a reminder. Don't push it, miss. I let it slide when you refused to join the plan. But most of the Celestials have decided to eliminate Lion in this demon tower raid. Interfering like this will only bring trouble. On her fingers, she dangles a scale. I'll be generous and give you a chance, as I don't want to make enemies of the Celestials unnecessarily. Raise it up and choose. Artemis, either save Kevin or remain silent about this forever. Or face me, the other Celestials, and the entire Demon Tower in a one-on-one fight. Artis trembled with rage, but in the end she had no choice but to bow her head in submission. All right, just don't lay a hand on Kevin. The man standing next to her finally speaks up. Glad we understand each other. Joe then starts rummaging through his things. Good, very good. But just in case. A key appears in her hand and we need insurance. Jello places it on Kevin's forehead, causing a red aura to appear. I'll plant a mental restraint skill in Kevin's mind. Miss is shocked. When I saw her, she witnessed Jell using his power, an ominous presence lurking behind Libra. Yes, that's right. Behind Jell, a dark shadow appeared, wearing a sinister smile. Aftram concludes with one sentence. The power of the monarch. John seems irritated to hear this. So you knew everything and kept silent? Kevin exclaimed in disbelief. How could you accept something like that? She could only hang her head. I'm sorry, I couldn't do anything more. The maiden alone couldn't stand against Libra, the calamities, and the monarchs. But after Layan was revived, I believed we could escape that situation and cooperated with everything I had. Kevin continued to blame. The problem started when you listened to that person in the demon tower. I'd rather die than sit idly by to survive. Artis was also moved to tears, saying she had no choice but to save her son. John began to contemplate. Everything was now clear. The white-haired figure who met Sebastian must have been Jin Lai in disguise, or someone planted by Libra. He looks at the key in his hand. The real problem is that Libra used monarch powers. We've confirmed that Libra is seeking alliances with monarchs, so it makes sense that she'd use their skills, but something still feels off. If so, the system displays information about the key. A mysterious key used by the dark factions and Libra, obtained after killing Jin Lai. All around Jian, Kevin and Artis argue back and forth. I can't stand Virgo anymore. How could you be so heartless, my disciple? Does this make you feel nothing? John shouts, too noisy. Be quiet, Kevin snapped back. How can I be quiet? You know everything, yet you say nothing. He grew even more frustrated. Yeah. Miss awkwardly watches the two argue, unsure of how to intervene as John's anger boils over. John finally decides that even though he helped him fight the monsters, and as Crescent Moon said, you sided with me, so we're even. No more debts. Miss is overjoyed to hear this. She clasped her hands together and asked, really? Thank you? Lion glanced over at Kevin, who was being attacked by the slim beside him. White hair, what are you planning? He stroked his chin, deep in thought. Kevin dropped something into Jian's hand, telling him to take it. Li Jian curiously examines it, wondering what it is. He explains that his symbol of power is a circular badge with a four-pointed star in the center. John's eyes widened in surprise as Kevin smiled and called out to him. Lion, I grant you full authority over Fever VGO. A system notification rings out. The Saintess Kevin Hazard is formally requesting to join your legion, leaving Ms. in utter disbelief. What do you mean? Are you planning to leave the temple? Kevin calmly explained, that's not my intention, I'm simply repaying a debt. He turned slightly, reiterating seriously, Lion ensured the safety of the temple, not to mention past debts, and what happened in the magic tower was kept secret. I understand your thoughts, but from my perspective, this is absolutely unforgivable. You all know how it is. You are you, and I am me. Regardless of how you and Lion settled this debt, I'm simply repaying it in my own way. Kevin drops to one knee. This is the only time I'll kneel. He shows his sincerity with utmost respect. I, Kevin Hazard, Star Saint of the Maidens, express my gratitude to Ophiuchus for his assistance on behalf of the Maidens. From today onward, the Maidens will transfer all rights of the Holy Temple to Ophiuchus. I declare that under the Serpent Bearer, both holy temples will strive to grow together. Please accept our request. Lion. The soldiers behind him silently watched Kevin, then bowed their heads as well. Finally, everyone knelt respectfully before Jian, a sight that left after him utterly astonished. Unable to refuse, John sighs. Thank you, I'll accept it. And what about you? Do you object to his choice? New Moon. Arm closes his eyes in acceptance. Of course not, he speaks the truth. You are the last to kneel. I will entrust the future of the temple to you. Lion, I hope you will bear this burden with all your heart. System message, the maiden has joined the Serpent Bearer's temple. Behind Jian, the serpent symbol appears, signifying that all of the maiden's resources now belong to the Serpent Bearer. A great record is etched into Ophiuchus's holy book, increasing their prestige and divine status. A smile spreads across his face as he hears the announcement. The emblem stone rests in Jian's palm, and he can't help but marvel that one sanctuary can submit to and belong to another. At the Serpent Bearer's second Seun sanctuary, the Lun Tower rooftop, John examines the stone, realizing his responsibilities are about to skyrocket, burying him in work. He holds it to the sun, and the emblem flashes. John gazed at the sun, realizing there was something else that could belong to him, but he simply smiled calmly. Looks like I went in a circle for nothing, Yua called out from below. Uncle. John looked down and saw her waving. Yuha and Kali, he gets up, leaning on his knee. You've been waiting a while, haven't you? With his hands in his pockets, Jian decides it's time to clear up the backlog of work. First, let's perform the purification ritual for Yuha. Meanwhile, Hugo rests his chin on his hand, a deep frown on his face. He starts to grumble. Damn it, that annoying lion. He told me to follow him if I cared about Sangjay, then he locked down the Tower of Evil. What am I supposed to do now? The system displays that entry to the Demon Tower is restricted until the Serpent Bearer Saint completes their training. allowing passage only to authorized individuals, leaving Hugo, the serpent-bearer saint, frustrated. This is the authority of the holy gods. I can't interfere. Then he glances down at the system board and pauses. Something strange. I'm a sage of Ophiuchus, so why can't I enter? It clearly states that Otexu can't enter because he's only a temporary sage of Ophiuchus, until he becomes the official sage. You will be allowed in, Hugo cried out helplessly. Good heavens, Heoyi closed his eyes in contemplation. But this is worth considering. Should I become the official saint of the Exorcism Society? No way. No matter what, I can't go back to being Lion's lackey. Notifications flood in as the Centaur Saint begs him not to leave. Centaur God asks if you want to eat and offers to pay the interest on your home repair loan. He could only helplessly criticize, asking for something more appealing. Apollo just wanted to cry. Suddenly, a beam of light erupted from the distant tower, shooting straight into the sky, and Hugo stared in alarm. What's going on? The system announces that Duna's baptism has begun. Knowing this, he immediately runs off, thinking, John Yuha, you can't do this. The system reappears, and the Centaur Saint insists he answer before leaving. Suddenly, a hand grabs Hugo's collar. It repeated. The Centaur Saint frowned, saying to answer before leaving, but he had to explain it wasn't the time. The hand wouldn't let go of Hugo, holding him tight. The Centaur deity claims he's right to be here, as Hugo crawls forward, crying out, Yaha, wait for me, I'm coming. Meanwhile, Yuha is surprised by the scene before him as a voice echoes, Excellent, almost got them all. Finish it off this time. She's floating next to a giant serpent. Yuha looks on in bewilderment. Oh, what in the world is happening? Amidst the chaos, it struggles for one last breath. Don't be afraid. Aim for the head. Immediately, Yuha saw the serpent roar. Did this happen in the past? Whose memories are we seeing? The serpent's eyes suddenly widen, along with the vacant eyes of another. John stood motionless amidst the roaring cheers. People of this land, rejoice. Today, the 13th saint has appeared. Let your cheers resound for the 13th saint who has descended. He remained unresponsive, silent. In John's hands, he seemed to be holding the hand of a dead person. The crowd was ecstatic. Hail the 13th saint. Hail the 13th throne. Hail humanity. Yuha sees that he looks younger than he does now, but it's unmistakably the Li Jian she knows. Yuha then snapped back to reality, realizing she was standing in the palm of Jian's hand, who was smiling at her. What's wrong? Back to reality. John asks Yuha how she feels. She happily holds onto the arm on her head, finally receiving it. A system notification appears. Saint Yuha has completed the purification ritual. The Saint Nameblade's judgment has been upgraded to SS rank. He's a little helpless, but all right, can you let go of my wrist now? Yuha's hands trembled as he gripped Jian's wrist tightly. Huh? What did you say? She wondered, her eyes still closed. Should I ask him about what I just saw? No, it's better not to. What should I do? Just hold his hand a little longer. Suddenly, someone jumped out, startling them both, and Hugo's eyes lit up. Hey, did you complete the purification ritual? The temporary adult ceremony system of the serpent-bearer Aksu has activated the divine endurance observation skill. He sees the notification appear above their heads. Lion, the serpent-bearer's saint. John Yuha, the Punisher. John smiles smugly at Hugo. It's too late, kid. Yuha clenches his fist, his face full of murderous intent. I want to be with him. Hugo knelt down, sobbing, his eyes wide. He stole my daughter. John, at a loss for words, advised, drop the theatrics, it's your decision now. He looked up bewildered and asked, Huh? What am I supposed to do? What do you want from me? Still want to play the temporary saint? Hugo turned away. I'm not ready yet. John seemed a little flustered. Oh, is that so? Then how about this? Power gathers into the shape of scissors between his fingers. Come here and face me one-on-one. Hugo was alarmed. What are you planning to do? John aimed the scissors at the chain above him, wanting to cleanly sever their ties and settle things once and for all. Hugo pressed him. Wait, what are you planning to do? But before he could act, a flame-like barrier separated the two. John pulled Yuha back, away from the flames. Instead of anger, he greets them warmly. Someone interfered and ruined my fun, but it's a pleasure to meet you. A voice emerged from the flames, saying it was getting noisy. The figure had long golden hair and a sun mark on his forehead, saying, You finally forced my hand. So this is the centaur's deity, Apollo, currently possessing a saint's body. He cursed in anger. Damn disaster god. Down the hall, Callie was running frantically. She was carrying a stack of papers, whistling cheerfully, when Callie suddenly remembered John's smug face. Want to become an official follower? First, bring 500 pages of autobiography here. Handwritten by me. Here it is. Callie broke out in a cold sweat, gritting her teeth. I'll write it. Those 500 pages were exhausting. but the thought of the future made her blush with excitement. As long as this works, and I can become an official disciple, Yuha will have to kneel and call me Saint Callie. She happily ran outside, shouting, "Is Lord Ligon here?" Callie exclaimed, "And I've finished writing Ligon." As she spoke, a flame suddenly engulfed the stack of papers in her hand. Meanwhile, a wild blaze erupted before Eljon and Yuha. Jian tilted his head and clicked his tongue. Tisk, it was about to succeed, but it was ruined. Anyway, it was nice meeting you. Apollo appeared in the sea of fire, judging with authority. Too noisy. He glares sternly, finally forced to intervene. Growing displeased, Apollo curses the wretched evil god as Callie arrives, eyes wide with fear at the sight before her. Yuha, up ahead, stared blankly forward, then turned to find Callie frozen, watching the burnt paper turn to ash. She looked down at her hands, painfully watching the last pieces of paper turn to ash and blow away, as Callie angrily tried to attack Apollo, only to be stopped by Yuha. John chuckled, telling them, "Yuha, Callie, I have something important to discuss, so please excuse us." Yuha led the sobbing Callie away, cheerfully saying, "Yes, go ahead and talk. I'll head downstairs." She thought to herself, it's just between her father's saint and Gun's uncle, so nothing bad should happen, right? Apollo was a little disgruntled. Did he really have to be summoned this way? "Ligon, you're too cruel." He casually replies, "This is what I call polite. I have more questions for you." He opened the system screen, saying frankly, "Let's get straight to the point. When I appointed Tikshu as a temporary saint, I saw something strange." John turned the screen for the other person to see clearly. "I received what's called a standard contract between the holy gods and the saints. Upon closer inspection, there was a very strange clause." At this, Apollo was visibly startled, staring intently at the screen before him. John said coldly, "Look, they talk about granting power and saving humanity, but in the end, they're using the souls of saints as collateral. The clause on the screen states that the saint must offer their own soul after death or the soul of someone of equal value. To gain power from the gods through a contract, he asks, all 12 gods?" Apollo sighs, then says, "So what do you intend to do? Did you think the gods would grant their power to the world without asking for anything in return? Now you understand that the gods are not noble beings acting out of kindness." John is furious. "What? Your composure leaves me speechless," Apollo replied. "Devotion to the temple, accumulated experience from leveling up, combat experience, contributions to the temple, gifts from believers, and countless other things." Apollo spoke earnestly of the values that believers offer to the gods. "You must know that souls are just the highest price the saints have to pay." John continued, "What do you even do with the souls you collect? Isn't that the same as what that wicked crab was doing? Are you all a disaster?" Apollo responded seriously, explaining that souls are typically used as sustenance to maintain the immortality of the holy gods and to inherit their thrones. "I don't care how those people use them. Sometimes there are those who pay the price first, as you well know." John frowned, thinking, "Are you talking about Asia?" Apollo replied, "That's right. He collected the soul of the Libra saint, Jel Lauren, and then took over that body." John points at him. "So, one day you'll take Otakisu's soul too?" Apollo asks, puzzled. "You ask me?" Apollo suddenly clenched his fist, and a burst of light emanated. Apollo held out his hand to Jian, revealing 2 orbs of fire swirling within. "I have no need for Hugo U.S.'s soul." The saint was silent. "Because I already paid that price. It's the soul of Samus, Hugo Tus's father, the temporary saint of Ophiuchus, and the soul of Emily Tus, Hugo U.S.'s mother, the temporary saint of Ophiuchus." Lion laughs, covering his face with a strange light as Jian's eyes narrow in anger. "What are you going to do with them?" Apollo calmly replies, "I'm not doing anything. I'm only holding on to their souls to salvage what little life remains. My awakened saints were swallowed by disaster." He looks at Jian, mentioning that he's already listed their souls as the price for drafting the contract, hoping for understanding, as even gods are bound by meaningless rules. Apollo continues, stating that the transfer of souls doesn't necessarily have to be carried out, as long as the holy god acknowledges the loss. "You didn't bind Hugo U.S.'s soul to the contract, did you?" Lai Jian stood silently, lost in thought, as Apollo honestly handed over the 2 souls. "I have no intention of using these souls, so I'll return them to you while I have the chance. You're more skilled with soul-related powers than I am. The souls of Samus and Emily U.S. have already been transferred to the serpent-bearer deity Ligon." Looking at the objects in his hands, John said seriously, "You giving them up so easily makes me suspicious. If there are any conditions, speak now and don't complain later." It was then that Apollo revealed his true intentions, grabbing John's collar in anger, demanding his people back. "Now, return my servants to me." John clicked his tongue. I knew it. The golden-haired god cries out in frustration that Hugo is going too far. That human's faith in the serpent-bearer is higher than in his own constellation. He senses Hugo's 92% faith in Sagittarius, wavering before the serpent-bearer's constant beckoning. Meanwhile, Gion's system registered Otexu's faith in the serpent-bearer at 400%, to which John proudly replied, "It's all thanks to my character." Apollo is furious. Good character? Pointing at John, he shouts, "Hugo, you and Ligon, have you forgotten all I've done for you?" John questions what Apollo has done, while the god retorts indignantly, "When you struggled to gather materials for your sacred artifact, who provided them? Wasn't it me?" Apollo helped, considering it thanks for watching over his servant, and said to pay him back later. Ion lamented, "It would have been perfect without that last part." The god continued, 20 years ago, before you entered the Tower of Demons, who foresaw the danger for you? I tipped off Hugo that Ligon was in danger, causing Hugo to rush over to tell you, Gion, you're as good as dead tomorrow." But Gion simply replies, "Is that so?" leaving Apollo frustrated. "You pretended not to hear his questions, and you're used to ordering my saint around, aren't you? When you fought Libra, wasn't I second in command? Didn't I grant you a divine seat?" Apollo angrily shouts, "I even returned the souls bound by your contract. I've done everything I could for you." Apollo writhes on the ground. "I did everything I could." Hugo frowns from within. "Stop rolling around on the ground in my body." John thought to himself, "Is this what he's like when he's crazy?" He pointed and shouted, "Did you get shot in the head?" "Can't sit still," Apollo continued to wail. "You think I can just sit still?" Lai thought to himself, "Apollo and I have always been on good terms. Before I was imprisoned in the Demon Tower, while I was fighting for my life, he was actually the one who helped me the most." Apollo laments in despair. "Oh, look at this, everyone. The disaster is repaying kindness with evil." John despaired. "Maybe I was a bit harsh. I should talk to him again." Ignoring him, Apollo continued his tantrum, lamenting that he should have added his own curses to the divine chorus 20 years ago. "It's only because I held back that I only cursed you to be ugly to Ares." John was truly shocked. He stomped his foot, and the whining Apollo stopped in his tracks as Lion seethed with rage. "Hey, say that again." Apollo suddenly froze, silent. Apollo, who had been throwing a tantrum, was suddenly up and dusting himself off, leaning against the rooftop railing. With a face sculpted to perfection and a radiant smile, he extends his hand, saying, "I hope for your help in the future." Ligon John unceremoniously grabs Apollo's face, causing him to speak up. A bit too much, perhaps. A bolt of lightning strikes the rooftop from the magic circle above, and Yuha sighs. "I knew it would come to this." John's furious. "I always thought my body was being crushed because I was using too much power without the backing of a god." "Did you just say curse?" Apollo, now sporting a 5-finger face tattoo, remained silent. John snapped, "Anything else you want to tell me?" Apollo, battered and broken, quickly replies, "I'm telling you straight, the other gods cursed you to weaken your life force, while I only reduced your charm and changed your appearance with Seer Yang." John roars, "That's the problem, you idiot." "Damn it, this is Wu Tachi's body. I can't just lay a hand on him." Apollo persists, "Ligon, my brother, has settled everything, clearing all debts. Yeah, I could get used to this." Gion, enraged, beats Apollo a few more times, saying, "Ugh, I can't let that go." Apollo replies, "I'll give you some good news, so take it easy on me." Apollo secretly rolls his eyes. "I'm sorry for being such a useless brother, for I shamelessly betrayed you. My brother has cursed you with 24/7 surveillance. Every move you make, every breath you take, she'll be watching you." John is furious. The debt with Crescent is cleared, and both you and he are dead meat. Apollo is terrified. "Damn it, I betrayed my own sister, so why are you still like this? You useless brat." Meanwhile, Miss picks her ear and asks, "Who are you talking about?" Kevin vehemently protests, "That's a dirty trick." John then drops a piece of paper. "Enough, just take this and write." Apollo looked on with suspicion. "What is this paper?" "An agreement to join the Serpent-Bearer's Zodiac." Ligon threatened loudly, "Sign it if you don't want to die." Apollo angrily retorted, "You damned Serpent-Bearer, what do you take the great Apollo, master of the sun, for? An alliance is one thing, but becoming a subordinate is out of the question." He continues to question, "I've done everything I could to help you, just because of the pressure from the stronger factions in the Pantheon. I can't go against the tide, and all for a curse. You insist on making the centaurs your subordinates?" Before Apollo could finish about Duo's paralysis, Gion violently stopped him on the roof. Two magic circles appear, one for the serpent bearer, one for the centaur, and then a new constellation emerges. The centaur has officially become the serpent bearer's subordinate. The 13th constellation, the serpent bearer, a magic circle symbolizing the serpent bearer appears, and the leader of the zodiac's 13th house has the power to erase both gods and the divine realm. That's why, in the eyes of the other zodiac gods, you're a god that can't be allowed to exist. Apollo, still sporting a bump on his head, asks, "Do you understand now?" The reason most gods are wary of you. Apollo, still with a bump on his head but now serious, points out that they are terrified of your power. John pondered this, gazing at his hand engulfed in blue flames. Even though my powers relate to life and death, I didn't realize it was to this extent. Apollo was astonished to hear that. To think it went that far? You used that power to destroy Korinos. He imagines figures cloaked in darkness surrounding the zodiac god seats. As Apollo says, the zodiac god seats are the highest divine positions, coveted by all gods. If one of those seats is vacant, the consequences will soon follow. John asks suspiciously, "Are you saying a war for the seats will break out?" Apollo solemnly replies, "Indeed. And furthermore, you have proven that you have the power to eliminate the gods who have reigned." In the heavy silence, Apollo continues, "Many beings will target your life or your power. Not only gods, but also calamities from unknown civilizations and lords will do the same. That is desire. The desire of transcendent beings whose ends are impossible to foresee." Apollo spoke, his voice serious. "Centaur has become a follower of the serpent bearer. Your safety is my safety. Ophiuchus, prepare yourself." A massive and strange building appears in Hawaii, Ophiuchus's sacred land. A surprised voice asks, "Prepare." Holding a torch, wearing a simple tank top and sporting a confident smile, John replies, "An enemy is an enemy, so I must prepare thoroughly." Flames erupt as the iron axe is bound by 4 chains, and John quietly says, "Let's begin the enhancement." With a calm face, Gian opens the control panel, checking the materials for enhancement. The Iron Helmet Baron's axe contains the power of a monarch that can weaken the power of the gods, requiring adjustments to the necessary stats to control that divine power. John stares intently at his weapon, holding a torch blessed with Apollo's solar flame. Gian steps onto the fire trial platform, marveling at the explosive scene before him as flames erupt in waves. John turns, axe and torch in hand. The fire is sufficient. He looked at Nanrasima's fangs and murmured, "The bone as material is also firm." John muttered that the remaining materials were almost here. Suddenly, someone shouted from behind him, "My lord!" A group of divine beasts approached, and the god announced as if instructed, "I have secretly brought back the body of the holy giant crab." John laughs with delight. "Good, good. Perfect timing. Bring it here, and thank you for your hard work." The god replied gleefully, "It was nothing." Suddenly, he noticed something was different. The casino's body is tainted by the abyss, incompatible with other materials, and in need of adjustment. John, hands on his hips, wonders, "Oh, this needs adjusting too." "This is going to take some work," he mused, licking his lips. "Purification and dilution." Dealing with this kind of contamination is the Aquarius zodiac's specialty. Adjusting the monarch's power with the strength of an ordinary power child won't be enough. I need the tears of the goddess. John thinks of the Aquarius constellation's skill. The goddess's tears can liquefy anything, purify all pollution, and heal all diseases and wounds, obtainable only through the power of the Aquarius constellation. John happily whistles, "Then let's go find her. I need Texu to find that damn thing from back then. And that person is Fatty." But Gian suddenly stopped. "Oh, right, Texu, he went to the Demon Tower to find Zhangde." Meanwhile, in a building standing tall amidst the ruins, Hugo accompanies Larry Queen, having struggled to get permission to leave. And so the two entered the ruins. Hugo muttered, "There's no one here," he called out, asking where Sungjae was. Larry looked around as Hugo frantically noticed faint traces of a summoner's power. He thought to himself, Dungjae had definitely fought here. What exactly happened? Larry raises her hand to her forehead, activating her power. "I'll use my search skill." Hugo, startled, asked seriously, "Then I'm counting on you." Ophiuchus' subordinate, Leah, attempts to locate Ares, her body suspended in the air, emitting eerie blue-black flames. Larry Queen's eyes widened, glowing brightly as she surveyed her surroundings, searching the entire castle grounds. That power is so immense, it can sweep across the globe, with beams of light converging on a single point on the planet. Larry's energy threshold focused on a strange land, where she found an army gathering its strength and a black-cloaked figure arrogantly seated on the throne. He suddenly looked up, his face unseen, his red eyes streaked. "Oh, seeking, huh? Pathetic skill." Larry felt something enter her as the cloaked figure suddenly punched forward. and a demon curiously asked, "What's wrong?" Suddenly he attacks. The figure on the throne replies, "Just a fly." He wondered, is this some kind of tracking skill the temple uses? Are they looking for believers? He conjures a fireball, deciding to send an invitation directly to them, saving them the trouble of searching. He then sends the strange creation towards the demons. Larry Queen then collapses to the ground, clutching her head, trembling all over. Hugo asks worriedly, "Lee Queen, what's wrong?" She panicked, realizing Sungdae was imprisoned in a place at least the level of break zone, a revelation that equally horrified Hugo. "What?" he asked urgently. "Why is Sungdae in the break zone?" At that moment, the black-clad figure's strange object flew over, forming a swirling crimson-black vortex above the building, leaving Hugo and Queen stunned as the figure slowly emerged. He spoke. "Earth's humans and that Serpentarius constellation star somewhere." Hugo and Larry Quinn's faces are etched with worry and tension. The mysterious figure appears, seated on his throne, followed by his subordinates. "We are generals, serving under our great master." The mysterious figure continued, "We're holding 2 humans hostage. If you want to save them, appear before us through the space gate above the Serpentarius star system." Sangdae was imprisoned and brought before him, as someone cried out, "Sangdae, Yu Hao is in a panic. I can't believe Sungdae was captured there." Callie casually waves his hand, saying, "Your brother's really something. I heard he was training at the Tower of Evil, yet he was captured by a disaster." Yuha retorts angrily, "Is this really the time for that line?" Callie suddenly realizes something. Callie tells Yuha, "You being captured next to your brother is a familiar sight." Hugo is tense, and Larry Queen is just as worried. Why was she there? The person suspended in the air was none other than Sai. She weakly cried out, "Someone, please save me," especially Hugo. In his daze, 3 words flashed through Sangjae's mind. Strangely, even as he hung suspended with his hands tied, he remembered everything clearly. He had been fighting the generals in the magic tower, just as Uncle Jian had instructed. But the result was shocking. And now, he's ended up like this. To recap, Sangjae was in an intense battle with the Iron Mask Baron's subordinates, who clearly saw his speed and strength improving. Damn, this kid is completely different than before. You mean he got stronger in a short amount of time? Meanwhile, Sangdae. The Jian-obsessed youth repeats the phrase over and over. Jian's right arm is practically chanting a spell. But this only fueled his drive and desire to win even more. "I'll corner him with this attack." Without hesitation, he threw a powerful punch, but before it could land, a strange phenomenon occurred, leaving Sangdae stunned. Somehow, all of his opponents vanished in an instant. After a few seconds, he finally managed to utter, "They disappeared." He thought it was over, but a loud noise suddenly echoed behind him. Sangdae spun around, and his eyes widened at the sight of a monster hovering in the air, laughing bizarrely. After laughing his fill, he finally asked, "What are you doing?" The subordinate standing at his feet, who was Sangdae's opponent just moments ago, immediately screamed, "Space!" The mysterious figure coldly asked, "Cosmic Duke, Blade General, and Iron Arm General, don't tell me you're struggling against that kid." The titles he spoke cried out in unison, begging for mercy. "Forgive us, we ran into that Ophiuchus bastard." It seems this mysterious figure is even above those fighting Sangdae, a realization that sends a chill down Sangdae's spine. Who is he? Those 2 can't even move. Damn it! My subordinates explained so much, but this mysterious figure only cares about my Ophiuchus status. Oh, an Ophiuchus? So the power flowing through that kid is the same one the monarch mentioned. As he spoke, he moved with lightning speed, appearing right in front of Sangdae. The mysterious figure's comments highlighted his shortcomings, but with his talent and connection to the Serpent Bearer, he would grow quickly. Sangdae felt his feet rooted to the ground, his limbs frozen, as he could only stare, wide-eyed, wondering when the man had appeared before him. The moment he realized the threat, the mysterious figure declared, "I'll tear you apart before you grow." Is this the end for him? Sangdae could only gape as the mysterious figure blotted out the light. But just in the nick of time, the iron-masked Viscount intervened. What? Wait a minute. Sangdu and the mysterious figure turned in shock to see the Iron Mask Baron suddenly standing in front of Sangdae, seemingly protecting him and demanding, "Hear me out." Sangdae, of course, had no idea what was happening. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure wondered, "You're Baron Iron Mask? You're alive?" Iron Masked Viscount nodded gravely, and an eerie silence fell. After a moment of stunned silence, the mysterious figure's subordinates began to whisper amongst themselves. "The Iron Masked Viscount is alive. Did he revive after the Demon Tower was restored?" Ignoring the barrage of questions, Baron Iron Mask simply offered a suggestion. Does it matter? In my opinion, here's how we should use this kid. Without waiting for a question, he pointed at Sangde and elaborated. This kid is a subordinate of the serpent-bearer saint. It'd be a waste to eliminate him, wouldn't you agree? Or should we use him as bait to lure out the serpent-bearer? He made a valid point, and the mysterious figure nodded, impressed. You mean use the boy as a hostage? If we can lure out the serpent-bearer, I think it's a good plan. The Iron Helmet Baron continued. Furthermore, Duke, we have another extremely important hostage. Let's use him as a hostage along with this kid. This time, the mysterious figure agreed without hesitation. Very well, let's return to the center. And so he led them back to the center of the formation for their next meeting, which led to Sangjae being captured in this dark cave. The flashback ends, leaving him unsure whether to be happy or sad. Yes, it's thanks to Yang Wei's scheme that he's still alive. Perhaps sensing his awakening, Iron Mask turned to check on him, only to be met with a swift kick to the face from Sangjae. Seeing him writhing on the ground in pain, Sangjae only grew more enraged, yelling, "You didn't even discuss it with me?" Iron Mask retorts, "What? Would it have been better to let you die then?" "Well, we need to buy some time." He then stood up and continued, "Besides, if I let you die here, Lion would kill me." Hearing the name of his idol, Sangjae stopped struggling and sullenly asked, "So, do you have a plan?" But Nam, the helmeted one, simply replied with 2 words, "None." As a result, Sangjae kicked him a few more times. "I knew it, you good-for-nothing," Nam with the helmet said, quickly blocking the attack. "Is that how you speak to your benefactor?" Neither of them noticed Sophie crying miserably beside them. The bickering mixed with wailing was truly a headache-inducing combination. A hapless guard standing nearby couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "You 3 are too loud, be quiet." Hearing the Duke mentioned, the 3 realized their mistake and turned to see him trembling with suppressed rage, taking a deep breath to regain his composure. The Duke of Cosmo continued, "Baron Iron Mask, why do you pay attention to the prattle of a hostage? Don't you understand? Since your resurrection, I haven't seen any of your former dignity." The Iron Mask Baron was a little flustered, waving his hand dismissively. "I understand. I'll be quiet now." Dinanin, pretending to be Sophie Mary, "You seem to be the most clear-headed one here." He approached her and called her Sophie Mary, while the Iron Mask Baron wanted to convey that he was actually Duangvi in another body. "If you keep crying, things will only get worse. I understand how you feel, but please, try to hold it in." But in reality, all he managed to say was something easily misunderstood. "Why don't you stop crying for a bit?" For someone as emotionally fragile as Sophie, only one thought filled her mind at that moment. "I'm going to die today." And so, believing this might be her last chance, Sophie screamed with all her might, "Hugo, save me." After that desperate cry, lightning rained down from the sky and the sea raged. From that scream, a brilliant golden light appeared in the storm-ridden sky, bringing with it a miracle Sophie never imagined. The sound and energy radiating from that power source forced Iron Mask Baron to rush outside. What? Could it be that the Duke's men only noticed something was amiss when a beam of light pierced the sky, creating a massive explosion? And when they rushed outside, they saw the ground was devastated, forming a huge crater. Seeing no one around, the Cosmic Duke immediately understood. Damn those hostages. Through the dust and haze, So coughed, trying to clear his throat, unaware someone approached, until a familiar voice echoed. "Where's my little lamb? Daddy's here." So couldn't hide the surprise on her face as she looked up. Could it be that voice? It was Hugo indeed. He was just as surprised to see her there. "Aquarius, you're here too?" Before he could get an answer, Sophie suddenly rushed over, hugging him tightly and calling out in delight. Hugo, a married man with 2 grown children, struggled to break free from the crushing embrace, asking questions in a panic. "What's going on? What happened?" "Aquarius, what are you doing? Let me go!" Sophie not only refused to release Hugo, but was moved to tears, saying, "I knew you'd come to save me." Fate takes a turn, and the Iron Mask Baron, unable to bear the sight, steps in to aid Hugo. "Centaur, did you have to make such a grand entrance? I didn't expect our opponent to be the Iron Helmet Baron." Hugo was stunned. "Yang Wei, you're alive?" But that's not what matters to Hugo right now. Just do something about Aquarius. "Please, I think she's gone mad from too much pressure." "Why is she acting like this?" Baron Iron Mask replied with an unconcerned smile. "What do you mean, why?" He just emphasized that she likes you. After that earth-shattering confession, the sea still moved, the earth still turned, and it was all broadcast live to a ton of people. Yuha and Kali were horrified, while the demons buzzed with gossip. "What is this? They said they like each other, is that a confession?" It seems a date might actually be happening. Meanwhile, the Duke of the Cosmos's group is watching like it's a movie, complete with popcorn and 3D glasses. Meanwhile, John watches a clear image on his magic mirror of Sophie embracing a shaken Hugo, along with the Iron Mask Baron's words, "She likes you." John was stunned for a moment, then a sinister smile crept across his face. This was it. The Iron Mask Baron froze, the words echoing in his ears. "She likes you. She likes you." Those words caused the very ocean to surge, echoing far beyond the earth. Seeing Ju Sophie wrapped around Hugo's neck, Yuha froze, and Rue was so shocked she couldn't close her mouth amidst the murmuring crowd. "Isn't Centaur already married?" "That rumor," she uttered mechanically. "Really?" Hugo clutches his head, screaming for her to stop talking nonsense. He shouts, remembering what Aquarius once told him. Then the memory of she smirking slyly appears, asking if he intends to lose his children as he lost his wife. Her eyes gleaming like a demon, she continues, "Isn't that as good as being dead? A useless pillar and an unhappy family just have to endure it, right? Wouldn't it be better if you understood your place as an immature brat?" So asked calmly. Shaking off the memory, Hugo recoiled. "Ridiculous. I don't want to be misunderstood, so stop talking nonsense," Sophie cried out, tears welling up. "If I didn't, you'd never look at me. Too busy staring at that damn jerk." She hesitated, bringing a hand to her mouth. And furthermore, Sophie shyly confesses that his contemptuous gaze is, truthfully, rather alluring. She then buries her face in her hands, lost in her twisted thoughts. Hugo, standing nearby, couldn't help but shudder as Jian spoke up with glee. "Tichu, since things have come to this, why not try flirting with her? Find out where the goddess's tears are." Hugo cringed and snapped, telling them they were too loud, then shamelessly teased, saying the girl clearly liked him. Hugo angrily tells him to shut up. Finally, John stops joking and curses, realizing Tichu is in trouble. Then he rudely asks, "Hey, are you there?" Immediately, Apollo appears, looking confused. John coldly ordered him to merge with Oteksu and impersonate him, tricking the girl into revealing the location of the goddess's tears. Apollo angrily asks, "What did you say?" He loudly questions, "So what if Sagittarius becomes your subordinate, you serpent bastard? How can you order me to do something like flirting?" John replied with dead eyes, "Oh, really?" A system notification appears. The celestial spirit, Centaur Apollo, has immediately violated the order execution clause. The contract with the serpent-bearer spirit enforces the hair loss penalty, and Apollo freezes in place. His hair begins to fall as John coldly warns him, "Listen closely, every time you disobey, more of your hair will vanish." He adds that once the hair falls out, it will never grow back without his super regeneration or a goddess's tears. Apollo is speechless. John issued a veiled threat, "Do you understand?" Apollo listened in horror while Sophie looked up at the blonde before her, tears in her eyes. Apollo, now inhabiting Hugo's body, smiled gently and said, "Sophie, I'm also very happy to see you again." Sophie was stunned. Inside, Hugo screamed, "What are you doing with my body? Is this Gun's order?" Helpless, Hugo silently apologizes, while Apollo maintains his charming facade. "I need the goddess's tears so I can destroy those calamities and save her. Will she be able to give me the goddess's tears?" Sophie listened, stunned, and hesitated. "Right now, it's difficult. The goddess's tears are the power of the holy constellation Aquarius. Because this is the break zone, contacting that god won't be easy." Suddenly, a voice from behind them spoke up. "So, all we have to do is find a way to summon that goddess, right?" Sophie confidently affirms. "That's right." It's then she realizes, crying out, "My grandson!" Jian's wicked smile appears like a specter as Sangde exclaims, "Uncle!" The iron-masked baron was equally surprised as Lune cried out, "Master Serpentarius!" The purple demon then loudly proclaims, "You've finally shown yourself." Shur collapses to the ground, recoiling in terror as he points at Jian. "Why are you here? Where's Hugo?" A voice calls out, "Oteksu!" as Hugo stands by, numb, tears streaming down his face. Du tilts his head, hollow and somber. Apollo says, "I've returned him." As the system announced that the damage substitution skill had been used to switch your position with Texas, a voice drew Jian and Sophie's attention. "Oh, isn't that the famous Serpentarius saint?" The demon general spoke from above. "Pleased to meet you." Jian silently observes him as the demon general begins to ramble on about the one who destroyed the demon tower, eliminated the red eyes, removed the tower manager, and even forced the cancer saint and the imprisoned lord to appear. "Who are you, really? I've been so curious." "Oh, allow me to introduce myself. I am a general, serving the Lord of Time and Duke of Space." Before he could finish, Jian raised a hand, cutting him off. A demon general's guard immediately became alert. What skill are you planning to use? Duke, be careful. No one knows what he'll do. The demon general scoffed as Soy was suddenly punched hard in the face. John showed no mercy, disfiguring Soy's face with the blow, shocking everyone around them. What in the world are you doing? A demon general's subordinate shouted. Serpents, weren't you here to rescue the Sanus? John replied calmly. I'm here to rescue her. He immediately turns vicious, his voice strained. The data. The demon general's henchmen continued to shout, This guy's a maniac. I told you he's impossible to reason with. And the demon general looked equally surprised. John suddenly shouts out an order. Hey! Bucket from the other dimension, I know you're watching. I'm grabbing her face and asking you directly. You were just allied with that crab, promising peace on Earth, and now you're talking about the break zone? What the hell is going on? Open your eyes wide and see my reflection, because if you don't come out now, I'm dragging you out myself. The demon general exclaimed in fear. He's lost it. I heard he was crazy, which I expected, but not to this extent. How can a god be so lacking in dignity, honor, and camaraderie? Baron Iron Mask looked at Sangday and wondered, I think our roles and lines have been switched. He replied helplessly, This isn't the first time. The demon general quickly ordered, Iron Lord, Interceptor, recapture the hostage immediately. We can't negotiate with this bastard any longer. The aides replied in unison. Yes, sir. He calls out, All headquarters forces, attack Legion. So he cried out in alarm, They're headed this way, she urged. This isn't the time, Legion. To survive, we have to work together to stop them. John Grouch speaks up, What's their hurry? Then turns to the side and says, After I squeeze all the data out of you, I'll just toss you back over there anyway. Marty betrays them, cheering on the disaster, urging it not to lose. Defeat that evil Ligon, she screams with all her might. I can lend you my power. Suddenly, Jaion's hand grabbed Mary's head, causing her to freeze and glance at Jaion's wicked grin. His eyes gleam as the system reports the activation of the 13th sense, identifying the flow of magical power sent by the Aquarius god to Sophie Marie. As Sophie clutches her head in terror, Jian smirks, thinking, That's it? A system notification appears. The power of death is targeting the very resources the gods are sending. Remembering when his power connected with the gods' magic circles, Jian thought, If only I could capture the flow of resources connecting to the gods like last time. Jian's piercing hand remained on Sophie's face. The system announces that he has broken the mental barrier of the Holy Aquarius, and something shatters from her body. A small orb of light. At that moment, Shur began to reveal her true form as the Aquarius Saintess, and John decisively pulled her out, yelling, Step aside now. Instantly, a torrent of water gushes forth, shocking the demon general, washing away the demons below as he exclaims, Is that the Aquarian Saint's divine seat? The demon general was stunned as he watched Jian confidently strangle the person before him. Had he kidnapped a god from another world? He growls, You thought you could hide and get away with everything? A bucket of water, is that all you got? You've revealed yourself, the Holy Grail retorted. She gritted her teeth, offering no response, as John questioned her roughly. Hey, Bucket, I need the goddess's tears, which I'm sure you won't give up easily, the Holy Treasure replied. Of course, why would I listen to you? Ignoring her, he turned to the demon general and asked, Hey, what's your name? Toolbox? Anyway, I want to talk to him for a bit. Can we come back later? He scoffed derisively. The demon general glared at Jian, who returned the look. Ah, I see. You want to settle things today, right? Fine. Have it your way. Destroy everything. From within the formation, a pillar of water erupts, and the rising tide engulfs countless orcs as a retainer cries out, Damn it, Iron King, Iron Helmet Baron, if you're alive, answer me. As for the one he was worried about being swept away, he's safe on a nearby coconut tree, so why call me? I'm going to die. The attendant was speechless. Baron Iron Helmet, what in the world are you doing? The Baron looked at the attendant as if he were mentally deficient. Are you blind? Can't you see I'm dodging them? The aide trembled with rage. Do you think I'm blind? Why don't you help us instead of acting like a fool? He replied nonchalantly. This is what I can do, he replied, infuriating the attendant even more. Even as he was swept away, he managed to curse. You bastard. Sangday remarked that it felt like watching a fly get flushed down a toilet, a comparison the Baron found distasteful, offering only words of comfort. I think we should stick to it. He turned to look at the towering pillar of water. Will things be all right over there? Sangday looked on with concern. Can't Fatty believe in Jian yet? Meanwhile, the Jian he's looking for is busy strangling someone else's child. The Baron secretly worries, but, for the god, could he have kidnapped a deity from another world? John smiles, a truly villainous grin. Did you think you could hide and get away with your petty tricks? You're not as sneaky as you think. And the one flopping around like a fish is the Aquarius Saintess of the Holy Grail. John cuts to the chase. Hey, Bucket, I need the goddess's tears, and I know you won't give them to me easily, right? The Holy Grail sneered. Of course not. Who do you think you are? John was about to ask more questions, but remembered someone was there, so he politely turned to dismiss them. Hey, you're Reservoir or something, right? Never mind, I want to talk to him privately, so go somewhere else. The monarch found it laughable that he was being treated like a guest in his own home. Without a word, the Duke prepared to attack, igniting a fire within John. I know. Don't put off until tomorrow what you can do today. If you want to destroy everything, then go ahead and let me take care of these two. As he spoke, the hand on the Holy Grail tightened when suddenly a black arc sliced across his arm. The system notified him of damage to his right arm, activating super regeneration. Jian couldn't help but praise the man. That's an interesting technique, piercing my equipment. Offended, the Duke lunges forward like a bird freed from its cage, declaring, I am the Duke of Space. As the Holy Grail slips from Jian's grasp, it cries out, Am I going to get caught in the crossfire? He quickly unleashed his Aquarius tsunami skill, creating countless pillars of water that could sweep people away, leaving the Duke stunned by the Holy Grail's disappearance. John simply nods calmly, thinking, Guess I'll get a good bath today. Suddenly, a pillar of water strikes the two of them, and the Duke opens a black hole, scoffing at the mere pool of water. He then opens a space that forces the water to evade him. Even John has to give him credit. That's spatial power? The Duke smugly replies, Indeed, it is a gift bestowed upon me by the Time Monarch. As he looked up, he was startled by the lizard clinging to Jian's glasses. Jian thought to himself, So, you possess the space power, stolen from the Lord of Time and Space, able to warp space at will to withstand tsunamis. Truly impressive. The Duke happily accepts the praise, saying, Thank you for your kind words. John smirks. You think it's a waste for such a precious power to belong to a useless master? It's such a waste for someone like you to possess it. What kind of eye do you lords have for your subordinates? Clearly, he wants the power transferred to him, and the Duke is furious at being thwarted. Shut your mouth, you damned saint. With that, he pierced Jian, and the sea swept him away. Water coalesces into a sphere around Jian, who doesn't resist, welcoming the unexpected protection while the Duke seethes, his plans foiled. Damn it, don't steal my prey. Even with the Holy Grail shattered, the Saintess remains unfazed. This disaster dares to raise his voice to a saint, but I'll let it slide this time. I must eliminate this calamitous god first. As he said this, he stared directly at Jian. Lie, Jian, you want the goddess's tears? Suddenly, two streams of water like golden threads shot towards Jian's chest, and he laughed with delight. So take as much as you want. The system announces that the holy god Aquarius Chalice has activated the Tears of the Goddess skill. If you can take it, he says confidently as the system updates, the goddess's tears will purify Legion's bloodline. Then, in mere seconds, as the goddess's tears touched him, he turned into sea foam. The system announced that the goddess's tears had liquefied Legion's body. Responding to the abnormal state, the super regeneration skill was activated, and the goddess's tears and super regeneration were in conflict. John thought to himself that the system was useful, and even as he vanished, he smiled brightly. The Holy Grail declared, I will dissolve you into water and spread you across the great bed. It gleefully eyed the puddle made from Jian, thinking, I did it. I defeated Lion, but before I could even laugh, I was struck. The Duke sucked the Holy Grail into the black hole. Little did the Holy Grail know it was about to be ambushed. Damn, I was too careless. The Duke scoffed, finding the great Holy Grail's struggles pathetic as it cried out and muttered, watching the water lash against his face, Did Lion become water because of this thing? The Duke seemed rather disappointed. I can't believe this is the star's god who stood against us. A stream of water suddenly rose from afar, and then more and more layers of water gathered on one side. The Duke watches the struggling Holy Grail. It's useless, Holy Grail, he says. After all, I will offer you to the monarch. Didn't you kill Lion? The Holy Grail shouts, No. The Duke didn't care if it agreed, marveling at having destroyed Lion and captured the Aquarius Saint. Today is a great day. I'll soon join the ranks of the monarchs. Suddenly, a hand rests on his shoulder, and John smiles, as if to say hello. Who said I was dead? System notification. Activating super regeneration to restore my melted body. John throws a punch at the Duke, continuing what he started. The Duke is shocked. Even after being melted, he can still regenerate. As the fist hurtled towards his face, the Duke cast a spell to warp space, creating a black hole between them. The system announces the activation of death power. tearing apart the Duke of Space's authority as John shatters space with his bare fist like breaking glass. The Duke was stunned as the fist landed squarely on his face, leaving his robotic features frozen in place. The Duke couldn't understand how things had come to this. He recalled a past memory. The Sovereign, standing high above, said, "Congratulations, Duke. You've finally obtained the title of Space. If you continue like this, you may even aim for the position of Sovereign." Kneeling before his lord, he gave thanks. "Thank you, my liege." The Duke expressed honestly, "However, I am quite content living under the Lord's sword. Next time, I will cut off the head of that arrogant holy chariot snake and offer it to the Lord." The Lord was speechless at the Duke's boasting, but kindly warned him to stop, though the Duke didn't understand. Yes, the Sovereign speaks with certainty. You cannot defeat him. The Duke awakens to find Jian physically affecting him. John extracts his core, causing the Duke to tremble in agony. "Didn't I warn you?" He looked at the still beating core in his hand. Such a waste of power. Then he watched as it slowly enveloped him. "I'll take it." Chen, expressionless, watches the Duke being forcibly stripped of his magic core in the distance. Driven mad by fear and rage, he quickly surrounds himself with water. "I have to get out of here." Then, like a whirlwind, he erupted from the turbulent water, returning to the realm of the gods. From above, he caught sight of the Iron Mask Baron and was stunned. It was the Holy Grail, and he immediately recognized the girl he was holding. Sophie Mary. The Aquarius Saint gritted her teeth, deciding that if she stayed, Lion would recapture her. She had to sever the Saint contract. Immediately, the system announced the termination of the contract with the Pisces Saint, Sophie Mary, and the influence of the Aquarius Sanctuary that once dominated Earth vanished. Then he immediately rushed off, thinking it was over, and now he just needed to get to the God Realm. In this pristine sanctuary of water, the Aquarius Temple in the Divine Realm, followers peacefully collected water when a scream tore through the air. The uncontrollable Holy Grail hurtled forward, shouting for everyone to get out of the way. Immediately, he plunged into the water, startling the Saint's followers, then shot straight through the gate in a massive spray. He followed him into the city, the water soldier behind him worried. "Are you all right, Your Holiness? What made you so rushed?" The Holy Grail wearily replied, "I'm fine. Seal the gate." Seeing his attendant patch the door, he sighed in relief, finally at ease. The Holy Grail smugly thinks Lion won't be able to enter here, then says, "I'm so thirsty, someone bring me water." No sooner had he spoken than a yellow hand holding a glass of water appeared before him. The Holy Grail carelessly replied, "Quick, thanks." Little did he know, Jion's crimson mask emerged from the crack in the wall. This brother made him jump and scream. Watching Lion casually break through space and shatter the wall, the Holy Grail cried out in despair. "Legion, impossible. How could you enter here? This is the Divine Realm and my sacred ground at that. I severed my contract with Sho." The Aquarius god realizes, "Legion, did you absorb the power of the Duke of Space?" He smiles, replying, "Precisely." Soldiers immediately surround him. "It's Ligion. Why is the god of disaster here?" John opens a swirling vortex of space in his hand, declaring this is no place for a private chat. Then he enlarged the vortex to engulf the Holy Grail, trapping him inside as he screamed helplessly. "Fools, don't just stand there. Do something," he sneered. "How can you expect your subordinates to do what you can't?" Realizing the situation was dire, he turned to negotiate. "Wait, let's make a deal. You need the goddess's tears, right? From now on, I'll give you as much as you want." John, unleashing a surge of electricity from his hand, replied with a grin. "No need. I have my own way. All I need right now is the goddess's tears to enhance the sky's punishment." He opened his sly eyes slightly, his tone gentle. Just a little squeeze from the Holy Grail should be enough. The Holy Grail felt like it stepped on a landmine and couldn't help but curse, "Damn it." Immediately, Jian summons a magic circle, relentlessly pulling him in as the Holy Grail struggles and pleads. "Wait, Lion, you'll need the power of Aquarius, won't you? You'll continue to fight disasters and purify corruption. There's no way you don't need me." He cried out in desperation, "I am the embodiment of the Holy Grail. Without me, you can't use its power. My true form is hidden amongst the vast galaxies. If you kill me, you'll never find the Holy Grail, the 5 holy stars, right?" His eyes went blank as he stared at him in disbelief. "What?" John then recalled, "Ah, yes, the gods under Aquarius that you sold to the angels before." John sneers, "They told me how you abandoned them like vermin, the location of the Holy Grail, and how to use it." Asleep, Pios's 5 daughters look up in anger, now prisoners of the Serpentarius constellation. Jian sneers, saying he should have taken better care of his family. John then ruthlessly crushed him like a ball as the Holy Grail roared in fury. The system announced the combination of carp and space power, activating the SSS rank Space Lord skill, pushing the Aquarius Holy Grail to its limit. His body is gradually crushed, and the system warns that it can't withstand any more pressure. He groans helplessly, not wanting to die. Instantly, Jian crushed him, his figure reduced to a stream of water, magic power vanishing wildly between Jian's hands. He smiled in satisfaction, revealing a drop of pure, exquisite water. The system announced Aquarius Chalice compressed into a core, SSS rank Goddess Tears acquired. Replacing the miracle drop, the Aquarius Chalice has vanished. The palace remains magnificent, even after the fall of the Holy God, as the 5 girls must appease and explain to the restless and rioting Aquarius believers. John said, "You asked me to bring you to the Divine Realm, but can you convince the other Aquarius Division leaders not to revolt?" La replied, "Since our sisters are high-ranking division leaders, if we can offer reassurance in their confusion, we can persuade them. With the Divine gone, even the slightest shift in public opinion can spread like wildfire." Allison said so. John laughs humorously. Is the old man tired of training goats? Does he want to be a consultant now? Lasso's eyes grew heavy as she looked at the water droplet in his hand. "Is this an ending you didn't want?" John asked. Her expression seems troubled, and as Laxus closes her eyes, feeling a pang of regret for her former master, John snaps her back to reality, reminding her that there's no time for sentimentality. John snaps Lasso back to reality, reminding her that they're in the Divine Realm, the gods' home turf. It won't be long before the other gods notice Aquarius's disappearance and convene. Before things get messy, let's quickly retrieve the Holy Grail and return to the human world. The Grail's vault is guarded by aquatic soldiers created by the Water Bearer. John is unfazed by this revelation. So what? We'll handle them. It's not the first time. Still, the other girls all look a little hopeless. Laxus speaks with annoyance, but the scene shifts to an island in the Pacific, a break zone for humanity, where the Pisces saint kneels, weeping in disbelief. "I have no power left in my body." She trembled, crying, "I've lost my connection to the Holy God. What is happening?" The iron-masked Baron appeared behind her, mocking her. "You've been abandoned by the holy being just like me," he taunts as she bursts into tears. "Please, be quiet. Don't hurt me anymore." Sang sighs at the troublesome scene. "I want to go home." Suddenly, a spatial circle appears behind them, and Hugo and Ju emerge from within. Hugo frantically calls out, "Sangdae, are you okay?" Sangdae immediately rushes towards him, overjoyed. "Looks like we're going home." Hugo sighed in relief. "Looks like you're okay," he asked, confused. "Huh. You actually managed to survive, Dad. Didn't your mother say anything?" Diu asked, scrutinizing Pisces, making her turn away guiltily. Hugo said helplessly, "Don't ask. It was the most serious danger I've ever faced." Then he wondered, "Where's Zion?" Sangjae ponders, recalling the Aquarius Saint fleeing just moments ago. "Did he follow us?" "Don't tell me he followed us to the Divine Realm." Sophie, overhearing, clutched her head in panic. "No way." The Iron Mask Baron, seeing her anxious face and chattering teeth, wondered, "Why are you so surprised? Is there something between you and Lion?" He whispered in her ear, "If you're hiding something that will get you scolded by Lion, now is the time to speak up. Lion might just give you 100 slaps and 50 smacks, you know." "No way. If I say something," her eyes open wide with dread. "It's not just a slap or a smack, I'll actually die." From her perspective, this had something to do with Callie's recent arrival. So she screamed, "Why is my life so miserable?" Just then, a bright constellation in the galaxy flared with a brilliant light. Approaching it is Aquarius's management area in the Milky Way Divine Realm, a place of terrifying, chaotic waves. "John and Lasso have arrived here," he says. "Water Weavers, is this what you were talking about?" she asks, bewildered. "That's right," his eyes flashed, and he sighed. A bucket of water, and the system announces the activation of God's Eye in front of John. From the ripples, grotesque, dark figures begin to take shape. He sighed, always accompanied by nuclear waste. "So that's the reason," John sarcastically remarks, "that they're using his data from the Demon Tower to create these things?" The system explains that the newly created Marines bear his face. The Legion copy Marines combine Aquarius's mirror skill and Legion's data from the Demon Tower to create copy Marine squads. All 4 clones appear simultaneously, rushing forward and shattering the silence. Suddenly, a blinding green light flashes, and the blackness surrounding it begins to crack. An explosion rings out as John soars past his target. His eyes gleam, his face impassive despite the dark energy swirling around him. He glances over, a smirk playing on his lips. It seems you put your heart into this, but in the end, it's just a poor imitation of me. John shouts at the entity guarding a massive gate that's trying to attack him. You think the likes of you can stop me? He steps on the black liquid, expressing disdain. Get lost. With that, John's kick is so powerful that it sends it flying, breaking through and shattering white stone pillars, sending rubble everywhere. With his hands in his pockets, he sighed and warned, You should know who you're dealing with. John confirmed to Rao that the copies were dealt with. Hearing this, she happily exclaimed, Wonderful. He inquired, Is it this place? The location of the Holy Grail. Lao Sha confirmed, pointing ahead. That's right. Jian's eyes glinted, and he exclaimed, Oh, is it there? In the distance, a statue of a goddess held an enormous chalice, water cascading into it, and an ethereal blue aura emanated from within. John acknowledged the impressive sight, wondering if this was the true Holy Grail of Aquarius. John grunts softly. Then he noticed something else. What was that chest? Jay is getting excited. Time to loot. He was slightly surprised. Oh, John's face showed satisfaction, and the system's notification popped up, activating the Eye of God skill. It provides information on the specimen collection used for Legion's gene extraction. A blood-stained rock from the shield that pierced Legion at the Demon Tower. Legion's severed hair and toes. Inside the box, 3 items are neatly arranged. A shard of blood-stained rock and 2 glass cases containing carefully preserved small objects. He observed, then asked, Quite the collection. You created my clone guards from this? Laxus replied, The Marines cloned from you, Lion, were merely byproducts. John, his hand opening the box, turns to her. A byproduct? She continued, explaining that the Holy Grail and the Scales of Justice never intended to create mere foot soldiers. It was Lion himself. They wanted to create a copy of him, believing that combining their power with Lion's data would make it possible. But when he saw Lasso hesitate, he pressed on. But what? Did they succeed? Her face darkened as she tensely replied, No. From what I know, they failed and could only create the aquatic soldiers we just saw. If they continue that plan in any form, you're bound to encounter their creations somewhere. Elsewhere, Callie stares intently ahead, while a confused Soapy asks, What do you want? Don't stare at me like that. Callie, hands in her jacket, leaned forward slightly and sighed in explanation. Why do you keep glancing at me? What are you hiding? So, annoyed, looks away and denies it. I wasn't looking at you. She stands up, leans back, puts her hands behind her head and pouts. I'm sure I saw an old lady. So shouts angrily, Who are you calling an old woman? Then she continues, How old are you? Callie, oblivious, continued to pry. He's gone to the realm of the gods? Hurry back, my lord. Mary is annoyed that she's being ignored. Is she even listening? She's lost in her own world again. I'll miss you, despite Shui's yelling. In Jian's realm, beneath the Milky Way, within the secret Aquarius Palace, he declares, I have obtained the Holy Grail, and that tattered Yang has been crushed as well. With that, he turned and clutched the fabric on his chest, saying, Let's move on. Laxus tensed and shouted that the other gods seemed to have noticed the disappearance of the Holy Grail. The system relays a message from his sister. Sister, something big is happening. The other gods seem to have noticed, and they're starting to converge on Aquarius City. John frowned, asking how they could possibly invade Aquarius, and she calmly replied that while that would normally be the case, there was no saint present, and his frown deepened at the thought of them forcing their way in. An unowned city can be invaded, so if the holy god, the city's owner, were present, it would be fine, right? Lasso was surprised. Yes. Meanwhile, the ground beneath them began to crack, the fissures widening into a deep pit. John quickly jumped away. The system blares an emergency, a warning from the Dimensions Administrator. The warning sirens blare, announcing the forced expulsion of illegal intruders next week. The space turns red, and strange cords emerge from a mysterious door, binding him. Seeing this, she cries out in fear, Lion! Jian glances at a masked figure who has appeared behind him, who says, An intruder in the divine realm without permission. From this moment on, I will begin the process of expelling you from the divine realm, he warns, pointing a finger. For details, please refer to the warning that was sent to you. Hearing this, he wondered, what notice? The Space Administration has detected the intrusion of an unauthorized being into the God realm. We deeply regret the unauthorized intrusion into the space of the Great Zodiac. According to the management regulations of the Divine Realm, we will now carry out a spatial expulsion. The Space Administration has authority even within the sacred grounds of the Zodiac Laxo. Unbelievable, the Space Administration is interfering, he continued. From the moment this item is read in the warning notice, I will carry out a forced level expulsion against you. The place of expulsion is the gap between the space tides, called the subgod realm, and no complaints regarding this will be accepted. John retorts defiantly, I've read it, so you're going to kick me out of the divine realm. The mysterious figure agreed. Indeed, I will begin the expulsion immediately. He instantly used force to resist. Do you really think you're up to this? I'm pretty big, you know, and I've got a lot of baggage to carry. Is this spatial rift big enough for me? Well, either way, I'm about to leave the god realm. I'll open the gateway, he growls, crushing the space before him. A massive rift appears, blinding light erupts and the radiant cords vanish, leaving the others speechless, unable to believe what they're seeing. A massive vortex warps space itself. John stands there, smiling with satisfaction, asking if it's wide enough. Easy to come and go as he pleases. He's utterly astonished by this power. No way. Is this how you got here? As soon as he finished speaking, Jian grabbed the man's head and gave a precise answer. Whoever answers correctly will receive a reward, and a chance to be exploited by Lion. He looked at the demonic face before him, terrified. What? He continues to exert his strength. Even though I said I was leaving, there are still some things to do. Can you help me come and go whenever I please? All the while that man groans in agony. Jay asks Lao if she's surprised. Yes. His hand grasps a gem with a teardrop symbol on it, and John offers it to Lao Shou. The system reveals the Holy Grail's core in a space filled with countless stars, as chaos erupts at the Aquarius Palace gate to the divine realm. What's happening? The Holy Grail's presence is fading. Two worried girls wonder how things got this way. What to do? Everyone calm down. Then a screen appears. The four gods argue amongst themselves. Has that calamitous monster really invaded the divine realm? Hold on, don't jump to conclusions just yet. Are you kids saying Lion really went to the realm of the gods? Enough, I said. Bring the Holy Grail here, ignoring the two girls' confusion. The brunette girl wondered, when did Sir Lion Jian return? The girl in the church hat cries, what do we do? Suddenly, footsteps and a voice grabbed their attention. What's all the commotion? The four were taken by surprise. It was Lion's voice, and their faces immediately fell. They hastily asked, behind you? What is it? Couldn't resist causing trouble again, huh? Lion casually replied, it's the Holy Grail, that's right. They grew even angrier. What was the Space Realm manager doing, letting this guy run wild? Hearing his name, the manager flinches, and two others continue to shout. He destroyed a holy god in the god realm, you've gone too far. An elder points a reprimanding finger, declaring that they must enter the Aquarius Palace to eliminate him. Assemble the entire Holy Temple army, the masked girl added. That madman wants to destroy the Aquarius Saint? A healer and restorer, you say? And you'll pay dearly for destroying the Aquarius Saintess and trying to steal the Holy Grail. The two healers were worried. Lord Jian, what should we do? Contrary to their worries, Jian calmly replied, what nonsense are you spouting? How can you say there's no Aquarius Saint? She trembled even more. Meanwhile, the other two gods were even more annoyed. You're the one talking nonsense. He casually stretched out his arms. Allow me to introduce myself. The new Aquarius deity, Disinfectant Lasso, strikes a hip-hop pose, flashing a bright smile. Hello everyone, I'm Disinfectant. A notification appears. Formerly a subordinate god of Aquarius, previously a prisoner of Ophiuchus, now the Aquarius deity, Disinfectant Lasso. Instantly, all four gods froze, staring intently at the newly introduced Aquarius Saint. With one fatal introduction, the Disinfectant has already tarnished the reputation of Aquarius. How will the Disinfectant and the Aquarius constellation overcome this crisis? Seeing this, Lajao awkwardly covered the words, please, don't say that. She then pointed at Lion and accused him, Mr. Lion made me say that? Purple Hair is shocked. That rebel not only destroyed a saint, but now he's creating new ones? The old red god beside him was also doubtful. Could this even be possible? Apollo frowned, asking with concern if that kid was even qualified to become a saint, as it was a momentous decision. Ms. nodded in agreement. You're right. Without power, the other gods will never accept her. Lion didn't hesitate, a confident smile on his face. So strength is everything. Lion placed the Holy Grail on the ground, its weight shaking the very space around them. That's right, you all have your pride, so you can't stand by and watch an ordinary person be revered as a god, can you? He turns to Lazo. Disinfectant, show them what you can do. Though slightly worried, Lasso immediately responded. Yes. She quickly unleashes her chi, and her power stirs the surging hydro energy within the Holy Grail. Suddenly, the hydropower intensifies, becoming a massive pillar of water that shoots skyward, creating a majestic spectacle as the water overflows from the chalice. The gods are stunned as they gaze up at the towering column, sparkling droplets falling all around them. No way, holy water. It's the goddess's tears. The old god, red-faced, looked on with trepidation. It wasn't just the chalice's power, but something else was awakening its abilities. Across from them, Apollo and Artemis were also stunned by the goddess's tears that Lao had created, until they noticed something else. Apollo grinned. It was working. Lijin watched Lao intently, pleased with the holy water she was creating. Good, it seems giving her the Holy Grail's core was worth it. She already had exceptional abilities, and now inheriting the Grail's power is like a tiger gaining wings. He recalled calling out to her, "Disinfectant." Lao startled and replied, "Yes." Lion presents a glowing blue orb. "This is the Holy Grail's core." Lion smiled at her. "Take it." He continued, "Take it and swallow it. From now on, you will be the deity of the Aquarius constellation." Laxus was utterly horrified to hear this. Huh? She was so panicked that her hands and feet were flailing. "I can't do it. How could I?" Lion encourages her, telling her that she can do it. Although it will take time, the power from this core will gradually merge with you. He continued, "The Aquarius star is currently without a master, and without stability, it will become even more chaotic, both internally and externally. Wouldn't it be better if you became a saintess?" Lasso hesitated after hearing that. "But can I really do it?" Lion then presents the core of the Holy Grail. "Don't worry, you can do it. I'll handle the rest." Back in the present, Lao smiles confidently, Lion's reminder echoing in her mind. She only needs to demonstrate her abilities before the other gods, her whole body drenched in holy water, but Lao's expression remains resolute. "Not only can I wield the power of the Holy Grail, but I can also execute all the powers of the previous holy gods. Though my experience as a holy god is limited, I'm confident I have what it takes to represent the Aquarius constellation." The two girls who witnessed this looked at her with admiration. "She's amazing. Is that her true power?" Apollo now burns with a fiery will. "I will definitely support you." Artist, speechless from his intensity, says, "I agree with you. This one's abilities are certainly reliable." Taurus snapped, annoyed. "Honestly, those pawns of the Calamity God." Capricorn also expressed his displeasure. "I admit the kid has talent, but you can't just decide to make him a god." Lion gestured to Lao. "Disinfectant. That's enough. I'll sort things out within the Aquarius zodiac." He looks at the crowd below. "I've gathered everyone from the Aquarius zodiac here and asked them. No one objects to Disinfectant becoming the Aquarius saint." The crowd below cheers in agreement, but Kim Hugh objects, saying, "You're pushing this too far." Lion directly questioned them, confirming talent and internal approval within the constellation. What other problems could there be? Aquarius, the constellation in charge of healing and recovery, will its master's seat remain vacant forever? His expression turned cold. "Or what? You want another fight? Did you think I wasn't talking about Qiangshan?" Taurus thought to herself, "You know we can't use our powers freely in other constellations. That's why you're so loud." She gritted her teeth. "At the very least, without confirmation from the other gods, we can't approve this." Hearing this, Lion sneered, "You mean you'll accept it if it's decided by majority?" Just then, the system displayed a notification. The deity of the Scorpio constellation had declared their approval. More announcements followed. The Taurus god opposed, as did the Capricorn god, deeming the sudden promotion unacceptable. Lion was left with 1 approval and 2 rejections, bringing the final tally to 4 approvals and 4 rejections. Lion was troubled, arms crossed in thought. It was a 4-4 tie. He bit his lip, eyes hardening with resolve. To win by their rules, considering the disinfectant's position among the gods, was the clearest path. Just then, Taurus spoke up with a laugh. "Lijin, are you racking your brain?" She points directly at him, showing no courtesy. "But what to do? Even with you, it's still a tie," she taunts. "Did the other gods even vote to approve you?" Lion grits his teeth, silently enduring. "Huh. I want to overthrow them, but I must be patient until that fool arrives." Just then, a voice echoed from behind, accompanied by a formidable surge of power. "You dare come directly to the divine realm? How bold." Everyone was surprised, and Apollo was stunned. That voice. Lion smirks. He overslept again. He secretly rejoices, "My guardian deity." Lion calls out loudly, "Narasimha." Narasimha sternly urged them to begin the rematch immediately, with no time to waste, but Taurus protested, saying it wasn't the time. Narasimha retorted, annoyed, "What did you say? Even Capricorn is condemning this. We're choosing a new holy Aquarius." Narasimha, unconcerned, shouts, "What's the worry? I'll fight Lion. Just get on with choosing the new Aquarius." Taurus is furious, wondering what's gotten into this monster. Narasimha stared at Lion, who was grinning in front of him. If the vote is yes, I'll fight you. Lion was unfazed. And is that Aquarius pure water I see? Then it will be even more interesting, Narasimha roared in response. I concur. His lion's roar reverberated, shaking everything around him and cracking the very earth. The Taurus god covered her ears, gritting her teeth, and thought, that idiot. She secretly calculated, then we need one more vote. The Taurus god commanded, contact the Pisces god, try for the 23rd time. Pisces, answer me. The system displays a message. Unable to connect. Please leave a message. Seeing this, Taurus is furious. That guy is useless. The system then announced the results of the vote for the new Aquarius saint. Out of 12 gods, 10 participated, with 5 in favor, 4 opposed, 3 abstaining, 1 voting for destruction, and 1 missing. The vote is concluded. With support from constellations beyond Ophiuchus, Disinfectant has ascended to become the new Aquarius god. Lao was overjoyed, jumping for joy. I did it! Asclepius' daughters were also overjoyed for her. Congratulations. Apollo, still struggling to keep a straight face, heartily applauds Lao, while Artis, standing beside him, is speechless and offers a reminder. Relax, said the god of Taurus as he appeared. Lion, what do you think you're doing? Another god chimed in, scolding the fool for making things worse. The purple-haired god berates the lion for his incompetence, asking how he plans to fix this, but Narasimha simply shoves them aside, unconcerned. So, too noisy, don't get in my way. Step aside. He stomps his foot, facing off against Lion, as Narasimha cracks his knuckles with anticipation. Ha ha, so you do keep your promises? Lion calmly replies. Of course, I value trust. Narasimha glares, determined to repay the debt from last time. Just then, a notification popped up, stunning him, an announcement from the Space Administration instructing the forced expulsion of illegal intruders into the God realm. With a taunting look, Lion leaps into the system's fiery red pit. Forceful, huh? The system displays another notification to Narashim's astonishment. Having successfully banished the intruders from the divine realm, he turned his dark gaze upon the system's personnel. He was trembling with forced compliance, and the more he spoke, the more he shook. Having successfully expelled the intruders, Narasimha turned to the other gods, who quickly averted their gazes. Narasimha finally unleashed his fury, grabbing the system employee and flinging him around in the air. Seeing this, the others fled in terror. Cut to an island in the Pacific, once a black zone of the human realm, where Hugo-Ott wondered when Lion would return as he started a fire. He frowned, worried that Lion was causing trouble again and his father would want to bring him back. Tron Zangde wondered what's going to happen to him. Hugo remained worried. I'm anxious about what he'll do next. But Sophie has other thoughts. Please don't go back. Who am I suffering for? Remembering her foaming at the mouth and dizzy spells, Sophie silently curses. It's all because of that lion. She felt sorry for her past self, constantly criticized for a saint's behavior. Then Sophie realized, wait, I'm not a saint anymore. Her shout startled Ju awake from his slumber. I've made up my mind. Sophie excitedly gets up, full of energy, and shouts, now that my powers are gone, I won't be a saint anymore. From now on, I'll live a normal life so he won't bother me anymore. She continued to exclaim, I'm free of burdens, letting go feels so good. Sangde was speechless. Should I wake her up? Hugo helplessly replied, no need. The more Sophie talks, the happier she seems. Goodbye, Lion. Goodbye, disaster. Just then, a system notification popped up, stunning her with the support from the 4 temples and the Serpent Bearer. The Aquarius Saint of Disinfection, now under the Serpent Bearer, has become the new god of Aquarius and has appointed Sophie Mary as a saint. The Aquarius Saint of Disinfectant has sworn allegiance to Lai Jian, and the Aquarius Temple has become a subordinate of the Serpent Bearer. Then, a flurry of messages arrived. Where do you think you're going? Where do you think you're going? The other 3 watched Zoe collapse to the floor in tears, completely unsurprised. They fainted, and the others looked down in astonishment as Callie observed the scene and concluded, pissed herself. H frowned in disgust upon hearing that. From then on, Leon changed Sophie's nickname from Bug to Bedwetter, making Sophie hate him even more.